Family, the rebirth story is here. When I jumped off the building, I was saved by a belt, and my soul drilled into BibiDong's belly. After 3 years of gestation, my scumbag dad, Qian, soon kicked the bucket. My sister, Qian, awakened as a six-winged angel and went undercover in the Heaven Do Empire, while I turned 6 and was about to awaken my martial soul. What happens next? Keep watching. Let me tell you, when I was just born, I almost thought I was kidnapped. It's true. I felt like someone had stuffed me into a stifling, small rubber bag and was pulling my head out with all their might. I was freaking out at that moment. Who was it? Who was so bold? I waved my little hands and started swinging wildly, cursing in a baby-like manner. When I opened my eyes, lo and behold, I was reborn. I was confused just a moment ago. I was enjoying the breeze on the rooftop. Want to know how I got here? That story is long. In my previous life, I was called Renlin. My dad was a high-ranking official, but I had severe depression since childhood. My parents divorced when I was 12, and I never saw him again. A few days ago, while surfing the internet, I made a sharp comment about a novel, and I was chased and bullied online by a group of people. My explosive temper, combined with my depression, made me snap, and I resolved those foul-mouthed individuals through the internet. Then I stood on the rooftop of the tallest building in the city, waiting for my dad to come. Below were police cars, motorcycles, and helicopters, all bustling about like a movie scene. When I finally saw my dad, whom I had only seen on TV, I thought, well, at least I got to see him one last time. I smiled at him, said nothing, and jumped. Let me tell you, I never thought about explaining anything to him or how devastated he would be. A person who doesn't even know the meaning of life has no time to care about others. But I never expected that the belt my mom bought for $4 million on my 18th birthday would suddenly spring to life and wrap my soul up as I jumped. When I regained consciousness, I was already floating in amniotic fluid. Family, who understands? 3 years of pregnancy. My mom directly became the version of Nezha's mother from the Spirit Hall. As for me, I was mainly there for companionship. For these 3 years, my mom, the future Pope Bibi Dong, talked to my belly every day, explaining this world called the Douluo Continent to me. And my scumbag dad, Qian, was the Pope of the Spirit Hall at the time, a pure scumbag. My sister, Qian Renlin, was just born, and when he came to take a look and saw it was a girl, his face instantly fell. I thought about giving him a slap through my mom's belly favoring boys over girls, huh? You want to have a good ending. Just as he turned to leave, a black meteor, crashed through the roof and drilled into my mom's belly. Qian was startled and quickly used his spirit power to probe, feeling an uncomfortable dark aura. He wanted to crush me, but my mom held onto his hand tightly, her eyes filled with resentment and despair. He felt guilty and left without making a sound. My mom looked at her belly, thinking that a deity had pitted her and granted her a child. Qian, aside from his trivial matters, had nothing else in his mind. He had just left when his subordinate, Douluo, came to report that Tang Hao from the Haoyan sect had married a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. What a joke. Just after he complained about having a daughter, he was already thinking about someone else's wife. His eyes lit up, thinking that this 100,000-year spirit ring was perfect for my mom. Although the Haoyan sect was strong, the sect master Tang Xiao was only level 92, the elder was level 94, and Tang Hao himself was only level 89. He thought it was a sure thing. Douluo, gather echoed.Ah and intercept the Blue Silver Emperor for me. Just as he finished ordering, a maid rushed in and said, "Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden is about to give birth." Guess what he said? Tell Donger to wait for me to come back. He didn't even look back as he left. He paused at the door and threw out, "If it's a boy, he will be named Qian Renlin, and if it's a girl, she will be named QianRenlin." You gotta be kidding me. You even want to control my name. Then, I was born. After being cooped up for 3 years, I was full of energy. When I felt someone pulling my head, I threw a fit and swung my little fists. The midwife was stunned, saying I was too strong to pull out. Finally, when I managed to crawl out and looked at her, I cursed in baby talk, and she thought I was a genius. Looking at my tiny hands, I finally recognized reality. All right, Renlin is dead. Now I'm called QianRenlin. When my mom, Bibi Dong, saw me, she was genuinely happy, holding me and smiling so tenderly. This was the first time she had truly smiled in years. But when the maid told her that my scumbag dad had already named me, the smile on her face instantly vanished. The anger and helplessness in her eyes were clear as day. I thought to myself, Qian, just wait. If you don't die, my mom will never get past this hurdle. On the other side, in the Stardo forest, Tang Hao was holding a baby, accompanied by Ain, being chased by people from the Spirit Hall. Douluo and Douluo, the famous duo of the Spirit Hall, blocked their way. Tang Hao was fierce, fighting 2 titled Douluos at level 89, giving as good as he got. But soon, Qian descended with the angel statue. 3 title Douluo's ganging up on 1 level, 89 soul. Douluo how shameless can you get? Tang Hao was beaten half to death and was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Ain rushed out to sacrifice herself. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A red light shot into the sky, and Tang Hao directly exploded with power. His soul power surged to level 91, becoming a bona fide title Dalu. He wielded the Haotian hammer, his eyes red, shouting, "Qian Renlin, you shall die." He charged up with the chaotic hammer method. 1 big hammer at 80, 2 big hammers at 160. He chased after Qian Renlin and unleashed a barrage of hammer strikes. Qian Renlin was immediately severely injured, and both Jute Dalu and Dalu were sent flying. In the end, relying on an unknown title Daluo's death, Qian Renlin barely escaped back to the Spear Hall, but not long after he died. The outside world only knew that the Pope of the Spear Hall had changed. My mom, Bibi Dong, had taken over. My dad was gone just like that. To be honest, I felt nothing. After all, we had never met, and how could I seek revenge for him based on such a flimsy connection? Dream on. Instead, I used his death as an excuse to mature openly, because being indifferent was my true nature. In this life, my mom, Bibi Dong, looked just like my mom from my previous life. I treated her like my real mom. She indeed spoiled me to the heavens. In the original story, she was cold to QianRenlin, but with my subtle guidance, their mother-daughter relationship improved a lot. But I knew my mom still had a knot in her heart named Yu Xiaojiang. So this person must die. If he doesn't die, my mom's heart will remain troubled, and he will become Tang San's teacher in the future. Our Spirit Hall and Tang San are sworn enemies. In the blink of an eye, I was 3 years old, and my sister Qianrenlin was 6 years old, reaching the day of martial soul awakening. In the worship hall, my grandpa Qian Dalu personally awakened her. As expected, she awakened the 6-winged angel martial soul with an innate soul power of level 20. Then what? My newly awakened top-tier martial soul sister was arranged to go to the Heaven Do Empire, disguised as the crown Prince Shrek Seven, to start her undercover mission. I wasn't worried, I just found it a bit funny. My sister was a tough one. The real Shrek Seven went out hunting and casually saved a dirty little beggar, which was my sister. In just a year, she transformed from an unwanted wild girl to Shrek King's most trusted personal maid. Her business acumen was top-notch. My sister was very clever on the surface. She acted pitifully towards Shrek Seven, calling him Your Highness and herself the servant, fooling Shrek Seven into thinking she was just a naive little flower. I told you, at that time, Shrek Seven helplessly advised her, saying, "Who are we to each other? Don't be so distant." Good grief, my sister's acting. With red-rimmed eyes, she said, "Li Bukofei, Li cannot be neglected," leaving Shrek Seven utterly speechless, and he could only smile bitterly and let her be. Little did he know, his life was already on a countdown, and his most trusted Schwerer was about to send him on his way. Just as my sister was about to make her move, on the other side, the real drama began. A guard rushed into the palace, rolling and crawling, crying out to Emperor Shui Yi, "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The royal hunting team has been completely wiped out." Emperor Shui Yi immediately jumped up from his chair, his face turning pale. What the hell? The royal hunting team encountered a beast wave, and the 3 leading soul masters had 2 dead and 1 injured. The eldest prince and the 3rd prince died on the spot, leaving only the 2nd prince, Shrek Seven, severely injured and unconscious. This news was like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, the true storm center was in the hunting team's camp. Shrek Seven had just woken up from his coma when he felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw a dagger plunge deep into him. When he looked up again, the one holding the dagger was his beloved Schwerer. The look in his eyes was full of why. My sister couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and responded directly with action. In front of Shrek Seven, her body began to change, bones contracting and appearance transforming. And in just a few seconds, she turned into an identical Shrek Seven. The real Shrek Seven, witnessing this scene, took his last breath, muttering, "Father, I am unfilial," and died on the spot. As soon as he died, the previously injured Soul Master Commander walked in as if nothing had happened, knelt on one knee respectfully in front of my sister. "Oh no." Now as Shrek Seven said, "Your Highness, everything is in order." My sister coldly replied, "Do it." The commander immediately summoned a pitch-black mantis spirit, which devoured Shrek Seven's corpse, destroying the evidence. Very professional. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. My sister was thriving as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. As for me, I finally turned 6 and was about to awaken my martial spirit. That day in the offering hall, my grandfather, Qian Dalu, kindly asked me to stand in the center of the formation. Over the past 2 years, my personality has changed quite a bit. I've become someone who keeps others at a distance, exuding an aura of coldness. Without saying a word, I walked in. Once the formation was activated, wow, the commotion was enormous. Green and black lights burst out of my body as if they were free, directly breaking through the roof. My grandfather was so excited at that moment, thinking to himself that this spectacle must indicate an extraordinary awakened martial soul. Even my mother, Bibi Dong, looked serious beside him. The lights suddenly retracted, and a figure slowly materialized behind me. My grandfather frowned, wondering if it was not a six-winged angel. But he quickly realized that the awakening of an angel martial soul wouldn't be like this. In the next second, everyone present was stunned, because the figure behind me, who could understand family, looked exactly like me. They had lived for so many years and had never seen anyone's martial soul be a replica of themselves. But that wasn't the end. The mysterious gray gas in my mind, which I had been calling the source of life, began to frantically supply energy to this figure. The figure became more solid, growing a mane of blood-red hair, and suddenly, 12 black wings whooshed out from behind. 12 wings. All the worshippers were dumbfounded. The more powerful the martial soul, the more excited they became, as this was the future of the Spear Hall. Finally, my martial soul was completely formed. 3 meters tall, with a devilishly handsome face identical to mine, the 12 black wings slowly flapped. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. Those eyes, with red sclera and black pupils, instantly released a wave of evil, dark energy that enveloped the entire hall. Holy crap! The worshippers beside me turned pale. My soul power and life force were draining away. This martial soul was devouring us. One by one, they hurriedly activated their martial souls to resist. My grandfather panicked and shouted at me, "Linner, quickly retract your martial soul." I heard it close my eyes, and the shadow behind me also closed its eyes. That terrifying aura instantly disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, the shadow opened its eyes as well. This time, the whites of its eyes turned gray, and its pupils were green. A sacred breath of life rushed toward me. The life force that had just been drained had actually returned. I felt like I had become 10 years younger. It was terrifying, able to both take life and bestow it. The worshippers began to discuss among themselves, and their gazes toward me had changed. My grandfather eagerly asked me, "Linner, what is your martial soul?" I thought for a moment and replied, 12-winged elemental angel. Then I tested my soul power, and the crystal ball erupted with blinding light. Innate level 20. Another innate level 20. My grandfather was so excited that he grabbed my shoulders and shook me. Actually, I knew that this was not some God-given soul power at all. It all depended on that great gas in my mind. That was my golden finger, my cheat. It fused my father's six-winged angel martial soul with my mother's twin spider queen martial soul into an ultimate fusion monster, and it even had 12 elemental attributes. Far ahead of the game, this cheat was so powerful that I felt a bit emo at the time, unsure what to do in the future. I turned around and silently walked away, leaving a group of people staring at each other in confusion. The next day, my grandfather hurriedly took me into the Stardow forest to find me a soul ring. He found a golden armored flame dragon that was over 400 years old and told me to kill it and absorb its soul ring. Guess what happened? As soon as the soul ring entered my body, my martial soul, which seemed to have OCD, immediately spat it out. It deemed the soul rings age too low and too low class. I ended up killing 6 soul beasts, and they were all rejected. I told my grandfather, "Grandpa, how about we go for something stronger? The age isn't enough. It doesn't look down on it." My grandfather had a serious expression and said that a first soul ring over 500 years would cause a body explosion, but seeing my firm attitude, he finally decided to give it a try. We found a whirlwind two-headed wolf that was over 800 years old. After killing it, I absorbed it, and hey, it worked. My martial spirit only accepts the strong, not the weak. Guess what happened next? The gray mist in my mind directly exerted its power and forcefully ripened this yellow 100-year soul ring into a purple 1,000-year soul ring, instantly raising its age to over 4,500 years. My grandfather next to me was almost wide-eyed in shock. I finally got my first soul skill, the field of speed. Within a range of 200 meters, teammate speed increases by 50, while enemy speed decreases by 50, and there's no time limit, lasting until my soul power is exhausted. When I activated it, even my grandpa, a rank 99 limit Douluo, felt like his speed had doubled. I was a bit speechless at that moment. My martial soul can absorb life and heal people, and now it adds speed. Could it really be an ultimate support type? After securing the first soul ring, my grandpa took me to look for the second one. Since the first one was nearly 5,000 years old, the second should start at 8,000 years at least. We spent 3 days in the Stardow forest and found a place to rest. I took out a full set of barbecue equipment from my storage ring and started roasting rabbits. While cooking, I was contemplating that Tang San should be awakening his martial soul soon, so I needed to prepare and deal with him. On the other side, in Holy Soul Village, Tang San was happily sharing the good news with his drunkard father, Tang Hao. He had awakened blue silver grass with innate full soul power. When Tang Hao heard the term soul master, he went crazy, saying that soul masters were all useless. But when Tang San extended his left hand to reveal the small black hammer, Tang Hao instantly broke down, hugging Tang San while crying and laughing, mumbling about dual martial souls. He warned Tang San that he must use the hammer in his left hand to protect the grass in his right hand, and absolutely must not add any soul rings to the hammer. Back to my side. On the 4th day, my grandpa finally found the target, a 600-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear. This thing is a fierce character that can take on a 100,000-year soul beast. My grandpa directly activated his martial soul true body and, with just a few moves, brought the giant bear to the brink of death. Then he handed me the angelic holy sword and told me to finish it off. I held a lightsaber that was bigger than me and stabbed it into the bear's head. Looking at that nearly black soul ring, I felt ecstatic at the time, thinking that since the first one was almost 5,000 years old, it wouldn't be too much to directly go for a 10,000-year one, right? But as soon as I took it in, I almost died on the spot. That violent energy surged wildly through my body, making me swell up like a balloon, with veins bulging on my skin. My grandpa was almost in tears beside me, thinking I was done for, sitting on the ground with his head in his hands, already starting to contemplate how to explain my death to my mom. Just when I was about to give in, the source of life in my mind finally reacted, and a massive surge of energy flooded in to protect my body. But that bear's resentment was even more intense, directly charging into my sea of consciousness, trying to tear my awareness apart. Guess what happened? My gray mist launched a water spring attack, and with a flash of colorful light, it turned that bear's resentment into dust and conveniently absorbed its energy. When I opened my eyes again, I saw my grandpa, a level 99 peerless dog, sitting on the ground crying. When he saw I was awake, he instantly flashed over and hugged me tightly, mumbling that it was good I was okay and that it was his fault. Who understands this contrast? I was even a bit moved. But being moved aside, I couldn't forget the important matter. As soon as my grandpa calmed down, he immediately put on that serious face of a peerless Douluo and asked me, "Linner, how's your second spirit ring? What skill do you have? Let me see." My little feeling of excitement just rose and then vanished in an instant. Let me tell you, my second soul skill is simply outrageous, ridiculously outrageous. Metal domain. I'm laying all my cards on the table. It's a domain skill focused on killing, with a radius of 300 meters centered on me, boosting the attack power and combatability of my side by 50. And what about the enemy? They get hit with a direct blow, weakening them by 50. This back and forth is simply a team battle engine. Saying this, I activated the domain, and my grandpa immediately felt his combat power soar. To demonstrate the effect, I casually waved at a tree about half a meter thick beside me, and it snapped into 4 pieces with a crack that cut as smooth as a mirror. It could even be used as a mirror. I then retracted the domain and grabbed the tree trunk with force, and wow, it was completely crushed with splinters flying everywhere. The effect is clear as day. My grandfather looked at me as if he were looking at an alien, his mouth wide open. "You little brat, your luck is unbelievable. Not only did you survive, but you also got a pair of external spirit bones." A pair? How many titled Douluos go their whole lives without even touching a regular spirit bone? And you got a pair of external spirit bones. If you were my own grandson, I would want to snatch them away. What else can I say? I can only quickly change the subject. Grandpa, after I absorbed the second soul ring. My first soul ring also leveled up. Now it's over 9,600 years old, and the range of my domain has increased to 300 meters. You are a monster. My grandpa pointed at me, his face filled with envy and jealousy. How can you speak like this to your own grandson? I pouted, feeling very pleased inside. Let's go home. As soon as I returned to my holy sun palace, I didn't even drink a sip of water and shouted into the air, "Elder Ghost, bring me all the data on the self-created soul skills of the Spirit Hall." "As you command, Your Highness the Holy Sun." A floating voice came from the shadows of the hall. If it weren't for my spiritual power being enhanced by the source of life, I wouldn't have been able to find where this old guy was hiding. In no time, Ghost knelt on one knee and handed me a ring. I grabbed the ring without even looking at him and left directly. Upon reaching the training ground in the backyard, I flipped through those so-called self-created soul skills. Wow. I looked as confused as an old man on the subway staring at his phone. What are these techniques? Aren't they just some clever tricks for using soul power? The scope is too small. No, I have to come up with my own. Others' things are ultimately others. And I want to create a method that belongs to me. The first step is to project my soul power outward, then to materialize my soul power. My comprehension is already extraordinary, and with my powerful soul power, I can easily learn without a teacher. In just a short while, I condensed a shiny golden soul power sword in my hand. However, this thing consumes a lot of energy. Just this one sword drained 1/10 of my soul power. I casually swung it, and the sword whizzed through the wall, leaving a hole behind. As a result, the commotion attracted attention. Enemy attack. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Are you all right? Dozens of black armored guards rushed in, interrupting my train of thought. I was furious at that moment. Inspiration is such a precious thing. My expression darkened. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter without my command? Did you treat my words as if they were just background noise? The captain of the guards immediately knelt down with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly like he was pounding garlic. Your Highness, please calm your anger. We sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy, and in our anxiety, we rushed in. I originally wanted to take them all down, but when I saw that the leader was a soul sage and the dozens behind him were all soul kings, I thought to myself that I couldn't fight them. I could only wave my hand and say, scram. If it's the next time, you can deal with it yourselves. These people ran away in a hurry. I spent a whole month finally mastering the technique of soul power transformation, and now, when I condense a soul power sword, the consumption is almost negligible. Moreover, I can not only transform into a sword, I can also directly create a soul power horse for you. I looked at the Qian beneath me, a soul mount with a white horse head and dragon horns, and nodded in satisfaction. This design is the perfect masterpiece I spent half a day meticulously crafting. It's just handsome. Then, with a thought, a pair of golden wings materialized behind me. I waved them at the corner wall, and countless golden scales shot out with a clattering sound, all deeply embedded in the glazed bricks. This wall could withstand even the full force of a great soul master's attack. The hidden specter was wide-eyed, probably thinking to itself, what kind of divine being is this holy sun? Feeling fully equipped, I mounted my Qian horse and charged directly towards the Pope's hall. Tang San, here I come. I rode directly into the great hall and shouted to my mother, Bibi Dong, Mother, I want to go out. No, she replied, not even looking up, her tone firm. I want to go to the great soul arena. I said, my tone leaving no room for doubt. If I stayed any longer, I would really go crazy. It's been 6 years. Does anyone in the family understand? 6 years. Apart from training, it's just reading. I'm about to lose my mind. Seeing my resolute attitude, Bibi Dong fell silent for a long time, and finally relented. Take Douluo and echoed.Ah with you. Without saying a word, I turned my horse around and left. I'm not stupid, nor am I the kind of arrogant character who thinks he's invincible. In my previous life, I was a rich second generation who always had a bunch of bodyguards with me. Now that I have 2 titled Douluos as my enforcers, I might as well make use of them. Soon, I arrived at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. I sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking at the respectful white-haired bishop, Salus, in front of me. How's the matter? I asked you to investigate. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, the list is all here, Salus said, handing over a notebook with both hands. I opened it and finished reading in just a few minutes. When I saw that name on the first page, my mouth curved up to my ears, blue silvergrass. Pay special attention to this person named Tang San. I threw the notebook to him. Salus looked puzzled. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, although Tang San has full innate soul power, his martial soul is just a useless blue silvergrass, so why? Are you questioning me? I shot him a cold glance. He shivered in fear. I wouldn't dare, it's just. Enough, I stood up. Do you think an ordinary blue silvergrass can possess full innate soul power? Haven't you read Yu Xiaojiang's The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls? Your Highness, the Holy Sun, that Yu Xiaojiang is just a level 29 waste. His theory is a joke. A joke? Can you come up with something better? I looked at him with interest. Salus immediately lowered his head in shame. I squinted my eyes and began to lecture him. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, this Tang San is very likely to have twin martial souls. Keep a close eye on him. Remember, don't alarm the snake in the grass. And definitely don't take action against him. He has someone backing him. Of course, I can't directly say that I know where Tang Hao is, and that his son has a twin martial soul, right? How can I explain that? Should I say I'm from another world? I can only guide step by step, focusing on strategy. Yes, Your Highness the Saint's son. By the way, arrange an identity for me. I want to go have some fun at the Great Soul Arena. Yes. I looked out the window and sneered to myself. Tang Hao, cherish your last 6 years well. The moment you make a move against Zhao Wujia will be your death date. Soon, I found myself standing on the fighting platform of the Great Soul Arena. The host was passionately introducing. Next, we have the underworld ghost Claw Ming Feng, who has won 8 consecutive matches, facing the newcomer Duguqiu Bai. Will Ming Feng continue his undefeated legend? Or will it come to an end here? The audience below was going wild, shouting and tearing him apart. Salis whispered in my ear, Your Highness, this person is level 29 with the spirit of a phantom wolf, and his attacks are ruthless, making him very popular with the audience. Understood. My heart was completely unperturbed. I spread my wings wide, crashed through the glass of the VIP room with a bang, and descended from the sky, landing steadily on the stage. This entrance immediately ignited the crowd. Wow, so cool. How is he so small? He looks only 7 or 8 years old. I really want to pinch him. The guy named Ming Feng, who just moments ago had fans cheering for him, instantly turned against me, his face turning green with jealousy. He said to me fiercely, Kid, no matter what your identity is, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I won't kill you. I only replied to him with 2 words, looking for death. Before the words fell, my wings behind me flapped, and my whole person transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing in front of him. My left hand activated the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear's spirit bone, and with a sharp claw, it pierced through his chest before he could react. We brushed past each other, and he looked down at the transparent hole in his chest, his face full of disbelief. I raised my hand, looking at the still beating heart in my palm, and in front of tens of thousands of people, I crushed it with a snap. It was a clean and decisive kill. You. He pointed at me, unwillingly collapsing. I coldly looked at his corpse, shaking off the blood from my hands. All who offend me must die. The referee wanted to come up and stop me, but then he seemed to receive a message from someone and immediately backed down. I shot him a glance. What? Do you want to die too? He was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. And no, nothing. With a flap of my wings, I elegantly flew back to the VIP room, leaving the audience in an uproar and chaos all around. Saras looked at me, nearly burying his head in the ground, probably thinking that this holy son is just too terrifying. Killing for the first time was as easy as crushing an ant. I was pondering in my heart, my self-created footwork is fast, but not flexible enough. It seems I must find a way to get my hands on Tang San's Shantian treasure record, refer to it, and create a perfect martial arts technique of my own. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, I treated the Great Soul Arena as my personal laboratory, improving my combat skills while fighting. My opponents ranged from Soul Zun to Soul Zone, and then to Soul Wong, yet none could force me to use my martial soul. In the end, as soon as they heard I was the opponent, they would directly concede on stage. My soul fighting badge skyrocketed to the purple gold level. More importantly, I had reached level 30. However, I wasn't in a hurry to obtain a soul ring because the source of life within me was frantically purifying my soul power and strengthening my body. I was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to make a big move. Half a month ago, I had Ghost Douluo return to the Spirit Hall to borrow the 4th Enshrined, the Stabbing Pig Douluo, and the 5th Enshrined, the Serpent Spear Douluo, both of whom are Super Douluo at level 96. Now, standing in front of me are the 4 titled Douluo, Zhu Gui, Ci, and Miao. This lineup is sufficient. I said to them seriously, this trip to the Stardo Forest is not only to obtain soul rings. I have something even more important to do. I ask you, how long do you think you can hold off the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape? The Sky Blue Bull Python? What kind of soul beast is that? They looked puzzled. A soul beast stronger than the Titan Giant Ape is probably around 200,000 years old, I said solemnly. The 4 of them gasped, but they immediately pledged their loyalty. Your Highness, don't worry. We will risk our lives to ensure your safety. No need to risk your lives. I waved my hand. You just need to tell me, how long can you hold them off? The thought for a moment, if they both come at us. At most a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. I quickly calculated in my mind, with my speed, that should be enough. All right, it's settled. Let's go. The 5 of us quietly infiltrated the depths of the Stardo Forest. I explained to them that the top ferocious beasts in the forest, including Tion, were currently in a deep sleep, absorbing the energy of a million-year-old soul beast, so there was no need to be afraid. That's right. My target this time is that million-year-old soul beast, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. However, we were still exposed. Once, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the ground and mountains. As a giant stone head emerged from the forest, it was the Titan Giant Ape. I made a quick decision and gritted my teeth, saying, Serpent Spear, Douluo, This big guy is up to you. Don't worry, your highness. Serpent Spear, Douluo roared and charged forward. Big guy, your grandpa is here. Don't be reckless. The Titan Great Ape was instantly enraged. Damn human. Let's see if I won't beat the crap out of you. The four of us continued to rush towards the Lake of Life. Just as we reached the edge of the lake, the water exploded. And there was another tremor as a bull's head larger than that of a Titan ape emerged from the lake. Humans, leave this place. The voice of the heavenly blue bull python rumbled like rolling thunder. I am suspended in the air, small as a grain of dust in front of it. But I'm not the least bit flustered. Instead, the corner of my mouth lifts. You finally came out. It seems to have some reservations and doesn't want to take action. I know that the dozens of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the lake are having their meal. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rings in my head. You are the big caterpillar, and your whole family is made up of big caterpillars. I couldn't help but smile. It's the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. I ignored it. Hey, you really are rude. Don't you know that ignoring someone is very disrespectful? The childlike voice said, pouting. You're not even human. Why should I respect you? I replied with a proud expression. You The heavenly blue cow python looked at us as if we were a show, completely furious. Humans, get out of here quickly. I directly mocked. Hey, bullhead, what did you eat to grow this big? Why don't you show us your lower body? The faces of and the others turned pale, and they were probably screaming in their hearts. Your Highness, please stop fanning the flames. Since you aren't leaving, then stay. The sky blue bull python was completely enraged. At that moment, the childish voice in my head became anxious. Great opportunity. I offer you a great opportunity. Do you want a million-year soul ring? All right, deal. I've been waiting for this sentence. I immediately ordered the 3 behind me. Stabbing Porcupine Doa, you guys hold it back and buy as much time as possible. Yes. The three of them instantly activated their martial souls, unleashing their 8th and 9th soul skills without holding back. I immediately stepped away from the battlefield, just as the 3 great Douluos and the sky blue bull python were about to engage in battle. A blinding beam of light suddenly shot up from the Lake of Life, and a massive phantom of the ice silkworm appeared in the air. This is the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Not good. It's going to sacrifice itself. The sky blue bull python was taken aback, suddenly turning to look at me. Did you do this, kid? Roar. A terrifying beam of light shot out from its mouth, aimed straight at me. How dare you? Both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo roared in unison as the 2 instrument stasis domain was activated instantly. But it was too late. Just as I was about to be hit in the face by that bull's head, the spiked porcupine Doa dove in beside me and slammed into it. Using his 9th spirit skill, Spike Porcupine Shield, to turn himself into a human shield for me. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. I quickly activated 2 fields, one for acceleration and one for attack, giving us a super big buff. When the Porcupine Douluo saw this, he thought, all right, I can do this, and let out a roar, using his 8th spirit skill, Dolphin Impact, to charge in. And what happened? It was like scraping the skin. The sky blue bull python didn't even get scratched. Goodness, the Porcupine Douluo was left dumbfounded, and both Ju Huaguan and Old Ghost were almost in tears, shouting from the sidelines, Your Highness, the Saint's son can't hold on anymore. Their spirit power was dropping like a floodgate had been opened. I was getting anxious too. My soul power was like a phone with only 1 battery left, and I was shouting in my head for Tiandream. Dude, if you don't come soon, I'm going to start the feast. Just at that critical moment, a light. Bayou. It came down from the sky and hit me directly. Let me tell you, that feeling was like plugging in a 120W fast charger. I instantly revived. Moreover, a golden red eye opened on my martial spirit's forehead, looking incredibly cool. Without saying a word, I locked my gaze on that big bull, freezing it in place for a whole second. Just that second was enough. Run. I flapped my wings and was the first to take off. Ju Huaguan and the other 2 scrambled after me. The serpent spear Douluo was in a fierce battle with the Titan giant ape. When he saw us running away, he was momentarily stunned, then he took off after us. That scene was all about a strategic retreat. We hadn't run far when I heard a massive roar from the depths of the Star Dove forest. That sound was 100 times more terrifying than the bull's earlier bellow. The 4 of us were immediately shaken, each spitting out a mouthful of fresh tomato juice. If it weren't for Tiandream protecting me, I might have been taken out right there. Ju Huaguan and Old Ghost each grabbed me by an arm, like they were carrying a little chick, and we ran even faster. Later I found out that was Emperor Tian, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, waking up early. Goodness, I almost ended up as a box. Back at the Martial Spirit Branch in Tiando City, I went into seclusion. A week later, I got hungry and called for food. As a maid was serving me, she accidentally spilled wine on my pants. She was so scared her face turned pale, kneeling and bowing. I was annoyed and told her to get lost. She thanked me profusely as she retreated, probably thinking she had saved her life. But what happened? Just as she reached the door, I shot a soul power sword behind me, and it pierced through her, leaving her cold. Then I calmly said, "Take her out to feed the fish." Tian Dream was blown away in my head, saying I was too cruel. What could I say? I told them that wrongdoings must be punished. If you can't even handle a small task right, you're just wasting air. Family, who understands? This is called efficient management. Tian Dream then asked me where the martial spirit he sacrificed to me was. I pointed to my forehead and said, "Right here, leading the way." He gave me a heavenly eye, which was incredibly powerful. It could perform mental attacks, cast illusions, and charm others. And that million-year soul ring directly gave me 4 new skills. One was a 5-element domain, allowing me to create terrain during battles. Another was an elemental clone, which consumed some mana but could distract opponents, even though it only had half my combat power. Plus, there was the angelic holy sword and angelic armor, all elemental versions. Flashy and cool. The most outrageous was that million-year head soul bone, which gave me 2 skills. One was called Mirror Flower, Water Moon, directly controlling your thoughts and shutting down your 5 senses. If your mental power isn't as high as mine, just wait to be beaten. The other was passive, making me immune to all magical damage from beings of a lower realm than mine. Can you believe it? This is practically invincible at the same level. Your skills won't work on me, and physical attacks can't break my defense. So how are you going to play? After all these upgrades, even though my soul power is only in the 30s, my actual combat power could easily match a soul sage. The first thing I did after leaving seclusion was to get my 4th soul ring. I rode my soul power transformed Qian horse, casually heading to the sunset forest. Juhua Guan, an old ghost, they were secretly acting as bodyguards. Once I arrived, I used my heavenly eye to analyze the toxic fog for a long time, figuring out all the toxic components. Then I dove straight in, taking them with me. That toxic fog was like an air purifier to me. I just needed to absorb it. Before long, I summoned the old poison master, Douluo. As soon as Juhua Guan saw him, he got excited and said he wanted to kill him for 3 years. I stopped him, saying I wasn't here to fight today. I was here to reason. I smiled at Douluo and said, "I heard your granddaughter is quite pretty. Just in time, I need a maid. Let her come." Goodness. Douluo exploded on the spot and transformed his martial spirit to attack me. What happened next? Juhua Guan, an old ghost, took action, and in less than 3 seconds, they had him kneeling on the ground, spitting green blood. His granddaughter, Yin, ran out crying, and the grandfather and granddaughter were having a dramatic separation. I was annoyed and instantly teleported over, grabbing Yin by the neck and lifting her up, then slapped her backhandedly, saying, "Shut up." I told Douluo that if he wanted his granddaughter to live, he had to act as my dog. He had no choice but to agree. However, he still wanted to play tricks and spat out some kind of soul pill for me. I saw through it at a glance and directly used my heavenly eye, along with the mirror flower water moon and enslavement package, to wash his brain. Now, he looks at me like I'm his own father. As for Yin, it was even simpler. I used a charm on her, and now her eyes are filled with stars when she looks at me. Perfect. With this grandfather and granddaughter duo taken care of, I went straight to the main topic, the ice and fire duality eye. Let me tell you, that place is simply a treasure trove. I had those 4 fools stand guard outside while I jumped to myself. After consuming the fire apricot and 8-star ice grass, I soaked in there for 3 months. By the time I came out, I was already level 40. My dark gold fear claw bear spirit bone had also leveled up to 50,000 years. And I gained an additional ranged attack skill that sliced through souls like cutting mud. Next, I spent another 6 months treating Douluo's illness. How did I treat him? Simple. I made him drink my blood. My body, after soaking in the ice and fire duality, I became immune to all poisons, and my blood turned into a miraculous medicine. Not only did Douluo recover, but he also leveled up to 92. Then I casually plucked 2 herbs from the medicinal field. One that looked like a chrysanthemum was given to Chrysanthemum Pass, and the other, dark and unremarkable, was given to Old Ghost. Guess what happened? Both of them instantly leveled up to 96. Chrysanthemum Pass's spirit evolved, and his chrysanthemum transformed into a golden lotus, which made him incredibly happy. His expression was utterly ridiculous. The ghost Daluo's spirit also became more solid, and his fighting power skyrocketed. All right, with my little brothers leveled up, it was time for my own matters. Our group of 5 wandered in the sunset forest for more than half a month, Yet we didn't find a single soul beast worthy of my 12-element spirit. You see, I already had attributes of gold, earth, and wind. So where did the attributes of water and fire come from? Let me tell you. Have you forgotten about the KPI sprint I did with my old man in the Starry Forest? We killed so many soul beasts that my martial soul absorbed all their energy like a power bank. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, you know? Water and fire, that's when it comes. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly my human radar beeped. To the east, there's big cargo. Without a second thought, I cleared the way, and the Douluo team quickly followed. After flying for a short distance, I immediately locked onto the target, a 60,000-year-old thunder evil-eye tiger. Its body was pitch black, eyes blood red, and it was crackling with lightning all over. Thunder and darkness, double attributes, perfectly suited for my fourth soul ring. I waved my hand at them. Don't move, just watch me operate. Saying this, my martial soul manifested, and I conjured a shining golden soul power sword in my hand, shooting it straight at the big tiger's eyes. Guess what happened? With a crisp clang, it hit like it was striking steel, producing a few sparks. But the tiger's eyelid didn't even break. At that moment, I thought to myself, no wonder it's the king of the forest for 60,000 years. Its defense is incredible. But could I let it be? I directly activated two domains, speed domain, metal domain. In an instant, I flashed to its head and struck down with a claw. The tiger roared in anger, a sound that shook the heavens. Let me tell you, this beast has a real explosive temper. I wasn't going to back down either. I used my third soul skill, Angelic Holy Sword. The 12-winged angel behind me pulled out a massive light sword several meters long and smashed it down towards the tiger's forehead. Bang! With a loud crash. The tiger was knocked back several meters, but guess what? It still didn't break its defense. I was dumbfounded. Was this thing made of turtle shell? The strongest attack couldn't even budge it. There was no other choice but to go all out. I closed my eyes and opened them again, my pupils instantly turning red. White and black. My innate domain, evil domain. As soon as this domain activated, the tiger immediately sensed something was off. Its soul power and life force plummeted. Much like a phone losing battery while in flight mode. It panicked completely, and that kingly aura from before disappeared, turning around to run. Want to escape? No way. I shouted, stop it. The ghost echoed.Ah and the chrysanthemum echoed.Ah worked in perfect harmony. As soon as the two-instrument stasis domain activated, it was directly immobilized in place. The old poison's ninth soul skill followed, and the chrysanthemum echoed.Ah's eighth soul skill hit too. After a series of combos, the tiger was left as a spent force, lying on the ground, unable to move. I approached with the holy sword and stabbed it in the same spot 5 or 6 times before it was finally over. Looking at the deep black soul ring before me, I happily sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. 1 hour later, I completed it, and my fourth soul skill was ready. Thunder Domain. It covers 500 meters and has a paralysis effect. So refreshing. Even better was yet to come. The chrysanthemum echoed.Ah came running over with a piece of bone in hand, saying, Your Highness, look what this is. I was shocked. It was a soul bone. The left leg bone of a 60,000-year-old soul beast. Who understands this drop rate? It's simply that I was chosen by destiny. I took it without hesitation and started absorbing it right away. The chrysanthemum echoed.Ah and the others watched with their eyes nearly popping out, filled with envy and jealousy. TSK. After finishing up, I instructed the old poison to continue guarding the place and asked the chrysanthemum echoed.Ah to bring some local specialties, immortal herbs, back to my mom and grandpa. As for Yen, of course, she stayed with me. I casually formed a soul power carriage with my 5 elements domain, and it was quite impressive. The ghost echoed.Ah turned invisible, acting as my shadow bodyguard as we headed straight for Heaven-Do City. On the way, we stopped at a small town to rest. When I retracted the soul power carriage, the passers-by were stunned. However, there was an old man with a child whose gaze was off. He kept staring at me. When I entered the inn, the old man followed me in. I ignored him, and after eating and drinking my fill, I took Yen upstairs. Once in the room, the girl seemed a bit shy. I asked her to help me undress, and she blushed and was nervous. What exactly happened? Anyway, the next morning, she was sound asleep on my chest. I pushed her away, saying, Get up, change your clothes. The next day as I stepped out, I called out that stalking old man. He had been following me for a whole day and night. I asked him directly what he wanted. The old man pretended to be mysterious, saying my appearance was dark and wanted to take me as his disciple. I laughed at the time. You think you're worthy? I simply said, Kill him, and the ghost echoed.Ah emerged from the shadows, swiftly ending his life with a single blow. Clean and efficient. The child nearby was stunned. He had wanted to go along too, but when I used my heavenly eye, I realized he was a 6-year-old level 12, a little genius. All right then, waste not, why not? I directly used mental control and said, from now on, you will be called Mo Phone, and you will follow me. Upon returning to Heaven-Do City, Salas had already prepared the people I wanted. 6 talented orphans, each extraordinary in their own right. I sat with my legs crossed, laying down the rules. They were not to join the Spirit Hall, but to be loyal to me. I promised them they would become gods within 20 years. Were they still hesitating? I opened my heavenly eye, and mental enslavement began. A few minutes later, the 6 of them knelt in unison, calling me master. From this day forward, they would be my 6 sword slaves. The next 5 years were incredibly fulfilling. I crazily compressed soul power and created a soul core. Reaching level 54, my physical body could even match a soul saint. I didn't keep this good thing to myself. I arranged it for my grandpa and mom. And now the high-end combat power of the Spirit Hall had directly doubled. My sister, Qian Renlin, also consumed the immortal herbs I gave her and is now at level 55. As for the 6 sword slaves and Mo Phone, I trained them ruthlessly. Now, they were all elite fighters capable of battling beyond their rank. Oh, right, I also casually established an intelligence organization called the Net, which has now spread across the entire continent. 5 years later, I was 12 and looking quite handsome. The Net sent word that Shrek Academy was recruiting. Hey, the show was about to begin. Just as I was preparing to set off with my people, Hulaina came looking for me. This girl was arranged by my mom to be the saintess, and her gaze on me was almost lustful. She insisted on following me. Fine, I let her come along. I got into my dragon horse carriage, with Duguyen massaging my shoulders behind me, while Hulaina sat beside me, restless. Family, the vibe of the Shura field is quite interesting. We sped along, reaching the Balak Kingdom, and after 3 days, we arrived at Soto City. I threw the 6 sword slaves at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, telling them not to come see me without a silver soul badge. Then, I took Mo Phone and a few others straight to a shabby shop with a Spirit Hall sign hanging outside. As soon as I walked in, I saw the crystal and asked a big, scruffy old man lounging in a recliner, "Boss, how much is this thing?" The old man couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. 100 gold soul coins. I haven't said anything yet, but the person next to me, Duguyen, exploded. "Hey, you old man, robbing money. This broken thing is worth 100 gold soul coins? Do you know who my master is?" I was too lazy to waste words with this old man, so I took out the money and was about to leave. Guess what happened? The old man suddenly changed his mind and raised the price. Now I want 200. Good gracious, this old man knows how to push the limits of a trade. He really isn't afraid of death. I just laughed at that moment, turned around, and stared at him with a cold gaze. I estimated that he was so scared that he lost 2 of his 7 souls. He was also a tough guy, directly summoning his martial spirit, with 7 soul rings swaying around, trying to intimidate me. I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial soul. I just raised my hand and unleashed a soul power sword right in his face. Family, who understands? This old man was completely stunned. He must have never seen someone use soul skills without activating their martial soul before. He was frozen in place. Just during that moment of daze, my soul power sword had already penetrated his protective soul power and, with a clang, disappeared upon hitting him. As soon as I saw it, I understood that the old man was wearing a top-tier defensive soul guide. Otherwise, he would have been done for with that hit. However, his soul power shield had already been pierced by me. At this point, he completely dared not act tough anymore. His face turned pale, and he immediately put on a smiling face, saying that the crystal was free and a gift to me as a gesture of friendship. I picked up my things and left, but Duguyen followed me and asked why I didn't kill him. I told her that this old man is still useful, being the dean of Shrek Academy, and there will be plenty of opportunities to have fun later. We went straight to the best Rose Hotel in Soto City, and I immediately asked for 3 rooms. The receptionist, with his shifty eyes, tried to play tricks on me, saying there were only 2 rooms left. Huh, is he trying to pull a fast one on me? I gave him a glance, and he almost knelt down on the spot, stammering, "Why yes, 3 rooms. I'll get them for you right away." I directly ignored the jealous little gaze from Hulaina beside me and brought Duguyen into the largest suite. Just as I sat down on the sofa, I tell you, in that instant, my mind suddenly exploded and all those chaotic memories from my past life surged up. It was all because I argued online about the Shrek 7 Monsters, calling them hypocrites, and as a result, I was attacked by a group of people online. At that time, I was also caught up in the moment and directly hired a hacker to deal with those who insulted me the most, and then it spiraled out of control. The situation escalated too much. My mom's company went bankrupt and she died from the stress. My dad was also implicated because of me, and probably his life is ruined now. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I just broke down at that moment, grabbing my hair with both hands, my whole body shaking. Dougyeon saw me like this and got scared, quickly coming over to ask me what was wrong. She wanted to comfort me, but my mind was in a mess, and I kicked her away with one foot. Just one word, get lost. It had been 12 years. I had endured for 12 years, and at that moment, I really couldn't hold it anymore. After calming down, I started to make plans. I called over my most capable subordinate, Mo Phone. This kid has been with me for 5 years. With top-notch talent and temperament. The task was simple. Go to Shrek Academy and act as an undercover agent for me, blending in with Tang San and the others. And at a critical moment, deliver a fatal blow for me. I wanted Tang Hao to see with his own eyes how his son was abandoned by everyone. It didn't take long before the real drama unfolded. Tang San and Xiao Wu also checked into this hotel, and then they ran into the playboy Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was so arrogant, flaunting his wealth and charm, insisting on snatching the room that Tang San and the others had booked. Without saying a word, the two of them started fighting right in the lobby. I was watching from upstairs, enjoying myself. That kid Tang San is really good at hiding. He plays the Xintian skill quite well, but the level difference is too great, and it looked like he was about to be taken down by Dai Mubai. At that moment, my guy was supposed to make his entrance. Mo Phone walked straight down the stairs, and the aura he exuded, wow. He stood there and said he would stand up for Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai was still quite arrogant, but then Mo Phone unleashed his martial soul, and wow. 3 soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple. When his second purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared, let me tell you, Tang San's eyes were about to pop out. His worldview collapsed right there, and he was probably cursing his teacher for being a fraud. Not just him, Dai Mubai was also stunned. After that, there was no suspense. With one move, Mo Phone used void concealment, and when he reappeared, a mantis fist shattered Dai Mubai's protective barrier, sending him flying through the wall like a cannonball. The rest was simple. Mo Phone quickly took down Dai Mubai and generously invited Tang San and the others to stay in his suite, casually getting to know them better. And they agreed to sign up together for that rundown village of Shrek. When they arrived at Shrek Academy, it was such a mess that I couldn't even be bothered to criticize. The registration assessment was a series of chaotic spectacles. By the time they reached the 4th round, a muscular man named Zhao Wujin, the immovable king, a level 77 battle soul saint, personally came down as the examiner. The assessment was simple and brutal. Hold your ground for a stick of incense in his hands. A bunch of little kids were no match for him. Tang San took on the role of temporary commander, arranging strategies, while Ning Rongrong assisted from the back. My partner, Mo Phone, went up and gave him a hard punch, making that big guy's head buzz. Xiao Wu also used her agility to throw Zhao Wuji a few times. But when Zhao Wuji got serious, everyone was directly wiped out, lying unconscious on the ground. Tang San got anxious when he saw Xiao Wu getting knocked out, pulled out a bunch of hidden weapons, and threw them up. But what happened? It hurt less than scraping the skin. They were all deflected by Zhao Wuji's defense. In the end, Zhao Wuji realized they were indeed monsters. So he ended the assessment early and let them all pass. But this was just the beginning of my real plan. When Zhao Wuji hit Tang San, how could his father not come out? I climbed down from the tree and completely ignored the spies from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school nearby. As for Tang Hao, who was hiding in the shadows, no matter how well he concealed himself, he couldn't escape my calculations. I had already signaled my grandfather Qindao, Lu, and the others. The 4 great offerings, the 4 titled Douluos, had long surrounded Soto City like an iron barrel. Sure enough, that night, Tang Hao sneaked over and beat Zhao Wujia like a sandbag. After venting his anger, he was just about to leave. I tell you, the show is about to begin. A strange laugh pierced the night sky as my grandfather, accompanied by 3 great offerings, whoosh surrounded him. 4 titled Douluos, 2 of whom are 99th level limit Douluos. Tang Hao's face turned green, glaring fiercely at my grandfather. Qian Dalu, what a grand move. My grandfather sneered. Tang Hao, last time I let you escape today, I'll take your life to honor the spirit of my son in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 titled Da simultaneously activated their martial soul true forms. The angelic holy sword, crocodile roar, and the world-destroying soul skills instantly overwhelmed Tang Hao. Tang Hao, however, stood his ground, activating his Haotian true form and swinging that big hammer wildly. Bang! In just one encounter, he was directly sent flying. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was simply like a Hollywood blockbuster. The Spirit Hall really went all out this time. Who understands? Family? To take down a Tang Hao, they directly brought in 2 level 99s, plus 2 level 98s. With this lineup, if you told me to go hunt gods, I would believe it. Originally, my grandfather Qian Dalu wanted to show off by challenging him one-on-one, but fortunately, my cheap grandson Qian Renlin insisted on bringing in reinforcements, saying that otherwise Tang Hao would definitely escape again. As it turns out, he was right. When Tang Hao saw this situation, he knew that if he didn't fight desperately today, he would end up in trouble, so he turned around and tried to escape. How could my cheap grandson, Qian Renlin, let him escape? He has endured for 6 years, just waiting for today. Without saying a word, he unleashed his martial soul. Goodness. The domain of speed, the domain of metal, the domain of 5 elements, the domain of thunder, the angel's cage, bam, 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 bam. He released all 5 soul skills like they were free. Just with that, he used up half of his soul power, but gritted his teeth and activated a talent domain, forcefully creating a 12-colored large light shield to trap Tang Hao. When Tang Hao saw his various stats plummeting, he panicked and directly activated the ancestral secret skill of the Haoyan sect, exploding rings. Boom! The first 4 soul rings exploded, instantly doubling his power and smashing the cage to pieces. But can you escape? You can't escape. The 4 great offerings were already right in front of him. The 9th soul skill, angelic holy light, crocodile swallowing heaven, spear assault, dolphin descending, raining down like a storm. My grandpa Qian Dalu was also anxious, opening the angel domain, stacking 7 domains. Let me tell you, Tang Hao was completely stunned, feeling like his soul power was being drained. Even lifting a hammer was exhausting. He was also a werewolf, roaring in anger and exploded 4 more rings. But before he even hit anyone, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, injuring himself severely. Now it was completely over. My grandpa roared at Tang Hao, "Come and take your life." 4 soul skills hit him in the face, directly sending Tang Hao flying. His right hand, along with the Haoyan hammer, flew out, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. Seeing my grandpa still trying to act cool and saying some sarcastic remarks, I quickly shouted, "Grandpa, stop dragging it out. Hurry up and kill him. Delay means change." He really understood the principle that villains die from too much talking. When my grandfather heard this, he agreed and directly formed a large lightsaber in his hand and thrust it forward. All of a sudden, Tang Hao let out a scream. That lightsaber completely ruined his lower half for the rest of his life, in the physical sense. You know what I mean? Family members. With things being this way, Tang Hao still didn't die. His life force was simply stronger than that of Cockroach. Seeing that the situation was settled and his soul power exhausted, Qian Renlin put away his martial soul. Just at that moment, the classic scene arrived. A sword suddenly appeared at his neck. A cold voice said, "Let him go." I rolled my eyes so hard they almost hit the ceiling. It was truly the protagonist's halo. Where had it been all this time? The spirit hall was in chaos, with cries of release, the holy sun. Release Linner, all around. The person who came was Sword Douluo Continent. Goodness, he started by saying that the 3 sects are connected by blood and that they must protect Tang Hao. My grandfather was furious, saying he killed my son. It's a grudge for killing my child. Qian was taken aback. He hadn't expected this issue to come up, but he still mustered the courage to say, "Look, he's already a cripple. Why not just let it go?" In the end, there was no choice. My grandson's life was in their hands, so we had to make a trade. My grandfather threw the barely breathing Tang Hao over. That sword Douluo was quite cunning. He caught Tang Hao and before leaving, kicked my grandson away. My grandson immediately declared, "Son.As, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just you wait. This grudge is settled." After the incident, back at the hotel, my grandfather scolded Ju-Thua and Ghost Douluo harshly, saying they didn't protect him well. Qian didn't say much. After all, these 2 were still useful and couldn't be really killed. He sat alone on the sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine, and began to doubt life. Thinking that the child of destiny was truly troublesome. Killing his father was such a hassle. It was simply a big problem. The scene shifted to Shrek. The next day, Tang San and the others woke up still feeling scared, saying that soul saints were terrifying. As they stepped outside, they stumbled upon a big scene. A red-haired chubby boy named Ma Hongjun was trying to prevent a girl named Cui Hua from breaking up with him, even wanting to do a breakup canon. Xiao immediately wanted to enforce justice, but was stopped by Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai started to explain that this chubby boy's martial soul was the evil fire phoenix, which had flaws. Every time he cultivated, he was engulfed by desire and had to find a girl to extinguish the fire, or he would explode. I tell you, when I heard that, I was shocked. This was clearly a typical evil soul master, a walking teddy bear, who understands that cultivation still has KPIs. This martial soul was more exhausting than working. After hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she cursed, "The continent is so full of wonders." Zhu Zhuqing directly turned her head away. The group got to know this new classmate and went to the cafeteria together. The next day in class, Flinder, the old miser, took them for practical training. The first lesson was actually to have the support type Ning Rongrong and Oscar run 10 laps around the village without using soul power. Oscar was an old hand and just ran without a care. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, couldn't handle this kind of humiliation and left after 1 lap. Flinder caught her back and scolded her fiercely, causing her to break down and shout, "Who do you think you are? You're just a soul saint." Flinder fired back, "I'm a soul saint, what about you? A mere 27th level great soul master. Here, everyone has innate full soul power. Who isn't stronger than you? If you can stay, then stay. If not, get lost." With that, he made the little princess cry and run back to her dorm. Of course, Flinder was just tough on the outside. He later asked Oscar to comfort her. Another day passed, and Flinder brought these little monsters into Soto City, saying today's lesson was practical combat. They found a shabby tea house to sit down, and the tea was as yellow as anything. Mo Fong couldn't stand it, and paid for 2 pots of good tea. Flinder took the opportunity to ask Mo Fong who the boy he was with earlier was. Mo Fong, following Qian Renlin's instructions, said he was a big family young master he met at the battle arena who had exploded a Soul King team without even using his martial soul. Flinder was stunned. Tang San and the others were curious about what the battle arena was. Dai Mubai began to explain, saying it was an official duel platform, divided into singles, doubles, team battles, and a death match called the Death Arena. The badges were divided into 8 levels: iron, copper, silver, gold, and up to diamond. Xiao Wu naively said, "With our strength, getting a silver one is easy, right?" Dai Mubai directly poured cold water on her. "Buddy, I've been here for 2 years, and I'm still an Iron Soul Master." When they finally entered the battle arena, wow, the scene was packed like a concert, with screams that could lift the roof. IDs like Zhang Tian, Yin Ling, and Yi Goddess echoed throughout the venue, sounding impressive. Tang San and the others were dumbfounded, and Dai Mubai was also confused, saying, "I haven't been here for 2 months. How fast has the version updated?" At that moment, my undercover agent Mo Fong stood up and said, "I know this." As soon as he spoke, I tell you, he directly burned out Tang San and the other CPUs. Mo Fong said, "These people are called the Zhang Tian team, 7 of them, 5 boys and 2 girls. They just arrived 2 months ago and have been like they're on hack since they got here, taking out anyone they see. The leader is called Ling Xiao, with a martial soul of a soul-breaking spear. There are also 2 siblings. The brother's martial soul is fire, and the sister's is ice phoenix. The other 2 boys have martial souls of a sword and a flute. The most crucial part is that they have a healer named Yi Lingling, whose martial soul is the 9-heart begonia, the best healing martial soul on the continent. Everyone who knows understands." Then Mo Fong dropped a bombshell. All 7 of them, except for Yi Lingling, are 12 years old. Dai Mubai was stunned and swallowed hard, asking then, what about their soul power? Except for Yi Lingling, who was 35, the other 6 were all 33. My goodness, I was nearby and was shocked. 12-year-old soul sages, and there are 7 of them in a group? How can anyone even play? Ma Hongjun looked utterly defeated, saying he felt like a waste. Tang San also fell into despair. He worked hard to practice the Xintian skill and was only 29 at 12, while they reached 33 just through meditation. Where could he argue about that? Dai Mubai sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's not fight in a team battle today. Let's just do individual duels." As soon as he finished speaking, Flinder came over with several masks and slapped Dai Mubai on the back of the head. "You little brat, trying to slack off? Feeling itchy, huh?" Dai Mubai was aggrieved and pointed at the stage, saying, "Dean, look at what kind of gods those are." Flinder initially didn't think much of it, but when he took a closer look, he was also stunned. What the heck, 12-year-old soul sages? 7 of them. His expression was like seeing 7 moving golden mountains with long legs running away, regretting it deeply and muttering, "No, I have to ask them. We must bring them to Shrek." At this time, the Zhangtian team had already started to dominate. Their opponents were a 39th level team, but the 7 of them didn't even glance at them. Several of the boys were playing with Yi Lingling. The opposing captain was so furious that his face turned green and shouted, "Turtle shield." However, the fire python summoned by Yan Ling smashed the shield, sending the opponent flying out of the arena. Immediately after, the leader Ling Xiao disdainfully said, "Boring, I still have to date Lingling later." Then he unleashed his second soul skill, soul breaking 1,000 blades, and hundreds of spears rained down, instantly annihilating the opposing team. The Zhongtian team achieved 100 consecutive victories. The entire venue went wild, with screams everywhere, and even two girls made a deathmatch appointment to see who could have Ling Zhao's child. It was simply outrageous. Afterwards, these 7 monsters entered a VIP room. Once the door closed, they all plopped down and knelt in front of a man, respectfully calling him Master. I'm telling you, this person is QianRenlin. He nodded in satisfaction and said that it's meaningless for you to fight the soul respect match now. So, just follow me from now on. That Yi Lingling is someone he thinks lacks a healer by his side, so he directly had Douluo kidnapped from the Heaven Do Royal Academy to brainwash her. The 7 sword slaves are officially formed now. Flinder looked at them entering the VIP room, knowing that these geniuses were out of his reach, and could only sigh and leave. The later battles were meaningless. Tang San and Xiao Wu won, and Dai Mubai matched up with Zhu Zhuqing, making her leave. By the time they returned to Shrek, Ning Rongrong exploded because of Dai Mubai's flirtatious behavior and pointed at his nose, telling him to get lost. Dai Mubai also had a bad temper, and the two nearly got into a fight on the spot. Then Ning Rongrong started to rally people, first seeking Tang San. Tang San, help me kill him, and you can use the resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school as you please. Tang San gave her a lesson, saying that they were partners, and she was too willful. Seeing this wasn't working, Ning Rongrong turned to my undercover Mo Fong. Mo Fong, help me kill him, and I'll give you anything, including me. Family, who can withstand such temptation? And Mo Fong was immediately moved. Ning Rongrong was beautiful, with a strong background, and although she had a bit of princess syndrome, he found her cute. But when he thought about QianRenlin's mission and the consequences of killing the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he hesitated. He couldn't expose himself yet, and could only shake his head. Ning Rongrong's tears immediately fell. Do you also look down on me? Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Mo Feng's heart ached, and he hurriedly went up to hug her and comfort her. Rongrong, I don't look down on you. This matter isn't that simple. He quietly revealed that Dai Mubai was the 2nd prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, both burdened with the bloody struggles for the throne. Ning Rongrong was stunned after hearing this. She thought Dai Mubai was just a flirtatious carrot. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the atmosphere became right. Mo Fong looked at Ning Rongrong in his arms, and the two exchanged words. After stuttering for a long time, Mo Fong finally confessed, I like Ning Rongrong. Will you be my girlfriend? Ning Rongrong hili noted. Well, just like that, the two got together and embraced, laughing foolishly. Poor Oscar, hiding behind a tree and witnessing this scene, had his heart broken and could only silently turn away, wishing them happiness, while he himself was quite nice. The next day, Ning Rongrong seemed like a different person, actively apologizing to Dai Mubai, leaving everyone dumbfounded. When Tang San and the others saw her holding hands with Mo Fong, they instantly understood. At that moment, Oscar ran over to say he had broken through to level 30, and soon after, Mo Fong also said that he was feeling good being with Ning Rongrong and accidentally broke through to level 34. Flinder was grinning from ear to ear and immediately decided to take Oscar to hunt souls. Zhao Wujie came out with a bruised face, urging everyone to hurry up and set off. While Shrek was sweetly leveling up, on the other side, QianRenlin had already arrived at the Star Luo Empire. This time, he had a clear goal. Hulina wanted to flirt with him, but he coldly dismissed her with a few words and had Judo send her back to the Spirit Hall for closed-door training. He only had the mission in his heart and no interest in women at all. Then he played a trick to lure the tiger away from his mountain, sending aback to negotiate cooperation with the Star Luo Emperor while he quietly infiltrated the residence of Prince Davis. Who are you? Davis looked at the suddenly appearing QianRenlin with a wary expression. QianRenlin replied with 4 words, a person helping you. Then, he looked up and made eye contact with Davis. Just that glance left Davis stunned, his mind blank. QianRenlin had not been idle these years. He had developed his charm skills to the limit, and with just one look, he could make the indecisive kneel and sing conquer. Although Davis was a prince with a stronger will, he only struggled slightly. Seeing this, QianRenlin wasted no words and directly used an enslavement skill, completely turning him into a puppet on strings. Master. Davis woke up and immediately knelt. Having dealt with one, QianRenlin used the same method to enslave Davis's fiancée, Zhu Zhuyan. He also planted a 5-element soul power seed in both of them. This thing could help them accelerate their cultivation, but QianRenlin could detonate it at any time, with light consequences being a complete waste of power and heavy consequences being an explosion on the spot. Let me tell you, all the enslaved people under him, including the grandfather and grandson of Douluo, had this thing inside them. After doing all this, QianRenlin began to contemplate my undercover MO phone. He felt that MO phone was becoming increasingly strange, with a cultivation speed slower than expected, and not showing any signs of being enslaved, but rather seemed very spirited. He suspected that MO phone might be a transmigrator, but couldn't find any evidence. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. QianRenlin gave Davis and Zhu Zhuyan new tasks to obtain second place in the Soul Master competition and to kill the Shrek 7 monsters. As for MO phone, he was to be kept as insurance. In case of any accidents, he would let MO phone deliver a deadly blow to Tang San and the others. In short, QianRenlin was a severe depression patient in his past life, and the only joy he found after crossing over was to toy with Tang San, the child of destiny. The scene cuts back to Shrek. They arrived at a small town outside the Stardo forest, and, as soon as they checked into the inn, they clashed with the people from son.A Academy. This was because there was someone on the opposite side who was blind and provocatively teasing Ning Rongrong. The teacher on the opposite side, Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king at level 51, stepped forward to demand an explanation. MO Feng, who was now protective of his wife, directly retorted, "We don't need our teacher to deal with you trash." A few words ignited the fire, and both sides went outside to fight. Yi Zhiqiu revealed his soul ring, a level 51 defensive soul king, leaving everyone around dumbfounded. The Shrek side also had all their martial souls activated. Good heavens. A group of 12 or 13-year-olds. The lowest was level 27, and the highest Dai Mubai was 37, while Mo Feng was 34, leaving Yi Zhiqiu stunned. Yi Zhiqiu felt uneasy, thinking these kids had an unusual background, and wanted to let it go. But Ma Hongjun, with his big mouth, insisted on fighting. Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to step in. He launched a Kamehameha, and Dai Mubai took it head-on with his third soul skill, being pushed back several steps. His blood surging. A soul king, terrifying indeed. Tang San saw the situation was not good and immediately began to command, clearly arranging for front, side, and air attacks. Just as everyone was preparing to rush in, Mo Feng suddenly spoke up. "You're too slow. Step back, I'll handle it." Everyone was dumbfounded, and Ma Hongjun shouted, "Xiao Feng, that's a soul king." Ning Rongrong also advised him not to act impulsively. But Mo Feng paid no attention, embodying personal heroism. He directly flashed into the battlefield, and then, whoosh, his entire being vanished into thin air. Zhao Wujia, who was watching from upstairs, was stunned, completely unable to sense his aura. Yi Zhiqiu panicked, on high alert. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ear. Fear descends. A layer of black mist instantly enveloped him, and Yi Zhiqiu felt his strength halved, his movements slowing down. Before he could react, Mo Feng's figure appeared in the air, activating his third soul skill, Jumping Strike, coming down like a meteor. With a loud bang, the protective soul power around Yi Zhiqiu shattered, and he flew backward, plowing a trench over 3 meters long in the ground, finally crashing down, motionless. I tell you, this is not over yet. That kid Mo Feng, he's the kind who strikes when you're down, giving Yi Zhiqiu no chance to catch his breath at all. Once his domain called Fear Descends activates, wow, it directly applies a full set of mental debuffs, even causing a lag in the operation of soul power, making him lose half his combat ability. Watching Yi Zhiqiu fall to the ground, Mo Feng immediately turned around and shouted at Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, speed it up." Ning Rongrong's support was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Mo Feng had oil under his feet. Quickly chasing after Yi Zhiqiu and delivering a mantis fist embedded with bone spikes right to his head. With a thud. Family, who understands? The scene was unbelievable. The spikes on his fist directly opened a hole in that guy's head. To be honest, Yi Zhiqiu, a soul master raised in a greenhouse, had never encountered someone as ruthless as Mo Feng, who had crawled out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their combat experiences were simply not on the same level. He was instantly killed, dead as a doornail. The students from son.A Academy were dumbfounded, feeling both angry and scared, looking at Mo Feng as if he were a devil. The onlookers around were also in an uproar. After all, to kill someone in broad daylight was too shocking. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San rushed over to advise him, saying, "Xiao Feng, you were too impulsive. You could have just taught him a lesson. Why did you kill him?" Mo Feng himself was also a bit dazed. At that moment, he only had one thought. This person deserved to die. He didn't expect that once he activated his skill, the killing intent would overwhelm him and directly affect his mindset, resulting in a single punch that took the guy out. Just when everyone was unsure how to wrap things up, Zhao Wujing, our teacher Zhao, strolled out from the hotel with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then disdainfully snorted, exuding an aura of dominance. It's just a broken son.A academy. So what if I killed him? A soul master who fears trouble isn't a good soul master. Besides, these people aren't anything good themselves. Killing them counts as eliminating harm for the people. At that moment, I thought to myself, Teacher Zhao is someone who can handle things. When there's an issue, he really steps up. The way he looked at Mo Feng was simply one of immense satisfaction. He must have been thinking, decisive in action, calm in the face of danger. This kid has a bit of my youthful flair. He waved his hand and said, all right, everyone go back to sleep. We have to head into the starry big forest tomorrow. As soon as we heard this, we quickly slipped away. With Teacher Zhao around, what was there to be afraid of? The remaining students from son.A Academy were not having it. They blocked Teacher Zhao and said, you killed our teacher. And now you want to leave just like that? Guess what Teacher Zhao said? He glared at them and said, what else? Do you want to go down and accompany him? The student trembled in fear, but still mustered the courage to say, at least, you have to take responsibility, right? Teacher Zhao's expression at that moment was as if he had just had a piece of his flesh cut off. He pulled a gold soul coin out of his pocket and slammed it on the ground, saying, 1 gold soul coin, take it and scram. After saying that, he turned around and left. Good heavens, a soul king's life is worth just 1 gold soul coin. The insult was simply overwhelming. The group of students picked up the money, not daring to utter a word, and left with their heads down, dragging the body away. The next morning, we set off into the Douluo forest. Let me tell you, that place is no joke. It's an endless expanse of primitive jungle. Except for a few seasoned ones among us. It was the first time for Tang San and the others, and they looked like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Their eyes wide open. Mo Feng had a particularly serious expression, tightly gripping Ning Rongrong's hand, and kept reminding everyone to be extra careful. I figured he must have suffered a big loss here before. Just look at how tense he was. He was almost having PTSD. Teacher Zhao had Dai Mubai lead the way, while the rest of us were protected in the middle, and we walked deeper into the forest. Not long after, Mo Feng suddenly perked up, saying there was something going on. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly climbed a tree to scout and reported back that she had spotted a large snake with a comb-like crest and a phoenix tail. Upon hearing this, Tang San got excited and asked a bunch of details, like its length and the color of its wings. Then he began his analysis. It's 6 to 8 meters long, with light red wings. This is a phoenix tail comb snake aged between 300 to 800 years. Just perfect for Oscar. Mo Feng was stunned by what he heard, probably wondering what kind of person Tang San was to produce such a monster. However, he didn't say anything because he could judge better and knew this snake was around 590 years old. But if he said that, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Without further ado, we charged in and soon took down the snake. Oscar was happily preparing to claim the trophy when suddenly a cold voice rang out from the forest. Stop. Immediately, an old woman and a young girl appeared. The old lady introduced herself as the famous snake lady, Ko Xiangxiang. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhao was quite polite. But then the snake lady immediately killed the conversation with her next statement. This phoenix tail comb snake is one I picked out for my granddaughter. You cannot kill it. Good heavens, isn't this just the soul beast world's version of my grandmother, Zhao Zilong? She came right in claiming the snake was for her granddaughter, playing a hardball. Teacher Zhao's face fell. Senior, we caught this soul beast by our own ability. Why should we give it to you, just because you say so? The snake lady was a tough character too. She tore off the facade, just because I want it. Let me tell you, you have to give it to me whether you want to or not. As soon as she finished speaking, a more domineering voice echoed. Exactly, so what? An old man walked out from behind. It turned out to be the snake lady's husband, Long Gongmeng Shu, an over-level 80 soul Douluo. Now, Teacher Zhao was completely at a loss. With this old couple working together, their martial soul fusion skill could match a title Douluo. He was alone, leading us 8 burdens. There was no way he could win. With no choice left, Teacher Zhao could only grit his teeth and reluctantly say to leave. Oscar was feeling incredibly wronged. The duck he had almost caught just flew away. All of us were seething with anger, but there was nothing we could do. After all, our fists weren't as hard as theirs. That night, we found a place to set up camp, and everyone was downcast. Teacher Zhao was probably feeling frustrated too, so he took the initiative to take the night watch. After we all fell asleep, suddenly, Teacher Zhao heard someone calling his name. He jumped up and told us, "Don't sleep, stay here and don't move. I need to go out for a moment." After saying that, he slipped into the dark forest alone. We all woke up instantly. Tang San was still analyzing things when Foam suddenly slapped his thigh. Not good. Teacher Zhao is in danger. He turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, "Didn't you say that Teacher Zhao was chased by the Spirit Hall 20 years ago?" Ning Rongrong nodded. Mo Feng's face turned pale. "I suspect that Long Gong and Snake Lady are from the Spirit Hall. They were deliberately looking for trouble during the day, aiming to confirm Teacher Zhao's identity, and now they lured him out to do something." As soon as we heard this, we all became anxious. Ma Hongjuan's eyes turned red as he said, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and save him." Mo Feng looked at us with a serious expression and said, "No matter what, we have to go see. The Shrek 8 monsters are one. We can't just stand by and watch something happen to Teacher Zhao." We quickly reached a consensus and chased after the direction Zhao Laosher had left. On the other side, Zhao Laosher was already blocked by Long Gong and Shi Pe. Long Gong laid his cards on the table, saying he had long joined the Spirit Hall and was here today to capture Zhao Laosher alive on his master's orders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Laosher immediately unleashed his martial spirit, ready to fight to the death. But how could a soul sage compete against a soul Douluo combined with a soul sage's martial spirit fusion technique? Long Gong and Shi Pe fused together, transforming into a monster with a dragon's head and a serpent's body. With a dual attack of dragon and snake, they shattered Zhao Laosher's martial spirit form, and his arms were instantly crushed. Just when Zhao Laosher thought he was doomed, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest, shaking everything. The fusion technique of Long Gong and Shi Pe was dispersed by this roar, and the two of them were sent flying, spitting blood. Following that, a shadow as big as a small mountain rose from the forest and swatted all three of them away with one paw. My God, that was a Titan giant ape, 100,000-year soul beast. The giant ape seemed to ignore them, swatting them away before hurriedly continuing on its path. Coincidentally, it was heading straight towards us. We watched in shock as the small mountain charged towards us, our legs turning to jelly. Dai Mubai and the others were so scared they were dumbfounded, asking what to do. Mo Feng gritted his teeth and said, "There's no way to run. I'll distract it. You all hurry and run out of the forest." Ning Rongrong refused to let him go, and Dai Mubai insisted on dying together. Mo Feng looked at us and suddenly smiled, saying, "All right, stop being so sentimental. You all go first. If I survive, I'll go find Zhao Laosher." After saying that, he turned and charged towards the Titan giant ape, leaving the seven of us in a state of chaos. Let me tell you, that scene back then was simply unbelievable. Ning Rongrong was the first to break down, crying and shouting that it was too dangerous and she wanted to rush up. Oscar grabbed her and yelled, "Are you crazy? If we go up now, we're just delivering ourselves to death. We can't waste the opportunity that Xiao Feng created for us." Goodness, Tang San was also there supporting him, speaking so rationally. As a result, Ning Rongrong completely exploded, breaking free from Oscar's grip, tears in her eyes as she pointed at them. "How can you be like this? Xiao Feng is risking his life to hold them off, and you guys are backing down? If you won't go, then I will go myself." After saying that, she really ran towards Mo Feng's direction. Now it was like a roll call. One infection spread to two. Oscar hesitated for less than a second, cursed, and followed. When Tang San saw this, he thought, well, there's no stopping it now, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. As for Xiao Wu, do I even need to say? Wherever third brother went, she went too. Dai Mubai, as the leader, couldn't just watch his brothers go to their deaths, right? So he followed as well. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and thought, well, not a single one can be missing, charge. In the end, only Zhu Zhuqing was left, sighed, and could only follow. Who understands, family? This is not about saving people. It's like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, lining up to deliver themselves. On the other side, in the Stardow Forest, that Titan giant ape didn't take our little group seriously at all. It looked at the rushing Mo Feng, and its eyes were full of is that all. Its real target was Xiao Wu, who it grabbed onto its shoulder with a big hand and turned to run, at a speed resembling a giant high-speed train. Tang San was behind, his eyes red with anxiety, desperately using blue silver grass to launch himself like a slingshot to chase after it. But guess what happened? The Titan giant ape didn't even bother to look back, just swatted with a backhand, and bam. Tang San was sent flying like a baseball, fainting on the spot. Xiao Wu was on the giant ape's shoulder, stamping her feet anxiously and shouting at it. "Heir Ming, you can't hurt my friend." That big monkey seemed quite wronged, roaring twice, meaning it didn't mean to seriously hurt him, just knocked him out. Xiao Wu was furious. That won't do. It's so dangerous in this forest. What if he gets eaten by other soul beasts while he's unconscious? Upon hearing this, Heir Ming scratched its big head, And hey, that seemed reasonable. So it waved its big hand, and dozens of big trees around them fell with a crack, forming a safe zone around Tang San, and then roared at the depths of the forest, meaning, this area is under my protection. Who dares to touch him? Try it. But it never expected that within this safe zone, there was a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider lurking with its eyes fixed on them. Meanwhile, in the city of Tiando, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin, was listening to reports from her subordinates, Long Gong and Shipe. Let me tell you, this guy really has an aura of 2 meters 8. He crossed his legs, didn't even raise an eyebrow, and coldly asked, "What's going on? You caught Zhao Wujia and ended up half dead?" Long Gong was so scared he looked like a quail, trembling and saying, "Master, we were almost successful." But then out of nowhere, a huge stone man appeared, smashed our martial soul fusion skill, and flung us out of the forest. Stone man? Qian Renlin narrowed her eyes, instantly using soul power to create a model of the Titan giant ape. Is it this? Yes, that's it. Master, that thing is at least 100,000 years old. Qian Renlin understood immediately, almost forgetting that Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year rabbit, was also there. She waved her hand. Her tone as cold as ice. All right, this isn't your fault, but a failed mission is a failed mission. Considering your loyalty, just go to the Soul Forging Tower for a month. When Long Gong and Shipa heard this, their faces turned pale with fear, but they quickly bowed and thanked her. Let me tell you, that Soul Forging Tower sounds terrifying. Once inside, its flames roasting, lightning striking, knives cutting, while at the same time, the use would attribute soul power to frantically repair you. And a bit of water attribute soul power to keep you alive, making it so you can't even die if you wanted to. The feeling, they say, is more torturous than any form of torture, and many people can't stand it and commit suicide inside. But if you can endure when you come out, not only will your soul power increase significantly, but your willpower will also become incredibly strong. Qian Renlin was upgrading them while also giving them a warning. After dealing with this matter, Ghost Do rushed in a hurry, his voice trembling with excitement. Holy Son, we succeeded. We succeeded. Qian Renlin's eyes lit up instantly, and she transformed into a shadow, rushing out. She arrived at a huge fiery red tower, and an elder saw her and rushed over as if seeing his own father. Holy Son, the model you gave us 5 years ago, we finally researched it out. The low-level soul cannon. How powerful is it? Can it be mass-produced? Qian Renlin's voice trembled slightly. It's been tested. Its power is comparable to the strongest attack of a strong attack Soul King, charging for 3 seconds, cooling down for 1 minute. The materials aren't expensive. As long as the resources are sufficient, we can produce as many as we want. Who understands, family? If this thing is mass-produced, it would directly lead the way, completely rewriting the entire continent's war pattern. This news caused a huge uproar. Pope Bibi Dong, the Grand Offering Qian Dalu, and a bunch of titled all rushed over, showering Qian Renlin with praises that were out of this world. Qian Renlin was so annoyed, waving her hand. All right, with this time spent flattering, it's better to do some real work. Don't rush to make offensive ones. Let's mass-produce the simplest storage soul tools, sell them for money, and use other people's money to research our own cannons. Isn't that better? Everyone heard this and immediately understood, each one pumped up like they were on steroids, eager to produce the storage soul tools today. The scene then cuts back to the forest. When I found Tang San, he had just killed that man-faced demon spider and was lucky enough to obtain a soul bone. I woke him up, and when he saw me, he looked surprised. I didn't waste time with him and directly laid it all out. Xiao San, do you trust me? I stared into his eyes, my expression extremely serious. He nodded in a daze. I took a deep breath and threw out the first bomb. Actually, I am from the Spirit Hall. Tang San's eyes nearly popped out. Before he could react, I continued, but I am not on their side. My grandfather was killed by the Spirit Hall's son, Qian Renlin. He wants to enslave me, which is why I infiltrated Shrek. Then, I looked at him and hammered down each word. Xiao San, I know about Xiao Wu. She is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit in her transformed state. The Titan giant ape that took her is her friend. She will not be in danger. And you, your martial spirit is not blue silvergrass, but blue silver emperor. Your mother is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, 10 years ago. She was forced by the former pope of the Spirit Hall to sacrifice herself for your father, Tang Hao. Your father is from the Haoyan clan, the youngest titled Douluo in history. This series of revelations completely stunned Tang San. He was trembling all over, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his eyes red as if they were about to bleed. Spirit Hall. He squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth. I, Tang San, swear that I will not destroy the Spirit Hall in this life. I will not be human. Seeing him like this, I patted his shoulder. That's right. Our enemy is the same. Now, we must become stronger first. We reached a consensus, and our feelings were incredibly complicated. Then we want to find Teacher Zhao. When we found him, it was a tragic sight. His body was broken all over, both arms were gone, and he was barely hanging on to life. Without saying a word, I picked him up and ran out. After reuniting with Dai Mubai and the others, we rushed back to Shrek Academy without stopping. Just as we arrived at the academy entrance, we saw a group of people in blue uniforms surrounding our academy. An old man with white hair was shouting, claiming that our Shrek students had killed a teacher from son.A Academy and demanding that Dean Flender hand over the culprit. Of course, Flender refused. The old man, named Shinian, was clearly looking for trouble and threatened Flender using our vice president's identity. Just when Flender was about to give in, a voice exploded like surround sound. Oh? You want to execute the son-in-law of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school? I saw son.A Qian leisurely walking over with his hands behind his back, followed by Ning Rongrong and the others. Shinian was dumbfounded and stammered, Fellow, who are you? I am son.A Qian. Shinian's legs turned to jelly, and he hurriedly bowed. I didn't know the prince you mentioned was. Qian lazily pointed at me without lifting his eyelids. That's the one who killed your teacher. What? Shinian looked completely bewildered, utterly confused. Your Highness, this is definitely a huge misunderstanding. How could I dare to deal with your son-in-law? The old man's face turned green, and he immediately backed down, doing a complete 180-degree turn attitude, nodding and bowing as he approached me, even pulling out a ring from his pocket and handing it to me with a beaming smile. Little brother, this is just a token of my appreciation. Please don't dislike it. Let me tell you, with such immense wealth coming my way, how could I complain? I immediately put it on and politely said, then I won't be polite. Inside, I was already overjoyed. This old man looked stingy, but there were indeed quite a few good things in the ring. With gold soul coins amounting to several tens of thousands, enough to rival the entire fortune of that poor old Principal Flanders. I instinctively glanced at Flanders. Wow, how could there be such a big difference in lives, even though we are both soul saints? After dealing with that old ding, we hurried back to Shrek and went straight to Zhao Wujia's room as soon as we entered. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Douluo Continent was there too, his brow furrowed tightly. Zhao Wujia was lying on the bed, and it was no longer just a tragedy. It was a form of performance art. His arms were twisted like they had been through a twisting machine, his bones shattered more thoroughly than potato chips, and his internal organs were all squished together. Douluo was stunned and said that for him, not to be dead was simply a medical miracle. Flanders was anxiously pacing back and forth, asking who had dealt such a lethal blow. Douluo then asked me to recount everything that had happened in the Stardow Forest from beginning to end. Fine, I started to narrate. From our conflict with the son.A Academy in the small town, where I accidentally eliminated their leading teacher, to encountering that old couple named the Overlord Dragon and Snake, who tried to snatch the soul beast we were looking for Xiao Ao, only to turn pale at the mention of Zhao Wujia's name and immediately prepare to attack. When Douluo heard this, his eyes narrowed, clearly sensing something was off. I continued, saying that later Zhao Wujia didn't know who he had to duel with. And while they were fighting, that titan great ape seemed to fall from the sky and grab Xiao Wu before running away. Xiao San was anxious and chased after it desperately, and I was worried about him getting into trouble, so I followed as well. By the time we found Zhao Wujia, he had already taken on this potato chip-like appearance. My story is a bit disjointed, but everyone understood it. There are too many suspicious points. Who did Zhao Wujia fight with? Why does the Titan giant ape specifically target Xiao Wu? Everything about this situation seemed strange. Just when we were at a loss, someone suddenly appeared outside the door. When Tang San saw the person, he excitedly shouted, "Teacher! Goodness!" The legendary master, Yu Xiaojing, finally made his appearance. I took a glance. He was just an unremarkable middle-aged man. Really didn't seem impressive at all. But once he made his move, it was clear he was extraordinary. He approached Zhao Wujia, took a quick look, touched his chest, and directly concluded. There was more than one attacker. His arms were crushed by someone's soul skill, but the wound on his chest was caused by a soul beast. He must have lost the fight first, then got slapped away by the Titan giant ape, which inadvertently saved his life. I was shocked at that moment. Who understands what family members go through? This is simply the Sherlock Holmes of the soul master world. Just by looking at the wound, one can imagine an action blockbuster. It's incredible. Flender quickly called for the healing soul master from the academy, But the teacher's martial soul was a jelly bean. After feeding for a long time, it was useless. Zhao Wujia's injuries were too severe to be healed. Just when everyone was in despair, Xiaojing slowly spoke up, saying there is a martial soul in this world that can save him. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo's eyelids twitched, and he solemnly uttered that name, Undying, Nine-Heart Begonia. This martial soul is simply a bug, no matter how severe your injuries are. As long as you have a breath left, it can bring you back to life. But the problem is, this martial soul is passed down only through one line, and the family's whereabouts are mysterious. Where can we find it? I suddenly remembered and said to Tang San and the others, "Did you forget about the burial sky team we encountered last time at the Soul Arena?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Are you talking about that girl named Yilingling?" "That's right." I quickly nodded and said that her martial soul was the nine-heart sea butterfly. Tang San then asked me how I knew, and I could only make up a story, saying that I often hung out at the Soul Arena and happened to see her. I certainly couldn't tell them that she was my future sister-in-law subordinate, right? Unfortunately, this lead also went cold. That team disappeared after just one match. And in the sea of people, it was impossible to find them. In the end, with no other options, the sword Douluo had to return to the sect first, saying he would find a few healing-type soul masters to keep Zhao Wujia's life hanging on. Yu Xiaojing also spoke up, saying that starting tomorrow, he would personally come down to train us, focusing on a companion-style teaching approach. We were all exhausted, so we each went back to our rooms to rest. Just as we stepped inside, Xiao Wu returned. She was safe and sound, and even had a new spirit ring. Tang San saw her and rushed over to hug her, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death separation. But when I looked at Tang San's expression, I felt something was off. Sure enough, he took Xiao Wu to a small hill in the back mountain. I couldn't help but sneak over to eavesdrop. After holding back for a while, Tang San finally asked, "Xiao Wu, are you a transformed soul beast from 100,000 years ago?" Xiao Wu was immediately stunned, her face turning pale. Tang San quickly embraced her and poured out a heartfelt confession, saying that no matter whether she was human or beast, she would always be his sister, and he would protect her forever. To reassure Xiao Wu, he even revealed that his mother was also a 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor, who was forced to sacrifice herself by the Spirit Hall to save his father. Goodness, these two were practically holding a misery competition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu also cried, saying her mother was killed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and became her 9th spirit ring. The two hugged and cried, their shared enemy instantly deepening their bond. Then came a climax. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with deep affection and suddenly asked, "Xiao San, do you like me?" Tang San, the epitome of a dense man, replied without thinking, "Of course I like you." Xiao Wu immediately followed up, "Not the kind of liking for a sister. I don't want to be your sister anymore. Family, who understands?" The atmosphere had reached this point, and yet Tang San seriously responded, "Xiao Wu, we are siblings. How can you have such thoughts?" I almost laughed out loud. Xiao Wu immediately broke down and ran away, covering her ears. Tang San was left there sighing. I couldn't watch any longer and went out to pat his shoulder. "You clearly like her too. Why not accept it?" He even argued back, "We are siblings." I was really at my wit's end, so I pointedly said, "I don't want you to become like your teacher." This guy was stunned for a long time, thinking I meant for him not to learn from you Xiaojing to be single. I was just playing the lute to a cow. While we were caught up in our pure love drama, the outside world was changing rapidly. After Jinduo returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he brought back shocking news. The Spirit Hall's holy son, Qian Renlin, had actually developed a soul guide that had been lost for thousands of years. Ning Fengji couldn't sit still upon hearing this, saying that the Spirit Hall was up to something big and that they must quickly unite with the various sects and empires, or they would be picked off one by one. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the continent was in a state of panic. The Spirit Hall was acting crazily, capturing people everywhere, including soul Douluos and soul saints, and imprisoning a large number of them in a place called the Purgatory Tower. Let me tell you, that place was like a human purgatory too. 0, where all the prisoners, regardless of gender, were kept in a completely sealed iron room, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves inside, with no water or food. To survive, they could only kill each other and eat one another. One day, Qian Renlin personally inspected the Purgatory Tower. He emotionlessly looked at an old man who was tortured to the brink of death and casually said, "Just execute him." Then, he walked to the cell holding the Titan, the leader of the Leaf family, and with a glare, he mentally controlled him and made him his subordinate. He continued down layer by layer, turning famous old Douluos like Yang Wudi of the Pa family and Yogao of the Yu family into his slaves. But what he did next was even more ruthless. Starting from the 8th layer, every time he reached a new floor, he would activate his domain and drain all the soul power and life force from every prisoner on that floor. Soul kings, soul emperors, soul saints, hundreds, even thousands of people were used as experience points by him. He literally leveled himself up from level 59 to 60 just by absorbing others. Stepping out of that terrifying black tower, he took a deep breath, and surprisingly, there was a satisfied smile on his face. As he walked away, the guards began escorting new prisoners into the empty tower. It was simply unbelievable. Upon returning to the Holy Sun Hall, he called over his top subordinate, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought he was being given a mission and was overly excited. However, Qian Renlin looked at him and calmly asked, "Do you want to know about your origins?" Goodness, Ling Xiao was immediately dumbfounded. Origins? Let me tell you, he had long deleted those 2 words from his dictionary. Growing up begging for food, who were his parents? Who were they? He hadn't cared for a long time. In his heart, he recognized me as his master and believed I was his reincarnated parents, willing to die for me. I stood up, patted his shoulder, and told him, regardless of whether you want to or not, I have to tell you this. You are not surnamed Ling, but Yang. I watched as his pupils trembled and continued to add more. Have you heard of the Haoyan sect from the 3 great sects? They have 4 major affiliated sects, one of which is called the Piji clan. You're their young master. Your father is named Yang Wudi, and he is currently a top assassin for our organization, the Luo Network. The Piji clan has already pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. His eyes turned red instantly, and he asked me why he was abandoned. I quickly explained that melodramatic backstory to him. 15 years ago, the Haoyan sect disappeared, and in order to protect you, your father sent you and your mother away. Unfortunately, they encountered robbers midway. Your mother was lost, and you were sent into the city by the guards who fought to the death, eventually ending up on the streets as a beggar until you were picked up by Salus. Your father thought you were dead, and this became a deadlock. Of course, this information was all gathered by the Luo Network. I had my suspicions when I discovered that his martial soul was identical to that of the Piji clan. Now that I had also recruited Yang Wudi, reuniting them as father and son would create another bond. I instructed him to go to the Luo Network Hall to find his father, and he immediately turned to leave. Later, I didn't know what they specifically talked about, but when Ling Xiao returned, he seemed much more cheerful, and his heart was finally unburdened. With this matter settled, I felt more at ease. Next, I called over the 7 sword slaves. Why? Because those kids from Shrek had just finished their intensive training and were now bouncing around in the soul fighting arena. I thought it was time to get my 6th soul ring and meet them. All right, there was also that guy named Mo Phone. He seemed a bit out of control, so I needed to give him a warning. If he didn't listen, I would just have to eliminate him. That's just how I am. If I can't control something, what's the point of keeping it around? On the other side, Shrek's group had just undergone 3 months of rigorous training by Yu Xiaojiang, and they looked like artifacts unearthed from the ground. Zhao Wujia was done for, paired up with Tang Hao, and when they heard it was the Spirit Hall's doing, they were furious but didn't dare make a move, just suppressing their anger. The various forces on the continent also had their own agendas. Ning Fengji wanted to gather everyone, but the Xinghua Empire kept reading the messages without replying, making it impossible to form an alliance. Yu Xiaojiang took them to the soul fighting arena for the 2nd phase of practical training. He even gave each of them a mask and assigned them some overly dramatic codenames like Thousand-Handed Zhura Tang San and Jittlebone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu. I couldn't help but laugh. It was like a gathering of esports fanatics. Who understands, right? Their sense of aesthetics was truly ahead of its time. Back to myself. I took the 7 sword slaves to the library of the Spirit Hall. The 6th soul ring had to be arranged, and it must be a 100,000-year one. The Stardow Forest was currently too dangerous, as the fierce beasts led by Di Tian had awakened, so I couldn't engage them directly. The extreme north was the same. Therefore, I was thinking about how to cross over to another area to play. I tell you, I've set my sights on the Sun-Moon continent. Once my refining tower gets the warship ready, I'll use my time-space abilities to open a portal and launch an expedition. I want to become a god in physical form and create my own divine position. Relying solely on the resources of Douluo Continent is not enough. Time to broaden my horizons. The premise of all this is strength. So I pondered over and over. The most suitable 100,000-year soul ring at this stage would have to be Xiao Wu. However, I couldn't make a move on her yet. I still needed to use her to keep Tang San in check and get my hands on that Xintian treasure record. Just as I was planning my grand ambitions, the soul fighting arena in Soto City was already heated. Shrek had won for almost a month with a 100% win rate and was about to face a tough opponent. the Royal Combat Team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Xiaojiang, holding the information, turned pale. Everyone on the opposite side was above level 35, with their captain, Yu Tianheng, at level 39, and he was a blue lightning tyrant dragon. On Shrek's side, the highest was Dai Mubai at 37, and Tang San and the others were only in their early 30s. How could they compete? Oscar's third soul skill was also useless. Without the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, he could only flop around, which was utterly useless. On the Royal Combat Team's side, they initially felt confident, thinking they had it in the bag, until their teacher, Qin Ming, informed them that Shrek had a member named Mo Feng, who had defeated a level 42 Soul Master at level 35. At this point, they became serious and started to strategize, treating Mo Feng as their number one enemy. Just when both sides were nervously preparing for battle, I, the protagonist, made my entrance. I directly brought the 7 sword slaves to Soto City and instantly teleported into the resting room of the royal fighting team. The door? I kicked it open. They were still asking who I was, and my subordinate Ling Feng went up and punched, directly smashing their guy called Shimo against the wall, so hard he couldn't peel himself off. Yu Tianheng wasn't convinced. He came up and was also taken down in one move. A bunch of useless people calling themselves the royal fighting team. It's laughable. Their former teammate, Yi Lingling, is now obediently sitting on my lap. These sycophants saw this and turned red with rage, howling like bullfighters wanting to fight. I got annoyed, shot them a glance, and released my pressure. With a thud, 7 of them, along with their later teacher Qin Ming, all knelt down before me in unison. And then there was nothing more. I glared, swept my mental power over them, and brainwashed them all. From today on, I am their only master. I told the Emperor Do team to get lost, and then I said to my own 7 sword servants, tonight, it's your turn. If you lose, you'll bear the consequences. They were so excited, promising to complete the task. I sent a message to Salus to change the lineup. Poor Shrek was still there figuring out how to deal with the turtle shell. When the time came, the host began with an enthusiastic opening, and as the doors on both sides opened, the whole audience went wild. But they weren't shouting for Shrek or the Emperor Do, but for Zong Tian. Zong Tian. The atmosphere was like a top stars concert. Tang San and his 8 companions, wearing those shabby masks, were completely dumbfounded on stage. In the VIP room, Yu Xiaojiang jumped up from his chair, his face pale. How did the Emperor Do team become the Zong Tian team? These little monsters are doomed. Family. Who understands that feeling of being completely bewildered when you meticulously prepared for an exam, only to find out the wrong paper was handed out? It's simply unreal. Let me tell you, the Shrek brothers are feeling exactly like this right now, completely stunned. Good heavens, who are these people on the other side? They're not the Imperial fighting team. Their team uniforms boldly say 2 big words, Burial of Heaven. Ma Hongjun, that fat guy, immediately shouted, Boss Dai, what's going on? Do we do all that strategizing for nothing? Who are these people? Dai Mu Bai's face darkened. What is this all about? They changed the participants in the Soul Arena without even a notification? ISNT, this a pure betrayal of our teammates? Let me tell you, the master was watching from below, his heart in his throat. He knew the details of this group of 7 sword slaves, the fiercest 7 henchmen under QianRenlin. With his small frame, he wouldn't even have the chance to get on stage to save anyone when the fight broke out. He only had one thought, Xiao San. You must not get carried away. If you can't win, just surrender quickly. On stage, Mo Feng's heart had already sunk to the bottom. He was clear about the situation. This was not just a change of opponents. This was the real deal coming to check on them. He quickly lowered his voice and told his teammates, listen, if things go wrong later, surrender immediately, don't hesitate. He was genuinely afraid that Tang San and the others would get stubborn and insist on fighting to the end. The 7 sword slaves also noticed Mo Feng and gave him a meaningful smile. Their eyes seemed to say, little brother, are you ready for this intensity today? The host's voice rang out, officially confirming the temporary substitution. Well, they were already here, what else could they do? Dai Mubai took a deep breath and shouted, brothers, activate your martial souls. We can't lose in momentum. In the next second, 7 rays of light soared into the sky from Shrek's side. Martial souls manifested, and the effects were maxed out. Meanwhile, the 7 people on the opposite side looked disdainful, as if watching a monkey show. When they activated their martial souls, it was swift and decisive. One person with a long spear stood at the front, one engulfed in flames stood to his left, and another with an ice phoenix behind him flew into the air. There were also a flute player, someone with a bamboo sword, and one whose eyes turned completely black, looking utterly terrifying. The master frowned as he saw their formation, completely puzzled. But Mo Feng understood. This was the initiation of the 7-in-1 fusion technique personally designed by QianRenlin. What kind of fight was this? The battle began. As soon as the host finished speaking, Dai Mubai roared out the white tiger shield, and Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile started buffing like crazy, enhancing strength and speed to the max. Tang San's blue silver grass also immediately wrapped around his teammates, preparing for cooperation. Xiao Feng, go for the backline. Take out that support and control. Tang San commanded. Mo Feng felt incredibly bitter. Brother, you're sending me to steal from my boss's people? Isn't that just asking for my head? But he had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and use Void Shift to sneak over. Then, let me tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. As soon as Mo Feng got close to the opposite side, he hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back from his invisible state with a bang. Wow, this intensity left me speechless. Mo Feng's invisibility didn't even work against Zhao Wujia, and yet it failed here. Tang San quickly used blue silver grass to pull Mo Feng back, who was clutching his chest, nearly out of breath, suffering from soul power backlash. He knew that if he hadn't secretly used the life-saving soul technique taught by QianRenlin, he would have been spitting blood from that hit. Seeing the sneak attack fail, Tang San had to confront directly. Dai, charge forward. Fatty, set them on fire. Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation, and charged forward while howling. What happened next? They sent out 2 fire snakes, playing with him like pets, making him run all over the place. Xiao Wu wanted to use charm, but as soon as she made eye contact with the one with the black eyes, she spat out a mouthful of blood due to mental backlash. Tang San's blue silver grass? They cut it up like slicing radishes. Zhu Zhuqing attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was forced into a miserable state by the flute player using sound wave blades, unable to get close at all. The most unfortunate was Ma Hongjun. He shot out a line of phoenix fire, but the ice phoenix girl on the opposite side merely snorted disdainfully, and an ice beam shot over, instantly freezing Ma Hongjun's flames. The freezing effect spread along the fire line, and in the blink of an eye, the big guy became a vivid and eye-catching ice sculpture. Complete rout. This was no longer a battle. It was like adults beating children, a total one-sided thrashing. Tang San's eyes turned red. How could they fight back? There were no openings at all, but he was unwilling to accept defeat. This was their first match to advance to the silver battle spirit, and losing would mean all their efforts were in vain. He gritted his teeth, pressed his palm to the ground, and silently activated his third soul skill, web binding. Countless blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, tying up the 7 sword slaves tightly. Then the second soul skill, parasitic, followed, aiming to control them completely. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity and teleported to kick the one with the long spear, Ling Feng. But the next second, the soul power of the 7 sword slaves surged, and the one with the bamboo sword, Wang Lin, instantly gathered numerous wind blades around him, slicing Tang San's blue-silver grass to pieces. Ling Feng grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle and swung her around like a ball, then violently threw her towards Tang San. Tang San hurriedly caught Xiao Wu, who was in so much pain that tears came out. Her ankle was dislocated. Ling Feng even put his fingers, which had grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle, to his nose, smelling them with a lewd smile. Fragrant. Little beauty, there's no future with these wasteful guys. How about following me? Get lost. Xiao Wu was furious, her face flushed. Just as everyone's attention was diverted, the one with the black eyes, Li Chu, suddenly made his move, shooting a black light into Ning Rongrong's eyes. Ning Rongrong let out a scream and collapsed on the ground, her supportive aura instantly vanishing. She was trapped in an illusion, holding her head and screaming in terror. Don't come near. Monster, don't touch me. Seeing this, Mo Feng's heart broke. He dashed over and hugged her. Rongrong, it's me. Calm down. But Ning Rongrong was already so frightened that she lost her senses, struggling desperately in his embrace, before finally fainting. Tang San was utterly enraged. Bastard. He took out a hidden weapon from his belt and hurled it at Ling Feng. Clank, clank. Ling Feng easily deflected all the hidden weapons with his spear, looking curious. What is this? But as soon as he used the hidden weapon, it completely angered everyone on the opposite side. Using weapons on the battle spirit stage, although they weren't clean themselves, they felt that only they could break the rules. The enemy couldn't. In an instant, countless wind blades and sound wave blades indiscriminately covered all of Shrek's team. Tang San's blue-silver grass was instantly shredded. Mo Feng instinctively shielded Ning Rongrong with his back, enduring the wind blades slicing into him, leaving deep wounds. Dai Mubai fared the worst, covered in cuts and bleeding profusely. Ling Feng looked at this scene and said to Tang San with a playful tone, "Oh, looks like you care about her a lot. What's she to you?" Tang San's eyes burned with fury as he shouted each word. "She is my brother's girlfriend. I tell you, this sentence is deadly." In the VIP room upstairs, Qian Renlin, who had been watching coldly, heard this sentence and then looked at Mo Feng, who was nervously protecting Ning Rongrong. His gaze instantly turned icy to the extreme. This guy has truly slipped out of my control. With a thought, he detonated the soul power seed buried within Mo Feng's body. On stage, Ling Feng was still trying to mock him when suddenly, there was a loud bang. Mo Feng's left hand exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Intense pain struck instantly, and Mo Feng let out a miserable scream, cold sweat pouring down. Everyone was stunned. Tang San and the others rushed over to support him. "Xiao Feng, what happened?" Mo Feng did not answer. He looked up at the window of the VIP room, just in time to meet Qian Renlin's cold and indifferent eyes. He knew he was finished. The 7 sword servants across the way were also taken aback, but they quickly reacted. Ling Feng pointed at Mo Feng and shouted in disbelief, "You actually betrayed the master? You didn't complete the task the master gave you and even develop feelings for them? You deserve to die. Master? Betrayal?" These words left Dai Mu Bai and the others bewildered. The audience of over 20,000 people was instantly shaken. Their male and female gods were actually someone else's servants? For a moment, the sounds of heartbreak, cries, and curses echoed throughout the fighting arena. Tang San instantly understood. It turned out that the Burial Heaven team was the subordinates of the son of the Spirit Hall that Mo Feng mentioned. He looked at Mo Feng's severed arm, filled with guilt. "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." The master also rushed down from upstairs, his face ashen. The Shrek group no longer dared to stay. Immediately conceding, carrying the unconscious Ning Rongrong and the frozen Ma Hongjun, running frantically back to the academy. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the others. Just a short distance outside Soto City, the 7 sword servants surrounded them from all directions. Mo Feng let out a bitter smile and handed Ning Rongrong to Tang San. "There's no time. Xiao San, take care of Rongrong, keep running forward. And don't look back." "No, we leave together," Tang San shouted. "Go. I command you to go. Xiao San, you have a more important mission. You can't die here." Mo Feng yelled at him. Tang San clenched his fists, his teeth almost grinding to dust. He couldn't just watch his brother die. He suddenly opened his left hand, and an incredibly domineering and powerful soul power erupted instantly. The twin martial souls. The Haotian hammer was about to be revealed. At this critical moment, bang! Mo Feng's fist slammed hard into Tang San's stomach, directly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Why?" Tang San looked at him in disbelief. "I always thought you were very steady, but turns out you're just a big fool." Mo Feng pointed at Tang San's nose and scolded. "Do you know what disaster your actions will bring? If you die, what will happen to your dad? What about Xiao Wu? The master's lifelong hope is on you. What will happen to him if you die? And your dad killed someone else's father, and Haotian clan is closed because of your dad. Do you think the Spirit Hall will let anyone related to you go? How can you be so selfish?" A series of questions stunned Tang San, and it left everyone from Shrek speechless. Mo Feng took a deep breath, his tone softening. "Third brother, I am very lucky to have met such a good brother like you. You need to mature." He then looked at Oscar, his eyes filled with tears but carrying a smile. "Xiao Ao, Rongrong, I'll leave her to you. I know you like her. Please treat her well." Oscar, with red eyes, shouted, "She is your woman. It should be you who protects her." Mo Feng just smiled brightly. "You will understand." Finally, he looked at Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, the two still bickering, his gaze filled with nostalgia. "I really want to continue playing with you. But unfortunately, those 7 executioners over there are already getting impatient. Let me tell you, those 7 guys are Mo Feng's former teammates, now called the 7 sword slaves. They look like century poles, with faces darker than the bottom of a pot." The one in charge started shouting, "Are you done dragging this out? Hurry up and say your last words. We need to hit the road. The master is waiting." Good grief, at this life-and-death moment, while we are still showcasing brotherhood. They really couldn't stand it anymore. The Shrek brothers and sisters all had red eyes, staring at Mo Feng. As for Mo Feng, he smiled at us, looking completely at ease, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You guys hurry and go hide from the storm in the 2 great empires." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards those 7 guys. At that moment, my heart sank. I knew this guy was going to take everything on himself. What was even more incredible was that he actually started negotiating. "Since we've grown up together, could you help my friend with their injuries?" I was shocked. "Can we really bargain?" The leader of the 7 sword slaves, named Ling Feng, obviously hesitated for a moment. I guess he was also having doubts in his heart. After all, he was my only childhood friend. If we go back this time, he might just reincarnate directly. Moreover, their twisted master didn't say he wanted to kill us. He just wanted to force Mo Feng's trump card out. In the end, he sighed and actually agreed. All right, I really opened my eyes. Just moments ago, there was a fierce fight, and now they started humanitarian aid. That girl playing with ice waved her hand, and the ice on the fat guy, Ma Hongjun, melted away. The one controlling minds also pulled Rong Rong out of her nightmare. And there was another girl who directly used her martial soul to help a few of us who were injured by brushing away some blood. Mo Feng bowed deeply to them. Enough with the show. The master can't wait any longer. Mo Feng took one last look at us, and that gaze was so complex that I couldn't understand it. Then he followed those people away. He knew very well that he couldn't win. Even if he could, with just one wave from them, countless assassins would drown him. What he could do now was to bet on how far we could run. Master Yu Xiaojiang sighed, his zombie-like face becoming even more rigid. Let's go back to the academy. Tonight we will set off for the Heaven Do Empire. Tang San and the others clenched their fists, watching Mo Feng's back, unable to say a word. The scene shifted to the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City. The big villain, Qian Renlin, was sitting there with his legs crossed, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine, looking like he had everything under control. After a while, the 7 sword slaves brought Mo Feng in, kneeling in unison. Master, he brought the person. Qian Renlin didn't even lift his eyelids, told them to get up, and then stared at Mo Feng, who was looking down, without saying a word, just savoring his wine. I tell you, the atmosphere was so oppressive that I felt suffocated through the screen. Cold sweat began to trickle down Mo Feng's forehead. Finally, Qian Renlin spoke. His voice flat as a straight line. Not bad. Hiding beside me for so long without showing any flaws. You're quite impressive. He stood up and walked around Mo Feng, as if admiring a piece of art. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Mo Feng's mouth was sealed, not saying a word. Not afraid of death. Qian Renlin's gaze fell on his severed arm. Interesting. The soul power seed I planted in your heart was actually forcefully moved to your arm, which saved your life. Tell me, how did you do it? Mo Feng still remained silent. Qian Renlin smiled, then grabbed the wound on Mo Feng's severed arm. Hiss! Mo Feng shivered in pain. The next moment, Qian Renlin's soul power surged like a flood, directly pouring into Mo Feng's body. I tell you, that scene was something else. Mo Feng was convulsing in pain. The feeling was like someone was using a drill to renovate your meridians, without any anesthesia. The guy was directly overwhelmed. While increasing the pressure, Qian Renlin said, "Let me see what secrets you are hiding." His tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. Those who betray him have to be dealt with ruthlessly. Mo Feng was in so much pain that he could barely speak. Squeezing out a few words through his teeth, "You, demon, won't die, well." Oh! Qian Renlin narrowed his eyes, and his soul power spun even faster. Mo Feng's scream sent shivers down my spine. The 7 sword slaves and the branch hall master beside him turned pale, not daring to breathe. Speak or not, Qian Renlin barked. He had to find out whether this was Mo Feng's personal cheat or a bug that everyone could use. If it was the latter, then his grand plan for enslavement would be completely ruined. Mo Feng was still tough. Even on the brink of passing out from the pain, he was still saying, "You kill me. I won't say. All right, your mouth is really tough." Qian Renlin sneered. 7 sword slaves go. Bring me Shrek's Ning Rong Rong. Let's see how long he can hold out. I can't believe it. Does anyone understand? If you can't win, just target the opponent's weakness. This operation is too ridiculous. As soon as Mo Feng heard this, his eyes turned red instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting directly. Is fainting a solution? Qian Renlin snorted, directly invading with his spiritual power, forcibly waking Mo Feng up again to continue questioning. As a result, when Mo Feng woke up, he laughed like a madman, saying that his enslavement soul skill was useless. Seeing this, Qian Renlin realized he couldn't get any answers, so fine, let's play dirty. On the other side, the 7 sword slaves flew towards Shrek Academy like 7 rockets. But guess what? When they arrived, they were dumbfounded. Where are the people? Oh my god, it's empty. The entire academy didn't have a single ghost. They were so angry that they set the school on fire right there. Pure rage from their helplessness. In the end, they had no choice but to return in disgrace to report back. Meanwhile, we had already fled. The master led all the teachers and students of Shrek out of Soto City overnight. Dean Flander initially wanted to disband the academy and let the teachers go their separate ways, But these old brothers were quite loyal, saying that Shrek is home, and they would rather die together. Our next stop is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. First, we need to settle the disabled Master Zhao Wujia. In the Soul Hall branch, QianRenlin looked at the empty-handed seven-sword servants, his face dark enough to drip ink. Were they? Master, Master, we arrived too late, they escaped. Bang! QianRenlin waved his hand, and the seven useless ones were directly blasted away. Useless. You can't even handle this. He punished these seven guys to go to the Soul Forging Tower for seclusion and ordered them not to come out until they reached the Soul Sect. Before they left, one of them hurriedly reported, Master, that Shrek one who uses blue silver grass has a twin martial soul. QianRenlin became a bit interested, but didn't ask much. Waved his hand to let them get lost, and took the half-dead Mo phone with him to the Purgatory Tower in Soul City. In the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong's father, jumped up from his chair as soon as he heard from Yu Xiaojiang that Mo Feng had been captured by the holy son of the Soul Hall. What happened? You must know, this is his designated son-in-law. The nearby sword Douluo and bone Dalu also looked shocked. Then, Tang San stepped forward and began to spill the beans in front of everyone. Master Ning, here's the thing. Tang San didn't hold back, directly revealing that Mo Feng was an undercover agent but actually wanted to defect, and everything about his grandfather being killed by the Soul Hall was laid bare. What? Xiao Feng is from the Soul Hall? Everyone from Shrek was stunned. Tang San nodded and continued to drop heavy bombs. He also told me my background. My mother was killed by the Soul Hall. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Ning Fengji's expression was extremely serious. But that's not all. Tang San pointed to Xiao Wu beside him, saying, Xiao Wu is also a 10,000-year-old beast in human form. Good heavens! The amount of information felt like my E-drive was about to be full, and Master Ning's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Dai Mubai and the others were dumbfounded, realizing that the girl they had been living with for half a year was actually a soul beast. Finally, Tang San, with a face full of guilt, revealed the trigger for all this. It was because during the soul fighting, he carelessly mentioned that Rong was Xiao Feng's girlfriend, which was overheard by QianRenlin watching from above. That pervert, being suspicious by nature, thought that if Mo Feng developed real feelings, he would betray them, and on the spot, he detonated the soul power seed planted in Mo Feng's body. As a result, Mo Feng barely survived by losing an arm, but was completely exposed. To avoid implicating us, he went away alone. So, Xiao Feng is now. Ning Feng Tits Bros Furovet Dikti. Sword Douluo sighed. It's likely he is in grave danger. Just as he finished speaking, a trembling voice came from the doorway. Daddy, what are you saying? Xiao Feng is dead? Ning Rongrong, not knowing when she had woken up, stood at the door with a pale face. She entered just in time to hear this line and was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. You're lying to me, right? I don't believe it. She collapsed to the ground, covering her ears and screaming heartbreakingly. Ning Fengji hurried over to comfort her, and we panicked, having no choice but to lie. Yu Xiaojiang, in a moment of inspiration, said, Rongrong, Xiao Feng is not dead. The Soul Hall has taken a liking to his talent, and specially recruited him. Everyone quickly echoed, yes, yes. He might have already been taken as a disciple by the Pope. Tang San also suppressed his pain and said, yes, Rongrong, we must work hard to cultivate so that we can go to the Soul Hall and rescue Xiao Feng. Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp a lifeline, wiped her tears, and stumbled out, murmuring, right? Cultivate. I want to save Xiao Feng. Watching her back, we all felt a pang in our hearts. Sigh. Sometimes a kind lie hurts more than the truth. After that, Tang San went to see his father Tang Hao, who had been settled by Ning Fengji. Once the Hao Qian, now he could only lie in bed, looking over 20 years older. The father and son embraced and cried, talking all night. Tang Hao's injuries were severe, with dark energy left by QianRenlin in his body, making it impossible to heal. We stayed at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for a few days, and everyone changed. Ning Rongrong locked herself away to train frantically, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stopped arguing. Their relationship improved a lot. A few days later, we decided to leave. In the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yu Xiaojiang cupped his hands and said to Ning Fengji, Ning Sect Master, I truly apologize for troubling your sect for so long. Oh, it's no trouble at all. They're all Rongrong's teachers and classmates. What's this? Are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a few more days? I tell you, that master with his eternally expressionless poker face directly rejected them, saying what? No. We still have to go back and prepare for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. It was all very official. When Ning Fengji heard this, he could only nod. But his gaze immediately drifted to his daughter, clearly not at ease. And guess what? Our Rongrong is no longer the little princess she used to be. She's now Nuhilu Rongrong. She rushed into the main hall like a gust of wind and said decisively, I want to go with Tang San and the others. Ning Fengji immediately furrowed his brow into a shape. Rongrong, it's so dangerous outside. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the sect and cultivate? Hey, our Rongrong shot back with one sentence. What kind of soul master doesn't he go through storms? Flowers in a greenhouse don't grow strong. Moreover, I trust my teacher and my friends, who understands the family's feelings. She was holding back a strong urge inside. She didn't know if Xiao Feng was alive or dead, and she had to become stronger. What if Xiao Feng really was gone? She had to take revenge herself. Seeing his daughter so determined, Ning Fengji glanced at the son.A beside him and could only sigh, saying to the master, Well then, master, I'll leave Rongrong in your care. Dean Flander was so excited, pounding his chest to assure, Don't worry, Sect Master Ning. Even if it costs us our old bones, we will definitely protect Rongrong. So this matter was settled. The scene shifted directly to a place called Lamba Academy in Heavendo City. In the back garden of the academy, it looked like a fairyland, with a pavilion in the middle of the lake and a sea of roses, beautiful beyond words. But that's not the point. The point is, sitting in the pavilion was a stunning beauty named Lu Erlong, in her 30s, wearing a simple blue skirt. But let me tell you, her figure was breathtaking. Those who understand know. She sat quietly there, her gaze blankly staring into the distance, exuding an aura of a heartbroken woman. And guess what? A man like a ghost floated up behind her. This person was Qian Renlin, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, incredibly handsome, but his thoughts were sinister. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said just a timid, weak waist, and you can't let go? Lu Erlong turned around, her eyes icy. Your Highness the Holy Son, don't waste your effort. I want to go with you. Goodness, listening to this tone, this must be the nth time he has harassed her. Qian Renlin immediately entered ramp mode. I'm just puzzled. That waist you Xiaojiang, ordinary looking, only level 29, yet always wearing a sour face. Why can he make the two most beautiful women on the continent so infatuated with him? At that moment, I wanted to rush in and slap him. If you say you're jealous, just say it directly. Why resort to personal attacks? Lu Erlong retorted directly. He has responsibility, ambition, and his own pride. When Qian Renlin heard the word pride, he laughed. What qualifications did a useless person have to be proud? Don't try to morally bind me with that nonsense. This world is all about the survival of the fittest. I'm strong, I have a high status, and I can get whatever I want. Why should I help the weak? This is simply the most outrageous statement I've heard in 2025. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and the jealousy in his eyes was about to overflow. He felt it was unfair that someone like Yu Xiaojiang, who has nothing, could find true love, while he, a favored son of heaven, only attracted sycophants. He came today to conquer Lu Erlong and to let Yu Xiaojiang see it with his own eyes. His mindset was twisted to the extreme. He glared at Lu Erlong. What exactly makes me inferior to him? Lu Erlong sneered. You don't understand what love is at all. You only have dominance and possessiveness. Possessiveness? Qian Renlin was completely enraged and twisted Lu Erlong's head towards him, kissing her directly on the lips. With a loud bang, Lu Erlong blasted him away. She shouted in anger and embarrassment. Don't get too carried away. This is the Blue Tyrant Academy, not your spirit hall. Qian Renlin got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, and smiled sinisterly. Quite spicy, I like it. Then, he unleashed his big move, saying, I remember, you and Yu Xiaojiang are cousins, right? If this matter gets out, how will your responsible lover face others? Who understands the family matters? This directly hit Lu Erlong's sensitive spot. She could ignore herself, but she absolutely couldn't let Yu Xiaojiang be humiliated. To protect her beloved and to eliminate this threat, she exploded on the spot. Martial spirit activate. A red giant dragon shadow, spewing flames, instantly appeared behind her. Upon seeing her intent to kill, Qian Renlin also got angry. You shameless person. I offer you wealth and honor, and you refuse, yet you dare to attack me? Behind him, a huge figure with 12 black flaming wings emerged. The scene was incredible. Lu Erlong was stunned, not only by the 12-wing martial spirit, but also by the soul rings glowing on Qian Renlin. Let me tell you, 5 of them. All of them were black. The first soul ring was 10,000 years old. How could she fight this? Qian Renlin sneered. Want to know what this martial spirit is? Win against me first. As he spoke, he activated his domain, covering both of them in a flame domain. In this domain, Lu Erlong, a fire-type soul master, had her combat power halved. Her soul power was draining like a deflated balloon. Lu Erlong was dumbfounded. A 12-year-old with a domain? How ridiculously powerful. She gritted her teeth and activated her martial spirit's true form. But the dragon-scale armor she had just formed was instantly suppressed and rendered ineffective by the domain. She could only grit her teeth and use other soul skills, such as Tyrannosaurus Possession and Dragon Arm, desperately trying to hit Qian Renlin. And the result? He didn't even bother to use his soul skills and just took her punches with his flaming dragon-scale fists. Lu Erlong punched out, only to be jolted back several steps. Her fist numb. Qian Renlin mockingly taunted, "Is this your level? One of the Iron Triangle is this weak?" He then began to tempt her. "Look, Yu Xiaojiang is your cousin. You can't possibly be with him. Come with me, and I'll build you the top academy in the continent and promote Yu Xiaojiang to elder." This was a great humiliation. Lu Erlong was so furious that she was trembling, and all her anger and bloodthirst rushed out at once. But he easily blocked them with a firewall or an earth shield. Qian Renlin even teleported behind her to attempt a sneak attack, and Lu Erlong used all her strength with tornadoes and explosive fire dragons, frantically throwing out various soul skills, finally managing to create some distance. But all her attacks were like mere tickles to Qian Renlin. As they fought, Lu Erlong felt completely numb. She suddenly realized a more terrifying fact. Throughout the fight, the 5 10,000-year soul rings on Qian Renlin had never lit up. This meant he hadn't used a single soul skill. How could she fight against that? Lu Erlong was utterly desperate. She thought of herself, of Xiaojiang, of the future of her family, and felt that the road ahead was dark, tears streaming down her face. She murmured, "Xiaojiang, I miss you so much." When Qian Renlin heard her still murmuring Yu Xiaojiang's name, he lost his last bit of patience and asked coldly, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Lu Erlong felt dead inside and said, "Just kill me. I will never surrender." "Want to die?" Qian Renlin scoffed. "It wouldn't be that easy." He turned and left. How could he let the woman he had set his sights on die, just like that? After he left, he coldly ordered from the shadows, "Keep a close watch on her. No one is allowed to approach." Good heavens! This Blue Tyrant Academy was directly turned into Lu Erlong's private prison. Meanwhile, on our Shrek side, we finally arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy, hoping to find a powerful backing to hide from the Spirit Hall's pressure. But as soon as we reached the magnificent entrance, we ran into a stubborn brat. A golden-haired youth pointed at us and yelled, "Where did these beggars come from? Hurry up and get lost." I was dumbfounded at the time. The clothes we were wearing were custom-made by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, starting at 500 gold soul coins for a set. "You say we're beggars?" Ning Rongrong's face instantly darkened. But my third brother was even quicker. Tang San had been holding in a belly full of anger because of his dad and Xiaofeng's situation, and now being accused like that just ignited his fury. Without a second thought, he activated his Xianyu hand and slapped out a powerful blow. That blonde kid was just a useless fool, and he was directly slapped away, lying on the ground, spitting blood, still threatening. "Dare to hit this prince? You all won't leave the Heaven Do Empire alive." We just realized that we were dealing with a prince. His name is Avalanche. Dean Flander and the others turned pale and kept criticizing Tang San for being impulsive. Fortunately, Rongrong remained calm. She said, "Father gave me a letter. I'll hand it to the dean later, so don't worry." Once we entered the academy, we met the heads of the 3 committee members. The leader was called Dream Machine, an 86th level son.A, who was very polite to us and even called Flander his brother, promising to let us join the academy. Just as we were having a good conversation, the door of the main hall was suddenly kicked open. The prince named Avalanche barged in with his uncle, a prince called Snowstar, radiating hostility. Behind that prince was an old man in a black robe, and when I saw him, I was terrified. He was a titled Dalu. That Prince Snowstar was extremely arrogant, coming up and saying that we were an insignificant academy, questioning how Dream Machine could allow such arrogant and overbearing people to enter. Flander tried to explain, but Prince Snowstar didn't listen at all, directly issuing an ultimatum. "Want to prove that you're talented? It's very simple." He pointed at the title bow behind him, smirking. "As long as you can last 5 minutes under his hands, this prince will acknowledge you." Damn, isn't this just outright bullying? They want a bunch of soul masters and soul respect to fight against the title Douluo? Forget 5 minutes. We'd be wiped out in 5 seconds. Just when everyone looked pale and was about to despair, Rongrong stepped forward and directly said to that prince, "Humph, this matter, a mere little prince like you might not be able to make the call on." Goodness, let me tell you, the prince immediately laughed. with a look of disbelief on his face, and started to retort at Rong. Oh? I can't make the call? Who do you think you are, little brat? Do you even know where this is? The entire Tiando Royal Academy is under my control. You dare challenge me? We, the Shrek gang, were almost unable to hold back our laughter at that moment. Who understands, right? He actually called the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school a little brat. That old man's face was bound to turn green in the next second. Sure enough, Rong was incredibly calm, sneering. Humph. I advise you to think about how to apologize to your brother, the Snow Knight Emperor. As soon as she said this, Prince Xuexing's brows furrowed into a knot. He probably sensed something was off with Rong's aura. She was too composed, not pretending at all. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Rong directly pulled out a letter from her soul guide and tossed it over, saying, "Read it yourself." That was a handwritten letter from her father, Ning Fingji, meant for the Snow Knight Emperor. It was originally for official business, but now it could only be used to hit someone in advance. I told you. That old man took the letter, and at first, he seemed quite dismissive. But when he opened it, his face turned pale instantly. Cold sweat started to bead on his forehead, and the hand holding the letter began to shake like he had Parkinson's. It was a classic case of information gap attack. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and with a trembling voice said, "So it's the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school who has arrived. Just now, I did not recognize the great mountain. My apologies." After saying that, he respectfully handed the letter back. Now, it was the turn of the chubby Ma Hongjun to jump in. His mouth was like a machine gun. "Oh? Now you're scared? Weren't you acting tough just now? Didn't you say you wanted us to scram?" Dean Flinder quickly shot him a glare, and only then did the chubby one sulkily shut his mouth. The Snow Star Prince's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on Rong. He could only take it out on the chubby one, glaring fiercely at him. "If it weren't for the face of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, just for what you said, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here today." After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and left with a remark that their assessment had passed, congratulating them on becoming teachers at the Tiando Academy. His unfortunate nephew, Shueb Bong, was completely dumbfounded at that moment. He chased after him, shouting, "Uncle, is that it? Aren't you going to avenge me?" But he was met with a murderous glare from the Snow Star Prince, which made him retreat in defeat, only able to follow along. At that moment, the poisoned awe, the old poison master, scanned us with his eyes, a smile on his face that made me feel uneasy, and then he said nothing and slipped away as well. I felt that this old man definitely had something up his sleeve. He must be hiding something. Once they left, those three committee members, including Meng Xinji, immediately changed their demeanor and came over with smiles to congratulate us. "Oh, Brother Flinder, congratulations." Flinder quickly returned the courtesy, and Meng Xinji, a bit embarrassed, explained that they hadn't helped earlier because the Snow Star Prince was too domineering. If they had interfered, they probably would have been kicked out too. After the pleasantries, Meng Xinji led us to the dormitory. Let me tell you, the conditions were really good. As soon as Xiao Wu entered the room, her eyes lit up and she bounced around, saying that this single room was bigger than the entire female dormitory at Shrek. And it even had a private bathroom. The bed was so big it could fit several people. Third brother looked at Xiao Wu's happy expression with a doting face. But soon he started to emo about his brother Mo Feng's situation, and Xiao Wu hurriedly held his hand to comfort him. These two are officially announcing their relationship now, being very affectionate. Once everyone was done tidying up, we prepared to go eat together. Just as we arrived at the Great Hall to gather, Dean Flinder said something unnecessary, commenting that everyone gathered on time today, unlike before when they always had to wait. This remark hit Rong right where it hurt. In the past, it was Mo Feng who pulled her along, and now that he wasn't there, her little face instantly fell, plunging the whole team's mood into a somber state. Yu Xiaojiang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, let us go, it's time to eat. We shouldn't keep Chief Meng waiting." We all followed Meng Xinji out, but just as we stepped out of the Great Hall door, there was a loud bang, and a green figure fell from the sky, directly smashing the ground. I focused my gaze, and, good heavens, wasn't that the old poison master, Dugo? How'd he come back again? Xiao Wu saw him and turned pale with fright, directly hiding behind Sangu, trembling all over. Meng Xinji and the others were also startled and quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. "We greet you, Lord Dagu. We did not expect your return. What brings you here?" The old poison master waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't be nervous. I'm here for a person." "A person?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and Flander, steeling himself, asked, "May I ask who you seek, my lord?" Dugabo's gaze swept over us and finally landed on Xiao Wu as he slowly said, "A girl named Xiao Wu with the martial soul of a soft-bone rabbit. Damn, my mind was blown at that moment. How'd he know about Xiao Wu? Sanji's expression changed instantly, fiercely protecting Xiao Wu behind him. Xiao Wu was so scared that she couldn't even speak. Flinder tried to lighten the mood and asked what he wanted with Xiao Wu. Douluo smiled coldly and said, I see this girl as a good talent. I want to take her as my disciple. I wonder if Miss Xiao Wu is willing? Take her as a disciple? What a joke. Sangu exploded on the spot and shouted back, no, Xiao Wu can't go with you. He was 100% sure that this old poison master had seen through Xiao Wu's identity. Douluo's face instantly turned cold. Humph. As a dignified 91st level title Dalu, taking a disciple is her blessing. What are you to refuse? Just as the tension was thickening, Rong stepped forward, staring at Douluo, and said, Senior Douluo, I'm afraid I have to disappoint your good intentions. Xiao Wu already has a master. Oh, the old poison master narrowed his eyes. Then tell me, who is her master? son.A, Xin. Rong said word by word, powerful and forceful. She wanted to use the name of son.A to scare him off. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Douluo was only stunned for a moment. Then his gaze became even more determined as he stepped closer to us. Is that so? I haven't heard that old guy Xin has taken a disciple. Little girl, you're lying. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward, a green, slimy hand reaching directly for Xiao Wu. Watch out. Meng Xinji and the others panicked, shouting that this was the Tiando Royal Academy, trying to stop him. But what use was that? In front of a title Dalu, they were no different from paper. In an instant, Xiao Wu was already in his grasp. Xiao Wu. Sanji's eyes turned red instantly. She was his life. He screamed and was about to charge forward. Dean Flender held him back tightly. San, calm down. That's a title Dalu. How can I calm down? It's Xiao Wu who is being taken. Sangu was almost mad, raising his left hand abruptly. A large black hammer covered in patterns appeared out of thin air, and with immense force, it smashed down hard towards Flinder's hand that was holding him. Bang! With a dull sound, Flinder's wrist was instantly mangled, and he screamed as he let go. Everyone present was stunned. Meng Xinji and the others' eyes were about to pop out. Screaming twin martial souls? Dai Mubai and Rong exclaimed. That's the Haoqian hammer? I was dumbfounded at the time. Who would have thought that Sangu was hiding so deeply? He didn't care at all about this. After breaking free from his restraints, he used the ghost shadow misty step to its fullest, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, and chased after him. Behind him, Yu Xiaojiang angrily cursed at Flander. Are you a pig? Can't you see why Douluo is after Xiao Wu? Flander stubbornly replied. Isn't it just to take on an apprentice? What could happen? Yu Xiaojiang was so furious that he was shaking. He wanted to reveal Xiao Wu's identity. But after glancing at Meng Xinji and the others beside him, he swallowed his words. In the end, Yu Xiaojiang calmed down. He speculated that Douluo was probably trying to get a 100,000-year spirit ring for his granddaughter and wouldn't kill her for the time being, so he still had time. Meanwhile, Sangu was chasing like a madman, almost making his Xintian skill smoke from overuse. But compared to the flying speed of a title Dalu, the gap was too large. As he watched Douluo's figure turn into a small black dot and vanish, Sangu still didn't stop and resolutely pursued in that direction. However, as he chased, there was a bang, and it seemed like he crashed into an invisible wall, causing him to bleed from his head and be thrown back. His spirit power was almost exhausted, and this blow was a heavy injury, causing him to faint in midair. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a shadow emerged from the ground, caught him in one swift motion, and then vanished without a trace. We waited half a day here, but we still didn't see Tang San return, and my heart grew more anxious. Finally, with no other options, Yu Xiaojiang took Flander and Meng Xinji to the residence of Prince Xuesheng overnight, suspecting that he might be behind Tang San's disappearance as revenge. When they arrived and asked, Prince Xuesheng looked confused and swore that he absolutely didn't do it. Even if he was petty, he wouldn't resort to such despicable means. Now all leads were cut off, and we were all going crazy with worry. Meanwhile, far away in Spirit City, in a pitch-black, eerie hall called the Holy Lin Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. A figure in a black robe appeared silently outside the main hall, holding the unconscious Tang San, and knelt on one knee. After a long time, the 3-meter-high door opened silently by itself. The figure stood up and carried Tang San inside. I tell you, inside the hall, the walls were covered with ancient fierce beasts I had never even heard of, such as Qiongqi, Taowu, and Tao Tai, making one feel unsettled just by looking at them. This figure in the black robe was Douluo. Just as he was feeling frightened, a cold voice came from the top level of the hall. Have you seen enough? Douluo shivered and quickly ascended to the 9th floor. There he saw a figure standing with its back to him at the railing. Douluo hurriedly bowed. Your Highness, the Holy Son, I have brought the person. The figure slowly turned around. It was QianRenlin. He looked calmly at Douluo and suddenly asked, Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Douluo's heart jolted. He said that Ghost had always been loyal to the Spirit Hall, but QianRenlin repeated, pledge loyalty to me, personally. Douluo was a smart man. He knew he had seen something he shouldn't have. If he didn't make a statement today, he probably wouldn't walk out of the Wuhun Hall. He immediately knelt on one knee. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to your Highness. Very good. As soon as QianRenlin's voice fell, 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes directly into Douluo's mind. Douluo instinctively wanted to resist, but managed to hold it back. Soon after, he fell into an endless darkness. QianRenlin was forcibly altering his consciousness, turning him into his puppet. After a full half an hour, Douluo finally woke up slowly. His gaze was initially confused, then became extremely fervent and devoted. At that moment, Douluo also arrived at the Wuhun Hall with Xiao Wu. Like Douluo, he was also stopped by the rules outside the hall and had to kneel respectfully for a long time before being allowed to enter. Once inside, he was also shocked by the murals on the walls, but he didn't dare to delay and rushed up to the 9th floor with Xiao Wu. When they reached the 9th floor, Douluo was just about to report to QianRenlin when suddenly Douluo shouted angrily from his side. How dare you? How can you look directly at the master's face? Douluo was instantly stunned. Old Ghost, have you taken the wrong medicine? But Douluo remained expressionless, his killing intent surging. Presumptuous, I am the first holy envoy under the master. My name is not something you can call directly. Before he finished speaking, he flashed in front of Douluo and punched him hard. This operation nearly fried my CPU. Douluo was caught off guard and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, looking at Douluo in disbelief. Are you crazy? I am loyal to the master. Why are you attacking me? Douluo, however, acted like an emotionless machine, coldly declaring his crime. How dare an ant look directly at the master? This is blasphemy. To call my name directly, this is disrespect. With ulterior motives, you shall be executed. After saying that, he gathered Black's soul power in his hand and punched again. Douluo was so scared that he almost lost his mind, desperately dodging while shouting towards QianRenlin at the railing. Master, I am completely loyal to you. I have no other intentions. Guess what happened next? When Douluo heard this, his eyes turned red, and he exploded like a protective dog. Presumptuous. The holy envoy punishes you, and you still dare to dodge? I warned you not to look at the master, and you still looked. This is great disrespect to the master. It is blasphemy. You must be ground to dust today. As he spoke, he was about to attack again, and I tell you, that killing intent was enough to freeze the entire hall. Stop. QianRenlin finally spoke up. If they continued fighting, my newly renovated Wuhun Hall would probably be ruined on the spot. When Douluo heard this, he immediately obeyed and instantly teleported in front of QianRenlin, kneeling firmly, his head hitting the ground, his voice trembling. Master, I acted without permission, deserving of death. Please punish me. QianRenlin was very pleased, his smile almost reaching his ears. He liked this kind of attitude, not just respect, but a fanatical worship as if he were a god. He waved his hand and said lightly, This will not happen again. You may withdraw. Douluo watched from the side, his heart racing. Who understands? Today, Douluo was like a different person. Just a moment ago, he truly felt like he was about to meet the king of hell. This old ghost really wanted to kill him. Come here. QianRenlin's voice was icy cold. Douluo didn't dare to show any anger. Crawling and kneeling in front of QianRenlin, burying his head deeply and not daring to look up again. QianRenlin looked at him, pondering whether to upgrade the enslavement contract for this old poison user to a Pro Max version. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. There were more important matters. He raised his chin and pointed to the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu on the ground. Put them in the purgatory tower. Yes. Douluo felt as if he had received a great pardon, quickly picking up Tang San and Xiao Wu like chicks and running out of the hall. QianRenlin turned around, standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze deep like a black hole. Killing Tang San? That would be too easy for him. He wanted Tang San to watch everything he had been taken away, to rot slowly in pain and despair. As for Xiao Wu, meanwhile, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was on the verge of going crazy. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang rushed to find Ning Fengji with Ning Rongrong in a panic. Master Ning, please save Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Flander was sweating profusely from anxiety. Ning Fengji looked equally confused. Principal Flander, don't panic, what happened? Flander slapped his thigh. It was yesterday, just yesterday. We were about to go eat, and that poisoned Douluo suddenly attacked without a word and took Xiao Wu away. That kid Tang San was also impulsive and shouted before chasing after him. We couldn't stop him. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He thought that since Tang San couldn't catch up with him, he would come back, but it's been a whole day and night, and we haven't seen a shadow. We thought it was Prince Xuesheng doing it, but it wasn't. We were worried something happened, so we came to ask for your help. Ning Fengji frowned. Douluo took Xiao Wu? Did he recognize her identity? How embarrassing. I actually forgot. Flander regretted deeply. Yu Xiaojiang rolled his eyes beside him and sarcastically said, Xiao Wu is a transformed 10,000-year-soul beast. Douluo must have seen through it and wanted to capture her to give her to his granddaughter as a soul ring. He was a titled Douluo at that time. How could we stop him? And besides, just a few days ago, Tang San just mentioned that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. How could you forget in such a short time? Is your brain made of goldfish? Flander turned green with anger. If it weren't for all the recent events, would I forget? If you had reminded me, I would have risked my life to stop him. All right, let's all say less. Ning Fengji's head was spinning. The current problem was, where would Douluo go? This old guy has always been a lone wolf. Who knows where his lair is? Yu Xiaojiang thought for a moment. Doesn't he have a granddaughter? If I find his granddaughter, DLL definitely take Xiao Wu to see her. Flander was taken aback, yes. He immediately clasped his hands to Ning Fengji. Lord Ning, please help us find out which academy Douluo's granddaughter is at. No problem. Ning Fengji nodded. Rongrong's friend is my friend. I'll do my best. Inferno Tower, 10th level. Tang San slowly woke up, his head feeling like it was about to explode. He opened his eyes and said, let me tell you, that scene completely stunned him. A completely enclosed iron cage, exactly like the death row of the Tang sect in his previous life. Is anyone there? Let me out. He wanted to shout, but realized his whole body was weak like a pile of rotten mud. Xiao Wu. He suddenly remembered that he had fainted after crashing into something while chasing Xiao Wu. He struggled to get up, but fell back down again. At that moment, thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Boom. The prison door slowly rose. 3 pairs of black leather boots appear before him. Tang San looked up, and his pupils instantly constricted. The boy standing in the middle, to the right, was none other than Douluo, who had taken Xiao Wu away. Douluo, what have you done to Xiao Wu? Tang San roared. QianRenlin smirked, that smile sending chills down 1's spine. Just watching Tang San barking like a dead dog on the ground. Future Shura God? What a joke. He clapped his hands. 2 black-armored prison guards brought out a girl in a pink dress. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes turned red, struggling to go over. What have you done to her? Shut him up, Qianrenlin said indifferently. Douluo's figure flashed, and he slapped Tang San's chest. Tang San flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It seems you still haven't realized the situation. Qianrenlin walked over with a smile, reaching out to touch Xiao Wu's face in front of Tang San. Let her go. If you have anything, come at me. Tang San was going crazy, watching helplessly as Xiao Wu was treated lightly, unable to do anything. Who understands the pain of family? It's all about deep love and suffering. Come at you? Qianrenlin said with a strange expression. I'm not interested in men. He changed his tone, his voice turning cold. I want the Xiantian treasure record. What? Tang San was completely shocked. How could he know my secret? He pretended to be confused. What Xiantian treasure record? I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending? Qianrenlin laughed, a cruel smile. Tang San, you and your beloved Xiao Wu are both in my hands now. If I just move my finger, your little beauty could be gone, oh. Ha ha ha. Tang San fell silent. He didn't know how the other side knew, but he knew he had no choice. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Qianrenlin, and finally spoke heavily. Okay, I'll give it to you, but I want to see Xiao Wu first. Fine. Qianrenlin gestured, and Douluo directly threw Xiao Wu over like trash. Tang San wanted to catch her, but was too weak, only able to watch helplessly as Xiao Wu fell to the ground. His fist clenched tightly, but he didn't dare to say a harsh word. He crawled toward Xiao Wu, just about to grab her hand. A foot stomped heavily on the back of his hand. It was Qianrenlin. He looked down at Tang San from above, his voice devoid of warmth. You've seen the person. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Okay, I'll write it. Tang San squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. No need to be so troublesome. Qian casually threw a gray crystal stone, hitting Tang San in the face. Just imprint your memory directly on it. What is this? Transmission stone. Just stick it to your forehead and think about the Xiantian treasure record. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but for Xiao Wu, he could only comply. He laboriously raised his hand and pressed the stone to his forehead. Open your mind and silently think about the Xiantian treasure record. Tang San did as instructed, but at the moment he opened his mind, he was horrified to find a massive spiritual force flooding into his sea of consciousness, completely controlling his thoughts. That's right, this isn't a transmission stone at all. It's Qianren's remote spiritual probing. Let me tell you, this guy's extremely cautious, facing Tang San, the destined child. He is afraid that directly searching his soul would be risky, so he split off a thread of spiritual force, like a drone, flying in to transmit the images back in real time. Even if discovered, he would only lose a bit of spiritual force, safety first. Soon, Qianren opened his eyes, the Xiantian treasure record in hand. He turned to leave, but the so-called transmission stone quietly drilled into Tang San's sea of consciousness, disappearing without a trace. That was a back door he left behind. The prison door slowly closed. Tang San felt something new in his head, but couldn't quite explain it. He didn't have time to think about it, quickly crawling to Xiao Wu's side, tightly holding her hand. Xiao Wu, wake up. Xiao San, is it you? I'm so scared. Xiao Wu woke up and immediately hugged Tang San, crying loudly. In the holy Qian Hall, Qian obtained the Xiantian treasure record, but he didn't rush to practice. Bring the 7 sword slaves to see me. He decided to find a few guinea pigs to test it out. Soon, 7 figures appeared in the hall, kneeling respectfully. Qian used his spiritual power to transform the method of Xiantian Gong into 7 jade slips, flicking them to them. Cultivate, according to this. The 7 sword slaves took the jade slips, pressed them to their foreheads, and soon entered a state of cultivation. Qian sat on the Qian dragon chair, sipping red wine while waiting. He waited for a whole week. He became a bit impatient and called Ghost Dalu and Douluo to guard, while he turned and went downstairs. He brought Douluo directly to the refining tower. Where is elderly? Call him to see me. Soon, an old man named Li Si came rolling and crawling. Your Highness the Holy Sun, how is the soul guide device coming along? Qianren asked, crossing his legs. Your Highness, we've made 1,000 storage soul guides, but the space is too small. The largest is only 20 cubic meters. Qianren frowned. 20 cubic meters? Are you kidding me? Tang San's belt has 24 cubic meters. First, take 400 for Douluo. He instructed the rest. Give to the workers in the refining tower as benefits. When Li Si heard this, he was shocked on the spot, moved to tears, and praised him loudly. Qianren waved his hand, turning to Douluo. Douluo, take these soul guides in the name of the Spirit Hall. Open 2 auction houses in Tiando City and Xinglua City. Sell them all within a month. Understood. But what should the auction houses be called? Qianren thought for a moment. Let us call it the Holy Qian Chamber of Commerce. I tell you, when the entire continent was still in the dark, 2 magnificent auction houses had already risen in the capitals of the 2 great empires. Then, a series of special invitations were sent out. In the Tiando Palace, Emperor Xia had just finished reviewing the memorials when suddenly, with a whoosh, a dagger made of condensed soul power broke through the window and was firmly pinned to the table in front of him. Assassins! Protect the Emperor! The guards rushed in. They soon discovered that a letter was attached to the dagger. Once the letter was taken down, the dagger transformed into light and disappeared. Emperor Xia opened the letter and his pupils. Soul guide devices. Someone is actually auctioning soul guide devices. And not just one. The signature was Holy Unicorn Chamber of Commerce. Immediately investigate. What is the background of this Holy Unicorn Chamber of Commerce? At the same time, in the Xinglua Empire, 7 treasures glazed tile school. Blue electric tyrant dragon sect. All top forces received the auction list delivered in the same manner. Everyone was shocked and speculated about the identity of this mysterious holy son from the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, QianRenlin, who stirred the winds and clouds of the entire continent, had already returned to the Holy Unicorn Palace, because Ghost Law had told him that the 7 sword slaves had awakened. How does it feel? QianRenlin looked at the 7 kneeling in front of him. The leader, Ling Feng, excitedly replied, Back to the master. My subordinates feel that their strength has increased by at least 50%. 50%. QianRenlin was astonished. Is the effect of the Xiantian skill this powerful? After confirming that there was no problem with the cultivation method, He immediately ordered to send the Xiantian treasure log to all members of the Luo network, and also had ghostly sent it to Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu. Isn't this a pure dimensionality reduction blow? His own people are using black technology, while others are still using an abacus. After dealing with this, QianRenlin closed his eyes again. He wanted to create a truly powerful cultivation method that belonged to him, based on the Xiantian skill. 3 days later, he had explored a prototype and aimed to incorporate the characteristics of devouring. Another week passed. Boom! The sky above the spirit hall changed dramatically. A gigantic, colorful vortex of soul power appeared out of nowhere, and the end of the vortex connected directly to the top of the Holy Unicorn Palace. All the soul masters in Soul City who were cultivating instantly felt the soul power around them being drained. Qian Dalu, Bibi Dong, and others rushed out of the main hall, staring in shock at the phenomenon in the sky. In the next moment, that massive vortex of soul power was swallowed by QianRenlin as if a great whale was drinking water. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of mysterious light passing. His own cultivation method, Holy Unicorn Scripture, was completed. This method could swallow anything. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, and this body had truly been completely mastered by him. But that wasn't the end. He spent another 3 days deducing and upgrading the martial skills like Xian Jade Hand and controlling Crane Catching Dragon from the Xiantian treasure record. Upon introspecting himself, he was shocked to find that there were actually 99,999 meridians in his body, and they were all open. No wonder his upgrades were as easy as drinking water. QianRenlin slowly raised his right arm, soul power surging, and a mighty Qian phantom instantly enveloped his entire arm. He looked at this Qian arm, faced the window, and casually punched out. Boom! The 9th floor of the Holy Unicorn Palace was instantly reduced to powder. The Qian fist shadow continued unabated, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight towards the distant Pope's palace. Just as it was about to strike, a massive black spider suddenly appeared above the Pope's palace, spitting out a web in an attempt to intercept the Qian. Bang! The Qian shattered, and the web dissipated. But the terrifying shockwave still struck down with full force. Rumble! Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the magnificent Pope's palace started to crack from the middle, inch by inch, and then collapsed. It became a ruin. Amidst the ruins, Bibi Dong stood frozen, and then a roar filled with boundless rage echoed throughout Soul City. Qian, run, son. I told you. These 3 words just squeezed out from Bibi Dong's teeth, and her face instantly darkened like the bottom of the pot. She was so angry that she trembled all over, pointing at the nearby Qian Dalu and Jin, who were holding back their laughter to the point of almost injuring themselves. And she directly exploded. What are you laughing at? Isn't it all because of your good grandson's doing? Good grief, Qian Dalu. This old man really couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud on the spot. Isn't he also your son? I tell you, this family relationship is even more exciting than a primetime drama. Just then, the culprit QianRenlin ran over, scratching his head with an embarrassed expression. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm really not doing it on purpose. Who knew my punch would be so powerful? As soon as Bibi Dong heard this, her anger flared up again. With her hands on her hips, she scolded. Oh, so now you're all grown up, huh? You even dare to smash your mother's Pope's Hall? QianRenlin quickly smiled apologetically. Mom, please calm down. I swear it wasn't intentional. I'll build you a new one right now. I promise it will be more impressive and beautiful than the original. Okay? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him, tossed her head, turned around, and walked away, muttering, I've really hit the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. I didn't let that old Tang San smash my hall, and instead, it was my own son who destroyed it. Seeing Bibi Dong storm off, Qian Dalu couldn't help but laugh and followed suit. The other worshippers, seeing the situation, dared not stay any longer and hurriedly slipped away, each one faster than the other. Before leaving, the golden crocodile Douluo turned back to the group of stunned black armored guards outside and warned, if anyone dares to say a word about today's incident, all of you can go to the Purgatory Tower. The guards around trembled in fear, nodding their heads like garlic being smashed. Are you kidding? The Purgatory Tower? Not even a dog would go there. Grandpa, wait a minute. QianRenlin called out to Qian Dalu as he was about to leave. Qian Dalu turned around, looking puzzled. Linner, is there something else? Let me tell you, the next scene is the highlight of today. Qian Renlin flipped his hand, and a piece of white jade appeared in his palm, which he directly handed over. Grandpa, take this for cultivation. Qian Dalu took it and examined it. What is this thing? Qian Renlin slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that this Douluo Continent doesn't have USB drives. He could only explain, This is an advanced cultivation method I modified from the Xiantian treasure record. Just stick it to your forehead, and you'll understand. What? An advanced version of a Xiantian gong? Qian Dalu was instantly shocked. The Xiantian gong was already quite abnormal, and now there's an advanced version? But thinking of that world-destroying soul power vortex from earlier, he found it reasonable. However, little did he know that my brother Lin had more schemes than a cold briquette. This cultivation method was indeed powerful, but Lin secretly castrated the most critical devouring function. Why? Because aside from him, if anyone dared to indiscriminately devour soul power of different attributes, the result would be one word: explosion. Qian Dalu pressed the jade to his forehead, and in an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This cultivation speed was several times that of the Xiantian gong. He immediately concluded that with this thing, even a useless person with innate soul power level 1 could surpass those geniuses with full innate soul power as long as they were willing to work hard. He excitedly decided on the spot. From today onwards, this cultivation method will be the Bible of my Wuhun Hall. Only Liner, your direct bloodline and the next candidate for the Pope, is qualified to practice it. What this meant, only the family understood, which was that it would be passed down to males and not females. And it also followed the primogeniture system, directly eliminating the possibility of future siblings fighting for power and killing each other. My brother Lin naturally had no objections. This was exactly what he wanted. He was clear in his heart that the old man was still treating it like a treasure, not knowing that this cultivation method had a backdoor. If you dared to practice it, life and death were entirely in my brother Lin's hands. It was a pure, cybernetic tightening spell. Qian Dalu left with the Bible satisfied, while my brother Lin shook his head and turned to start infrastructure construction. As soon as the 5 elements domain opened, countless ruins and bricks automatically floated, and a brand new, fortress-like Pope Hall rose from the ground. The scene shifted, and we look at the dungeon where Sangu and Xiao Wu are. It had been half a month without food or water, their soul power sealed, and both were pale and emaciated, only able to hold each other for warmth. At this moment, Tang San had lost even the strength to hate Qian Renlin. With only one thought in his mind, Xiao Wu must survive and get out. He regretted giving away the Xiantian treasure record in the first place, but could not give it. If he didn't, he would have to watch Xiao Wu be killed. Even more ridiculous, he still didn't know who had captured him. Only vaguely guessing, it was the mysterious holy son of the Wuhun Hall. San, are you going to die here? Xiao Wu's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. No, Xiao Wu, we will definitely get out. Tang San held her, feeling uncertain, but he had to sound tough. I'm so thirsty. I want to sleep. Xiao Wu's eyelids began to droop. Xiao Wu, don't sleep. Absolutely don't sleep. Tang San panicked. And at this moment of life and death, he gritted his teeth and bit down hard on his wrist. Blood gushed out, and he quickly brought his wrist to Xiao Wu's lips. Xiao Wu, drink. Hold on. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and the prison door slowly rose. A roar came from outside. What are you useless fools doing? His Highness, the Holy Son, specifically ordered that they must not die. How are you handling this? When Tang San heard the words Holy Son, his heart sank. It really was the Wuhun Hall. But from the sound of it, that Holy Son seemed to not want them dead. A spark of hope ignited. A prison warden named Fun Yin rushed in, and upon seeing Xiao Wu, who was near death, exploded. If they die, you all can wait to be executed. Tang San felt like he had grabbed a lifeline and quickly shouted, Senior, please, save Xiao Wu. Fun Yin quickly stepped forward and immediately noticed something was wrong. This girl is not human. He instantly realized why the Holy Son cared so much. He immediately shouted, Quick, go call a healing soul master. Prepare a good meal. Hurry. Then he began to channel soul power into Xiao Wu while looking at the bite marks on Tang San's wrist. Oh, this kid is something loyal and righteous. He felt a sense of appreciation and stroked his beard, saying, Kid, I see your talent and character are both excellent. I formally accept you as my disciple. How about it? Tang San hesitated. To become his disciple would be equivalent to joining the Wuhun Hall. The vendetta against his mother was unending. He could only politely refuse. Senior, I already have teacher. Fun Yin, upon hearing this, did not press further, shaking his head in disappointment. He had originally thought that if he took this kid in, perhaps the Holy Son would spare him for the sake of his face. Since the kid was not appreciative, that was it. It wasn't worth offending the Holy Son for an outsider. Soon, the healing soul master and food arrived. Xiao Wu and Tang San were bathed in green light and began to recover. Fun Yin instructed his subordinates to take good care of them and absolutely not let anything go wrong. Then he left. Tang San watched his retreating figure, feeling a bit moved inside, thinking that not all people in the Wuhun Hall were bad. Oh my Sangu, just because someone gave you food, you're starting to feel all warm and fuzzy? Too naive. They were just afraid my brother Lin would fail his KPI assessment and get his chicken leg deducted. Looking at Xiao Wu, this silly rabbit, as soon as the crisis was lifted, immediately forgot where she was. Grabbing a chicken leg, she was munching away, her mouth full of grease, incoherently saying, San, this is so delicious. You have to try this. What do the family members understand? Over here, Tang San's mind was already playing out an 800-episode tragedy, while over there, Xiao Wu had already started savoring the food. Her heart is truly big. Half a month later, on my brother Lin's side, the new Pope Hall and the damaged Sacred Lin Hall were all repaired. He returned to the familiar 9th floor. Crossing his legs, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine, Ghost Douluo stood in front of him like a shadow. How are Tang San and the others doing? Renlin asked flatly, not even raising his eyes. Returning to the master, everything is fine. Go, bring Xiao Wu over. Renlin's voice was devoid of any warmth. After nurturing her for so long, it was time to reap the rewards. Ghost Douluo accepted the order and was about to leave when Renlin called out to him. Wait. He originally wanted to say to let Tang San go, but then thought of a more interesting idea. He waved his hand. Never mind, go ahead. In the Purgatory Tower, Xiao Wu was innocently snuggled in Tang San's arms, chattering about how many babies they should have in the future, even coming up with names. Meanwhile, Tang San was smiling, but the unease in his heart grew stronger. He had a premonition that Xiao Wu was going to leave him. Suddenly, the prison door burst open, and Ghost Thaw's emotionless face appeared at the entrance. Come with me. The master wants to see you. He said to Xiao Wu, Who is your master? Why should I go with you? Xiao Wu pouted, looking defiant. Ghost Douluo coldly snorted, his figure flashing, directly appearing in front of her and lifting her up. Let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San panicked and rushed forward. Ghost Douluo didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A glance sent Tang San flying like he had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing into the wall and passing out on the spot. You monster! What have you done to San? Xiao Wu looked at the unconscious Tang San and screamed frantically at Ghost Douluo. If you call out one more time, you'll never see him again. Ghost Douluo said impatiently. Xiao Wu was lifted by him and brought all the way to the terrifying black Sacred Lin Hall. She was taken to the 9th floor, where Ghost Douluo released her onto the ground and knelt on one knee, saying, Master, I brought the person. Renlin turned his back to them and said lightly, You can go now. In the vast hall, only Xiao Wu and Renlin's silhouette remained. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for Xiao Wu to breathe, and she couldn't help but ask, Hey, who exactly are you? Renlin slowly turned around. I tell you, at that moment, Xiao Wu was stunned. The man in front of her, his looks, his aura, that damn charm, made her momentarily dazed. She quickly shook her head, silently chanting in her heart, I love Xiao San. But strangely, she found that she couldn't muster even a shred of hatred towards this man who had captured both herself and Tang San. Renlin sat down in front of the sofa, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and gestured for her to come over. Come here, drink a few glasses with me. Xiao Wu nervously sat down opposite him. The next scene, let me tell you, is a contender for the best short story of 2025. Renlin held up his wine glass, his eyes melancholic, and began to speak in a tone as if gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Long ago, there was a kind, innocent, lovely woman by my side like you. She was the only person I ever loved. Xiao Wu was taken aback. So, where is she? She died. Renlin's tone was heavy, killed by my fiancé, E. As he spoke, he crushed the wine glass in his hand with a bang. Xiao Wu was shocked. What? Then you? Renlin began his performance, weaving a melodramatic story about his past life on Blue Star. Something about a pure and innocent girlfriend, a cold-hearted rich fiancé, a blood rose assassin organization, a meticulously planned car accident. He portrayed himself as a tragic male lead, heartbroken by love and conspiracy. Xiao Wu listened, confused, not understanding a word about countries, world tours, or car accidents. Her expression was as if it were written on her face. Which mental hospital did this guy come from? She thought he was a madman, a lunatic. But what was the focus? The focus was on the wine. High concentration red wine, pouring glass after glass. My brother Lin focused on physical hypnosis, using alcohol to dissolve your will. At first, Xiao Wu resolutely rebutted him. It's all your fiancé's fault. How can you drag everyone into your pain? But as she spoke, she too began to raise her wine glass and drink heartily, mumbling, But this wine is really quite good. She completely failed to realize that she had fallen into the hunter's trap. She foolishly kept drinking and said, I can tell you, I only have San in my heart. But this wine is nice if you don't mind. Could you give me a few more bottles? I want to let San try it. Qian Renlin looked at her, his eyes carrying a hint of inexplicable emotion, the corners of his mouth gently curling up. What a silly woman. Before long, Wu was completely out of it, her eyes dazed, her cheeks flushed, and with her soul power sealed. She couldn't withstand the aftereffects of the strong liquor. She was already hazy, hugging Qian Renlin's hand that was caressing her cheek, mumbling, Hee, San, you're here. Hurry and try, this wine is really good. Qian Renlin looked at the charming girl in front of him, and the ripples in his heart that had arisen because she resembled an old acquaintance instantly calmed. It's better this way. You won't die too painfully, he said softly. But in the end, you are not her, and your soul ring, I will also claim it. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and gently picked up the completely drunk Wu. Wu clung to his neck, still mumbling. Hey San, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Qian Renlin glanced down at her and casually conjured a soft mattress in the empty hall, gently placing her on it. I'm San, what's wrong? I'll be gentle. San, will you love me forever? Qian Renlin paused his movements, reaching out to brush aside the hair from her forehead, his eyes slowly turning blood red. Let me tell you, at the same time, something big happened with Tang San 1,000 miles away. He was locked up in the Purgatory Tower, when suddenly it felt like someone was drilling his heart with a power drill, and he fell to the ground with a howl, cold sweat pouring down. Family. Who understands that feeling? It was as if the most important thing in his life was suddenly and forcefully snapped. He went mad, holding his head and shouting, Wu. That voice was heart-wrenching. Immediately after, he swore to the heavens, declaring that he would never coexist with the Spirit Hall, and that he would not rest until the Spirit Hall was destroyed. Good heavens, what a fierce declaration. The jailers at the door turned dark. Our holy son was treated well, and yet you are here cursing? At the captain's command, the door was opened with a bang. As soon as the door opened, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw Tang San glowing red all over, breaking through the soul power seal placed by the ghost elder. Just then a cold, AI-like prompt sounded in his mind, asking if he would accept the trial of the killing god. At that moment, Tang San was almost fainting from the pain, so he didn't care about anything else, and instinctively replied, accept. The next second, the task arrived. First trial, eliminate the first jailer you see. Reward 10 levels of soul power. Failure means instant death. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, Tang San's blood-red eyes immediately fixed on the captain he hung at the door, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. A large black hammer appeared in his left hand out of nowhere, and without saying a word, he jumped up and smashed it down towards He Hong's forehead. The captain was shocked. How dare you act in the Hell Tower? 3 titled Douluos are sitting at the top of the tower. Just as he was about to summon his martial soul to defend himself, he realized, oh no, he couldn't release his martial soul at all. He could only watch helplessly as the hammer grew larger in his vision. With a loud bang, a soul emperor over level 60, unable to summon his martial soul, was instantly smashed into a human-shaped mosaic. The other 2 prison guards were dumbfounded, pointing at Tang San and stammering, oh, you dare to kill a prison guard? Tang San completely ignored them because the AI voice in his head rang out. First trial completed. Reward, level 10 soul power. As soon as the voice fell, his aura suddenly surged, jumping from level 33 to level 40. Immediately after, second trial, escape from the Hell Tower. Reward, 1 divine soul ring. Seeing the 2 prison guards charging towards him, Tang San's expression turned cold. He jumped up from the spot, his hammer charging in the air, smashing down 14 times in quick succession, then suddenly turning to smash a big hole in the wall next to him. He ignored the attacks from behind, took a swift step to the hole, and jumped down. The 2 prison guards below were so furious they stomped their feet, quickly sounding the alarm to notify everyone that he must not be allowed to escape. Meanwhile, Tang San jumped down from the high place and quickly spread blue-silver grass below to cushion his fall. Even so, he landed awkwardly and was dazed. He gritted his teeth against the pain and started to run. But he had barely taken a few steps when a devastating pressure descended from the sky, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Soon after, over 100 Soul Emperor-level prison guards rushed out of the tower, surrounding him tightly. A titled Dalu named Fun Yin stepped forward, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The Hell Tower had been built for 5 years, and today was the first time someone had died. And it was a soul emperor killed by a soul master. He was losing face. Without saying a word, he issued a direct order. Use burning fire to roast him for 3 days and 3 nights, but don't let him die. Then Tang San was dragged back. On the other side, Qian Renlin had just absorbed Xiao Wu's soul ring and was already at level 62. Goodness, it was as if he had opened a divine perspective. He knew everything happening in the Hell Tower. But he was also confused, wondering what was going on with Tang San. How could someone ascend while sitting in prison? He couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. And in the end, he could only conclude, could this be the power of love? I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Buddy, your thought process is quite unique. However, he quickly cooled down, holding the rabbit corpse that Xiao Wu had transformed into. His eyes icy. Anyone who dares to kill someone from the spirit hall must pay the price. After saying that, he put on his clothes, carried the rabbit, and flew straight to the royal kitchen. Guess what he went there for? He personally started cooking. An hour later, he walked out, full and satisfied, holding a delicate food box, with a smile on his face that made me feel uneasy. The scene cut back to the Hell Tower, where Tang San had been roasted for an entire hour, his body charred and emitting a smell of barbecued meat, but he hadn't uttered a sound. The guards were in awe, saying this kid really had a tough bone. One of the captains, the younger brother of Hong who had been killed, was infuriated by Tang San's unyielding demeanor and was about to increase the heat when Qian Renlin arrived. Qian Renlin immediately saw through the captain's thoughts and said calmly, I know you want revenge, but this person cannot die yet. He is still useful to me. After saying that, he ordered to extinguish the fire and had the unconscious Tang San taken out and brought away. He took Tang San to a private room in a tavern outside the spirit city and casually channeled a life energy, visibly healing Tang San's injuries. When Tang San woke up and saw Qian Renlin, his eyes turned red. What are you doing here? Where's Xiao Wu? What have you done to her? Qian Renlin, maintaining his calm demeanor, slowly poured wine and said, Don't be anxious. You haven't eaten for a day. You must be hungry. Sit down. To be honest, even though Tang San hated him, he still couldn't resist sitting down. Qian Renlin poured him a glass of red wine, smiling. Here, try this drink I made myself. Xiao Wu is with me. She keeps urging me to bring a few bottles for you to taste. As soon as Tang San heard Xiao Wu, he became anxious. Xiao Wu is with you? Is she okay? Oh, first eat and drink enough, then I'll take you to see her. Qian Renlin still wore that harmless smile. Tang San relaxed a little, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat ravenously. Just then, Qian Renlin took out the food box from his storage soul guide, opened it, and presented a plate of chopped fried meat, pushing it in front of Tang San. Here, try this dish I made myself. Tang San looked at the dish, feeling uneasy, but couldn't pinpoint why. Qian Renlin continued to fan the flames. Actually, I'm really envious of you. You've had a little lowly accompanying you since childhood, and now that you've grown up, it's time to eat. As soon as those words were spoken, Tang San jumped up, shouting, You cook Xiao Wu? You monster. Wait. Qian Renlin quickly waved his hands. It's not that kind of eating. What I mean is it's time to, make a baby. Tang San finally relaxed, his face flushed, and he actually believed it. I was watching from the side, anxious for him. This foolish child, being sold and still counting the money. He had no idea that the red wine he drank was mixed with Xiao Wu's blood, and the plate of meat was actually made from Xiao Wu's rabbit form. After being stir-fried with hundreds of spices, the original taste was completely unrecognizable. After eating and drinking to his fill, Tang San wiped his mouth. Can you take me to see Xiao Wu now? Qian Renlin felt troubled. Where could he find a Xiao Wu for him? But he still smiled and said, Of course, follow me. He took Tang San to his Holy Lin Palace, finding an excuse that Xiao Wu was playing and told him to wait there while he went to look for her. Then he turned and ran to find his mother, Bibi Dong, to ask if there were any soul masters or soul bones that could change appearances. But Bibi Dong said there used to be a soul bone, but now it's with his sister and it's gone from the spear hall. With no other choice, Qian Renlin had to come up with his own idea. He stood at the door of the Pope's palace, closed his eyes, and thought for a long time, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He used his third soul skill to create a clone, but this clone could only change its appearance and had no spirit, disappearing after 5 minutes. Definitely not enough to fool Tang San. So, he thought of a more clever plan. He used his mental power to cover the entire spirit city, starting to look for a girl with a personality and temperament similar to Xiao Wu. Guess what? He really found a little orphan girl named Lianer outside the city. The next scene completely refreshed my worldview. Qian Renlin, like a creepy uncle, coaxed and tricked the little girl into a shop. When he came out, the little girl was gone, and beside him was a living, breathing Xiao Wu. I tell you, He used an extremely sinister technique to forcibly merge his doppelganger with that living person named Lianer, and then crazily instilled his fabricated memories into her mind. Simply put, he directly formatted and reinstalled the system of that little girl. From then on, there was no more Lianer in this world. Only a puppet named Xiao Wu who had no thoughts of her own and lived completely according to QianRenlin settings. QianRenlin returned to the Holy Lin Palace with this perfect puppet. Tang San was almost impatient from waiting. As soon as he saw Xiao Wu rush over, tears streamed down his face, and he hugged her tightly. Xiao Wu also acted very convincingly, saying pitifully, "Brother San, I really miss you. But that bad guy wouldn't let me come find you." Tang San was momentarily stunned. Xiao Wu used to call him Xiao San. So why did she suddenly change to calling him Brother San? But he thought about it and remembered she had called him that before. Maybe just a change of address. As long as Xiao Wu was fine, he didn't think too much about it. Qian Renlin, seeing the two of them hugging, impatiently waved his hand, saying, "All right, you've seen her, you can go now." Tang San felt relieved, but then became curious. "Why are you being so kind to let us go?" Qian Renlin began to act, saying that the grievances of the previous generation shouldn't involve the next, and that he actually wanted to be friends with him, and so on. He had Tang San completely fooled, who genuinely thought this son of the Spirit Hall wasn't bad. Just as Tang San was about to take Xiao Wu away, he stopped and asked, "By the way, what about Xiao Feng? How is Mo Feng?" Qian Renlin's mouth curled up, thinking of something amusing, and said, "He's doing well. Do you want to see him? You can, but only from the outside." Tang San immediately agreed. Qian Renlin sent a message in advance, having someone bring the tortured Mo Feng to the 9th level of the Purgatory Tower, and even treated his external injuries. Tang San, looking through the glass window, saw that Mo Feng was indeed still alive, and finally felt at ease. He wanted to ask Qian Renlin to release Mo Feng, but Qian Renlin refused without a second thought. "No, he betrayed me. I can't let him go." Tang San was still trying to negotiate, saying something about being friends and that he should show mercy. Qian Renlin became impatient with him, staring at him for several seconds before saying, "Don't worry. I won't kill him. I'll let him go when I'm in a good mood one day." With no other choice, Tang San could only take Xiao Wu away. As soon as they left, Qian Renlin immediately turned around and returned to the 9th level of the Purgatory Tower, instructing someone to open the door. Mo Feng raised his head to look at him, silent. He had come to terms with it. If he spoke, he would die, but if he didn't, he could live a little longer. Qian Renlin walked up to him and asked indifferently, "Do you regret it?" "No regrets. What about Ning Rongrong? You don't want her?" Mo Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he sneered coldly. "So what if I want her? So what if I don't? Will you let me go?" Qian Renlin looked at him and simply said 2 words, "No way." "Ha, let me tell you, there is no such thing as no with me. Want to die? No chance. Since you don't have the courage to end it yourself, doesn't that mean you still have something you care about? Let me tell you, QianRenlin is really not one to waste words." His eyes instantly turned pure golden, with the skills of a million-year soul bone, mirror flower water moon, and heavenly eye enslavement, directly giving you the highest configuration. And this time it's different. It's the Pro Max upgraded version. He swallowed Xiao Wu's soul ring and condensed the head soul core. That mental power, I tell you, even a titled Dalu would have to kneel unless you've got 1 foot stepping into the threshold of the divine. Mo Feng gasped in pain, wearing a mask of agony. This was no longer the previous experience of being locked in a small dark room. It was like pouring sulfuric acid directly into your brain, forcibly formatting your memory hard drive. QianRenlin wanted him to become a dog that only knows how to wag its tail. "Martial soul, release." That voice was cold enough to freeze. Mo Feng couldn't control himself at all, and the void mantis buzzed into existence. QianRenlin raised his hand and shot a black light into the mantis, and good heavens. The mantis instantly went wild, as if it had been electrocuted. "Does it have its own consciousness?" "Interesting." QianRenlin sneered. "So what if it has consciousness? It still has to lie down for me." The void mantis seemed to know it was doomed, struggling even more fiercely, almost jumping out of Mo Feng's body. Mo Feng himself fainted from the pain. I tell you, forcibly extracting the martial soul from a body is like pulling your soul out. Just thinking about it makes you shiver. "Want to run?" QianRenlin snorted, and as soon as the Earth-type domain opened, the mantis was like a monkey pressed under a 5-finger mountain, unable to move at all. He leisurely dealt the final blow. "Don't forget, no matter how awesome you are, you're just a martial soul. Without your 34th level master, you can only reach the level of a 1,000-year soul beast at most." The next second, the dark domain opened as well. He was going to forcibly devour it. I tell you, in the entire continent. The only martial soul with independent consciousness besides Yu Shaojiang's Luo Sanpao is this one. As the mantis grew weaker, the 12-winged elemental angel martial soul behind QianRenlin also appeared, now grown to 5 meters tall, radiating an overwhelming aura. The angel martial soul clasped its hands together, gray light bursting forth from its body, and it seemed to be chanting something. Then it formed seals with its hands at lightning speed, and a spinning black hole appeared right in front of it. The mantis actually let out a scream and was sucked in. The next second, QianRenlin's mind went boom. What the hell? That purple void mantis actually fell out of the black hole in his sea of consciousness. QianRenlin was stunned. He only wanted to absorb some energy, but his martial soul was too heaven-defying, directly robbing the other person's martial soul and turning it into his second martial soul. Who understands this? Have you ever seen someone robbing equipment? Have you ever seen someone strip the heroes from another's account and put them on themselves? This is simply the ultimate old sixth behavior. A thought flashed through his mind. What if he could rob all the martial souls in the world? But he quickly dismissed it. He wouldn't even look at those trash martial souls. With a thought, the mantis martial soul possessed him. Feeling the explosive power, he threw a punch at the prison wall. Bang, bang, bang. The entire wall was shattered. You should know that wall was built with countless rare materials using soul skills. Even a soul Douluo would take a while to scratch it. But he didn't use any soul rings or soul skills. He just shattered it with one punch. He looked down at Mo Feng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, feeling a deep frustration. Such an awesome martial soul was wasted on him. But then he thought, isn't this equivalent to giving it away for free? Instantly, he felt great. He waved a life energy to wake Mo Feng up, whose golden eyes were fixed on him. As soon as Mo Feng opened his eyes, still not understanding the situation, he was pulled back into the mental black hole. This time, without the protection of the mantis martial soul, he was completely enslaved in less than 3 seconds. Master, Mo Feng opened his eyes again, directly kneeling on both knees, crawling at his feet. From now on, you continue to lurk by Shrek's side, and make sure Ning Rongrong gets pregnant with your child. QianRenlin said. Yes, Master. Mo Feng's voice was hoarse. Go ahead, the Luo network will cooperate with you. Mo Feng retreated on his knees out of the prison door before daring to stand up. As soon as he stepped out of the Hell Tower, his soul power erupted, breaking through 5 levels in an instant, reaching level 39. Meanwhile, just as Tang San stepped out of the Martial Soul Hall, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations on passing the second test of the God of Killing, awarded 1 soul ring. Do you want to absorb it now? Third brother, what's wrong? Xiao asked curiously when she saw him in a daze. Oh, it's nothing. Tang San smiled absent-mindedly. They had just walked a few steps when a familiar voice called out. Xiao San. Wait for me. Tang San shivered all over and turned around suddenly. Xiao. Xiaofeng. Ha, what's wrong, Xiao San? You don't need to be so excited to see me, right? Mo Feng came up, patting his shoulder and laughing heartily. Tang San's tears fell immediately, and he hugged him tightly, his voice trembling. Xiaofeng, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Get away. I'm not interested in men. Mo Feng pushed him away with a face full of disdain. Tang San wiped his tears and smiled brightly. It's good that you're back. If Rongrong and the others knew, they would be so happy. Rongrong, is she okay? Mo Feng's expression paused. Very well. She really misses you. Oof. You didn't tell her I died. Did you? No, absolutely not. We said you were recruited by the Martial Soul Hall. That's good, let's go. I can't wait to see my Rongrong. Mo Feng said eagerly, directly summoning a horse made of soul power, and dashed away. Tang San was left stunned. What? The horse can be summoned like this? Huh. Xiao San, are you envious? I could do it too. Xiao Wu proudly waved her hand, summoning a white horse as well. She explained that this soul power horse was already popular in Martial Soul City, developed by the Holy Sun. Tang San swallowed hard, curiously touching the horse's fur. He had no idea how to ride a horse. In his previous life, he had stayed in the Tang sect for a lifetime, so he directly sat behind Xiao Wu, tightly hugging her waist. Xiao Wu smiled, tugged on the reins, and gave chase. But she didn't notice that behind her, Tang San's eyes were as cold as ice. They ran for more than half a month before finally reaching Heaven-Do City. At the city gate, the guarding soldiers ordered them to dismount. Xiao Wu and Mo Feng exchanged glances and smiled, waving their hands, and the horse vanished. Tang San was caught off guard and fell down with a thud. Xiao Wu, you learn bad things. Tang San complained like a wronged little wife. The surrounding passers-by were all stunned. How could a living horse just disappear like that? Hey, you don't know this, right? An old man proudly began to explain, "This is called Soul Power Horse, an incredible soul skill developed by the holy son of the martial Soul Hall." When the passers-by heard this, they all exclaimed in awe, "This holy son is truly a divine person." As Tang San listened to the praises of QianRenlin from the people around him, a painful expression gradually appeared in his eyes. Once they entered the city, they saw a particularly lively place. After inquiring, they found out it was the Holy Lin Chamber of Commerce holding its final auction. Just when they were worried about not having an invitation to get in, they turned around and bumped into Ning Fengji and Douluo. Without saying a word, Ning Fengji directly led them into the auction hall. As soon as they entered, Xiaowu and Tang San were stunned by the luxury inside. The entire wall was made of diamond glass. The stairs were of crystal amberstone, and the huge crystal chandelier overhead was at least 300 meters in diameter. "This martial soul hall is too rich." Tang San's eyes widened. Ning Fengji told him not to underestimate that lamp. It was not just a lamp, but also the latest soul guide device from the spirit hall, capable of providing light, regulating temperature, and even serving as a loudspeaker. Tang San felt angry upon hearing this. With such talent, why not research lethal soul guide devices instead of making these flashy, everyday items? It was simply a waste of resources. However, Ning Fengji thought deeper. He believed this was a conspiracy by the spirit hall to win people's hearts. They followed the maid to the VIP room on the second floor. Just as they were about to enter, a handsome guy came out of the adjacent room and called out to Ning Fengji as teacher. Ning Fengji introduced him, saying this was his disciple, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe. "Goodness, let me tell you, isn't this just Qianrenlin, the sister of Qianrenlin?" The siblings were playing one as the crown prince in public, while the other secretly acted as the demon king. And here was Tang San, a naive fool completely in the dark. Shueqinghe calmly glanced at Tang San, also curious about how her brother allowed him to live. After entering the room, the auction began. The host held a device called a microphone, and the sound spread throughout the venue via the overhead lights. Ning Fengji sipped his drink while complaining to Tang San and the others, saying that ever since the Holy Sun was born, he had been busy with all kinds of things like trench coats, amusement parks, bungee jumping, giant swings, and even a Ferris wheel specifically for couples. He was simply bored out of his mind. Sir Douluo frowned and said that the sect disciples were not focusing on their cultivation and were only thinking about playing every day. Mo Feng listened from the side, thinking that the master was just having a moment of inspiration while making some money, and they were overthinking it. As they chatted, Ning Fengji finally got to the main topic. "Tang San, where have you been? How did you come out of Spirit Hall and skate?" Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and Mo Feng before starting his performance. Dugabo is a member of the Spirit Hall and also a subordinate of the Holy Sun. He captured Xiao Wu, and when I went to chase him, I ended up getting knocked out. I woke up in the Purgatory Tower of the Spirit Hall. Then how did you get out? Ning Fengji was even more confused. "I don't know either." Tang San furrowed his brows, looking serious. They clearly knew Xiao Wu's identity, yet they only kept us for half a month and did nothing before releasing us. Just then, Mo Feng, touching his nose, laughed and interjected, "Hey, why think so much? Xiao Wu is so cute. Maybe the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall has taken a liking to her." I was listening beside them and almost couldn't hold it in. This guy is truly a genius screenwriter. What's even more incredible is that Tang San glanced at him without leaving a trace and actually started climbing up the pole, nodding repeatedly. "That's right. It really seems to be that way now. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain Qianrenlin's actions at all. He even said he admired me? Well, load of nonsense. Isn't it just jealousy that Xiao Wu is mine?" Family, who understands? Tang San, this silly sweetie, was shaking his hands when he said this. Thinking he was proud, he actually believed it. "I really want to thank you, brother. Your head is almost like the vast grasslands of Hulunber, and you're still being proud." Ning Fengji didn't doubt it and turned to ask Mo Feng, "Then what about you, Xiao Feng? He let you out too?" Mo Feng rolled his eyes and pointed at Tang San. "It's all thanks to Xiao San. That Holy Sun said, 'Be glad you have a good brother. Otherwise, I would make your life worse than death.' And then he let me go." Tang San's heart stirred. Was he really that kind-hearted? I thought he was just saying it casually. Guess what happened next? While I was still pondering what kind of scheme Qianrenlin was up to on the other side in Tiando City, my cheap teacher Yu Xiaojiang was directly burning out the CPU in the middle of the street. I tell you, at that time, he was taking Dai Mubai and the others to the Great Spirit Arena to challenge, when suddenly a figure walked towards them. Just a glance, and Master was completely frozen, as if he had been hit by a paralysis point. Dean Flander was also in shock. "It's her." Dai Mubai and the others were confused and asked, "Teacher, What's wrong with you? In the past, when Xiao Wu was captured and I went missing, he didn't even frown. But today it looks like he saw a ghost. Yu Xiaojiang kept mumbling that it was nothing, but he was already absent-mindedly chasing after her. Flander was worried, gave a word to Qin Ming, and followed him. When the two found Yu Xiaojiang, he was sitting alone on a chair, looking utterly dejected. Flander was furious and directly exploded. It's been 20 years, buddy. 20 years. How long do you want to hide? A woman has waited for you for 20 years. And you just up and ran away. What kind of man are you? Yu Xiaojiang painfully held his head and could only say two words. I tell you at that time, Flander was really frustrated, pointing at him and scolding. What do you mean by you and I? Is the opinion of the world so important? She doesn't care about you at all. Just now I saw her, lost and heartbroken. Can you bear to see that? Go meet her now. No matter the outcome, you must give her an explanation. After this scolding, Yu Xiaojiang finally woke up. He gritted his teeth and nodded. The two followed that figure and walked to the entrance of college. When Yu Xiaojiang looked up, his heart sank. The original 4 big characters of Lamba Academy had changed to Shenglin Academy, and next to it hung the emblem of the Spirit Hall. He felt like the sky had fallen. She joined the Spirit Hall? Just as he was about to turn around and leave in despair, a guard at the entrance coldly spoke. What are you doing? No loitering at the academy entrance. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. I tell you, the aura from that guard was unfathomable, definitely at the son.A level. Goodness, a son.A guarding the gate. Who understands this? He still mustered the courage to ask. Hello, is there a woman named Lu Erlong here? The guard looked at him sideways, as if he were interrogating a criminal. What do you want with her? Yu Xiaojiang quickly explained that they were old friends and hadn't seen each other for many years. Just came to visit. As a result, the guard waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Miss Lu is unwell and is not seeing anyone. You can leave. The disdain in his eyes clearly indicated. Another toad wants to eat swan meat. A woman chosen by the sun is not someone you can think about. No one understands. Lu Erlong was actually under house arrest by Qian Renlin, and every time she went out, she was accompanied by 2 Douluos, primarily for companionship and supervision. Where could she run to? Yu Xiaojing had no idea about this and left in despair after hitting a brick wall. He didn't know that the guard he thought was just standing there was actually the top boss of the academy. The scene cuts back to my side. That night, as soon as the auction ended, we returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. As soon as we reached the dormitory building, we heard exclamations. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, my goodness, and Xiao Feng, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others rushed over as if they had seen a ghost. Dai Lauda gave me a bear hug, excitedly shouting, Good brother, it's great that you're back. We were so worried. I also felt quite emotional, patting his back and saying, Dai Lauda, I miss you all too. Xiao Wu was chattering with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while on Mo Feng's side. Ning Rongrong was in tears, grabbing his hand and crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I thought you were dead. Wu Mo Feng held her gently, wiping her tears tenderly. Let me tell you, that scene was deeply moving, a heartfelt reunion after a long separation. However, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of someone, Oscar. He was standing beside me, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth almost grinding to dust, and the look in his eyes was one of intense hatred, as if he wanted to swallow Mo Feng whole. Dai Mubai noticed the atmosphere was a bit tense and quickly clapped his hands. Hey, let's go. Today is a joyous occasion. I'm treating everyone to a feast. As soon as Ma Hongjun heard feast, he was already drooling, the first to raise both hands in agreement. A group of us were heading out of the school when we happened to run into Yu Qianheng and his friends coming back. Dai Mubai greeted them and said that our brothers had returned and were going to celebrate. Yu Qianheng was quite polite, but his gaze swept over me and Mo Feng, carrying a deep meaning. I understood. He had sensed the soul power mark left on us by that guy, Qian Renlin. We finally arrived at a hot pot restaurant, and when I looked up at the sign, it read Shenglin Hot Pot. I was stunned at that moment, and Dai Mubai was puzzled. Little 3. What's wrong with this name? I took a deep breath and said, Don't you want to know where I've been this past month? I have been at the Spirit Hall. This place is owned by the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin. As soon as I said this, everyone was shocked. Upon entering the store, wow, all the waitresses were stunning beauties and exceptionally polite. Ma Hongjuan's eyes went wide, and Ning Rongrong pouted, saying, What kind of holy son is this? He must be a playboy. But then Mo Feng immediately rebutted, Rongrong, you can't say that. It's just to provide better service for the guests. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. When had Mo Feng ever defended her against an outsider? I quietly watched, feeling a pang in my heart. Mo Feng had changed. The dishes were served quickly, and Xiao Wu snatched the menu and started ordering randomly. Dai Mubai raised his glass and suggested that we toast to celebrate the reunion of the Shrek 8 monsters. I took a sip of red wine, and my brows instantly furrowed. Something was off, this taste. It was different from what Qian Renlin had given me. I directly took out a few bottles of red wine from my storage belt and said, "You guys should try this." Everyone took a sip, and Dai Mubai said, "This flavor is a bit strong, but it feels strange." Ma Hongjun, the chubby guy, suddenly had a bright idea and slapped his thigh. "Hey, if we can't figure it out, let's find a professional. There must be someone knowledgeable in this shop. Just take it for appraisal." Dai Mubai agreed. I nodded, stood up with a bottle of wine in hand, and said, "You guys eat first. I'll go find someone to take a look." I always felt that Qian Renlin wasn't so kind-hearted, treating us to dinner and giving us wine. There must be something fishy going on. I found a waiter and asked if there was an appraiser in the store. You wouldn't believe it, the service was really on point. They directly took me to an old appraiser on the 3rd floor. The old man was called Su Lao, wearing glasses and looking quite ethereal. I handed him the wine and asked him to help me take a look. He first sniffed it and exclaimed, "Wow, the aroma is indeed 10 times stronger." Then, he poured a little on his hand and licked it with his tongue. Just that one action, the old man's expression instantly changed. He stared at me intently, his voice trembling. This is blood?" My heart sank, and I felt them all over. Blood? That's right. Old Su said that this wine is mixed with the blood of a soul beast. Moreover, they added a supernormal amount of spirit Ganoderma to cover the smell. The technique is so covert that if it weren't for someone like me with experience, I wouldn't have been able to taste it at all. I hurriedly asked, "Can you tell what kind of spirit beast blood this is?" He shook his head and said, "No, it's too well concealed. Young man, I advise you, if this wine was made by your friend, you should quickly make him stop. Making such things privately is a heinous crime if discovered by the Spirit Hall." I thanked them in a daze and walked down the stairs. Blood, the blood of a soul beast. My head was buzzing. A terrifying guess was about to surface, but I didn't dare to think about it. I really didn't dare. I stood at the door of the private room, watching Xiao Wu inside, still feasting and laughing heartily. I let out a heavy sigh. My gaze sharpened, and my eyes instantly turned into a deep purple. Purple extreme demon eyes, activate. I tell you, at the moment, everything in my sight became extraordinarily clear. I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave. The lively and charming figure in front of me. How could that be Xiao Wu? It's simply not. Qian Renlin. Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? I've sensed something was off from the very first time I saw her in the Holy Spirit Hall. From the moment she called me third brother, I felt a chill all over. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu, is now already your 6th spirit ring. ISNT she. When Tang San realized that what he had drunk was Xiao Wu's blood, and what he had eaten was her flesh, his entire world collapsed. His mind went blank, and everything turned blood red. All the self-deception he had engaged in was instantly shattered by reality. Who in his family understood? He was still holding that cup, but what was in it was not wine. It was clearly the life of the person he loved. The fire in his heart surged up to his crown, and his gaze was like a knife, fixated intensely on Qian Renlin, with only one thought in his mind. In this lifetime, if I don't bring down your spirit hall, I, Tang San, swear I will not be human. Then his radar-like gaze swept over to Mo phone beside him. His heart sank. It was over. Xiao had already been harmed, and with Qian Renlin's twisted personality, how could Mo phone be safe? He stared hard at Mo phone, trying to find even the slightest trace of control on his face. But what was Mo phone doing? He was sitting there nonchalantly, even sensing Tang San's gaze, with a slight smirk on his lips, clearly conveying the message. Yes, I am indeed under control, but what can you do about it? At that moment, Tang San's heart sank. He knew that Mo phone was also finished, completely becoming a puppet of Qian Renlin. He felt an intense hatred in his heart, hating his own powerlessness as he watched his loved ones and brothers encounter one misfortune after another, while he could do nothing. Just then, Dai Mubai foolishly approached and asked, "Hey, Xiao San, what are you doing at the door?" This question was like throwing a firecracker into a powder keg. Tang San walked in expressionless, not daring to look at that fake Xiao Wu even once. He was afraid he would lose control on the spot. But emotions are not something that can be suppressed at will. With a bang, the cup in his hand was crushed into pieces. Dai Mubai and the others were startled. And just as Ma Hongjun was about to ask what was going on, Tang San snatched the wine bottle from in front of him without a word. His eyes red as he shouted, "Stop drinking this wine." Everyone shut up. Fatty was completely confused and wanted to ask again. But Tang San's glare was as if he could eat someone alive. "I told you to shut up. Can't you hear me?" The atmosphere in the entire private room instantly dropped to freezing point. Dai Mubai quickly tried to mediate, saying that the wine must be problematic and that Qian Renlin wanted to poison them. But at that moment, the fake Xiao Wu actually dared to come up, grabbing Tang San's arm, and sweetly asked, "Sango, are you okay?" Oh my gosh. Tang San, like he was electrocuted, suddenly shook off her hand and shouted angrily, "Don't touch me." This really provoked Ning Rongrong, who immediately stood up and pointed at Tang San, saying, "Tang San, what are you crazy about? Xiao Wu hasn't offended you. Why are you taking it out on her?" Well, this sentence completely ignited Tang San. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on the ground, roaring at everyone, "Speak, speak, speak. All you know is to talk. How should I say it?" That shout completely stunned Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai and the others were also dumbfounded. In their impression, Tang San was always that frighteningly calm man. When had they ever seen him lose his composure like this? At this moment, the controlled Mo Feng stood up, wrapped his arms around the frightened Ning Rongrong, and looked at Tang San with a hostile gaze, pretending to say, "Xiao San, let's talk about things. Why are you getting angry at Rongrong?" Tang San looked at his hypocritical face, his nails digging into his flesh, blood flowing down between his fingers. He wanted to kill, he wanted to dismantle this puppet Mo Feng right now. But he couldn't win, and more importantly, even if he told the truth, who would believe him? Would Ning Rongrong believe him? She would only unhesitatingly stand in front of Mo Feng. Seeing this situation, Dai Mubai knew this meal couldn't be eaten anymore. He sighed and walked over to pat Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "All right, let's all go back. Xiao San, you need to calm down. Remember, we're always brothers." After saying that, he went out to settle the bill. Tang San didn't even look at that fake Xiao Wu, turned around and left, his back looking desolate. Ma Hongjun and the others could only watch helplessly, unable to say a word. Over here, Tang San was feeling extremely emo. While over there, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly blushed and said to Mo Feng, "Xiao Feng, you should live with me from now on." At that moment, I thought to myself, what is this? The enemy's crystal was completely escorted home by my teammates. In the following days, Tang San wandered aimlessly through the streets of Heaven-Do City like a lost soul. The whole world appeared gray to him, and his mind played like a movie, filled with memories of his time with Xiao Wu. "My name is Xiao Wu, the dance of the dance, and brother, if you die, I will accompany you." Each frame was like a knife, stabbing deep into his heart. Finally, on a night of a full moon, he could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down his face. He looked up at the moon, as if conversing with Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, do you also feel that your departure is to make me stronger?" After a long while, he took a deep breath, his gaze shifting from despair to a wolf-like determination. He turned and strode out of Heaven-Do City. Half a month later, Stardo Forest. I have to say, Tang San's next actions completely stunned me. On a small hillside, he neatly arranged the 6 bottles of red wine and the plate of minced meat that Qian Renlin had given him in front of him. His expression was resolute. Then he twisted open the bottle caps and, with a gulp, downed all 6 bottles of wine mixed with Xiao Wu's blood without leaving a single drop. After finishing the wine, he emotionlessly began to eat the plate of meat, knowing that this was Xiao Wu's flesh. He wanted to fully and completely integrate Xiao Wu into his own blood and flesh. After drinking and eating, he personally dug a hole and buried the bottles in the box, along with the trench coat he was wearing. "Xiao Wu, this way, we will never be apart." After doing all this, he sat cross-legged, with only one thought in his mind. Absorb the soul ring. With a buzzing sound, his Hao-Ian hammer martial soul automatically manifested in his left hand, and a deep black with dark red soul ring appeared out of thin air. Goodness, 90,000 years. A soul ring close to 100,000 years. This gift from the god of death was too hardcore, but before he could react, the overwhelming energy within the soul ring surged into his body like a high-pressure water gun. Tang San let out a scream, and his entire body instantly swelled up like a balloon, his skin becoming congested, blood vessels bursting, and it looked like he was about to explode on the spot. The scene shifted, and chaos erupted in the god realm. The Shura god burst into the god of death's residence and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? He's only level 40, and you directly gave him a 95,000-year soul ring? Are you trying to send him to his death?" The god of death was also taken aback. He had no experience either, as Tang San was his first inheritor. He stubbornly retorted, "What do you care? Didn't you have your eyes on that Qian Renlin? Why are you concerned about me?" The Shura god directly pierced through his facade. "Stop pretending. You're just anxious because Qian Renlin already has a 100,000-year soul ring. You're trying to force his growth." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The god of death looked at Tang San, who was about to explode, and was distressed, scratching his head. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He saw Tang San's blue-silver, grass, martial soul automatically appear in his right hand, and that massive soul power was instantly divided in two. But even with half, each portion still had over 47,000 years, which Tang San could not handle. Seeing this, the god of death had no choice but to act. He manipulated that excess soul power, which surged into Tang San's entire skeleton, providing him with a thorough transformation. Guess what? The side effect of this refinement directly gave Tang San a makeover. Not only did he grow taller, but his features became sharp and handsome, with an impressive aura. After regaining consciousness, Tang San immediately activated his Shantian skill to absorb energy frantically. However, even so, he ultimately wasted 60,000 years of energy from the 95,000-year soul ring, with both blue silver grass and Haotian hammer each receiving a 15,000-year soul ring. The god of death's face darkened. He was probably cursing internally. This generation of inheritors is really hard to manage. Immediately after, a cold voice echoed in his mind. God of death's third trial. Enter the depths of the Douluo forest and seek the blue-silver king. Tang San stood up, looking at the small mound of earth he had made with his own hands, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Wu, rest assured, Brother San will definitely avenge you. And Xiao Feng, Brother San will also personally set you free. On the other side, in the spirit hall, Qian Renlin was reporting to Bibi Dong. Without blinking an eye, he said that letting Tang San go was to lure out the big fish of the Haotian school, analyzing it thoroughly. Bibi Dong was pleased and immediately entrusted him with the S-level soul hunting plan that had been prepared for 10 years. After discussing business, Bibi Dong's tone turned serious as she said, Linner, your soul power has reached level 63. It's time to go to that place. The City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? Qian Renlin's eyes turned cold. Not only did he need to become the champion, but he also had to seize the god of death's domain. In the depths of the Douluo forest, following the guidance, Tang San found a huge blue-silver grass. Is it you calling me? Yes, my great king. A voice indistinguishable between male and female echoed in his mind. You carry the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Your mother was the previous blue-silver emperor, and you are the current only emperor of our blue-silver grass clan. As the blue-silver king spoke, thousands of blue-silver grass around him bowed down to Tang San, as if worshipping their ruler. Great king, let me truly awaken the noble bloodline within you. Meanwhile, in a remote town in the extreme north, Qian Renlin walked into a tavern. Give me 100 Bloody Marys. The waitress's face changed, but she still brought out 100 cups of thick liquid that emitted a strong, bloody scent. I'm telling you, that stuff is human blood. The surrounding fallen onlookers were dumbfounded. However, Qian Renlin drank it down like drinking plain water, without changing his expression or skipping a beat, downing cup after cup. He even felt a bit disdainful. Is this it? Not as intense as the red wine I mixed with Xiao Wu's blood. After finishing the last cup, he put it down and followed the waitress to the inner room. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance at the guests with ulterior motives, and boom, they all exploded in a blood mist in an instant. Pure physical transcendence, emphasizing efficiency. The waitress opened a door, revealing a dark passage leading underground. While reciting the rules, once you enter, you will encounter the guardian. You cannot use soul skills. Before she could finish, Qian Renlin's hand had already pierced through her heart from behind. Emotionlessly, he pulled out the still-beating heart and casually tossed it aside, leaping into the darkness. At the bottom of the passage, a heavily armored knight, holding a spear and riding a black horse, quietly blocked his path. I tell you, this guy stood there like a door god, not saying a word, and then stomped his foot forward. Goodness, the ground shook a little, as if he was trying to intimidate me. I just pretended not to see it, and continued on my way, my pace unchanged. With only 10 meters left, this guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. The first soul ring lit up, and his spear came at me like a snake out of its hole, aiming for my forehead. Is that it? I flipped my wrist and directly caught the blade with my bare hands, grabbing the spear shaft and swinging it around. Guess what? That knight, along with his horse, became my meteor hammer, spinning 360 degrees before crashing down to the ground with a loud bang, and that horse died on the spot. Surprisingly, the knight was quite resilient. He got up as if nothing had happened, glanced at his dead mount, and the second soul ring lit up, surrounding him with a layer of yellow light as his muscles bulged with a violent buff. It wasn't over yet. The third soul ring lit up, and 3 large spears appeared around him, forming a pattern that blocked all my movements. and then he charged at me with a roar. At that moment, I was too lazy to dodge. With a thought, I directly condensed an 800-pound iron hammer with my soul power. This was my self-created soul skill, materializing soul power, where I could manifest whatever I wanted. I swung it hard at the tip of his spear. Bang! It was a crisp sound. His spear twisted like a pretzel on the spot, and he flew back like a broken kite. The 3 long spears condensed from soul power instantly turned into specks of light. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood for a long time. His chest armor shattered like a spider's web. Struggling to get up, he glanced at me, silently put away his spear, retreated to the side, and lowered his head to act submissive. I ignored him completely, retracting my hammer, placing my left hand behind my back and my right hand in my pocket, walking past him with my head held high and my chest out. Who understands this feeling of showing off and then leaving? It's simply exhilarating. Of course, my left hand behind my back was already clenched into a fist. Sure enough, just as I brushed past him, that bastard made his move again. The long gun reappeared, the 5th soul ring flashing, and the gun barrel thickened by 2 circles, aiming straight for the back of my head. You think you can play dirty? The corners of my mouth curled up, I tilted my head slightly, and with a quick step, I vanished in an instant. The next moment, I was already behind him. The knight's attack missed, and he was caught off guard. By the time he felt the chill behind him, it was too late. My fist, which I'd been clenching for a long time, landed solidly on the back of his head. Bang! The world fell silent, looking at the headless corpse on the ground. I remained expressionless. Behind me, my purple-black giant mantis martial soul emerged. Its large mouth opened wide and swallowed the corpse, leaving nothing behind. An iron plate fell out from the corpse's embrace. I reached out and grabbed it from a distance. It was inscribed with the number 9494. All right, from now on, I will be the 9494 technician of the City of Slaughter. I remember Tang San seemed to be 9,528 at that time, so calculating it. Only about 30 unlucky souls can enter in a year. I put away my sign, and this was officially stepping out of the novice passage. Just as I came out, a creepy voice sounded right next to my ear. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of hell. Great, the official welcome speech. It sounded just like a tourist spot's announcement. While I was surveying the purple city in front of me, a sexy beauty strutting in high heels came over, twisting her waist. Welcome. I am your tour guide. Feel free to ask me any questions. I couldn't help but chuckle at that moment, watching her with great interest. This figure, this face, while the perks of the City of Slaughter are impressive. As a result, I didn't say anything, and she started explaining on her own. This is the paradise of the fallen. It is said to be a realm left behind by a high-level expert who has reached godhood. Here, all soul skills cannot be used. One can only rely on physical strength and soul power to fight head-on. I couldn't help but interrupt her. I haven't even asked yet. How come you just started talking? The beautiful woman flicked her hair and looked at me with sultry eyes. Because everyone who comes and asks the same questions, I've developed muscle memory for it. All right, I nodded. So what are the rules here? The rule is that there are no rules, she said with a smile. Here you can do whatever you want. However, because there are no rules, you could die at any moment. All right, getting out of here is basically impossible. As she spoke, she reached out and playfully tapped my chin. I grabbed her wrist and stared into her eyes. How did the 8 people who went out before manage to do it? There's only one way. She wasn't angry and continued to speak. Go to the Hell Arena, win 100 matches, and you'll gain the qualification to challenge the Hell Road. If you break through, you can leave and even earn the title of God of Killing. A few years ago, there was a woman who successfully got out. I know exactly what she means. She's just talking about my mom being a nuisance. All right, that's all for the explanation. She noticed I didn't react for a long time and added, you have 12 hours to adapt, after which you'll officially become a member here. Oh, by the way, there is a law enforcement team in the city, made up of the Kings of Killing. They can use soul skills, and the captain is a title de law, so don't even think about causing trouble. I listened and laughed. All right, I understand. Since that's the case, then there's no need to wait for the 12 hours. You don't need to leave. Just stay by my side. The beauty laughed so hard she almost trembled. Little brother, you really know how to joke, but I'm a tour guide and very busy. Do I look like I'm joking? I looked at her calmly. She was taken aback for a moment, then laughed again. Many have tried to win me over, but without exception, they all died at the hands of the enforcement team. If you dare to touch me, the entire City of Slaughter will hunt you down. Are you sure? I trust my own strength. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. I picked her up in a horizontal position and turned to head towards the city gate. Are you kidding? Such a stunning beauty, still an untouched treasure. How could I let her go? She was quite cooperative. Not only did she not resist, but she also hooked her arms around my neck and whispered in my ear. How old are you? Can your body handle it? I thought to myself, you'll find out soon enough. She's smart. She probably realized I'm not an ordinary person and wants to see me as a ticket to leave this hellish place. But just as we reached the city gate, 100 black-armored soldiers suddenly surrounded us. The leader, looking like a tin can, coldly said, "You have violated the rules." I held the beauty in my arms, raising an eyebrow. Oh, didn't that horse rider just come to me? He wasn't up to the task. I dealt with him. What I'm saying is, you can defeat him, but you shouldn't have killed him. I laughed at that moment. It wasn't just a joke. This place is called the City of Slaughter. If I don't kill him, am I supposed to keep him for the new year? Get lost. Oomph. If you defeat us, you can naturally go in. That iron-can long spear was brandished, and behind it, 99 people instantly activated their martial souls, exuding a murderous aura. Have fun. Since you're so eager to seek death, then don't blame me. I licked my lips, and a pair of huge black wings suddenly spread out behind me. With a flap of my wings, I flew into the air, holding the beautiful girl in my arms. I glanced down at the stunning beauty, flashed her a charming smile, and the wings behind me instantly disintegrated into countless black scales, raining down like a torrential storm towards the group of tin cans below. Chaos erupted instantly beneath us, the sound of clanging filling the air. But little did they know, each scale I shattered could split into two, an endless cycle. This move was all about being far ahead. You win. You can go in. The leader of the tin cans realized the situation was not in their favor and panicked. It was too late. I coldly watched them struggle in despair. Offending me meant heading to real hell to repent. The beauty in my arms watched this scene with stars in her eyes and wrapped her arms around my neck to kiss me. I couldn't be bothered to look at the group of ants below me and lower my head to respond to the kiss. I didn't even notice when the 100 unlucky souls down there all died. It wasn't until the beauty in my arms was almost out of breath that we finally separated. I held her as we slowly descended to the ground, and the giant mantis behind us reappeared. Its large mouth opened, and a strong suction pulled all the corpses on the ground into its mouth, cleaning up everything thoroughly. After all this was done, I held her and flapped my wings to fly into the city. "Come with me," the beauty in my arms said with a flirtatious glance. I can sense her emotions are very complex, filled with longing, hope, and a hint of despair. She wants to leave here with me, but feels it's impossible. I silently held her and flew, not saying a word. To me, she was just a pastime during my 100 days here. We flew straight into the inner city, passing through the lifeless outer city. Goodness, the outer and inner cities were like two different worlds. The outer city was Silent Hill, while the inner city was Sin City. Everywhere, there were maniacal laughter and painful wails, and all kinds of shocking scenes were visible. Some were humiliating women, others were beating up young men, and there were even those who were eating live people. Truly a paradise of sin. I watched all of this with great interest. Just then, a muscular man who was busy with his own business shouted at me. "Hey, what are you looking at, you little brat? Come over here." The beauty in my arms glanced at him with a look as if she were staring at a corpse. I shot him a cold glare and stared at him. Bang! The big man didn't even make a sound, and in an instant, he was blown to a mist of blood by the soul power within him. Until his death. He didn't even know how he died. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. There was also a guy next to me who was gnawing a girl's arm, pointing at me and stuttering for a long time, unable to utter a single word. I find him annoying, and I shot him a glare. Bang! He followed suit. Now, no one dared to look up at me anymore. I snorted coldly, casually found a yard that looked relatively clean, kicked open the door, and walked in with the beauty in my arms. The room was even messier. On the bed, a burly middle-aged man was busy with something. He was startled by me, and after realizing I was just a teenager, immediately flew into a rage. "You brat. How dare you kick my door?" The beauty in my arms kindly introduced him to me. His name is Lin Jing, one of the 3 great demons of the inner city, and he has won 24 consecutive matches. I thought to myself, what kind of demon king or ghost king? They're all the same to me. With one hand, I held the beauty, and with the other, I reached out and directly grabbed Lin Jing's neck, throwing him out of the window like trash. Just as he was about to curse, a sword made of condensed soul power had already pierced his throat. The poor demon king died so helplessly on his own bed. The woman on the bed was so scared that her soul almost left her body, kneeling there begging me, "Don't kill me. I am willing to do anything." I glared at her in disgust. "You've dirt in my eyes." With a wave of my arm, she was sent flying out, crashing directly into the wall outside. I set fire to the bedding on the bed, took out a brand new silk sheet from the ring, laid it out nicely, and then casually tossed the beauty in my arms onto the bed. "Oh, you're really bad. You don't understand how to cherish a delicate flower at all. She pouted and shot me a glare. I was too lazy to speak. Quickly took off my clothes and pounced directly. The next morning, I opened my eyes, took a spirit smoke from the ring, and took a deep puff. The beauty in my arms, Snow-You, seemed to want to say something but hesitated. I exhaled a puff of smoke and asked lightly, "You want to leave here, don't you?" She didn't speak, just buried her head deeper. "First, take me to the slaughterhouse in hell." After finishing my cigarette, I slowly spoke. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she still obediently got up to help me wash up and change clothes. Just as I finished getting dressed, a maid came in from outside, the unlucky Lin Jing, here to deliver breakfast. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the two corpses in the yard and dropped the lunchbox in her hand, scared. With a flick of my hand, the lunchbox flew into my grasp. "You. Who are you?" she asked, trembling. As I opened the lunchbox, I pointed at the corpse of Lin Jing at the door and said, "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that from today on, I am your new master." After eating my fill, Shui brought me to the center of the city of slaughter, in front of a huge blackbird's nest-like building. "This is the Hell Slaughterhouse." Shui wrapped her arms around my waist and anxiously reminded me of the rules. The people around us looked at us with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. After all, Shui was the envoy of the King of Slaughter. Yet now she was clinging to me like a little kitten. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this our envoy, Shui? What? Are you so thirsty that you found a little kid?" I looked up and saw a woman shrouded in black veil approaching. Shui whispered in my ear, "She is another messenger of the King of Slaughter, Huaji, who has always been jealous of me." "Great. Workplace rivalry, I understand." The woman named Huaji, seeing that we were ignoring her, became even more agitated. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Shui shot back immediately. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just an ugly and shameful clown. What's the matter? Can't get a man's favor. So you come here to stir trouble?" Huaji trembled with anger. Pointing at Shui, but unable to speak, finally spat out a harsh remark. "Humph. You should think about how to apologize to the King of Slaughter." With that, she turned to leave. "Did I let you go?" I said coldly. She halted her steps, turned around to look at me with disdain. "What? One Shui isn't enough. You want this messenger to serve you too? Serve me?" I laughed. "Do you think you're worthy?" "What did you say?" She exploded. "Do you believe that with one word from me, you won't be able to survive in the city of slaughter?" I watched her with great interest. "I heard that you've grown up without ever tasting a man's pleasure, right?" Her expression changed, and she clutched her chest, looking at me warily. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," I said with an increasingly wicked smile. "I just want to see what you look like when you submit to a man." "You dare insult me?" She was furious, clapping her hands, and a dozen black-armored soldiers surrounded me. Shui immediately shouted, "I want to see who dares." The soldiers, upon seeing Shui, instantly cowered, nodding and bowing as they tried to slip away. Huaji's face turned green with anger, pointing at them but unable to speak. "Oomph, you think you can offend me and still leave?" I smirked. With a buzzing sound, an invisible soul force instantly enveloped those dozen soldiers, and they were horrified to find themselves unable to move. What did you do to us?" I smiled wickedly, and a wave of mental energy directly penetrated their minds. "It's nothing, just granting you a moment of indulgence." As soon as I finished speaking, I tell you, the eyes of those black-armored soldiers changed in an instant, like starving wolves that hadn't eaten for 800 years, glowing green as they pounced towards the envoy named Huaji. The woman panicked on the spot, still shouting something about being the envoy of the King of Slaughter, commanding them. Oh my God, at this point, who would still listen to you? The scene was chaotic, with screams rising and falling. Family, who understands? This scene, TSK, not suitable for children. I immediately reported it. "Oh wait, the instigator is actually me." Beside me, Shui turned pale and kept telling me that this was a blatant slap in the face of the King of Slaughter, and he definitely wouldn't let me off. I thought, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. I pulled her in and kissed her on the mouth, asserting my dominance, then turned and strode into the slaughter arena without looking back. Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and followed, probably realizing that following me to death was better than staying there. Seeing this, the people at the entrance were stunned. Wow, the leader is taking the lead and causing trouble. So why should we hold back? They surged forward like a swarm, and the scene turned into a large-scale carnival. I couldn't even be bothered to look back. Upon entering the slaughter arena, it was even more dilapidated than I imagined, just a big pit surrounded by a circle of stands. On the stage, the fight was already underway, with 10 people, 8 of whom were already lying down. The last one standing was a guy with a scarred face. What was his name? Yanxiu? The audience in the stands was going crazy, all shouting his name, giving me a headache. I tell you, I can't stand people showing off in front of me, especially when it's my BGM. How could there be someone else's name? He must die. I had Shui sign me up, and that guy was quite bold. He had just finished a life-and-death match and didn't even want to take a break, insisting on going straight into the next one. Unbelievable. It was as if he was afraid he wouldn't die fast enough. Well, that saved me some trouble. A quarter of an hour later, as soon as the starting whistle blew, I shot onto the stage like a bolt of black lightning, so fast that they didn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. The remaining 9 guys were quite in sync. They exchanged glances and decided to take me down first. I just laughed. Is that it? With a surge of soul power, bang. All 9 of them flew away like bowling pins, frozen midair, unable to move. Then, my vision went dark, and those who understood knew what was coming. Dinner time. The 9 of them watched helplessly as they were drained into dry corpses, all in less than 10 seconds. Good grief, this battle left everyone speechless. For the next 3 days, whenever I stood there, I couldn't gather enough people for a match. Folks, this is what we call the PvP discouragement strategy. Those blind fools in the city kept coming to ambush me. I absorbed as many as came, and my soul power shot up to level 65. But this speed was still too slow. It would take ages to reach 100 matches. No, I can't play by the rules anymore. I need to go talk to their boss, the King of Slaughter. I directly asked Shuyo to deliver the message, saying that I wanted to see him. Shuyo was scared out of his wits, but he still went. Not long after, a guy in a blood-red cloak descended from the sky, exuding a strong aura that looked quite intimidating. This was the King of Slaughter, Tang San. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to offer me a backdoor deal, saying he could directly give me the title of God of Killing, so I wouldn't have to walk the path to hell. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Wasn't this the classic treatment for a cash-capable player? But I refused. I rejected him with a backhand. No rules are rules. I'm someone who likes to do things by the book. The King of Slaughter saw that he couldn't persuade me, and his face darkened. Fine, then clear the way. He erupted with blood-red mist, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The next second, let me tell you, it was like hell on earth. All the spectators, over 2,000 people, seemed possessed, starting to frantically tear at themselves, emptying themselves out. I stood by quietly watching, even feeling a bit excited. There was nothing I could do. Bloody Mary had been overindulged, and the after effects were quite strong. In the end, all the blood coalesced into a massive pattern, and with a flash of red light, I was teleported away. Before I left, I seemed to catch a glimpse of Shui Yu looking at me from upstairs, her expression quite complex. But that didn't matter anymore. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself on a small platform at the edge of a cliff, with a bottomless blood-colored abyss beneath me and a narrow path in front that looked like it could be used for acrobatics. A force tried to seal my 5 senses. What the hell? I pushed back with my mental shield. I looked down into the abyss and saw that it was filled with top-grade supplements. I immediately summoned my Void Mantis martial spirit and began to absorb. After a long time of sucking, it was like throwing a small pump into the ocean. There was no noticeable decrease at all. Well, I couldn't waste time here. This could go on forever. I decisively stopped and stepped forward onto the narrow path. I tell you, I just walked less than a kilometer forward, and suddenly, a mass of blood-red bats came rushing towards me. It was overwhelming. I didn't even feel like moving. I just let out a cold snort and unleashed my devouring power to cover the entire area. Those little things didn't even touch me and were instantly turned into dried corpses, falling into the blood river below with a crackling sound, disappearing without a trace. I continued to walk forward, and before long, a huge creature appeared. It was 4 meters long, had 3 heads, and was in dark golden 3-headed bloodbat king. The name sounded quite intimidating, and it was hanging upside down not far ahead, with a pair of golden eyes staring intently at me. Then, I don't know who in my family understand this, but it started making a noise, squeaking and squeaking. It was so loud it gave me a headache. Let me tell you, there are 2 types of sounds I absolutely hate in my life. One is meetings, and the other is the noise this creature makes. I was so irritated that I slapped it into the blood river from a distance because it was too noisy. And guess what? It flopped and jumped back up, and its fur wasn't even corroded by the blood river at all. Well, after all, this is its home territory. Once it got back up, it clearly knew it couldn't win against me, so it started playing dirty, flapping its wings desperately, sending waves of dark golden sound waves crashing down on the path beneath my feet, trying to destroy the ground and make me fall. Hey, this little thing actually had some tactics. Can I spoil it? I was anxious at that moment. The road behind me started to collapse, and I had to act quickly. I directly condensed a soul force into a sword and, with a swift motion, struck one of its eyes. Its destruction action was still frozen in midair as it fell straight into the blood river. Did I think it would end like this? Not a chance. I reached out, and a pull directly yanked it from the air into my hands. Then, you know what happened next? Dinner time. In less than a second, I drained its life force and soul power, reducing it to a bat's skin. After finishing this, I casually tossed it into the blood river and sprinted forward. Let me tell you, that scene was like a thrilling action movie. Wherever I ran, the road behind me collapsed, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. While running, a huge shadow appeared ahead. Great, the second boss is here, the 10-headed fiery serpent. As I got closer and took a look, I was amazed to see a giant snake coiled on the road with just one head and 9 bulging, mushroom-like flesh lumps on its back. I couldn't help but laugh and directly taunted it. With just one head, how dare you call yourself the 10-headed fiery serpent? Are the other 9 heads pre-order items that haven't been delivered yet? Upon hearing this, the snake exploded in rage. Probably because no one had ever dared to speak to it like that. One of the lumps on its back glowed, and it opened its mouth to spew a huge fireball. I saw the road behind me was about to collapse to my heels, and I didn't have time to waste. I dodged and threw a punch at its face. My fist collided with the flames with a bang, and the fire instantly engulfed me. No big deal. I shook my soul power, and a layer of water curtain shielded my entire body, leaving me unharmed. At this moment, I started to ponder. Something fell off this snake. Along with the bat from earlier, were not any soul beast species recorded in the Douluo Continent. The records in the Spirit Hall had no mention of them. Could they be generated by this blood river? The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was fishy, and then I suddenly remembered Tang San. That kid seemed to have mentioned something like this, saying it was a prehistoric beast recorded by their Tang sect. Wow, I was jolted. Why was the plot becoming increasingly strange? First, it was the ice and fire yin-yang, and now these randomly appearing prehistoric beasts. What was the relationship between the Douluo Continent and Tang sect's world? I tell you, the whole situation felt like an AI-generated side quest, making me feel that my and Tang San's crossing was not an accident, but definitely part of a grand conspiracy. Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. I had to deal with the one in front of me first. I opened my right hand, and a gear formed from soul power appeared, which I flung directly towards the snake's neck. The snake still wanted to spit fire to melt my gear, but that was naive. Without suspense, the massive snake head flew off with a splat. I used my left hand to absorb the snake head and my right hand to absorb the snake body, running forward while continuing to feast on their energy. This snake was truly pitiful. It didn't even unleash its big move before it was gone. Oh, right, the inner core. I remember that Tang San had mentioned this thing had an inner core. After swallowing the snake head, I tossed it into the blood river and rummaged through the 9 flesh lumps on the snake's body. And sure enough, I found a few red inner cores. Good stuff. I'll collect them first. Now, the path ahead became smooth. As I ran, I released my mantis martial spirit, letting it frantically absorb the surrounding malice to strengthen my god of death domain. You know what? Those 100 Bloody Mary cocktails I drank at the tavern weren't for nothing. The effects were all kicking in now, and the absorption efficiency was excellent. After running for half an hour, I finally burst through a white light and arrived at a circular platform. The road behind me completely collapsed the moment I stepped onto it, severed cleanly. Before me was a blood-red lake, and across the lake was a small mountain, which was the real exit. I wasn't in a hurry. I directly sat cross-legged on the circular platform, and my purple mantis martial spirit opened its big mouth, sucking fiercely at the blood river below. I felt my killing intent was thickening to the point of turning into blood mist. Perfect. It was a great opportunity to level up my god of death domain. I just sat there, letting my martial soul cultivate by itself while I kept myself busy. Let me tell you, I'm the kind of person who can't stand idleness. I took out a bunch of materials from my ring, along with the corpse of a guy I had taken down in the city of slaughter, which was preserved particularly well. What was I doing? Creating a puppet. I had planned this all along. While my main body was in seclusion here, I needed something to be active outside, right? This was my first time doing this, and I had no experience. I failed several times and wasted quite a few good materials. But since my mental strength is strong, after a month of exploration, I finally managed to construct the puppet's body. I was just missing the most critical step, separating a thread of my soul into it. This step was the hardest, but I finally figured it out. With the completion of my final step, there was a loud bang, and a puppet that looked exactly like me floated in the air, its aura bursting forth. Originally, that corpse was a level 63 Soul Emperor, and after I piled countless rare materials on it, the puppet shot straight up to level 66. Although I wasted quite a bit of the medicinal effects, I still felt a sense of achievement for the results of my first DIY attempt. As soon as I concentrated, the puppet's eyes suddenly opened wide. It calmly looked at me. We were originally one soul, and there was no need for communication. It knew exactly what to do. A pair of blue soul bone wings spread out behind it, soaring straight into the sky, flying towards the exit across the lake to complete the task for me. Just as my puppet flew out of the city of slaughter to cause trouble in the heaven-Do Empire, on the other side, Tang San, who had been missing for over a month, finally returned to the heaven-Do Royal Academy. This guy had awakened the blue-silver Emperor martial soul, and his appearance and temperament had completely changed, evolving from an ordinary young man into a melancholic handsome guy. The Shrek gang almost didn't recognize him. Upon his return, there were all sorts of tearful reunions, deep master-disciple sentiments, and profound friendship among partners, all very touching. Yu Xiaojiang and the others thought he had come to terms with things, but in reality, this kid was filled with rage, and his only thought was to cultivate, take revenge, and destroy the Spirit Hall. What was most exciting, it was the fake Xiao Wu I had arranged to be by his side, Lian Er. She had now completely inherited Xiao Wu's memories and emotions, clinging to him every day, calling him Sangu, third brother. As for Tang San, he had the purple extreme demon eye and could see at a glance that she was a fake, but he couldn't expose her. So he could only endure every day, intentionally or unintentionally avoiding her touch. Family, the torment of watching a counterfeit wearing the face of your loved one and asking you about your well-being, is simply unbearable. Isn't my strategy brilliant? Tang San is also a tough guy. He didn't tell anyone, including his most trusted teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. One night, Yu Xiaojiang sought him out for a heart-to-heart talk, asking him what was wrong, but he held it back and only said it was his own business. Then shifted the topic by showing Yu Xiaojiang his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Meanwhile, my puppet had quietly sneaked into the office of the principal of son.A Academy. The principal, named Shinian, was a soul sage of level 76, specializing in the mental system. Quite impressive. My puppet's sudden appearance startled him. I didn't beat around the bush. I got straight to the point and asked him if he wanted revenge. He had some past grievances with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but had been too afraid to act because of the son.A. At first, he was stubborn, but I directly threw him a red stone, telling him that by cultivating what was inside, he would naturally be able to take revenge. This stone contained my engraved heart refining demon seed, which was very domineering. As long as he practiced it, he would have to obediently listen to me. The old man hesitated for a long time, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of power. He found a secluded place and pressed the stone against his forehead. In the blink of an eye, only 6 months remained until the Soul Master competition. Tang San and the others followed Flender to the Star-Do Forest to find soul rings for other students, which was essentially a training experience. However, during this half-month, Tang San's inner demons grew heavier. Looking at the innocent and cheerful Xiao Wu beside him, he couldn't calm down to cultivate, and his soul power didn't increase at all. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to confront her. He told Xiao Wu that after this trip, they would go to the amusement park together. When the others heard this, they clamored to go along. Just as they were giggling and planning their trip to the amusement park, on the back mountain of son.A Academy, Shinian, who had been cultivating for a month, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of red light appearing in them. He felt the surging power within him and exclaimed in shock to himself, "This heart-refining demon seed is truly a top-tier technique. I've cultivated for a month and have only just scratched the surface." Let me tell you, at that time, his laughter was simply not something a human could produce. Calling like an old crow, saying things like "Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, just wait to receive my grand gift." Good heavens, this guy had completely lost it. Driven mad by that so-called refining heart and cultivating demon technique, turning into something that was neither human nor ghost, completely becoming a mad dog under QianRenlin's control. Switching scenes, we were completely unaware of all this and happily made our way to the newly opened Holy Lin amusement park. I tell you, the Spirit Hall is really rich. This amusement park is built with such grandeur. Before entering, there was a rule, for safety reasons. Everyone's soul power had to be temporarily sealed. Xiao Wu was very unhappy about it, but after Ning Rongrong explained that it was to prevent soul masters from fighting and destroying things inside, and that it would be more thrilling without soul power, she reluctantly agreed. Goodness, the one sealing our soul power turned out to be a soul-level big shot. Just a gentle tap on our foreheads, and I instantly felt myself transform from a soul master back into an ordinary person. Tang San sighed beside me, saying the Spirit Hall really has a big hand. using a sole Douluo to guard the entrance. A helpful big brother nearby directly educated us, saying that there are 4 entrances to this amusement park, each guarded by a sole Douluo, working only 3 hours a day in shifts. Who understands this kind of blessing? Hearing this made me want to submit a resume to the Spear Hall. As soon as we entered the amusement park, those couples disappeared like wild dogs let loose. Damu Bai was the most flamboyant, throwing a bag of money to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, shouting, "You 2 single dogs go play by yourselves," and then ran off with Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at each other and instantly went emo. The smell of love was simply overwhelming. Now, talking about Tang San and Xiao Wu, the 2 headed straight for the legendary Ferris wheel. Xiao Wu, like a little rabbit, dragged Tang San around excitedly. Tang San, being the professional he is, couldn't help but analyze how this amusement ride operated, mumbling about how Douluo Continent doesn't have electricity, wondering how it was turning. Xiao Wu got annoyed, shaking his arm, saying, "Sangu, can't you just have fun with me today?" At that moment, Tang San suddenly said, "Xiao Wu, can you call me Xiao San again?" I tell you, when he said that, my heart sank, feeling something big was about to happen. Xiao Wu's expression clearly stiffened for a moment, and then she hurriedly laughed it off, saying, "Oh, I just thought Xiao San sounds bad," and then adorably called him Xiao San. But Tang San's gaze was clearly not right. Once they were on the Ferris wheel, wow, 50 gold soul coins per person. What a money grab. Tang San paid 100 without blinking. After sitting down, Xiao Wu looked at the scenery below, happily bouncing up and down. Tang San just stared at her, his eyes full of sadness, muttering, "If only Xiao Wu were still here, how nice would that be?" Tears were almost welling up. Xiao Wu panicked and asked him what was wrong, if he was upset about the money. Tang San could no longer hold back. He grabbed Xiao Wu tightly, staring in her eyes, and asked word by word, "Honestly tell me, are you really Xiao Wu?" Boom. I tell you, this statement was like a thunderclap. Xiao Wu was so scared she kept retreating, her eyes full of panic, insisting, "Xiao San, what are you talking about? I am Xiao Wu. You are not. The real Xiao Wu is already dead, right?" Tang San pressed on. At this point, Xiao Wu completely broke down, huddling on the ground, crying, mumbling about how her mind had the memories of 2 people, sometimes saying she was Lianer, with a mission to kill Tang San, and other times saying she was Xiao Wu, with her most beloved person being Tang San. She was completely mentally disordered. Tang San looked at her like that and was also stunned. But his mind was quick. He instantly thought of a type of evil technique recorded in the Tang sect's secret manuals, which could forcibly stuff one person's soul into another person's body. Qian Renlin. It must be Qian Renlin's doing. He quickly squatted down to comfort Xiao Wu, encouraging her to speak slowly. It turned out that the other set of memories she had was of an orphan named Lianer, who was taken away by a very young man when she was 6. And then her memories went blank. The craziest part? The memories of Qian Renlin in her mind were directly formatted. 404 not found. Whenever she thought of it, it was as if that person never existed. This operation was truly ahead of its time, focusing on physical deletion. Tang San understood everything. Qian Renlin had killed Xiao Wu and then used dark arts to stuff Xiao Wu's soul, or rather her memories, into this girl named Lianer, erasing all traces of his existence. So, the person in front of him was both Lianer and Xiao Wu. The moment Tang San thought about Xiao Wu's body being chopped up by Qian Renlin, his anger surged up. But looking at the girl in his arms who was crying uncontrollably, his heart softened. He was also in a bad mental state and needed a place to vent. Finally, he held her and said, "Okay, from now on, you are Xiao Wu." Just as Tang San had accepted the fact that his wife was a high-quality fake with a split personality, back at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, something big happened. In the middle of the night, the entire playground was filled with people, bustling like it was a concert. Ma Hongjun stopped a classmate to ask, and I couldn't believe it, that son.A Academy, the ones who had fought with us before, were all wiped out. A group of people gathered there discussing, saying it was a gruesome sight with intestines scattered everywhere like a fresh produce supermarket. Some said a soul beast had rushed in and went on a killing spree. Damu Bai and the others were stunned, and Ning Rongrong felt quite relieved, coldly snorting that they deserved it, definitely having offended someone they shouldn't have. Just then, the 3 committee members of the academy stepped onto the high platform, and as Dream God Machine opened his mouth, he directly dropped a bombshell. The news you heard is true, but it can be confirmed that it was man-made. Moreover, according to the assessment of the title de law from the Spirit Hall, all 214 people from son.A Academy committed suicide. I was listening below, and my scalp went numb. Suicide? More than 200 people. It was as if they had made an appointment, gathering at midnight to collectively commit suicide. Can you believe that? Moreover, The only survivor is their dean, Shinian, who is now also missing. After hearing this, Tang San's brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. The first person he thought of was Qian Renlin. Only someone with such a perverse ability to control minds could create a scene of collective suicide like this. Everyone was on edge, and then Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, arrived with sword-de-law, saying he was worried the murderer might kill again and came by to revisit the Tiando Academy. Ning Fengji also mentioned that the official statement was that Shinian was the prime suspect and had been wanted throughout the city. Just when everyone was at a loss, Tang San stood up and said to Ning Fengji, "Uncle Ning, can I see the bodies?" Everyone was shocked. Yu Xiaojiang asked him what he wanted to do, and Tang San replied that there was definitely a conspiracy. He understood human anatomy and toxicology and wanted to see if he could find any clues at the scene. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to help him, saying, "I'll take you to meet someone. He should be able to let you in." The person they were going to meet was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Shui Qinghe greeted them very courteously. Tang San, being straightforward, went straight to the point. "Your Highness, I want to investigate the case. Take me to see the bodies." After hearing this, a subtle glimmer flashed in Shui Qinghe's eyes, and then he smiled and said, "Brother Tang San, you can do that? Fine, since you want to see. I will take you. But don't be too nervous. It's okay if you can't find anything." I thought to myself, I could definitely have to see this. Since I'm already here, I followed Shui Qinghe into the temporary morgue, and wow, the smell. I tell you, it was absolutely at a biochemical weapon level. Although they had ice mages freezing the bodies with their soul power, and nearby, plant-type soul masters were spraying aromatherapy like it was nothing, trying to create some high-end fragrance. It just couldn't hold up. The stench of decay mixed with the cheap perfume was overwhelming. Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji, who were used to a life of luxury, couldn't handle it and ran out, covering their noses, leaving me as the only brave one to face this onslaught of odor. The nearby staff seemed calm, probably long immune to the stench. I leaned closer to the corpse, and as I activated my purple extreme demon eye, I couldn't help but click my tongue in horror. The face was covered in deep, long scratch marks, the stomach had been ripped open, and the intestines were completely hollowed out. There was also a massive indentation on the chest. When I looked at his eyes, the pupils were dilated, and the whites were filled with blood vessels, clearly indicating that he had experienced extreme fear before dying. He had been scared to death. But this was quite strange. The injuries clearly pointed to murder, and a brutal one at that. Why did the Heavenly Dou Empire insist it was a case of madness leading to self-inflicted death? This logic just doesn't add up. The clues from the outside were insufficient, so I directly asked the person next to me for a knife and proceeded to dissect him. I needed to see what was in his stomach. After making the cut, I found some undigested rice, peanuts, and vegetables mixed with alcohol. Considering the digestion level, this guy went from finishing his meal to kicking the bucket in no more than 15 minutes. I asked again, "Do you have any lab mice?" "Yes." "Good." I scraped a bit of something from the stomach of the corpse and drew some blood, packaged them separately, and handed them over to feed to the lab mice to see what happens. Half an hour later, the staff returned looking bewildered and said that the lab mice were lively and even wanted more after finishing the food. Well, that's solid proof they didn't die from poisoning. I stepped out of the mortuary with a frown, and Ning Fengji quickly came up to ask me how it was. I shook my head and said I had checked, and it wasn't poisoning. At that moment, I couldn't help it and turned back to ask Shui Qinghe, "Your Highness, I just want to know, how are you so sure that these people died by their own hands?" He was quite straightforward and blurted out, "Illusions." At that moment, there was just a huge question mark on my mind. Illusion? Who understands family? This script is too absurd. When did such a powerful illusion-type martial soul appear in Douluo Continent, capable of making over 200 soul masters tear themselves apart in an illusion? I couldn't help but doubt. Isn't this just a way to deflect from the real culprit? However, I still maintained a polite demeanor. Shui Qinghe, seeing that I had helped, became friendlier and even asked me not to call him Your Highness, but to just call him Brother Shui. Fine, brother it is. This matter was left hanging, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, with that so-called murderer not even leaving a ghostly shadow behind. The attention of the entire continent had long been drawn away by the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, with everyone looking like they were on fire, discussing it everywhere. Our Shrek, oh no, now it's the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, also had to honestly start from the preliminaries, climbing up match by match. But while everyone was focused on the competition, let me tell you, in a place unknown to them, the sky was about to collapse, Slaughter City. My son, Qian Renlin, has been sitting on the Hell Road for a whole 7 months. Can you believe it? 7 months, without sleep or rest. He has drained the entire blood river beneath the Hell Road. Goodness, that's the essence of murderous intent and hostility accumulated over thousands of years. When the blood river ran dry, he was shocked to discover that beneath it lay an unfathomable underground world. He immediately changed his mind. Originally, he just wanted to quickly pass through the Hell Road and grab a killing god domain and leave. But now he thought, hey, there might be some Shura god or Rakshasa god-S divine inheritance hidden down there. Inherit a divine position? No. His script was never about inheritance, but directly finding the statue of the deity and swallowing the divine power inside. This operation truly increased my strength. Just at the last second, when the blood river was drained, there was a loud rumble, and the entire city of Slaughter shook violently. The people inside were instantly stunned, and then they were horrified to discover, hey, I can use soul skills now. My martial soul can be released. In the next second, the whole city erupted. Those fallen ones, suppressed for countless years, even including several titled Douluos, exploded on the spot. They had accumulated a belly full of grievances, and their first target was those black armored guards who oppressed them every day. The entire city of Slaughter instantly turned into a real Shura field, with rivers of blood flowing. The king of Slaughter was showing off on the platform when he immediately sensed it and jumped up from his throne in fury. He knew that his home had been stolen. This was definitely the work of that kid named Qian Renlin. He roared and charged towards the Hell Road, and sure enough, he saw QianRenlin's figure about to fly away. Without a second thought, he chased after him in a fit of rage. Of course, that was just a puppet clone prepared by his son, purely a bait. QianRenlin's true self had already jumped into that newly discovered underground world, beginning his adventure. My son walked for a full 2 hours in that pitch-black underground world without discovering a single hair. Just as he was starting to feel a bit impatient, a deep and ancient voice suddenly rang out in his head. Heir, you have arrived. Damn, who is it? QianRenlin immediately became alert. The voice continued, don't be nervous. I am the god of the undead, known as the god of death. With that tone, he sounded quite proud. He even started boasting, saying he was one of the 5 great adjudicators of the divine realm and one of the 3 divine kings. But after being severely injured in a fight with the dragon god, he was backstabbed by that old bastard, the Shura god, and fell here. My son rolled his eyes and interrupted directly. All right, I'm not interested in your tragic past, I don't care how you died. But I'm very interested in your divine powers. Haha, my son really is something, always straightforward and efficient. The Grim Reaper must have been confused too, after countless years. No one had talked to him, and suddenly he encounters someone here to collect debts. He fell silent for a moment, sighed, and a black mist gathered in front of him, forming the image of an old man holding a scythe and wearing a black robe. He muttered, little child, the divine realm is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. After saying this, the old man suddenly transformed into a stream of pure divine power and actively entered QianRenlin's sea of consciousness. My son has become foolish. Originally, I had prepared a whole script for deception, planning to trick him into going to the inheritance place and then forcibly devour him. But the other party just gave it away. This is a win. This is an AI teammate who is too understanding. After absorbing this massive divine power, my son's mental strength skyrocketed more than 5-fold, and his physical strength doubled. It was only then that he realized that the so-called underground world was merely a small space supported by this death god's last bit of divine power. It can't be wasted. Void Mantis Martial Soul. Activate Devour. After spending a full half-month, he completely consumed this small space created by the death god's divine power. When he emerged from a cave, he found himself inside a small mountain. He casually gathered his soul power and punched the mountain wall. Boom! With a tremendous sound. Not only did he break through the mountain wall, but the entire small mountain also collapsed under the force. He was astonished. This power could make an ordinary title Do kneel. He immediately decided it was time to go to the Star-Do forest and practice with those guys from the Imperial Heaven. In the past, he didn't have the confidence. But now, who knows who will run away? As for the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm that had been nagging him in his sea of consciousness, it was annoying years ago, so he directly devoured it without leaving a chance for resurrection. On the other side, the puppet avatar, along with the King of Slaughter, who has controlled Tang San, sped all the way to Spirit City. Tang San looked at the magnificent city before him and felt intimidated. He knew that in his current state, he couldn't possibly defeat Bibi Dong and Dalu in the city. My wife Bibi Dong sensed his aura and appeared directly in mid-air, her aura fully unleashed. King of Slaughter. Why are you not staying in your territory and running to my Wuhun city? Tang Chun gritted his teeth and pointed at the puppet. Humph. You should ask this kid. He destroyed my city of slaughter. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong exclaimed, "Oh, my son has taken down someone's home?" Instead of getting angry, she looked at the puppet with shining eyes and excitedly asked, "Linner, what level has your god of slaughter domain reached now?" "Ha! This mother is too real." The puppet recounted the situation in detail. He had swallowed the entire blood river and directly raised the god of slaughter domain to the highest level, the third stage, Shura domain. Then he revealed the real plan to Bibi Dong. The king of slaughter is Tang Chun, who has been missing for many years. And he is currently controlled by a 9-headed bat king, which won't last long. They must destroy the Haotian sect before Tang Chun regains his consciousness. How to find them? There's a place called Moon Pavilion in Tiando City, and the owner, Tang Yuehua, is Tang Hao's sister. They just need to spread the word that Tang Hao has been crippled and Tang San is being hunted. She will definitely return to the sect for help. At that time, they can send Ghost Douluo to stealthily track them, and with a series of moves, accurately locate the Haotian sect stronghold. After hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately made a decision. All right, we'll do as Linner said. Then, she turned to Tang Chun outside the city and delivered a powerful declaration. You dare? The holy son of my Wuhun Hall, my child, is not something you can demand at will. It's just a small city of slaughter. It has been destroyed. So what more do you want? Wow, that authority, that momentum made everyone in the city excitedly kneel and shout, Your Holiness the Pope. Tang Chun was furious and felt his body becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He could only glare fiercely at Bibi Dong and utter a harsh word before flying away in a huff. Bibi Dong watched him flee and breathed a sigh of relief. This matter seemed to come to a close. Time passed quickly, and there was only 1 week left until the Soul Master competition. Hulaina, who had been in seclusion for half a year, also came out, and her soul power had skyrocketed to level 54, proving she hadn't been idle. I tell you, when Hulaina came out, she was in high spirits and rushed to find our Linner. But guess what? The guy had already gone to the killing city to grind dungeons, not even leaving a message. She got anxious and wanted to apply to Bibi Dong to go too, but was immediately vetoed by a unanimous vote. Are you kidding? The Soul Master competition is just a few days away, and you're going to the killing city now? It would take at least a year for a round trip, and it's dangerous in there. How could Bibi Dong possibly let her go? Bibi Dong was also trying to persuade her, saying, Nana, listen, the competition is about to start. Your task now is to practice that 7-in-1 fusion skill with your teammates. If you want Linner to look at you differently, you need to show your skills and display the might of our spirit hall on this continent-wide stage, so he can see who the real king among peers is. This struck a chord with Hulaina, and her eyes became resolute. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely not disappoint you. I must show him my strength. While all the academies across the continent were busy preparing for the competition, the situation in the killing city was completely different. I tell you, our Linner has come out. He walked out from that hellish place. He stood there calmly, looking at the chaotic killing city with no ripple in his eyes. Then, he didn't even lift a finger. It was just a thought. Those 3 previously powerful, fallen title suddenly rolled on the ground, clutching their heads and howling in agony, as if someone had drilled into their brains. The law enforcement captain nearby was dumbfounded. Just a second ago, they were fighting back and forth, and the next moment these 3 were dancing the painful mask dance. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to take advantage of the moment to strike, a wave of invisible energy surged directly into his mind, and he joined the rolling ensemble. All 4 of them were now in the package. But that's not all. Linner's mental power spread over the entire killing city like a 5G signal. I tell you, at that moment, from the fallen to the gatekeeping black-armored soldiers, everyone was twitching on the ground. The scene was simply incredible. When the torment was nearly over, Linner slowly retracted his mental power, and his cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. From today onwards, for the next 3 years, no fighting is allowed, and no one is allowed to leave the killing city. Whoever disobeys will face this consequence. As soon as the words fell, with a bang, a tidal Douluo who hadn't recovered yet exploded into a mist of blood. Family, who understands? Now the entire killing city was thrown into chaos, everyone scrambling and shouting, We dare not. From today onwards, I am your new king, your emperor, the holy emperor. Below, a sea of people knelt down, shouting long live. Linner nodded in satisfaction, and then something even more outrageous happened. He directly opened his 5 elements domain, covering the entire killing city. No, it was the entire new home. His domain range was larger than that of Heaven-Do City, easily covering such a small place. When the domain dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. The previously dilapidated and bloody killing city was gone. In its place was an extraordinarily magnificent black palace. 3 steps a floor, 5 steps a hall. In the center stood a 9-story red and black grand hall, with golden dragons coiling around the pillars, and a throne on the high platform, an entire dark, altered version of the forbidden city of the Blue Star. He directly treated this place like a server, acting as the GM, and reset the map with a single click. After finishing up his new territory, Liner next appeared in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in Ning Fengji's study. Ning Fengji was drinking tea at the time, and when he looked up, he was startled to find an extra person in the chair beside him, almost crushing his teacup. However, having seen many grand occasions, upon seeing this extraordinarily handsome face and unfathomable aura, he immediately guessed, "Your Highness, the Holy Son of the Spear Hall. What brings you here?" Liner poured himself a glass of red wine, swirled the bottle, and asked, "Want to try?" Ning Fengji rolled his eyes internally, thinking, this isn't hospitality, this is showing off, but politely replied, "No, the red wine from the Spirit Hall is available everywhere." Ha! Liner chuckled lightly. This is not the common stuff outside. This is personally blended by this holy son, a unique one. Ning Fengji's brow furrowed even deeper, uninterested in going around in circles. "Your Highness, please speak directly. With the Soul Master competition approaching, your visit likely isn't for anything good." Liner swirled his wine glass leisurely and dropped a bombshell. "I heard that your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School can only reach a maximum of level 79 in a lifetime. Right?" Ning Fengji's expression darkened. "And what of it? Is your Highness here to poke at my sore spot? Are you really willing to accept that? What can I do about it? That's fate." Liner smirked and directly pulled out a celestial herb. Fate is meant to be broken. Ning Fengji stared at the herb, completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" "A 10,000-year Choatalope," Liner said. "It can compensate for the defects in your martial soul and elevate its rank. Eat this, and you can break through your bottleneck." "What?" Ning Fengji lost his composure on the spot. His breathing quickened. "Speak. What do you want?" Ning Fengji, being an old hand, forcibly calmed down. Liner's gaze sharpened, and he unyieldingly uttered a few words. "I want your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to submit to me." "Impossible." Ning Fengji rejected without a second thought. "If my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School submits, there will no longer be a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School on the continent." He knew very well that if the Spirit Hall's wolves took him in today, they would dare to swallow the entire continent tomorrow. Liner's eyes instantly turned cold. "Well then, you old fool, you prefer to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory one? Fine, then die." Just as he was about to act and directly turn Ning Fengji into a puppet, the sword Douluo Continent walked in, stepping on his 7-killing sword. "Fengji, it's time to head out. The preliminary round of the competition is tomorrow." As soon as Continent entered, he saw Qian Renlin and immediately exploded with rage. Quickly shielding Ning Fengji, "Qian Renlin, how did you get here?" Liner saw this and thought, well, it seems I can't kill today. He had to suppress his killing intent, raised his wine glass, and elegantly took a sip. "Sword, we meet again." Ning Fengji, having regained his composure, was still haunted by the killing intent from earlier and hurriedly smoothed things over. "Don't be nervous. Your Highness came to discuss a transaction with me." Liner smiled in response and took out the celestial herb again. "I've suddenly changed my mind, Ning Sect Master. Let's trade this herb for your school's mind control technique. This deal is not a loss, right?" Upon hearing this, the sword was about to explode. "You want to trade a mere herb for my sect's secret technique? Your Spear Hall is really calculating." However, Ning Fengji immediately made a decision. "All right, I agree." "Fengji, are you crazy?" Continent panicked. "Uncle Jian, don't ask. I'll explain later." Ning Fengji just wanted to get this plague god out of here quickly. The deal was struck. Liner received the scroll containing the secret technique, and with a sweep of his mental power, he memorized all the contents. He casually tossed the celestial herb aside and vanished from the spot without even saying goodbye. The sword Douluo looked at the spot where he had vanished, his back drenched in cold sweat. This strength was becoming increasingly unfathomable. As soon as Liner left, Ning Fengji recounted everything that had just happened, from being forced to submit to the blatant murderous intent at the end. The sword Douluo felt a wave of fear. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was too domineering, daring to harbor thoughts of killing the sect master on the territory of their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The two of them discussed it and decided to let Ning Rongrong use the celestial herb. but they were unsure of its authenticity. What to do? Ning Fengji slapped his thigh. Let us find Tang San. That kid knows the most about herbs. Time passed quickly, and it was the day of the Soul Master Competition preliminaries. The Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City was packed with people. The Shrek group, now representing the second team of the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, donned handsome white tailcoats, drawing a wave of screams as soon as they appeared. Especially Tang San, after awakening the blue-silver emperor, looked completely transformed, stunningly handsome, with a bunch of girls below shouting to have his children. Dai Mubai teased him from the side. Little San, if you wore a dress now, you would definitely be crowned as competition's goddess. Tang San could only smile helplessly. He was currently using the alias Tang Yin to hide his identity. Just then, Ning Fengji arrived, saying he came as a guest of the competition, and then called Tang San aside. Uncle Ning, what do you need me for? Ning Fengji wasted no time and directly took out the jade bottle. Tang San opened it, took a sniff, and then poured it out to take a look, instantly shocked. This is the Chilua tulip. He succinctly explained the impressive qualities of the celestial herb, exactly as QianRenlin had described, and confirmed that the herb was of extremely high quality and definitely genuine. Ning Fengji felt completely reassured now. When Tang San inquired about the herb's origin and learned it was given by QianRenlin, a flicker of disappointment and seriousness flashed in his eyes. Tang San returned to the team with a heavy heart, while Ning Fengji went to find Ning Rongrong, ready to present this enormous opportunity to her. But just as they were discussing something mysteriously, a wave of deafening cheers erupted from the entrance of the Soul Arena. Look, it's the Holy Lin Academy's battle team. Ah, it's the Rose Goddess. She actually came personally to lead the team. Ling Feng, I love you. The crowd that had been surrounding Shrek in the previous moment instantly disappeared, rushing madly towards the entrance. Ma Hongjun had been quite pleased with himself, but then he noticed that the girl who had just flirted with him was now crying and shouting that she wanted to be someone else's lapdog. His heart shattered into pieces. He turned angrily to see who was coming in at the door and was instantly dumbfounded, stammering. They're here. Dai Mubai and the others froze as well. The group clad in striking black scales, exuding an explosive aura, could only be the perverted Burial Heaven team from the Spirit Hall. Wait, why would they come to participate in the preliminaries? Dai Mubai was stunned. Wasn't the Spirit Hall supposed to directly send them to the finals? Ma Hongjun's face fell. This is bad. How are we supposed to fight now? Just one Burial Heaven team is enough to give us a hard time. How terrifying must the legendary Golden Generation be? Tang San, just returning from outside, saw the group of Ling Feng pass by him, and his expression instantly grew serious. The only thought in his mind was, why are they here? Are they coming for me? I tell you, my mind went blank for a moment, and I thought, it's over, these guys are definitely coming for me. That subordinate of Zhang Tian, I had beaten him before, so this time they must be here for revenge. Ning Fengji remained calm, as he believed that the champion was always the Spirit Hall every year, so he was not surprised. But the real shock was still to come. Let me tell you, Master and Dean Flander turned pale instantly. Why? Because leading the team at the front was actually Lu Erlong, the woman they had been talking about for a lifetime. Good heavens, the whole venue erupted in cheers for the Rose Goddess, while Master and the other two were completely petrified on the spot. Their minds probably filled with barrage comments. Why is she here? How'd she get mixed up with the Spear Hall? Is the Rose Goddess calling her? Lu Erlong also saw the Master, first stunned, then her expression changed faster than flipping a book, suddenly turning her head away, not daring to look. The few subordinates beside her scanned the area like AI, quickly locking onto the Master, and realizing something was off, I guess they would report back to their mistress. They would say something like the mistress seems to have ties with another man outside. TSK, these people are all about loyalty and protecting their master. The Master started trembling. Who understands the feeling of having your heart shattered and then trampled on? First, he regretted not having met her all these years. Then the mood shifted, and he began to resent. He hated Lu Erlong for not waiting for him, hated her for not understanding him, hated her for being just like Bibi Dong, abandoning him in pursuit of power. Good heavens, this blame was all from a victim's perspective. Flander comforted him a bit, but he himself lacked confidence. Finally, with a dark face, the Master said a harsh word. If we run into this team, we surrender directly. After saying that, he turned and walked away. We exchanged glances, and Ma Hongjun, that chubby guy, leaned over with a sly look to gossip. Hey, Boss Dai, what kind of relationship does the Master have with that Rose Goddess? Dai Mubai shot him a glance. Why don't you go ask? The chubby guy immediately wilted. Dean Flander's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He was also feeling bitter inside. The woman he had loved all his life was now part of the opposing camp, and that feeling was indescribable. On the other side, the big boss Qian Renlin was not idle either. This guy locked himself in a small dark room, fiddling with something called the distraction control technique. Let me tell you, it's tough for a normal person to multitask, but he was doing well, creating tens of thousands of mental little people in his head, holding a sports meet. Some were doing push-ups, others sit-ups. It was simply absurd. Then this guy began to recall his past life. It turned out he had an illness, not just any illness, but bipolar disorder. The doctor said that such people usually look like normal people, but once provoked, instead of hurting themselves, they would return their pain to others with a vengeance. After coming to this world, his mental strength grew stronger, and all those repressed memories came flooding back. So, he set up this whole operation to drive the master into a mental breakdown, making him suffer as much as possible. He even specifically found a tool named Shin, giving him a set of sinister techniques to carry out a mental attack on the master. It was outrageous. His malice was smaller than a needle tip, and thin murderous intent was no longer enough to describe it. This was thick mental illness. The reason he sent the 7 sword servants to compete in the preliminaries was that he felt Tang San was about to come out, and he didn't have time to play with me slowly anymore. He wanted to completely eliminate this heartache of mine before I was taken away. Soon, the opening ceremony of the Soul Master competition began. The host chattered away, and the teams from various academies entered one by one. When it was our turn, the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, it was quite awkward. There were only a few scattered applause in the audience, probably only because Rongrong and Zhu Qing were pretty. Dean Flander moved quickly like he had oil on his feet, afraid of being recognized. The Snow Knight Emperor on the high platform turned green, while the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Salus, couldn't help but grin widely, sneering at the Snow Knight Emperor, looking quite arrogant. Next, the 5 major elemental academies came out, and the cheering became noticeably louder. Finally, the Holy Spirit Academy made a grand entrance. Let me tell you, that scene was like a superstar concert. Goling Feng, Holy Spirit will win. Holy Spirit is invincible. The shouts were deafening. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she huffed. It's just because they're good-looking, a bunch of superficial people. I quickly reminded her that these people were not just high in looks, but their strength was terrifying. I don't know when a master came over again, putting pressure on us, saying that the Zhongtian team had all reached level 45 or above a year ago. But what he didn't know was that they were already at level 57 now. Level 57, higher than the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. What kind of match was this? He emphasized again that if we encountered them, we should forfeit and prioritize our lives. The Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Zhongzhu came out to say a few words of encouragement. Nothing more than go for it. The future of the Empire relies on you. When it came to the drawing lots, it was time for that Salus from the Spirit Hall. That old fellow clearly was a good person. He even deliberately touched the hand of a maid when he got on stage, and then suddenly tossed all the lots on the ground, clearly trying to rig the draw. He read the match list one by one, and when he reached the Tiando Royal Academy, our hearts were in our throats, hoping it wouldn't be the Holy Spirit Academy. If we had a forfeit in the first match, where we put our faces? Tiando Royal Academy versus the Elephant Armor Academy. Phew. Ma Hongjun let out a long breath. Thankfully, it wasn't those freaks. But before we had time to rejoice, I realized, wait, the Elephant Armor Academy? Oscar exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the strongest defense, the Elephant Armor Sect? The Master's face sank again. Starting to explain, the Elephant Armor Sect, one of the lower 4 sects, has the martial soul of the Diamond Mammoth, focusing on extreme defense and strength. This time, your opponents are all direct descendants of the sect leader, 3 of them at level 41 and 4 close to level 40. For your safety, I suggest you forfeit this match. We exchanged glances, encountering such a tough opponent in the first match. What luck we had. But who are we? Shrek. I locked eyes with Dai Mubai, gritted my teeth, and we shouted in unison. Fight. What a joke. We came to hone ourselves. If we backed down in the face of strong opponents, what kind of monsters would we be? The Master saw our resolute attitude, feeling both relieved and worried, finally saying, protect yourselves well. If the situation is unfavorable, admit defeat immediately. He didn't know that Saruth had even more sinister thoughts. The command given to him by QianRenlin was not to arrange strong opponents, but to directly ensure we would be eliminated in the match. Meanwhile, things were also not peaceful at the Wuhun Palace. Hulaina, the Holy Maiden, went to find QianRenlin. She hugged him from behind, crying like a rain-drenched pear blossom, saying how much she missed and loved him. And what was the result? Qian Renlin pushed her away like a block of ice, saying not to discuss feelings, as it would affect his career. Hulaina was tough too. She directly questioned him about whether he didn't trust their golden generation by sending the 7 sword slaves. Qian Renlin didn't bother to explain. His attitude was clearly, mind your own business. After Hulaina left, heartbroken, he thought, once I unify the continent, I'll give her a title. Goodness, what a master of emotional manipulation. He treated her like a trophy. Downstairs, a guy named Yin the sycophant saw the goddess crying and immediately wanted to explode and find Qian Renlin for a reckoning. But he was silenced by Hulaina's words. I am his woman. You don't even have the right to think about it. TSK, being a backup is too tragic. Yin clenched his fists in anger, swearing that one day he would prove himself. Finally, it was our turn to take the stage. The host shouted. The first round of the preliminary matches, the third match. Team 2 of the Tiando Royal Academy versus the Xiangjia Academy. Guess what? The audience actually started cheering for us. After all, we were representing the Tiando Empire. While Xiangjia Academy was affiliated with the Wuhun Palace, they certainly hoped their own could win. Xiangjia Academy go. Huh, sure enough. There were a few people in the crowd cheering for Xiangjia Academy, and those around them looked at them with unfriendly eyes. The person cheering for Xiangjia quickly lowered his head in shame. After all, their emperor was still watching from above. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, each extending a hand to stack on top of the other, saying, damn. Now, please welcome both teams to the stage. Dai Mubai confidently walked to the front, with Tang San and the others following closely. Xiao Wu didn't join this match, as only 7 people could participate at the same time, and they had 8 members. Facing the Xiangjia Academy's opponents, who excelled in defense and strength, Xiao Wu's presence wouldn't be very useful. While Oscar's sausages could provide considerable recovery effects for their soul power and stamina during the match. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tremors shook the ground as several burly muscle men from Xiangjia Academy lined up on stage. With each step they took, the stage shook. If someone unaware saw this scene, they might genuinely worry that the competition stage would collapse under their weight. Both sides saluted. Looking at the 2 teams that had taken the stage, the host waved his left hand and spoke into the microphone. Dai Mubai Wuhun Evil I White Tiger. Level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Tang Yin Wuhun Blue Silvergrass. Level 33 Control System Soul Master. Mo Feng Wuhun Mantis. Level 49 Assault System Soul Master. What? Level 49? Not only were the Xiangjia Academy members shocked by his soul power level, but even the other Academy members and the audience were equally astonished at Mo Feng. It's worth noting that among the 27 teams present, no more than 3 people had reached level 49. Truly impressive for the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Is this the strength of the Royal Academy? And this is just the second team. How powerful must their main team be? What level of soul power would they have reached? On the high platform, the Snow Knight Emperor looked at Mo Feng on stage with delight, feeling very satisfied that someone so young had reached such strength. Ning Fengji also nodded, thinking, even if we can't defeat the Holy Lin Academy, getting second place with their strength shouldn't be difficult. Oscar Wuhun Sausage, Level 34 Food System Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Wuhun 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 37 Support System Soul Master. After absorbing the chair lily given to her by Ning Fengji, her soul power had now reached level 37, and her Wuhun had also advanced to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Ma Hongjun, Wuhun Fire Phoenix, Level 33 Assault System Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Wuhun Ghostly Shadow Cat, Level 33. After Shrek's members reported their names and soul power, the Xiangjia Academy members naturally introduced themselves with fists clasped. Their strengths hadn't changed much. The captain was level 42, 2 vice-captains were level 41, and the other 4 team members were all at level 39. Countdown to the match. 3, 2, 1. Start. Brothers, release your Wuhun. Dai Mubai shouted. His white tiger Wuhun manifested, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings slowly moving in rhythm. The other members also released their Wuhun, and when Tang San released his Wuhun, it shocked not only the people on the high platform, including Snow Knight, but even the other Academy members and the audience. 10,000 years of the 4th soul ring. This is too monstrous. How'd he do it? Wow. Look, 1,000-year 2nd soul ring and a 10,000-year 4th soul ring. This is even more monstrous than the blue silver grass Wuhun. Is the Tiando Royal Academy really this powerful? What? The other Academy team members stared blankly at the soul ring configurations of Tang San and Mo Feng, acknowledging that they were facing extremely powerful opponents. Watching the match from a private box in the Soul Arena were Hulaina and others, who were equally astonished by their soul ring configurations, their faces showing undisguised shock. Thankfully, aside from these two, the others were only in their 30s. If they reached level 40, even we would find it very tricky to face them. A 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Their qualifications are on par with the 7 sword slaves. If given some time, they would definitely become powerful soul masters, and becoming a title Douluo would be a sure thing. Xiaoyu and Yin said in shock. After all, their 5th soul ring was also 10,000 years. Is this the reason you want to take action yourself? Do you think we can't deal with them? Hulaina thought in a daze. Qian Renlin, who was observing the match from the Wuhun branch, was equally taken aback. I didn't expect your blue-silver Emperor Wuhun to awaken ahead of time. Tang Yin? Heh. Qian Renlin played with his wine glass, chuckling as he said. He naturally recognized Tang San, who had changed his appearance and name to Tang Yin, but he didn't expect that due to his interference. The other party's blue-silver Emperor Wuhun had awakened ahead of time. It seemed he had gone to the Star-Do Forest early. Was it Tang Hao who sent you there? Or did you stumble in by accident? Qian Renlin thought deeply with narrowed eyes, but he didn't mind. Even though Tang San's Wuhun had awakened early and obtained a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, he had no plans to let him live any longer. His teammates had already surprised him by not being significantly affected by Xiao Wu's death, and now Tang San had accidentally awakened his blue-silver Emperor Wuhun early. Yes, Qian Renlin had long known that Tang San had seen through Xiao Wu's identity while under constant surveillance in Tiando City. Their conversation on the Ferris wheel entered Qian Renlin's ears word for word. It should be noted that every entertainment facility in the amusement park has a listening system, and everything they said on the Ferris wheel was heard by the net. Chapter 130, Tiando Academy vs. Xiangjia Academy, Part 2. These people are not easy to deal with. The captain of the Xiangjia team looked at Dai Mubai and Tang San, and the martial souls and soul rings of Mo Feng, pondering deeply. First soul skill, Copper Wall, and Iron Bastion. The Xiangjia team immediately released their first soul skill the moment the host announced the start of the match, each person holding a thick diamond-shaped shield, slowly advancing in a line towards Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai and the others looked at the aggressively charging Xiangjia team, their expressions serious. If they were hit by them, they would not only be injured but might even lose their lives. Retreat. Seeing the opponent getting closer, Tang San shouted urgently. The others quickly retreated as well. The people from Xiangjia Academy looked at the actions of the opponents with indifference. This competition stage is only so big. Even if they retreat, where can they go? Unless they can fly. First soul skill bind. With a determined gaze, Tang San performed a backflip and landed, looking at the Xiangjia team less than 5 meters away, and quickly released his first soul skill. As his voice fell, several blue vines surged from the ground, binding the feet of the opposing team. Yanli snorted coldly, trying to break free from the blue-silver grass with all his strength. But he found that the blue-silver grass was extremely tough. This kid is really strange. Yanli's eyes narrowed, gathering his soul power, and with a bang, he shattered the blue-silver grass. Although the fully awakened blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul is extremely tough, far beyond what it was before, it was not very effective against the powerful Xiangjia team. Tang San was shocked. He did not expect the modified blue-silver grass to be so easily broken free. But he was not too surprised. The freed Yanli and others still calmly held up their shields and advanced. They could tell that these opponents were not easy to handle, especially since their secmaster Yanjun had personally instructed them to force out the opponent's full strength. So they were not in a hurry to resolve the situation. Their strength and defense were too powerful. A head-on clash was not a wise choice. In the center, Tang San watched as they retreated to the edge of the competition stage and thought silently. Xiao Feng, can you ambush them from behind? After some consideration, he decided to let Mo Feng launch a surprise attack from behind, just hoping he wouldn't mess up at this moment. All right, no problem. Mo Feng nodded, activating his shadow step to flash behind the opponents. Tang San frowned at Mo Feng's actions, not understanding why he didn't directly use that technique to disappear into the void, but instead used a certain step to flash over. Yu Xiaojiang also looked at Mo Feng's actions in confusion. In the past, every time Mo Feng encountered a stronger opponent, he would use the void shadow escape to ambush them. But this time he did not do so. Could it be that he thought these people could be easily dealt with? As Mo Feng quickly moved behind a member of the Xiangjia team, He activated his soul skill and jumped to punch the opponent in the back of the head. Hey! This team member glanced sideways, sneering as he activated his soul skill, forming a layer of shield to block the punch. Without the Void Mantis, Mo Feng's martial soul was just an ordinary mantis martial soul, comparable in quality to Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul, and his previous soul skills had greatly changed. For example, his most commonly used Void Shadow escape was gone, and his mantis fist no longer had spikes but could only condense a sharp stab in his hand to strike at the enemy. Moreover, his most proud talent, the Fear Descends domain, had also disappeared. He was now just an ordinary strong attack and agility type. His overall strength had been greatly reduced. Although he had received soul power from Qian Renlin and had reached level 49 in soul power cultivation, one must not forget that his left hand was already gone, and his overall strength might not even be able to match Tang San at level 38. Therefore, after seeing Mo Feng's performance, Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaojiang were extremely puzzled. Logically, with his strength, he shouldn't be struggling against a level 39 defense type. On the high platform, Ning Fengji was even more confused. He knew Mo Feng very well, and his performance today was extremely disappointing. Even though the Xiangjia sect was known for their strength and defense, under a 10-level soul power difference, Mo Feng shouldn't be this weak. He is not serious. The son.A beside him transmitted sound. What? In this situation, Xiao Feng is actually holding back. What does he want to do? Ning Fengji asked in confusion. I don't know, but Xiao Feng has not used his full strength from beginning to end. And did you notice that he has been fighting with the first soul skill the whole time? They just didn't notice that Mo Feng's martial soul had changed from purple to black and had shrunk significantly. They didn't pay much attention, thinking it was some change after he obtained the soul ring. After all, Mo Feng's essence of the Void Mantis was absorbed by Qian Renlin, but he still had a martial soul, meaning this was his original martial soul at birth. It was just that after being possessed by the Void Mantis, it underwent mutation, and now that the Void Mantis was drawn away by Qian Renlin, his original martial soul naturally revealed itself. Forget about him. We need to take action quickly, or we will be at a disadvantage if they hit us. Tang San looked at Hu Yanli and the others, who were getting closer, and said anxiously. They had too little time. They hadn't had the chance to set up a strategy before going on stage to fight. Tang San squatted down again to release his first soul skill, Bind, but this time he wrapped the blue-silver grass around his teammates. What are they trying to do? Hu Yanli looked at Tang San's actions in confusion. This is a move I created through exploration after studying the Meteor Hammer, called Meteor Hammer, Tang San said to Dai Mubai and the others. Once the blue-silver grass wrapped around his teammates, Tang San lifted them all into the air, while he squatted down to observe the situation. Boss Dai understood. With their tacit understanding, they only needed a small prompt from Tang San to know what to do. 9 treasure turnout with glazed first, speed. 9 treasure turnout with glazed second, power. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's 2 amplification soul skills landed on Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass above one of the opposing team members. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. A powerful light wave was expelled from Dai Mubai's mouth, shooting towards one of the enemies. That Xiangjia Academy team member hurriedly raised his shield to block Dai Mubai's attack. Bang! This Xiangjia sect member did not expect Dai Mubai's light wave to be so powerful. Seeing the level 49 Soul Master on the opposite side, fighting evenly with his companion, he thought the opponent was weak, and for a moment he was caught off guard, almost being hit by Dai Mubai's attack. Chapter 131. Tiando Academy vs. Xiangjia Academy, second soul skill. Mammoth Amplification. He quickly released his second soul skill, amplifying his shield to block Dai Mubai's attack. Zhu Qing, Tang San shouted urgently, and Zhu Qing nodded, being brought behind that Xiangjia sect member by Tang San. Activating her second soul skill, Nether 100 grabs, instantly clawing at the opponent 100 times. On the opposite side, someone let out a painful cry, and under the momentary lapse of focus, Dai Mubai's soul skill broke through his defense, with the light wave striking directly at his face. He was sent flying backward. Hu Yanli called out in concern. Xiaowao. Oscar signaled and made a recovery sausage for Dai Mubai, who regained some of his consumed soul power after eating it. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School released their third soul skill to restore Tang San's soul power. Xiao Feng. Tang San quickly released a blue silver grass to wrap around Mo Feng's waist, bringing him to his side. Now, Everyone thought that Mo Feng's earlier performance was merely a show of weakness to lower the opponent's guard. However, this tactic proved effective. Due to Mo Feng's previous display, the opponent indeed fell for it, believing that the opponents from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy were weak and unable to break through their defenses, which resulted in one of their team members getting injured. However, Tang San kept staring at Mo Feng's martial soul, feeling that it gave him an odd impression. Vastly different from the previous Void Mantis. He couldn't understand what was going on and could only wait until after the battle to ask. The subsequent battle became much simpler. After probing into the capabilities of the Elephant Armor Academy, Tang San quickly formulated a strategy. Mo Feng tangled with Hu Yanli. Dai Mubai engaged the level 41 Hu Yanba on the opposite side, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing dealt with another level 41 opponent. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to harass the enemy and create opportunities for his teammates, with Ning Rongrong releasing enhancement soul skills from the back, and Oscar creating sausages. After a series of tremors, the Elephant Armor Academy's team grew impatient and began using their 7-in-1 fusion skill, where all 7 of them stacked their powers to transfer to Hu Yanli. Tang San utilized blue-silver grass to evade the opponent's power charge. At this moment, Mo Feng, boosted by Ning Rongrong's enhancement and after consuming Oscar's speed sausage, used Tang San's blue-silver grass to cut into the backline of the Elephant Armor Academy team, channeling all his strength and soul power into a punch aimed at the last person. Although the Elephant Armor sect possessed great strength and defense, their speed was relatively slow and their movements clumsy. Mo Feng's full-force strike with his 49th level soul power was naturally beyond the capability of the 39th level Hu Yanji, who had transferred all his power to the captain. He was knocked unconscious by Mo Feng's punch, and their 7-in-1 fusion skill had developed a flaw, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ma Hongjun seized this opportunity to unleash his Phoenix Fire line from the side, disturbing the enemy's morale, while Dai Mubai released his 3rd soul skill enhancement to counter Hu Yanli's attack alongside Ning Rongrong's enhancement. At this moment, Tang San used his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, to trap everyone from the Elephant Armor Academy inside. Although his soul power was only at level 43, his blue-silver grass martial soul had long since evolved from the previous blue-silver grass to the fully awakened blue-silver emperor, boasting several times the resilience and hardness. Blue-silver spike. Tang San watched as Hu Yanli and the others struggled against the immense force and quickly unleashed his self-created soul skill, instantly sending out 7 spikes of blue-silver grass toward the Elephant Armor team. He had not yet acquired the multi-target control method from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, so he couldn't attack with multiple blue-silver grasses simultaneously. With Tang San's soul skill enhancement, the blue-silver grass transformed into spears that pierced into the calves of the Elephant Armor Academy team. They instantly lost their combat effectiveness. In the first round of the 3rd preliminaries, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy won. On the stage, Hu Yanjin looked at Hu Yanli, who hadn't even had the chance to release his soul bone skills before being easily defeated, and his face contorted with anger. Meanwhile, Salas in the upper seats had a gloomy expression as he watched this scene. In his heart, he had already put Tang San and the others on the death list. Ning Fengji looked at this scene with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with Tang San's performance, noting their teamwork and fearlessness in the face of strong enemies, showing no signs of panic. Ha ha ha, Prince Xueshing, do you know which mentor taught these outstanding students? The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled as he stroked his long white beard. Sitting next to Snow Knight, Xueshing was taken aback, replying to Your Majesty, I don't know. The affairs of the Academy are usually managed by Chief Dream Machine. Whom you mean to say that such talented students have appeared in the Academy, and you never managed it? Snow Knight said with a grim expression, replying to Your Majesty, I'm quite assured of Chief Dream Machine and the other 2 Vice Chief's management capabilities. I believe with them here, there won't be any issues in the Academy, and no talents will be missed. I remember that when they first came to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, you almost chased them away? Ning Fengji coldly snorted from the side. What? Is this true? Snow Knight's gaze turned icy as he looked at Xueshing. This is because when this group arrived, they defeated the Avalanche Prince and humiliated him severely at the school gate. Seeing their cruel nature, I thought they would be unruly in our academy, so Xueshing said, cold sweat forming on his forehead as he pleaded. You should be grateful they are still students of my Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Otherwise, you would be in for it. I will punish you after the competition. Yes. Ha! It seems that Sect Master Ning knows these people very well. Your Majesty is joking. One of the girls in this team is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. Oh, is she the girl with the tower, martial soul? Ah, I see. I've been foolish. I didn't recognize such an obvious martial soul. But I see that the girl's martial soul has 9 layers. What is going on? Snow Knight smiled, then asked in confusion. He had felt that Ning Rongrong's martial soul was very similar to that of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but upon closer inspection, he realized it had 9 layers, so he and T thought much about it. Oh, this is a heavenly material and earthly treasure that I obtained by chance. After I had Rongrong consume it, her martial soul underwent a mutation. So, are you saying she will surpass the limitations of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul and reach the title Douluo level? Snow Knight asked in surprise. That's right. Salus furrowed his brow. This was not good news. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was already the #1 support type sect in the world. If they had a title Douluo level owner of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, how terrifying would that be? Chapter 132. Taking action against Yu Xiaojing, then does Sect Master Ning know who taught these people? Such a talented teacher. I must reward him greatly. Snow Knight nodded firmly and said, Oh, Your Majesty, these students are managed by 2 of the former Golden Iron Triangle, and they are taught by the Eagle Horn Flander and the Wisdom Horn Master, both of whom are currently teaching at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. And this Tang Yin is the Master's only direct disciple. Master. Salus's eyes narrowed. He had previously heard the Holy Sun mention this. But wasn't Tang San a Master's only direct disciple? How could it be this Tang Yin? Both of them had the blue-silver grass martial soul. What connection could they have? Bishop Salus, do you know the Master as well? Who hasn't heard of the Golden Iron Triangle? This Master has a very special relationship with my Spirit Hall. Salus replied with a somewhat unsightly expression. Ning Fengji looked at Salus with some surprise, not expecting his emotional fluctuations to be so great. Ha! Since both of you admire this Master so much, I must meet him and see his style, Shui said with a smile. I didn't expect Team Tiando 2 to defeat Team Xiangjia so easily. On the spectator stand, Xiaoyu looked at Tang San and the others coming down from the stage with some astonishment. The other members of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation team were also somewhat surprised. These people's strength was already not weaker than a team led by Soul King. This team is interesting. Apart from that monster from Shenglin Academy, they truly deserve to be in the top 3 in this preliminaries. Hulaina said coldly and turned to leave. Hey Nana, where are you going? Xiaoyu hurriedly asked. You all stay here. I have something to do and we'll be back soon. Are you going to find the Holy Sun again? Yin asked through clenched teeth. What does that have to do with you? Hulaina said with disdain. Nana. Xiaoyu grabbed her hand, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't say anything. No one noticed that in an inconspicuous corner below the spectator stand sat a man cloaked in a black robe, his face completely covered. This attire was not very noticeable in this area, as it was filled with wandering cultivators and Spirit Hall spectators. Their clothing was similar black robes. But this man was different. He wore a hooded black robe. At this moment, the man in black slightly raised his head to look at Flander and the others, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Through the exposed half of his face, it turned out to be Shinian, who had disappeared for more than a month. Shrek, prepare to receive my gift. Aha! Shinian thought with a twisted expression. He sat in the corner, hidden in his black robe, forming a hand seal with both hands. And without alerting anyone, an invisible energy quietly entered the sea of consciousness of everyone in Shrek, except for Flander. He then smiled wickedly, stood up, and left, intending to continue his cultivation. His mental power was still not strong enough, and his demonic cultivation had only reached the inter-level realm. Flander's soul power was at a staggering level 78, and using demonic magic on him would definitely alert him. Tang San paused, feeling as if something new had entered his mind. Did you feel it too? Mo Feng asked in a low voice. Tang San looked at him in surprise and said, You felt it too? Mo Feng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, what are you talking about? What did you feel? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. When that mental power entered Xiao Wu, it was purified by an invisible force. After all, there was a trace of QianRenlin's mental power left in her body. Didn't you feel it? Tang San asked, somewhat surprised. No, not at all. Dai Mubai and the others also scratched their heads in confusion. Looks like someone wants to take action against me and Xiao Feng. Tang San and Mo Feng exchanged glances, silently thinking. It's nothing, let's head back. We still don't know who we'll face tomorrow. Tang San shook his head and said, since only he and Mo Feng felt something unusual, it indicated that the other party was targeting them. He felt that someone was wary of their strength and wanted to secretly eliminate them. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu. And the others didn't think much and followed Yu Xiaojiang and Flander as they left the battle arena and returned to the temporary hotel. This fool, Qian Renlin, who had been focusing on the battle in the Spirit Hall branch, naturally noticed Shernyan's presence and also saw his little actions. He immediately scolded with some frustration. Just as Yu Xiaojiang and the others stepped out of the battle arena's door, an invisible mental power enveloped Tang San and Mo Feng, neutralizing the unknown energy in their sea of consciousness, but did not neutralize Yu Xiaojiang's. This was not out of kindness from Qian Renlin, but because he knew Tang San was extraordinary. All the little tricks he used against him would be useless and would only alert the enemy, resulting in a loss. The best way to deal with him was to take him out when he was unaware, thus eliminating future troubles. The main reason was that Qian Renlin handed the technique to Shinian just to deal with Yu Xiaojiang. The rest of Shrek posed no threat to him at all. If he were to take action against Yu Xiaojiang, there was a 500 chance Bibi Dong would come out to stop him. Is this the reason you let the 7 sword slaves participate in the preliminaries? Qian Renlin naturally knew who the other party was but remained silent, continuing to look out the window. I hope you can hand them over to me. Let the 7 sword slaves go back. Hulaina looked at him, seeing that he wasn't speaking, but she didn't feel discouraged and said firmly, "No, you can't handle him." Qian Renlin finally frowned. "How can you be so sure we can't handle them? Although they are somewhat extraordinary, they're ultimately just soul masters below level 45. I also found out about Mo Feng. He was arranged by you, right? Since you already know, you should understand that I must take them down. Believe me this once. Okay, I will definitely help you kill them on stage. Kill the ones you want to kill. Okay." Hulaina hugged him from behind. "He isn't that easy to deal with, and besides, do you know who he is?" Qian Renlin allowed her to lean against his back and said deeply, "I know. He is Tang San, the renamed disciple of Haotian sect, the son of Tang Hao. Bibi Dong has already sent people to publicize Tang San's deeds across the continent. However, right now, the people of Tino City do not know that the Tang In on the competition stage is the Tang San listed on the Spirit Hall's wanted list." Chapter 133. Hulaina's words Tang Chun has already come out. It won't be long before he returns to Haotian sect to avoid unnecessary troubles. I must kill Tang San this time. Ha! You, such a proud person, are actually afraid? It's just a Tang Chun. The Grand Offering strength is completely not weaker than his, and we have more than a dozen titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, including your mother and the second offering. Golden Crocodile, Douluo. They are all level 99 limit Douluo. Can't the 3 limit Douluo deal with a mere Haotian sect? Hulaina released his waist, walked in front of him, and looked into his eyes. Qian Renlin was taken aback. Am I really afraid? What am I afraid of? The fortune of the chosen one? Or the divine residence of the god realm? At this moment, Qian Renlin felt a bit dazed. The main thing is, as long as everything has you, that's enough. I believe that as long as you are here, even 100 Haotian sects and 100 Tang Chans can be faced without fear. Hulaina once again leaned into his embrace, snuggling against his chest, and said, "Do you trust me that much? What if one day I lose to Tang San? What if I become his stepping stone?" Qian Renlin squinted his eyes and said, "It's impossible. I believe in you. I believe you will win. He is just a somewhat talented disciple of Haotian sect. In front of you, he is nothing but a speck of light, while you are the radiant sun. But he may have the divine residence behind him." Qian Renlin said gravely, "This is what he is currently most wary of. The gods are still too far away from him." Hulaina was taken aback. It's impossible. The entire Haotian sect has never produced a god. He is just a kid with decent talent. How could there be a divine backing behind him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Moreover, even if he does have a god behind him, we have nothing to worry about. Don't forget, your ancestor is the angel god. Qian Renlin's eyes lit up, right? He almost forgot about that. He had never truly integrated into this world. He had been overthinking it. No matter what, even if it's Tang Chun or the divine being from the god realm, if anyone dares to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. I won't allow anyone to hurt you." Hulaina said firmly, raising her head, "Do you really love me this much? As long as you're here, I feel like I can abandon anything in this world. As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of any difficulties. Even if it's death, I'm willing. Then go die." Qian Renlin stared into her eyes for a long time. "Good. Tang San, I can leave it to you. If you can't handle it, I can step in personally later. If you really defeat them and kill Tang San, then I will give you a title." He had figured it out. It's just a child of destiny. He is also a transmigrator. He agrees to have immense luck. Tang San has full innate soul power. While he possesses the rare, innate, level 20 soul power, Tang San has dual martial souls, and he also has dual martial souls. And each of his martial souls is of a quality several levels higher than Tang San's. Moreover, Tang San's golden finger is just the Xiantian treasure record, while QianRenlin also possesses the Xiantian treasure record and has even created more powerful techniques. His soul power is already level 70, and he can obtain a soul ring at any time, while Tang San, he is only at level 43. Previously, Qian Renlin had been wary of Tang San's so-called child of destiny identity, but now he understood what nonsense child of destiny. If I'm even worried about this, how can I talk about creating a divine position for myself? However, he still didn't know that the Shura god had abandoned Tang San the moment he appeared. He was the true child of destiny, the child of destiny of Douluo Continent. Hulaina felt delighted inside. Are you finally willing to accept me? I knew my efforts were not in vain. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Tang San, I'm determined to kill you. After saying that, Hulaina stood on her tiptoes and kissed his chin before quickly turning to leave. It's not that he didn't want to kiss her lips, but she wasn't tall enough. Even on tiptoes, she could only reach Qian Renlin's chin. With his thoughts clear, Qian Renlin suddenly felt much more at ease. Looking at how much harm there was in overthinking. Qian Renlin shook his head with a wry smile. He had seen too much in his past life, which led him to overly value the so-called child of destiny in this life. Now that he thought about it, the so-called child of destiny was just that. There was no difference from ordinary people. It's just that they have better talent and possess a golden finger that others don't have. After coming to this realization, when Qian Renlin looked at Tang San again, he felt he was just a pile of dung, no different from passerby. I was actually scolded as timid by a woman? On the other side, stepping out of the soul arena, Tang San and Mo Feng suddenly felt a bit clearer in their heads, and the previous sense of strangeness disappeared. They exchanged glances, both able to see a hint of confusion and incomprehension in each other's eyes. Oh, it feels so good, right? I suddenly feel clear-headed. Indeed, I feel like I become smarter. What do you mean by becoming smarter? Have you ever been smart? Big brother Dai, don't put me down like that. Ma Hongjun said with a face full of bitterness. Ha. The Shrek team left amidst laughter and playful banter. Nana, what did you say to the Holy Son? Xieye looked at the returning Hulaina and asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why she was so delighted. Meanwhile, Yin suddenly felt his heart shatter. His sixth sense told him that something unusual must have happened between them. Nothing much. Let's go back. Hulaina cheerfully called them, turning to leave. Not gonna look anymore. Not looking anymore. We need to take this month to hone our tacit understanding and also try the previous 7-in-1 fusion technique again. The Holy Spirit Academy on the other side also received notification to withdraw from the preliminaries. Audience friends, I just received shocking news. The Holy Spirit Academy has withdrawn from the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. The host, Bing Bing, suddenly said on stage. What? Why is that? I came here to see my idol compete. Why did they withdraw from the preliminaries? I think the so-called Holy Spirit Academy watched the match of the Tiando Academy, realized they were no match, and got scared. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. You have the guts to repeat what you just said? Let me see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Exactly. They must have something important to attend to, and don't want to waste time on the preliminaries. Chapter 134. Re-entering the Star Dove Forest, everyone quiet. Although the Holy Spirit Academy has withdrawn from the preliminaries, they said they will wait for everyone at the finals. You will see them again at the Spirit Hall then. Just as the audience below was in chaos, Seralis suddenly stood up and said, Emperor Shuiyi and Ning Fengji frowned. There are only 3 direct entry spots for the finals. 1 for the Tiando Empire, 1 for the Xinglua Empire, and 1 for the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. The Tiando Empire's spot has already been given to the Royal Academy's main team. What does the Holy Spirit Academy want to do? Do they want to break the rules and force their way into the finals? Bishop Seralis, this seems against the rules, right? The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent has only 3 direct entry spots for the finals. Are you trying to break the rules and force a spot for the Holy Spirit Academy? Emperor Shui looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. With their strength, does your majesty think they still need to participate in the preliminaries? Besides, if there are any issues later, His Holiness the Pope will naturally give your majesty an explanation. Seralis snorted coldly, speaking in a firm tone. Emperor Shui was already furious. Looking at Seralis' arrogant demeanor, he wanted to kill him. But out of concern for his identity, he could only endure. I want to see how His Holiness the Pope will give the world an explanation. Oomph. Shui turned his head and said in a deep voice, "You need not worry about that. I believe all the soul masters across the continent would be very happy to see this scene." Sir looked at the joy on the faces of the audience and said with a cold smile, "The Spirit Hall is becoming more and more audacious, not putting the two empires in their eyes at all, and now blatantly breaking the rules." Ning Fengji looked at Sir overbearing expression and thought deeply. The Soul Master competition continued as normal, and Qian Renlin had now arrived at the entrance town of the Stardo Forest. Now his soul power has reached level 70, which is the time to obtain a soul ring. The best place to acquire a soul ring is undoubtedly the Stardo Forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts. His strength is now unfathomable. He no longer regards ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts as threats, and even if he encounters Tian, he is confident he can escape. At the edge of the forest, whoosh, 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 4 figures flew over at lightning speed, landing beside Qian Renlin and bowing respectfully. These 4 figures were the second elder of the Hall of Worship, Golden Crocodile-Ah, with a martial soul of Golden Crocodile and currently at soul power level 99. The third elder, White Dragon-Ah, with a martial soul of White Armored Earth Dragon and currently at soul power level 98. The fourth elder, Thousand Jin-Ah, and the fifth elder, Demon Slaying Do-Ah, who are brothers with the martial soul of Spiral Dragon Staff. After consuming the celestial herb given by Qian Renlin and practicing the Xintian Gong advancement technique, their soul power has also reached level 98. These 4 are now the strongest title Douluos in the Spirit Hall, aside from Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong, with the highest soul power. "Let us go." Qian Renlin calmly glanced at the 4 and walked ahead, with the 4 elders quickly following. In the shadows, there were also Jude Douluo and Ghost Douluo accompanying them. Strangely, there were at least tens of thousands of people at the forest's edge, yet not a single person noticed their presence as they passed by. The dark element and spatial element of the Holy Sun are utilized to a terrifying degree, thought Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was walking to Qian Renlin's left. How could he not notice the changes around them? At this moment, an invisible barrier enveloped them. The people around couldn't see them, presumably due to this barrier. The other titled Douluos were similarly shocked. They hadn't seen their Holy Sun for a long time and were unaware of how powerful he had become. If it weren't for the grand offering calling them to the Stardo Forest to help Qian Renlin obtain a soul ring, they wouldn't have known how long they would have to wait to see him. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, what kind of soul soul ring do you want this time?" Golden Crocodile Douluo was the first to break the silence. He knew that Qian Renlin wanted a 100,000-year soul ring, so he appeared quite cautious. Qian Renlin thought for a moment and replied, "Let us see." Now, aside from Silver Dragon King Guyuna, the elements of other soul beasts are not that important to me. I actually want son.S soul ring. But looking at the strength of the few of you, he could only shake his head helplessly in the end. Even if all the titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall gathered, he didn't think they could defeat all the soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. What he could do now was to sneak attack a 100,000-year soul beast and escape into the void before Tian and the others could react. The other elders looked at Qian Renlin in speechless disbelief. He hadn't even determined which soul beast to target yet, and he had already called them to the Stardo Forest. They knew how terrifying it was inside the forest now. But who could blame them? After all, it was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall who was obtaining the soul ring. Even if they wanted to complain, they had no place to do so. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I believe we should first determine our target at the outskirts before taking action. Otherwise, if the Beast God discovers you back here, we will be in a very passive position." Golden Crocodile Da said to Qian Renlin, looking at the other elders. "Yes, Your Highness, the Holy Sun. I think Golden Crocodile Douluo is right. After all, there are more than a dozen existences over 100,000 years inside the forest now. If they become alert, we will be in danger. Indeed, Elder Qian Jun is correct. We can't just casually pick a soul beast for you." Qian Renlin smiled playfully. "You are right. My goal is just to randomly find a 100,000-year soul beast." "What? 100,000 years?" Demon Slaying Douluo exclaimed. "What's so strange about that? The Holy Sun now has a full set of black 10,000-year soul rings. So naturally, this time the target is 100,000-year." Golden Crocodile Douluo, having seen Qian Renlin the most among them, understood him better than the others. "I didn't expect the Holy Sun, at such a young age, to have a full set of black soul rings. It's truly unbelievable. Even throughout the history of the entire continent, no one at the level of the Holy Sun has reached a full set of black soul rings. Not only in history, But even in the future, I doubt anyone will achieve soul power level 70 at the Holy Sun's age. Everyone, please refrain from talking. We are approaching the center of the forest. Be cautious. And remember, once you see a 100,000-year soul beast, regardless of the type, capture it in the shortest time possible. Qian Renlin said sternly to the titled Douluos, who were flattering him. I know I'm powerful, but you don't need to be so surprised. It's just basic operations. In Qian Renlin's view, reaching this level at 14 years old was nothing to be proud of. He understood in his heart that it was not solely due to his own hard work. If it weren't for the grayish energy in his mind as an external aid and the spirit hall as a formidable backing, perhaps he would be like other transmigrators, hiding in some corner, constantly in danger. Chapter 135. Titan Great Ape Qian Renlin and the others had now arrived deep within the forest. Yet they still hadn't decided which soul beast to capture. Ghost Dalu, go out and release a bit of aura to see if you can attract a soul beast. After a long while, Qian Renlin spoke. They had been hidden within the barrier released by Qian Renlin, not revealing any aura. So ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts naturally wouldn't notice them, and the fierce beasts like Dition would not be observing the forest at all times. The other elders looked back in disbelief, realizing they hadn't felt another titled Daluo hidden in shadows. Golden Crocodile Douluo showed no change in expression, as he naturally knew that two titled Douluos were always following Qian Renlin. Ghost Doa nodded and swiftly stepped outside the barrier, releasing a hint of aura. Not long after, a powerful beast roar echoed through the air, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Qian Renlin frowned. He recognized whose roar it was, and that was precisely what made him frown. The Titan Great Ape could arguably be considered one of the weakest among the 100,000-year soul beasts. It's the king of the forest. Demon-slaying Dalu stood alert, ready for battle. What king of the forest? It's just a gatekeeper. Golden Crocodile Douluo said dismissively. Get ready. As soon as it shows up, we'll take it down immediately. He truly didn't regard a 100,000-year soul beast seriously. If not for the fierce beasts inside, he could have taken it down alone. It's coming. Roar. Sure enough, at that moment, a gigantic figure rushed over from afar. When it fully emerged, a massive hand swiped towards Ghost Douluo in the sky, attempting to crush the human who dared to enter the depths of the forest. Attack. First soul skill, Domain of Speed. Second soul skill, Metal Domain. Third soul skill, 5 Elements Domain. Fourth soul skill, Elemental Cage. Fifth soul skill, Thunder Domain. Sixth soul skill, Spatial Domain. As the Titan Great Ape fully revealed itself, Qian Renlin immediately unleashed 6 soul skills, with his 6th soul skill naturally coming from the 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit. Xiao Wu's Soul Ring. From Xiao Wu, he obtained 2 major soul skills, the first of which was also a domain skill, and this time it unlocked his spatial domain. The second soul skill. The 6th soul skill, Spatial Cage. That's right, the second soul skill is Spatial Cage. When this soul skill was applied to the Titan Giant Ape, it instantly disappeared from this space in a flash. Go! QianRenlin roared, and several strands of spatial power fell onto the worshippers, causing them, along with QianRenlin, to vanish from this space. It was as if they had disappeared from this world out of thin air, as if they had never existed. At this moment, in a void, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Seeing the still dazed Titan Giant Ape, they immediately unleashed several soul skills upon it. First soul skill, Massacre. Third soul skill, Dragon Spring Kill. Second soul skill, Extreme Kill Staff. Second soul skill, Extreme Kill Staff. With QianRenlin's several domain amplifications, the Golden Crocodile Douluo launched a soul power sphere towards the opponent. Behind the white dragon, a huge white dragon shot a laser beam at the Titan Giant Ape, while the Qianjun Daluo and the demon-suppressing Daluo simultaneously raised their dragon spiral sticks to strike it. The Titan Giant Ape, whose attributes had been weakened by more than half, naturally could not dodge and could only watch helplessly as the opponent's attacks came, roaring in protest of its unwillingness. Bang! Bang bang bang! When the soul skills hit the Titan Giant Ape, a series of explosions erupted, even though the 4 worshippers did not use their full strength. It was not something a mere 100,000-year soul beast could withstand. Looking at the bloodied and utterly defenseless Erming, QianRenlin indifferently gathered a soul power lightsaber in his hand. Go! With a flick of his hand, the massive lightsaber shot towards the Titan Giant Ape. Roar! The Titan Giant Ape, unwilling, glared at QianRenlin and roared, declaring its unwillingness to compromise. Not dead yet. QianRenlin flashed and darted in front of it, channeling his soul power and striking down on its head with all his might. Bang! The Titan giant ape's massive head was smashed open at the corner by QianRenlin's punch. Bang! 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 QianRenlin continued to rain down punches. The four worshippers around unable to suppress their expressions. This scene was simply too brutal, as QianRenlin had splattered the ape's brains everywhere. It wasn't until a bright red soul ring emerged that QianRenlin finally stopped his assault. I can handle this alone. You all go out and provide support. QianRenlin had long sensed that Zhu and Douluo had already engaged with the other soul beasts, which was also the reason for his violent hammering of the Titan giant ape. Time waits for no one. Faced with 400,000-year soul beasts, Zhu and Ghost had no chance of winning. After the golden crocodile, Douluo, and the others emerged from the void, they saw 400,000-year soul beasts surrounding Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Speak. It was you who took the dream ice silkworm last time, right? Where is it now? A gigantic human-faced demon spider spoke human words to Zhu Douluo, 100,000-year soul beast, the human-faced spider king. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at the spider and said slowly, "Where is Erming? Where did you take Erming?" The sky blue bull python looked at the golden crocodile Douluo and others and said, "It suddenly disappeared after discovering that the Titan giant ape had come here, so it hurried over and then saw 3 other soul beasts attracted by human presence, along with a red king that looked like a dog. These were all soul beasts that suddenly appeared in the Star-Do forest not long ago." He had only heard from Xiao Wu's mother that there was a nearly 800,000-year soul beast beneath the Lake of Life, the lord of all soul beasts, the beast god. That was why it had stayed by the Lake of Life and went nowhere. After a few humans came here and took the dream ice silkworm, more than a dozen soul beasts over 100,000 years old emerged from the Lake of Life, one after another. It was then that he realized there were so many 100,000-year soul beasts in the Star-Do forest, several of which were even more powerful than himself. Stronger than Xiao Wu's mother. I don't know. The golden crocodile, Douluo, naturally wouldn't say that it was dead. In his view, QianRenlin was currently at a critical moment of absorbing the soul ring, so he would drag it out for as long as possible. Last time, you lot took the dream ice silkworm, didn't you? Do you know how much loss this has caused the entire Star-Do forest? The 3-headed red demon hound stepped forward a few paces and said, That has nothing to do with us. You're quite tough, aren't you? Since you dare to enter the Star-Do forest, don't even think about leaving." Wu, the 3-headed red demon hound king, howled at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shaking sounds came, and several powerful soul beast auras were rapidly approaching. Chapter 136. So that is how it is at this moment, in a void space. QianRenlin sent a message to the golden crocodile, Douluo, and then shielded the outside world, sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring in front of him. With his current powerful physique and mental strength, absorbing a mere 100,000-year soul ring was a piece of cake. But was it really that simple? When QianRenlin absorbed the red soul ring of the Titan giant ape, everything was calm. There was no violent soul power disturbance, and the soul beast's resentment was dispersed by the source of life as soon as it appeared. Just as QianRenlin was preparing to finish, a major change occurred. Outside, the golden crocodile Douluo turned around and immediately shrank his eyes. What was behind him? A full 100,000-year soul beasts. The first to enter this place was a gigantic abyssal dragon, the Hell Dragon King, Ziji. Following closely were the underground demon spider king, a 100,000-year wind thunder eagle, Ingjiu, and a huge black python with a single horn on its head, the 100,000-year horned python king. There was also a massive tree with bright red eyes slowly crawling towards them, the demon eye tree, Wan Yaowang, the emerald swan by Ji, the dark golden bear king, the evil eye tyrant lord evil emperor, and among them was also a 6,000-year dark demon evil god tiger. Behind them were several oddly shaped 100,000-year soul beasts, which had not even been recorded by the Spirit Hall before. As for whether the Holy Unicorn Hall had recorded them, they did not know, but they knew that if QianRenlin did not come out soon, they might never escape the Star-Do forest. In the void space, just as QianRenlin was about to finish, the towering 7-meter-tall humanoid martial spirit behind him suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, a strong 12-colored light enveloped the entire space. This was not all. The intense light was beyond what this mere void space created by QianRenlin's spatial elements could withstand. The intense light pierced through the void space and descended into the outside world. Wong. A grand sound of the Tao emerged, enveloping all soul beasts and soul masters hunting soul beasts in the Star-Do forest within this light. Wong. The grand sound of the Tao rang out again, and everyone and every beast froze at this moment. Even the air was stilled. All the 100,000-year-soul beasts heading towards the center of the forest were in mid-run, their facial expressions vividly alive. Yet at this moment, whether they were the soul beasts or the beings on the forest's edge, they were all frozen, like a beautiful landscape painting. What is this? Renlin was startled. He naturally saw the changes in the outside world, but he did not understand what was happening. Wong, the voice, as grand as the sound of the Great Road, appeared for the third time, enveloping the entire star-Do forest in 12-colored radiance that once again expanded outward at the speed of light. In that moment of 0.0000001 seconds, the entire Douluo Continent was in a state of stillness. At this time, Qian Renlin's consciousness had reached the periphery of the star-Do forest, high above the Douluo Continent. In his field of vision, the entire Douluo Continent appeared incredibly clear, or rather, it was present in his sea of consciousness. What on earth is happening? Qian Renlin looked at this scene in confusion. At this moment, in the divine realm, this is the extreme Tao law. This is indeed the extreme Tao law. The Shura god and other law enforcement deities of the divine realm looked incredulously at the scene below on the Douluo Continent. This is the extreme Tao law. The extreme Tao law has appeared, the Shura god said in shock. What is the extreme Tao law? The sea god and other first-level gods asked in confusion. The extreme Tao law is a power that exists above rules in the divine realm. How could such power appear on a human being? The Shura god remained shocked and puzzled. What? A power that surpasses the divine realm? How is that possible? Is there a power stronger than divine power in this world? At this point, I will not conceal it from you any longer. Outside the divine realm, there are countless worlds, large and small, similar to the Douluo Continent. And there are also numerous places like the divine realm. We collectively refer to this realm as the great universe. And beyond the Douluo universe, there exist countless different universes. At that time, the creator god was not yet a god. He was merely a high-level soul master from other worlds. Until discovered this unclaimed world. After arriving here, he found that the rules were incomplete and there were actually no laws present. When he occupied this place, he gained ownership of this divine realm. After that, he declared himself the creator god and used the rules here to create numerous lives, sealing them as gods. After countless years of evolution, countless planets surrounded the divine machine, and among them, a few gave birth to life, including the Douluo Continent we see now. However, the divine beings in the divine realm did not expect that a congenital deity would be born on the Douluo Continent, namely the dragon god, who, after his birth, produced countless offspring. Subsequently, he was not satisfied with this and set his sights on the divine realm. You all know what happened next. I had just become a god. But my divine position was the strongest in the path of killing the Shura law, which is also the origin of my title as the Shura god. At that time, countless gods in the divine realm lent their power to me. I used the divine tool, the Shura divine sword, to split the dragon god in two. The silver dragon king, who dominated the spiritual power, managed to escape, and we were left with the dragon god who dominated the physical body, the golden dragon king. You all know what happened afterward. After the fall of the god of death, I became the new law enforcer and one of the three great divine kings. As a Shura god spoke, he paused. You should be very curious as to why so many gods, including myself, are eager to find successors. The Shura god looked at the group of divine beings in front of him. The angel god, sea god, and other gods nodded. They had become gods through their own cultivation, so they naturally did not understand why those earlier congenital gods were so eager to find successors. This is because, after the creator god occupied this place, he left. However, he was worried about the divine realm. He believed that as long as he left, the divine realm would be without governance and would fall into chaos and constant battle. Therefore, he modified the rules here. Every god must find a successor to take over their duties before leaving the divine realm. The reason they wanted to leave the divine realm was that they sought to pursue a higher level. Being a god is not the end. I didn't expect there to be such an unknown matter in the divine realm. The sea god pondered as he listened to the Shura god. He had previously been puzzled as to why those predecessors were so eager to find successors. It turned out they were tired of being in the divine realm and wanted to leave to seek breakthroughs in higher realms. But what is the law? Chapter 137. The law is the level that all gods before had to break through. In the divine realm, the power of rules we possess is not our own, but the power of rules inherited from the divine position when we reach level 100 and break through to become divine beings. In other words, when you leave the range covered by the divine realm's rules, you're only slightly stronger than a title Douluo, without the power of rules. The divine power within you will revert to its original form as soul power. Then, Lord Shura, is the divine power within us this so-called power of rules? The Shura god looked at the deity who asked the question and said, yes, once you become a god, you must explore the elemental divine power within you and cultivate your own power of rules. That way, after you leave the divine realm, you won't have to fear losing the divine power of the rules. So, the divine beings who left the divine realm before all cultivated their own power of rules. Otherwise, some congenital gods are born with their own power of rules, while those who inherit their divine positions only inherit the power of rules left in the divine realm before they left. They do not understand the power of rules. They simply stayed here until they were tired and randomly found a suitable successor before leaving. All right, I digress. I do not know what power exists above the laws, but I do know that the power above soul power is the power of rules, and above the rules is the law. The creator god of that year was a practitioner of the law, and his law was creation. It was he who perfected the power of rules in the divine realm so that you successors would have enough divine power when advancing to divine beings. Then, Lord Shura, how far have you cultivated your power of rules? Me? My power of rules has been fully cultivated. Once I find my successor, I can leave the divine realm to seek my own path. The Shura god seemed to have many emotions as he spoke this. 10,000 years have passed. The divine realm has existed for 10,000 years, Douluo for millions of years. Now, having become the Douluo god for 10,000 years, his power of rules has finally been fully cultivated, and his divine power has reached level 139. As long as he finds the opportunity to break through the rules, he can reach level 140 and step into this brand new realm of laws. In fact, the Shura god did not know that what Qian Renlin possessed within him was merely the power of laws. Qian Renlin was first shocked as he looked at the entire Douluo Continent. He did not understand what his martial soul was trying to tell him, or why he was doing this. Yes, everything that was happening now, he believed, must be something his 12-winged elemental angel martial soul wanted to convey to him. But for some reason, it could not speak and could only use this method. What exactly do you want to tell me? Qian Renlin closed his eyes, feeling the world, sensing the surrounding environment and the air around him. At this moment, Qian Renlin felt as if he had merged into nature itself, into this world, with every blade of grass and every tree seemingly cheering and rejoicing for him. Suddenly, Qian Renlin abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the extreme north, his eyes blazing with brilliance. There! Why do I have this feeling? Why do I feel a sense of spiritual connection and a response from my bloodline? Is there anyone in this world besides Bibi Dong and QianRenlin who is my family? Qian Renlin thought, and then closed his eyes again, seriously feeling the connection of bloodline resonance with him. In the extreme north, there is a very unremarkable small village, Qingmu Village. At this moment, in a clean and tidy, relatively beautiful small wooden house in Qingmu Village, a weak woman drenched in sweat is lying on a large bed. Although she is weak, when she looks at the baby in her arms, the maternal love and joy in her eyes do not diminish her charm and beauty at all. The baby, however, stares blankly at the woman in front of him, with tear stains at the corners of his eyes indicating he has just cried. Watching this still scene, Qian Renlin's heart trembled violently. I have a child. I have become a father. Qian Renlin stared wide-eyed at the woman lying on the bed. He was all too familiar with her. She was Shui Yu, the former messenger of the killing city, with whom he had shared a bed for a week. Why? Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Why didn't you come and find me? Why? Why did you give birth to him? Why? Qian Renlin painfully covered his head, his face twisted and grimaced in agony. He never intended to get married or have children. He had never thought of it. But now he discovered that the woman he once considered a mere distraction had actually given birth to his child and had secretly brought him into the world. Hey! To Qian Renlin's shock, the baby actually smiled innocently at him, and he was not frozen by the power of the laws released by his martial soul. What? The entire continent was frozen. Why are you unaffected? Qian Renlin looked at the baby's pure and bright eyes and innocent smile. His heart trembled violently. He slowly reached out his trembling hand, wanting to touch the baby's adorable face. At this moment, he had no time to think about why this baby, just born, was not crying or making noise, and could even open his eyes, with skin so delicate and smooth. Hee. The baby grabbed Qian Renlin's hand, still smiling happily. Qian Renlin blinked and also smiled, reaching out to hold him. However, his hand passed right through the baby's body. He suddenly remembered that he was still existing as spiritual energy. After this distraction, he no longer had the mind to think about what his martial soul wanted to tell him. Finally, he took one last look at the wooden house, noted its location, and with a thought, returned to his body. At the moment his soul returned to his physical form, the intense gray light that enveloped the entire Douluo Continent quickly shrank back into Qian Renlin's body. The power that had frozen the Douluo Continent also dissolved. Everything on the Douluo Continent continued to operate as before. No one felt any difference, and not a single person knew that just a moment ago, their lives had paused for 2 hours. The powerful soul beasts in the Star-Do forest continued to rush towards this location. And soul masters hunting soul beasts for soul rings were still hunting soul beasts. The elite soul master competition was still underway, with no differences from before. Lord Shura, should we capture the human to see if there's any way to understand the power of the laws? The killing god said to Shura while looking at Qian Renlin in the mirror. No need. Even if we capture him, it would be of no use. Looking at him like this, he probably doesn't even know what just happened. Shura gazed at him. How could he not know the killing god's intentions? He wanted to eliminate the other party to remove the obstacle of Qian Renlin for his successor Tang San. However, he had long regarded Qian Renlin as his designated successor, so he naturally could not harm him, especially since the other party had acquired the complete Shura domain. Chapter 138 The Power of the Space Laws, Star-Do Forest. Qian Renlin first closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body from obtaining the soul ring and the 2 soul skills, then explored the Titan giant ape and retrieved a piece of soul bone, which was a right arm soul bone of power. Without any hesitation, Qian Renlin absorbed it. His method of absorbing soul bones was different from other soul masters. Other soul masters fused the soul bone into their bodies, while he directly absorbed the essence within the soul bone into his body. In other words, he could absorb more than just the simple 6 pieces of soul bones. Strictly speaking, as long as his body could withstand it, he could absorb indefinitely. He discovered this issue the first time he absorbed a soul bone, because after absorbing the left and right claws of the 1,000-year dark gold fearsome bear, he did not see any signs of a soul bone in his body. So he understood that his method of absorbing soul bones was completely different from others. Plus, after absorbing the right leg bone of Xiao Wu last time, he now had 6 soul bones in total. 1,000,000-year dream, ice, silkworm, spiritual, wisdom skull, thunder, evil, eye tiger, lightning, fast, left leg support bone. 100,000-year soft bone, enchantress rabbit, Xiao Wu speed, right leg bone. 100,000-year titan, giant ape power, right arm bone. Dark old fearsome bear left and right paw, external soul bones. Now, after absorbing the Titan giant ape's soul ring and with energy continuously flowing in from the source of life, all his soul rings and soul bones had reached an age of 296,000 years. This was due to the enhancement from absorbing the power of death and spiritual power, and it would continue to nourish his body, making his physique and spiritual power grow stronger day by day. The soul bones naturally came with soul skills. The dark old fearsome bear's dual claw soul skill released a powerful soul power energy, while the thunder evil eye tiger's left leg bone soul skill was instant thunder crash, which could kick and also be used to accelerate. The 100,000-year soft bone enchantress rabbit Xiao Wu right leg bone soul skill was teleportation, and the Titan giant ape right arm bone skill was Titan fist, which tripled arm strength and explosive power. After absorbing the Titan giant ape's soul ring and soul bone, he went out. Although his soul power was only level 71, his strength was already stronger than most title Douluos. Human, where's the dream ice silkworm? A beautiful yet cold woman slowly walked out from among the soul beasts, looking at the golden crocodile, Douluo, and others with an icy glare. The other soul beasts surrounded the group, all looking at them with anger. 1,000,000-year dream ice silkworm. Enough for them to absorb for thousands of years. With that thousands of years, their strength would greatly increase. But just as they had fallen asleep for a short time, they were actually taken away by a few humans. Beasts are ultimately beasts. You have forgotten so quickly in just a few years. At that moment, a voice of disdain came out, followed by a strong pressure descending upon the beasts. Your Highness the Saint's Son. 6. The golden crocodile Doa and other titled Douluos sighed in relief upon seeing the figure that appeared, but then looked at him with concern. The emerald swan by Ji let out a muffled grunt, her expression serious as she looked at the figure slowly descending in the air. This figure was extraordinarily beautiful, seemingly unable to be described by any adjective in the world. Wearing luxurious purple clothing, he exuded an aura of a superior being that commanded respect without anger. The most terrifying part was that this figure was just quietly standing in the air, and just the aura emanating from him made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She is a powerful beast with a history of 540,000 years, second only to the beast god Emperor Tian in the Douluo forest. Yet at this moment, she felt a tremendous threat from the figure in the sky. "Who are you?" BibiDong asked in a deep voice. "Have you forgotten about this holy sun so soon? Take a closer look. Who am I?" QianRenlin's soul power surged, and a wave of colorful light spread out, instantly shattering countless trees around. "You." BibiDong couldn't fathom who this person was. "Lady BibiDong, this person is the human who took away the heavenly dream ice silkworm," the Tianqing Niumang said, lowering his head to BibiDong. "So it's you. Where's the heavenly dream ice silkworm?" "Humph. A beast is still a beast. That big bug became my fourth soul ring right under your noses. How can you forget so soon?" Qian Renlin didn't regard the dozen soul beasts below him at all. BibiDong coldly looked at the Tianqing Niumang. "Did you not say that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was taken by a human?" At that time, they were still asleep and completely unaware of what had happened at the Lake of Life. When they emerged, the Tianqing Niumang, fearing responsibility, claimed that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had been taken by humans. Now it seemed that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was not taken away, but was sacrificed to this human to escape their captivity. "All right, this holy sun will not concern himself with your matters. We're leaving now, goodbye." A powerful wave of soul power erupted from Qian Renlin, crashing against the dozen or so soul beasts present. As they resisted this soul power, Qian Renlin waved his right hand, and a powerful spatial fluctuation emanated from his martial soul. Instantly, several gray energies descended upon the golden crocodile, Dalu and others, and with another wave of his hand, those enveloped by spatial laws disappeared without a trace. "What kind of ability is this?" the dark old terror bear asked in surprise as he dispersed his soul power. He could no longer sense the presence of Qian Renlin and the others. "I don't know. It seems to be a kind of spatial attribute soul skill." The dark demon, evil god, Tiger pondered. He also possessed spatial attributes, but could not disappear like Qian Renlin. "Humph. They actually managed to escape. We will talk when the beast god returns." Although BibiDong said this, she felt a sense of relief inside. She could not see through Qian Renlin's strength. The threat she felt from him was too great, and he was accompanied by 6 titled Da, 2 of whom were not weaker than the fierce beasts present. Moreover, as a healing-type soul beast, her combat ability was not strong. Despite having 540,000 years of cultivation, her strength was equivalent to that of a level 95 titled Da. "Sigh, I wonder how the beast god is faring with the Snow Empress." Shortly after awakening, the beast god Emperor Tian went to the extreme northern region to discuss strategies for dealing with the human world with the soul beasts there. This was also one of the reasons they allowed Qian Renlin and the others to leave. Their strength was one thing, but more importantly, they did not have the authority to wage war against humans. Once war broke out, whether they could defeat Qian Renlin and the others was still uncertain, and their Douluo forest would suffer the loss of several 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Chapter 139. Tiando Academy versus Qihua Academy. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. What soul skill did you just use? Outside the Douluo forest in a small town, the golden crocodile Da looked at Qian Renlin in shock. He had actually teleported 6 titled Da from the center of the forest to dozens of kilometers away with a single soul skill. This kind of ability was something he had never heard of in his long life. "It's a soul skill that comes with my martial soul." Qian Renlin himself was also unsure what this ability was. He could only attribute it to the unlocking of new powers after the evolution of his martial soul. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun is truly extraordinary. To have such incredible power at just level 71, I can't imagine how powerful he will be when he reaches title Dalu." The golden crocodile, Da, shuddered at the thought of how powerful Qian Renlin would be upon reaching title Dalu. However, he understood that the stronger Qian Renlin became, the more excited he felt. With such a gifted holy sun, who could stop the Spirit Hall from unifying the continent? At the Tiando City Soul Arena, the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies had been ongoing for 5 days. Tang San and his team had already fought 4 matches, and today was their 5th match. In the 5th round of the Elite Soul Master Academy competition, Tiando Royal Academy faced off against Qihua Academy. As the host announced the match, Shrek's team was taken aback. It's actually them. Qihua Academy, like Xiangjia Academy, belonged to the 5 major elemental academies focused on fire elements. Their team was composed of strong attack, agile attack, control, and support soul masters, making their synergy extremely exquisite. Overall, their strength was likely even above that of Xianjia Academy. If things don't go well, I advise you to forfeit this match. After all, this is just the preliminary round, and as long as we earn 5 points, we can advance to the qualifying rounds. Yu Xiaojiang said seriously. They had already fought 4 matches, with a record of 4 wins and 0 losses. If they won one more match, they would qualify for the qualifying rounds. The captain of Qihua Academy, Huwu, was a level 43 Soul Master, and the vice-captain, Huwu Shuang, was also a level 43 Soul Master, the same level as Tang San. And they were both Fire Element Soul Masters, which put Tang San's blue silver grass in danger. Looking at the information on Qihua Academy, Dai Mubai said solemnly, besides those 2, they have 2 Soul Master level teammates, and the rest are all around level 39. Our overall soul power does not have an advantage. This battle is very tricky. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had completely awakened to the blue-silver emperor martial soul after their trip to the Stardo Forest, making it much sturdier than before, without the assistance of the fire cherry blossom and octagonal ice grass, his blue-silver grass could not achieve fire immunity. This battle will not be easy. Tang San, you decide. The others handed the decision-making power to Tang San, as he was the only one among them who was cautious and thoughtful. All right, even if Qihua Academy is strong, we should give it a try. Besides, our strength may not be weak either. Tang San clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. Indeed, even if we lose, so what? Our Tiando Royal Academy does not fear any academy. Dai Mubai stepped forward and declared, Our Tiando Royal Academy fears nothing. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others resolutely said. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the performance of these young monsters with satisfaction. With such determination, how could they not achieve great things? All right, Xiao Ao doesn't need to participate this time. Let's formulate a strategy. Meanwhile, in the resting area of Qihua Academy, Huwu and her team were also discussing their strategy. Although this Tang San is not weak and has a 10,000-year 4th soul ring, his martial soul is just blue silver grass. As long as it's grass, it must be afraid of fire, so he is not to be feared. Huwu said seriously as she looked at the information on Tang San and his team. Dai Mubai is only level 41. Although he is a strong attack type, he can still be restrained by our control type. The rest of their team members, who are only in their 30s, pose no threat to us. However, this person named Mo Feng is the one we should focus on. The 2nd ring of a millennium and the 4th ring of 10,000 years are unprecedented in today's continent. Huwu Shuang said heavily with his arms crossed. It is indeed unprecedented, especially since there is a monster whose 1st soul ring is already red and has been for 100,000 years. Cough. I digress. In the past few days, every battle they fought has been our main focus. Their cooperation is extremely tacit, and their soul ring configurations are all optimal. Among them, 2 individuals have even surpassed the optimal configuration, reaching the terrifying 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. For this battle, we need to think carefully about how to fight. In a martial soul branch hall, in a dark room, a boy and a girl stand in front of a screen made of 5 elemental and spatial elements. And what is displayed on the screen is the scene from the soul fighting arena. Master, which side do you think has a greater chance of victory in this battle? Qian Renlin glanced at the screen and said with his lips lightly moving, Tiando is bound to lose. Oh, why does the master believe that Tiando is bound to lose? Duguyan asked in confusion, frowning. These days, she had been closely watching the battles of Tang San and the others. In her view, the strength of the Tiando team should not be underestimated, as they had won every battle with relative ease. Moreover, since the master places such importance on this person named Tang San, he must have some extraordinary qualities, and dealing with a fiery student with lower soul power should not be difficult. It's just that this servant spoke out of turn. Duguyan quickly swallowed her saliva, clutching her clothes and looking at her toes. Pay attention in the future. If it's just useless questions that can be answered by looking at the results, don't ask. Yes, this servant knows she was wrong. Welcome to the 5th round, 2nd match of the Soul Master Elite Competition Preliminaries. I'm your old friend Odo. Today's match will be between the Tiando Royal Academy and the Qihua Academy. Let us welcome both sides with warm applause. Tiando, 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 go, go, go. Tiando Royal Academy, go. Now, the strength of Tang San and the others has been fully recognized by the audience. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy belongs to the Tiando Empire Academy. Although Qihua Academy has their goddess and god, and their strength is also not weak. The citizens of Tiando still tend to favor the latter more. Previously, the Tiando Royal Academy had already defeated one of the 5 element academies, the Elephant Armored Academy. If they can defeat Qihua Academy again, their status will surely rise another level. Tiando Go. Tiando consecutive wins. Tiando Go. Tiando consecutive wins. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances, nodded, and firmly stepped onto the central arena. Chapter 140. Tiando Academy vs. Qihua Academy. Part 2. Since entering the competition, Qihua Academy has also remained undefeated. Which of these two teams can maintain their winning streak? Let's wait and see. Boom! With a loud bang, a strong blaze erupted around the arena, and the members of the Qihua team had already taken their positions on the stage. Tang San and the others also stepped onto the stage, their expressions serious as they looked at the opposing team led by Huo Wu. This was a strong opponent, and they had to be fully prepared before the match began. As per the usual practice, let's first take a look at the lineups and positions of both teams. The lineup of the Tiando Royal Academy remained unchanged from before, with Dai Mubai at the front, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on the left and right. Tang San in the center, Ning Rongrong behind Tang San, and Mo Feng on the back left and Ma Hongjun on the back right. The Qihua Academy's lineup was arranged in a circular formation around Huo Wu, with the front being an average-looking young man with a medium build. His eyes sparkled with fiery light, and he had broad shoulders. The gold and red team uniform complemented his not particularly handsome face, but gave off an imposing aura. This person is the captain of the Qihua Academy team, Wu Shuang, a level 42 strong attack-type soul master. His martial soul is somewhat similar to Lu Erlong's, being a single-horned explosive dragon, and he follows a completely violent path. He is the strongest attacker in this round of the Tiando Empire preliminaries. Currently, Mo Feng's martial soul has been devoured, and his path leans more towards agility type, so he is not counted among this category. Of course, this is due to the overall withdrawal of the St. Lin Academy team from the preliminaries. Behind him is a soul master with a martial soul of a fire leopard, also a strong attack type, and on either side are a pair of twin siblings, both at level 39. Further back are 2 auxiliary-type soul masters who seem to be strong attack type, and in the middle of them stand a cold girl in a fiery red explosive uniform. Extremely beautiful and with an equally explosive figure. This is Huo Wu, a level 40 control type soul master. Qihua Academy, primarily based on fire elements, is known for its attacks, and the 2 strong attack type fire element members should not be underestimated. The Tiando team still maintains its previous conservative formation. It remains to be seen how they will respond to Qihua Academy this time. The audience below raised their right hands to cheer for both sides. But it was clear that the supporters of Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San and the others, were much more numerous than those of Qihua Academy. This is the prestige of Tiando Royal Academy. If we were in the previous Shrek Academy, we would never have had such influence. Dai Mubai looked at the audience below and sighed. No matter what, we will always be students of Shrek. Even if we participate in this competition under the name of Shrek, I believe that we, the Shrek 8 monsters, will earn everyone's respect with our strength. How could Tang San not feel the same? But he always believed that as long as one possesses enough strength, respect can be earned anywhere. I announced that the countdown for the 5th round, second match of the preliminaries begins. 3, 2, 1, start. After both sides saluted, the host announced the start of the match. Just as Dodo's words fell, both competitors immediately released their martial souls. The martial souls of the others were nothing extraordinary, as everyone had seen them before, but when Xiao Wu's martial soul appeared, Ning Fengji on the high platform frowned slightly. Fengji, something seems off with Xiao Wu's martial soul. Oh, Uncle Jian, you noticed too? Ning Fengji's heart stirred, and he became more convinced of his observation. Indeed, I don't know if you have noticed, but Xiao Wu's martial soul seems to lack a bit of spirit. Jian said solemnly. I noticed it too. Her martial soul appears much more rigid than others, as if it only has one form and lacks spirit. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement with his viewpoint. What could have happened to her during her time in the Martial Soul Hall? What could it be? Why is her martial soul so strange? Ning Fengji pondered with a furrowed brow. Fengji, there's something else you may not know. I can't see through her anymore. Oh, since the last time I saw her, I discovered that I can't see through her soul beast's identity anymore. Jian expressed his confusion at this statement, but he had thought much of it at the time. Now, it seems that this matter is indeed not simple. What? With your strength, Uncle Jian, you can't see her true identity? Ning Fengji was greatly shocked. What does this mean? It means that either the person standing before them is no longer Xiao Wu, or Xiao Wu has reached the strength of Soul Sage. But now they can clearly see that Xiao Wu's soul power is only level 39, and it is absolutely impossible for her to possess the cultivation of a soul saint at level 70. In their perception, they do not know that there are immortal herbs in this world that can cover the aura of soul beasts. Even if they know about the sorrowful red, they would not associate it with Xiao Wu. Not to mention whether Xiao Wu has the ability and identity to obtain it. It is still unknown. Even if there really is someone in this world who possesses it, it would be impossible for them to hand it over to her for no reason. Moreover, if Xiao Wu really obtained it during the time she was captured by the Spirit Hall, would the Spirit Hall be so kind as to give her such a precious item? Let's not tell Xiao San about this for now. Let's observe for a while longer. On the arena, if your control-type Soul Master were not a plant type, you might have a chance, but now, unfortunately, your winning streak is about to be interrupted again. As soon as the match began, both sides released their martial spirits, and Huo Wushuang smirked at Captain Dai Mubai and the others. Let's wait and see. Although he said this, he also felt uncertain in his heart, so he didn't speak too harshly too soon. Although Mo Feng's soul power reached 49, and his strength was not weak, how could those qualified to participate in this match lack some means? Relying solely on his own strength would not lead the entire team to victory. And although Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit had become the blue-silver emperor after reawakening, its essence was still grass, as long as it was grass. Fire would always be its natural enemy. With Xiao Wu stepping onto the stage, without Oscar Sausage enhancement, their battle would be much more difficult. First soul skill, Fire Silk. As soon as the words fell, Huo Wushuang and another strong attack soul master launched their first soul skill, each condensing a fireball in their hands, rapidly heading towards Dai Mubai and the others. Chapter 141, Tiando Academy vs. Qian Academy. Part 2, seeing the two fierce attackers rushing in. Dai Mubai and the others felt a chill in their hearts and quickly focused to prepare for the confrontation. From the very beginning, Tang San's gaze was fixed on Huo Wu, who was in the middle, not because she was beautiful or had a hot figure, but because he felt an immense pressure from her. Even with his purple extreme magic eyes, he couldn't see through her true strength. First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Dai Mubai stepped forward, causing the entire stage to tremble slightly, maintaining a horse stance as he released his first soul skill, creating a layer of white soul power barrier around him. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Feng, and Xiao were also ready for battle, poised to release their soul skills at any moment. Behind them, Ning Rongrong quickly released her first and second soul skills in succession to enhance their speed and strength. Tang San also silently wrapped a thin blue-silver grass around their waists, closely monitoring the battle's developments. With a dragon's roar, Huo Wushuang clashed with Dai Mubai in an instant, while another strong attack soul master engaged Zhu Zhuqing at the same time. The two agile attack twin siblings from Qian Academy also manifested a pair of flaming wings behind them, circling towards Tang San in the middle of the Tiando team. At the same time, the fire sparks condensing in the air above the Qian Academy team rapidly fused into everyone's bodies, and with the infusion of the fire sparks, the flame's might on the Qian team members became even more intense. It turned out that they had established the greatest advantage for themselves right at the beginning of the match. They truly were a team with extremely coordinated teamwork and powerful strength. On the Qian Academy side, aside from the control type Huo Wu, only two auxiliary soul masters had yet to make any moves. On the Tiando Royal side, as soon as the two agile attack team members approached, Mo Feng swiftly dodged and landed a punch on one of them. Bang! 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 With Mo Feng's actions, the two agile attack team members were instantly sent flying. But they were both experienced fighters and stabilized themselves in a very short time. This time, they did not act recklessly. Instead, they began to circle around the entire Tiando team, seeing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in a standoff. Xiao Wu could not stand by idly and joined the battlefield with Dai Mubai to take on Huo Wushuang together. 2 against 1? Don't forget, I'm a dragon, and you are a tiger and a rabbit. Huo Wushuang smirked, and his second soul ring glowed, causing the flames around him to surge violently, with dragon heads appearing on his fists. Bang! With this strike, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were pushed back a step. Despicable. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. As Dai Mubai's second soul skill was unleashed, a powerful white light wave shot out from his mouth. Huo Wushuang's body flashed, evading the soul power light wave, and he moved to confront Xiao Wu first, intending to eliminate her from the match. Mo Feng's eyes flashed, and his second soul skill activated, Gale Mantis Slash. With the activation of his soul skill, a black light flashed beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of Xiao Wu, his right fist glowing with a mantis arm, forming a blade on his arm, and he punched out. With a loud bang, Huo Wushuang was sent flying. Oomph! I had already anticipated you would use this move. Huo Wushuang performed a backflip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. Although Mo Feng's previous strike was powerful, Huo Wushuang was well prepared, and the blow did not injure him. And what about me? Ma Hongjuan's chubby face revealed a wicked smile as he appeared behind him at some point, squatting down, and a flame erupted from his mouth. Huo Wushuang's expression changed, and he quickly formed a firewall in front of him to block Ma Hongjuan's flames. Oomph! One of the agile attack soul masters from the Qihua team instantly flashed above Ma Hongjuan, swinging a punch towards his head. Tang San's eyelids twitched, and the blue-silver grass tied around his waist pulled, causing the opponent's fist to land on the spot where Ma Hongjuan had just been. Bang! The arena was dented from that punch. Although this strike did not hit, he was not discouraged. This had all been anticipated. If these people were truly so easy to deal with, they wouldn't deserve to be the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. This Qihua Academy team was much more difficult to handle than the Elephant Armor Academy. Xiao San, how will you respond? Dai Mubai clenched his slightly trembling palm, looking solemnly at Huo Wushuang. Although both he and Huo Wushuang had top-tier strong attack beast martial spirits, his soul power was ultimately one level lower than the opponent's, and the other party was known for their ferocity as a fire dragon, which put him at a disadvantage among equals. During this brief exchange, his hands had already accumulated quite a bit of the opponent's flames, and he now felt a scorching sensation. Tang San also wore a serious expression as he looked at the Qihua Academy team. His blue-silver grass was inherently restrained by the other side, and in this battle, it could not play a significant role, only serving to restrain his teammates to prevent unforeseen events. Huo Wushuang and the others appeared calm. After a brief engagement, he had already grasped the opponent's strength. If the other side did not have stronger means, then this match should come to an end. You are quite good. Being able to compete with us to this extent is already something to be proud of. It's a pity, though, that your control type is just blue-silver grass. If this is all you have, then it should come to an end. Swish! During their conversation, Mo Feng suddenly moved and flashed to their back row, throwing a punch at Huo Wu, who was protected in the middle. However, the other members of the Blaze Academy didn't seem too worried that Mo Feng would harm Huo Wu. Tang San's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to use his blue-silver grass to pull him back, but it was already too late. Huo Wu smirked, waved her right hand, and a large mass of flames formed a tornado-like shape surrounding her. This was her third soul skill, Flame Resistance Ring. The two support-type soul masters beside her also released their soul skills to enhance Huo Wu. Immediately, the power of Huo Wu's third soul skill became even more formidable. Before Mo Feng's attack could reach Huo Wu, it was blocked by the opponent's soul skill. Bang! Mo Feng was directly rebounded by his own attack. Indeed, Huo Wu's third soul skill, Flame Resistance Ring, was a rebound-style defensive skill, and even though she was only a level 40 soul master, the power of this move was not weaker than Mo Feng's attack due to the enhancement from the two support-type soul masters. Moreover, Huo Wu's attack was not just about defending against Mo Feng's sneak attack. It still maintained its momentum and headed towards Dai Mubai and the others, who were surrounding Huo Wushuang. Instantly, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjuan were all sent flying by this attack. Your strength is indeed impressive, and your cooperation is extremely tacit, but on the battlefield, it has never been a one-man fight. It is about teamwork. Tang Yin's blue-silver grass could not exert its function in this match, which meant you were essentially missing a control-type soul master. In a team, once a control-type soul master is missing, your overall strength will be greatly diminished. Chapter 142, Tiando Academy versus Blaze Academy, and third soul skill, Meteor Fire. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others being sent flying, a sensitive attack-type soul master from Blaze Academy immediately unleashed his third soul skill. As this soul skill was released, a large mass of fireballs surged around him, scattering into several pieces that fell onto Huo Wushuang and the others. Suddenly, the entire arena was illuminated by the brilliant flames. Huo Wushuang also exerted force with his legs and jumped into the air. A giant fire dragon circled around him and let out a roar. Third soul skill, Raging Dragon's Fury. When his third soul skill was activated, a mass of fireballs shot towards Tang San, who was standing alone in the middle of the arena. The two sensitive attack-type twin soul masters also instantly unleashed their third soul skill, Fire Crane Clone, transforming into a flaming crane and rapidly heading towards Tang San. Second soul skill, 7-star Flowing Fire. Another strong attack-type soul master from Blaze Academy also unleashed his second soul skill, sending a gas mass of fireballs hurtling towards Tang San. It's over. This combination completely sealed off Tang San's escape routes before Dai Mubai and the others could react. Just as Dai Mubai and the others' expressions changed dramatically, Tang San also looked gravely at the incoming attacks. His blue silver grass was not fireproof, so he couldn't create a blue-silver prison to trap himself. The only thing he could use was the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps from the Xiantian treasure record. The scene replayed, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, Tang San cleverly dodged all the attacks. At that moment, the strong attack-type Soul Master unleashed his third soul skill, Explosive 7-star Bomb, aimed directly at the swiftly approaching Tang San. Without a doubt, Tang San used the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade it. This maneuver truly astonished everyone in the soul arena. What was that? A soul skill? Or a soul bone? This Tang San is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Ning Fengji watched Tang San shine on the arena and thought, with his strength, how could he not see that Tang San was only using a type of movement, as he did not sense any fluctuations of soul power from him? Not good. Huo Wushuang was alarmed and hurriedly rushed towards the strong attack-type Soul Master. Dai Mubai, seeing the situation, immediately unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, heading towards Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang had no choice but to meet his attack. The other soul masters wanting to rush over to save the strong attack-type Soul Master were already too late. With a bang, he was sent flying by Tang San's Xian Jade Hand. Looking at Dai Mubai and the others gathering again, Huo Wu once again unleashed her third soul skill, Flame Resistance Ring, scattering them once more. Although their strength was not weak, their cooperation was extremely tacit, and there were no tactical errors. They still could not withstand the momentum of Huo Wu's Flame Resistance Ring. 9 Treasure Glazed Tile, 3-Day Soul. Ning Rongrong raised her right hand, and the evolved 7 Treasure Glazed Tower released several beams of light onto Dai Mubai and the others. But this soul skill could ultimately only restore a bit of their soul power. The injuries they had sustained in battle could not be healed. Tang San, you guys are quite good, but this match is about to come to an end. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously, immediately standing side by side. The other team members quickly positioned themselves behind the two of them. Their formation changed. What were they planning? Flinder's expression changed, sensing that things were not looking good. Fourth soul skill, Huo Wu's Radiant Sun. Huo Wu pushed her hands forward, and a gigantic fireball slowly emerged. The 2 support-type soul masters behind her also instantly released their third soul skill, Meteor Fire, causing countless sparks to flow into Huo Wu. The fireball in front of Huo Wu grew increasingly fierce and larger. This power, I fear it has already reached the level of an ordinary soul master's 5th soul skill. Yu Xiaojing's expression grew serious, and Tang San and the others felt a sense of foreboding. This is bad. After being enhanced by the 2 support-type soul masters, this attack likely exceeded the 5th soul skill of an ordinary soul master. My blue-silver grass holds no hope now, but how can I defend against it? Tang San looked at the massive fireball in front of Huo Wu, and thoughts raced through his mind. He glanced at his left hand, finally gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, giving up on the idea of using the Haoyan hammer. In such a situation, not to mention whether his Haoyan hammer could withstand it, but just his identity would definitely be exposed. The Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall was right on the stage. He couldn't take that risk. Even though he believed that Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School might protect him, he still dared not gamble. Xiao San, let's do this together. Even if we can't withstand it, we won't regret this battle. Dai Mubai ran to Tang San's side and said firmly, Zhu Zhuqing and the others also nodded firmly at him. All right, Tang San nodded and then released his blue-silver grass to surround everyone. Zhu Zhuqing and the others quickly unleashed their soul skills, while Dai Mubai released his 1st and 2nd soul skills again. Ning Rongrong used 3 soul skills on each of them. Her soul power was now completely exhausted. Mo Feng stood beside Dai Mubai, gathering a soul power shield in front of himself. His soul skills were all about enhancing speed and attack, and for defense, he could only use the most primitive method to conjure a soul power shield before him. Xiao Wu was hiding behind Tang San. She also had no defensive soul skills. It could be said that among Shrek and the others, only Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had defensive soul skills, and they were both single-target defensive skills. Even Tang San could only rely on the resilience of his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul to protect himself and withstand some damage. But it was clear that without the ice and fire, yin-yang, and medicinal herbs, his blue-silver grass, even after being altered and awakened, could not achieve immunity to both water and fire. You are indeed strong, worthy of the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy, but victory ultimately belongs to us. As Huowu's words fell, the fireball in front of her had already condensed to its limit, its aura retracted, not a trace of soul power leaking out. Her control over soul power was now completely on par with Tang San. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the fireball smashed down onto the blue-silver grass above Tang San and the others. Ugh! As the fireball struck the chest of Tang San and the others, surrounded by the blue-silver grass, shook violently, causing them to groan in discomfort. No, I can't hold out for long. The blue-silver grass is nearly ignited. Tang San looked up at the blue-silver grass above. It was already showing signs of being scorched. At this rate, it wouldn't take a minute for the blue-silver grass to be burned away. So hot, so uncomfortable. The others inside were also drenched in sweat from the intense heat. Only Ma Hongjun, who shared the same fire element, was slightly better off, while Xiao had already started to take off her clothes. At this rate, before the fireball could finish burning the blue-silver grass, everyone inside would be left naked when they came out. Chapter 143. The defeat of the Tiando Academy. Time passed second by second, and the top layer of the blue-silver grass had already begun to burn. The few girls trapped inside were becoming delirious from the heat. Ning Rongrong was leaning in Mo Feng's arms, having already fainted. Her clothes were showing signs of vaporizing due to the extreme temperature, but fortunately, Mo Feng's soul power shield protected her from some of the heat. Mo Feng was also not feeling well. He was an agility attack type, and although his physique was comparable to that of strong attack type, or even a defense type, his martial soul was still fundamentally an agility attack type. Xiao was also being held by Tang San. Her clothes had begun to catch fire, barely covering some private areas. Zhu Zhuqing was still gritting her teeth, half leaning on Dai Mubai, her willpower refusing to concede. Tang San continued to release blue-silver grass, trying to buy more time and to withstand the fireball's heat as much as possible. But his soul power was gradually being exhausted. The power of Huowu's Yao Yang was simply too strong. Could Tang San's blue-silver grass hold up? Flinder looked worriedly at the fireball in the center of the arena. Even though he was a soul saint level, he couldn't see what was happening inside. Huowu, are they going to be burned to death in there? Hu Shuang also said hesitantly. Huowu frowned as well. Controlling such massive energy was a huge test for her. Moreover, she was afraid that Tang San and the others would die in the flames, so she decided to reduce some of the power. She couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't die in the fire. Whether dead or alive was risky for them. If they died, the Tiando Royal Academy and the Emperor would definitely not let it go. But if they came out with any remaining strength, her soul power, along with those of the two support-type soul masters, was almost exhausted, and Hu Shuang and the others were also in poor condition. If the opponents still had combat power at this point, they would face the worst situation. As Huowu reduced the power of the flames, a weak voice came out. We concede. They had no choice but to concede. Their soul power had been completely depleted, and the only one still with some energy, Mo Feng, had lost the desire to continue fighting. He had come here just to go through the motions and didn't care about winning or losing. Tang San also didn't want Xiao Wu and the other girls to end up naked on the arena, so they decided to concede. Continuing to fight was meaningless. Huowu's expression brightened, and she felt much more relaxed, then withdrew her soul power. Tang San also slowly retracted the blue-silver grass, revealing the scene inside. Several fainted girls were disheveled, with parts of their clothing burned away. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were also half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. The only one still standing safely on the arena was Mo Feng. You guys are strong. If it weren't for your blue-silver grass being immune to fire, we might not have won this battle. After the battle ended, Hu Shuang also felt much more at ease and said to Tang San and Dai Mubai, you guys are also strong. Winning is winning. It has little to do with my martial soul. Tang San shook his head and said, regardless, your strength is enough to earn anyone's recognition. You haven't tarnished the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, Huowu stepped forward and said firmly. Only she knew that if they weren't fire elementals born to restrain Tang San, and if it were another academy, they would have won this match. I declare that in the 5th round of the preliminaries, the second match, the Qihua Academy wins. Qihua, let's take them back to the dormitory. Tang San took out a coat from his belt and draped it over Xiao Wu, carrying her toward Yu Xiaojing, who was waiting at the door. Although you lost this match, don't be discouraged. It's normal to win or lose in battle. Go back and have a good rest. Yu Xiaojing said calmly as he looked at Tang San and the others who were embracing each other. Teacher, next time we meet them, can we win? Tang San felt a bit lost. Although his blue-silver grass martial soul was the top-tier blue-silver emperor, flames were ultimately their eternal nemesis. This time it was only because his blue-silver emperor had fully awakened, becoming more resilient and tough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to resist Huowu's fourth soul skill for so long. You all should rest well and not think too much. Even if you lose, you can gain excellent combat experience from it, which will greatly help you when you travel the continent after graduation. All right, teacher, then we'll take our leave. After speaking, Tang San limped away with Xiao Wu in his arms toward the academy. Mo Feng shook his head and also carried Ning Rong away. Little San, little Feng, Uncle Ning. Seeing the newcomers, Tang San and the others hurriedly saluted. No need to be polite. Although you lost this battle, you shouldn't take it too much to heart. Anyone who can participate in this match is not weak. No one can guarantee that they will win every match. Ning Fengji waved his hand and said. Then he gestured, and two healing-type soul masters stepped out from behind him, releasing a soul skill that landed on Tang San and the others. Soon, Xiao Wu, Ning Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing woke up, and their injuries were healed. The master is truly divine. He saw early on that Tang San and the others would lose this match. In the same dark room, Duguyan looked at the screen and said in admiration to Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin was not surprised by this result at all. So what if the blue-silver emperor awakened? It was still just grass. Without the two immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang-I, it couldn't withstand the flames of the Qihua Academy. Qian Renlin finished his half glass of red wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and walked toward the door. Since Shinian had already left a magic seed in Yu Xiaojing's sea of consciousness, some of his plans should be implemented. Now was the best time to act. Master, the Ghost Elder has sent news. Tang Yuehua has acted. Duguyan, who was following Qian Renlin, said with a change in her expression. Have him continue to follow. Don't alert the enemy. Find the location of Haotian's sect and wait for my orders, Qian Renlin said calmly, walking ahead without looking back. Previously, the ghost had gone to the Star Do Forest to obtain a soul ring and left for a while tracking Tang Yuehua was the responsibility of the Luo network. After the ghost returned, he naturally continued to monitor her. Yes, master. The primary goal of Qian Renlin now is Yu Xiaojing. The Haotian sect cannot affect him in any way, but he absolutely does not allow his mother in this life to have any feelings for another man. Even if Qian Xuanji is wrong, it is not a justification for Bibi Dong to still love a useless person in her heart. Chapter 144. Yu Xiaojing goes mad now. Don't. Ere long, no. In a single room in the teacher's dormitory of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojing woke up in a cold sweat. Phew, it was just a dream. Wiping the sweat from his face, Yu Xiaojing sighed in relief, slowly getting out of bed and putting on his slippers to walk into the bathroom. After showering, he looked at his unshaven face in the mirror and touched it. Why did I have such a dream? Ere long, have you really left me forever? After a long while, Yu Xiaojing regained his previous calm expression, exited the bathroom, dressed, and went out. It was time to see Lu Erlong. He needed to ask her why she was with the Spirit Hall and had joined the Holy Lin Academy founded by Qian Renlin. By the lakeside in the back garden of the Holy Lin Academy, there was a small thatched cottage. This was where Lu Erlong lived. And even after Qian Renlin took over, she still hadn't changed her location. Compared to before, Lu Erlong now looked much more haggard, her eyes dim and lifeless. Hearing footsteps behind her, she still did not react, staring blankly out the window. You become much haggard. Thanks to the son.S great love, I'm doing well. Lu Erlong gave a bitter smile. She was now a walking corpse, without freedom, without self, living under constant surveillance. The ridiculous thing was, she didn't believe that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect didn't know about her current situation. Yet no one had come to rescue her until now. Did you see? You have been abandoned. Yu Xiaojing only hates you now. He has long stopped loving you. From the day he learned about your identities, he has only felt disgust towards you. Flinder, your once good brother, actually willingly gave up his most beloved woman for the sake of so-called brotherhood. What position do you occupy in his heart? Qian Renlin walked behind Lu Erlong, playing with her hair, speaking in a dramatically magnetic voice. And your father, Yu Luomian, the younger brother of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, hasn't he even come to find you until now? Who in the sect you love cares about you? I've already sent them a message saying you're here, but until now, they haven't come to take you home. They don't care about your life or death, nor do they care about your current situation. What is the point of your persistence? As for me, I can give you everything you desire: wealth, power, status. With these, those who once looked down on you, bullied you, even that heartless Yu Xiaojing, will all have to look up to you. You just need to open your mouth, and countless people in this world will serve you. Huh, what is the point of you saying this now? Don't you just want to have me? Lu Erlong came back to her senses and turned to look at Qian Renlin, calmly saying, "What? Have you figured it out? Only I am your true home. Following me is your best choice." Qian Renlin wrapped his arms around her slender waist and slowly leaned in to kiss her lips. Lu Erlong numbly allowed his actions. Her eyes still showing no emotion, her heart had completely died. Seeing her offer no resistance. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Qian Renlin's mouth. Outside the gate of the Holy Lin Academy, after a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaojing finally stepped into this prosperous academy. "Stop. This is a private academy. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Two guards expressionlessly blocked his way. Yu Xiaojing silently nodded, reaching into his pocket to pull out a token engraved with 7 patterns to show the guards. The guards' expressions changed as they received the token, looked at it, and said respectfully, "So it's Elder here. Please come in." In the spirit hall, seeing the token is like seeing a person. As long as you have the Elder token, you hold the rights of an elder. Yu Xiaojing took back the token. "Where's the Rose Goddess?" "This, Elder. The Sun has ordered that no one can see the Rose Goddess without his permission." The guard hesitated. "I have important matters to discuss with her. I will talk to the Sun. This is against the rules. Without the son.'s command, we really cannot take you to see the Rose." Another guard said firmly, "Don't say just an elder came. Even people from the worship hall wouldn't dare to take them to see the Rose. In the spirit hall, no one can offend the Sun. Otherwise, the kind of torment worse than death. Bring him over." Just then, a mental transmission entered the guards' minds. The guards trembled and hurriedly led Yu Xiaojing inside. "Sir, I'll take you here. You can go in by yourself. I will withdraw." Yu Xiaojing looked at the small wooden house in front of the garden, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a low, muffled voice came from inside. Hearing that voice, Yu Xiaojing's heart shook violently, his pupils constricted, and his expression went blank as he trembled and pushed the door open slightly. But when he saw the scene inside, he was instantly struck dumb. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Whoosh! Just then, Qian Renlin turned to look at Yu Xiaojing, who was standing at the door with a strange smile. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly took a few steps back, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. "No, this is impossible. This is impossible. This isn't real. This can't be. Erlong isn't this kind of person. None of this is real." Yu Xiaojing trembled all over, covering his head and murmuring. He thought of the dream he had that morning. Everything felt so real. Why? Why is it like this? Have you seen enough? Qian Renlin, who had somehow put on his clothes, stood at the door, mocking Yu Xiaojing. "You are a worthless piece of trash, unworthy of having Erlong. She has never loved you. Everything you see is real. You are just a useless person, with your little strength, and your martial soul being a useless one. What qualifications do you have to love Lu Erlong? Trash is trash. You can only watch your beloved woman submit beneath me. Look how infatuated she is. Do you know how comfortable she is? Is this something you can give her? No. Don't say anymore. This isn't real. You're forcing her, right? Erlong isn't like this. You must have forced her." Seeing Yu Xiaojing in a state of despair, Qian Renlin moved in an instant and grabbed his neck. "Remember this. You are just a useless coward. Your existence in this world is unnecessary. You can't give the person you like a sense of security, and you can't satisfy her in any way. What qualifications do you have to live in this world? People like you deserve to die." After speaking, Qian Renlin flicked his hand, and Yu Xiaojing was directly thrown out. Chapter 145. The Death of Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, angrily clutching his chest as he looked at Qian Renlin. "Someone, drag him out for me." "As you command." Two members of the Luo network emerged from the shadows, dragging Yu Xiaojing towards the door. "You devil, you beast. It must be you who forced Erlong. I tell you, I won't let this go, you beast. Shut up." Slap. Qian Renlin slapped Yu Xiaojing's mouth from a distance. If it weren't for wanting the other party to die without knowing it, he would have killed him with one slap long ago. Yu Xiaojing was directly slapped to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Daring to insult me. Qian Renlin coldly watched as Yu Xiaojing was dragged away like a dead dog, then snorted and walked into the room. At this moment, Lu Erlong on the bed had lost all color in her eyes, her face covered in tears. Clearly having just cried. She knew everything was over, completely over. She hated herself for not resisting Qian Renlin, allowing him to insult her and being caught by Yu Xiaojing. This was all your arrangement, wasn't it? You knew he was coming, didn't you? Lu Erlong slowly got up from the bed, heartbroken. Don't you already have the answer? Qian Renlin looked indifferently at the naked Lu Erlong, glancing at the bloodstains on the sheets. You are so terrifying. I really don't understand. Xiaojing is just an ordinary soul master. He hasn't offended you. Why do you have to treat him so cruelly? You've already got me. Why can't you let him go? Oof. He has to die for a reason. Just because he said he loves me? You're too petty. I was so foolish, thinking that if I yielded, you would let Xiaojing go. Now I realize how wrong I was. I was terribly wrong. You never intended to let him go from start. Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's face as she clutched the bedsheet in regret. Woman, don't be too sentimental. I wanted to kill him not because of you. You were just a victim of my desire to torment him. Did you really think I would love you? Naive. Qian Renlin looked disdainfully at the dejected Lu Erlong and mocked. All right, since I've achieved my goal, you're no longer of any use. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Qian Renlin turned and left without hesitation. Ha, yes, I was really foolish. Xiaojing, I'm sorry, I can't face you anymore. I'm leaving now, Lu Erlong murmured, gathering a fireball in her hand, and with a final sad smile, she struck it against her forehead. Boom! Lu Erlong's beautiful face instantly exploded, the residual energy of the fireball scattering everywhere, and the entire wooden house was engulfed in flames. Just a short distance away from the wooden house, Qian Renlin paused his steps, his expression slightly changing, turning back to look at the burning wooden house, his heart devoid of any waves. Oomph. He coldly smiled and continued walking outside. The teachers and students in the academy heard the explosion and rushed over. When they saw the completely burned wooden house and the surrounding wilted flowers and plants, their faces all changed drastically. Quick, put out the fire. All the water-type soul masters hurriedly released their soul skills to extinguish the flames, while the healing-type soul masters also rushed into the wooden house to try to save Lu Erlong. But when they entered, they found only a charred, headless corpse on the ground. Lady, she's dead. What happened? How do we explain this to the master? The three committee members looked at the corpse on the ground, suddenly breaking out in cold sweat, anxious. Where's the saint? Reporting to the committee member. His Highness, the saint just left the Rose Goddess's house. Just left from here? Lu Xin said with an odd expression. The other two committee members were also taken aback, then seemed to think of something. What happened today? None of you are allowed to spread it outside. If I find out anyone discusses this matter, they will all be executed. Hong Sun said sternly. Yes, committee member. At the entrance of Shenglin Academy, two black-robed masked figures took the token from Yu Xiaojing's arms, then tossed him out and turned away indifferently. Cough, cough. Yu Xiaojing coughed violently a few times, lying on the ground as he looked at the academy entrance, then closed his eyes and fainted. Xiaojing, are you okay? A figure fell from the sky, kneeling beside Yu Xiaojing and urgently calling out as they patted his face. What on earth happened? How could Xiaojing be thrown out like this? Flinder looked solemnly at the academy, then helped Yu Xiaojing and flew towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Hundreds of miles away from the Tiando Empire, surrounded by mountains, there was a small village in the center, with wisps of smoke rising from various chimneys, just at the time for dinner. At the village entrance, several mischievous children were playing, while in the nearby fields, many were packing their farming tools, preparing to return to the village for a meal. In such a beautiful pastoral scene, over 100 figures dressed in black, masked, were scattered in the surrounding shadows, seemingly surrounding the entire village. In the distance, a noble-looking, exquisitely beautiful woman walked towards the village, glancing back every few steps as if afraid of something following her. Creak, the nearest small cottage to the village entrance, slowly opened, and a thin, stooped old man walked out, leaning on a cane, trembling. Old Wang. Suddenly, when the old man looked up at the woman in front of him, tears filled his eyes as he raised his trembling arm. Miss, is it you? Why have you returned? Old Wang, it's me, I've returned. How are you? Tang Yuehua hurried over to support his arm, her lips trembling as she spoke. Old Wang was an elder from the previous generation of the Haotian sect, who had always taken care of her. Although their relationship was that of master and servant, they were like grandfather and granddaughter, with each treating the other as family. It's been 14 years, a full 14 years. Miss, you shouldn't have come back. The Spirit Hall has been searching for the sect's hiding place. If they discover your identity, it will be very dangerous for you. Old Wang, I came back this time to report something very important to the sect master. I must see the sect master. Tang Yuehua understood he was doing this for her sake. But her brother had been crippled by the spirit hall and was still recuperating at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Her nephew was also being hunted by the spirit hall. She couldn't just watch them suffer outside. Sigh, since you have returned, I naturally have no reason to stop you. Go ahead. Old Wang looked at Tang Yuehua, who had returned safely, and felt much relieved. Old Wang, I'll go see the sect master first. After things are settled, I will come back to catch up with you. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, she handed him a gift box and hurriedly walked towards the back of the village. The hidden specter quickly followed, his task being to stay with her to find the exact location of the Haotian sect. This small village was clearly just a lookout they had set up outside. Chapter 146, The Hiding Place of the Haotian Sect. Don't. Erlong no. Yu Xiaojing quickly got out of bed, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Huh, why is it this dream again? He touched the side of his mouth and noticed that several of his teeth were missing, and there was still a faint pain. What is going on? Yu Xiaojing looked at his hands and then at the sheets beneath him, confirming that he was indeed in his own room. You're awake. Flander, why are you here instead of going to class? And what is going on? Why are my teeth gone? Yu Xiaojing hurriedly turned to Flander, who was pouring tea beside him. You asked me, but I want to ask you. What are you doing at St. Lin Academy? And why did the gatekeeper throw you out? Flander glanced at the dazed Yu Xiaojing and said impatiently, St. Lin Academy. Could it be? Is all of this real? What do you mean real or not? You still haven't told me what happened today. Did you see Erlong? Yu Xiaojing completely ignored Flander's shout, muttering to himself, St. Lin Academy, Lu Erlong, gatekeeper. It can't be, this can't be. Yu Xiaojing recalled everything that had happened that morning and what he had seen, but he still couldn't believe that Lu Erlong was that kind of person. Xiaojing, it can't be. This can't be. Xiaojing, wake up. Flander approached him and pushed him hard. Don't come near. Get away. Yu Xiaojing suddenly screamed in terror and hurriedly retreated, accidentally falling under the bed with a thud. It can't be, this can't be, this isn't real. This isn't real. Yu Xiaojing completely disregarded that he had fallen under the bed, curling up in a corner, trembling and repeatedly muttering that it was impossible. Yu Xiaojing, get a grip, what happened? Flander walked over and tried to grab his shoulders. Don't. Get away. Get away. The moment Yu Xiaojing saw Flander, it was as if he had seen something terrifying, and he kept backing away. Erlong, I need to see Erlong. I need to see Erlong. Yu Xiaojing numbly got up from the ground, wanting to walk towards the door. But he had taken a few steps before he stumbled and fell again, trembling as he crawled towards the door. Slap. Xiaojing, get a grip. Flander looked at Xiaojing's state and slapped him across the face. Yu Xiaojing shuddered all over. Don't come near. Don't come near. Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm Flander. Flander grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Flander. Yu Xiaojing gradually became a little more lucid, looked up carefully at the person in front of him, and suddenly broke into a joyful smile, saying, Flander, you have to save Erlong. You have to take me to save Erlong. First tell me what happened. What happened to Erlong? Please save her. Go save her. Yu Xiaojing suddenly roared at him, tears streaming down his face. You have to save Erlong. Save Erlong. Okay, I'll go save Erlong. You need to rest for a while and don't act impulsively. Saying this, Flander helped Yu Xiaojing back onto the bed and turned to leave. Having known each other for so many years, it was the first time Flander had seen Yu Xiaojing like this, completely out of his mind. He needed to go to St. Lin Academy to find out what had happened to Yu Xiaojing, and what was going on with Lu Erlong. Why Yu Xiaojing kept insisting that he save her. As he watched Flander leave, Yu Xiaojing's trembling body gradually calmed down. Once he calmed down, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness. So that's where the Haotian sect is hidden. No wonder the members of the network haven't found them all these years, Gui Mei thought in shock as he looked at the scene before him. What appeared before Gui Mei was a steep stone mountain that wasn't too high, with the stone wall facing him almost vertical to the ground and extremely smooth. Just this mountain alone was not something just anyone could climb. At this point, Gui Mei could no longer keep up with Tang Yuehua on the ground. Even with his strength, it would be impossible to climb up without making sound. Gui Mei wanted to see how the 9th level soul master Tang Yuehua would climb up. With his keen eyesight, he could see that although the stone wall was steep and smooth, there were depressions every 10 meters, but clearly, Tang Yuehua's soul power was not sufficient to climb this cliff. Just then, a rope fell from the top of the mountain, hidden in the shadows. Gui Mei watched as Tang Yuehua grabbed the rope and began to climb. He quietly stepped back a few paces, secretly operating his advanced version of the Shintian skill. causing a wing of condensed soul power to appear behind him. With his status, he naturally learned the method of condensing soul power objects passed down from Qian Renlin. The reason he was using the Xintian skill was that after being modified by Qian Renlin, it gained the ability to conceal his aura. Otherwise, even if he was a 97th level title Douluo, he wouldn't be able to condense the soul power wings without leaking a trace of aura. Not knowing the situation above, he did not dare to expose himself recklessly. If he messed up his master's plans, he would be in deep trouble. Wen Ge may secretly followed behind Tang Yuehua and looked towards the top of the stone mountain. What met his eyes was a vast open flat area, with dense flowers and plants, clearly having not been tended to for a long time. On the opposite side of the flat area were several high mountains covered with green vegetation. There was already a figure waiting on the flat ground. Upon seeing Tang Yuehua, he nodded without speaking, and after pulling the lowered rope back up, led her forward. Wen Ge may followed them to the end of the stone mountain. What appeared before him was a cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. Beyond this point, there was no more path. Gue Mei looked at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that he was discovered? Did Tang Yuehua know someone was following her? Was she deliberately leading him to this ghostly place? Just as he hesitated whether to take action and directly capture the two to interrogate them about the Haotian sect's hidden location, something even more unbelievable happened. He was shocked to see that the man directly took Tang Yuehua and jumped off the stone mountain into the cliff. Gue Mei hurried to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Tang Yuehua and the man had already jumped to the bottom of the mountain, disappearing into the mist and unseen. Chapter 147. Village Massacre. Gue Mei panicked. He had actually lost track of Tang Yuehua right under his nose. How would he explain this to his master? Below was all cliffs. Even if he was a title Douluo, he wouldn't dare to recklessly jump down from such a height of several hundred meters, let alone not knowing what was below the cliff. Suddenly, Gue Mei focused and saw that a chain as thick as an arm extended from the bottom of the cliff to the opposite mountain. It was hard to notice without a careful look. If it weren't for his title Douluo strength and the training of the purple extreme demon eye, which greatly enhanced his vision, he wouldn't have noticed this iron chain hidden in the mist. So that's how it is. The ghostly figure's heart stirred. It turned out that the Haotian sect was hidden on the opposite side of the Shantra mountain, and they relied on this iron chain to enter and exit the Haotian sect. He hesitated again, thinking, if that's the case, how would the Spirit Hall attack the Haotian sect? Not to mention that there was a steep and extremely smooth stone mountain in front. If the Haotian sect remained on top, it would not be easy for the Spirit Hall to force their way up. At the very least, they would suffer heavy losses. From the ghostly figure's estimation, any soul master below the 70th level would be unable to break through the Haotian sect's defenses and ascend. Not to mention that the second line of defense was merely an iron chain as thick as an arm. Even if they managed to cross this chain to reach the Haotian sect's residence, the losses among the soul masters would be significant. Moreover, if the Haotian sect found themselves at a disadvantage, they could directly destroy this iron chain. And in that case, unless there were flying soul masters and title Douluos, no one would be able to pass. This also didn't account for how many of those flying soul masters and title Douluos would die in the process. Even if they possessed flight-type soul skills created by Qian Renlin, they could not be as agile as flying soul masters. Once the Haotian sect launched soul skill attacks on them, they would be unable to borrow strength, and that would be a devastating disaster for them. What a Haotian sect! They have completely sealed themselves off. The ghostly figure thought with a grim expression. Finally, he snorted coldly and turned to leave, deciding to wait for the master to arrive before making any decisions. After descending from the stone mountain, the ghostly figure immediately reported the situation and everything he had discovered to Qian Renlin. Qian Renlin simply said 2 words: massacre the village. Yes, master. The ghostly figure did not hesitate at all regarding Qian Renlin's order, nor did he doubt whether his command would go wrong. Nor did he consider whether the Haotian sect would discover them after the massacre and become alarmed. In his mind, there was only absolute obedience to Qian Renlin. Whoosh, 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 wind, wind, wind. After the ghostly figure transmitted Qian Renlin's command, over 100 members of the web hidden around the village revealed themselves. Some jumping down from trees, others flying out from the bottom of the valley. Kill, leave none alive. Bang! When the ghostly figure's cold voice echoed, over 100 assassins from the web silently darted into the various village houses. Who are you? Uft, uft, mother, father, Xiaoming, Xiaohong, you bastards. You won't have a good death. The Haotian sect will surely avenge us. Help! Suddenly, cries, screams, weeping, and curses echoed throughout the village. But what awaited them was only the cold blades and swords in the hands of the web assassins and their emotionless expressions. Haha, Spirit Hall. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Uft. Just as the old man, named Wang, finished speaking, a fist clad in a black glove pierced through his back and emerged from his chest, a bright red heart still beating violently. Bang! The web member, whose eyes were cold and face covered by a bronze mask, crushed the heart with a loud bang, instantly splattering blood all over the old man's face. Old Wang's eyes widened, his mouth gasping as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he fell to the ground with eyes wide open. This web assassin expressionlessly shook his arm. A wave of soul power erupted, and a ball of flame appeared, instantly making the blood on his hands vanish. The entire motion was fluid, indifferent to the elderly man who died cruelly at his feet, clearly not the first time he had done such a thing. Looking around, all the web assassins were in a similar state, expressionless, cold-eyed, and unhesitating in their actions, whether it was a 3-year-old child or an 80-year-old elder. To them, it was as if they were merely mowing grass, cutting down with sword and blade. These over 100 web assassins all had at least the Soul Emperor level. How could they be resisted by the old, weak, sick, and disabled providing supplies and food for the Haotian sect? In less than 3 minutes, all the hundreds of villagers in the village were wiped out. At this moment, after killing everyone in the village, the web members took turns stabbing the corpses of their fallen comrades. One of the precepts given by Qian Renlin to eliminate a clan: one must remove all traces. When killing, one must destroy the corpses. Once everything was finished, all the web assassins returned to their positions, and echoed.Ah slowly walked out from the back. He extended his right hand, and the martial soul, ghostly charm, emerged from behind him. Immediately a purple soul ring lit up, and countless ghostly figures rose from the ground, devouring the corpses throughout the village. Subsequently, a great fire blazed in the village, burning everything, including the surrounding flowers and trees, to ashes. At the far edge of the Tiando Empire, in a small, forested mountain, in a very concealed cave, a burly man with crimson eyes was trembling and crawling on the ground. Ugh! A fierce roar escaped his mouth, instantly causing a flock of birds nearby to take off in fright. Some 10-year-old beasts around were also stunned by this roar, lying flat on the ground. Their eyes filled with terror, and then all of them fled in a hurry. After the man in the cave roared, a strong red light radiated from his body, and a huge black hammer with golden edges appeared in his hand. Boom! The man shook his hand, and the hammer slammed down onto the ground, instantly shaking the entire small mountain, showcasing the man's immense power. Screech! A terrified cry came from within him. A gigantic red-black bat was forced out of his body. This bat actually had 9 heads, red eyes, and 2 gigantic sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Its size was enormous, measuring over 10 meters, and when it spread its wings, the small cave immediately began to collapse. Rumble! The man looked coldly at the enormous bat before him, the red in his eyes slowly dissipating, completely indifferent to the collapsing mountain, allowing boulders to fall on him. The man slowly got up from the ground, gripping the hammer, and with a chilling tone, he uttered, "It is you that have been hiding in my body, occupying my form." Chapter 148, Tang Chen's Awakening. A sound wave that ordinary people could not hear emanated from the bat's mouth. It flapped its wings and began to retreat, trying to escape. Now that Tang Chun had completely awakened, it believed it was no match for him, and, having lost the blood river as a source of power to support it, without blood to sustain its life, it would soon perish. After using my body for so long, you think you can run? Boom! Looking at the 9-headed bat king attempting to flee, Tang Chun snorted coldly, his body shaking, and a dense blood-red mist spread out from him, rapidly expanding in range. The bat had just flown a short distance from the cave when it was caught up by the blood mist emanating from Tang Chun. No! The bat screeched in terror, but it could only watch helplessly as its body gradually disintegrated, turning into particles and merging into Tang Chen's domain of death. Boom! A powerful pressure radiated from Tang Chun, turning the stones around him into dust that scattered in the wind. The trees around were instantly reduced to powder, and the ground within a kilometer cracked and sank unevenly. I, Tang Chun, have returned, in front of the Haotian sect's village. Thud, thud, boom, 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 boom. As the ground shook, a heart-stirring sound of synchronized and rapid footsteps approached, with thousands of black-armored guards holding long spears and swords riding on black steeds. Rushing forward in a flurry. Boom! A strong burst of colorful light emerged, and a gigantic figure with 12 different colored wings appeared in the sky. A relatively much smaller figure walked slowly out from in front of this giant, and a strong pressure emanated from him, descending upon everyone present. "We welcome your highness." The Holy Son. Although this figure looked quite frail, none of the thousands of people present dared to underestimate him. He was the center of attention, and everyone lowered their proud heads to the ground, kneeling on one knee to greet his arrival. "Master." The ghostly figure instantly flashed to the front of the crowd, prostrating on the ground and calling out in a slightly hoarse voice, his face filled with excitement. Renlin ignored the people present. He simply slowly extended an arm, and the angelic martial soul behind him did the same. Bang! Rumble! As Renlin moved, the giant figure behind him clenched its fist, and a stone mountain in front of them immediately exploded. Boom! An invisible wave radiated from Renlin, and as the scattered boulders touched this wave, they turned into powder and disappeared. The people kneeling on the ground looked at this scene with faces full of awe and fervor. This was their master, the most extraordinary holy son of the Spirit Hall, who had not appeared for 10,000 years. "Kill them all." Renlin pointed forward expressionlessly and said coldly, "Understood. Your Highness the Holy Son." Wind. The crowd on the ground quickly got up and mounted their horses, with a surge of soul power. The steeds beneath them neighed and raised their hooves, dragon wings extending from each horse's back. Roar! The black armored guards raised their weapons and shouted loudly, the wings of their mounts flapping, carrying them swiftly into the sky toward the Haotian sect. Over 100 masked members of the web also nodded to each other, leaping into the air and firmly stepping on their respective weapons, following behind the black armored guards. At this moment, only Renlin and the ghostly figure remained still in place. Renlin raised his right hand and waved. A gray energy ball flew from his palm, steadily descending toward the ground. Boom! The energy ball exploded, forcibly pulling the high-ranking members of the web from the Spirit Hall, who were still over 1,000 miles away, to this spot. As the fluctuations of the energy ball dissipated, the figures that had been transported appeared. Master. 4 figures emerged. When they reached 100 meters in front of Renlin, they all knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out. They did not even think about why they had been transported here from over 1,000 miles away. These 4 were the former patriarchs of the 4 major affiliated sects of the Haotian sect. The patriarch of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, after receiving resources from the Spirit Hall and the modified martial arts skills from Renlin, now had a soul power level of 93. The patriarch of the Li family, Titan, had also reached a soul power level of 92. The patriarch of the Yu family, Niu Gao, also reached a soul power level of 92. The last one, the patriarch of the Min family, Bai He, had the highest soul power, reaching 94, because he was the only one among the 4 who had consumed the celestial herb given by Renlin, which not only enhanced his martial soul's attack power, but also increased his soul power. Kill. Leave no one alive from the Haotian sect. The emotionless words came from Renlin's mouth. Understood, including the ghostly figure. The 5 respectfully accepted the order and rose to head toward the location of the Haotian sect. The ghostly figure spread a pair of black wings behind him and flew rapidly ahead. Yang Wudi was not to be outdone, following closely behind the ghostly figure with his own strength. Titan pounded his chest, and a massive black gorilla appeared behind him, roaring in anger. Titan leaped onto the gorilla's shoulder, and it steadily followed behind the 2 ahead, effortlessly sweeping aside any obstacles in its path with a single slap. He elegantly performed a flip into the air, and a loud chirping sound was heard as a 3-meter-long swift appeared beneath his feet, flapping its wings and following behind the others. On a dark and windy night, a night for killing and arson. Oof. Tang Xiao, I wonder how you will feel knowing that your subordinate forces have been wiped out. Renlin, glowing brilliantly in the sky, calmly watched the departing figures, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Tiando Royal Academy. After Flender left Yu Xiaojiang's room, he set out that same night toward the Holy Lin Academy in the inner city. However, as he left the academy and passed by a tavern on the street leading to the Holy Lin Academy, he inadvertently overheard a shocking piece of news. Hey, have you all heard? The Rose Goddess is dead. Oh, what a pity, my goddess. My Rose Goddess. I saw her buying things on the street yesterday. How could she suddenly die like this? Oof. You all probably don't know yet. The death of the Rose Goddess was caused by that Yu Xiaojiang from the Tiando Royal Academy. A big man, holding a jug of wine, gulped it down and said with a face full of killing intent. What? The Rose Goddess was killed by a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy? What's going on? A young man at the table next to the big man asked incredulously, his eyes wide open. Hearing this, Flender also stopped in his tracks. Wanted to listen to what was happening. How could the rose goddess die so suddenly? Chapter 149. Framing and Blaming. I heard this from a nephew of mine who studies at the Holy Lin Academy. When the rose goddess died, he saw Yu Xiaojiang from the Tiando Royal Academy come out of her room. By the way, you may not know Yu Xiaojiang, but you must have heard of Master. He is the lead teacher of the Tiando battle team in the Soul Master competition. Master, the one known as a waste in the Soul Master world? What is going on? Big brother, please tell us more. What else could it be? You probably don't know, right? This Yu Xiaojiang is a scum, a beast. Do you know what relationship the rose goddess had with him? Another middle-aged, greasy man chimed in. Uncle, stop keeping us in suspense. What is their relationship? The middle-aged, greasy uncle took a sip of his drink and wiped his mouth, saying, the rose goddess is actually Yu Xiaojiang's cousin. The rose goddess is his sister. And they both come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And then, since he is the rose goddess's cousin, there is no reason for him to kill his own sister, right? The bystander expressed great confusion. That is why I said Yu Xiaojiang is a beast worse than an animal. He has always been in love with his sister, the rose goddess. If it weren't for the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect arriving in time, they might have already consummated their marriage. What? This beast actually wanted to have an incestuous relationship with his own sister? They were almost caught in it. The bystanders expressed their disbelief, their jaws dropping. What about the rose goddess? Did she also want to marry her brother? It's naturally impossible. Don't you understand the character of the rose goddess? How could she possibly be interested in that beast, Yu Xiaojiang? Not to mention that he's a waste who can't even break through to the 29th level. Just the sibling relationship alone means the rose goddess could never be with him. In my opinion, Yu Xiaojiang clearly took advantage of the rose goddess when she was young and naive and forced her. This middle-aged, greasy man spoke passionately, as if he had witnessed it himself. He took a large gulp of his drink and continued, saying that Yu Xiaojiang had harbored resentment against his uncle for ruining his beautiful affair, and after seeing the rose goddess at the Soul Arena last time, he was unwilling to accept it. This morning, while the rose goddess was still asleep, he rushed into her room, wanting to commit beastly acts. Naturally, the rose goddess resisted. But this beast? He maliciously killed the rose goddess and kept muttering words like bitch and slut. After killing the rose goddess, he even set fire to destroy the evidence. The middle-aged, greasy man spoke with a feigned expression of rage. This beast actually did such things to his own sister. He is truly a creature worse than a beast. A passionate young man smashed his cup on the table and angrily exclaimed, exactly. I have long seen that Yu Xiaojiang is not a good person. He stole information from a spirit hall and claimed it was his own research. Now he even wants to do beastly things to his own sister and has killed the rose goddess. He is truly a creature worse than a beast. Let us go. Let's go to the Tiando Royal Academy to find that beast. We must seek justice for the rose goddess, or she will die unjustly. Let us go. We all go together. When I catch him, I'll make sure to beat him to death. The rose goddess is so beautiful and kind. How could this beast lay his hands on her? A group of brainless fans of Lu Erlong murmured about seeking revenge on Yu Xiaojiang for the rose goddess. At the same time, Flander was shocked by their conversation and hurried to the Tiando Royal Academy. Now he understood that Lu Erlong had been murdered, and the Spirit Hall wanted to frame Yu Xiaojiang and tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, far away in the Star Luo Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect also learned of this news at the same time. In the main hall of the sect, more than a dozen high-ranking members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were present, and from their expressions, it was clear they were extremely dissatisfied with Yu Xiaojiang. I have long said that Yu Xiaojiang is not a good person. 20 years ago, he eloped with Erlong but was stopped by the second elder. And since then, he has been dissatisfied with the sect. Now, he even wants to do that to his own cousin and has killed Erlong. Exactly. I've seen through Yu Xiaojiang's true nature long ago. Bang. Silence. The man sitting in the first position, Yu Engine, slammed the table and roared. The beautiful sandalwood table was instantly shattered. This ungrateful son. How could he do such a thing? He has really brought shame to my face. Yu Engine gritted his teeth in anger. Yuan Hong, this matter is up to you. You must quell this public opinion immediately. Yu Engine said to the elder, sitting in the first position on his right, with an unquestionable tone. Yes, Secmaster. Yuan Hong shook his head with a sigh. He had raised Yu Xiaojiang himself, and knew him well. He could never believe that Yu Xiaojiang would do such a thing. But now, both inside and outside the sect, everyone unanimously believed it was Yu Xiaojiang's doing. The sect master, Yu Engine, was furious, and he didn't dare to provoke him at this moment. Luo Mian, you go and bring this ungrateful son back to me immediately. Yes, sect master. Luo Mian replied respectfully with his head down. After he left the hall, there was no sign of sadness on his face. It was obvious that his mouth was curled up and his eyelids were slightly squinted. This was a look of disdain and contempt. It's hard to imagine that his own daughter had died, and everyone believed she was killed by her cousin. Yet as a father, he showed no sorrow and only contempt and disdain, just as the entire continent was in an uproar over Lu Erlong's death. Some well-meaning people began to embellish the past actions of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, instantly shocking everyone with this news. Yu Xiaojiang was despised by all the uninformed people on the continent, and they scolded him as a beast and scum worse than a beast. Now this matter had also reached the ears of Pope Bibi Dong, and it was evident that Bibi Dong was furious about it. Books in her study were thrown to the ground. But one person remained indifferent to this matter. Perhaps he didn't know what was happening on the continent, or maybe he knew and simply didn't care. Or he was very pleased to see this scene. Chapter 150. The Destruction of the Haotian Sect, Part 1. At the same time, the Haotian sect was unaware that an unprecedented disaster was about to befall them. Inside the Haotian sect, there were rows of ancient-style villas, and the most magnificent villa at the front was where the high-ranking members of the Haotian sect held their meetings. At this moment, 10 people were sitting inside this villa, except for one woman. The other 9 individuals exuded immense pressure. Just sitting there made them impossible to ignore, especially the burly middle-aged man in the top position, whose height exceeded 2 meters. He had a tiger-like back and a chiseled face with short gray hair. Although he wore a simple gray robe, his eyes were extremely fierce. Just sitting there, he had an imposing presence that no one could overlook. He was a titled Dalu, and not just any titled Dalu. I disagree. Tang Hao brought untold disaster to the sect for a demon woman, and now you want us to risk extermination to save that ungrateful son with just one word? I firmly disagree. After Tang Yuehua explained her intention, the Grand Elder Tang San was the first to stand up and firmly refuse. That's right. I agree with the Grand Elder. If Tang Hao hadn't selfishly combined with a soul beast, violating the entire continent's rules, how would our Haotian sect have fallen from being the #1 sect on the continent? Grand Elder, Second Elder, isn't this a serious exaggeration? At that time, the Spirit Hall was relying on its powerful strength and arrogant nature to deliberately find a reason to provoke the subsequent events. Although their Pope Qin Shuanji has died, the Blue Silver Emperor also died in that battle. I agree with the 6th Elder's statement. The Spirit Hall has long wanted to dismantle us because they were wary of the Haotian Hammer's power, so they deliberately pressured our Haotian sect, wanting to harm the sect. I believe the fault does not lie with Tang Hao. And what about the sect master? Tang Hao not only combined with a soul beast without permission, causing the deaths of thousands of our disciples, but he also directly caused the previous sect master's death. How can such a grave sin be forgiven? The elders led by the Grand Elder unanimously disagreed with going out to rescue Tang Hao and his son, believing that it was Tang Hao's union with the spirit beast, the Silver Emperor, that led to the later decline of the Haotian sect. On the other hand, the newly appointed elders, led by the current sect master, Tang Xiao, believed that the fault did not lie with Tang Hao, but rather with the Martial Soul Hall, which was deliberately trying to pressure the Haotian sect and eliminate them to completely extinguish the threat they posed. Tang Xiao, sitting in the main seat, looked weary and helplessly at the arguing elders below, then raised his hand to quiet them down. Boom! Just as the elders in the hall were arguing about Tang Hao and Tang San, a sudden rumbling sound came from outside the Haotian sect. Everyone in the villa trembled and quickly stood up, looking seriously outside the hall. A sense of unease and crisis arose in everyone's hearts. What is happening? An elder swallowed nervously and said, "This kind of pressure, it's Shan. Something has happened at Shan. Is the Martial Soul Hall attacking? Tang Wen, what you fool? You didn't even realize you were being followed. Do you know what kind of disaster you brought to the Haotian sect because of that bastard Tang Hao and the wild child born from the Silver Emperor? Quickly notify all disciples of the Haotian sect, enemy attack." The Grand Elder shouted hoarsely. Dong, 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 dong. A series of bell sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Haotian sect, who were in the midst of cultivation, rushed out in panic to the sect square. The 5 bell rings indicated that a calamity was descending upon the Haotian sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, thousands of black-armored warriors riding black dragon horses flew swiftly from Shan, surrounding the entire Haotian sect in the air. What is going on? Is a Martial Soul Hall attacking? The disciples of the Haotian sect looked panic-stricken at the group of black-armored warriors surrounding them. Tang Hao, the second-generation disciple of the Haotian sect and the 100,000-year spirit beast. The Silver Emperor defied the laws of humanity, choosing to go against heaven, which is intolerable. As the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Shao not only did not repent for this, but also sheltered Tang Hao, allowing the Haotian sect to act recklessly. This is to go against heaven and be enemies with the world. Today, the Martial Soul Hall will act on behalf of heaven and bring death to the Haotian sect. With this domineering declaration, Gui Mei, Yang Wudi, and other titled Douluos slowly walked out from behind the black-armored warriors, looking indifferently at Tang Shao and the other elders. Go against heaven. How dare your Martial Soul Hall claim to be heaven? Today, the Haotian sect will defy heaven and resist. Tang Shao said grimly, tightly clenching his fists, knowing that after today, the Haotian sect may no longer exist. You dare to defy the Martial Soul Hall? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Capture them. Gui Mei said coldly, pointing at Tang Shao with a wave of his arm. Huh! Thousands of black-armored warriors shouted in unison, raising their long spears towards the disciples of the Haotian sect, and suddenly the sky was filled with swirling soul power, dazzling in a myriad of colors. Mobilizing thousands of soul saints, the Martial Soul Hall really looks highly upon our Haotian sect. Tang Shao said with a grim face, prepare to face the enemy. Roar. Although the disciples of the Haotian sect were only 1,000 strong, most of them had soul power around level 50, with no more than 10 soul saints. And only the sect master Tang Shao and the Grand Elder were titled Douluos. However, the pressure they emanated was not much weaker than that of the thousands of black-armored warriors from the Martial Soul Hall. First soul skill, Thunderous Might. Fifth soul skill, Mighty Strike. Sixth soul skill, Earth-Shattering Hammer. Compared to the loud shouts of the Haotian sect disciples, the warriors of the Martial Soul Hall remained silent with cold expressions. With a cold snort, the thousands of black-armored warriors changed formation as they approached the disciples of the Haotian sect, surrounding them in a three-layered formation. As the formation of the black-armored warriors took shape, a powerful aura emanated from them, making it seem as if they had all merged into one entity. What kind of technique is this? A fusion technique of thousands of soul saints? The elders of the Haotian sect looked in shock at the black-armored warriors whose auras were merging. They had never heard of soul masters being able to fight in such a formation, not to mention thousands of soul saints. Even a 7-man soul master team would find it extremely difficult to achieve this. It required not only a high compatibility of martial souls, but also long-term teamwork and understanding. The power of this strike. Not good. Tang Shao exclaimed in disbelief, quickly dodging to save the disciples of the Haotian sect. If the Martial Soul Hall strike lands, all disciples of the Haotian sect will perish, and no one will be able to withstand it. Chapter 151. The Destruction of the Haotian Sect, Part 2. Your opponent is me. Just as Tang Shao was about to take action, Yang Wudi raised his broken soul gun, blocking the way. Yang Wudi, Tang Shao looked incredulously at the face blocking his path, never expecting that the Broken One clan, once a subordinate sect of the Haotian sect, had actually allied with the Martial Soul Hall. Wudi, I know the Haotian sect has wronged you, and I know you Haven T had it easy over the years. I feel guilty towards you, but we also have our own difficulties. We had no choice. Stop pretending. You walked away at the first sign of trouble, but what about us? Do you know how we lived these years? When you faced a crisis, you let us 4 subordinate sects risk our lives to resist the Martial Soul Hall, suffering heavy losses. And you? You just walked away and hid in this unknown place while we were oppressed by other sects and suppressed by the Martial Soul Hall. Where were you then? Why didn't you come out to help us? Tang Shao also felt guilty towards the 4 subordinate sects, but what could he do? In that situation back then, they were struggling to survive. How could they care about others? Yang Wudi, don't forget, it was the Haotian sect that brought you up. Without the Haotian sect, you would just be a small family looked down upon and easily bullied. What? Now you want to forget your gratitude and kill your master. The 4th elder pointed at Yang Wudi with an unfriendly expression. Shut up. Yang Wudi turned and roared angrily, unleashing his soul skill, shooting a black light blade from his broken soul gun that struck the 4th elder's chest. Bang! Poof! The 4th elder was instantly knocked back by the strike. He looked at the large hole in his chest in disbelief, then pointed at Yang Wudi in indignation before collapsing. At only level 86, how could he withstand Yang Wudi's furious strike without any defenses? You actually reached title Dalu? Tang Shao looked incredulously at the deceased 4th elder. Not only has Brother Yang reached title Dalu, Sect Master Tang. Do you still remember us? 3 more figures stepped in front of Tang Xiao, looking at the stunned elders with a half-smile. You, how is this possible? What is impossible? Now Brother Yang is a level 93 title Dalu, and the 2 of us have also reached level 92 title Dalu, while Brother Baihe has even reached level 94 title Dalu. Can the Haotian sect provide any of this? The Titan raised his thick arms and pointed at Tang Xiao, saying, even standing in front of me, a man over 2 meters tall like you looks so frail. So, is this your reason for joining the Spear Hall? The elder, Tang Mumu, said with a gloomy face. This time, the Haotian sect is probably really finished. Since you Haotian sect have abandoned us and no longer want us, we are grateful to our master for giving us the title of 10 Absolute of the Net, and dying at our hands will be considered a worthy death. Bang, 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 bang. Rumble, rumble, rumble. During their conversation, the formation of the black armored soldiers had already been completed, and the soldiers on the upper 3 levels raised their long swords. Suddenly, powerful soul power gathered in the air, forming a huge sword ball. The black armored soldiers on the lower 3 levels also raised their long spears, and intense waves of soul power surged from the spears into the sword ball above. When all this energy gathered in the energy ball in the sky, it began to spin at an extremely fast speed. The power of this strike. I'm afraid it has already reached the level of a title Douluo. Tang Xiao's face instantly changed as he watched this scene. Drink! Tang Xiao dared not hesitate any longer and summoned the Haotian hammer, martial soul. If this strike fell, thousands of disciples from Haotian sect would perish in vain. You deal with the other elders. Leave Tang Xiao to me. Yang Wudi calmly looked at Tang Xiao, who was releasing his martial soul, and then said to Titan and the others. The 3 nodded and used their soul power to charge at the group of elders. At the master's command, not a single high-ranking member of Haotian sect would be spared. 7th soul skill, Haotian true form. 9th soul skill, Haotian strike. The moment Tang Xiao released his martial soul, he activated his martial soul true form and raised the huge hammer in his hand to strike at Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi calmly watched the descending hammer, but his heart was not as calm as it appeared. He knew the power of the Haotian hammer and understood that Tang Xiao, one of the dual Dalu, was very strong. Moreover, his opponent was 2 levels higher in soul power than him. Whoosh! Yang Wudi quickly stepped back a few paces to create distance, then placed the soul-breaking gun horizontally in front of his chest. He closed his eyes, and in the next moment, suddenly opened them wide, revealing his now purple eyes, purple extreme demon eyes. Buzz! Yang Wudi violently flicked the long spear in his hand, and a buzzing sound echoed from within the spear, breaking through with precision. Through the observation of the purple extreme demon eyes, Yang Wudi quickly discovered the flaw in Tang Xiao's attack. His surrounding soul rings flashed, and the spear's head shone momentarily. Bang! When Tang Xiao raised the Haotian hammer just 10 centimeters from Yang Wudi's head, the latter moved, and the spear immediately pressed against Tang Xiao's wrist with lightning speed. Bang! A shockwave of force surged back, and Tang Xiao was instantly pushed back a few meters by his own strength. In that brief moment, the attacks of thousands of black-armored soldiers had also been fully charged. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, under the terrified expressions of all the Haotian sect disciples, the energy ball in the sky unleashed countless soul power sword rains and spear rains in an instant. Haotian true form. Heavy strike. Earth-shattering. At that moment, all the disciples of Haotian sect used all their soul power to resist the sword rain and spear rain from above. But in the end, they could only make futile efforts. Disciples with soul power below level 50 were instantly shredded into countless pieces upon contact with the sword rain, and only a few soul emperors and soul saints could barely withstand a few strikes. Spirit Hall, you will not have a good death. Muster, suffer me. No matter how loudly the disciples of Haotian sect shouted until their throats were hoarse, not a single person could come to save them. All their curses and unwillingness met only the endless sword rain and spear rain. Drink, thunderous might. If you have the guts, let us fight one-on-one. What is the skill in bullying the few with the many? A young man around 27 or 28 years old, after strenuously resisting a wave of sword rain, angrily pointed at the black-armored soldiers. So naive. The ghost silently stood in the air, a trace of a wicked smile on his lips as he watched this scene. Just a Haotian sect. It cannot stop the master's advance. You are the first, but certainly not the last. Chapter 152. The Destruction of Haotian Sect, Part 2. At the same time, far away in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Tang Hao suddenly felt uneasy, his eyelids twitching, and his breathing difficult. Cough, cough, cough. What is going on? Why do I feel so uncomfortable all of a sudden? Covered in sweat, Tang Hao coughed violently a few times, clutching his chest as he looked at the full moon in the sky, his brows furrowed in worry. No, something must have happened. Little San. Yes, something must have happened to Little San. After a few breaths, Tang Hao suddenly thought of something and quickly turned his wooden wheelchair toward the main hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Brother Tang, why are you out of the back hall when you should be resting? You are still very weak and must not catch a chill. Upon seeing Tang Hao enter in a wheelchair, Ning Fengji quickly stood up and rushed to him with concern. Sect Master Ning, thank you for your care over the years. I came to ask you for a favor. Tang Hao waved his hand anxiously. Brother Tang, just say it. I will definitely help if I can. Sect Master Ning, I hope you can take someone to check on Little San. I'm worried something has happened to him. Little San, I saw him this afternoon. How could anything happen? Ning Fengji asked in confusion. I'm not sure. I suddenly felt uneasy and had trouble breathing. I'm worried something might have happened to Little San. Tang Hao said with a frown. All right, Brother Tang. You take good care of yourself in the sect. I will go check on Little San right now. Someone, take Brother Tang to the back hall to rest and prepare him a dragon and phoenix dish to nourish his body. Wait, Brother Tang, do you have anything else to say? Sect Master Ning, if you find Little San and he is fine, please ask him to come see me. I have something to tell him. Tang Hao said weakly. No problem. You take care of your health. Leave everything to me. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he went to find Douluo to look for Tang San. Spirit Hall, if I do not die today, I will definitely crush your papal hall in the future. Tang Long, under the sword rain, enduring his injuries, smashed through the dense spears in the sky. His eyes filled with rage as he watched his companions die tragically under the soul power swords. His inner fury had reached its peak. Just as he was howling to the heavens, Tang Long suddenly froze, unable to believe as he looked at the spear engulfed in flames piercing through his chest. Just now, while he was momentarily distracted, a soul power spear had pierced through his chest. Bang! Tang Long loosened his grip, and the hammer fell to the ground as he slowly bent his knees and gradually knelt down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Helpless, Tang Long was instantly pierced by countless spears and swords. With blood filling his mouth, Tang Long turned his head with great difficulty to glance at Tang Xiao. He seemed to see the pampering gaze from his childhood when the other held him. Bang! He fell to the ground, and the Tang Long, who had just been boasting, was silenced. Stop! Watching Tang Long and the group of Hao Yian's sect disciples die helplessly under the rain of swords, Tang Xiao shouted in anguish, and the hammer in his hand instantly doubled in size, shimmering with black flowing light. Fifth soul skill, breaking weakness. Yang Wudi, with a serious expression, looked at the furious Tang Xiao, raised his arms, and forcefully thrust the soul-breaking spear into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wave of light spread from the center of the spear. Bang! When this powerful wave of soul power collided with Tang Xiao's hammer, a deafening sound echoed, and Tang Xiao was knocked back several steps, slamming his hammer onto the ground. Rumble! Another violent clash of soul power shattered the stone tiles on the ground, and dirt and rocks rolled away. Whether it was the black-armored warriors in the air or the Hao Yian sect disciples struggling on the ground, they were all jolted by the wave of soul power, spitting out blood. The black-armored warriors of the Spirit Hall suffered a backlash from the soul power, their formation disrupted, while the Hao Yian sect disciples standing on the ground were directly shaken, their soul power in disarray, with those of lower soul power having their martial souls dissipate. Young Wudi, who was in the midst of attacking, was also sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, forcibly swallowing the blood in his mouth, slowly getting up. Madman, you dare to explode the rings. Yang Wudi warily observed the dim first and second soul rings surrounding Tang Xiao. If he hadn't timely activated the possession technique created by QianRenlin, that blow would have severely injured him. But even so, he felt uncomfortable, his chest tightening for a moment. Anyway, even if my Hao Yian sect is not destroyed today, it will be a name without substance in the future. In that case, I might as well fight with all my strength. Even if I die, I will drag you beast down with me. Tang Xiao gasped for breath and then straightened his back, speaking with majesty. Yang Wudi scoffed, looking at the other battlefields. I'm afraid your wish will come to naught. Tang Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly looked towards the battlefield beside him. Just as two elders were engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Bai He, A pitch-black, shadowless long sword suddenly pierced through the heart of one of them from behind. The newly promoted sixth elder stared wide-eyed at his heart, terror filling his eyes as he gaped. Sizzle, a black-clad assassin, wearing a mask, slowly emerged from thin air behind him, coldly withdrawing the long sword that had pierced his body, then vanishing into thin air again. Old Six, the fifth elder, seeing the sixth elder who had just fought alongside him die like this, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Another long sword executed the same trick, piercing through his back. Fifth elder, sixth elder, the remaining Haoyan sect disciples on the battlefield cried out in despair, tears streaming down their faces. To still dare to be distracted on the battlefield. Foolish, Yang Wudi sneered at their expressions. Old Five, Tang Xiao cried out in anguish. This was the foundation of Haoyan's sect, with hopes of entering the titled Douluo realm in the next 10 years. Now, they had died so inexplicably at the hands of despicable villains. Despicable and shameless, Spirit Hall. Even if my Haoyan sect perishes here today, I will make sure you have no return. Seventh soul skill, Haoyan true body. Great Sumeru hammer, exploding rings. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings around Tang Xiao exploded one after another. Roar. Tang Xiao roared with anger, his soul power surging, emitting a force 10 times stronger than before. Haoyan hammer, raging wind. Huh. Tang Xiao swung the large black hammer in his hand, slamming it down onto the ground in circles, getting faster and more powerful, reaching the seventh slam. Everyone retreat. Gue Mei shouted loudly, and all the black-armored warriors of the Spirit Hall immediately retreated 1,000 meters. Tang Xiao, although your Haoyan sect's secret technique, Raging Wind Hammer, is powerful, I am naturally not your match head-on. But don't forget where the weakness of the Raging Wind Hammer lies. Chapter 153. The Destruction of Haoyan's Sect. End. Although Yang Wudi was wary of the power of the Raging Wind Hammer, he knew its fatal flaw. So while he was cautious, he was not overly fearful. In an instant, Tang Xiao's Raging Wind Hammer technique had accumulated a total of 64 slams. By now, the force emanating from him had reached an astonishing level. If he was at the level of a 95 rank title Douluo before, his strength had now reached a remarkable 96 rank. One must not underestimate this soul power. The difference between levels is an insurmountable barrier for ordinary title Douluo. Since Tang Hao was able to severely injure 395 rank title Douluo with just a newly attained 92 rank soul power, it is evident how powerful the Haoyan hammer is, not to mention it has been enhanced by the Haoyan sect's secret technique, Raging Wind Hammer. It can be said that if this blow truly struck, Yang Wudi would have no resistance and would be crushed. The Haoyan hammer is hailed as the #1 weapon martial soul on the continent, and the Raging Wind Hammer is an unparalleled top-secret technique. But that is only if it can hit someone. Wind. Yang Wudi swung his arm, and the soul-breaking spear transformed into countless light particles that vanished. Then, the dual souls merged, and a strong gust of wind blew. Whoosh! Yang Wudi instantly disappeared from Tang Xiao's sight. Bang! Just as Tang Xiao completed the accumulation of his 81st slam, he smashed his hammer down on the spot Yang Wudi had just occupied. Rumble. Suddenly, all the houses within 1,000 meters collapsed and shattered. The ground rolled with dirt and rocks. Trees broke, and shocking cracks opened in the earth. The Haoyan sect elders who had retreated hundreds of meters away were all shaken by the aftermath, spitting out blood and sustaining serious internal injuries. However, Titan and others, having already been aware of the situation, had activated their protective techniques inside and out, so the aftermath did not affect them. Seizing the opportunity while the Haoyan sect elder soul power was in disarray, the three titled launched their soul skills directly at their heads. The only 94 rank Grand Elder, enduring his injuries, gathered a defensive soul technique wave to block Titan's fist, which was as large as a frying pan. The other 5 elders were not so lucky. He instantly soared into the air, flashing to the 7th elder's front, and before he could react, a sharp claw tore through his skull. Then he continued to employ the same tactic against the other elders. Roar! Niu Gao howled to the sky, rushing at the 2nd elder, who was at 89 rank soul power. Boom! Niu Gao raised his fist, and the armored rhinoceros behind him also raised a fist, smashing toward the 2nd elder's face. The 2nd elder did not even have time to unleash a soul skill before Niu Gao's fist struck his head with a bang. His skull exploded like a watermelon. Boom, 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 boom. Titan continued to hammer at the Grand Elder's protective soul technique, waves of soul power light being smashed open. Crack, crack, as Titan's fists smashed down one punch after another. The only defensive soul skill in front of the Grand Elder Tang was instantly shattered. With a loud bang, the shield broke. No! Just as the disciples of Hao Yian's sect cried out in despair and the Grand Elder's terrified gaze widened, Titan's fist violently crushed his skull. Instantly, red and white splattered all over his face. The other two elders with rank 89 soul power were also executed by Niugao and Baihe at that moment. Grand Elder. Now, in the entire Hao Yian sect plaza, only Tang Xiao and 100 or so soul-depleted disciples remain alive. Dan Xiao, now you are the only one left. Tell us, how will you drag us down with you? At this moment, a ghostly figure, who had been watching the entire battlefield, suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of Tang Xiao and said with amusement, "Ha ha ha, I never expected that my esteemed Hao Yian sect, founded by our ancestor, would be destroyed by my hands tonight. Ha ha ha." Looking at the numerous decapitated elders and the severely injured third-generation disciples who were left with only a handful, Tang Xiao laughed, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, unfilial descendant Tang Xiao, I'm sorry. The Spirit Hall, Hao Yian sect, is completely defenseless. Defenseless. As they watched the sect leader kneeling on the ground, pounding the earth in madness, the surviving disciples of Hao Yian sect all wept with sorrow on their faces. Sect leader, this is not your fault. The Spirit Hall is too strong. They are arrogant and domineering, unable to tolerate our Hao Yian sect. Sect leader, pull yourself together, hurry, and escape. Go find your second uncle and Tang San. As long as you find them, Hao Yian sect will not be completely doomed. Yes, sect leader, although our strength is weak, we will block them for you. You must escape and find your second uncle and the young master. The disciples of Hao Yian sect spoke one after another, filled with sorrow. Still want to escape? Today, no one from Hao Yian sect will get away. Kill them all. Not a single Hao Yian sect disciple left. The ghostly figure clenched his fist, his gaze icy and cold as he commanded. How could the exhausted disciples of Hao Yian sect resist the assassins of the web? One by one, they met the slaughterer's knives like lambs to the slaughter. Spirit Hall, you will not have a good end. You beasts. One day, our ancestor will avenge us. You won't be able to enjoy your freedom for long. Ha 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 ha. Slap. The ghostly figure slapped the face of a Hao Yian sect disciple from a distance. Dare to curse the Spirit Hall? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Someone, take all these people and lock them in the Purgatory Tower. Burn them for 99 days and 81 nights. I want to see who dares. Dan Xiao, you can't even protect yourself. How can you care for your disciples? Yang Wudi stood above Tang Xiao, extending his right hand, the soul-breaking spear appearing. I'd rather die than let you have it easy. Ninth soul skill, Hao Yian strike. Tang Xiao used the little soul power he had left to launch his final attack, swinging the Hao Yian hammer towards the nearby web assassin. The members of the web quickly arranged themselves to meet this strike. Ding! Yang Wudi instantly appeared in front of Tang Xiao, his long spear blocking the hammer above Tang Xiao's wrist. Staggering back several steps, Yang Wudi vanished again, and a faint voice echoed from the void. Ninth soul skill, soul-breaking instant kill. Boom! Tang Xiao's hammer smashed down towards the head of a web member, a thunderous noise resonating from the impact. His soul power was completely exhausted, and the weakness after the explosive ring was affecting him. He knew this was his last attack. He understood that he was destined to die today, but before he died, he would drag a few of the Spirit Hall down with him. Just as Tang Xiao's hammer was only 10 centimeters away from the web member, a pitch-black spear glimmering with a ghostly light pierced through his back. How could this be? Tang Xiao struggled to turn his head, incredulously looking at Yang Wudi and asking. Even in his weakened state, he should not have been so unaware as to be pierced by Yang Wudi. My martial soul is the soul-breaking spear, and my ninth soul skill can break through the soul power shields of anyone weaker than me or in a weakened state. Once I lock onto an enemy while using this strike, I can instantaneously appear in front of them until I pierce through them. Yang Wudi explained while twisting the spear, causing more pain to Tang Xiao's body. Then, Yang Wudi forcefully withdrew the spear, and Tang Xiao's eyes widened in realization as he fell to the ground in despair. Bang! The sect leader of Hao Yian sect, Tang Xiao, has died. Thus, the legendary figure, known as a Douluo of the Hao Yian sect, one became a cripple, the other dead. Chapter 154. Re-entering the Sunset Forest just as the entire continent was focused on the Yu Shaojing incident and the Elite Soul Master competition. The Haoqian sect quietly perished under the Spear Hall. After issuing the order, Qian Renlin had already arrived at the Sunset Forest, followed closely by Douluo. He had never worried that the ghostly figure in Yang Wudi would be unable to take down the Haoqian sect, which only had 2 titled Douluos under level 95. Not to mention that the 4 of them, possessing several powerful techniques, were completely unafraid of Tang Zhao's chaotic hammer and the great Summer hammer. Moreover, there was also the ghostly figure who was already a 98-level super Dong stationed there. Even if, hypothetically, these 5 truly fell into a trap and could not handle Tang Zhao and the elders, the 1,000 or so soul sage-level black armored warriors were not to be underestimated. They were the strongest soldiers among all the guards of the Spirit Hall, and the fusion techniques they possessed were not limited to Sword Rainbow. The Iron Blood Dragon Guard, personally trained by Qian Renlin, had a terrifying battle formation that could easily flatten the entire Haoqian sect once deployed. And those 100 members of the web, although they were currently only Soul Sage level, once their battle formation was activated, their overall strength could rival a 95-level title Douluo. Even a purely defensive Super Douluo would not dare to face the full force of this 100-member battle formation. After all, these 100 members were personally selected by Qian Renlin, and all of their martial souls were strong attack and agility type sword martial souls. Furthermore, their martial soul compatibility reached a terrifying 98%. If such strength could not take down a mere Haoqian sect, then they were not worthy of being the Iron Blood Dragon Guards of the Spirit Hall, nor was the ghostly figure worthy of being his envoy. Your Highness, news from the ghostly figure reports that all the high-ranking members of Haoqian sect are dead, and out of over 1,000 disciples, only 144 remain alive, who are now being taken to the Purgatory Tower in Spirit City. The Douluo behind him moved slightly and respectfully reported to Qian Renlin, who stood ahead. Qian Renlin simply responded lightly, his expression showing no change. This was all within his expectations. Looking at the forest completely shrouded in green mist ahead, a glimmer of light flashed in Qian Renlin's eyes, and the next moment, a gray glowing portal appeared in front of him. Qian Renlin pulled on the reins in his hand, and the mighty and cool Qilin beneath him took a step forward and dashed into the wormhole. Douluo quickly followed on his dragon steed. 7 years have passed, and the outer edges of the Sunset Forest have not changed much, but the changes inside are immense. In a vast flatland surrounded by mountains, herbs of various colors are thriving, stretching endlessly as far as the eye can see. According to Qian Renlin's estimation, there are at least 1,000 divine herbs here, and compared to 7 years ago, the number has increased by more than 10 times. Master, sensing Qian Renlin's aura, the meticulous caretaker of the herbs, Douluo, hurriedly put down his tasks to pay his respects. Indeed, so many have grown in just 7 years. It seems you have been diligent and responsible. This is all thanks to the Master's excellent guidance. Without the Master, by Chao Baolu, I wouldn't have understood so much about herbal properties or been able to care for so many divine herbs. Douluo humbly responded to Qian Renlin's praise. 7 years ago, after Qian Renlin took over this place, he cleared out all the 100 divine herbs. Now, 7 years later, with the Xintian Baolu that Qian Renlin entrusted to him, he has not only cultivated all the previous divine herbs, but has also increased their number tenfold. Although these herbs have grown for a short time, being less than 100 years old, given time, they will become top-tier divine herbs again in 100 years. In a millennium, they could gain spiritual intelligence and evolve into monsters, and after 10,000 years, they could become soul beasts of 100,000 years, becoming overlords or even recultivating into humans. However, unfortunately, they are of no use to me. Qian Renlin looked at the vibrant herbs and shook his head, saying that 100 years is too long for him. By the time they become divine herbs, he would probably have already become a god. Qian Renlin waved his hand to disperse the Qilin and slowly descended from the air. When he was just 3 centimeters above the ground, he began to walk towards the center of the herbs, the eye of ice and fire. You wait outside. There's no need to follow. Douluo and Douluo were about to follow Qian Renlin, but were stopped by him. This time, Qian Renlin came to the Sunset Forest, not just to appreciate the herbs. He intended to enter the eye of ice and fire below, and currently, the strength of Douluo and Douluo was insufficient to enter. Plop! Qian Renlin swiftly jumped into the eye of ice and fire. With his current physique and strength, the power of ice and fire had no effect on him. As soon as he entered, he rapidly descended towards the bottom. It wasn't until he had dropped 800 meters that he felt a slight heat, but even that did not affect him in the slightest, and he maintained his speed downward. As Qian Renlin felt increasingly hot and his heart grew more restless, he slightly slowed his pace. Below this spring, there was not only heat, but also a bone-chilling cold sensation. Even with Qian Renlin's current temperament and physique, he felt discomfort. But he knew he was close to the bottom. Finally, when he descended to a distance of 3,000 meters, it was as if he had entered a world filled with ice and flames. In this space, the heat and cold that enveloped Qian Renlin's body dissipated instantly. Here, he felt warmth, like the warmth of spring, neither cold nor hot, and extremely comfortable. Thud! A sound of landing echoed as Qian Renlin slowly descended to the ground interwoven with ice and fire. At the moment he landed, a powerful gust of wind instantly blew away the ice and fire within a 100-meter radius. Looking at this vast space, a soul power interwoven with red and blue radiated from Qian Renlin, preventing the ice and fire around him from approaching. Hiss! Cling, 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 cling. As soon as Qian Renlin touched the ground, the extreme elements of ice and fire in this space transformed into countless blades and swords slicing towards him. But they were blocked by the ice and fire elemental shield surrounding him, unable to approach him at all. Thud! 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 Ignoring the blades and swords of ice and fire around him, Qian Renlin slowly stepped towards the two giant dragons lying not far ahead. With his current eyesight and powerful mental strength, the ice and fire elements in this space had no effect on his vision. He immediately saw the two dragons in front of him, each over 100 meters long. One of the dragons radiated a fierce fire elemental aura, while the other, of similar size, exuded a strong cold ice elemental aura. Chapter 155, Ice Dragon King, Fire Dragon King, 1. Qian Renlin stood quietly in front of the two dragons whose eyes were 3 times larger than his gaze deep and expressionless, lost in thought. Come out! A calm voice escaped Qian Renlin's lips, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the massive eyeball of the Fire Dragon King. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 10 breaths passed, and aside from the continuous slicing of the soul power shield around Qian Renlin, there was no other movement in the entire ice and fire space. Qian Renlin's call for someone to come out received no response. Qian Renlin frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King have not yet cultivated spiritual intelligence? 100 breaths passed, and the space remained silent, with only Qian Renlin occasionally blinking. Boom! I don't care whether you haven't cultivated spiritual intelligence or for whatever reason. Since you won't come out, then don't come out in the future. With Qian Renlin's cold voice echoing, a powerful soul skill pressure descended upon the massive bodies of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King. Whoosh! Instantly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the entire space, blowing Qian Renlin's long, flowing hair and his magnificent purple robe. Wong! A powerful soul power pressure emerged, and a massive, strikingly handsome figure appeared behind Qian Renlin. Boom! When the 12-winged angel martial soul manifested, Qian Renlin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, black, ghostly eyes without any whites, looking extraordinarily enchanting and strange. As Qian Renlin opened his eyes, the martial soul behind him also opened its eyes, also a pair of deep, black, ghostly eyeballs. Immediately, an exceptionally powerful aura emanated from the martial soul, creating a pulling force that forcibly absorbed the fire and ice elemental powers in the entire space. Boom! As the dual elements in the space were absorbed, the entire area began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake was about to occur. This process lasted for less than a quarter of an hour, and the fire and ice elements that had spread throughout the space were completely devoured, revealing the surrounding scenery. This space was not very large. Compared to the underground space after the fall of the God of Death, this space, evolved from the deaths of the two Dragon Kings, appeared particularly small. Qian Renlin understood this. After the fall of the God of Death, the souls did not immediately dissipate, but became stronger with the passage of time. The souls of the two Dragon Kings were extinguished at the moment of their fall, and it was not until 10,000 years after Tang San became a god that they cultivated spiritual intelligence. Ahem, I'm not particularly clear about this part. Just take a look and don't take it too seriously. After the elements in this space were devoured by the angel martial soul, what came into Qian Renlin's view was a stone cave with a radius of less than a kilometer. The surface of the cave was covered with a layer resembling granite, shimmering with red and blue diamond-like hues. Qian Renlin believed this was due to the prolonged immersion of the space in the dual elements of ice and fire. Boom! With a thought, the towering 8-meter-tall angel martial soul merged with Qian Renlin. 7th soul skill, Angel True Body. After the angelic martial soul manifested. Qian Renlin's appearance changed even more dramatically than before. His figure was slender, yet exuded a sense of explosive power, with slightly alluring, thin red lips. A high and straight nose, a pair of elongated phoenix eyes, sword-like brows that danced like dragons and phoenixes, and starry eyes that seemed to contain countless stars, making Qian Renlin appear exceptionally aloof and handsome. His gray hair, reaching his waist, flowed in the wind, and he wore a purple robe adorned with red and white lines, coupled with his noble aura that seemed to deter anyone from approaching. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was only to be admired from afar and not to be profaned. In this moment, Qian Renlin fully embodied what it meant to be a person like Jade, unmatched in the world. No, even applying this phrase to him would be an insult. His beauty and temperament could not be summarized by such a phrase. It was a humiliation, a blatant desecration. This was merely his outward appearance, with the true form of his martial soul manifesting. Qian Renlin radiated a powerful aura, and the 6 pairs of wings emitting intense light in 12 different colors seemed to affect the very air around him, which struggled to bear his immense pressure. If a second person were present to witness this scene, they would surely be stunned into numbness as the air around them visibly twisted and collapsed, then desperately tried to repair itself before collapsing again. Qian Renlin continued his actions without any expression, completely unconcerned with his appearance. In his view, he would never rely on looks for anything he could achieve through his own strength and hard work. Suddenly, Qian Renlin sat cross-legged in midair, changing his movements as 2 streams of black, powerful light emanated from his eyes, shining down on the 2 Dragon Kings. Instantly, 3 streams of green, red, and blue energy were pulled into Qian Renlin's body. Boom! Boom! As Qian Renlin's soul power circulated, the space around him shook even more violently. But fortunately, this area had been reinforced by fire and ice elemental divine powers, remaining quite solid and not collapsing due to lack of support. Otherwise, even with Qian Renlin's strength matching that of a super Douluo, he would not be able to escape alive from this space over 3,000 meters deep. As time passed, the surfaces of the 2 Dragon Kings visibly shrank. Qian Renlin was devouring the remaining life force and divine power within them. Once these energies circulated through Qian Renlin's meridians, they were guided into the 6 pairs of wings behind him. As these energies integrated into him, the aura emanating from Qian Renlin grew stronger, and his soul power increased gradually. After a quarter of an hour, Qian Renlin's soul power rose from level 72 to 74, and this was only half of the residual divine power left within the 2 Dragon Kings. Fortunately, the cultivation system of the Douluo Continent did not require exponentially increasing energy for each level. Instead, the soul power needed would only increase when breaking through a major realm after reaching every 10 levels. Therefore, Qian Renlin believed that the remaining energy within the 2 Dragon Kings was sufficient for him to break through to level 76. Sure enough, after another quarter of an hour, when all the energy within the 2 Dragon Kings had been devoured and their bodies had completely shriveled, the energy remaining within them was also exhausted. It could be said that apart from the essence in the bone marrow of the 2 Dragon Kings, Qian Renlin had absorbed everything valuable within them. After devouring the soul power and life force of the 2 Dragon Kings, the next step was the Dragon Bones. Chapter 156, Visitors from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, 2. In Tiandou City, after hearing the news of Lu Erlong's death, Flander immediately returned to the Yu Xiaojiang's room. Flander, where's Erlong? Didn't I tell you to save her? Why did you come back? Why are you back? Yu Xiaojiang yelled as he stood up from the ground, grabbing Flander's collar. Xiaojiang, tell me honestly, what exactly happened during your time at Xianglin Academy? What happened? Where's Erlong? Why didn't you bring her back? Xiaojiang, calm down. Erlong is dead. Flander forcefully pushed him away and shouted. Faced with the madness over Lu Erlong's death, Flander's heart was filled with frustration. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyes glazed over as he numbly repeated, dead. Dead? No. This isn't true. This isn't true. Erlong won't die. Erlong won't die. Xiaojiang. She won't die. Slap. Yu Xiaojiang. You better tell me what happened. Did you know about it all along? Flander, unable to contain his anger, slapped Yu Xiaojiang's face and shook his shoulders. Dead. Dead. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang collapse to the ground with a blank expression, Flander took a deep breath and turned to leave. Erlong. Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he roared. He simply could not accept everything that had happened today. At that moment, at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, a group of 4 was slowly descending from the sky, their sharp eyes fixed on the academy before them. At the forefront was a frail-looking old man with blue short hair, dressed in a luxurious black outfit, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a strong aura of authority. This person must possess great strength. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men and a young man, their imposing presence considerably weaker than the old man, but their demeanor was filled with arrogance. "Elder, this is the Tiando Royal Academy," the young man behind said softly. Yu Luomian emitted a nasal sound, and the 4 walked toward the academy, with whispers following in their wake. "Isn't that Yu Luomian, the second leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? I can't believe he came in person. That's understandable. After all, it was his own daughter who died. Sigh, I didn't expect Teacher Yu to be this kind of person, actually doing such beastly things to his own cousin. Who says otherwise? It's truly a sin." Listening to the discussions around him, Yu Luomian's expression showed no change, but what he thought inside was unknown. However, the 3 behind him were filled with anger, their cold gazes betraying no signs of concealment. This bastard has truly brought shame to the sect. If it weren't for the sect leader, he should have died 20 years ago. After returning this time, let us see how he explains himself. Bang! The 4 of them kicked open Yu Xiaojiang's door. Yu Xiaojiang, startled, Yu Xiaojiang quickly curled up in a corner. "Second uncle? Why? Why are you here?" "What? Did you think nobody knew what you did? Come with us." "What is it?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, bewildered, still pretending to be confused. "Xiaojiang, do you really think you can act without consequences with your little cleverness?" In broad daylight, in front of the students of Shenglin Academy, you forcibly broke into Erlong's room to commit beastly acts, and even brutally killed your own cousin. "Xiaojiang, oh Xiaojiang, you're truly foolish." A middle-aged man beside Yu Luomian said with frustration, "What do you mean? I completely don't understand what you're saying." Yu Xiaojiang roared with bloodshot eyes. "Oh, are you angry now? Do you know that the disgusting things you did are known all over the continent? With so many women in the world. Why did you have to target your sister? You've completely disgraced the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and your father, the sect master of the Blue Electric sect. Take him away." Yu Luomian waved his hand in disgust. The young man behind him immediately stepped forward and forcibly dragged Yu Xiaojiang out. Second uncle, I really don't understand what you're talking about. What beastly act against my sister? What cruel murder of my sister? I can't comprehend what you're saying." Yu Xiaojiang struggled and shouted, "Aren't you embarrassed enough? Whatever you have to say it in front of your father. Knock him out. Slap." The young man struck Yu Xiaojiang on the neck, and immediately he rolled his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others who were competing in the Seoul arena naturally heard the audience talking about these matters. But Shrek and the others didn't believe that Yu Xiaojiang could be that kind of person. They would never believe that the master would do something so unethical. They wanted to go to the academy to find Yu Xiaojiang, but were stopped by Qin Ming and Yu Qianheng. They could naturally guess that this matter was orchestrated by their master, Qian Renlin. After all, they really couldn't think of anyone else who could kill in the Holy Spirit Academy, especially under the eyes of the students. So after Qian Renlin's warning, they naturally wouldn't let Tang San and the others go back. With Tang San's intelligence, if he were allowed to investigate, it wouldn't be hard to uncover the truth. Therefore, the task of Qin Ming and the others was to firmly prevent Tang San from contacting Yu Xiaojiang. Before Yu Xiaojiang's death, Qian Renlin would arrange for people to monitor Tang San day and night to prevent contact. And with the competition at hand, Tang San and the others could only temporarily suppress their feelings about this matter and wait until after the competition to ask what was going on. However, when they returned to the academy after finishing the competition, Yu Xiaojiang had already been taken back to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect by Yu Luomian. What now? I don't believe the master would be that kind of person. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Someone must be trying to frame him. Qian Renlin, yes. This must be the work of the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin. Ning Rongrong said with a frustrated expression. We also don't believe the master could be that kind of person, but why would the holy son of the Spirit Hall do this? The master has never offended the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai nodded thoughtfully, then said in confusion. Could it be that the holy son of the Spirit Hall feels pressured by us, thinking we pose a threat, and wants to eliminate the master first? Ma Hongjun said with a sudden realization. He felt that this possibility was very high. After all, how could Yu Xiaojiang, with only a soul power of 29, pose a threat to the Spirit Hall? Over the past 20 years, Yu Xiaojiang had never offended anyone. And this incident happened within the Holy Spirit Academy founded by Qian Renlin, making it hard for them to think of a reason for Qian Renlin's actions. Chapter 157, Dragon fusion, I think what the fat guy said makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, we can't think of any other explanation. Tang San said, why think so much? The innocent will clear themselves. I believe if the master is truly wronged, he will be fine. Let's not think too much about it. All we can do now is focus on the competition and try to achieve good results. Only then can we not let down the master's teachings and put his mind at ease. Qi Ming said with an elegant gentleman smile, which sounded very persuasive. Hearing this, Tang San and the others felt much more at ease and thought his words made sense. After all, there was nothing they could do now. They couldn't just storm into the academy and capture QianRenlin, right? Only by wholeheartedly competing could they not disappoint the master's teachings. In the sunset forest, beneath the eye of ice and fire, the intense soul power pressure filled the entire space with elemental power everywhere. Even an ordinary tidal Douluo would be instantly turned to dust here, and even a typical super Douluo wouldn't dare approach. All this indicated QianRenlin's current immense strength. As the last trace of divine power from the two Dragon Kings was devoured by QianRenlin, the elemental energy that filled the space gradually receded from his body, and the entire space fell silent. Without the elemental powers of fire and ice, the entire space was enveloped in darkness except for QianRenlin's eyes, which emitted a faint glow. A soundless grand voice echoed. The underground space, which had just turned dark, was suddenly filled with light again. But this time, there was only one color representing ultimate brightness. When the entire space brightened up again, something shocking happened. The two giant dragons, each over 100 meters long, began to float slowly. What was even more astonishing was that these two dragons were being lifted by QianRenlin. QianRenlin, who was only about 178 meters tall, sat cross-legged in midair, with two glowing orbs of intense white light in his palms. As he raised his hands, the two dragons floated up. It should be known that these two dragons were divine bodies. Even if their divine power and life force were completely drained, the sheer size of their bones and bodies would still weigh at least 1,000 tons. After all, these were divine bodies, not ordinary ones. Yet, they were effortlessly lifted by QianRenlin's hands. If outsiders saw this scene, they would undoubtedly be shocked to the point of questioning their own existence. It's worth noting that even lifting a small hammer weighing only 500 pounds would be quite strenuous. Not to mention the combined weight of over 1,000 tons of dragon corpses. Buzz. As QianRenlin changed his hand movements, a strong red and blue light radiated from the two dragon corpses. They began to intertwine and merge. Boom! When the two dragon corpses fused together, the collision of the two elemental energies erupted with a strong wave, causing the entire space to tremble violently, and the energy exposed to the air began to go haywire. QianRenlin's gaze focused at this moment as he attempted to fuse the two dragon corpses. Given his current state as a martial soul entity, this was somewhat challenging. However, thanks to the massive divine power he had previously devoured, he was barely able to maintain it. Breathe. Merge. QianRenlin took a deep breath. Then two beams of intense colorful light shot from his eyes into the two dragon corpses, and with a wave of his hands, the two corpses gradually collided together. Attempting to merge two dragon corpses with completely different attributes should have been impossible. Even though they originated from the same source, their natures were entirely different, making fusion impossible. Not to mention these two dragon corpses, even two identical martial souls could not be fused together. It's clear how defiant QianRenlin's actions were. His intentions were particularly unusual, attempting to merge the two dragon corpses. What exactly was he trying to do? What was the purpose of this? With a blank expression, QianRenlin continued his actions. As his hands slowly drew a circle in front of him, his wings behind him flapped violently, and two waves of different colored light shot out from his hands. Boom! Powerful soul power and elemental energy formed two energy strands as thick as water tanks, intertwining and merging into a gigantic true dragon, which charged fiercely into the two colliding dragon corpses. Boom! A tremendous force emanated from the dragon corpses, causing the entire underground world to tremble for a moment. Intense flames and icy light erupted from the dragon corpses, slowly merging together. At this point, it was almost done. I just need to wait for their fusion. QianRenlin breathed a sigh of relief, dispelling his martial soul true body state, and slowly descended to the ground. At this rate, it would take at least a month for them to fully merge. QianRenlin stared at the two dragon corpses that were slowly merging and thought to himself, a month is too long. I don't want to just sit here and wait, but on the other hand, I'm worried that something unexpected might happen midway, so I can't relax. This is my current soul power, which is as vast as the ocean. The main concern is, if I'm not here and something unexpected happens causing the dragon corpses to fail to merge, where would I find two dragon corpses again? And there are two divine powers that are both complementary and conflicting. I just hope my luck won't be that bad. Qian Renlin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With a flash of gray light, his figure instantly vanished. Your Highness, Master, above the ice and fire duality eye. The waiting echoed.Ah and Douluo looked at the suddenly appearing Qian Renlin and quickly bowed in greeting. Qian Renlin waved his hand to signal them to rise. How long have I been down? In response to the master, today is the 3rd day since you went down. Douluo quickly said, 3 days. Qian Renlin nodded. This time isn't too long. Douluo, continue to guard this medicinal garden for me. Remember, no one is allowed to enter without my permission. If anyone dares to force their way in, kill them without mercy. Qian Renlin said in a cold tone. Yes, Master. Please rest assured, I will not allow anyone to come within 100 meters of the medicinal garden. Douluo said solemnly, kneeling on one knee. Good, you egg one. From now on you don't need to follow me anymore. Go down and guard the things below. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Qian Renlin said sternly to Douluo. Yu Egguan was taken aback. Then who will protect you, Your Highness? Don't worry about this. There are no more than 5 people on the entire continent who can harm me. I won't be in any danger. Well then, Your Highness, take care of your safety. I will go down now, Douluo said, and turned to jump into the ice and fire duality I spring. Qian Renlin also turned around and flew towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 158. Conflicts at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Conference on the other side, within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Since Yu Xiaojiang was forcibly taken away from the Heaven Do Royal Academy 3 days ago, he has been restless every day, waking up from nightmares every morning, leading to sleepless nights. Meanwhile, his father, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the elders could not get any information from him. He just kept trembling and insisting that he knew nothing and had done nothing. Sigh. Now Xiaojiang has become a madman. It's unlikely to ask him anything anymore. Yu Yuanjin said wearily, supporting his forehead. He is Yu Xiaojiang's father, having raised him since childhood. How could he not know his character? Although Yu Xiaojiang liked Lu Erlong and was indeed on the verge of marrying her, he would never believe that Yu Xiaojiang forcibly entered Lu Erlong's room with ill intentions. Moreover, how could Yu Xiaojiang cruelly kill her and escape unharmed after being witnessed by students from the Holy Spirit Academy? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. There are too many flaws. But now the entire continent has already determined that it was Yu Xiaojiang who did this. And they hate him to the bone and despise him greatly, without evidence to prove otherwise. Even if Lu Erlong was not killed by Yu Xiaojiang, he has already been blamed for it. Now that this troublemaker has gone mad and committed such heinous acts that disrupt the customs of the continent and damage the sect's reputation, I see no reason for him to live any longer. The 3rd elder, sitting below Yu Yuanjin, stroked his beard and said, I agree with the 3rd elder. There are laws for the country and rules for the family. Yu Xiaojiang has tarnished the sect's honor and committed such beastly acts. He should be executed in front of the ancestral hall and expelled from the sect, forever losing the right to use the Yu surname. His descendants should be permanently disqualified from returning to the sect, forbidden from studying at any academy established by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, forbidden from working in any of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect-S industries, and forbidden from purchasing any products from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What? Even if the people present dislike Yu Xiaojiang, they wouldn't go so far as to impose such severe punishment, right? His descendants would forever be forbidden from walking the continent as disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and would not enjoy any rights from the sect, nor would they even have the qualification to purchase products from the sect. This punishment is too severe. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something and looked towards Yu Linyan, who was sitting to the left of Yu Yuanjin, as the 3rd elder and 6th elder likely spoke this way under his guidance. The Grand Elder wants to completely cut off the inheritance rights of the current sect master, the people present thought. After all, the sect master Yu Yuanjin has only one son, Yu Xiaojiang. If he dies, and his descendants lose their sect identity and all privileges, then who benefits the most when Yu Yuanjin dies? Without a doubt, it will be the Grand Elder Yu Linyan. Once this punishment is enforced when Yu Yuanjin dies, the position of sect master will be his. Although Yu Xiaojiang has not yet married and had children, as the only son of the sect master, they would still find a suitable woman for him to continue the family line before executing him. Now that Yu Lumian is doing this, it is clear that he wants to completely cut off all hope for their generation, involving the struggle for the sect master position. Those present who had not yet taken a stance immediately fell silent, looking up to see how the sect master would respond. I disagree. Sure enough, the previously silent Yu Yunjin could no longer sit still. The real murderer of Lu Erlong has not been found, and there is no direct evidence proving whether Lu Erlong's death is related to Xiaojiang. Isn't it too early to draw a conclusion now? Yu Yunjin glanced subtly at Yu Luomian's expression and said, then according to the sect master's meaning, Lu Erlong was not killed by Yu Xiaojiang, right? Yu Yunjin said nothing, but his expression clearly indicated so. Yu Yunjin, my daughter Lu Erlong's body is still warm, and the murderer is Yu Xiaojiang. This is witnessed by hundreds of students from the Holy Spirit Academy, and even passers-by outside can testify. They saw Yu Xiaojiang rush into the Holy Spirit Academy at dawn 3 days ago, entering under the pretense of being an elder of the Spirit Hall. You and I both know that Yu Xiaojiang has not been an elder of the Spirit Hall for 20 years. He was stripped of that identity 20 years ago. Why did he choose to use the name of the Spirit Hall to see Lu Erlong at this time? Why did the news of Lu Erlong's death come out right after he left? Are you now telling me that my daughter's death has nothing to do with Yu Xiaojiang? Do you have no conscience saying that? Yu Luomian slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at Yu Yunjin with bloodshot eyes, roaring. The group of elders and high-ranking officials below fell silent, watching the two big shots tear into each other. Luomian, I can understand how you feel, but Xiao Gang has been under your watch since he was little. Don't you know what kind of person he is? I don't believe Xiao Gang would be that kind of person. I don't care. You know people's faces, but not their hearts. Yu Xiao Gang has been pursuing heir Long for over 20 years. If I hadn't arrived in time, they might have even had grandchildren by now. You can't be unaware of this, right? Yu Yunjin was left speechless, as this was indeed a fact. Who would have thought that Yu Xiao Gang would randomly encounter a girl outside, and that she would be his cousin? Luo Mian, stop talking. This matter is settled. No discussion. Bang. Impudent. I'm not dead yet. Yu Yunjin was already feeling troubled, and seeing Luo Mian daring to target the sect leader made him even more furious. He could overlook the issue regarding his daughter, but Luo Mian actually wanted to cut off Xiao Gang's path, leaving him with no descendants. This was something Yu Yunjin could not tolerate. Yes, your daughter heir Long is dead, but don't forget that I am the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I will investigate heir Long's death, and if it turns out that Xiao Gang is responsible, I will certainly give you an explanation and will not spare him. Regarding this matter, Yu Yunjin would not compromise, hence his very strong and decisive attitude. All right, then I will see what he can find out. But I'll tell you, Yu Yunjin, in 4 days it will be heir Long's 7th day. I will give you 4 days. And if you can't find the real murderer and give me an explanation within this time, then don't blame me for being ruthless and not giving you face. After saying this, Luo Mian turned and left. Chapter 159. Yu Xiao Gang's death. The sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the elder parted on bad terms. Since things had escalated to this point, there was no need to continue the meeting. The elders all bowed to Yu Yunjin and turned to leave. Sigh. Looking at the suddenly empty conference hall, Yu Yunjin felt only melancholy. He sat in his seat, his eyes full of sorrow as he stared out the door. Lu Erlong was killed within the Holy Lin Academy, and the news of Xiao Gang's death came right after he exited. Yu Yunjin understood that all of this was orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, but he had no evidence and did not dare to confront them. The Blue Ba Academy was built by the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and anyone with a bit of power on the continent could find that out. The son of the Spirit Hall had forcefully taken this academy from Lu Erlong, which led to the current Holy Lin Academy. The son of the Spirit Hall, the only son of Pope Bibi Dong and the grandson of Elder Qian Dalu, Yu Yunjin did not dare to act against him. The entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect did not have the courage to act either. Thus, after learning that the Blue Ba Academy had been occupied, he sought out the son of the Spirit Hall, and the person who met with Qian Renlin was Elder Luo Mian. What they discussed and what was said remains unknown. He originally intended for Luo Mian to plead with him to spare the Blue Ba Academy and Lu Erlong, but when Luo Mian returned, he only told him one thing: just pretend you know nothing. He did not understand why Luo Mian, as Lu Erlong's biological father, could let this matter go. And since that day he returned, he seemed to have become a completely different person, as if he no longer cared about Lu Erlong's life or death. At that time, he thought Luo Mian was just afraid of the other party's power, which is why he acted this way. But after today's events, he understood that Luo Mian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, had probably reached some sort of agreement with Qian Renlin, or more accurately, Luo Mian had secretly joined the Spirit Hall. Humph, Yu Yuanjin leaned against the armrest with his forehead in his hand, and in that moment, he seemed to age 10 years. The Spirit Hall's power was too strong. He couldn't fight back. And the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could not either. Luo Mian, we grew up together as brothers. Blood brothers. How could you? How could you do this? A tear slipped from the corner of Yu Yuanjin's eye. He knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect might really not have much time left. Sigh. A long while passed, and when the sky had completely darkened, Yu Yuanjin wearily got up from his chair and slowly walked out of the conference hall. It had been so long since he had properly seen Yu Xiaogang. Over 20 years had passed, and they had never really talked. Creak after standing outside the door for a quarter of an hour. Yu Yuanjin slowly pushed open the door to Yu Xiaogang's room and stepped into this room that had been sealed for over 20 years. Xiaogang, it's been so many years. Let us have a good heart-to-heart tonight. A weak voice came from the shadowy corner of the room. Boom! Yu Yuanjin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his heart trembling violently. Xiaogang, what happened to you? Yu Yuanjin quickly gathered his soul power to illuminate the entire room, and when he saw Xiaogang, covered in wounds and lying in a pool of blood, he cried out, Xiaogang. Yu Yuanjin hurriedly rushed to his side and held him. Xiaogang, what happened? Who did this? Father. Yu Xiaogang struggled to open his eyes, trying to grasp his hand with difficulty. Xiaogang, don't move yet. Don't say anything. I'll call someone. I'll get a healing soul master here right away. You must hold on. Come quickly. Someone come. Yu Yuanjin anxiously infused his soul power into Xiaogang's body while shouting loudly toward the door. Dad, don't talk. Hold on. You'll be fine. Just hold on. Yu Yuanjin was extremely anxious at this moment, putting all his effort into controlling the blood loss from Xiaogang. Dad, listen to me. Yu Xiaogang managed to grab his father's arm with great difficulty. Xiaogong. Yu Yuanjin's face was filled with pain and tears. It's Xinian. Yu Xiaogang gasped heavily, struggling to speak. Boom! Yu Yuanjin froze in disbelief as he looked at Yu Xiaogang. What did you say? Xinian? Why did he want to kill you? How did he get in? Dad. Xinian. He didn't come in. He wanted to kill me. He didn't need to come in. Cough, cough, cough. I understand. Xiaogang, you don't need to say anymore. Yu Yuanjin quickly patted his chest. Leader, what happened? At that moment, dozens of people rushed in, blocking the entire room tightly. What? What is going on? Who's trying to kill Xiaogang? Healers, stay behind. Everyone else get out. Out. Yu Yuanjin roared loudly. All right, leader, calm down. We'll leave. The people who had just entered were quickly driven out. Quick. Treat my son. At all costs. You must save Xiaogang. Yes. Wait, Dad, you need to let me finish. Yu Xiaogang used all his strength to push away his soul master in front of Yu Yuanjin and spoke to him. Xiaogong, let us wait until you're better to talk about it. We're not in a hurry right now. Yu Yuanjin, worried, grabbed Yu Xiaogang's hand and said no. I know my injuries. Ordinary soul masters can't heal them. Dad, please let me finish. Yu Xiaogang weakly shook his head. Xinian. He now has a special ability. You all must be careful. Sanghui Academy was all killed by Xinian. I started having nightmares every night half a month ago. I think this must be because Xinian did something to me. Cough. All right. I understand everything now. You don't need to say anything. Hurry, you must treat my son, no matter the cost. You must save Xiaogang. No, Sect Master. The internal organs of the young master are severely damaged, and his mental power has already started to dissipate. Our martial souls can only heal the young master's external injuries. But for his mental power, we are powerless. One of the 67th level healing soul emperors sighed with a frown. What did you say? I don't care what methods you use. You must save Xiaogang. You must. Yu Yuanjin shouted loudly while grabbing his collar. Sect Master, even if you kill us, we are still powerless. Chapter 160. Reactions from all sides. Dad, don't make it difficult for them. I know my situation best. Even if the owner of the 9 hearts, Si Tang martial soul comes, it would be useless. Dad, Erlong didn't die by my hands. I know everything. I also know that this is all the work of the Spirit Hall. They want to frame you, to ruin your reputation. Dad, I have never blamed you, nor have I ever blamed the sect. Dad, in the future, I can't take care of you anymore. I can't see you often anymore. You must take care of yourself. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were already unable to open. His soul was on the verge of extinction. And, Dad, you must be careful of the Spirit Hall. They are plotting a great conspiracy. You must unite and cannot have conflicts. You must not let the Spirit Hall defeat you one by one. Xiaojiang, I know. Yu Yuanjin held his hand, stroking his face and crying. Dad, I'm an unfilial son. I will go first. I want to see my mother. I see her coming to pick me up. Hee, Dad, I saw my mother. Boom. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang completely closed his eyes and never woke up again, his bloodied face still carrying a relieved smile. Xiaojiang, Yu Yuanzhen cried out in grief. Sect Master, please accept my condolences. You all go out. Let me accompany Xiaojiang alone. Sigh. The four soul masters shook their heads and turned to leave. After this night, they all understood that they had misunderstood Yu Xiaojiang. The entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had misunderstood him. Xinian, the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang's death made Yu Yuanzhen realize that he was wrong. He had always been wrong. He should not have been so cowardly. Should not have regarded the sect's honor so heavily. If he had not taken the sect's honor too seriously back then, Xiaojiang might not have died, and they would not have been estranged for over 20 years without contact. Xiaojiang, rest in peace. I will avenge you, Xinian. I will personally bring him to your grave to pay my respects. In the Spirit Hall, I will no longer hide. I am no longer afraid of them. They want to ruin your reputation and destroy our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. I will never let them succeed. Xiaojiang, just rest assured below. Dad will come to find you soon. We will reunite soon. Dead? In a great hall deep within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Lumian stood by the window, listening to the news of death brought by his disciples, squinting his eyes and muttering. But this is also good. With Yu Xiaojiang dead, Yu Yuanzhen's faction will have no heir. Once he dies, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will be his. Who killed him? The treatment was done by Feng Mu. It seems he was killed by Xinian. Xinian? How'd he get in? Yu Lumian's heart jolted. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, one of the top 3 sects with a super Douluo stationed, was actually infiltrated without anyone noticing, and Yu Xiaojiang was killed silently. The Great Elder misunderstood. Xinian did not take action personally. According to Yu Xiaojiang's account before his death, Xinian had already done something to him half a month ago, which only erupted today. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang also said that the methods Xinian used this time were consistent with those used by Tsanghue Academy 2 months ago. So it is likely that Xinian mastered some special mental type soul skill, which allowed him to cruelly induce his enemies to commit suicide without their knowledge. A Blue Lightning sect disciple respectfully reported. Special mental type soul skill? Yu Lumian's eyes flickered, unsure of what he was thinking. I understand now. You can leave. Yes, Great Elder. I take my leave. Mental type soul skill. Is it a soul bone? Or a self-created soul skill? Yu Lumian pondered, fiddling with a flower pot. Bang! What did you say? Xiaojiang is dead. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, hearing the news from below, was furious. And the windows of the entire hall shattered under her pressure. Reporting to your holiness, it is true. The black-clad black tiger Douluo felt uncomfortable under this pressure and spoke with difficulty. Who? Who killed him? Bibi Dong, with blood-red eyes, roared in front of him. Xinian. Yu Lumian sent word that Xinian had already done something to Yu Xiaojiang half a month ago, leading to Yu Xiaojiang's suicide in his room this morning. Suicide? Xinian? Explain it to me clearly. According to Yu Lumian, for some unknown reason, Xinian had mastered a special mental power soul skill that could cause people to commit suicide invisibly. 2 years ago, one of Yu Xiaojiang's students killed a teacher from Tsanghue Academy. Xinian sought revenge for that teacher, but was pressured by the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile sect, and returned empty-handed. Xinian, feeling aggrieved, must have obtained some kind of soul bone or self-created soul skill by chance. So he planted a seed in Yu Xiaojiang's body half a month ago, which only erupted today. The Black Tiger Doa, under BibiDong's might, relayed Yu Lumian's analysis in one breath. As for why Yu Lumian would pass this matter to Bibi Dong, it was naturally the intention of Qian Renlin. After all, Yu Lumian did not know the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong. Good Xinian, go find him for me, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes, I will handle this immediately. Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Bibi Dong crushed the staff in her hand. Her eyes filled with frost as she said. She believed that everything was the fault of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, that they had forced Yu Xiaojiang to leave the sect for decades, resulting in everything that happened later. Therefore, she directed all her resentment and anger towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. When the news of Yu Xiaojiang's suicide in his room spread, the entire continent erupted in an uproar, with ordinary soul masters in the streets holding high signs and shouting words like Beast Yu Xiaojiang. Death is deserved. All the powerful families on the mainland did not focus their attention on this matter. They were concerned about another issue. Why did the Spirit Hall make such a big deal over this? For the death of Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong dispatched all the title Douluo available to search for Xinian. including thousands of soul masters from various spirit hall branches digging 3 feet into the ground to capture Xinian. Therefore, many forces on the mainland were baffled. Wasn't it just the death of a beastly scumbag, Yu Xiaojing? Why was the spirit hall making such a fuss? In the eyes of ordinary soul masters, this was the spirit hall acting to defend the peace of the mainland and its own authority, but they didn't see it that way. When over 100 people from the Tsanghue Academy were brutally murdered, there was no sign of action from the spirit hall or the Heaven Do Empire. Let's talk about what's on my mind. I've been writing this book for 2 months, and you have accompanied me for 2 months. First of all, I want to thank you all for your continuous support. Although the readership isn't large, I truly appreciate everyone's support. Now let me share my thoughts. To be honest, writing dark literature is really difficult. I often have to struggle with myself while writing this book. When I wrote the chapters where Xiao Wu died and when it came to Lu Erlong, I struggled internally for a long time. Especially when writing the chapter where the master died. I struggled for 2 whole days, during which I typed not a single word because I really didn't know how to write it. In the end, I decided to just gloss over it and explain his death in the narration. Honestly, what I wrote is really messy, and I feel like this book is also quite chaotic. To be frank, I personally really like the pairing of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their relationship deeply moved me when I read it. Douluo Dalu is a very well-written book, whether in character portrayal or plot. It is a masterpiece. Even 10 years later, it remains a classic that many pretentious fantasy novels cannot compare to. The reason I wrote this book is that I read too many fanfics of the original work and impulsively decided to write this book. It's not that I'm a dark person at heart. In real life, I'm quite lively and cheerful. I just don't like the White Lotus type of literature. I wrote this book out of a moment of inspiration when I was facing a reading drought. Dark literature is different from other genres. It requires not only writing skills and plot, but also the author's mindset. For someone like me, who is cheerful and kind-hearted, writing dark literature is really challenging. To put it bluntly, I don't know what got into me. Previously, I never understood why some authors update so slowly until I entered this circle. I realized that writing is really hard, filling words is difficult, and avoiding filler is even harder. It takes me over an hour to write a chapter, and sometimes, when I'm stuck and lack inspiration, it takes even longer. In the author groups I've joined, many authors can't even manage a chapter of 2,000 words a day, and some even take a week to write 500 words. What does that mean? 500 words are nothing for those great authors. They could finish it with just a scene description. I am very dissatisfied with this book. It has too many flaws and shortcomings, and I often feel like I can't continue. But since I promised not to abandon it, I can't go back on my word and disappoint everyone who has supported me all along. I never intended to make money from this book. I signed a contract simply because I felt recognized by the platform and happily signed it for publication. To be honest, I still haven't received a penny in royalties. Looking at the back end, there are only a little over 10,000 subscriptions. The earnings are not even enough for a late-night snack. I wrote this book purely because I dislike White Lotus literature and out of a desire to create an ideal work in my mind. However, it turns out I was too naive, and the gap between my vision and reality is too big. I completely failed to write the story I envisioned. I apologize for not presenting a better work to you. I feel very sorry. What was I going to say next? Never mind, it's not important. Lastly, I want to thank everyone for your continuous companionship and support. I truly appreciate it. Honestly, I often think about overloading updates, about writing 10,000 words daily, but I really don't have that capability. During the day, I need to sleep, and in the afternoon and evening, I go out with friends, leaving me with very little time to write. But you have given me so many monthly votes, recommendation votes, and tips, so I can't show no gratitude. Today, I'll release the stockpiled chapters 1v saved. I initially saved them thinking I might not have time to write when my brother's birthday comes. But now I think about it. We're stockpiled chapters. Aren't they meant to be shared with everyone? Finally, please don't hold back on your votes. They want to feed you, so just put them out there. Chapter 161. Xinian's death, there must be something wrong here. And why did Salus react so strongly when he heard the master's name? In the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji pondered as he spoke. He had felt something was off with Salus during the Soul Arena incident, and now, with the Spirit Hall making such a big move over Yu Xiaojing's death, there must be some unusual relationship between Yu Xiaojing and the Spirit Hall. And why did Xinian want to kill the master? He had started planning this over half a month ago, and it was only today that he completely killed him. Jianduo also found this matter suspicious. If Xinian was seeking revenge for Yi Zhiqiu, he should have targeted Mo Feng. Why attack Yu Xiaojing? This was something he couldn't figure out. And regarding the master's death, Why did Lu Erlong die in the Holy Lin's academy by fire? Moreover, it happened just after Yu Xiaojing left the academy, and shortly after. The news of her death spread. If this was something the master did, I wouldn't believe it for a second. It must have been the Spirit Hall's son who was behind this. But now that both of them are dead, and Xinyan is missing, even if we suspect it was a conspiracy by the Spirit Hall's son, we have no evidence. Furthermore, with the Spirit Hall making such a big move to capture Xinyan, we cannot intercept them. Did the master die in vain? What about these little monsters? The master died so ambiguously, and he ended up with such a tragic reputation. Douluo said indignantly on behalf of Yu Xiaojing. Sigh, what can we do? The Spirit Hall is too powerful. We can't just barge in and demand answers, right? Moreover, the strength of the Spirit Hall's son is unfathomable. We don't even know where he is now. Let us see how Xiao San handles this. I believe he knows what to do. Sigh. In a small village 100 miles away from Tiando City, a man shrouded in a black cloak stood among the corpses covering the ground. Through the brim of his hat, one could see a pair of evil eyes flickering with dark light, and even his lips were black. There were dark blue patterns flowing around his face, making him look extremely demonic. Suck. The man inhaled the rich, bloody air with a face full of enjoyment, looking as if he were high on ice meth. Huff. As he gradually regained his calm, his exposed eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Why? Why is it that only Yu Xiaojing is dead? What about those 8 students? Why are they unharmed? Why is it that only Yu Xiaojing died? Xinyan said with a twisted expression. He initially planted a strand of mental power on Yu Xiaojing and the others, then didn't pay attention to it. But in his plan, those little monsters were supposed to die first, and only then would Yu Xiaojing die. Why is it that the others are fine, but Yu Xiaojing is the only one dead? He planted a nightmare spirit seed in Shrek and others, which could subtly cause them to see illusions. Every night, they would imagine that someone was trying to harm them. This was how Yu Xiaojing died. He started having nightmares at night, always feeling that someone was out to get him. After what happened with Lu Erlong, he was locked up by Yu Yuanjin for 3 whole days. Under the pressure of mental collapse, he imagined someone murdering and torturing him in his room. In reality, he died by his own hand, inspired by a character from suspense drama who was a patient with schizophrenia. However, Xinyan discovered that, apart from Yu Xiaojing, the other 8 people showed no changes, as if his mental nightmare had no effect. This was something he couldn't understand. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Xinyan quickly turned around. It's you. You did all this, didn't you? Why? Didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why are you ruining my plan? Why did you let Tang San and the others go? Looking at the man in black who had initially given him the cultivation method, Xinyan roared in anger. It was so close. Now that Yu Xiaojing was dead, the others were completely unharmed, and he had no more chances. He hadn't even begun to take action against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it was all over. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would definitely be on guard. The master said you're no longer of any use, the ghost Douluo said with a charming smile. Xinyan's expression changed. This was all part of your plan, right? You never intended to help me take revenge, did you? So this is all your conspiracy. You have been using me all along? Looks like you're not that stupid after all, but it's a pity. You realized too late. Don't worry, after you die, I'll burn more paper money for you, so you won't lack for wine money down there. The ghost Douluo first smiled, then coldly said. Xinyan was horrified and quickly turned to escape. Whoosh. The ghost instantly flashed in front of him. Xinyan turned to escape in another direction, but was blocked again by the ghost. No matter where Xinyan tried to flee, he was always intercepted by the ghost. Senior, I beg you, don't kill me. Let me go. I just want revenge. I promise, I won't tell anyone about you. I have never seen you. Yes, I know nothing. I don't know you. Please don't kill me. Spare my life. Watching his hopes of escape vanish, Xinyan began to kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. But how could the ghost let him go? Even if he didn't kill Xinyan, he would eventually be captured by the Spirit Hall. He didn't know why the master wanted to do this, but he only knew one thing: to obey orders. Only the dead would keep their mouths shut. Swoosh! A sword pierced through Xinyan's heart from behind. He widened his eyes, looking at the ghost Douluo with a mix of disbelief and resentment, before collapsing unwillingly. The ghost, expressionless, walked behind him, pulled out the sword, and as the soul power surged, the sword melted into a pool of iron water. The ghost casually discarded the now useless sword and vanished in a flash. His martial soul was too obvious, so he naturally didn't dare to use his soul power to kill Xinyan. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would definitely discover that Xinyan had died by his hand. Just 15 minutes after the ghost left, a group of 20-some black-armored guards, wielding long spears, rushed over, led by a white-haired old man in a magnificent black robe. Report. Elder Black Tiger. Xinyan has died. A black-armored guard quickly knelt before the black-robed elder, reporting. Dead? Elder Black Tiger was taken aback, quickly stepping forward to touch Xinyan's corpse. He died from a sword wound to the heart. Take the body back to the Spirit Hall. Elder Black Tiger said thoughtfully. Yes. Chapter 162. Past Events Heaven Do Royal Academy. Flender and all the Shrek teachers and students gathered in Yu Xiaojiang's former dormitory. With over 1,000 disciples from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was difficult to keep the news under wraps, so they naturally learned that Yu Xiaojiang had died in his room. They had been sitting here for an entire day, and everyone looked extremely solemn, unwilling to break the silence. Sigh. In the end, Flender took off his glasses and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Letting out a sigh, Dean, just tell us about the teacher and the goddess of roses, Tang San said with a downcast expression, his eyes vacant and his mind elsewhere. Since such a thing has happened, I won't hide it from you. Back then, I was just a teenager, an ordinary soul master, and it was that year that I met my first partner in life. You can guess, that person was Xiaojiang, Flender said, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. Tang San and the others remained silent, listening quietly. After that, we decided to venture out into the continent together, determined to achieve something. As time passed, we became very good friends, like brothers. When I turned 18, Xiaojiang and I met our first girl, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. At that time, she was just a saintess of the Spirit Hall, the disciple of the former Pope Qian Renlin. She was there for training, and we were there to explore the continent, so we began to travel together. Not long after that, Xiaojiang fell in love with Bibi Dong. They started dating, but the good times didn't last long. The Spirit Hall sent someone and took Bibi Dong away. Xiaojiang couldn't bear to see her go, so he became a guest elder of the Spirit Hall. It was also that year that a pregnant Bibi Dong came to break up with Xiaojiang. Faced with Xiaojiang's confusion and pleas, Bibi Dong remained cold and strong. Heartbroken, Xiaojiang began to resent Bibi Dong and left the Spirit Hall, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the research of martial souls and soul skills. When I turned 20, Xiaojiang and I met her second girl, Lu Erlong, the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's elder, Yulomian. After getting to know each other, we became sworn siblings and began to venture together on the road. During those years, Xiaojiang, using the information he brought from the Spirit Hall, developed the 10 core concepts of martial souls. The three of us gradually made a name for ourselves in the world of soul masters, becoming known as the Golden Iron Triangle. At that time, Xiaojiang had completely moved on from his relationship with Bibi Dong. Both Xiaojiang and I fell in love with Lu Erlong, but we didn't know she was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, nor did we know that she and Xiaojiang were siblings. Lu Erlong loved Xiaojiang, so out of brotherly love, I didn't compete with him and deeply buried my feelings for Lu Erlong. You all have heard what happened next. Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong fell in love. That year, Xiaojiang was 25 and Erlong was younger, at 20. Eventually, they decided to get married, and I was to officiate the wedding. At this point, Flender paused for a moment. Initially, we all thought this was a very happy event, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect arrived, and it was Xiaojiang's second uncle, Yulomian. It was then we learned that Erlong was actually Xiaojiang's cousin. Yulomian was furious at the time, smashing the entire wedding room and taking Erlong away. After that, we never saw her again. Xiaojiang was left in despair, leaving me and going out on his own. The Golden Triangle disbanded just like that. Flender rubbed his forehead and said in a low voice, "Later, did you, Dean, establish Shrek Academy in Soto City? And Master went to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Radiant City?" Tang San asked calmly. In fact, he had suspected the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong back in the Soul Arena, but he had never dared to believe it. Only after Lu Erlong died at the Holy Unicorn Academy did their relationship begin to be exposed to outsiders. Flender nodded painfully, again holding back tears and refraining from speaking, afraid that he might not be able to hold them back. "Dean, Xiao San, don't be sad. I think if Master and Aunt Erlong were here, they wouldn't want to see you like this." Mo Feng opened his mouth to comfort them. He'd been sitting there all day, his buttocks numb, and he felt quite impatient. "Xiao Feng, what are you talking about? Master is dead, and you aren't sad at all? Why are you saying such cold words?" Oscar frowned angrily. "Xiao Feng." Ning Rongrong tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head to signal him not to say such things at this moment. Tang San looked up at Mo Feng and asked, "Are you happy that Master is dead?" Dai Mubai and the others raised their eyebrows, feeling something stirring in their hearts. Xiao San, what are you talking about? Master is dead, and I'm not feeling good either. But what can we do? Besides living well and not letting Master's teachings go to waste, what else can we do? Should we just remain sad like this? We have a match to play tomorrow. Mo Feng frowned and said, At this time, you're still thinking about the match? Mo Feng, don't you have any conscience at all? Master's body is still warm. Shouldn't we pay our respects to him? Oscar immediately replied angrily. Even Dai Mubai and the others felt that Mo Feng's words were excessive. What does it mean that Master is dead and we can't do anything else? Moreover, they had already earned 5 points. It didn't matter whether they played the upcoming matches or not. This was the time to pay their last respects to Master. I'm just anxious and upset, not wanting to see you all so sad. Mo Feng realized he had misspoken and hurriedly said in a flustered manner, Xiao Feng, now that it has come to this, shouldn't you tell me about your situation? Tang San stood up and asked coldly, what can I say? Shouldn't we be discussing Master's matter now? Mo Feng said, lowering his gaze. All right, since it's come to this, I'll just say it outright. Otherwise, I really won't be at ease during the finals. Mo Feng's heart shook. Could he have found out? But on the surface, he remained unmoved. This time, even Flinder and Dai Mubai were somewhat shocked. Tang San, what do you mean? Are you suspecting Xiao Feng? He has been with us all along. Everyone knows that. We fought every match together. How can you suspect Xiao Feng now? Ning Rongrong stood in front of Mo Feng angrily, not accepting Tang San's suspicion of her lover. Hey, Xiao San, what are you talking about? We are partners, brothers. Mo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he expressionlessly pulled Ning Rongrong aside and spoke to Tang San. You still remember we are partners and brothers? Don't you think that over the past half-month of matches, your performance in every battle has been too deliberate? Tang San asked. Tell me, when was the last time you used your full strength in a match? Dai Mubai and the others thought about Tang San's words and realized it was indeed true. In every match, Mo Feng's performance had been too inconspicuous. His high soul power of level 49 and his 1,000-year second soul ring and 10,000-year fourth soul ring advantages had not been showcased at all. Is that why you suspect me? Every academy participating in the Elite Soul Master competition is not to be underestimated. Although my soul power is higher than everyone else's, that doesn't mean anything. They have been suppressing me, and I can't unleash my full strength. You can't blame me for that. Mo Feng retorted. All right, let's not talk about this for now. You tell everyone, what's going on with your martial soul? Isn't your mantis purple? Why did it turn black after leaving the spirit hall? And it shrank to half its size? Tang San asked calmly, his expression unreadable. So much had happened recently, and with Master S' inexplicable death, he felt extremely troubled. Now, seeing Mo Feng made him uncomfortable. Especially since the upcoming promotion matches and finals would all be held at the Spirit Hall, he absolutely wouldn't let Mo Feng take the field again. Mo Feng, feeling anxious, turned to sit on the bench. Since Tang San had already discovered it, he didn't want to continue hiding it. Nothing more to say, right? Then let me share my thoughts. Tang San said, calmly leaning against the wall. Before you came to Shrek, you were the son of the Spirit Hall. Although I don't know how you escaped his control, you were indeed subjugated by Qian Renlin after your martial soul awakening. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because your grandfather offended the son of the Spirit Hall due to some matter and was killed by him. And you happened to be present at the time. Perhaps he wanted to kill you too. But because he saw your talent or you begged for mercy out of fear of death, for whatever reason, you did escape death. Given the son of the Spirit Hall's cautious nature, he naturally wouldn't let his guard down against you, especially since your grandfather was killed right in front of you. So, he likely used the control skill you mentioned on you. But for some reason, you managed to evade it and the control did not take effect. Later, he gave you a task, to join Shrek. I don't know why he wanted to plant a spy in Shrek, but evidently, after spending time with us, you have developed some brotherly feelings and truly regard us as partners. It was during that soul battle that my mistake, a wrong word, led the son of the Spirit Hall to suspect you, triggering something buried within you. For some reason, you managed to escape a portion of it. Although you didn't die, you forever lost an arm. The son of the Spirit Hall confirmed that you had completely broken free from his control, which is why he sent the Burial Heaven team to capture you. I don't know what happened during the time you were captured in the Purgatory Tower, but it's obvious that your martial soul was incapacitated or weakened by Qian Renlin, which is why your martial soul changed from the original 3-meter-high purple to only one person's height black. In the case of a weakened martial soul, your pride in being able to slip into the void has also failed, and the fear-inducing power you used in the battle against Yijiqiu, as well as when you secretly helped me obtain soul rings in the Stardow Forest, has similarly disappeared. Am I right? Flinder and Dai Mubai looked at Tang San and Mo Feng with astonishment. And then, Xiao San, what do you want to say? Dai Mubai asked Tang San. Without the Void Mantis as a shield, the weakened martial soul naturally no longer possesses the ability to resist Qian Renlin control. So this time, Qian Renlin used the control skill on you again, and obviously, you weren't as lucky as before. You have completely fallen under his control. Just before that, I want to look for you and pleaded with him, hoping he would let you go. After Qian Renlin understood your situation, he thought of continuing to have you hide in Shrek. Upon hearing this, Tang San's gaze turned much colder. However, what Qian Renlin did not know was that I had felt something was off about you since you came out of the Spirit Hall. Mo Feng frowned. I hid it so well. How did you see through it at a glance? At first, I truly did not notice any problems with you, and you did hide it particularly well. But after Xiao Wu told me something at that time, I completely began to doubt you. And it was also at that moment that I started to suspect Xiao Wu. After Tang San finished speaking, he turned to look at Xiao Wu beside him. What? Xiao Wu has a problem too? This left Dai Mubai and the others utterly astonished, because no matter how they looked at it, Xiao Wu was no different from before. Tang San, these are just your guesses, right? What evidence do you have for these claims? On what basis do you suspect Mo Feng and Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong was displeased. Anyone would feel unhappy if their loved one was suspected. Tang San glanced at her and continued. Do you all remember the soul, skill soul power, transformation into horse? Dai Mubai and the others nodded. This soul skill had been taught to them by Mo Feng and Xiao Wu after they returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, so it was nothing new. Back then, at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu said something like this. As long as you are a resident of the Spirit Hall, you can learn this soul skill. At that moment, I wondered you all are not residents of the Spirit Hall. So why do you have the qualifications to learn the soul skills of the Spirit Hall? Sure enough, after that bottle of red wine, I understood Xiao Wu's identity. The real Xiao Wu had long since died, and now the one standing before us was merely a spy planted by Qian Renlin. Tang San, is what you said true? Flander asked with a serious expression. Yes, but don't worry. Although Xiao Wu's body has died, her memories are still intact, and we have already laid our cards on the table. You have not been enslaved by Qian Renlin. I will explain this to you later. Tang San squeezed Xiao Wu's tense hand, signaling her to relax. Although Flander, Dai Mubai, and the others had many questions, now was indeed not the time to pursue them. Everyone then looked towards Mo Feng, wanting to hear how Tang San would explain his concerns. Chapter 164. Mo Feng's escaped. Sure enough, after my later investigation, I discovered that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, a prodigy, had created many various soul skills. Dai Mubai and the others were shocked. They never expected that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall could create soul skills at such a young age. And Flander also recalled the boy they encountered in Soto City. These soul skills can indeed be learned by anyone in the Spirit Hall. But there are two requirements that must be met. Tang San looked around at everyone present, then stared directly into Mo Feng's eyes as he spoke. First, you must be a member of the Spirit Hall or a resident of the Spirit City for at least 3 years to have the qualification to learn soul skills. Second, there must be someone in your family who has sacrificed for the Spirit Hall or made sufficient contributions in order to acquire the soul skills created by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. It was evident that neither Mo Feng nor Xiao Wu met these two criteria. So why did they possess the soul skill of soul power transformation in a horse? As Tang San spoke, he glanced at Xiao Wu and Mo Feng. So, Tang San, are you starting to suspect that they have joined the Spirit Hall? Or that they might actually be people from the Spirit Hall? Flanders said, in surprise. It was not surprising that Mo Feng was from the Spirit Hall, but Xiao Wu had been with Tang San since childhood, and she was a transformed 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. She could not possibly be from the Spirit Hall. Therefore, there was only one explanation. After Dugu Bo captured her, she had already been killed by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and they had used a cat for a prince trick to swap her and then released her. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the other Shrek teachers all nodded thoughtfully. They were thinking along the same lines. That's right. After Mo Feng was captured in Soto City, he truly became a person of the Spirit Hall, or more accurately, he is no longer the person he used to be. From the day he was enslaved by Qian Renlin, he has ceased to be himself. Tang San said with a sense of emotion. The 8 Shrek monsters had been together, playing, training, and fighting for so long, and they had experienced life and death challenges together. Their feelings had long formed a bond of brotherhood and partnership. When he learned that Xiao Wu had been brutally killed and Mo Feng enslaved as an enemy, he was very unwilling to believe it, but the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to accept. Mo Feng, Tell us what your purpose is for being embedded within Shrek. For the sake of our years of brotherhood, I will give you a merciful end to help you find relief. Mo Feng looked at Tang San with a foolish expression. Tang San, I must say you're indeed very clever, and your talent is indeed rare, but it's a pity that you learned this too late. As for me, you don't need to worry. You should think about yourself. Mo Feng, is what he said true? Are you really from the spirit hall? Ning Rongrong, with tears in her eyes, grasped his hand and trembled as she spoke. Fool, I love you. Don't worry. Take good care of our child. Mo Feng gently wiped her tears, caressing her little face with a smile. The green mountains do not change. The green waters flow on. Tang San, I will wait for you in the spirit hall. I wish you all good luck. A black light burst forth, and Mo Feng's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a voice echoing in the air. Mo Feng, Ning Rongrong, with a pained expression, lunged towards where he had been, but grasped nothing. Only an empty heart confirming that what had just happened was real. Why did it turn out this way? Didn't you say we would always be together and never leave me? Whoa, why? Sigh. Dai Mubai and the others could only shake their heads and sigh. Who would have thought things would develop to this point? Rongrong, don't be sad. I believe if Mo Feng were still here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong's tearful eyes and comforted her with a pained heart. Unexpectedly, even Mo Feng had completely fallen. Was the holy son of the spirit hall really that terrifying? Ma Hongjun still had a look of despair on his face. A spirit hall alone is already quite terrifying, and now there's a prodigious holy son, Qian Renlin. Sigh. Flander sighed with worry. The pressure that the spirit hall brought to the continent was too great, and the holy son of the spirit hall felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on their hearts, insurmountable. It's time to find a moment to return to the sect. Tang San lowered his head and touched the storage soul guide at his waist, his gaze deep in thought. That night, when the spirit hall destroyed the Haotian sect, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School approached him. When he discovered that Tang San was unharmed, he took him to meet Tang Hao. That night, Tang Hao had instructed him on many matters and even gave him 2 soul bones, telling him to find a time to return to the sect. Tang Hao, already heavily injured, had made things even worse after removing those 2 soul bones. After all, once soul bones were absorbed, it was not so easy to remove them. By the way, Rongrong, just now Mo Feng said to take good care of your child. Are you pregnant? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been pondering the previous conversation between Tang San and Mo Feng, keenly picked up on the information contained in that sentence. You're pregnant? Flander, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun looked at the heartbroken Ning Rongrong in shock, utterly astonished. You're only 14, and you already have a child? A former Shrek teacher exclaimed in shock. The issue isn't age, but rather Mo Feng's identity. Flander frowned and spoke in a deep voice. The crowd fell silent. If Mo Feng were still the original Mo Feng, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be with Rongrong. Surely the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be pleased to see this scene. However, now that Mo Feng has become a member of the Spirit Hall, would the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School still accept him? How would Ning Fengji treat the child in Rongrong's belly? Rongrong, you don't need to say anything more. This is Xiao Feng's child, the only thing he left for me. No matter what, I will give birth to this child. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed hesitant to speak, Ning Rongrong understood the thoughts in their hearts. But she had already lost Mo Feng. She didn't want to lose this child. Although Mo Feng's thoughts were enslaved by the Spirit Hall, he was still Mo Feng. She believed this must be the last memory he left her. Rongrong. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong and then at her belly. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I've made my decision. Ning Rongrong thought Oscar wanted to convince her to abort the child and firmly said, There's no way I can destroy the only child Mo Feng left for me. Chapter 165. You don't deserve it, no, Rongrong. I'm not trying to persuade you to get rid of this child. I want to. Oscar looked around at Dai Mubai and the others, appearing quite embarrassed. With Dai Mubai knowing him well, he surely understood what he meant. How about this? Let's let Rongrong have some time alone, and we can step outside to discuss the master's funeral. Ma Hongjun, with a gossiping expression, looked at Dai Mubai and then at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and suddenly seemed to understand something, being the first to pull Tang San and the others outside. Dad's Guji. Flinder also left with the other teachers. Dai Mubai gave Oscar an encouraging glance and left as well. Phew. With only him and Ning Rongrong left in the room, Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Rongrong, Oscar tentatively called out. You should go outside too, Ning Rongrong said, without even looking at him. Rongrong, we all feel bad about this too. We didn't want to see him enslaved by the Spirit Hall either. What do you want to say? Ning Rongrong shouted in frustration. Don't be angry, Rongrong. Oscar licked his dry lips, trying to mask his nervousness. What I mean is, since things have come to this point, why don't we look at it more openly? After all, you still have child in your belly. Get out. Ning Rongrong was even more annoyed by his words and pointed towards the door. Rongrong, are you going out or not? Fine, if you won't go out, I will. With that, Ning Rongrong stood up and walked away. Hey, Rongrong. Oscar grabbed her hand. Let go of me. Ning Rongrong shook off his hand, disdainfully flicking her sleeve. Rongrong, Xiaofeng is gone, but your child is innocent. You wouldn't want your child to be born without a father, would you? Huh? What? Seeing Xiaofeng gone, do you think you have a chance now? I'll tell you, even if Xiaofeng is gone, don't think you can have me. Rongrong, I don't mind that you have a child. Nor do I care whose child it is. I like you. I really like you. Please let me raise this child with you, okay? Oscar stepped in front of Ning Rongrong and looked at her face. Huh, you really are shameless. Xiaofeng just left, and you want to take advantage of his woman? I'll tell you, don't even think about it. You don't deserve it, do you? You're not worthy to raise his child, Ning Rongrong shouted, pushing him away and unlocking the door to leave. Bang! What are you doing? Ning Rongrong opened the door to see Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai and the others leaning against it. Oh, nothing. Ma Hongjun scratched his ear and laughed foolishly. Move aside. Ning Rongrong pushed past the obstructing Dai Mubai and stormed off. She was very upset and found everyone annoying. What do we do now? Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San and Dai Mubai in confusion. What else can we do? Just pretend we know nothing. After Dai Mubai spoke, he also left. Hey, wait for me, Dai boss. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqin shook their heads and left. Only Oscar was left alone in the room, feeling disheveled. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. His child you don't deserve. Now, Oscar's mind was filled with Ning Rongrong's words. Am I really that bad? Am I not even worthy of raising his child? Oscar sat on the bed with bloodshot eyes. The fine sheets wrinkled from his grasp. I don't deserve it. Master, I have failed my mission. The task is not completed. Please punish me. In a luxurious hall room at the Holy Academy in the Heaven Do City, Mo Feng knelt on the ground, addressing the handsome and charming man sitting on the luxurious sofa. QianRenlin, expressionless, leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed, sipping red wine, quietly saying nothing. Since the master did not speak, Mo Feng naturally did not dare to move, only kneeling respectfully at his feet. After a long time, when the bottle of red wine was finished, a cold voice broke the silence. Where is Ning Rongrong? Reporting to the master. After 3 months of relentless effort day and night, Ning Rongrong has successfully conceived my child. Mo Feng still did not dare to raise his head and respectfully replied, Good. As long as the child is conceived, go to the Soul Tower. Come out when you break through to the Soul King. Qian Renlin expressionlessly poured himself another glass of red wine and calmly said, Recently, the other party's soul power had been increasing a bit slowly. When he left, they were at level 40, and almost a year had passed without breaking through to level 50. Yes, I will go now. Although the process of the Soul Tower was very cruel, Mo Feng did not complain at all as he turned to leave. In his heart, the master's orders were above all else. Even if Qian Renlin wanted him to die, he would do it without hesitation. At this time, Tang Chun should have already discovered that the Haoyan sect was destroyed, right? With your personality, would you rush directly into the Spirit Hall? Or would you choose to create a scene at the Soul Master competition like Tang Hao? Qian Renlin thought as he sipped his red wine. However, no matter which option he chose, Qian Renlin felt no worry. The Spirit Hall was no longer the same Spirit Hall that anyone could challenge. Former Haoyan sect residents. As soon as Tang Chun regained his senses, he first went to Sea God Island, where the person he had been yearning for was. His life essence had been drained by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King for decades, and he didn't have much time left. After visiting Sea God Island and seeing the person he wanted to see, he immediately returned to the Haoyan sect. There were only 2 things in this world he couldn't let go of. One was Poseidon, the other was the Haoyan sect he had founded. But when he returned to the Haoyan sect, filled with mixed emotions, he found that it was already deserted, and what he saw was nothing but blue-silver grass everywhere. After some time of investigation, he learned that the Haoyan sect had been forced into seclusion more than a decade ago. Although he was very angry about the actions of the Spirit Hall, his primary goal was still to find the hidden location of the Haoyan sect. After spending another 2 days searching through every possible hiding place on the continent, he finally found a small village in front of the Haoyan sect. With his strength, he could naturally discern from the residual energy in the air that a battle had occurred here not long ago. He then followed the damaged stone mountain to find the true hiding place of the Haotian sect, but what he saw before him left him disappointed. Here, there were only dilapidated houses and a ground riddled with pits. Not even a single blue-silver grass could be seen. It was clear that a shocking battle had taken place here recently. Combining the information he had gathered with the destroyed villages outside, along with the broken stone mountain and the current scene, he could hardly imagine what had happened here. Chapter 166. Tang San arrives at the Spirit Hall. Very well, Dalu. You destroyed my Haotian sect, and I will destroy your Spirit Hall. Tang San looked at the scene before him, his anger surging as he shouted loudly, his overwhelming aura causing the air around him to slow down. It was evident how powerful he was, if not for QianRenlin's sudden emergence. The Haotian sect might not have been destroyed, and under his leadership, the next overlord of the continent could have been the Haotian sect. Roar! Tang San let out a furious roar, raising a large black hammer that crackled with red lightning and smashing it into a corner. Bang! Puff! A person dressed in black didn't even have time to react before Tang San's hammer smashed them to pieces. After doing this, he did not stop and headed straight towards the Spirit City with a large black hammer in hand. He was extremely angry. Thousands of disciples from the Haotian sect had been wiped out, and his own body was parasitized by the nine-headed Bat King, which had trapped him for decades. He desperately needed a fight to vent his frustration. At the moment the net assassin died, Qian Renlin, who was sipping red wine, paused, his eyelids twitching as he glanced in the direction of the Haotian sect. Did he notice? Qian Renlin lightly exhaled, then continued sipping his wine. So what if he noticed? It was just a soul sage who died, with the powerful resources of the Spirit Hall and his 5-element soul power seed. It would take less than 10 years to cultivate a normal soul sage. Qian Renlin's eyelids twitched as if he thought of something. He finished the wine in his glass and vanished in a flash. He must not let him destroy the Spirit Hall. This was the concern that Qian Renlin had just thought of, although the current overall strength of the Spirit Hall did not need to fear Tang San. If a powerful being like him fought with all his might, the aftermath could leave many halls of the Spirit Hall in ruins, and the hundreds of thousands of residents in the Spirit City could suffer heavy casualties. Qian Renlin moved through the void, traveling at a speed of 1,000 meters per step towards the Spirit Hall, using the right leg soul bone skill, teleportation, from the 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu. With the immense soul power within him now, the consumption for each step of teleportation was negligible. The distance from Heaven-Do City to Spirit City was only about 500 kilometers. Calculating Qian Renlin's speed, he covered the distance in about 200 seconds, roughly 4 minutes. Cough, top student, don't interrupt. In contrast, at full speed, even if Tang San flew at 400 kilometers per hour, he would need over half an hour to cover 500 kilometers. By the time he arrived, Qian Renlin would have already finished dinner. Thus, Qian Renlin strolled leisurely through the air, taking in the beautiful scenery below. Meanwhile, Tang San was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and holding a massive black-red hammer larger than himself, surrounded by a nauseating blood-red mist. Any weak soul beasts and soul masters that came into contact with this mist were pressed to the ground in fear, some weak soul masters even exploding on the spot. As Tang San passed, angry curses followed in his wake, though some of the more astute individuals remained silent, watching him leave while pondering in their hearts. Stop. Aerial halt over Heaven-Do City. After flying at full force for half an hour, Tang San finally arrived above Heaven-Do City. The guards looked at the man radiating a blood-red aura in the sky and shouted angrily, but none dared to stop him. It was obvious to anyone with discerning eyes that he was a powerful soul master, likely at least a title Douluo level. Without the presence of Douluo, the entire Heaven-Do Empire had no titled Douluo stationed, so they naturally didn't dare to recklessly obstruct someone as powerful as Tang San. Of course, as soldiers of the Heaven-Do Empire, they had to follow protocol and shout at least once. Tang San was able to proceed unimpeded and finally reached Spirit City half an hour later, completely unaware that he had already consumed a third of his soul power. Looking down at this city, which was half the size of Heaven-Do City, Tang San tightened his grip on the hammer and swung it in the air before smashing it down towards the city below. Dalu, get out here. While swinging the massive black hammer, he roared with soul power. The residents of Spirit City looked up at the suddenly darkened sky, quickly raising their heads to see a tall, muscular man wielding a black hammer taller than himself, smashing down toward them. After a brief moment of panic, the residents of Spirit City quickly suppressed the immense soul power pressure descending upon them and unleashed their respective martial souls. Observing their formations, It seemed they were subtly forming a battle formation. Tang San was astonished as he looked at the residents below. The people of Spirit City had such strong psychological resilience. Faced with a powerful tidal Dalu, knowing they could not resist, they did not immediately panic and flee. Instead, they united their strength to resist. While Tang San was surprised by the residents, his actions did not slow down in the slightest. As he continued to strike down toward the crowd below, arrogant, a cold voice echoed, and a gentle aura like rippling water surged over the residents of Spirit City, instantly dissipating the immense pressure that weighed down on them. The hammer that Tang San was about to smash down was also deflected by an invisible force. In Spirit City, how dare you act recklessly? My Spirit Hall citizens are not to be oppressed by you. A radiant figure resembling an angel slowly spread its wings above Spirit City. Qian Renlin, exuding a powerful aura, stepped out from the angel's embrace. It's the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has arrived. We welcome the Holy Sun. Long live the Holy Sun. Long live the Spirit Hall. As Qian Renlin appeared, all the residents of Spirit City immediately knelt down, shouting excitedly. You are the genius Holy Sun who has emerged from the Spirit Hall after 10,000 years? Tang San looked solemnly at the person radiating boundless power. He did not expect that the 14-year-old Qian Renlin would possess such unfathomable strength. Although Tang San's earlier strike was not his full power, the fact that Qian Renlin could repel his furious attack with his mere aura indicated that his strength was not beneath his own. What he didn't expect even more was that the Spirit Hall actually had such great power in Spirit City, and judging by the expressions and devout demeanor of these residents, the status of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall in their hearts was probably even above that of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Tang San, this Holy Son has been waiting for you for a long time. Qian Renlin said coldly, like frost. How dare he attack his people and even think of smashing the Spirit Hall? Tang San truly deserved to die. These were his most loyal followers. The source of his belief in becoming a god. Chapter 167. Killing Field versus Shura Field. You knew I was coming a long time ago? Tang San was shocked, becoming even more wary of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Huh, Tang San, I see you're so foolish from your time as a king in the City of Slaughter. You killed my subordinates and charged straight into the Spirit Hall with unstoppable momentum. It would be hard not to let people know. Qian Renlin looked at him as if he were a fool, clearly thinking he was truly old and confused. You. Tang San pointed at him in anger and embarrassment, but couldn't say anything because he was stating facts. Earlier, he had been blinded by rage, only thinking about fighting Qian Dalu to take revenge for the destruction of the Haoyan sect, without considering much else. I want to argue with a little brat like you. Bring your grandpa, Qian Dalu, out. Tang San snorted coldly, swinging the hammer in his hand. He couldn't see through this person before him, had no understanding of his abilities, so he didn't want to fight him. But Qian Dalu was different. They had fought often since they were young, and he knew exactly what kind of strength and abilities Qian Dalu had. Old man, how can my grandpa be someone you can just meet? If any random person could see him, he'd have been exhausted to death long ago. If you want to fight today, this Holy Sun will accompany you. Qian Renlin said extremely arrogantly, and then a golden light shot out from his eyes, rushing towards Tang San. Ding! Tang San casually waved to block the golden light. Good. So arrogant, so proud, just like your grandpa back in the day. I just don't know if after you lose, you'll end up like your grandpa, calling for mercy and embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. You're looking for death. Qian Renlin said with a cold, icy gaze. Bang, 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 bang. With his entire aura released, the surrounding space instantly cracked inch by inch, and 7 gigantic soul rings, bright red and eye-catching, slowly floated and spun around his angel spirit. Tang San looked in shock at the 7 soul rings, as vivid as blood, and then looked down at his own 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, that were distinctly smaller than the opponent's, and his face twitched violently. 700,000-year soul rings. Completely shocked by the configuration of the other party's soul rings, Tang San found that the space around him, which was crumbling under the weight of the opponent's powerful aura, seemed less unbelievable. This is the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall. This is our strong and sacred Holy Sun. With such a Holy Sun, how can our Spirit Hall not unify the continent? The Holy Sun is invincible. The Holy Sun is unmatched. The Holy Sun will unify the world, unstoppable. Holy Sun, invincible in the world. Holy Sun, unmatched in the world. Holy Sun, unifying the world. Holy Sun, The hundreds of thousands of residents in Spirit City looked up at the dazzling Qian Renlin in excitement, shouting fervently. Humph! Qian Renlin glanced down slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. He had seen this scene many times before. On the other hand, Tang San was stunned by the momentum of the hundreds of thousands of people shouting in unison. When he established the Haotian sect, his disciples had never shouted like this. He didn't expect that not only was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall powerful, but his influence in Spirit City was deeply rooted. He didn't even know how the people outside viewed the other party. You're quite impressive. At such a young age, possessing such strength. There hasn't been a second in the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. But you're still just a little soul sage. While I'm a rank 99 limit Douluo, Tang San trembled, releasing a powerful aura, and a thick, blood-red mist surged in a 1,000-meter radius around him. This was his inherited second-phase domain from the God assessment, Killing Field. In this domain, no matter how strong the enemy, their attributes would be suppressed by 50%, and they would also be influenced by the pervasive and powerful killing intent around them, significantly reducing their abilities and slowing their actions. What a pity. The Killing Field inherited from the Shura God? Then let me show you what the true Shura Field is. Qian Renlin quietly sensed the power of the opponent's Killing Field, which exceeded the first phase of Shura, and then disdainfully released his own domain. Boom! When the Shura Field, hundreds of times more imposing than Tang Chen's, was unleashed, Tang Chen's childlike Killing Field was instantly devoured, and the momentum continued to expand outward without diminishing. In just 3 breaths, the power of Qian Renlin's domain reached an astonishing 10 kilometers, and the momentum still showed no signs of weakening as it continued to spread outward. Boom! Just as Tang San stared wide-eyed in shock at this scene, Qian Renlin willed it, and a Shura field that was expanding outward was suddenly retracted back into his body. How did you do all this? Why can your domain expand infinitely? Why is your Killing Field different from mine? Tang San trembled, staring at Qian Renlin with disbelief. He was beginning to doubt his life. With the soul power of a rank 72 soul sage, not only could he cause the surrounding space to crack, but all his soul rings were uniformly blood red, and each soul ring was a whole circle larger than his 9th soul ring. All right, he could barely accept these things. But what was going on with the other party's domain? Not only did it devour his domain, but the range it expanded to was also so large. Is there anyone in this world whose domain can reach beyond 10 kilometers? He didn't know, and had never heard of it. He only knew that historically, the maximum range of a domain was only 1,000 meters. Seeing Tang San looking as if he were questioning life, Qian Renlin smirked. In fact, he had no idea that the strength of a domain was determined by one's own soul power and mental power. Both were indispensable. High soul power could enhance the power of a domain, but it couldn't expand its range. Generally, many soul masters find that when they obtain their innate domain, its range has already been determined by their martial soul. To expand the range of a domain, one must have very strong mental power. The further the mental power can reach, the further the domain can cover, and simply having strong mental power is not enough. One must also possess sufficient soul power to support such a large range. Otherwise, as the range of the domain expands and spreads over such a large area, its power will certainly weaken correspondingly. This is also the reason why all soul masters with domain skills on the mainland decided their domain range from the very beginning. Because at most, they can only slightly increase their mental power with each absorbed soul ring, which allows them to somewhat expand their domain range. Not to mention that there are very few mental-type soul masters in this world, and those with domain skills are even rarer, let alone mental-type soul masters with domain skills. Furthermore, even if a mental-type soul master has domain skills, they have no method to cultivate their mental power. So on the Douluo Continent, even if some people are born with strong mental power, they cannot maximize the use of their mental power. Just look at Tang San. He cultivated the purple extreme magic eye, and his mental power is naturally much stronger than others on the continent. However, aside from using his eyes to see through illusions, he doesn't know how to utilize his mental power. If it weren't for his blue-silver emperor domain being able to command all blue-silver grass, he wouldn't have been able to have his eyes everywhere in the Stardo Forest. Although the divine realm has reached another stage of mental power, there's basically been no combat, and even if there were, it wouldn't let the people on Douluo Continent know. So naturally, Tang San doesn't know this. Thus, he felt confused and began to doubt life, which also indirectly reflected Qian Renlin's immense soul power that was as vast as the ocean, along with his seemingly boundless spiritual and mental power. The biggest difference between him and others on the continent is that he understands how to develop and utilize every ability he possesses. However, this also stems from his powerful spiritual power. As long as he thinks of a point, he can clearly explore along that line of thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with such tedious tasks. Yes, in his view, tasks that require countless time to complete are boring. Therefore, he has never personally researched soul guidance devices. He only handed over his ideas and bright spots to elderly C, who is in charge of the tower construction, and left all time-consuming tasks to his subordinates. Chapter 168. Tang San versus Qian Renlin. Old man. Today this holy sun will let you see how a soul sage slaughters demigods. Qian Renlin cast aside those distracting thoughts and looked at Tang San, who was still doubting life not far away. With a wave of his right hand, a palm-sized flame beauty appeared. Ah! Tang San, in a daze, shook his head and asked in confusion. What did you just say? This holy sun said that you, old man, are very annoying. My people want to see me beat you up, so what do you think I should do? Qian Renlin squinted his eyes and said, as one of the 3 demigod-level powerhouses remaining on the continent, he actually made such a low-level mistake. On the battlefield, he even dared to get emotional. One should know that if Qian Renlin had wanted to kill his opponent just now, he could have easily taken him away from this beautiful world before Tang San could react. Oof, little brat, don't speak so aggressively. No matter what, I am still a top powerhouse on the continent. Before Tang San could finish speaking, Qian Renlin activated his teleportation skill and flashed behind him, punching down. He has always hated talkative people, believing they are just stalling for time, hoping some old rich lady would come out to save him. Bang! Qian Renlin's malicious punch landed solidly on Tang Chen's back, and the flame beauty in his hand was forced into Tang Chen's body. Tang San immediately felt a jolt to his heart, let out a soft grunt, and staggered forward a few steps. Stabilizing himself, Tang San looked at Qian Renlin with a serious expression. That punch had almost pierced through his back, if he weren't a pure power-type limit Douluo with strong defense. An ordinary title Douluo would have fallen to that punch. You are very strong, stronger than the average super Douluo. It seems I need to start treating this seriously. Tang San said, seemingly still not recognizing the situation. Qian Renlin calmly glanced at Tang San, then clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. The 9-meter-tall angel martial soul behind him also clasped its hands and closed its eyes. Boom! Qian Renlin suddenly opened his eyes, and a gray-white energy shot out from the eyes of the angel martial soul. Tang San felt a strong sense of crisis at the sight of this gray energy, and quickly raised the hammer in his hand to unleash a powerful soul skill. 6th soul skill, Sky-Piercing Strike. Watching the gray energy that was rapidly approaching him, Tang San could no longer afford to ignore it and quickly released his 6th soul skill. Buzz! A sound as if striking the air echoed. The gray energy ignored Tang San's Haotian hammer and shot straight to his chest, then exploded violently. Tang San was taken aback. Just as he was about to mock his opponent for making such a big deal over nothing, he suddenly found the air around him slowly disappearing. The space he was in began to darken at an accelerating pace, turning into an abyss of nothingness in the blink of an eye. Tang San widened his eyes and looked around, but he could see nothing. Only boundless dark nothingness surrounded him. He raised his Haotian hammer and struck around him fiercely, but all he received in return were sounds of hitting the air. Qian Renlin, what do you mean? Let me out. Tang San began to panic. He noticed that the air inside was becoming increasingly thin, with no soul power to replenish him. No oxygen to breathe, and only endless darkness. He couldn't touch or see anything, causing fear to rise within him. Oof. A mere 100,000-year soul ring dares to force its way into the spirit hall and seek its own destruction, adding up all the soul rings. It's not even 1,000,000 years, and you dare to look down on the spirit hall of this holy sun? I want to see who gave you this confidence. From a distance, Qin Dalu and Bibi Dong, along with several title Douluo who had been watching this battle, were momentarily speechless upon hearing Qian Renlin's calm, yet somewhat arrogant words. This kid, Bibi Dong, who was already saddened by Yu Xiaojiang's death, found herself amused by Qian Renlin's unintentional remark. The other title Douluo were fine, as they had normal soul ring configurations, but Qian Dalu felt awkward since his soul ring configuration was exactly the same as Tang Chen's. Both had 8 black and 1 red. Now, seeing Tang San trapped in the little black room and hearing Qian Renlin's words, he suddenly felt what it meant to be utterly embarrassed. What are you looking at? Go train. Qian Dalu, annoyed and ashamed, snapped at the group of worshippers who were barely holding back their laughter. What is this? Although my grandson spoke the truth, I am still your leader here. Regardless of how the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall thought, Qian Renlin continued to look indifferently at Tang San, who was in the void space. He didn't say this casually. It was because 14 years ago, his father, Qian Shuanji, had said something similar to Tang Hao. Since his father did not accomplish his grand feat, as his son, he would use Tang Hao's grandfather to complete what his father had not. In the void space, Tang San felt the air thinning rapidly and quickly stopped attacking to take deep breaths of the dwindling oxygen and soul power. Qian Renlin calmly watched Tang San in the void space, then suddenly ignited the flame within him. Suddenly, Tang San clutched his neck, realizing he couldn't breathe. The soul power within him began to burn at that moment. He widened his pupils, wanting to plead for mercy, but he couldn't even speak. Tang San panicked. The lack of oxygen in the air was not enough to kill him immediately. After all, the demigod's soul power within him could sustain his oxygen supply for a long time. However, if his divine power were to be completely burned away, then he would truly have no hope of survival. Watching Tang San, whose eyes were filled with terror and who was struggling violently, Qian Renlin's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed the countdown of Tang San's life. He knew this, which is why he had planted a seed of fire within Tang San's body, intending to ignite and consume his demigod soul power at a critical moment. It is known that anything associated with the divine must possess extraordinary qualities, and Qian Renlin was unsure of the benefits it might bring, so he had to prepare a method in advance. Linner, what exactly is this technique of yours? It's so terrifying. Even that old scoundrel Tang San has no ability to resist at all. Dalu, who had been in the offering hall, had somehow arrived beside Qian Renlin. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Tang San, who was confined in a small black room. Indeed, while from Tang San's perspective it was an endless void of darkness, from the outside, it appeared as though he was merely trapped in a small black room, and the scene inside was clearly visible. Qian Renlin glanced at the corner of his eye, having noticed Qian Douliu's arrival, but he believed that the other party would not dare to act against him. This is a new soul technique I've developed called vacuum. Strictly speaking, it is a soul technique I created by combining the space domain with the fire element. Anyone struck by this technique will suffocate and die due to the surrounding air and the dissipation of their soul power. I'm increasingly unable to see through you. You can even create such a divine technique. So, my dear grandson, is there no way to break this technique? Qian Dalu asked curiously, smacking his lips in surprise. Qian Renlin's eyes shifted as he replied, well, it's not entirely impossible. If the person struck by this technique has a mental strength greater than mine, strong enough to break through this space and forcibly extinguish my soul, then this technique would naturally be rendered ineffective. However, it is obvious that this is impossible. There is actually another method that Qian Renlin did not mention. If the opponent could comprehend the power of rules, they could directly use the power of rules to forcibly break his technique. However, that would also be quite difficult unless the opponent's comprehension of the power of rules was greater than his own. So far, he did not know if anyone in the divine realm could achieve that, so he did not dare to conclude recklessly. For now, the gods were still too far from him. The other party possessed the power of the rules of the divine realm, which allowed them to endlessly repair themselves. With Qian Renlin's current strength, he could not ascend to the divine realm unless he knew the interstellar coordinates of the divine realm. Otherwise, he would only be pulled up by the power of the divine realm at the moment he became a god. Chapter 169. Tang San's demise in the void space. Tang San saw Qian Dalu appear and immediately widened his eyes in desperation, as if he wanted to plead for mercy. But would Qian Renlin be so kind as to let him go? Would Qian Dalu allow him to continue opposing the Spirit Hall? Clearly, that was impossible. Watching Qian Dalu and his grandson chat casually, completely ignoring him, the brilliance in Tang San's eyes gradually faded. At this moment, he was genuinely in despair. Although he had sparred with Qian Dalu since childhood, their relationship had never escalated to the point of mortal enemies. It could be said that if it weren't for Qian Shuanji's rise to power, the Haoyan sect would not have fallen from being one of the 3 sects on the continent to a mere shadow of its former self overnight. The Spirit Hall would not have been destroyed in the hands of Tang San in just 20 years. All of this was due to Qian Shuanji's ambition, which he single-handedly created. Before Qian Shuanji, the Spirit Hall had always been regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all common people on the continent, a charitable foundation. If he hadn't been envious of the twin martial souls of Bibi Dong and her beauty, he would not have forced her. Thus, Bibi Dong would not have hated him so much, nor would she have harbored such a desire to destroy the Spirit Hall and herself. If it weren't for Qian Renlin's rise to power and his infatuation with his own disciple, he would not have offended the Haotian sect in order to obtain soul rings for Bibi Dong. And the two top powers would not have ended up in such a situation, ultimately leading to the destruction of the Spirit Hall, which had been inherited for thousands of years. All of this was ignited by the fuse of ambition that erupted since Qian Renlin's ascension. Looking at Tang San, whose pupils were filled with bloodshot veins and whose breathing was gradually ceasing, Dalu sighed with deep emotion. Since it had come to this, Tang San could only die. Otherwise, having such a demigod powerhouse around would leave him uneasy, and the Spirit Hall would also be unsettled. If the Spirit Hall wanted to unify the continent, the Haotian sect must perish, and Tang San must die. QianRenlin said calmly. He knew very well the feelings that existed between Dalu and Tang San. Linnea, you've grown up. Your strength and mindset can fully bear the burden of the Spirit Hall. Go ahead and do what you want. Grandpa is old. I only wish to see you and Schwenner safe and sound. No matter who the ancestor ultimately chooses, I hope there will be no rift between you. Dalu said, his eyes filled with countless emotions, finally shaking his head helplessly with a sigh. Both QianRenlin and Qian were geniuses unmatched by any other talent on the continent. Their qualifications for becoming gods were practically guaranteed. However, there was only one angel god statue, and only one could inherit the angel god's legacy. Dalu did not want to see them fighting over the position of god in the future. QianRenlin merely smiled slightly, remaining silent. If it were anyone else, such as the Star Luo Empire, it would be entirely normal for brothers to fight over a position of god. But was QianRenlin an ordinary person? His goal was to become a god himself. He would not even consider a first-level angel god position. If, after becoming a god, he would still be suppressed, he would rather not become a god at all. Tang San, you can go ahead first. Don't worry, you will reunite soon. QianRenlin slightly opened his right hand, and a gray energy ball appeared in his palm. As his eyes flickered, he suddenly crushed it, with a soft splash. The void space surrounding Tang San suddenly shattered inch by inch. As the space broke apart, Tang San's body was also torn apart, and soon, Tang San, along with the void space, shattered and disappeared into the endless void. In the sky, only a black giant sword with red patterns remained, slowly rotating, emitting a faint glow around it. Even just standing there quietly, QianRenlin could feel the powerful killing intent emanating from it. This is the Shura Divine Sword. QianRenlin's pupils constricted, and he released a trace of killing intent from outside. Sure enough, after sensing the killing intent on him, the Shura Divine Sword shot toward him at high speed. QianRenlin's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly tried to dodge, but unexpectedly, the giant sword stopped just 10 centimeters away from him. It then bounced up and down a few times before circling around him, looking like a little girl who had found her father, cheering and leaping in joy. Heh! QianRenlin chuckled lightly and slowly reached out a hand. The Shura Divine Sword automatically fell into his grasp, and as QianRenlin held it, the blood-red light emanating from the Divine Sword gradually retracted. Thus, the creator of the Haotian sect, the top 3 demigods of the continent, Tang San, perished within the Spirit Hall. Was Tang San merely an insignificant character? You have completely accepted me. After finishing all this, QianRenlin looked up at the sky with deep eyes. He originally thought that killing Tang San would attract someone or some unknown existence to interfere, but he didn't expect everything to be so easy. However, no matter what you think the God Realm, I, QianRenlin, have it all figured out. QianRenlin thought firmly in his heart. Then, amidst the cheers of the residents of Wuhun City, he disappeared while holding a Shura Divine Sword. It wasn't that he didn't want to store it in his storage soul guide, but he found that this sword simply couldn't fit into the soul guide. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to bother with it. There is only 1 week left until the Soul Master Elite competition preliminaries end, and by then, all the qualifiers will leave the Tiando Empire for Wuhun City to prepare for the finals. Now that Tang San is dead and Tang Hao is crippled, and both Douluo and the Dragon Snake couple have been enslaved by him, aside from the son.A and bon.A of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, QianRenlin is curious to see who else will protect them this time. The fusion of the 2 Dragon King corpses will take another half-month, and during this time, some preparations can also be made. QianRenlin flashed into the Holy Lin Palace and sent a message to Bai He, asking him to come see him. Not long after, Bai He, who was training his subordinates in the Net Hall, arrived at the 9th floor of the Holy Lin Palace. Looking at QianRenlin, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, with a black giant sword covered in blood-red patterns floating and rotating beside him. Bai quickly knelt on the ground with reverence and said, "Master, you called for me. Do you have a 9th grade crystal blood dragon ginseng?" QianRenlin said, hands behind his back without looking back. Replying to the master, "I indeed have a blood dragon ginseng currently at my residence. If the master needs it, I will go get it right away." Bai replied without changing his expression. He didn't care how QianRenlin knew he had a blood dragon ginseng or what he needed it for. In his heart, everything belonged to the master, including his life. Receiving QianRenlin's response, Bai quickly got up and walked downstairs. He didn't dare to delay, even for a moment, regarding the master's orders. Blood dragon ginseng. QianRenlin looked at the fiery red clouds outside the window, his gaze thoughtful, not knowing what he was thinking. Before long, Bai returned, holding a brocade box with both hands, kneeling on one knee behind QianRenlin. "Master, I have brought the item." QianRenlin finally turned around, reached out, and grabbed the brocade box, which was sucked into his hand. "All right, you can go now." "Yes, I take my leave." After saying this, Bai turned to leave. "Wait, master, is there anything else?" Bai quickly turned back and asked respectfully, bending down. QianRenlin casually shot out a flash of multicolored soul power into his body and then said indifferently, "Your soul power has been progressing a bit slowly lately. Go back and train well. Leave the training of your subordinates to Yang Wudi." Feeling the refreshing soul power in his body, Bai quickly knelt on one knee, his expression joyful as he said, "Thank you for the reward, master. I will not disappoint your expectations and will train hard to repay you." QianRenlin waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. He had heard such words countless times. Chapter 170. Tang, who QianRenlin originally planned to visit the southern grassland, but suddenly remembered the Hao-Ian sect disciples who were captured and sent to the Purgatory Tower a few days ago. He decided to take a look first. The city of slaughter had been transformed by QianRenlin, and without fresh blood, the Purgatory Tower now seemed empty. Normally, various screams and the laughter of guards could be heard all day on the first floor, but now QianRenlin couldn't hear any screams at all. Compared to a year ago, the Purgatory Tower was much quieter now. "Your Highness the Saint! Your Highness the Saint!" As he walked along, every guard he encountered stood straight in 2 rows and saluted him, which was rarely seen before, as they usually needed to interrogate and punish prisoners. Where the remaining disciples of the Hao-Ian sect imprisoned, QianRenlin waved his hand, signaling them to stand down. "Back to your Highness. They are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me," the prison warden said respectfully. "Your Highness the Saint." QianRenlin followed the warden to the 2nd floor of the Purgatory Tower, where he was met with another round of salutes. "Open the door." The guard waiting in front of one of the prison cells quickly opened the door upon hearing the command. Currently, there were basically no prisoners on the 2nd floor of the Purgatory Tower, as the soul masters above the Soul King rank who were previously imprisoned here had all been devoured by QianRenlin. Recently, the series of actions by the Wuhun Hall had made the entire continent very peaceful, and no one dared to make trouble. Thus, aside from a few scattered prisoners on the 1st floor, there were only about 100 Hao-Ian sect disciples, recently captured, who had been dispersed among 10 prison cells to fill the space. Boom! A sound like a giant rock rolling echoed as the prison cell slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. "It seems these people are living quite comfortably here," QianRenlin said, a slight smile on his lips, looking at the 10 Hao-Ian sect disciples who were exercising. At this moment, the Hao-Ian sect disciples in the cell, aside from their tattered clothes stained with blood, had no wounds on their bodies, indicating that the Purgatory Tower had not been too harsh on them. "Ah, Your Highness. The attitude of these people seems quite good, and since Elder Ghost personally instructed that they must not die here, I did not use excessive torture on them," the guard beside him quickly explained. QianRenlin looked at him with a half-smile. "Remember this from now on, no matter who it is or what their identity. Anyone captured in the Purgatory Tower should first receive the full treatment. Do you understand?" The guard, Fenyin, shivered and quickly replied, "Understood, understood." After speaking, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Tang, who looked up at QianRenlin and the others outside the door, then ignored them and continued doing one-handed push-ups. "Bold, why don't you kneel upon seeing the saint?" A guard beside him shouted angrily at Tang, who completely disregarded QianRenlin. "What saint? What does it have to do with me?" Tang, who sneered disdainfully, continuing his push-ups. Hearing his arrogant words, the guard was immediately enraged. He drew a whip from his waist and struck it across Tang, whose face with a loud crack. Ugh! Tang, who was knocked to the ground from the hit, revealing a ghastly blood mark on his face. Crack! Another whip struck his left shoulder, and before he could catch his breath, the guard continued to whip him repeatedly, cursing, "You lowly commoner, You dare not kneel and pay your respects to His Highness the Saint, and even look down on the Wuhun Hall? You're looking for death. Crack. I'll beat you to death. Crack. Ungrateful commoner. QianRenlin watched the scene with indifference, but Finyan beside him had already started trembling with both hands. He nervously glanced at QianRenlin's expressionless profile, beads of cold sweat dripping down his body. Gulp. Finyan swallowed hard, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his face, feeling unprecedentedly tense. Just moments ago, he had told QianRenlin that the attitudes of these people were quite good, but now he was being slapped in the face. How would the saint view him? Will you think that he is not competent enough to be the prison master? Damn it, these lowly people. Why aren't you kneeling when you see the Holy Sun? Just watch me beat you lowly scum to death. The prison guard continued to curse while relentlessly whipping Tang Hu. Seeing Tang Hu already in a daze, his body a bloody mess. The other 9 disciples of the Haotian sect could no longer bear the fear in their hearts, and all knelt down, banging their heads on the ground while pleading loudly, Holy Sun, we know our wrongs. We know our wrongs, and we ask the Holy Sun to have mercy and spare our lives. You, Tang Hu, whose face was covered in blood, angrily pointed at them, opened his mouth, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood foam. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from rage. I thought the people of Haotian sect were all fearless tough guys. Turns out they're nothing more than this. Qian Renlin blocked the whip swung by the prison guard and looked at the 9 kneeling and begging for mercy with a teasing expression. Holy Sun, we know we were wrong. We know we were wrong. What is your name? Qian Renlin asked one of the younger boys. In response to the Holy Sun, my name is Tang Qing. I am a 3rd-generation disciple of Haotian sect, but of course, that is all in the past. Tang Qing raised his head and replied happily. In his mind, the fact that the other party took the initiative to ask his name indicated that his performance had satisfied them. Tang Qing, right? Qian Renlin smiled and touched his face then. Yes, responding to the Holy Sun, I am indeed called Tang Qing. Crack. Qian Renlin suddenly crushed his skull. The other 8 Haotian sect disciples were instantly frightened and shrank back, with a few younger ones even crying out of fear. But thinking about it, the Haotian sect had been sealed for nearly 15 years, and the oldest among them was not yet 20 years old. Many of them had been in the Haotian sect since birth, only hastily obtaining soul rings when needed, without any real training, and had hardly seen blood. Now witnessing a fellow disciple being crushed to death right before their eyes, they naturally felt panic and fear. Why? He has already knelt down to you and begged for mercy. Why? Why did you still kill him? One of the Haotian sect disciples said with wide eyes and terror. Why? Because I don't like him. Is that reason enough? Qian Renlin calmly wiped his hands and said expressionlessly, the thing he disliked most in life was these cowardly traitors who, in order to survive, would betray their own sect and kneel down to their enemies begging for mercy. Chapter 171 Tang Yuehua. Are you afraid of death? Hearing Qian Renlin's emotionless words, the 8 of them immediately nodded vigorously. At this moment, Qian Renlin's figure had been deeply imprinted in their minds and could not be erased. Very well, I, the Holy Sun, am now giving you a chance to live. It will depend on whether you can grasp it, Qian Renlin said with a playful smile. The 8 young boys exchanged glances, and the oldest asked, what do you want us to do? Don't worry, I won't send you to your deaths. Bring her up. Qian Renlin first laughed mysteriously, then waved his arm and shouted, Hood, hood, hood. A sound of footsteps came, and 2 prison guards brought in an elegant and beautiful woman. Aunt Yuehua, Aunt Yuehua. Seeing the newcomer, the 8 young boys exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the elegant and beautiful woman was indeed Tang Yuehua, Tang Hao's sister, and Tang San's aunt. Little tiger, what are you? What do you want to do? What do you want to do with these children? Tang Yuehua looked at the bloodied Tang Hu lying on the ground and the headless corpse of Tang Qing, and immediately struggled violently, shouting, Tang Yuehua, you really can run fast. When my subordinates attacked the Haotian sect, you were able to watch as over 1,000 disciples were killed, and even fled without caring about the life or death of your own brother. Haha, how could someone like you still have the face to ask them to save Tang Hao and his son? Qian Renlin said to Tang Yuehua with his hands behind his back. At that time, when Gue Mei and Yang Wudi destroyed the Haotian sect, there were a total of 244 people in the sect, and only Tang Yuehua was missing, later captured by the members of the net who blocked the back mountain to prevent them from escaping. Aunt, save us. Tang Qing has already been killed, and Tiger Brother is also missing. You must save us. The disciples of the Haotian sect cried out to Tang Yuehua, bound by the fear of life and death. They completely disregarded Tang Yuehua's current situation and naturally sought the protection of their elder. Be good. Don't cry. You will be fine. Believe in your aunt. You will all be able to live and get out of here, Tang Yuehua said with tears in her eyes, comforting them. Now that the Haotian sect has been destroyed, only about 100 disciples remain in the world, and she did not want to see the last remnants of the Haotian sect extinguished. Slap. Qian Renlin suddenly slapped her beautiful face. Don't you understand the situation yet? You are in such a dire state and still think about asking them to leave? Aunt Yuehua. This slap not only woke Tang Yuehua up, but also shattered the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of these Haotian sect disciples. Qian Renlin, I beg you. Look at how young these children are. Just spare them, okay? I will do whatever you want. I beg you. Please let them go. Tang Yuehua quickly knelt on the ground, grabbing Qian Renlin's thigh and crying out. Now Tang Hao has been crippled, and Tang San is wanted all over the continent by the Spirit Hall. She didn't know whether he had been captured, but she knew that relying on Tang San alone was not enough, so she had to desperately save the last remnants of the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect cannot be destroyed. Bang! Qian Renlin kicked her several meters away. What do you mean the Haotian sect cannot be destroyed? Someone who can abandon their sect and relatives? Don't you think it's a bit disgusting to say that from your mouth? I will give you a chance to live. From today onwards, I will arrange 3 meals a day for you, but you must make her pregnant within half a month. Tang Yuehua wanted to plead for the disciples of the Haotian sect again, but was immediately interrupted by Qian Renlin. After saying this, he turned and left, and the door of the prison room slowly closed. Qian Renlin, you devil beast, how could you do such a thing? You will not die a good death, you scum. Beast. After a moment of daze, Tang Yuehua suddenly burst into curses. Boom! The door closed firmly, and Tang Yuehua's voice was completely sealed within the room. After that, what would happen in this room, Qian Renlin did not know and did not want to know. He only cared about whether Tang Yuehua could conceive a child. The Haotian sect, as the former top sect on the continent, with the Haotian hammer being the #1 weapon spirit. Would there be some kind of effect if 2 closely related disciples of the Haotian sect combined? Would the soul of the child born mutate? Qian Renlin was very much looking forward to this. What kind of existence would the already powerful Haotian hammer spirit become after mutation? Although this hope is very slim and the specific conditions for the emergence of a mutated martial soul are quite harsh, he doesn't mind using the disciples of the Haotian sect for experiments. After all, there has been a precedent on a certain planet where children born from 2 people with similar bloodlines have a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming top geniuses. Even if it's just a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's worth a try. Anyway, the result doesn't pose any loss to Qian Renlin. And a mere Tang Yuehua is far from enough. So, Qian Renlin organized all the surviving disciples of the Haotian sect, averaging 6 male disciples with 1 female disciple locked in a room, and the results will naturally be revealed later. After giving these instructions to Feng Yin, Qian Renlin turned and left the Hell Tower. He had other matters to attend to and couldn't just wait for the results. When Feng Yin learned of Qian Renlin's astonishing idea, he was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that in order to cultivate a mutated martial soul, the Holy Son would resort to such methods. However, he didn't dare to have any objections and hurriedly prepared for the tasks assigned by Qian Renlin. Whatever happens in the Hell Tower today, whatever the Holy Son says, you all keep it to yourselves. If I find out anyone dares to discuss this matter, I will make you wish you were dead, Feng Yin sternly said after gathering all the guards. If such a rebellious act were to leak out, how would the outside world view the Spirit Hall? What kind of storm would the Holy Son be in the midst of? Therefore, Feng Yin had to be extremely cautious. Understood. The deafening roar from the guards echoed throughout the Hell Tower, shaking the entire structure. The 2 titled Douluos who were cultivating on the top floor were instantly awakened. Qian Renlin was unaware of what was happening in the Hell Tower, nor did he know how frantically the Haotian sect disciples would act to survive after he left. These things didn't concern him. He only focused on the outcome. Chapter 172. The Holy Soul King, a few hundred kilometers south of the most remote area of the Tiando Empire. There lies a region that is completely outside the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire, and it is unlike any place on the continent. Countless types of grass grow here, but they're not the blue-silver grass commonly seen across the continent. The grass here is more vibrant and beautiful, resembling flowers, yet they are indeed grass, covering an unknown area of plains for hundreds of miles. This place is known as the Southern Grassland, a realm unknown to the top figures of the continent. Wind. A strong gust of wind blew, and a space 100 meters outside the Southern Grassland suddenly rippled like a bubble bursting in water. A figure slowly emerged from within, with a massive, aura-concealing black sword hovering behind him. Qian Renlin gazed mysteriously at the beautiful grass-covered plain ahead, lost in thought. After leaving the Hell Tower, he had arrived here non-stop, and this time he came alone. Due to the peculiar nature of this place, humans were not suited to enter, so the specters were currently training assassins in the Web Hall. Shun. After a while, Qian Renlin took a slow step forward, and as his foot landed, ripples spread out, causing his figure to slowly dissipate into the air. Human, you should not be here. As Qian Renlin officially entered the plane, a neutral voice echoed from the air, making it difficult to discern the speaker's location. In this vast world, where can I not go? Qian Renlin snorted lightly. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly emanated from him. This holy son does not like pretentious beings, even if they are beasts. The voice hidden in the space couldn't withstand the immense pressure from Qian Renlin and couldn't help but grunt. You're very strong, stronger than any human I've encountered. A rather inconspicuous grass sprouted from the ground and slowly grew taller. When it reached 10 meters, it transformed into countless light particles, morphing into an old man with white hair, dressed in plain robes and possessing an ethereal demeanor. The white-haired old man looked solemnly at the young man before him, who seemed like the most prized creation of the Creator, especially when he noticed the massive black sword floating freely behind him. His expression grew even more grave. Holy soul grass. Qian Renlin looked at the old man who had appeared without any change in his expression, though his eyes slightly brightened for a moment. I am the ruler of this southern plain, the Holy Soul King. I do not know why you, young friend, have come to this place. The white-haired old man, self-identified as the Holy Soul King, spoke in a deep voice. Anyone who comes here, whether human or beast, has only one purpose. So he believed that Qian Renlin could not just be an accidental passerby, with such strength and the ability to see through his identity at a glance. The other party's intentions were already clear. No, you are not the real Holy Soul King. You are merely a seed from the Holy Soul Tree. Qian Renlin bluntly exposed him without giving him any face. His time was limited, and he had no interest in playing riddles with the other party. The white-haired old man fell silent, realizing that this was the first and only being to see through his identity and state it outright. Even many powerful soul beasts that had previously tried to scheme against him had been completely fooled. I do not understand what you are saying. Of course, even though his identity had been exposed, he would not admit it, for otherwise he would be in danger. The Southern Plains' dominant Holy Soul Tree would cease to exist. It doesn't matter if you deny it, but my sword is not so easy to converse with. Swish! Qian Renlin reached out, and the Shura divine sword fell into his hand. He was already growing impatient. Since the other party wouldn't admit it, he would forcibly take him away. After all, his main purpose this time was the other party. Seeing Qian Renlin's indifferent gaze, the white-haired old man felt a deep sense of crisis swelling within him. The pressure emanating from Qian Renlin was too strong. He had a premonition that he would definitely not be able to withstand even a single move from him. What do you want? The white-haired old man could no longer contain himself. Qian Renlin remained silent, slowly raising the gigantic sword in his hand, preparing to strike down. Watching Qian Renlin, who was not speaking to him at all, the white-haired old man could no longer hold back. He turned and fled into the void. Qian Renlin smirked, allowing the other party to escape. Once he sensed the other party's position, he turned and swung his sword. Boom! A massive rift opened in the void, and the white-haired old man's expression turned to one of sheer terror. He didn't expect the other party to be able to find him here so quickly. With a tearing sound, Qian Renlin forcefully widened the spatial crack and stepped into the area. Do you think you can escape from my hands? This must be the real Holy Soul King. Qian Renlin first glanced at the terrified white-haired old man before turning his attention to the gigantic divine tree at the center of this space. How is this possible? Why are you unaffected at all under the Holy Soul domain? The white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Qian Renlin, who was completely unharmed by the effects of this place. It should be known that within the Holy Soul domain, ordinary soul masters were no different from regular people, and even titled Douluos would be affected, leaving them with only a fraction of their power. This was the main reason the southern grassland had remained safe and sound for millions of years on the continent. You want to know? Unfortunately, you have no chance now. Qian Renlin had no intention of letting the other party understand the situation. Under his soul power pressure, the old man with white hair was immediately forced back to his original form, a fresh grass several dozen meters tall falling to the ground. under his immense spiritual power. The other party's 100,000 years of cultivation couldn't even stir a ripple. The main purpose of his visit was for this holy soul tree, and the old man was merely a byproduct of his actions. This entire space was within the domain of the Holy Soul King, and outsiders couldn't enter because they didn't even know where it was located. Even if someone did manage to enter, they would be suppressed and weakened by the domain. But soul beasts here would not be greatly restrained. The 10,000-year soul beasts, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, were only forcibly transformed into human forms by this domain. Especially after the seeds dropped from the Holy Soul Tree for 10,000 years, they could gain tremendous benefits here. Even fighting against enemies would receive amplification from this place. Of course, what Qian Renlin valued most about this tree was not because of the domain. Although the domain was powerful, it could only reach its maximum potential when associated with the Holy Soul King. The main reason Qian Renlin valued it was because of its powerful soul power. It is known that even if a person dies, as long as their soul is not completely destroyed, they could be awakened again and revived solely with the 10,000-year Holy Soul Grass. So one can imagine how powerful the soul power of a Holy Soul Divine Tree that has existed for at least several million years would be. Chapter 173. The Arrival of the Goddess of Life. If I devour this tree, to what extent would my soul power reach? Qian Renlin looked at the towering divine tree before him with fiery eyes. Without hesitation, Qian Renlin first trapped the transformed Holy Soul Grass into a void space, then sat cross-legged in the air, with his massive angel martial soul manifesting behind him. In an instant, Qian Renlin unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. When the martial soul completely merged into Qian Renlin's body, his dark eyes emotionlessly gazed at the enormous divine tree before him, and a powerful devouring force emanated from his body, forming a massive black vortex in front of him, slowly devouring the enormous life force and soul power within the divine tree. As expected of the Holy Soul Divine Tree that has lived for millions of years, the speed at which I can devour it is surprisingly slow given my current strength. As he devoured, Qian Renlin felt a strong resistance coming from the divine tree, which was resisting his devouring. It seems you're not just a mere tree. Qian Renlin's eyes turned cold, and a 5-meter-tall purple mantis appeared behind him, with both martial souls working together to devour the essence of the divine tree. This is the benefit of condensing soul cores. Dual martial souls can appear simultaneously without being affected by rules. There's one thing Qian Renlin has always been puzzled about. Logically speaking, whether it is a demon beast or a plant, as long as they have cultivated for 10,000 years, they can attain spiritual intelligence. Reaching 100,000 years of spiritual intelligence is not weaker than that of humans, and they can transform into human forms. Yet this divine tree, which has lived for at least millions of years, shows no sign of intelligence at all, only a strong instinctual soul power. Even your seeds can cultivate into soul beasts. Yet you, as the main body, cannot possess your own consciousness. It must be said that this is a kind of tragedy. Although Qian Renlin lamented the other party's tragedy, the speed of his devouring did not decrease at all, with both martial souls fully striving to plunder the life force and soul power of the divine tree. A day had already passed since Qian Renlin began devouring, and he could clearly feel his soul power and spiritual power rapidly increasing. At this moment, the sky outside had completely darkened, yet this space remained as bright as the scorching sun of summer, unaffected by the outside world. Divine realm, this kid actually found the tree of life. The Shura god looked at Qian Renlin's actions with a strange expression, not expecting the other party to set his sights on the tree of life. In another space, the god of killing also saw Qian Renlin's actions. Now there's a good show to watch. This kid even dares to target the divine tree planted by the goddess of life. After speaking, the god of killing shook his head and glanced up subtly. In a space filled with the breath of life. The goddess of life felt a stir in her heart and quickly gathered a mirror of light in front of her. What boldness! You dare to devour my divine tree. Don't you fear being burst apart? The goddess of life first lightly scolded, then fell silent. The divine realm cannot directly intervene in matters of the lower realm. But since Qian Renlin has set his sights on her divine tree, she cannot remain completely uninvolved. This kid is truly strange. He possesses 12 ultimate elements, including both life and dark destruction. The goddess of life pondered. Shura god, it seems I will have to compete with you this time. While Qian Renlin was fully devouring the Holy Soul Divine Tree, he naturally had no idea that he had caught the attention of several gods in the divine realm. Even if he knew, so what? Could they come down to the lower realm and do something to him? Therefore, in the Douluo Continent, he could act as he pleased. Buzz just then, a radiant light emanating with infinite life brilliance came from the divine tree. Qian Renlin frowned. He found that his connection with the divine tree had been completely severed, and he could no longer devour the energy within the divine tree. You truly have some guts, daring to target my divine tree. A pleasant voice came from within the divine tree, and a beautiful woman over 100 meters tall appeared above Qian Renlin. A god? Qian Renlin's eyelids twitched. When did the holy soul tree become related to a god? This script is wrong. Who are you? Qian Renlin steadied his mind and asked. With such a strong aura of life, claiming to be a goddess, and being connected to the holy soul tree. This must be one of the 5 law enforcement gods of the divine realm, the goddess of life. However, Qian Renlin still subtly asked, after all, people in the Douluo Continent only knew of one angel god, and only a few long-established powerful beings knew that there were other divine inheritances on the continent. But no one knew of the goddess of life. I am the law enforcement god of the divine realm, goddess of life. Kid, you have caused a great disaster. The goddess of life looked at Qian Renlin with the gaze of a criminal. I don't know what great disaster I have caused, my goddess. Qian Renlin asked with some amusement. You touch things you shouldn't have touched. According to the rules of the divine realm, I will imprison you in the cosmic prison, unable to be reborn for eternity. Qian Renlin frowned. Is this goddess out of her mind? Not to mention whether he had violated the regulations of the divine realm. Even if he did, it wouldn't be her place to interfere. Moreover, if the divine realm truly wanted to punish him, they wouldn't need a major god like her to come personally. Not to mention, was it necessary to waste so many words with him? Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? The goddess of life couldn't understand what Qian Renlin was laughing about. Everything on the continent is obtained through one's own ability. As a holy son with strength, anything on the continent can be obtained. When has it needed the divine realm to intervene? Also, don't you think your reasoning is full of holes? Is the divine realm so short-handed that it needs a law enforcer like you to personally descend to the lower realm to capture me, a mere soul saint? The goddess of life narrowed her eyes secretly. This guy really has guts, even daring to mock a god. Aren't you afraid that I could crush you with a single palm? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you, it would be effortless? The goddess of life held her head high, speaking with an arrogant gaze. And then, the goddess is here to save you. You have violated the laws of the divine realm. And soon the divine enforcement team will come to capture you, and only I can save you. The goddess of life said confidently. What is life doing? The Shura god looked at the goddess of life in confusion. Lord Shura, the goddess of life is trying to take your successor. The god of killing abruptly appeared in the Shura god's residence and said, Take my successor? Hasn't she never shown any intention of seeking a successor? Why is she looking for this kid this time? The Shura god thought in confusion. It should be known that the goddess of life is one of the oldest and most esteemed gods in the divine realm. One of the supreme gods that has existed since the beginning of the divine realm and has never passed on her divine position. Moreover, she is married to the god of destruction. If she passes her divine position to Qian Renlin, what will happen to the god of destruction? Will the goddess of life just abandon him? Lord Shura, this kid is not simple. He possesses 12 ultimate elements and is an existence that carries the laws. In all these years, there has never been anyone like him in the divine realm. And now there are countless people in the divine realm who have their eyes on him. The god of killing sighed and said, then turned to leave. Originally, he had also set his sights on Qian Renlin, but he didn't expect that the Shura god had already designated him early on. There was no way out. So he could only settle for the second choice and pick Tang San, who also had good talent. Chapter 174. The goddess comes from another realm to deliver gifts. Want to compete with me for a successor? Oomph. The Shura god chuckled. The moment Qian Renlin devoured the blood river and obtained the Shura domain, he was already marked by him. Not to mention that Qian Renlin also took his Shura sword. The aura within the divine sword had long been subtly eroding Qian Renlin's soul power. This means that regardless of who Qian Renlin ultimately inherits the divine position from, the moment he ascends to the divine realm, it is already destined that he can only inherit the position of the Shura god. This is also good, using the divine power of the goddess of life to nourish my successor, and then inheriting my divine position, I can leave the divine realm and find my own path. The Shura god thought beautifully in his heart, but will reality really go as he wishes? Southern grassland. Qian Renlin may have already understood the other party's thoughts. What do you want? Qian Renlin asked calmly. Become my successor, and then the divine enforcement team will be unable to do anything to you. Moreover, as long as you inherit my divine position, I will gift you this divine tree. How about that? The goddess of life said with an enticing voice. The inheritance of the enforcement position along with a divine tree is a temptation that no one can refuse. The goddess of life also believed that there was no reason for Qian Renlin to refuse, patiently waiting for his response. If it weren't for the fact that the Shura god had already designated him as one of the 5 main gods of the divine realm, she wouldn't have to resort to such a low tactic. So the divine realm should already have quite a few divine positions eyeing me, among which there should be other main gods. Otherwise, the goddess of life wouldn't personally project herself down to find him. Qian Renlin thought silently. What if I refuse? Will this divine tree still not belong to me? Qian Renlin said unhurriedly. The goddess of life frowned. She didn't expect that with such a great temptation in front of him, Qian Renlin would still refuse. Just as she was about to speak, Qian Renlin beat her to it. But your good intentions, this holy son accepts. Come on, quickly bestow your divine power upon me. Qian Renlin squinted his eyes and opened his arms, waiting for the goddess of life to grant him divine power. The goddess of life felt speechless. She thought he would be more assertive, but in the end, he still obediently accepted her temptation. However, in an instant, she felt pleased in her heart. Shura god, your successor now belongs to me. Buzz. A wave of divine power descended from the heavens and enveloped Qian Renlin, a green leaf imprint appearing in the center of his forehead. With the enhancement of the goddess of life's divine power, Qian Renlin's soul power increased from level 76 to level 77. Qian Renlin frowned. You, the esteemed enforcer of the divine realm, the goddess of life, are so stingy. Other divine positions grant blessings of 10 levels at a time, and you only gave me a single level? Qian Renlin felt that this goddess of life was quite stingy. The goddess of life was also dumbfounded. It shouldn't be. The divine power she had just bestowed was at least 10 levels. Why did it only raise this kid by 1 level? In fact, only Qian Renlin knew that the soul power capacity within him was too vast, at least more than the combined total of 10 limit Douluos, and his soul power had already been compressed into a viscous form, with the total amount being equivalent to several hundred 99 limit Douluos. If he hadn't devoured the energy of the holy soul tree for a whole day beforehand, the bit of divine power just bestowed by the goddess of life wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. The goddess of life, not willing to give up, again descended a wave of divine power upon him. But this time, she was even more shocked. Qian Renlin's entire aura showed no change, and there was no sign of an increase in soul power. Is there something wrong with your body? It takes so much energy just to level up by 1. The goddess of life's projection looked at Qian Renlin in astonishment, and then a green light shot from her eyes, shining on him as she observed his physical condition. What? The goddess of life was incredulous as she discovered internally that Qian Renlin's dantian had formed a vast ocean, and the soul power was not misty, but a viscous liquid. Wait, what is that? The goddess of life saw a polygonal diamond crystal floating above Qian Renlin's dantian, somewhat resembling a divine core, but not quite, something she had never seen before. Was that diamond crystal inside you? The goddess of life couldn't help but ask. Qian Renlin naturally knew what she was asking and calmly replied. Soul core. Soul core? Is this the reason why you've been cultivating so quickly? The goddess of life asked curiously. To require such a massive ocean of soul power energy and yet cultivate at such speed, she really couldn't understand. Qian Renlin pondered for a moment and then lightly nodded. In fact, his cultivation speed had nothing to do with the soul core. On the contrary, it made the energy needed for him to level up even greater. The goddess of life did not ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and she had no reason to pry into his body. But the goddess of life hesitated again. Since Qian Renlin needed such a massive amount of energy, how much divine power origin would she have to expend? Sigh, who told me to choose this myself? The goddess of life shook her head, gritting her teeth, and again descended a wave of divine power into Qian Renlin that was 100 times greater than before. All right, now I've given you divine power and the inheritance. What happens next is up to you. I will be waiting for you in the divine realm. The goddess of life said painfully, and this projection transformed into a barrier wrapping around the divine tree. Hey, you haven't given me a soul ring yet. Qian Renlin shouted as he watched the goddess of life vanish in an instant. When giving gifts, one should give it all. Just giving divine power is useless. You also need to give me a soul ring. Yes, in QianRenlin's view. The goddess projected from the divine realm to the lower realm from afar was specifically here to deliver treasures to him. Not only had his level reached 80, but after being baptized by the life goddess's divine power, combined with the holy soul tree he had previously devoured and the death god's power he had consumed before, the soul power within him had also transformed into demigod power. And this green leaf, Qian touched his forehead. This was the true treasure. This green leaf contained a trace of the life goddess's divine consciousness, which could ensure his soul's immortality, and it also held immense vitality, allowing him to recover instantly from even significant injuries. Although Qian did not believe anyone in this world could harm him, his cautious nature meant he would not disdain this protective talisman. Qian then turned to look at the holy soul tree, or rather, it should now be called the divine tree. He did not expect that this was actually a seed planted from the life goddess's ancient tree. Qian activated a trace of his devouring ability, and, as expected, with the protection of the life goddess's barrier, he could no longer absorb any energy from this tree unless he used brute force. But even then, he was unsure if he could destroy the tree, and the life goddess would surely become his enemy. With Qian current strength, he did not want to confront the divine realm prematurely. That would not be heroic but foolish. Chapter 175. The last match of the preliminary round. 3 days had passed since Qian emerged from the southern grasslands. Although he had not devoured the holy soul tree, he had brought out a 10,000-year holy soul grass and obtained a so-called inheritance from the life goddess, reaching level 80, with his soul power upgraded to demigod power. His physique and mental strength had multiplied several times compared to before. If he encountered Tang San again, Qian could confidently say he could crush him with a single finger, without needing to use spatial forbidden techniques. Indeed, the technique he used to annihilate Tang San last time was strictly speaking a forbidden technique, as his spatial elements were sealed for a moment after that battle. Thus, he believed this might be due to his forceful use of power that transcended the world's rules. He did not know if it was the world's rules warning him or for some other reason, but it was no longer important. With the continuous energy supply from the source of life, he was not worried about losing his elemental abilities. There was just over a week left until the fusion of the twin dragons would be completed. Now that he had obtained the Holy Soul Grass and the 9th grade Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, and all necessary preparations had been made, Qian could rest assured in the Sunset Forest, waiting for the twin dragon fusion to finish. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Tiando City, after nearly a month of battles, Tang San and his team had gone through 12 matches, winning 9 and losing 3. The teams they lost to were the Blaze Academy, the Water Academy, and the Wind Academy. No one knew if the Royal Fighting Team was holding back their strength, but the results were as they were. When Dugian, who had been closely watching Tang San and the others, relayed the battle results to Qian, he was slightly taken aback but soon felt relieved. After all, even though Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had awakened, it could not achieve immunity to water and fire without the octagonal ice grass and the Fire Phoenix hairpin. So losing to the Water Academy was not surprising. Furthermore, the Wind Academy's overall strength was subtly stronger than the other 4 elemental academies, hinting at a trend to be the strongest among the 5 elemental academies. Tang San and his team, without the transformation from the celestial herbs, had significantly lower soul power than their opponents, so losing to them was also understandable. Qian was astonished because he had thought that with Tang San's proud character, he would use the Hao-Ian Hammer martial soul in matches, but he did not. Throughout this nearly month-long competition, Tang San had not revealed his Hao-Ian Hammer martial soul even once. With the cooperation of the Shrek 7 Monsters, and after 2 years of personal training from Yu Shaojiang, if Tang San had used the Hao-Ian Hammer unexpectedly, defeating the Wind Academy would not have been difficult. However, Qian only felt a brief surprise and then dismissed it. Regardless of whether they were conserving strength or had become useless without the celestial herbs, the final outcome would not change. Welcome to the Tiando City Soul Arena. Today marks the final match of the preliminary round of the Elite Tournament for Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. And the 2 competing teams have been confirmed as the Thunder Academy, which has been undefeated all the way, and the equally powerful Royal Fighting Team. Will the Thunder Academy maintain its unbroken winning streak, or will the Royal Fighting Team prove to be superior? Let us wait and see. The host, Douluo, announced with a captivating voice. Immediately, the audience below began to cheer for their supporters. Thunder will win. Thunder is undefeated. Thunder will win. Thunder is undefeated. Royal Fighting Team. Go. Tiando go. It was evident that the supporters of the undefeated Thunder Academy far outnumbered those supporting Tang San and the others. Although Tang San and his team's strength had been recognized by the audience, they were still young, and their soul power was significantly lower than many of the other academies present. Many spectators did not expect them to defeat the Thunder Academy from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and even those few cheering for them were doing so only because they came from the Tiando Royal Academy. The overall strength of the Thunder Academy was stronger than that of the Blaze Academy and the Water Academy, and their martial souls were particularly effective against water and plant-type martial souls. Therefore, Xiao San's blue silver grass was at a disadvantage against them. Dai Mubai said, resting his chin on his hand. Indeed, Xiao San, the Thunder Academy has never been defeated, and their strength is even greater than that of Blaze and the others. Since we have already secured 9 victories, we are qualified for the promotion matches. I think we should just follow what I suggested yesterday and concede. Flanders also advised. Since Yu Xiaozhang's death, Tang San had remained silent, speaking little except to arrange tactics. Flanders understood him very well. After all, not only had his good brother died, but also his beloved Lu Erlong. He could empathize with Tang San's pain, even more so than Tang San himself. With Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaozhang gone, the only family he had left in this world were the Shrek teachers and these monsters. Sigh. Flanders sighed and shook his head. Just looking at Tang San's expression, he knew he was determined to fight this match. Xiao San, you decide. We will all listen to you. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said. Xiao Wu and the others also looked at Tang San with determination, nodding heavily. After a long while, Tang San finally came to his senses. All right, let us fight according to the plan I laid out yesterday. After saying this, Tang San stepped heavily toward the arena, and Dai Mubai and the others nodded at Flanders before following him. At this moment, the members of the Thunder Academy had already taken their positions on the stage, waiting for Tang San and the others to come up, as the host announced the start of the match. All right, both sides start with their greetings. As Tang San and the others stepped onto the Thunder Academy stage, both sides began their greetings and summoned their martial souls. Logically speaking, with such a powerful name as the Thunder Academy, and their strength surpassing that of the Blaze Academy and the Water Academy, their martial souls should also be quite impressive. However, that was not the case. A few of their martial souls were rather peculiar. There is no need to say much about Yu Qianxin. He has the standard Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Next is a Lightning Hawk martial soul user, followed by a Thunder Spider that resembles a human-faced demon spider. These are still nothing unusual. However, the martial souls of the subsequent soul masters are quite bizarre. One wields an umbrella emitting lightning. Another has a string of lightning attribute prayer beads, and yet another holds 2 lightning daggers. Although some martial souls from Thunder Academy appear strange, their overall strength is not weak. Their continuous victories speak volumes. Chapter 176. Imperial Battle Team versus Thunder Academy. Thunder Academy has 4 members with soul power exceeding level 40, and their captain, Yu Qianxin, has reached an astonishing level 48, for levels higher than the strongest Dai Mubai. Among them, 2 members have soul power at level 46, and another at level 44, which is on par with Dai Mubai. The remaining 3 members of the Thunder Academy team also have soul power at level 39, making their overall soul power level the second highest among the many academies present. The reason for calling it second is that the captain of Shunfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian, has already reached level 49, with all his team members also above level 40. If there weren't so many teams in the preliminaries, and if every team had to face each other, Thunder Academy might not even be able to defeat Shunfeng Academy. Tang San and the others looked at Yu Qianxin's impressive level 48 soul power. It was impossible not to feel pressured. However, they all stood firm, heads held high. Losing was terrifying, but they couldn't lose their momentum. Besides, they might not necessarily lose. Tang San clenched his left hand, deep in thought. On the other side, the Thunder team looked disdainfully at Dai Mubai and the others. Although Tang San's 10,000-year fourth soul ring was very dazzling, that was about it. Hey, over there. What happened to that martial soul, that S.A. Mantis? We haven't seen him for the past few days, asked one of the level 46 soul masters to Tang San. The spectators hadn't seen that Mo Feng, who had a 1,000-year second ring and a 10,000-year fourth ring, for a long time, and he hadn't even appeared in this battle, leaving everyone puzzled. After all, Thunder Academy's overall soul power was much lower than that of Tang San and the others, so why didn't they arrange for their level 49 Mo Feng to participate? They really couldn't understand if the other side was out of their minds. Upon hearing Mo.S name, Tang San's expression instantly turned cold. Thinking of Mo reminded him of the Spear Hall, and thinking of the Spear Hall reminded him of Yu Xiaojiang's death. Dai Mubai and the others also looked dim. After all, they had been comrades for 2 years, and in the end, he was no longer the same person he used to be. There was a hint of sadness in the hearts of the Shrek Seven Monsters. I declare, the match begins. After both sides saluted, the host announced the start of the match. At that moment, lightning flashed at Yu Tianxin's feet, and he rushed straight towards Tang San. The other team members also charged towards the opposing side as soon as the match began. In their view, without that freak Mo, defeating these weaklings who couldn't even handle someone like the Blaze Academy was a piece of cake. So they aimed to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Dai Mubai and the others, under Ning Rongrong's enhancement, rushed towards the opponent as well. Finally, Dai Mubai encountered Yu Tianxin. Even though he used his first and third soul skills along with Ning Rongrong's boost, he still couldn't withstand Yu Tianxin's second soul skill. Bang! Dai Mubai was knocked back several steps, steadied himself, and faced Yu Tianxin again. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also confronted the 2 soul masters at level 39. Ma Hongjun was beside them, spitting fire to disrupt the enemy, while Tang San occasionally released strands of blue-silver grass to whip at the opponent. No good. That kid is too annoying. Let us take care of him first, said one of the level 39 soul masters with an umbrella, looking at Tang San. Beside him, the level 43 soul master with the Thunder Spider martial soul, Lei Dong, punched Zhu Zhuqing back and swiftly moved to release his first soul skill, Thunder Spider. Instantly, thunder and lightning spider legs shot towards Tang San from the ground. Oomph! Tang San sneered, immediately releasing countless blue-silver grass to block the spider legs. However, he didn't expect that the spider legs would transmit bolts of electricity into his blue-silver grass. Although the power wasn't great, it still paralyzed Tang San for a moment. In that moment, a strange smile appeared on Lei Dong's face, as he had secretly directed one of the spider legs towards Ning Rongrong behind Tang San. Rongrong! Oscar, who had been watching Ning Rongrong closely, exclaimed in alarm at this scene. But it was too late. As soon as Tang San's paralysis wore off, Lei Dong immediately released his second soul skill, Spiderweb, landing on Tang San's head. This brief delay allowed the spider legs to wrap around Ning Rongrong's legs. Chirp, chirp, chirp! A wave of paralysis surged through Ning Rongrong, causing her to convulse, and the enhancements on Dai Mubai and the others dissipated as well. At that moment, Tang San broke free from the spider web and quickly released a strand of blue-silver grass to wrap around Ning Rongrong's waist, pulling her towards him. Good job, Lei Dong! Yu Tianxin shouted happily and unleashed his fourth soul skill towards Dai Mubai's face. How could Dai Mubai, with a 4-level difference in soul power, block this attack? He hurriedly activated his third soul skill to shield his face. Bang! Without the enhancement of the celestial herb and Ning Rongrong's boost, and with such a significant soul power gap, Dai Mubai was sent flying by the punch. Dai Lauda! Tang San shouted in surprise, using blue-silver grass to assist him. At this rate, Dai Mubai might be knocked off the stage by Thunder Academy. These people were too strong, their coordination was incredibly high, and they knew us very well. It seemed they came prepared this time. Dai Mubai pulled in front of Tang San, shook his sore and numb arms, and accepted the sausage Oscar handed him, speaking in a deep voice. Tang San also looked solemnly at the opposing team. He had to admit that Thunder Academy was very powerful, and their lightning attribute was extremely restraining against them, making them harder to deal with in Shinfeng Academy. Bang! In that instant, Ma Hongjun was also punched off the stage by Yu Tianxin, who had freed up his hands. Tang San quickly released blue silver grass, trying to catch him. But Yu Tianxin wouldn't let that happen. He swiftly moved to block Tang San, smashing through the blue silver grass, and just like that, the over 30 level Ma Hongjun was knocked off the stage. The spectators below were tense yet excited, watching the match on the stage, shouting the name of Thunder Academy. Meanwhile, the situation for Tang San's side was very bleak. Within less than a minute after the match began, Dai Mubai temporarily lost his combat ability. Ning Rongrong was paralyzed by lightning and unable to unleash her martial soul, and Ma Hongjun was eliminated from the stage. Yu Tianxin shot Tang San a cold smile and dashed towards Zhu Zhuqing, throwing a punch at her beautiful face. Zhuqing! Dai Mubai cried out in alarm, rushing to release his soul skill towards her. Bang! Yu Tianxin's punch struck Dai Mubai's face directly, sending a strong impact that knocked both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing flying. Chapter 177. the initial emergence of the blue-silver domain whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were about to collapse to the ground, two strands of blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around their waists, preventing further injury. Although Dai Mubai was saved by Tang San, his handsome face was already swollen like a big pig's head, and it was difficult for him to even open his eyes. Yet, he still struggled to open his eyes to see Zhu Zhuqing. Mobai. Zhu Zhuqing cried, her face covered in tears, heartbroken as she held him. Why are you so foolish? Is it worth it? Fool, fool, you are my most beloved person, of course. It's worth it. After Dai Mubai said this with a smile, he tried to reach out to touch her face. But before his hand could lift halfway, his eyes closed, and he fainted. Mobai, Mobai, wake up, wake up. Zhu Zhuqing shook his body desperately, crying out. But no matter how much he shook him, he showed no response, his pig-like swollen face still wearing a smile. Zhuqing, boss Dai just fainted, yes, fine. Our main focus now is on the competition, Tang San said sternly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly used his ghost shadow misty step to rush towards Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was being pushed back by the combined attacks of two soul masters. Without her martial soul, she no longer had the true 8 extremes collapse or the ability to teleport, and she was now cornered at the edge of the arena, at risk of being pushed off at any moment. Wind. Just as Tang San was about to reach her, a figure flashed past, and the annoying smile of Yu Tianxin reappeared before him. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who had been forcefully knocked off the stage, and quickly activated his Xian Jade hand, throwing a punch at Yu Tianxin. However, Yu Tianxin had already anticipated this move and also used his soul power to punch back at him. Bang! Tang San was knocked back several steps by this punch, and Yu Tianxin's smile instantly froze as he too was pushed back by the shockwave. How is this possible? Yu Tianxin stared in disbelief at the retreating Tang San. He was a level 48 Assault System Soul Master, while Tang San was only a level 43 Control System Soul Master. How could their punch collision push him back? Moreover, what had he just used? Why was his fist so hard? Yu Tianxin found it even more unbelievable that Tang San's fist felt like it had struck a solid steel plate, hard as iron, and he could still feel a slight numbness in his fist from the impact. This guy really is extraordinary to have obtained a 10,000-year spirit ring at level 40. Yu Tianxin marveled, but that was all. Tang Yin, this battle is over. 4th soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Speed. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul behind Yu Tianxin roared and began to circle in the air. At this moment, Yu Tianxin merged with his martial soul and charged violently towards Tang San. Seeing the rapidly approaching Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tang San's eyes shifted, ready to unleash the Haotian hammer. But when he glanced at Salas seated in the high platform, he hesitated. He could not believe that Qian Renlin did not know his identity, nor did he understand why the opponent had yet to attack him. However, from Salas's expression, it seemed he did not recognize him as Tang San. So he hesitated. He did not know whether the other party truly knew his identity. He did not dare to take the gamble that Qian Renlin would not attack him, nor did it mean that others from the Spirit Hall would not. At this moment, releasing the Haotian hammer was clearly an unwise choice, especially since Xiao Wu was unharmed. He had no need to rush to reveal his secret. Third brother, Xiao San, seeing Tang San dazed in the middle of the arena. His other companions hurriedly called out to him. With a firm gaze, Tang San looked at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex coming closer. He steadied his mind and suddenly spread his arms wide, allowing the blue-silver Emperor martial soul to slowly detach from his hands and manifest in front of his chest. Blue-silver domain. Suddenly, with a burst of intense blue light, the blue-silver Emperor martial soul shot up in height, and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire arena. What is this? Everyone, both on and off the stage, widened their eyes at this scene. What is this? A soul skill? Or a soul bone? The Snow Knight Emperor looked at the blue light and powerful pressure emanating from the stage in astonishment. We've already seen Tang San's 4 soul skills. This cannot be a soul skill, and it doesn't feel like a soul bone either. Ning Fengji said, puzzled. Huh, what a bunch of ignorant fools. This is a domain skill. This kid actually has a domain. Salas, to the left of Snow Knight, first scoffed mockingly, then looked grimly at the intense blue light in the middle of the arena, surprised that the Tang San he had always looked down upon actually possessed a domain skill. To be precise, he had known Tang San's true identity from the very beginning. Even though he had changed significantly since then, he had recognized Tang San's identity during his first match when he released his martial soul. Moreover, The Holy Sun had personally instructed him to arrange for the Xiangjia Academy to create troubles for Tang San. What? A domain? Both the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji stared in disbelief. A domain. A powerful skill that had rarely appeared across the continent. The only ones they knew that possessed a domain were the Angel Clan of the Spirit Hall, with their innate angel domain, and the killing god domain of the City of Slaughter. But they never expected that right under their noses, a powerful domain skill would appear on a mere level 43 Soul Master. At the same time, as Tang San's blue-silver domain emerged, a strong pressure filled everyone's hearts, and the entire arena was illuminated by blue light, with blue-silver grass covering the ground. And that was not all. As the Soul Arena of the Do Spirit Empire's main city, it was naturally surrounded by blue-silver grass. Now, when Tang San's blue-silver domain appeared, the blue-silver grass within a radius of several hundred meters began to emit a faint blue glow, moving towards Tang San's blue-silver domain. Just as Yu Tianxin's Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to collide with Tang San, the ground was covered with dense blue-silver grass, tightly surrounding him, enhancing the hardness of the blue-silver grass and weakening the speed of Yu Tianxin and his soul skill. Boom! The soul skill Yu Tianxin released. The Tyrannosaurus Rex finally collided with the blue-silver grass shell enveloping Tang San, sending a powerful wave of soul power surging around the entire arena. Not good. This attack's power could reach the audience below. The Snow Knight Emperor shouted urgently. Ning Fengji's sword Douluo waved his hand, causing the residual soul power around the arena to dissipate completely. Chapter 178, Thunder Academy defeated Boom. When Yu Tianxin crashed into the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San, it felt as if he had hit a great mountain, and he was knocked back, feeling dizzy. The air around him was filled with a continuous influx of blue energy, as if it were trying to erode his soul power. Within my blue-silver domain, everything is under my control, including this entire area of air. You should be feeling the continuous soul power entering your body now, right? Tang San withdrew the blue-silver grass surrounding him and stood atop a mound formed by the blue-silver grass, looking down at Yu Tianxin. Domain. Why do you possess a domain? Yu Tianxin shook his dazed head, incredulously asking Tang San. Tang San lightly snorted, slowly raised his right hand, glanced around at the members of the Thunder Academy team, then raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly clenched his fist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Tang San's thoughts moved, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from Yu Tianxin and the other Thunder team members, and countless blue-silver grasses continued to grow from within them. What? What is happening? What on earth is this? The members of the Thunder Academy exclaimed in panic. But no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the blue-silver grass that bound them. Tang Yin, can you tell me how you did this? Compared to the others' cries, Yu Tianxin calmly asked, as he was sure the opponent would not kill him, and this was just a match on the stage. So there was no need for the opponent to harm them. In fact, from the very beginning of the match, I had already begun to guide you into my trap. Sure enough, when you discovered we were weak, you thought only of quickly ending the battle. And it was at this moment, when you all let your guard down, that I released my domain and secretly implanted blue-silver seeds into your bodies. After undergoing a certain evolution, my blue-silver grass became even harder and more solid. Your fourth soul skill is indeed powerful, and your soul power is higher than mine, but when I am wrapped in 15 layers of blue-silver grass, not only can you not break my defense, but you will also suffer a backlash due to your own powerful strength. When I felt the timing was right, I began to control the blue-silver seeds inside you and simultaneously released my fourth soul skill, blue-silver cage. With your current strength, once bound by my blue-silver grass, it would be impossible for you to break free. Therefore, you lost this match. Tang San stood on the elevated platform made of blue-silver grass, narrating the entire battle process. So we had already fallen into your trap from the very beginning. We admit defeat, Yu Tianxin said with clenched fists, unwilling to accept it. What is the point of not admitting defeat? They cannot break free from the blue-silver grass that bound them like Zhongzi. Moreover, losing to such a genius with extraordinary intelligence is not unjust. At this moment, Yu Tianxin felt immense respect for Tang San. To win this final match, he had endured from the very first match until now, even pretending to lose to the Fire Academy and the Water Academy, as well as the Wind Academy to act out this whole scene. What an unprecedented and wonderful match. I never expected that today, right before our eyes, we would witness a domain skill that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. This is truly spectacular. I believe this match will definitely be recorded in history. Just then, Dodo, who had been stunned for a long time, finally reacted and flew into the air, joyfully exclaiming, "Hey, it's time to announce the results of the match, right?" Tang San frowned impatiently, knowing that Big Brother Dai was still unconscious. Xiao Wu and the other teammates were also injured. Oh, right. I announced that in the 13th round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition preliminary round, the 6th match, the Tiando Royal Academy wins. Tiando, Tang. As the host Do announced the results, tens of thousands of spectators below immediately shouted Tang San's name in unison. Tang San also lifted the domain skill and retracted the blue-silver seeds from the Thunder Academy team members' bodies and the blue-silver grass outside. You are very strong. Losing to a genius like you, Yu Tianxin sincerely accepted. After regaining control, Yu Tianxin walked up to Tang San and said with admiration, "You all are very strong too. If you and T been so eager to end the battle, you wouldn't have so easily fallen for my trick." Tang San shook his head, unconcerned. If only the teacher were still here. If only Xiao Wu were here. At this moment, Tang San once again felt melancholic as he thought of the deceased Yu Xiaojiang and Xiao Wu. "Teacher, I did it. I did not disappoint your teachings. In the preliminary round of the Elite Soul Master competition, we won. Please rest in peace in the world of bliss." Tang San clenched his fists and thought silently. With the conclusion of this battle, the preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, hosted by the two empires and co-organized by the Spirit Hall, was officially announced to be over. Now I will announce the list of all the academies that have advanced to the finals. First place, Thunder Academy. Second place, Wind Academy. Third place, Tiando Royal Academy. Fourth place. Alright, this is the list of academies that have advanced in this preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Now, please return to your respective academies to rest well, as you will be taken by the Empire to Spirit City for the final competition in 3 days. The beautiful host Dodo's words were followed by another round of earth-shattering cheers from the audience. Please be quiet. Next, our Snow Knight Emperor will give speech. Dodo's words were met with another round of cheers, and Snow Knight Emperor slowly stood up, holding a staff symbolizing royal power, looking down at the many spectators with an imposing presence. He then gave a graduation-like speech, followed by saying that regardless of the results of the teams traveling to the Spirit Hall for the finals, as long as they join the Tiando Empire after the competition, they will at least hold the title of Baron, and the doors of the Empire will always be open to them. This was met with another round of cheers, followed by a formal speech from Ning Zhongzhu of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and then a few perfunctory words from the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. Just like that, everyone dispersed. Those who advanced celebrated happily, while the eliminated felt disheartened, inevitably facing a scolding. And Tang San and others temporarily stepped out of the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang's death to celebrate at a restaurant. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Qian Renlin, who had already arrived at the Sunset Forest. Chapter 179. Re-entering the Star-Do Great Forest in the Sunset Forest. Qian Renlin looked around at the thousands of herbs surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang and sighed for a long time. What a pity. These herbs will never become immortal herbs. The ice and fire yin-yang is called one of the 3 great treasure troves because its uniqueness allows the herbs here to grow at 10 times the speed. And ordinary plants cannot take root here, now that the divine power that provided energy for them has been devoured by Qian Renlin, and the 2 Dragon Kings have been integrated and transformed by him. This place no longer possesses the ability to provide special energy, making it no different from ordinary places outside. Thus, these herbs that had only grown for a few years no longer have the characteristic of 10-fold growth. However, Qian Renlin felt no change in his heart. Whether the ice and fire yin-yang was destroyed or not had no effect on him. With his current strength, immortal herbs no longer hold much use for him. As for the subordinates of the Spirit Hall, he didn't care about them at all. Moreover, with his 5-element soul power seed, the members of the Spirit Hall do not cultivate any slower than if they consumed immortal herbs, and with Qian Renlin's cultivation method, their cultivation speed is even 10 times faster than that of consuming innate full soul power from immortal herbs. In just 1 year, after practicing the cultivation method transformed by Qian Renlin and with the soul power seeds he planted within them, the number of soul saints in the Spirit Hall has reached an astonishing 6,000, including 2,000 iron-blooded dragon guards. Even if all the soul saints from the entire continent were combined, they would not have as many as the iron-blooded dragon guards of the Spirit Hall, and their combat capabilities are incomparable. Master, feeling the master's aura, the meticulous Dugabo, who was caring for the herbs, quickly reacted and bowed to the suddenly appearing Qian Renlin in the air. Qian Renlin lightly acknowledged, signaling the other to rise, and then headed towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although Qian Renlin believed that these herbs were no longer useful, he had no intention of telling Douluo. After all, there were no tasks for him to do right now, so letting him continue caring for these herbs was also good to keep him occupied. Your Highness, the ghostly figure sitting cross-legged in front of the twin dragons quickly bowed to Qian Renlin, who appeared here. Is there any situation? Qian Renlin waved his hand, casually asking about the still, slowly merging twin dragons. Replying to Your Highness, I have been monitoring this place for the past half-month, and there has been no unusual activity. Qian Renlin's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked at the twin dragons that had already merged to a large extent. Lost in thought, you continue to guard here, and report to me immediately if anything unexpected happens. Yes, I will watch over this place without leaving an inch. Qian Renlin turned and left, suddenly thinking of a crucial issue. The fusion of the two dragon corpses was not enough to create a brand new dragon. One vital element was still needed, the dragon soul. Although Qian Renlin had brought back the 100,000-year-old sacred soul grass that could awaken the souls of the dead, the souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had already perished and had been devoured by Qian Renlin along with their divine power. Without souls, how could they be awakened? Thus, Qian Renlin needed to find another dragon soul, and at this moment, the most suitable dragon still alive on Douluo Continent, besides the Silver Dragon King, was only Emperor Tian. The Silver Dragon King was still sleeping in the life lake at the center of the son.A forest, and he could be of great help to Qian Renlin in the future. He could not waste his efforts on two ordinary Dragon Kings. So only Emperor Tian was the most suitable choice. Just right, I also lack the 8th spirit ring. Emperor Tian, it's decided that you will be it. Thinking of this, Qian Renlin moved and teleported to the sky over the sunset forest, heading towards the son.A forest. With his current strength, he was no longer afraid of the soul beasts in the son.A forest. A mere Emperor Tian was no longer in his sights. Whoosh! At that moment, Qian Renlin suddenly appeared at the center of the son.A forest, emanating a strong soul power pressure that descended upon all the soul beasts in the forest. Roar! A series of beast roars echoed from deep within the forest. Boom! Bang! 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 Suddenly, a soul power pressure several times stronger than before descended upon all the soul beasts at the center of the son.A forest, and the overwhelming pressure instantly caused all soul beasts below 10,000 years to explode and perish. At this moment, all soul beasts below 10,000 years at the edge of the deep son.A forest died, and thousands of purple spirit rings formed a beautiful and dazzling scene. Damn human, you have some guts. Dozens of powerful auras surged forth, angrily roaring at Qian Renlin. Boom! A giant magic ape over 10 meters tall waved its hand, smashing surrounding trees as it rushed towards the center. Various other soul beasts from different directions also approached. Despicable human, how dare you kill hundreds of my kin? Today, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the son.A forest will pursue you until you die. The 100,000-year-old magic ape roared angrily at Qian Renlin, who stood in the air like an ant. It should be known that the soul beasts living in the depths of the forest were all powerful kin of at least 100,000 years. Qian Renlin's strike had killed more than half of their kin below 10,000 years, severing the roots of their lineage. How could they not be furious? Bang! Qian Renlin merely glanced at him, and the opponent immediately flew back as if struck by thousands of giant rocks. Where is Emperor Tian? Get out here! Get out! Out! Here! Qian Renlin's shout echoed throughout the center of the son.A forest, causing the weak 10,000 year soul beasts to scatter like birds and beasts, while the ferocious beasts rushing towards him halted in disbelief. What the hell did this damn human just say? He actually dared to call the beast god out? All the intelligent soul beasts were incredulous, their mouths agape, as if they had heard something unbelievable. However, this statement was indeed very astonishing to them. For hundreds of thousands of years, Qian Renlin was the first being to dare to directly call out the name of the beast god. Human, you actually dared to call out the name of the beast god. Today, you will undoubtedly die. The three-headed red magic hound, Qi Wang, reacted and immediately roared angrily at him. The other major soul beasts also quickly reacted, rushing towards him while angrily shouting. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Emperor Tian? Qian Renlin asked coldly, his eyes icy. Human, you're not yet qualified to see the beast god, and the beast god's name is not something you can call. The anthropomorphic emerald swan, Bai Ji, was at the forefront, staring directly into Qian Renlin's eyes as she spoke. Clearly, She recognized Qian Renlin as the human who left the forest last time, and also felt that his strength was extraordinary. However, since he had begun to offend the beast god Emperor Tian, they, as his subordinates, naturally could not just sit and wait. Indeed, how could the name of the beast god be called by a lowly human like you? You dare to kill thousands of soul beasts in the Douluo forest. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Since you refuse to drink the wine, you'll have to take the punishment. Chapter 180. Fighting against numerous ferocious beasts since you all refuse to drink the wine. Don't blame me. Qian Renlin looked coldly at the dozen or so soul beasts surrounding him, his aura surging. A massive angel spirit manifested behind him, and a red lightning soul power as thick as a water tank shot straight into the sky. Boom! Under the powerful might. The surrounding area within a 10-mile radius was shaken, with earth and stones rolling, trees shattering, and not a blade of grass remaining. This might. So strong. Ji and the other soul beasts over 100,000 years old instantly changed their expressions, transforming back into their original forms to withstand this soul power pressure. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Emperor Tian? At this moment, Qian Renlin appeared like a saint in the sky, looking down at the soul beasts with eyes devoid of emotion, as if looking at ants. Curiously, Qian Renlin's angel spirit was only about 10 meters tall, much smaller compared to any soul beast present. Even the smallest cave spider king would give a much stronger impression. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of the soul beasts, Qian Renlin was as towering as a giant, while they seemed like small ants. If you want to know the whereabouts of the beast god, first you must defeat us. Qi Wang gritted his teeth and said loudly. Although Qian Renlin exerted tremendous pressure on them, and his strength was unfathomable, they, as the overlords of the Douluo forest, also had their own dignity and could not easily compromise with a human. Shun! Qian Renlin stopped wasting words, his gaze cold, and in an instant, he flashed above Qi Wang, his fist crackling with red lightning as it smashed down fiercely. Qi Wang was taken aback. Quickly using his soul skills to defend and shouted loudly, everyone attacked together. The remaining soul beasts unleashed their full power and charged at QianRenlin. They understood that with this human strength, none of the soul beasts present could match him in a one-on-one fight. However, with 14 soul beasts at over 100,000 years of cultivation, they were not necessarily afraid of him. Boom! A surge of crimson soul power erupted around QianRenlin. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the massive body of the Crimson King by the head and tossed it into the air. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately, numerous attacks from the soul beast struck the tall and sturdy body of the Crimson King. With a loud thud, the scales on its back shattered, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Crimson King, Red Demon, ZG, and other soul beasts changed their expressions and shouted in alarm. They did not expect this human to be so despicable and shameless, using soul beasts as shields. Ji was also taken aback, looking at the weakened and pained Crimson King. A green light flickered in her chest, and she quickly released a burst of energy to heal its injuries. This human is too strong. In less than 3 breaths, the Crimson King is already heavily injured. The Demon Tree King of the myriad beasts exclaimed in horror. Moreover, his speed is incredibly fast. We can't even get close to him. The fastest among them, the Wind Thunder Eagle, Ingjiu, frowned and said solemnly, "Let's surround him and seal off his surroundings. I refuse to believe that so many soul beasts can't take down a single human." The Hell Demon Dragon King, ZG, said coldly. Hearing her words, the other soul beasts nodded and surged towards QianRenlin, planning to swarm him. QianRenlin snorted lightly, sneering, thinking this would be enough to deal with this holy son. 5 elements clone. QianRenlin waved his arms, and 13 clones, identical to him, appeared around him. It was the first time QianRenlin used this technique in battle since his birth. With a thought, the 13 clones each confronted a soul beast, with 1 clone for each of the 13 soul beasts. What? Ji and the others were dumbfounded. It can be played like this? One QianRenlin was already difficult to deal with, and with 13 clones, how terrifying would that be? The sky blue bull python let out a roar, swinging its bull head to collide with the approaching clone. The other soul beasts gritted their teeth and charged in. The 13 clones had cold, expressionless eyes, their arms waving to condense weapons, releasing soul power to attack the soul beasts before them. QianRenlin calmly stood in the air, watching their battle. Each of the 13 clones only had 50% of his combat power, and that was without the true martial soul state. Moreover, the amount of soul power within them was only that of a typical title Douluo, It wasn't that QianRenlin couldn't enhance their strength and soul power, but rather that, given his current strength, he couldn't condense that many clones. He could currently only condense 3 clones with the same strength as his main body. And in the true martial soul state, he could condense 8 clones. But this wasn't a life and death situation. He didn't need to do that. In his view, these were all his second martial soul rings, and soon to be nourishment for his Dragon King clone. So he didn't want to kill these soul beasts just yet. Although these clones only had 50% of his main body strength, and the amount of soul power was only that of a normal title Douluo, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts, and the other few beasts with over 300,000 years of cultivation could be annoyed a bit. Qian merely glanced at the battle before turning to the lying Crimson King. Now that the powerful soul beasts of the Star-Do Forest had appeared, he didn't believe that Emperor Tian would stand by and do nothing. Since he hadn't shown up, it meant he wasn't here. The 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound, drenched in blood and weakened, looked at the approaching Qian, and a hint of panic flashed in its eyes as it cautiously held its breath. With its 29,000-year cultivation, it naturally could tell that this human was currently in an 80-level soul ring deficiency state. So it reasonably assumed that the other party was going to kill it and take its rings. Seeing the fear and unease in the Crimson King's eyes, Qian naturally understood its thoughts and casually released a soul power energy ball, smashing it towards the first head on the left. Bang! Roar! Immediately, the Crimson King let out a violent roar as its entire head was blown apart by the energy ball. Tell me, where is Emperor Tian? Looking at the Crimson King, which was in pain and sweating profusely, baring its teeth and bleeding from its neck, Qian asked without changing his expression. I don't know. The Crimson King gritted its teeth and said with difficulty. Bang! Qian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to condense another energy ball in his hand, blowing apart its right head and saying, "You have one more chance." The Crimson King let out another roar, now left with only one head. Give up on that thought. You want me to betray the beast god? Don't even think about it. In its view, even if it spoke, it would just become the other party's soul ring. So it was better to retain its loyalty and dignity before dying. Chapter 181. Breaking the Demon Domain. You think you can become my soul ring? Do you think your mere 20,000 years of cultivation is enough? Qian sneered coldly. But he wasn't wrong. With his current strength, soul beasts with less than 300,000 years of cultivation were no longer qualified to become his soul rings. Currently, all his soul rings and soul bones were nearly 290,000 years old, and he only needed to absorb one more soul ring to reach the limit of what his body could bear, at which point he would be at least over 300,000 years. The Crimson King was taken aback. What do you mean? You're not trying to take my soul ring? Whether as a person or a beast, never overestimate yourself. What you think is not always the truth. Qian smiled wickedly, revealing a charming and sinister grin. The Crimson King was already bleeding in its heart, shouting, "What the hell? If you're not trying to kill me, you should have said so earlier. Now I've turned my 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound into a 1-headed dog. Tell me, where is Emperor Tian?" Qian had lost count of how many times he had asked this today, but he could guarantee that if the Crimson King dared to say no again, he would definitely kill it. Looking at the handsome man exuding a strong, killing intent, the Crimson King swallowed an imaginary lump in its throat, then glanced at Bai Ji and the other beasts who were focused on fighting. Sigh. The beast god should be in the endless sea right now. The Crimson King decided to reveal Emperor Tian's whereabouts now that it knew it wouldn't die. After all, it didn't think Qian could defeat him. Although this guy's strength was indeed formidable, it was nothing compared to the beast god with over 800,000 years of cultivation. The endless sea? Poseidon's territory? What does he want there? Qian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He initially thought the other party would go to the extreme north, but unexpectedly, he went to the endless sea. Why does he want to go to the endless sea? I don't know. The remaining head of the Crimson King shrank back, biting its head as it spoke. Qian squinted his eyes, clearly noticing the other party's evasive attitude, indicating that they had some kind of conspiracy. Suddenly, he thought of something, but then a faint smile appeared on his lips. How naive. Qian turned to look at the avatars and soul beasts still fighting. With his strength, he could naturally see that several avatars were already running out of energy. Shun! A gray light flashed, and Qian figure disappeared. He didn't care about the avatar survival. After all, they could only exist for 5 minutes in total, and there was less than a minute left now. The Red King was somewhat surprised, not expecting the other party to really spare him. Then a sharp pain hit him, and he realized he was down to just a head, instantly filled with hatred and anger towards QianRenlin. Bang! Just as QianRenlin left, Ziji found a gap, smashed the avatar in front of her with a palm, and then went to help the weaker soul beasts. She naturally sensed that these avatars were not very powerful, and theoretically, with her strength, she could easily take care of them. However, she didn't expect that after killing these avatars, they could revive in another elemental form. So she had to kill the opponent 5 times before truly eliminating them. But this also served as a warning to her. If one avatar was so difficult to deal with, how strong must QianRenlin's main body be? Could it also revive after death by consuming a specific element? It must be said that although the soul beasts had lived for a very long time, their thought processes were quite astonishing. After all, soul beasts living in the Do forest had limited understanding of human soul masters. They only knew that upgrading required killing soul beasts to obtain rings, and that soul skills depended on the abilities of the soul beasts in life. But they were completely unaware of those special soul masters. Otherwise, after the Silver Dragon King awakened, there would be no need to venture into the human world to learn about human knowledge and characteristics. With her strength, along with the Do forest and several other soul beast gathering places, wouldn't she be able to charge in and smash down easily? On the other side, after leaving the forest, QianRenlin stood in the air, deep in thought, contemplating whether to go directly to the Endless Sea to find the inn or wait until the other party returned to the Do forest before taking action. After all, the Endless Sea was not the same as the Do forest. While outsiders viewed the Do forest as the largest and most dangerous soul beast gathering place on the continent, he alone knew that the truly most dangerous place was the Endless Sea. There were many soul beasts over 10,000 years old there, far more than in the Do forest, and many of them were even older than those in the Do forest. The sea god Poseidon could become a top-tier god by relying on the belief power of an entire sea area, which certainly could not be achieved with just a bunch of lowly creatures. Moreover, there were also limit Douluo Poseidon and a host of super Douluo present. Once they sensed QianRenlin's aura, they might directly intervene to block his entry, and they could command a vast army of soul beasts, which would put Qian in a very unfavorable position. Although with his strength, numbers wouldn't matter, and he wouldn't regard Super Douluo as a threat. He mustn't forget that there was a very perverse existence there. That person was the sea dragon Douluo from the Sea God Island's inheritance site. Although he was very weak, he possessed a domain that was quite useless to others but deadly to him, the demon-breaking domain. The demon-breaking domain could not amplify oneself or weaken others, but it had a very special ability. It could break all domains, including all god-level domains like the Killing God domain. QianRenlin didn't know if the opponent's demon-breaking domain could affect his own domain, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although his martial soul was called a super god-level martial soul, theoretically, his domain should also be at the super god level. However, up to now, he hadn't felt how powerful his domain was. Besides being able to amplify himself without being affected by levels and weaken the enemy's attributes by 50%, it still fell within the god-level range. Furthermore, Douluo mainland was unlike other continents. The rules of power here were extremely solid. An entire continent was influenced by the rules of the divine realm. He wasn't sure if he would be affected by these rules, or if he could break the sea dragon Douluo's demon-breaking domain. But if he couldn't break the opponent's demon-breaking domain, he would only have his own strength to rely on. He could completely disregard Poseidon and the group of tidal Douluo, but if he were surrounded by the Inn and other soul beasts, he might not be able to escape unscathed, although he had spatial attributes that allowed him to escape hundreds of kilometers in an instant. This skill mainly relied on the spatial domain. If his domain were also restricted by the demon-breaking domain, then he would be in danger. Therefore, his prior plan was to wait until after the Soul Master competition to lead the Spirit Hall troops to attack Sea God Island, first eliminating the Sea Dragon Douluo who had a counter against him. This was the safest approach. After all, he hadn't tried it yet. His personal combat power on the mainland was already invincible, and without a strong opponent, he didn't know where his weaknesses lay. Chapter 182. Separation of Souls. The next day, QianRenlin returned to the ice and fire two-headed dragon beneath the sunset forest. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided not to take the risk alone. The waters of the Endless Sea were very deep and certainly not as calm as they appeared on the surface. At this moment, the fusion of the twin Dragon Kings was also at a critical stage. He had to personally guard it, just in case. Moreover, even if there was no dragon soul, it wouldn't matter much. At most, it would mean that they couldn't possess their own consciousness like living beings. Boom! Looking at the ice and fire twin Dragon King, which was just 1/6 away from completing its fusion, QianRenlin sat cross-legged in the air, gathering the ultimate fire element in his left hand and the ultimate ice element in his right hand. He then slowly drew a circle in front of him with both hands, stacking them on his abdomen, and the two extreme elements immediately merged into one. Currently, only QianRenlin on the entire continent could achieve the fusion of these two extreme elements. Other soul masters could basically only possess one elemental ability within their bodies, and many soul masters didn't even have a trace of elemental power, only having extreme strength. The very few soul beasts with multiple elements also couldn't fuse more than one type of elemental energy. They could only release attacks using the elemental power within them, but they could never merge two elements into one. QianRenlin fused the two spheres of ice and fire elements into a fist-sized Taiji diagram. Then, with a movement of his left hand's middle finger, the 10,000-year-old holy soul grass from the southern grasslands and the 9th-grade blood dragon, ginseng, obtained from the white crane, appeared before him. Who? QianRenlin slightly raised his head to glance at the two dragon kings, gradually calming down, then took a deep breath, suppressing a slight pain, and dispersed a trace of his soul origin from his sea of consciousness. As soon as the soul origin separated from his body, the life source in the sea of consciousness immediately repaired the missing origin. As for the pain of splitting the soul, it had no effect on QianRenlin at all. When he first separated the essence of his soul to create the puppet Xiao Wu, he gradually began to enjoy the pain that came from his soul, often separating his soul to create avatars in his spare time. Only in this way could he feel that this world was real and not just a dream. QianRenlin looked at the thumb-sized, brilliant golden essence of his soul in front of him, exhaled a breath, and the essence was immediately blown into the fist-sized ice and fire Taiji diagram. When he saw that this strand of soul essence did not dissipate, QianRenlin then used his mind to control the holy soul grass and blood dragon ginseng to merge into both sides of the Taiji diagram, forming a yin and yang. At this moment, the Taiji diagram finally looked like a true Taiji diagram. After this step was completed, QianRenlin began to input fire elements into the ice elements from his arms, slowly merging them into the Taiji diagram, and started to refine the holy soul grass and blood dragon ginseng within it. Once everything was ready, it was time to waiting for the two dragon kings to merge into a brand new dragon body, and then to infuse the Taiji diagram into the other S body. Only then would this brand new breed of dragon truly be refined. However, QianRenlin always felt that something was still off, as if something was missing. What could it be? QianRenlin furrowed his brows in deep thought. Everything that needed to be prepared was already done, but what step could still be missing? He stared at the two dragon kings that would merge in a few days, but he just couldn't recall what step was still lacking. QianRenlin closed his eyes and carefully thought about the steps Tang San took to revive Xiao Wu, the Heartbreak Red and the 9th grade human ginseng king, and then the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th soul rings. In the light of the sea god, QianRenlin suddenly opened his eyes. The light of the sea god. Yes, he was missing that step. But then QianRenlin frowned again. He was refining a puppet avatar. Did he really need to go to Sea God Island to accept the sea goddess inheritance? That would be too troublesome. There had to be another way. QianRenlin closed his eyes again, quietly recalling the moment when Tang San revived Xiao Wu. It seemed that the sky blue bull python had mentioned 3 types of medicinal herbs, 2 of which were the holy soul grass that awakens the soul and the 9th grade blood dragon ginseng that grows in a human form. And the 3rd was a 10,000-year soul beast-S inner core that merges the soul with the body. Inner core. QianRenlin opened his eyes again. He currently had a soul beast-S inner core on him, which he had taken from the 10-headed sun snake on the hell road of the slaughter city. But since Tang San had already gathered 3 types of herbs, why hadn't he used this 10,000-year snake core for Xiao Wu? Was it because rabbits and snakes were incompatible? But he remembered that it was said that any type of soul beast inner core would do as long as it was over 10,000 years old. However, QianRenlin soon stopped thinking about it. Who knows what Tang San was thinking? Anyway, dragons and snakes were quite similar, and now that he had found the problem, it was easier to handle. He closed his eyes again, quietly waiting for the double dragons to merge. On the other side, the Heaven-Do Empire. Now, there was only one day left before heading to the Soul Master City. Tomorrow was the day for all the academies eligible to participate in the promotion tournament and some spectators to head to the Hall of Spirits. The person leading the team to the Soul Master City had already been decided by the Heaven-Do Empire. It would be the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe representing the Snow Knight Emperor as a judge, accompanied by 2 Soul Douluo powerhouses and 500 Heaven-Do White Armor Knights. along with 15 academy battle teams and their accompanying teachers, totaling over 1,000 people. At this moment, all the academies that were qualified to participate in the competition and those facing elimination had made preparations to head to the Soul Master City to watch the match. Flander was preparing Dai Mubai and others for their departure tomorrow, and Tang San had found a reason to leave the team early. Sitting on a hillside, looking into the distance, his gaze deep in thought. The Hall of Spirits. This was an extremely powerful and dangerous force. And the Holy Sun, Qian Renlin, felt like an insurmountable giant mountain pressing down on his heart. He didn't know if going there would mean throwing himself into a trap, but he had to go. Taking out a soul bone from the 24 Bridges moonlit night, Tang San fell into contemplation while looking at this soul bone in his hand. This was the third soul ring he obtained with the help of Mo Phone, the 3,000-year soul-eating spider torso bone soul bone. For so many years, he had kept it by his side without absorbing it, because he knew that for soul masters, the higher the age of the soul bone, the better. This was not an external soul bone. Once absorbed into the body, if there were no chances, it would only waste a soul bone slot. That was why he had not absorbed this soul bone all these years. But now it was time. He could no longer afford to not absorb it. He knew the preciousness and rarity of soul bones, and it would be difficult to find better soul bones in the future unless he could reach the tidal Dalu level and have the strength to kill 100,000-year soul beasts. Even if he encountered a soul bone of higher age, it might not necessarily suit his torso bone. Soul bones are best absorbed together with the same soul ring. And this 3,000-year soul-eating spider torso bone was produced by the 3,000-year soul-eating spider soul ring he absorbed. Given the temperament of the Hall of Spirits and Qian Renlin, tomorrow's journey to the Hall of Spirits would likely not be peaceful. Although the soul bone had a slightly lower age, it was still equivalent to a 3,000-year soul skill, making it a good time to absorb it. For the sake of a safer journey to the Hall of Spirits tomorrow, and to face the even more powerful opponents to come, Tang San ultimately decided to absorb this soul bone. Chapter 183, See God, Bo, Saishi, the Hall of the Pope in the Soul Master City. After a month of training in perfect coordination, Hulaina suddenly arrived at the Hall of the Pope. Nana, why aren't you resting today? Why did you suddenly come to see me? Bibi Dong, who was explaining something to the black tiger echoed.Ah beside her, looked at Hulaina entering the hall with a puzzled expression. Teacher, are you all discussing how to take action against those students coming to the Hall of Spirits tomorrow? Hulaina quickly walked into the hall and said, Who told you that? Bibi Dong frowned. She was indeed discussing with the black tiger Dalu about ambushing the Soul Master troops on their way to the Hall of Spirits tomorrow, then striking to eliminate those talented Soul Masters with decent strength, but they had just started discussing it. How did Hulaina know? Hulaina was startled. It really was like that. Teacher, no one told me about this. But I thought of it myself because this is the best time to take action against those talented Soul Masters. However, Nana still hopes you can give up this plan. Bibi Dong looked at her calmly, lost in thought. Nana, do you know what the reward for the champion of this competition is? With Lin's proud personality, he definitely won't take action personally. Although I have great confidence in your strength, I still have to take precautions. Hulaina felt the pressure from Bibi Dong. But thinking of Qian Renlin's words, she gritted her teeth and said, Please trust your disciple. Believe in the strength of the golden generation. This time, I will definitely take first place and not let the reward fall into his hands. Logically speaking, if I take action to eliminate these soul masters, your pressure would be greatly reduced. But now you are fiercely protecting them. Why is that? Bibi Dong said, looking at Hulaina with calm eyes. Because. Hulaina nervously pinched the hem of her clothes, hesitating to explain, but in front of Bibi Dong, she really couldn't bring herself to say it. Bibi Dong suddenly smiled, and the whole world seemed to lose its light. All right, I agree as well. Hulaina was taken aback, and then she was filled with ecstatic joy as she rushed forward and hugged Bibi Dong's leg. Laughing, Teacher, you are so good. Bibi Dong also smiled and gently stroked her hair, saying to the black tiger Dalu below, All right, you can go down now. Your Holiness, do we still take action against these talented soul masters? The black tiger Dalu asked hesitantly. Consider this matter as if I never mentioned it. You can return to handle other matters. Bibi Dong waved her hand without raising her head. The black tiger Dalu's eyelids twitched, and he bowed his head, saying yes. Your Holiness, Teacher, why did you suddenly agree not to act against Tang San and the others? Watching the black tiger Dalu turn to leave, Hulaina raised her head, her golden short hair shining, and asked in confusion. Hearing Tang San's name, Bibi Dong became even more certain of her thoughts and smiled indulgently. I know you well. It must be Linner who made some promise to you, right? Hu, realizing her inner thoughts had been discovered by her teacher, suddenly fell shy and buried her head in Bibi Dong's embrace without saying a word. Silly girl. Bibi Dong sighed. The two have already grown up, and their matters should be handled by themselves. On the other side, at the top of a grand hall on God Island, a woman about 175 meters tall, dressed in a bright red robe, stood gracefully by the railing. Her sea blue hair, nearly reaching her heels, flowed behind her in the wind, and she appeared to be in her 30s. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden staff intricately carved with magical patterns, resembling a spear at its head, with a diamond-shaped golden gemstone embedded 5 inches below the spear tip. Her beauty was extraordinary, definitely one of the rare beauties on the continent, and her aura was even more remarkable. If Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was regal, domineering, strong, and aloof, then her aura was gentle, warm, elegant, and noble. Of course, she was not just a pretty face. Her strength was equally unfathomable. She was known as invincible in the seas and one of the 2 surviving demigods on the continent, the High Priestess of God Island. The reason she was considered one of the 2 remaining demigods was that although Golden Crocodile Douluo was also a level 99 ultimate Douluo, he lacked the inheritance of divine power, and his soul power had not undergone divine ascension. He merely reached the peak of soul power, not having demigod strength. At this moment, Poseidon held her left hand on her abdomen and tightly gripped her staff in her right hand, gazing deeply into the distance, lost in thought. For days, she had been feeling restless, as if something significant was about to happen. After decades of silence, was this the day for the continent to awaken? Poseidon muttered anxiously, looking up at the sky, as if she could see a storm brewing. I wonder how Tang San is doing. Poseidon recalled the words Tang San had said to her before leaving. CC, my time is limited, and what worries me the most is you and the Haotian sect. The Spirit Hall has ulterior motives, and I must do something. If I truly do not return this time, please take care of the disciples of the Haotian sect for me. Thank you. High Priestess, there's bad news. I'm not sure if you want to know. Just then, a white-haired old man in black suddenly appeared, hesitating as he spoke to Poseidon. Poseidon took a deep breath, blinked to regain her focus, and said, Go ahead, Tang San, he fell 7 days ago. The white-haired old man stared into Poseidon's eyes and spoke slowly. Even though she had anticipated this, Poseidon still felt a sharp pain in her heart. She trembled and asked, How did he die? I sent some fishermen along the coast to follow Tang San to the outskirts of Spirit City. He fought against a powerful soul master with an angelic spirit and never came out again. I think he must be in grave danger. The seahorse Douluo sighed. The sea soul masters of God Island could not leave the sea, but the fishermen outside the sea were not subject to these restrictions. An angelic spirit. Did Dalu personally intervene? Poseidon looked up at the sky with a worried expression, then closed her eyes and said, Thank you, seahorse Douluo. You can leave now. Alas. The seahorse Douluo shook his head and sighed as he departed, knowing well the relationship between the High Priestess and Tang San. After the seahorse Douluo left, a stream of crystalline tears fell from the corners of Poseidon's eyes, splashing to the ground like blooming lotus flowers. Chapter 184. Journey to Spirit City at a small mountain path a few dozen miles away from the Heaven-Do Empire City. Hundreds of white armor guards riding white dragon horses were passing through. Ahead were 2 soul Douluos, the 2 strongest soul Douluos in the Heaven-Do Empire, followed by 15 luxurious carriages emblazoned with the Heaven-Do Empire's emblem. These were for the competing students to rest better, and naturally, the most luxurious carriage at the front housed the Crown Prince, Shrek. After 3 days of rest, today marked the 5th day since they set off for Spirit City to participate in the finals of the Soul Master Elite competition. The journey from the Heaven-Do Empire to Spirit City would take over 20 days at their speed. However, the finals were different from the preliminaries. This time, it was entirely a knockout format. This meant that no matter who these teams encountered, losing just one match would result in total elimination, with no chance to participate in subsequent matches. The Spirit Hall attached great importance to this competition. Originally, the finals were to be held in another sub-city belonging to the Spirit Hall, but they insisted on arranging the competition in Spirit City, the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters. Pope Bibi Dong even announced a decree prohibiting all non-soul masters from entering to watch. Even high-ranking officials and nobles were not allowed. This added a layer of mystery to the finals. The Heaven-Do Empire, including the teams from the Royal Fighting Academy, had a total of 15 teams, while the Xing Luo Empire also had 15 teams. Adding the Spirit Hall's reserve spots, there were 31 teams in total. 31 teams competing in a knockout format would determine the winner in less than 10 days. As Tang San and the others made their way, they were extremely tense. If the teams from the Heaven-Do Empire were already this strong, what would happen when they faced the Xing Luo Empire's academies? Not to mention the Spirit Hall team, which had maintained at least 3 consecutive championships. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing hoped that they wouldn't be eliminated before facing the Xing Luo Royal Academy. They had already given up any expectation of winning the championship. That was simply unrealistic, given that they had lost 4 matches in the Heaven-Do Empire's preliminaries, let alone the numerous academies from the Xing Luo Empire, which might even be stronger than those of the Heaven-Do Empire. The only thing they wanted to win now was against the Xing Luo Royal Academy. That was their last bit of stubbornness. Meanwhile, Tang San was focused on how to win the championship in the finals. His father was incapacitated, his teacher was dead, Xiao Wu was gone, and Mo Feng had betrayed him. All of this was caused by the Spirit Hall, and he had to defeat the Spirit Hall, not just to win the championship and honor his teacher's teachings, but also to avenge his loved ones and companions. Xiao San, what are you thinking about? Ma Ongjun, who was eating a chicken leg nearby, looked at Tang San, who was lost in thought with a worried expression, and asked curiously. His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the preoccupied Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing turned their attention to Tang San. They had felt that Tang San's mental state had not been good in recent days, often daydreaming alone on the back mountain of the academy. Tang San came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit uneasy. Hey, don't think too much about it. The teams qualified for the finals all have their exceptional strengths. We shouldn't worry too much. Even if we lose, it's not a big deal. We're still young, and we have plenty of time to participate in the next Soul Master Elite competition." Ma Hongjun was quite open-minded about it. Among them, only Tang San and Dai Mubai had reached level 44, while the highest soul power among the rest, Xiao Wu, was only level 39. After absorbing that soul bone, Tang San successfully broke through level 43 to reach level 44, leveling up with Dai Mubai, while Ma Hongjun, due to the evil fire within him, had fallen behind in cultivation time and was only at level 37. Tang San shook his head and said, "It's not the competition that I'm most worried about. What I'm most worried about is the team that the Spirit Hall is sending." Although the other teams were strong, he wasn't overly concerned about them. His strength had not been fully unleashed yet, and he still had trump cards to use. However, the team from the Spirit Hall was his biggest threat, consisting of at least 3 Soul Kings. The overall strength of Ma Hongjun and the others was still too low. He was also worried that when he released the Haoyan Hammer, the Spirit Hall would intervene and end the match, directly taking him down, which would be a very unfavorable situation for them. As soon as Tang San mentioned the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai and the others' expressions immediately grew heavy. The Golden Generation with at least 3 Soul Kings was not something they could withstand. Not to mention, the Spirit Hall still had another team that hadn't made a move yet. The Zhongtian team loomed over them like a mountain. Why don't we just admit defeat right away? They're too strong, and with our current strength, we can't resist them at all. Ma Hongjun, who had already started to backtrack, felt no courage to face them when he thought of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall and the immense pressure brought by Zhongtian. I just hope we don't encounter them too soon. Dai Mubai also agreed with Ma Hongjun's words. After all, their current strength truly couldn't defeat them. However, he still hoped they wouldn't meet them too soon. At least they should defeat the Xingluo Royal Academy first. After that, winning or losing wouldn't matter as much. Tang San understood their thoughts. Whether it was the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall or the Zhongtian team created by Qian Renlin, they were not opponents they could defeat at present. However, he was very unwilling. If they couldn't defeat them this time, it would be difficult to beat the Spirit Hall in the future, and he didn't know how long that would take. All right, let's see how it goes when time comes. This carriage is very stable, so cultivating on it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone should take advantage of this time to cultivate and see if we can break through a level before heading to the Spirit Hall. Tang San said. He didn't tell them that the journey might not be peaceful. Instead, he wanted them to focus on cultivating during the half-month journey to the Spirit Hall. After a month of intense battles and cultivation, Dai Mubai and the others were already on the verge of breaking through. Upon hearing about cultivation, Ma Hongjun's face fell again. Due to his martial spirit, he had to vent after every cultivation session, and there were no women on this carriage for him to vent with. He really didn't dare to cultivate. You guys cultivate. I'll wait until we reach the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun shook his head and said gloomily. He could only wait until they reached the Spirit City to cultivate, but he didn't know that due to Qian Renlin's major reforms, There are no places like brothels in the entire Spirit City. If he wanted to find women to vent with, he could only go to the auction house to buy slaves. Chapter 185. Ambush encounter. While Tang San and the others were worrying about the upcoming matches, Feng Xiaotian from the Shenkong Academy approached Huowu from the Qihua Academy, not far away. Huowu, are you there? Feng Xiaotian still wore his signature smile as he called softly from behind the Qihua Academy's carriage, glancing around. A hand reached out from the corner of the window, pulling aside the curtain to reveal a handsome face. Feng, is there something you need? Looking at the elegant face of Huowu Shuang next to her, Feng Xiaotian awkwardly smiled. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if Huowu is there. What do you want with me? Huowu, with her fiery and beautiful appearance, peeked out beside Huowu Shuang. These. Feng Xiaotian scratched his head, glancing at Huowu Shuang, seemingly at a loss for words. If you have nothing to say, then leave. After saying that, Huowu's pretty face began to pull back. Wait, I just wanted to ask how you feel about our situation. Feng Xiaotian nervously and hopefully asked. What situation could we have? Huowu frowned slightly, asking in confusion. About our relationship. Feng Xiaotian said anxiously. Huowu was first taken aback. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. Come up. Feng Xiaotian thought she would reject him, but he didn't expect her to invite him up. He was delighted and quickly jumped onto the carriage, looking at Huowu sitting inside, his heart racing. Brother, you all go down first. I have something to discuss with Feng Xiaotian, Huowu said to Huowu Shuang. Huowu Shuang was puzzled, but seeing Huowu's expression, he led the other team members down from the carriage. As Huowu wanted to talk to him alone, Feng Xiaotian felt as if he had just won a lottery. He nervously rubbed his hands together, feeling so anxious that he seemed to forget how to breathe. Seeing Feng Xiaotian's anxiousness, Huowu blinked and said, Brother Feng, I know you've always liked me and treated me well. Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. You're not going to give me a good guy card, are you? Is the next thing you're going to say that I'm a good person, but we really aren't suitable for each other? If you say that, I can't handle that blow. Looking at Feng Xiaotian's silly and cute expression, Huowu chuckled. That's not what I mean. Before Feng Xiaotian could express his surprise, Huowu continued. But don't be too happy. I called you up because I have something to discuss. No worries. Anything can be discussed. You can say it. Feng Xiaotian smiled, not caring at all. As long as she didn't directly reject him, there's still hope. Huowu became serious. Brother Feng, do you think the upcoming finals have any meaning for us? Feng Xiaotian's smile froze on his face. What do you mean? Do you think we could defeat the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy and the Xingluo Royal Academy, which have guaranteed spots, as well as the team from the Spirit Hall? Feng Xiaotian pondered for a moment and sighed. It's probably very difficult. Huowu said solemnly. It's not just difficult. It's completely impossible. You have to understand that there's at least one Soul King at level 51 in both the Tiando Royal Academy and the Xingluo Royal Academy. The overall strength of either of these teams is at least twice ours, and their martial spirits are top-notch. How can we defeat them? Huowu continued. And don't forget, the team from Shenglin Academy was also given a special pass to the finals. They're only 14 years old, and the lowest soul power among them is at least level 45, and that was information from a year ago. What do you think we can use to defeat them? Feng Xiaotian fell silent. In fact, he had been pondering this problem since the preliminaries when he saw Shenglin Academy. They were simply too strong and likely had connections with the Spirit Hall, not to mention the currently strongest Spirit Hall's golden generation. For me, this finals might just be a form of training. No, we still have a chance. This is why I sought you out for discussion. I plan to have Qihua Academy give up their qualification for the finals. Huowu said firmly. What? Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. Why? You all worked so hard to get to the finals. Why would you want to give it up? Huowu shook her head. It's not a casual abandonment. I just want Qihua Academy to merge and ally with your Shunfeng Academy to form a brand new team to participate in the upcoming matches. Feng Xiaotian hesitated. But is that really appropriate? Let alone the different elements of our two teams. Which academy's name would we use for the competition? The organizing committee wouldn't allow it. Once a participating academy registers for the Soul Master competition, they cannot change the student quota midway. Huowu's idea of reorganizing a team could be seen as breaking the rules. Seeing that Feng Xiaotian was already tempted, Huowu smiled sweetly. That's simple. As long as you agree, we can temporarily transfer to your Shenfeng Academy. As for the quota problem, we will solve it ourselves. We will participate in the competition under the name of Shenfeng Academy. I can make decisions on the Qihua Academy side, since the principal is my father. You should hurry back and get your principal's approval to let go of the honor of this competition. We don't have much time left. We need to practice our cooperation on the road for the next half-month. Feng Xiaotian nodded without hesitation. I naturally agree. If our two teams can merge, Then we would have a full team of soul masters with levels above 40, which would be a significant enhancement for us. I'll go back and talk to our principal. After saying that, Feng Xiaodian hurriedly left the carriage. Huo Wu watched Feng Xiaodian leave in a hurry, her eyes radiating a fiery brilliance. Her pursuit of strength was no less than that of any male. There were too many strong opponents in this finals. With their current strength, they could hardly make a splash. She didn't aspire to win the championship, but she wanted to strive for a spot in the top 5, and if possible, even the top 3. Thinking of the strength of Shenglin Academy, the seeded players from the 2 great empires, and the strength of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Huo Wu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Just then, a sudden shout came from the leading imperial knight, followed by a tremor that shook the ground, causing the luxurious carriage Huo Wu was in to sway momentarily. Chapter 186. son.A appears. Feng Xiaodian had just exited Huo Wu's carriage, excitedly heading towards Shanfeng Academy's carriage when suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing him to stumble and fall. Enemy attack. There's an ambush. The 2 son.A leading the way shouted loudly, and the 500 royal knights quickly prepared for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions sounded as countless boulders exploded from the mountaintops on both sides, crashing down. This was a 1,000-strong team gathered in a mountain ravine, surrounded by tall mountains. If these boulders fell, who knew how many would perish? Seeing the boulders rushing towards them from above, the 15 participating academy teams initially panicked, but then they unleashed their martial souls to defend themselves. With so many talented soul masters present, how could they fear these stones? They fought while retreating, but the ravine was so small. Where could they escape to? Help! Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to die yet. Someone save us. As the boulders were about to hit their heads, many people were so scared that they hurriedly covered their heads and shouted for help. They had thought these boulders would be easy to block, but upon actual contact, they realized the stones were not only large and heavy, but also came down in a dense rain-like manner. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San were dumbfounded, quickly unleashing their martial souls to defend against the dense falling boulders. Bang! Puff! Many weaker soul masters were immediately sent flying, spitting blood from being hit by the boulders, and some unlucky ones were killed on the spot. Ah, Xiaoyu, Amon, who are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight us fairly. What kind of skill is this sneaky attack? Cries of shock, curses, wails, and screams echoed as 500 royal knights lost 1/5 of their number instantly. Over 200 members from the 15 academy teams and the more than 200 soul masters who came to watch suffered heavy casualties, especially those with soul power below level 40, who were severely injured or killed by the falling boulders. Among them, a team member still sitting in the carriage had not even had time to react before being crushed to pieces by several boulders. In the face of such a situation, besides Flinder and some leading teachers, Dai Mubai and the others had little ability to defend themselves. This time was different from the original work. The countless boulders above were falling indiscriminately upon the crowd below. Each boulder weighed at least 200 kilograms. Such heavy stones, when falling, could severely injure even a soul emperor. Tang San and Dai Mubai quickly huddled together, hiding under Tang San's blue silvergrass. Hearing the sound of boulders crashing on the blue silvergrass, Tang San accelerated the release of the blue silvergrass, disregarding the consumption of soul power. Who on earth wants to attack us? This is so ruthless. After all, half of the continent's talented soul masters are here. If they all perish here, the entire continent's strength will be shattered. Ma Hongjun cursed angrily. We still don't know if the attack is aimed at our Tiando Empire soul masters or if the Xingluo Empire team is also under attack. Tang San said with a serious expression. Are you saying the Xingluo Empire is also under ambush? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened, nervously exclaiming. It's still uncertain now. We just don't know who is targeting us. Is it the Spirit Hall or another force? Tang San said solemnly, and his intuition told him this was the work of the Spirit Hall, as only they would want to see these people dead, and it would benefit them the most. Meanwhile, on the other side, Prince Shueqinghe was also retreating under the protection of 2 son.A, pondering who was attacking them. If it was the Spirit Hall, why would they conduct such indiscriminate attacks? Were they not afraid of mistakenly injuring him? Or had the Spirit Hall already begun to abandon him? Protected by the escort team in the middle, Shueqinghe looked at the densely falling boulders above, his eyes flickering as he contemplated whether to reveal his strength. He knew that these stones were just the first phase. The real danger lay ahead. Whoosh! Just then, thousands of black-clad figures appeared on the mountaintops, led by an old man in a black robe with the martial soul of a crimson flame devil tiger. As these black-clad individuals descended, the royal knights below were completely defenseless, suffering casualties of more than half in just a few breaths. These were definitely not ordinary mountain bandits. Although there were some powerful bandits around the Tiando Empire, the discipline and lethality of these people were far beyond any bandit. They looked more like a well-trained army. Seeing the appearance of over 1,000 black-clad individuals, Dai Mubai's eyes shone brightly as he said resolutely. Without Dai Mubai saying anything, Tang San and the others had already noticed, and he was even more convinced that these people were from the Spirit Hall. Apart from the Spirit Hall, he couldn't think of any other force that could command such a disciplined army. It was as if celestial soldiers from a myth had descended to the mortal realm. The large stones above had completely fallen, and the blue-silver grass that surrounded Tang San and the others was retracted. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, and with a flick of his right hand, a mechanism crossbow appeared on his arm. Now that Tang San had not entered Dagu Bo's medicinal garden, he only had some traps and mechanisms. He didn't have the time or soul coins to create anything stronger. When these crossbow bolts shot out from Tang San and the others' hands, they were stunned by what happened next. The over 1,000 black-clad individuals seemed to have eyes on their backs, and their bodies ghosted slightly to avoid the traps. What? Was that a coincidence? Or luck? Ma Hongjun and the others exclaimed in disbelief. They had all witnessed the power of these crossbows. Dai Mubai and the others, not believing in evil, shot at the black-clad individuals again. This time, the black-clad individuals did not dodge. They merely tilted their heads slightly, and with a flick of their left hand, they caught the crossbow bolts. Dai Mubai and the others were once again shocked, looking at this scene in disbelief. They knew how troublesome these crossbow bolts were. It was impossible to catch them with bare hands. When Ning Rongrong brought these traps back to the sect, even the son.A Qian did not dare to catch them with his hands, only able to deflect them with his sword. This demonstrated the power of these traps. Yet now they were witnessing these black-clad individuals catch them with their bare hands. How could they not be astonished? At the same time, Tang San's expression darkened completely. He could almost confirm with 100% certainty that these people were from the Spear Hall, because he recognized the techniques they were using as those from the Tang sect's traps. He didn't expect that Qian Renlin would teach such extraordinary techniques to all the spirit masters of the Spear Hall. Fifth soul skill, shake the world. Just as everyone was about to be unable to hold on, a voice that seemed to carry authority and reverberate through the heavens rang out, accompanied by a strange wave that seemed to separate the very space around them. Dozens of giant swords flew in, and the thousands of black-clad individuals were immediately blown away by the wind. Chapter 187 Roll. With the arrival of this authoritative shout, the thousands of black-clad individuals fighting below were all separated by a strange wave, including the black tiger, Douluo, standing in the air. Tang San and the other talented spirit masters immediately looked towards the newcomer, who was an elderly man dressed in white with silver hair, standing tall in the air. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to see nothing around him. He merely stood there silently. Yet he gave off a feeling of being the sole ruler of all things in the universe. Sword Douluo, son.A. The black tiger Douluo gazed solemnly at the newcomer. Upon realizing that this was the only one, he felt a sense of relief within. son.A, do you want to stir up this muddy water? Do you know what consequences this will bring to your 7-treasure glazed tile school? The black tiger Douluo coldly shouted at the sword Douluo. Although the latter claimed to be the #1 attacking title Douluo in the world, he had brought with him an entire 1,000-member Black Tiger Guard, composed of spirit emperors working in unison. Who are you? Among the known titled Douluos on the continent, I do not know of your existence. The sword Douluo did not answer, but instead asked back in confusion. He had never seen the other party before, nor had he heard of such a titled Douluo in the Spear Hall. There was no such person among the other forces either, so he must either be a reclusive hermit or a newly promoted titled Douluo. However, the latter was clearly not possible. Otherwise, he couldn't have led such a well-coordinated and powerful army of spirit emperors. Thus, the other party could only be the latter. The black tiger Douluo coldly snorted. I am the titled Douluo Black Tiger. Have you considered the cost of your actions? These people are the future pillars of the Tiando Empire. I cannot allow you to kill them. Moreover, among them is the princess of my 7-treasure glazed tile school, as well as her brothers and companions. The sword Douluo answered without addressing the question. How about this? You take your princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school away, and I will ensure she is not harmed. The sword Douluo said nothing, his left hand behind his back, and his right hand holding a pure silver longsword, quietly watching him. The stance was already very clear. If you want to make a move against these people today, you must first get past me. The black tiger Douluo's eyes had completely turned cold. Since you refused the toast and seek the penalty drink, don't blame me. Form a formation. As the black tiger Douluo's words fell, over 1,000 black-clad individuals formed a triangular formation behind him. The black tiger Douluo let out a furious roar, and a black giant tiger engulfed in flames appeared behind him, his right foot stamping down as his martial soul manifested. The 1,000-member black tiger guard also stamped their right foot down, their martial souls manifesting. All of these individuals had beast martial souls, including black flame wolves, white horses, flame pythons, orange cats, feathered earth dragons, and other beast martial souls. Once all these individuals had manifested their martial souls, they layered their powers and transmitted them forward, ultimately channeling all their strength back to the black tiger Douluo at the front. Roar. The black tiger Douluo, in his true martial soul form, let out a thunderous roar that caused the ground around him to crack with several fierce fissures. Sword Douluo Qian focused intently on the opponent, his heart completely shocked. He never expected that the Spirit Hall would organize over 1,000 spirit emperors, all with beast martial souls, and developed such a breathtaking battle formation that combined everyone's power to feed back to one person. He had no idea how this was achieved. Even the talented spirit masters below were similarly stunned by this scene, with Tang San and Dai Mubai also looking incredulously at this awe-inspiring battle formation. A battle formation composed of over 1,000 beast martial souls. Moreover, all of them were spirit emperors above level 60. It should be noted that before this, the total number of spirit masters on the continent was only over 100,000, and those with soul power reaching spirit king level were only a little over 5,000, scattered across many forces on the continent. Even if the Spirit Hall possessed 60% of all spirit masters on the continent, the number of spirit emperors should still be less than 1,000. But what were they witnessing now? The Spirit Hall actually brought forth over 1,000 spirit emperors with beast martial souls to form a battle team. What a massive undertaking that was. Could it be that the Spirit Hall had become strong enough to organize all similarly ranked spirit masters into a single battle team? Or had they secretly trained over 1,000 spirit emperors with beast martial souls? If that were the case, as long as the number of spirit masters was sufficient, wouldn't the Spirit Hall be able to create a battle team composed entirely of uniform martial souls? Looking at this situation, it seemed quite possible that the Spirit Hall could indeed achieve that. It appears that Feng Zhi's concerns were not unfounded. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall were indeed evident. The son.A focused intently on the formation of the 1,000 spirit emperors, his right hand's silver long sword poised for action, as he sensed the overwhelming power of their fusion technique, giving him a sense of impending danger. 7th soul skill, Black Tiger True Body. The fusion of the soul power energy from over 1,000 soul emperors had formed a united aura, which flickered as if it could disappear at any moment. At that moment, a gigantic flame magic tiger, standing 15 meters tall, appeared behind the black tiger Douluo, replacing the over 1,000 black-clad figures that had vanished in a thin air. What? Not only was the master below shocked, but the sword Douluo Qian also stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this scene. The aura of over 1,000 people had completely merged into one, manifesting as a massive flame magic tiger. How was this possible? But that wasn't all. When the giant tiger appeared, the black tiger Douluo suddenly roared at the sky, and the flame magic tiger behind him also raised its head and roared. This roar not only shattered the eardrums of everyone present and made them unsteady, but even the surrounding mountains were cracked by the shockwave. 9th soul skill, Tiger Flame Burning Heaven. The black tiger Douluo moved, slowly merging into the body of the giant tiger. Immediately, a sound like a tiger roaring echoed, and massive black flames erupted from the giant tiger's body, filling the entire space with black flames. With the sword Douluo at the forefront, all swords returned to their origin. The sword Douluo saw this situation and was instantly alarmed. He quickly swung his long sword in front of him, causing countless long swords to appear around him, and then he shot them towards the giant tiger in the sky. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. What? An even more unbelievable scene unfolded before the sword Douluo's eyes. The countless 3-foot-long swords shooting towards the giant tiger were all completely blocked by the intense flames emanating from it, with not a single long sword able to break through its defenses, being incinerated by the flames. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. 1st soul skill, Longsword Emergence. 9th soul skill, God and Demon Dual Slash. The sword Douluo gritted his teeth and released 3 soul skills in succession. First, The seventh killing true body enhanced all his attributes by 50%. Then, the first soul skill increased his attack power by 30%. When he unleashed his ninth soul skill, a massive sword array appeared above the giant tiger, with countless golden sword lights descending upon it. The sword Douluo gazed at this scene. This move was his strongest attack apart from the fusion of man and sword. If this strike couldn't yield results, then he would have no choice but to unleash that move. Clang, 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 roar. Sixth soul skill, Tiger Might shaking the forest. A massive black barrier appeared around the black tiger, blocking the dense golden sword lights from above. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, even though the power of this move could annihilate a titled Douluo of the same rank, this giant tiger had absorbed the energy of over 1,000 soul emperors. Not to mention that the black tiger Douluo himself was a level 93 titled Douluo. Even a level 96 sword Douluo would find it difficult to break through the opponent's defenses. Seventh killing domain, man-sword integration. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the sword Douluo wasted no time in unleashing his domain skill. The space filled with black flames was suddenly enveloped in a layer of killing sword energy. In that critical moment, son.As merged with his martial soul and charged towards the giant tiger. Second soul skill, spirit sword protection. This granted the sword Douluo an additional 30% defense, mitigating a significant amount of the flame's power. This time, the black tiger Douluo, fused within the giant tiger, finally showed a serious expression. He sensed a strong killing intent from the sword Douluo's attack, and the surrounding sword energy was gradually neutralizing his flame's power. As expected of the inheritor of the world's #1 attack weapon martial soul, your move is powerful enough to threaten a level 98 title Douluo. If I'm not careful, it might really break my black tiger true body. The deep voice of the black tiger Douluo echoed from within the giant tiger, indicating that even he took this attack very seriously. Battle skill, Tiger Demon Shockwave. A roaring sound that shook the mountains came forth as a massive ball of black flames coalesced in the giant tiger's mouth, rapidly charging towards the sword Douluo in his man-sword integration state. This was the strongest strike, fused with the energy of over 1,000 soul emperors and a level 93 title Douluo. When this move was first created by Qian Renlin, it was personally tested by the golden crocodile Douluo. The power of that collision almost overwhelmed the golden crocodile Douluo, and if Qian Renlin hadn't intervened at the last moment, the golden crocodile Douluo might have been severely injured by that attack. The battle formation composed of over 1,000 soul emperors led by the black tiger Douluo was undoubtedly powerful. This was also the reason why Qian Renlin was able to confidently send the ghost Douluo and others to attack the Haotian sect, as that 1,000-strong Iron Blood Dragon Guard was not something the Haotian sect could withstand. Boom! At the critical moment, the sword Douluo finally collided with the battle formation launched by the black tiger Douluo. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, and a figure was sent flying, spitting blood. The tiger demon shockwave exploded violently, causing nearby mountains to shatter completely, and the residual force affected hundreds of soul masters below. Puff! In the man-sword integration state, the sword Douluo coughed up a large mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, his luxurious white robe torn to shreds, and half of his silver hair burned away by the flames. He looked utterly disheveled. Grandpa Jian, senior sword. Ning Rongrong and Tang San watched as son.As fell into a wretched state, their expressions filled with shock. They never expected that the dignified level 96 super Douluo, sword Douluo, would be severely injured by this move. Be careful. A cry of alarm rang out, and Tang San and the others quickly looked up at the sky. When they saw the shockwave from the black tiger Douluo's attack descending towards them, their faces changed dramatically. Even just the residual power was beyond what they, being only in their 40s, could withstand. And the heavily injured sword Douluo, seeing Ning Rongrong in danger, felt an overwhelming urgency to save her. But he was unable to even rise to his feet, forced to watch helplessly as they faced death beneath the flames. Boom! 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 Help! I don't want to die yet. Damn it, who are you? Why do you want to harm us? Don't you fear the wrath of the Tiando Empire? The black flames from the explosion of the tiger demon shockwave fell into the crowd below, like countless meteor showers raining down on an anthill, causing everyone to scatter in panic. The sounds of screams, gasps, and curses filled the air. Tang San and the others also fled towards the corners at the foot of the mountain. In such a situation, being exposed in the open was tantamount to waiting for death. Meanwhile, the royal knights were also escorting Shui Qinghe toward a nearby corner, and in that instant, fewer than 100 of the 500 knights remained alive. Shui Qinghe calmly gazed at the gigantic black tiger in the sky, now fully aware that these were all members of the Spirit Hall. However, he couldn't understand why they were intent on wiping out everyone indiscriminately, attempting to kill every single person present. He couldn't fathom who had given this order. Only 3 individuals in the Spirit Hall had the authority to command over 1,000 soul emperors. One was the Grand Priest Dalu. The second was the Pope Bibi Dong, and the third was the son Qian Renlin. But he couldn't understand why these individuals would want to kill him as well. Had they abandoned their own? Is it still that good younger brother who can't tolerate himself? Just as he was contemplating whether to reveal his identity, the Luo Empire's team, hundreds of kilometers away, was also suffering from a brutal attack. However, the lineup leading them wasn't as luxurious as that of the echoed.Ah Empire. A rank 91, titled All, and over 100 ordinary Soul Kings were soon driven away by the personally arrived Emperor of Luo, resulting in relatively few casualties on their side. Just when the echoed.Ah Empire was on the verge of collapse, and Tang San and others were about to die under the fireballs, Shui Qinghe hesitated whether to reveal his identity and unleash his true power. The sword Douluo, with his eyes wide open, watched as Ning Rongrong was about to perish under the fireball when a commanding and authoritative cold shout echoed from afar. Get lost. Attention, dear readers. Recently, it's my brother's birthday, and I will be staying in Changsha for a while, leaving me little time to write and not much inspiration. To ensure continuous updates, the plot in the coming days might be a bit rushed, possibly deviating significantly from the styles of other similar fanfics. Please prepare yourselves mentally, as some trivial plot points, or those already present in the original work, will be briefly narrated. This book is also nearing 200 chapters. After dragging out for so long, we have finally reached the part of the Soul Master Elite Competition Finals. Tang San is close to death, and some members of Shrek will finally face their ultimate fate, so the following plot will be much faster. Originally, I just intended to torture Shrek and unify the continent, which could have been wrapped up in about 100 chapters, but that would make the plot too tight and uncomfortable to read, leaving many plot holes unfilled. Hence, after some thought, I decided to try to create a better work. This book will naturally not be limited to just the Douluo Continent. The protagonist's goal is to devour numerous cosmic origins, then unify them into one, and create an entirely new universe that belongs solely to the protagonist. I am writing this standalone chapter to seek the vast reader's imaginative ideas to help me improve the upcoming plot, as I have yet to decide whether to let the protagonist traverse to other worlds depicted in TV series or to create several original worlds. If anyone has good suggestions or plots, feel free to discuss in the group or message me on QQ. I believe everyone has a world they wish to create but hasn't been able to for various reasons. However, that's okay. I am here to seek the infinite creativity of readers to collaboratively create more exciting plots in the future. Please feel free to share your ideas. I will consider incorporating them into the upcoming story. Chapter 188. Who allowed you to act on your own? Get lost. Just as everyone began to despair, gazing at the fireball about to crash down, a commanding and domineering cold shout echoed from afar. Instantly, an invisible force rippled through the space, causing the descending fireballs to dissipate into nothingness. The enormous black tiger in the sky let out a mournful cry as if struck hard, then instantly shattered into countless flames. The formation of thousands of black-clad individuals also collapsed without any attack, and all the black-clad people, including the black tiger Douluo, were sent flying back, spitting blood from the shock of that cold shout. The sword Douluo and Tang San looked towards the distance and were shocked to see a handsome young man in luxurious black and purple attire, with his hands behind his back, flying swiftly atop the head of a giant dragon. This dragon was at least 150 meters long, with a dark purple body engraved with fiery red patterns. Its dark purple scales, the size of a baby's fist, were incredibly striking, and its belly was light blue, featuring a highly conspicuous fiery red reverse scale that looked extremely tough. For legs resembling tiger paws grew from the dragon's abdomen, each with 5 sharp claws exuding a sense of destruction. Especially, the dragon's head radiated even more majesty. 2 snake-like dragon whiskers gently swayed with each breath, and on that fierce dragon head, 2 purple deer antlers, each 15 meters long, sprouted. Its 2 enormous eyes, red and blue like lanterns, conveyed nothing but pride and nobility. What kind of soul beast is this? Not only the people present, but even the well-informed sword Douluo, Qian had never seen such a soul beast. Its entire being exuded an aura of nobility that was unapproachable, Even a mere glance felt like a desecration, leaving him feeling utterly inferior. Is this a dragon? Are there dragons that grow to this size in the continent? Dai Mubai stared wide-eyed at the giant dragon in the sky. Upon seeing it, he believed it to be some kind of dragon-type soul beast, yet it did not resemble any dragon he knew. This was understandable. After all, dragons in the Douluo Continent looked like Western dragons from Earth and could only fly using their wings. However, the dragon before them, both Chun Xian and the nobly born Dai Mubai, felt that no other dragon in the world could compare to the one before them. It was so noble, majestic, magnificent, and proud. Tang San looked grimly at the giant dragon that Qian Renlin stood upon. Among all present, only he knew what kind of dragon it was. But how could this be possible? How could the legendary Chinese dragon recorded by Tang Sect appear in the Douluo Continent? At this moment, Tang San recalled the various giant beasts depicted on the walls of the Wuhun Hall, including the presence of this dragon, albeit in different colors. The dragon depicted on the wall was golden and black, while the dragon before him was purple with red, yet it was far more vivid than the mural. QianRenlin, how many secrets are hidden within you? Tang San gazed deeply at the dragon in the sky. First, he learned that Qian Renlin possessed the Xian Tian Bao Lu. Then he recalled the various ferocious beasts etched on the walls of the Wuhun Hall, and now even the traditional Chinese dragon has appeared. What else will come next? Is it going to summon all the ferocious beasts depicted on the walls? On the other side, Shui Qinghe was equally astonished, staring at Qian Renlin standing atop the dragon's head. Even with the long-standing heritage of the Spirit Hall, they had never recorded such a dragon. His focus was different from others. While others were concerned about the dragon's appearance and recognized its nobility, he alone sensed the immense power emanating from it. This was a soul beast of at least 100,000 years. With a roar, the dragon let out a cry to the sky, stopping in front of the black tiger, Douluo, who was leaning on the ground, clutching his chest. The giant dragon's gaze brought immense pressure to the black tiger Douluo. Your Highness the Saint's son. The black tiger Douluo's face twitched in pain. Then he struggled to kneel on one knee, lowering his head and clutching his chest as he spoke. Who allowed you to act on your own? Qian Renlin coldly gazed at him and spoke. Had it not been for Qian Renlin informing him of the situation here, he wouldn't have known that the black tiger Dalu had taken the initiative to lead the Beast Soul Legion to ambush these talented soul masters. And he never expected the attack to be indiscriminate against everyone. After all, Qian Renlin was still among them. Therefore, after receiving Qian Renlin's message, Qian Renlin immediately rode the newly fused giant dragon to this location. Upon seeing the scene here, he understood that this guy had acted on his own accord. Qian Dalu would never order such an ambush, and Bibi Dong would never go so far as to kill her own daughter. Since it was neither of these individuals' orders, the black tiger Douluo's actions were indeed intriguing. On the other side, Tang San and the others finally helped the severely injured sword Douluo to his feet. They too looked at Qian Renlin and the black tiger Dalu's conversation with confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Could it be that there were internal conflicts within the Spirit Hall? If that were the case, it might be a good thing, at least from the perspective of the other forces on the continent. The thousands of black-clad individuals brought by the black tiger Dalu were also bewildered, slowly realizing that things were not so simple. The black tiger Dalu, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head, not expecting that the Son of God would personally intervene. He couldn't understand why his actions wouldn't benefit the Spirit Hall. Why was the Son of God stopping him? It was... The black tiger Dalu hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Should he say it was Bibi Dong's orders? If he did, as soon as Qian Renlin returned to inquire, everything would be revealed, and he would face dire consequences for secretly relocating troops. It was my subordinates acting on their own. No one instructed them. The black tiger Dalu gritted his teeth and finally spoke, realizing that any lie would be exposed in front of the cold and ruthless Son of God. It was better to admit it directly. Qian Renlin silently watched him, saying nothing, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking. The silence made the black tiger Dalu even more anxious. He didn't know how the other party would deal with him, having not only messed things up, but also put himself at risk. The hundreds of soul masters around them fell silent at that moment, not even daring to make a sound. Reporting to the master, the information you requested has been confirmed. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Network stepped out from the shadows, respectfully addressing Qian Renlin in the air. Chapter 189, Dai Zhenshuan and Dai Zhentian Master. The information you wanted us to find has been uncovered. Hearing the words of the Shadow Network, Qian Renlin finally reacted, glancing at the speaker and softly saying, "Speak." 60 years ago, indeed, a 6-year-old child with a martial soul mutated from a white tiger appeared in the Douluo Empire. That child was none other than Daishan, the younger brother of the former emperor of the Douluo Empire. However, for unknown reasons, that child seemed to have disappeared from the continent, and no further information about him could be found in the Douluo Empire. As the Shadow Network's voice recounted this, the expression of Elder Black Tiger turned frantic, beads of cold sweat visibly forming on his forehead, and his single-knee posture on the ground trembled intensely. Upon hearing this, not only did Elder Black Tiger panic, but the surrounding Soul Masters were also puzzled, not understanding why this black-clad person would mention such a thing at this moment. Dai Mubai and Tang San, however, exchanged thoughtful glances as if contemplating something. Observing the expressions of Elder Black Tiger and the people around him, Qian Renlin, with a blank expression, softly commanded, "Continue." The Shadow Network member continued. After investigation, it was found that Elder Black Tiger joined the Spirit Hall 40 years ago, at which time his spirit power was at level 54. Because he demonstrated extraordinary talent, he was taken under the wing of the former Pope. However, due to his mediocre talent and lack of distinction, he was assigned to serve under Elder Ju. It was only 3 years ago, after receiving the meditation technique distributed by the Spirit Hall, that he broke through to title Dalu from level 88 spirit power. As a newly promoted title Dalu, he additionally acquired the advanced version of the Xiantian Gong created by the Master, and through this advanced technique and the powerful cultivation resources of the Spirit Hall, Elder Black Tiger rose 3 levels in just 1 year, reaching the current rank of level 93 title Dalu. In the calm void, only the report from the Shadow Network echoed in everyone's ears. The other Soul Masters remained confused as to why this masked figure, claiming to represent the Shadow Network, would mention such matters in this situation. Did today's ambush have something to do with the mutated martial soul child from 60 years ago? What astonished everyone was that the handsome and extraordinary young man standing atop the majestic dragon in the sky was actually the legendary mysterious son of the Spirit Hall. They were even more shocked to realize that this mysterious son not only looked exceptional, but also possessed unfathomable strength, with talent so powerful that he could create a cultivation technique allowing a title Dalu to break through 3 levels in 1 year based solely on his own abilities. They didn't know what a technique was, but they assumed it was something similar to the meditation methods used by Soul Masters. He is so handsome. This is the ideal, perfect partner in my heart. Qian Renlin automatically ignored the infatuated girls below and calmly addressed the kneeling Elder Black Tiger. "Do you have anything to say?" Elder Black Tiger's heart raced, and he forced a smile. "I do not understand your highness's meaning. I only wish to eliminate these talented Soul Masters who pose a threat to the Spirit Hall." "Oh, is that so?" Qian Renlin raised an eyebrow. Yes. Elder Black Tiger chuckled nervously. "Oomph." Qian Renlin smiled playfully, having not used his charm skill for a long time. Elder Black Tiger was taken aback, still not grasping the situation, when Qian Renlin's indifferent gaze locked onto him. Suddenly, an immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon him, along with an invisible force pouring into his mind. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" I am absolutely loyal to the Spirit Hall." Desperately, the difficult words escaped Elder Black Tiger's lips as his consciousness began to fade, his soul gradually slipping from his control. "What is your name?" The cold, emotionless voice of Qian Renlin echoed in Elder Black Tiger's ears. Daishan. The dazed Elder Black Tiger mumbled. "What? He is that child from 60 years ago? No wonder his martial soul is the Black Flame Tiger. It turns out to be a mutation of the White Tiger martial soul from the Douluo royal family. No wonder he's so powerful, including Sword Dalu." Everyone below suddenly understood that this Black Tiger Dalu was actually the younger brother of the former emperor of the Douluo Empire. So the Douluo Empire had already begun its plans 60 years ago. They actually sent their own brother to infiltrate the Spirit Hall. Tang San thought, not expecting things to turn out this way. Dai Mubai, standing next to him, also realized at this moment that the Douluo Empire intended to take advantage of the Soul Master competition to ambush them halfway, then frame the Spirit Hall, inciting the entire continent to unite against the Spirit Hall. What an ambitious plan. A perfect scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Aiming to use the conflict between the Tindo Empire and the Spirit Hall to weaken both sides and reap the benefits. Sword Dalu, clutching his chest in shock, looked at the fading consciousness of Black Tiger Dalu and asked, "What is your relationship with the Douluo Empire? What is your purpose in joining the Spirit Hall?" The authoritative voice, like that of a divine being, resounded in Black Tiger Douluo's ears. Dai Jinchuan numbly replied, I am the fourth prince of the previous generation of the Luo Empire. Due to the mutation of my martial soul, I faced disdain, scorn, and humiliation from my own kin. From that moment on, I locked myself in my room every day to cultivate, vowing to avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. One night, the Crown Prince Dai Jintian approached me and said he could help me take revenge, but the condition was that I had to pledge loyalty to him. I agreed, and he delivered. With his covert assistance, I eliminated all the other princes, and he officially ascended to the throne on his 20th birthday. That night, he asked me to secretly join the Spirit Hall. At that time, I didn't understand why he wanted me to do this, but in order to survive, I had no choice but to obey him. Later, with the vast cultivation resources he provided, I finally broke through to level 54 soul power at the age of 18 and successfully joined the Spirit Hall, also managing to blend into the ranks under the Pope Qian. However, due to my poor innate talent, with only level 7 innate soul power, and without Dai Jintian's vast resources, my cultivation speed drastically slowed. It took me a whole year to only increase by 4 levels of soul power, which made Qian very dissatisfied. So he assigned me to Elder Ju, making me a steward under him. I thought my life would end up like this, but I never expected heaven to open its eyes. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, a prodigy, actually created a meditation method that could increase the cultivation speed of innate full soul power geniuses by 10 times. After obtaining the meditation method, I practiced tirelessly and finally broke through the title Dalu bottleneck last year. The Pope Bibi Dong was pleased with this, and in her joy, she rewarded me with a cultivation technique called Gong. With this technique, my cultivation speed soared, and with the aid of the Spirit Hall's vast resources, I broke through 3 levels in just 1 year, reaching the strength of a level 93 title Dalu, which finally caught the Pope's attention, making me her right-hand man. Chapter 190. Some are born to be kings, some become bandits. Everyone present listened quietly to Dai Jinchuan's story, saying nothing. Dai Jinchuan continued, but I never expected that bastard Dai Jintian would die, killed by his own son. Ha ha, this is truly poetic justice. He first forced me to kill my own brothers, and then personally killed his own father. He deserved to die. Dai Jintian is dead, and I thought no one in this world would know my identity anymore. I was truly free at last, so I worked hard to please Pope Bibi Dong and became her trusted confidant. Elder Ju and Elder Gay wanted to protect the Holy Son, and I successfully rose to become her right arm. But I never forgot that I am from the Luo Empire. I'm the 4th prince of the Luo Empire. I think about reclaiming what belongs to me at all times. Heaven, open your eyes. This Soul Master Elite Tournament is a great opportunity. Under the name of the Pope, I secretly mobilized over 1,000 B Spirit Legion members to ambush here. As long as my plan succeeds, the Qian Empire will definitely go to war with the Spirit Hall, and all Soul Masters across the continent will unite to attack the Spirit Hall. This will give me my chance. The Qian Empire and the Spirit Hall will go to war, and they will surely suffer a crushing defeat. Then I will incite Bibi Dong to grant me the authority to attack the Luo Empire. Once this is done, I can reclaim what belongs to me, and then I can rally the Soul Masters and forces of the world to jointly assault the Spirit Hall. Faced with the siege of the entire continent, the Spirit Hall will surely lose. Once the Spirit Hall falls, I will lead the armies of the Luo Empire and the remaining Soul Masters absorbed by the Spirit Hall to attack the 3 great sects. Once the 3 great sects are destroyed, no one in this world will be able to stop me. I will be the overlord of this entire world, the emperor of Douluo Continent. Ah! As Dai Jinchuan spoke, he became increasingly agitated, hinting at a tendency to break free from Qian Renlin's charm. It seemed he was very obsessed with his ambition to unify the continent. The people around him were silent, quietly watching the increasingly frenzied Elder Black Tiger, while the thousands of black-clothed soul emperors behind him looked at Qian Renlin, filled with fear and trepidation. They did not expect that this operation was merely Elder Black Tiger's unilateral decision. What should we do now? How will the Holy Son deal with us? The 1,000 black-clothed soul emperors anxiously pondered. First, take him to the Purgatory Tower and await punishment. Qian Renlin discreetly glanced at Shueqinghe, who was protected in the center of the Tiando Knights, and then said, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the rest of the journey will be escorted by the Beast Spirit Legion. Clang. The sound of heavy boots striking the ground was deafening. The 1,000 black-clothed soul emperors knelt on one knee. We respectfully send off the Holy Son. Watching Qian Renlin leave on the giant dragon, everyone present whether male or female, looked on with envy, admiration, or infatuation as they watched his figure disappear. When someone is only slightly better than you, great jealousy can arise in people's hearts. However, when someone is so outstanding that you cannot reach them, they can only be admired and envied. Human nature is like this. People may envy those around them who are doing better than them, but will they envy a deity? They will only revere and look up to the deity. Clearly, Qian Renlin belonged to the latter category. Powerful strength, monstrous beauty, noble demeanor, and a status that towers over millions. Each of these qualities was like an invisible mountain blocking everyone's hearts, impossible to surpass. Dai Mubai looked at that awe-inspiring, domineering figure, and the power that could summon countless followers with just a wave of his hand. All these were things he could never hope to attain, especially the strength that could injure someone comparable to a super Douluo with just a shout. All these were things he dreamed of having. How can the gap between people be so immense? Dai Mubai bitterly smiled. Although he was the second prince of the Qingluo Empire, his status was worlds apart from Qian Renlin's. From the moment he was born, Qian Renlin was destined for endless power, and his position was, in some ways, even higher than that of the crown prince of the Qingluo Empire. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, from the moment he was born, was destined to face life-threatening dangers at all times. Forget about power. He couldn't even protect his own life, ultimately relegated to surviving in a small place like Soto City. Seeing Dai Mubai's bitter emotions, Zhu Zhuqing held his hand and gave him a determined smile. She could very much understand his feelings. They were both people who could not decide their own destinies from the moment they were born. It seems that Dai Laoda's identity is also not simple. Watching Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions, Tang San pondered thoughtfully. With over 1,000 B Spirit Legion members escorting them to Spirit City, naturally, there was nothing foolish enough to seek death along the way. Occasionally passing a few bandits, they could only look on with reverence as they left. Qian Renlin stood atop the over 100-meter-long dragon's head, speeding toward Spirit City at 100 kilometers per minute. This dragon was formed from the fusion of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire. After a month of work, the fusion of these two dragons was finally complete. Although it lacked a dragon soul, it possessed the holy soul grass of 100,000 years and the 9-pin crystal blood dragon ginseng, along with a portion of soul origin that Qian Renlin had split off. This dragon already had intelligence comparable to a normal 100,000-year soul beast. With the endless vitality granted by QianRenlin and the inner core of a 9-headed fire sun serpent, although it is essentially still a puppet, its body is no different from other soul beasts, and its cultivation speed is much faster than that of other soul beasts. The only difference is that it will not produce the unique soul rings of soul beasts after death. A majestic dragon roar echoed, and the hundreds of thousands of residents of Wuhun City looked up at the sky. When they saw the giant dragon overhead, their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Upon seeing the figure standing on the dragon's head, exuding an invisible aura, they immediately knelt down in fervent reverence for QianRenlin. At that moment, in everyone's heart within the Wuhun Hall, QianRenlin's figure was even more intense than before. How could they not be astonished, and how could they not worship someone who could subdue such a massive and powerful soul beast? This kid, where did he get this soul beast? Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu also looked at the giant dragon in the sky in astonishment. With the Soul Beast Encyclopedia rewritten by QianRenlin, they naturally knew that there were various powerful soul beasts on this continent, including the 9 offspring of the dragon god, the 9 dragon kings. However, it was clear that this giant dragon did not belong to any dragon king, yet they could clearly feel the overwhelming power emanating from it. This was a dragon more powerful than a 100,000-year soul beast by more than 10 times. Chapter 191. The anger of the Tindo Emperor. Another earth-shattering dragon roar sounded as the giant dragon circled above Wuhun City, then slowly twisted its massive body to land in the courtyard outside the Pope's Hall. "Linner, where did you get this thing?" Bibi Dong asked in surprise as QianRenlin jumped down from the dragon's head. "Sunset Forest," QianRenlin replied succinctly. "Sunset Forest? How could there be a 100,000-year soul beast there?" Bibi Dong asked in confusion, as she believed that only the Stardo Forest and the extreme North Icefield had soul beasts over 100,000 years old. QianRenlin patted the giant dragon's head, signaling it to go play, and slowly said, "There is a unique place in the Sunset Forest, which has led to the emergence of the ice and fire duality, and many immortal herbs grow around it." Bibi Dong pondered thoughtfully. She had heard QianRenlin mention this before. He had previously brought back many immortal herbs from there, which had helped many titled Dalu of the Wuhun Hall achieve significant breakthroughs. A million years ago, the ruler of Douluo Continent, the dragon god, was dissatisfied with this small place and led the soul beasts of the entire continent to attack the divine realm, including his 9 offspring. Although the dragon god was powerful, he ultimately could not withstand the many deities of the divine realm. His 9 offspring fell one after another, and he himself was split in half by the god of Azura. The golden dragon king, who dominated the dragon god's body, was sealed in the void by the divine realm, while the silver dragon king, who dominated the dragon god's soul, is currently sleeping deep within the Star-Do forest. QianRenlin said as he walked towards the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong listened in shock to his words, not expecting such secrets existed on Douluo Continent. So what about this dragon? Qian nodded and said, it is one of the 2 offspring of the dragon god, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. After their fall, they fell deep into the Sunset Forest, and after hundreds of thousands of years of divine power washing, the Sunset Forest evolved the Ice and Fire duality I. I fused the corpses of these 2 dragon kings through a special method, and with the assistance of many herbs, it has become a brand new species, which I call Divine Dragon. To forcibly merge the corpses of 2 dragons into one with just personal strength, and successfully create a new species? How is that possible? Bibi Dong looked at QianRenlin in surprise. At that moment, he was filled with all kinds of mysterious colors in her eyes. Even his biological mother, Bibi Dong, found herself increasingly unable to understand him. QianRenlin had given her too many surprises and shocks. This is the uniqueness of my martial soul. QianRenlin shook his head casually. This was indeed the reason for his martial soul. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be impossible to create a brand new race out of nothing, especially such a powerful dragon race. By the way, Linner, are you planning to personally participate in the finals this time? After a moment of shock, Bibi Dong asked in confusion, as she naturally could not believe that he had simply come back to show off this dragon. The Black Tiger Dalu impersonated your name to ambush Tang San. QianRenlin answered without addressing her question. He actually took it upon himself to set an ambush to kill Tang San? Bibi Dong exclaimed, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she angrily struck her staff. What audacity! Without my consent, he dared to ambush participants on the way. I must punish him severely. The dignity of the Wuhun Hall must not be violated. He has already betrayed us. What? Truly an ungrateful thing. I granted him endless riches and glory, and he dared to betray the Wuhun Hall. BibiDong's noble face was filled with coldness at this moment. I will handle this matter. Mother, you should prepare for the tournament. QianRenlin said without explaining the situation to her, then turned and left. His return was not only to deal with Dai Jinshuan, but also to prepare for the unification of the continent after the competition. Watching QianRenlin's departing figure, Bibi Dong walked back and forth in the Pope's hall, pondering something. If even the Black Tiger Dalu, a person with immense power, could betray, then a thorough rectification was necessary. The plans of the Wuhun Hall were imminent and could not afford any mistakes. Tiando Empire Palace. Listening to the news from below, Emperor Shuya slammed his armrest in anger. He did not expect that the Empire's troops would encounter an ambush on their way to the Wuhun Hall, and it was the Black Tiger Elder of the Wuhun Hall. Although Dai Jinshuan was a traitor and the ambush against the talented soul masters of the Tiando Empire was his unilateral decision, the Wuhun Hall could not escape responsibility. Nor could the Xingluo Empire. The Wuhun Hall dares not move, but does the Xingluo Empire think I dare not move? Emperor Shuya growled coldly. Gulme, summon Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to the hall. Meanwhile, deep within an ancient hall of the Xingluo Empire Palace, the Xingluo Emperor knelt respectfully in front of a curtain. Father, we just received news that things have gone awry. The Xingluo Emperor said with his head lowered. Father? Who else could be called father by the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire? What happened? A hoarse old voice came from behind the dark curtain. The second imperial uncle impersonated the Pope of the Wuhun Hall and ordered people to ambush the talented soul masters of the Tiando Empire heading to Wuhun City, but was disrupted by the holy son of the Wuhun Hall. Exposed? Exposed. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from behind the curtain, the Xingluo Emperor was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he knelt, not daring to breathe. After a long silence, the voice from behind the curtain finally spoke. I understand. Prepare to welcome the wrath from the Tiando Empire and the Wuhun Hall. The Xingluo Emperor was immediately shocked and exclaimed, Father, our Xingluo Empire has already severed ties with the second imperial uncle, right? This matter should not involve us. Do you really think that coward Shuya would dare to go to war with the Wuhun Hall? To appease the anger of the people, He can only target the Xingluo Empire. Moreover, the current generation of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk a fake death to sever ties with that fool Dai Jinshuan. Now that the matter has been exposed, you should prepare how to appease the anger of both sides. After saying this, the voice from behind the curtain vanished in an instant, and the invisible pressure on the star Luo Emperor dissipated completely, as if the figure behind the curtain had never existed. The star Luo Emperor struggled to swallow, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his left sleeve, bowed his head towards the curtain, and then slowly exited the Great Hall. Chapter 192, Angel Statue. Wow. This is the sacred place Spirit City that soul masters across the continent dream of. It's so prosperous. Oh my, it's dozens of times more beautiful than Heaven-Do City. Wow, so many beautiful ladies. Wow, the gate is actually carved with the martial soul of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After more than half a month of travel, the troops from the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire finally arrived at Spirit City. Looking at the magnificent, octagonal, castle-like city before them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in amazement. Since QianRenlin's major reform, the entire Spirit City has become quite prosperous. Although its size hasn't changed much compared to before, its quality is undoubtedly the best on the continent. The entire city is surrounded by 40-meter-tall stone walls, with 8 gates carved with various powerful martial souls on each side. Starting from the east gate and counting to the right, there are the Spirit Hall's divine-level 6-winged angel martial soul, the Haotian hammer martial soul of the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Golden Crocodile King martial soul of the Spirit Hall's Golden Crocodile Douluo, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and the 7-killing sword, known as the #1 attacking weapon martial soul in the world, as well as the continent's #1 healing martial soul, the 9-heart begonia. Moreover, inside each gate, there is an 800-meter-wide square, and in the very center of each square stands a dazzling angel statue carved from jade white stone, towering over 100 meters high. This is the 6-winged angel statue revered by soul masters among the common people across the continent. Beside the angel statue is a relatively much shorter 12-winged angel statue, which looks exactly like Qian Renlin. Wow, this statue is so big. I can't even see what it looks like when I look up. After entering the northern gate and arriving at the square, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in awe at the silver glowing statue before him. This is the supreme angel deity statue of our Spirit Hall. 1,000 beast soul army members escorting the Heaven-Do soul masters knelt reverently before the angel statue, then stood up, their right fists pressed against their hearts, and knelt on one knee towards QianRenlin's martial soul statue with firm gazes. Whose statue is this? A soul master asked in confusion, looking at the statue next to the angel statue, which stands around 60 meters tall. A statue that can be placed next to the angel statue must hold an extremely noble position in the Spirit Hall. But they were too close to see the other's appearance clearly, and they had never heard of such a person in the Spirit Hall. When they looked at this statue, they all felt a sense of shame, as if the figure were a deity far above the clouds, and even a glance felt like an insult, a desecration. This is our Spirit Hall's most magnificent and miraculous Holy Son, whose wisdom and talent are worthy of being the best on the continent. In the hearts of all of us in the Spirit Hall, he will be the second deity of the continent, and may even surpass the angel deity. The leader of the 75th level B-Soul army said with fervent admiration, "It's him." Hundreds of talented soul masters and the Heaven-Do Knights' hearts moved as they thought of the powerful and monstrous boy they had seen half a month ago riding a giant dragon. They never expected his status in the Spirit Hall to be so high. Dai Mubai and the rest of the Shrek group were surprised, but soon they understood. A 14-year-old soul sage, even the entire continent has never seen such a thing, and he has created so many powerful cultivation techniques that aid in training. It can be said that with these cultivation techniques and soul skills, the entire situation on the continent will change, and they will greatly contribute to the future development of the continent. Listening to the praises of Qian Renlin around him, Dai Mubai forced a bitter smile. Both of them came from noble backgrounds, born to be superior, yet their identities and statuses were vastly different. In front of Qian Renlin, Dai Mubai felt like a grassroots born in a poor cottage, and even looking at him felt like a desecration. Noble and unapproachable? One day, I will personally bring you down from the clouds and the Spirit Hall. Tang San clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, thinking coldly. The humiliation Qian Renlin brought to Shrek, he would repay tenfold, 100-fold, along with Xiao Wu's death, his father's disability, his teacher's death, and Aunt Erlong's death. Qian Renlin, one day I will make you watch helplessly as your loved ones and those around you die one by one before your eyes. And you can only watch helplessly. Due to the force, blood began to flow from Tang San's palms, dripping to the ground. Who are you? Don't you know that blood cannot be shed before the statue? Just then, a slightly childish yet melodious female voice came, pulling everyone from their fantasies back to reality as they turned to look in the direction of the voice. At 100 meters away, a cute yet enchanting girl walked towards them with a cold expression, followed by 4 graceful figures wearing black robes, masks, and holding long swords. Holy Envoy, the leader of the Beast Soul army, quickly bowed to her. Who are you? How dare you shed blood before the angel statue, dirtying the deity's eyes? Do you know what a grave sin this is? Duguyan coldly said to Tang San, accompanied by her 4 female guard from the net. Blood? Everyone looked at Tang San in confusion. Then they were all shocked to see blood dripping from his palm to the ground. They naturally recognized Tang San and the others as members of the echoed.Ah Royal Academy's team. But they couldn't understand why such a beautiful person would harm themselves for no reason. Tang San glared at the girl before him, and from the Beast Soul Army's respectful address, he could tell that this girl held significant status in the Spirit Hall. Holy Envoy, when did the Spirit Hall have such a position? Dai Mubai and the others, who were not weak in strength, looked at Duguyan and her 4 formidable guards with confusion. This Holy Envoy asked you a question. Are you deaf? Not seeing any response from him, Duguyan coldly shouted. She naturally knew who he was and didn't really want to do anything to him. She just wanted to find an excuse to make things difficult for him. This Holy Envoy lady, I am Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. Tang San is a talented soul master from our empire participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. He did not mean to offend the statue. He was merely admiring the grandeur of the deity's statue and expressing a kind of devout worship in his heart. I hope the lady can be magnanimous and not hold the child accountable. Shui Qinghe listened to the commotion and slowly stepped forward to defend Tang San, stating that he was now the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire and had come to serve as a judge in his father's name, which naturally obligated him to protect the citizens of their empire. He especially wanted to thank the reader. Chunga likes to read Dark Series novels for the special chapter and for the 11,000 rewards, making them the first leader of this book. He didn't know why he couldn't send a thank you card through the back end, so he decided to express his gratitude through a special chapter. Although he would have to deduct the copyright and channel fees from the income on Q reading, leaving him with less than a quarter of the commission, readers paid for the book and gave rewards. So he wouldn't treat their money differently just because of lower commissions. Therefore, he still needed to express his gratitude and continue to add chapters. Recently, he had been busy out of town and didn't have time to write or think about the plot. So he couldn't release a large number of chapters and could only add 1 chapter for now. After finishing his tasks in a few days, he would focus on writing this book, aiming to create something that would meet everyone's expectations and not disappoint them. Thank you. Thank you. Very grateful. Bowing fist, chapter 193. Clean it up for me, oh. So, it's His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. The Crown Prince is indeed a talented individual, living up to his reputation. However, as the saying goes, every family has its rules and every nation has its laws. This boy has dared to offend the dignity of the Spirit Hall, showing disrespect to the statue and to the Holy Sun. Naturally, he should receive the punishment he deserves. Otherwise, if this matter were to leak out, wouldn't people say that our Spirit Hall is weak and can be trampled upon by anyone? Duguyan first performed a courtesy to Shui Qinghe and then straightened her chest, speaking with a serious tone. She was naturally unaware of Shui Qinghe's true identity. Even among the Spirit Hall, there were only a few who knew his real identity, so no one on the continent would know either. Given Duguyan's status, she wouldn't know that the Spirit Hall had a mysterious holy maiden, as a favored maid beside QianRenlin. She could be considered equivalent to a prince in other empires, so she didn't need to give too much face to a mere crown prince of the Tiando Empire. However, since the other party was indeed the crown prince of one of the continent's top empires, she still had to give him some respect. Thus, her tone softened a bit compared to before, but it was still only slightly gentler. It was impossible for her to compromise just because of his words. Then, according to the Holy Envoy's words, what should be done? Shui Qinghe was not angry at her attitude and still spoke gracefully. Well, considering the status of the crown prince, this Holy Envoy won't make things difficult for him. I've heard that this is a talented young man from your empire. It just so happens that I haven't fought for a long time, so why don't I have a match with him? If I win, this holy envoy will consider this matter as if it never happened. Du Guiyan first tapped her chin with her jade-like finger and then looked at Shui Qinghe and Tang San beside him. In fact, there was no rule in the Spirit Hall that prohibited bloodshed before the statue. It was merely an unwritten rule everyone had established in their hearts to show respect and reverence for the statue and the Holy Son. Of course, that being said, if someone dared to fight here and touch the bodies of the two statues, it wouldn't just be the Spirit Hall as guards who would punish him. Even the residents of Spirit City would not tolerate it and would attack anyone who dared to offend the dignity of the statues. But what if he loses? Shui Qinghe discreetly glanced at Tang San's expression. This was actually quite good, whether intentional or not, since Tang San had committed the offense of disrespecting the statue. He naturally had to bear the consequences. In the Douluo Continent, anyone who dared to offend the deities deserved to die, and moreover, Tang San only needed to have a match with the other party. Even if he lost, he would just be beaten, and this punishment could be considered very light. However, since the other party came on strong, it wouldn't just be as simple as beating Tang San. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Du Guiyan first smiled gently, instantly captivating the attention of all the young men present like a blooming flower, then immediately turned cold and said, if he loses, he has to lick up all the filthy blood he spills clean without leaving a single drop. What? Lick it clean? Upon hearing Du Guiyan's emotionless and cold words, everyone present looked at her in shock. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate Tang San. They didn't expect that under her pure and elegant exterior was hidden such a ruthless heart. Impossible. This punishment is too unreasonable. You are clearly humiliating Tangyin. We will never agree to this. When Du Guiyan said that Tang San had to lick up the blood that fell to the ground, Ma Hongjun was the first to stand up and speak. Flinder and Dai Mubai also firmly stood beside Tang San. Although they didn't speak, their actions already expressed everything, even if it meant death. They would not allow such humiliation. Tang San, whose heart had just calmed down, was now boiling with anger again. His gradually relaxed hands tightened in a fist once more. His eyes filled with rage. If it weren't for the constraints of his strength, he truly wanted to kill her right then and there. Not gonna lick? Then just wait for the law enforcement team to handle it. I warn you, anyone taken away by the Spirit Hall's law enforcement personnel ends up imprisoned in the Inferno Tower. Any prisoner inside the Inferno Tower suffers the most brutal punishments day and night, and regardless of the other party's status, once they enter there, they will never have the chance to come out again. Du Guiyan crossed her arms and sneered. She had come specifically to humiliate him. Even if there was no bloodshed, she would find other reasons to torment him. In the Spirit Hall, it was incredibly easy to create unexpected incidents. Isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Shui Qinghe, who had been smiling warmly, now had a somber expression. If he were not the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, if he were not the person in charge of the Tiando contestants, it wouldn't matter how the other party tormented Tang San. But now that he was here in the name of the Tiando Emperor and was their leader, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Du Guiyan chuckled softly. Severe? Dirtying the eyes of the statue and disrespecting the Holy Son is a light punishment. He could easily be punished along with his entire family. Moreover, I'm only asking him to lick up his own filthy blood. Your Highness, this punishment really isn't severe at all. Shui Qinghe fell silent. If he ignored this matter, his hard-won image would surely suffer a serious impact in the hearts of the Tiando citizens. When he returned to the empire, Emperor Shui, you would be greatly disappointed in him, and in severe cases, he might even face punishment. But if he intervened, how should he intervene? First of all, Tang San is indeed in the wrong. Even if he were to die in front of the statue to atone for his sins, it would still be deserved. Moreover, this is the Spirit Hall, and it is far too easy for the other party to target someone. Prince Qinghe, your Heaven-Do Empire wouldn't treat all criminals so kindly, would you? What if someone offends your authority, or violates the authority of the Snow Knight Emperor? How would you execute them? Looking at the silent Shui Qinghe, Du Guiyan spoke pointedly, then turned to Tang San's handsome face. Tangyin, right? If you're a man, boldly admit your mistakes. One person does the deed. One person bears the consequences. Don't make it difficult for the prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. Tang San's bloodshot eyes fixed on her, his bloodied hands spread open, standing tall like a javelin. What's Spirit Hall? Just a word is enough to decide a person's life or death. Today I, Tangyin, am simply unlucky. I accept your challenge. Come on. Chapter 194. Another 10,000-year fourth soul, Ring No. This woman clearly came prepared. She is deliberately humiliating you. Third brother, you must not act impulsively. Don't fall for her tricks. Hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun urgently pulled at his arm, saying that if Tang San really fought her, it wouldn't just be a matter of shedding a few drops of blood. Exactly, little San. We are in the Spirit Hall, and we are here as participants. I believe the Spirit Hall won't stand by idly. We just need to stall for a bit longer, and the Pope should send someone to receive us. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, saying that this so-called envoy was clearly trying to make things difficult for Tang San. He didn't believe that the Spirit Hall hadn't received news of their arrival by now. If they could just hold on a little longer, someone would likely come to take them to their resting quarters, and this farce would come to an end. If the other party continued to make things difficult for them, it would have to wait until after the competition. Little San, Dai Mubai, and the others urged, you mustn't act impulsively. Xiao Gang is already dead. You can't get into trouble too. Flinder earnestly advised, feeling exhausted from the recent events, juggling both his role as the dean and a teacher. I understand your intentions, but precisely because I understand the situation, I must accept her challenge. Otherwise, if I only fight her now, after the competition ends, what awaits me may not just be a fight. At that point, I may not even be able to leave the Spirit Hall alive. Tang San clenched his fists and said solemnly, this fight, no matter what, he could not back down. If he were to escape, it would be a heavy blow to his state of mind and could make it extremely difficult for him to break through his soul power in the future. Teacher, Big Brother Dai, Fatty, please don't persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. I have to fight this battle today, whether I want to or not. It's no longer up to me. Tang San interrupted their attempts to convince him and stepped forward resolutely, his right hand summoning a blue silver grass, surrounded by 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul rings. Tang Yin, Spirit, Blue Silver Grass, Level 44 Control, System Battle Soul Master. Seeing Tang San enter the arena, Du Guyan smirked, waving her hand to signal the 4 female guards behind her to step back from the battlefield. Looking at the irreversible situation, Shui Qinghe and the other soul masters, including Dai Mubai, could only shake their heads and withdraw from the battlefield. The 1,000 Beast Spirit Legion quickly dispersed to surround the area, preventing others from interrupting the duel. Du Guyan, Spirit, Emerald Scale, Snake Emperor. Level 58 Control, System Battle Soul King. With a flick of her hand, a thick fog appeared, and behind her manifested a massive purple snake flicking its tongue, with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings gently circulating around it. Having followed Qian Renlin closely since her spirit awakening, she was fortunate to receive a spirit herb from her master. Now, at 15 years old, Du Guyan had already reached level 58 soul power, surpassing even the 7 sword servants. Furthermore, her spirit had been enhanced by the spirit herb, making regular Huangju no longer the nemesis of the emerald scale snake. Rather, it would enhance the potency of its venom. What? 58 level. How old is she? Her soul power is even higher than that of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. This so-called envoy looked to be not much older than Zhu Qing, yet her soul power had reached 58. No wonder she was so confident in challenging Tang San. Upon hearing Du Guyan announce her soul power level, everyone present, including Dai Mubai and other soul masters from the Heaven Do Empire, widened their eyes in disbelief. 58, and at such a young age, her future achievements would be limitless. She might be another title Dalu. Wait, look at her soul ring configuration. At that moment, someone finally focused on Du Guyan's soul ring setup. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black. This. Another 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Is the Spirit Hall really that terrifying? The funeral team from the Holy Spirit Academy, except for the healing woman, all had 10,000-year 4th rings. And Xiaofeng also had a 10,000-year 4th ring. This envoy also has a 10,000-year 4th ring. How did the Spirit Hall manage this? How could they gather so many people with 10,000-year 4th soul rings? This talent is not weaker than Tang San.S. In fact, it might even surpass it. Especially Xiaofeng, who has a 1,000-year 2nd ring. Not only the Heaven Do Empire's genius soul masters were stunned, but Dai Mubai, Flinder, and the rest of Shrek were equally astonished, staring at Du Guyan's soul ring configuration. Envoy. I understand now. This girl is the envoy of the Spirit Hall's Saint Son. No wonder she can possess a soul power as high as 58 at such a young age. And her soul ring configuration is so monstrous. If she is the Spirit Hall's Saint Son, then everything makes sense. Dai Mubai finally grasped the significance of the title envoy. But we still don't know if all the youth from the Spirit Hall have 10,000-year 4th rings. Nor do we understand how they achieved this. This is not good news for all the powers on the continent. Flinder said with a frown. If Shrek could master this method, then Tang San, seeing the other party's soul power level and soul ring configuration, swallowed hard and asked in a daze. How old are you this year? Dugian smirked, enjoying this feeling. This is the benefit of following her master. Reputation, status, power, wealth, everything one could desire. 3 months until I turn 16. What? She's even younger than Big Brother Dai and Xiao Ao. Upon learning her age, Tang San was once again shocked, and the pressure from his spirit hall grew heavier in his heart, along with a growing sense of powerlessness regarding the mysterious saint's son. Not far away, Shuqinghe was equally astonished, his eyes fixed on the dazzling soul ring configuration surrounding Dugian. He had a natural level 20 soul power, but was only at level 69. And that was thanks to having the technique of QianRenlin and the spirit herb she gave him. Otherwise, he would only be a soul king in his 50s. The other party was merely a personal maid of QianRenlin, yet she already possessed a soul power level of 58. Such talent and qualifications were enough to crush the golden generation of the spirit hall, and she was even 2 years younger than him. At this moment, Shuqinghe had to admit that he felt a bit jealous. He looked at the 2 black soul rings of Dugian, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. It was one thing for QianRenlin to have stronger talent than him. After all, he was his younger brother and also the future of the Spear Hall. But now even a maid by his side was already so extraordinary. Thinking about the training speed of the Wuhun Hall and the thousands of Spirit Hall soldiers, as well as the talent and training speed of the 7 sword slaves, any one of them surpassed him in terms of training speed. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the so-called advantage of having high innate soul power was all nonsense after QianRenlin arrived. Once just an ordinary patrolling guard with only a level 5 innate soul power, now his training speed was several times faster than those with full innate soul power, and he had even been promoted to a special legion of the Spear Hall. What does this concept even mean? Chapter 195, Tang San versus Dugian. Tang San's mouth revealed a bitter smile. How could he fight? He originally thought that the opponent's soul power level was not much different from his, wanting to use him for practice. But now the opponent was a full 14 levels higher, with a top-tier martial soul, the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor. As a control-type soul master, he found it completely impossible to fight. Moreover, the opponent's martial soul was the #1 poison martial soul in the continent. Poisonous gas, whether from plants or creatures, would make any living thing keep its distance, not daring to touch even a little. Furthermore, he currently did not carry any antidotes with him, and relying on Xionghuang wine was also impossible. As the personal maid of the most talented son of the Spirit Hall, Dugian would definitely have various techniques at her disposal. His Xintian skill had no advantage against her. From any perspective, Tang San had no chance of winning at all. Since she was already prepared, then let us begin. Dugian raised her delicate chin towards Tang San and said lazily. Hearing this, Tang San forced a smile and said, "Before we fight, I want to know why you're targeting me?" "This holy envoy is merely fulfilling my duties," Dugian replied expressionlessly. "You dropped filthy liquid in front of the angel deity square, which not only dirted the deity's eyes, but also was a great disrespect to the Holy Sun, and naturally, you must be punished by the Spirit Hall." Dugian spoke without revealing any change in her expression. Although there was indeed a personal motive against Tang San, she would not admit it, especially not in front of hundreds of soul masters from the Dou Empire. "Is it QianRenlin?" Tang San asked in a deep voice. He truly could not think of anyone else in the Spirit Hall, other than QianRenlin, who would actively target him. And the fact that it was the other party's personal maid made this possibility even clearer. Whoosh! A figure seemed to teleport behind Tang San and spoke coldly. "You remember this. You're nothing more than a lowly person who came from small village. The little talent you possess now is merely the result of 8 lifetimes of luck. Compared to the Holy Sun, you are but a speck of dust. No, you should be a filthy, dirty piece of dog waste. You are not even worthy to carry his shoes, let alone mention his name. Moreover, the Holy Sun is like the blazing sun in the 9 heavens, whose strong radiance illuminates each of our hearts. He has given us life and the meaning to exist, and he has taught us to pursue the beauty of the world. He is such a noble and great existence that even an ordinary guard would not trouble, let alone target a clown like you." As Dugian circled around Tang San, her voice was cold, and her expression was twisted with disdain. It seemed that even mentioning QianRenlin's name was a huge insult to her. Yet, when she spoke of the Holy Sun, she immediately opened her arms, her face filled with reverence and fervor. Listening to the insults ringing in his ears, Tang San felt as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished his flame, but it immediately ignited again. He glared at her extraordinarily beautiful face, raising his bloodied fist, and angrily threw a punch. Oof. Douluo's eyes twitched slightly, and with a surge of soul power, she swiftly grabbed his fist, attempting to crush it. However, she did not expect that the mysterious aura emanating from his fist felt like squeezing a ball of cotton, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't exert any force. With one fist caught, Tang San raised his left fist to strike at her face. Douluo scoffed disdainfully and grabbed his left hand again. But Tang San's combat experience was incredibly rich. Almost the moment his fist was caught, he immediately lifted his right leg and kicked towards Douluo's abdomen. The latter had no choice but to release her grip on Tang San's right hand to block his leg. Thus, a male and a female control-type soul master began a close-quarters brawl in front of a stunned audience. They originally thought that the fight between these two control-type soul masters would be extremely exciting, but it was beyond exciting. The powerful fluctuations of soul power emanating from their bodies and the force of their mutual collisions were not at all inferior to those of attack-type soul masters of the same rank. Are these two really control-type? Why do I feel like even I, a rank 41 attack-type soul master, couldn't withstand a single blow? One attack-type soul master watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, as if witnessing two top-tier attack-type soul kings battling. Oof. You should check your own level against theirs. Although everyone present shared the same thoughts as that attack-type soul master, some still mercilessly countered. Hey, what are you saying? Even though my soul power is only level 41. Don't forget that both of them are control-type. Didn't your teacher teach you that control-type soul masters can't withstand a punch from an attack-type of the same level in terms of physical strength? Oof. That also depends on whether you can even get near them. You can't even get close, so how can you talk about landing a punch? Regardless of the incredulous thoughts of the crowd outside, Tang San and Douluo were indeed engaged in close combat, and neither had used a single martial soul technique. It was purely a visceral clash, giving the onlookers an intense sense of power. Tang San fought to vent his inner anger. He wanted this woman before him to know that he, Tang San, was not some lowly person that anyone could humiliate. Douluo also wanted to teach him a harsh lesson. She wanted this ungrateful, lowly person to understand that there are some people in this world whom he should look up to for a lifetime, and they're not to be desecrated. First soul skill, emerald scale, red poison. After exchanging over 100 punches, Douluo finally began to use her soul skills. After all, she was a woman. Although her soul power was much higher than his, her physical toughness and combat skills were not significantly superior to Tang San's. When she could not take down this so-called lowly person in her eyes, she finally decided to use her first soul skill, Emerald Scale Red Poison, also known as Frenzy Poison, which greatly stimulates her nervous system, enhancing her attack power and speed by 20%. After Douluo used her soul skill, her strength and speed had noticeably increased. Tang San was already at a disadvantage after just a few brief collisions. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Tang San decisively used his third soul skill. Several tough blue-silver grasses wrapped around Douluo's arms and legs, gradually encompassing her entire body. However, she merely displayed a hint of disdain, and with a surge of soul power, Tang San's blue-silver grass was torn apart inch by inch. What? Tang San looked in shock at the severed blue-silver grass. He hadn't expected that, even with his current advancement to Blue-Silver Emperor, he couldn't even provide the slightest resistance against her. Tang Yin, there are some people in this world that you can never provoke, that you will always need to look up to. For such beings, you are not even worthy to mention their name, Douluo said coldly, and then she started to strike Tang San with her fists. Seeing her beautiful fists approaching his face, Tang San gritted his teeth and released his fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. This time, Tang San's soul skill was not directed at Douluo, but rather used on himself. Instantly, his entire body was locked inside a blue prison formed by blue-silver grass. And for added security, he wrapped several more layers of blue-silver grass around the outside of the prison. Do you think this can resist my attack? Naive. Watching Tang San completely wrapped in the impenetrable prison, Douluo smirked. She infused her soul power into her right fist from her dantian, and a purple snake head appeared on her arm. Immediately, the power of this already formidable attack surged even higher. Bang! Crack, 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 crack! Douluo's beautiful fist slammed hard into Tang San's blue-silver grass, and the prison-like sphere shattered in an instant. Under her attack, even Tang San's extremely tough blue-silver grass could not withstand even a fraction of the force. Bang! Boom! Duguyan smashed through Tang San's blue-silver prison with the same relentless force, hitting Tang San directly. A dull thud echoed as Tang San was struck by the power of her punch, feeling as if he had been hit in the chest by a 1,000-pound boulder. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. The ground, paved with diamond rock, cracked under Tang San's impact, illustrating just how powerful Duguyan's punch was. Xiao San, Sengu, Tangyin, seeing Tang San lying half-conscious in the pit. Dai Mubai and the others hurriedly exclaimed and rushed to help him up. Why did you hit him so hard? He just wanted to admire the grandeur of the deity's statue. Why is your heart so vicious to strike so heavily? Xiao Wu cried out, tears streaming down her face as she held the unconscious Tang San's head, shouting at Duguyan. Oh dear, I only intended to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile. I accidentally went a bit too hard. I hope you all won't mind, Duguyan said with a light laugh, covering her alluring mouth. Just a bit too hard? We came to participate in a competition. Is this how the Spirit Hall treats guests? Upon hearing such shameless words, Flinder pointed at Tang San and shouted angrily at Duguyan. Humph, this is the consequence of disrespecting the great saint's son. If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing his place. Duguyan said coldly, her expression turning serious as she turned on her alluring catwalk to leave. Before she left, she paused for a moment and said, Oh, and don't forget to clean up the filthy mess on the ground. If the statue's eyes get dirty, the consequences will be more than just spitting blood. You are too much. Flinder clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he watched her retreating figure. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Spirit Hall, and that she was merely a soul saint, he would have loved to slap her to death. Teacher Flinder, I'm very sorry that I couldn't help, Xueqing has said, lowering his left hand and holding his abdomen with his right, bowing to Flinder with a look of deep regret. Although Flinder was indeed quite dissatisfied with Xueqing, he could understand the position he was in. As the prince of the Tiando Empire, every move he made affected the fate of the entire empire. Naturally, he couldn't be expected to risk the empire's survival for Tang San's sake. Sigh, Xiaosan is really hurt too badly. My candy beans have almost no effect. After checking Tang San's condition, Lu Qi, the healing teacher from Shrek Academy, sighed and shook his head after feeding him a few candy beans. Although Tang San's injuries looked severe, they were not beyond healing. His candy bean spirit had decent effects. But with the competition imminent and Tang San heavily injured and unconscious at this crucial moment, it was impossible for him to compete in a short period of time. If the Spirit Hall didn't send healing soul masters to treat him, relying solely on his candy bean spirit, it would take at least 3 months for him to recover. 3 months, and the competition would have long ended. What we do now? The competition starts in 2 days, and Xiao San is currently heavily injured and unconscious. How can we compete without him? Oscar said with a furrowed brow, looking distressed. Sigh, if it really comes to that, we might as well give up this competition. After saying this, Flinder seemed to age 10 years instantly. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were stunned upon hearing this. But when they looked at Tang San, who lay half-conscious in Xiao Wu's arms, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although this competition was very important to them, they still couldn't ignore their brother's life or death. Moreover, even if they wanted to compete, they wouldn't be able to do so with Tang San in such a state. Give up the competition? Teacher, how much have you sacrificed for this competition? We've worked so hard to get here. And now you say to just give up? Ma Hongjun asked in shock, knowing how much effort Flinder had put into this competition since his awakening of the martial soul. Sigh, we cannot give up. Xiao San's life and death are uncertain. We can't just ignore him. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, shaking his head and saying bitterly, this competition was extremely important for everyone in Shrek. I've already sent a message to my father. He is on his way to the Spirit Hall and is bringing 2 healing soul masters with him. Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up after being silent throughout. Flinder and the other's eyes brightened, but then dimmed again. Even if the sect master Ning brought healing soul masters, it would be of no use. With Xiao San's current injuries, even top healing soul masters would need at least a month to heal him. By then, the competition would already be over. Even if Tang San were to wake up in the next 2 days, his injuries wouldn't heal in such a short time. It would be irresponsible to let Tang San compete in his injured state, and it would ruin his foundation as well. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong fell silent again. Sigh, let's first clean up the blood here, Flinder said, swiftly changing the subject. As Shrek and the others cleaned up the blood on the ground under the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd, they were no strangers to such scenes. They were well aware that in the end, everything would be determined by strength, so they didn't care much about the opinions of others. Meanwhile, no one noticed a figure standing atop a massive dragon in the clouds above, quietly observing everything below with an expression that seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Without the ice and fire yin yang I and the immortal herb, has Tang San truly turned into a complete waste? After a long while, the distracted Qian Renlin slowly came back to her senses. She frowned slightly as she looked at the severely injured and unconscious Tang San. Then, as if in contemplation, she glanced towards the north, steering the purple dragon into the clouds, leaving only a faint echo behind. Poseidon, you're next. Chapter 196. Tremors in the Douluo forest, just as Flanders and the others were forced to clean the blood on the plaza. Several men dressed in black robes with the Spirit Hall emblem on their chests finally arrived. These individuals were merely ordinary outer elders of the Spirit Hall, primarily responsible for receiving guests. They had long received news of the participating soul masters from the two great empires, but had deliberately slowed their pace due to the presence of Duge Yin, which resulted in the people from the Xinghua Empire being settled in, while the Tiando Empire had no one to receive them. The three black-robed elders cast cold glances at Flanders and the others who were cleaning the blood and expressionlessly addressed the numerous soul masters present, due to busy affairs within the hall. Please forgive us for any shortcomings in our hospitality. I am Elder Zhou Li, an 88th level assault type battle soul master. Huang Zun, an 86th level control type battle soul master. Yulebo, an 86th level agility type battle soul master. As Zhou Li finished speaking, the two black-robed elders beside him stepped forward, speaking with a hint of pride in their tone. However, they indeed had the capital to be proud, having achieved the strength of an 86th level soul Douluo at the age of around 47 or 48, which was considered exceptional on the continent. What? 3 soul Douluos, and so young? The soul masters present gasped in disbelief, realizing that these ordinary elders were already over the 80th level, which was truly terrifying. Looking at these 3 middle-aged men who appear to be in their 30s, the soul masters couldn't help but feel an intensified yearning for the Spirit Hall, wishing they could join immediately. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shuqing quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Not at all, Elder Zhou Li. I can understand the busy affairs of the Spirit Hall for the benefit of the continent." Benefit my foot? Busy affairs? They're just watching the show. Shrek and the others rolled their eyes in their hearts. Thank you, Prince Qinghe, for understanding. We will now arrange accommodations for you at the Spirit Hall. However, due to the large number of personnel in the Spirit Hall, there are not many rooms left for everyone. So we hope that the friends who came to watch can be understanding. As for you, just leave these matters to the servants. How can we let our guests at the Spirit Hall do the work themselves? Looking at Dai Mubai and the others who were vigorously wiping the blood as if venting their anger, Zhou Li felt a bit disdainful and even wanted to laugh. Yet they were professionally trained to remain courteous. Seeing Zhou Li's hypocritical demeanor, Dai Mubai and the others were furious but managed to suppress their anger, though their dissatisfaction was evident on their faces. The 3 black-robed elders didn't mind and smiled slightly as they led hundreds of soul masters to their accommodations in the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, at the same time, Tian rushed back to the Douluo forest after dealing with matters in the Endless Sea. Upon seeing the devastated ground, which looked as if it had undergone a tremendous battle, he roared in anger. Bai Ji, the Emerald Swan Bai Ji, who had been feeling down, immediately sensed the familiar voice and appeared before Tian. Beast God, you have finally returned. What has happened in the Douluo forest while you were away? Tian angrily pointed at the overturned ground and said, "In my absence, what has happened here? Beast God, please calm your anger. During the years you were gone, a genius soul master appeared in the human world, coming to the depths of the Douluo forest to cause trouble several times. We wanted to capture him, but his strength is truly unfathomable. Not only did we fail to gain the upper hand, but we also lost thousands of soul beasts to him. Even a Red King lost 2 heads to him." Bai Ji knelt at Tian's feet in fear, quickly reporting the recent events in the Douluo forest. "Humans. Again with humans. I haven't left my domain for hundreds of thousands of years, and they really think the Douluo forest is just a bunch of sickly cats." Tian roared in fury upon hearing Bai Ji's words. Who is this human? What is his relationship with the one who took away the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, last time? Returning to Beast God, this person is the same one who took away the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. It's him? He is just a little human child. With so many of you, how could you not capture just one little human child? What are you all doing? Tian slammed his palm on Biji's chest, glaring as he roared. Beast God, please do not be angry. The strength of this human child is simply too overwhelming. Even with all the soul beasts in our forest, we were unable to contend with him, and he managed to escape. His power has already far surpassed the limits of a human soul. Douluo, Bi, undeterred by the palm print on her chest, urgently continued to explain. Tian was taken aback. Surpassing the limits of a human soul. Does this mean that the child has already become a god? If that is the case, even if I personally intervene, I might not be able to deal with him and could even fall. Although I am known as the closest existence to a god on the continent, there is still a significant gap compared to a true god. Rest assured, Beast God, although this person's strength exceeds that of an ordinary extreme soul Douluo, he only has an 80th level soul power and does not yet have an 8th spirit ring. Bi quickly explained. Now, only the Beast God Tian could deal with that human, not having become a god, relying solely on 80th level soul power, yet being stronger than an extreme soul Douluo, and able to escape from over 100 soul masters of 10,000 years or more in the Stardo forest. This human strength was indeed terrifying. Tian pondered and then asked a crucial question. Since he can come and go freely in the forest, why hasn't he obtained an 8th spirit ring? According to the Red King, that human might be interested in your spirit rings. Biji hesitated to say, as her words could be seen as offensive to the Beast God and even disrespectful. Interested in my spirit rings? Tian's expression darkened as he felt an intense desire to tear that audacious human child apart. The Red King said this, and he also mentioned that the opponent came specifically for the Beast God. After discovering that you were not present, he left again. What a bold move to openly challenge my soul ring. I want to see if he has the ability to take it. Tian snorted coldly, then smiled coldly and instructed all soul beasts to prepare for an attack on the human world. Chapter 197, Attack on the Human World? Biji was startled at first, then delighted. So, the other 2 major soul beast gathering places have agreed to launch a beast tide together and attack humans? The Endless Sea is under the constraint of the Sea God and his followers, and they do not agree to participate in the attack on the human world. However, the Ice God in the extreme north has fallen, and the soul beasts there are no longer restrained. They readily agreed to join us from the Stardo forest in attacking the human world. All right, I will gather the remaining soul beasts to prepare for the attack on the human world. Biji's expression brightened, and she hurriedly set off to gather the other major soul beasts. For hundreds of thousands of years, they have been waiting for this moment. Ever since they took over the Stardo forest, they have never stopped thinking about attacking the human world and reclaiming the dominion over Douluo Continent. Now, with the leadership of the Beast God and the assistance of several fierce beasts from the extreme north, their soul beast clan has finally waited for this day. Tian stood in the sky watching Biji leave, then glanced at the ruined ground below, before turning and flying towards the life lake in the center of the forest. My lord, I am incompetent and have not been able to find the cave with the ice marrow. When Tian arrived at the bottom of the life lake, he walked into a secluded cave and knelt before a beautiful giant dragon that was entirely silver white, with a pious and self-reproaching expression. It was already evident that the dragon, referred to as the Lord by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, held a significant identity. This time, he went to the extreme northern ice field not only to discuss attacking the human world with the local overlord, the Ice Emperor, but also to accomplish the most important task in his heart, to find the cave filled with ice marrow that the heavenly dream ice silkworm accidentally entered. As long as he could find that cave, he would be able to obtain ice marrow, and with ice marrow, the Silver Dragon King's injuries would heal at a visibly rapid pace, and his strength would also advance by leaps and bounds. However, he was disappointed. He searched for nearly 7 years in the extreme north, almost digging through the entire ice field, but no matter what, he could not find a location of that cave. My lord, I have taken the initiative to prepare for the attack on the human world. The entire Douluo Continent originally belonged to our soul beast clan. I cannot bear to watch those despicable humans occupy our ancestors' territory and cruelly kill our soul beasts to cultivate soul power. You can rest assured, my lord, this time, with the union of the extreme northern ice field, I will definitely succeed. Once I reclaim the continent and enslave the humans, I will attack the Western Sea area, where those traitors, who have already become despicable deities, are no longer worthy of being part of the Soul Beast clan. Tian knelt before the Silver Dragon King, his forehead pressed against the ground as he spoke coldly. When he lifted his handsome and determined face, looking at the quietly coiled, sleeping Silver Dragon King. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution. This time, the land attack must succeed and cannot fail. In the blink of an eye, the two major Imperial participating academies have been at the Spirit Hall for 2 days. During these 2 days, everyone has simply adjusted to each other's coordination and toward Spirit City. The Soul Masters from Douluo Empire suffered no losses. But the situation was different for the Tiando Empire. Initially, nearly 1,000 Soul Masters were severely injured or killed during the ambush by Dai Jinshuan at the Mountain Gorge. And 15 participating academies suffered over half of their losses in that attack. Except for a particularly unfortunate academy that was completely wiped out. They could barely gather less than 6 complete teams now. This is not because their academies had no one left to send more participants, but because it takes more than half a month to travel from Tiando Empire to Spirit City. With only 1 day left until the final competition, they couldn't possibly send in substitutes. After all, the Spirit Hall would not care about their reasons. Without enough participating members, they would have to announce their withdrawal from the competition. This also led to many academies that qualified for the finals having to helplessly become spectators and watch others compete. For these ambitious young boys who wanted to shine on stage, it was a heavy blow. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the valley is not something everyone can easily let go of. You all shouldn't be too sad. You are still young and have plenty of time to participate in the next competition. Take this opportunity to work hard in the coming years and strive to win the championship next year to bring glory to our Shrek Academy. Flander looked at the few little monsters with sorrowful expressions, and although he felt the same way inside, he still forced a smile to comfort them. The next competition. Huh, will I even have a next competition? Dai Mubai muttered softly, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There are still 5 years until the next competition. In 5 years, he will have no opportunities left. The Douluo Empire, his older brother, Davis, has already solidified his position as the crown prince. Would he give him another chance? Maybe the next time they meet, it will be with blades drawn. No matter what we will face, I will be with you. Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Dai Mubai, speaking with a calm, yet resolute tone. Dai Mubai turned to look at her, and after a long time, as if he had made a decision in his heart, he said firmly, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing want to take our lives. I will never let them succeed. Zhuqing, I won't let you suffer any more harm. This is all destined. You don't need to blame yourself. I want to become strong enough to protect you and that damn system of the Douluo Empire. One day, I will personally tear it apart. Dai Mubai hugged Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, his gaze unwaveringly determined. I will accompany you. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not push him away. She gently leaned against his broad chest and softly closed her eyes. Sigh. Oscar watched Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing leaning together, glanced at the calm Ning Rongrong beside him, and could only sigh helplessly. Since Mo Feng left, Ning Rongrong has been like this, cold and silent, practicing harder than before. Now, even if Oscar just wants to get close to her, he faces tremendous resistance. He can see unreserved disgust in her eyes. Oscar often hates himself for knowing that she loves Mo Feng, yet he still cannot help but deeply love her. Seeing everyone's expressions, Flanders shook his head and said, Since everyone has no objections, let's decide on this. After Xiao San wakes up, we will leave Spirit City and return to Shrek. Now, apart from the original Shrek old site, we have nowhere else to go. Staying at the Tiando Royal Academy is meaningless. It would be better to return to that small village and quietly close ourselves off for 5 years. Life may be difficult, but life must go on, right? Thanks to book friend Lucifer for the generous reward of over 11,000 book coins. The back end is unable to generate thank you cards, so I'm sending a special thank you note here. Although I know that inserting a note like this between the main text may negatively affect some readers' experience, I have no other choice. Since the work is related, readers on Qidian can't see it. After all, my friend Lucifer is on Qidian. If I post a note from the author at the bottom of the chapter, it feels too perfunctory and lacks sincerity. So if this causes some readers a bad experience, I can only say I'm sorry, and I hope everyone can understand. After all, they spent over 100 yuan. I can't show no appreciation. Although I know that adding more chapters is the best way to repay them, I really haven't had much time to write in the past few days. If I were to just add a few chapters for the sake of it and fill in word count, I feel that would be irresponsible to the readers. I can already feel the quality of the recent chapters starting to decline. Sigh. If only I had the creativity of a great author, I wouldn't be in this position. Crying, sobbing, a huge thank you to Lucifer for the more than 10,000 book coins. Thank you. Thank you. I will try to add more chapters at the beginning of next month, so please bear with me. Thank you. Also, I've seen everyone's small tips. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your support and unwavering loyalty. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 198. Healing knock knock knock. Rongrong, are you there? Just as Dai Mubai and the others were lost in their thoughts, a knock sounded at the door, followed by the refreshing voice of Ning Fengji. It's Dad. Ning Rongrong's tense face, which had been strained for a month, softened a lot upon hearing this voice. She hurriedly ran to open the door, and seeing the familiar figure outside, she could no longer restrain herself and rushed into his arms. Choked up, Dad, you finally came. Rongrong thought she would never see you again. Woo-woo-woo. Ha-ha. Rongrong, don't cry. Dad was just delayed by some matters of the sect. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm sorry for making you worry. Ning Fengji's expression clearly showed he was quite haggard, as it seemed a series of recent events had left him overwhelmed. Uncle Ning, Sect Master Ning. They had to admit that after experiencing so much in recent months, Shrek and the others felt a bit of attachment upon seeing Ning Fengji, as if they had found their anchor. Sigh, it's truly regrettable about Xiao Feng. Such a good young man, and he ended up becoming a part of the Spirit Hall. Sigh. Ning Fengji released Ning Rongrong from his embrace, looking at the young boys and girls before him with a regretful expression. A full innate soul power, and at just 14 years old, he had already cultivated to level 49. His own strength was impressive. What a shame. Dad, Xiao Feng was enslaved by that scoundrel Qian. He didn't willingly become a member of the Spirit Hall. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong hurriedly wanted to explain for Mo Feng, as if afraid he would be misunderstood. Rongrong, I naturally know that Xiao Feng was forcibly enslaved by Qian Renlin. I'm just regretting that such a good seedling has gone down the wrong path. Ning Fengji sighed in regret, glancing at Ning Rongrong's increasingly rounded belly. He wanted her to get rid of the child, but on the other hand, he was afraid of upsetting her. Sigh. It would be better to wait a while before properly guiding Rongrong. Let us first check on Xiao San's injuries. Ning Fengji wearily shook his head, looking at Tang San, who was unconscious on the bed. Then I'll trouble Sect Master Ning. Flinder quickly expressed his gratitude. Every time Shrek encountered a problem, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was always able to help them immediately. And with Mo Feng being enslaved by the Spirit Hall as his student, he felt very guilty and sorry towards Ning Rongrong and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Looking at how they not only didn't blame him, but were also willing to help them repeatedly, he felt he had nothing to repay them with. Only silently thinking that once he left the Spirit Hall, he would join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and repay them with his insignificant life. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively and approached Tang San's bedside with two high-level healing soul masters behind him. Ning Fengji only took a preliminary look at Tang San's injuries and was already filled with shock. He hadn't expected the Spirit Hall to be so ruthless. Several ribs were broken, and his entire chest had completely caved in. If it weren't for Oscar's sausages and Lu Qibin's jelly beans having played a significant role, the one lying in bed now would probably be a corpse. Who did this to him? What kind of grudge could lead to such severity? If it weren't for the timely treatment that suppressed the deterioration of this child's injuries, even if we had come, it would have been too late. Sigh. The two healing soul masters, both over level 70, looked at Tang San's shocking injuries and shook their heads in astonishment. However, despite their confusion over why he had suffered such severe injuries, their actions did not slow down at all. With a thought, two unknown green flowers appeared in their hands. And then, with a wave of their hands, a large area of green light merged into Tang San's chest. The caved-in chest began to rise visibly, and the broken ribs slowly started to heal. Teacher Flinder, we have completely controlled this child's injuries, but his entire sternum is completely fractured, with several ribs piercing into the lungs. The broken bones are slowly healing, but to fully recover will probably take at least a month. Moreover, our soul skills can only heal external injuries, so we are truly powerless when it comes to the child's punctured internal organs. After treating Tang San, the two healing soul masters shook their heads and sighed, turning to Flinder. Healing external injuries is something many healing soul masters can do, as long as they reach a certain level. However, to completely heal internal organs requires at least a top-tier healing soul. Their souls were just high-level healing souls. The green flowers and being able to reconnect bones was already quite impressive. Two seniors, if what you say is true, then for Xiao San to fully recover, he must rely on the 9-heart begonia soul. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed as he quickly asked, "That's not the case. Before I treated this child, I already sensed 2 weak life forces within him. Although they are still very weak, if they are sufficiently abundant, it is still possible for his injuries to fully heal." The 2 healing soul masters frowned, then exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Weak life forces? Is it Lu Qibean's jelly bean soul and Xiao Ao's sausage soul? Flinder's expression shifted as he looked at Oscar and Lu Qibean beside him. "I see. Thank you both for your strong assistance. I have nothing to repay you with, but here as a small token of my appreciation, I hope you won tea refuse." After saying this, Flinder took out 2 items from his storage soul guide and handed them to them. "This." The 2 healing soul masters exchanged glances, then looked at Ning Fengji, who was reminiscing with Ning Rongrong, hesitating for a moment before accepting the items Flinder offered. "Well, okay." Watching them accept the items he handed over, Flinder finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. What he gave them wasn't anything valuable. They were just 2 unknown iron lumps that he never managed to sell. He gave these 2 items to the other party partly because the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had already helped them too much, and he felt that they couldn't always rely on the other party's free assistance. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji knew that these small items were definitely beneath his notice, so he gave them to the 2 healing spirit masters. Another reason was that even Flanders himself didn't know what these 2 iron lumps were or what they were for, so it was better to take them out and sell a favor to the other party rather than let them go to waste, which would also make him feel better about himself. "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Xiao San's situation will still rely on you all. Rong, I have other matters to attend to at the Spirit Hall, so I will leave first. Once I finish my business, we can have a good talk." After speaking, Ning Fengji took the 2 healing spirit masters and left. The sword Daluo Qian was severely injured and couldn't accompany him, while the Bon de Gurong needed to stay at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and take care of the injured sword Daluo. Therefore, this time Ning Fengji came to the Spirit Hall with only 1 powerful attack and 1 defense spirit Daluo, along with these 2 healing spirit saints. Chapter 199. The angry Hulaina. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Due to a lack of personnel, several teams had to withdraw, and with the Shrek Royal Fighting Team, too, giving up the competition because Tang San was severely injured and unconscious. The original 31 teams eligible for the finals had now been reduced to only 25. Plans often cannot keep up with changes due to Tang San's serious injury. The Royal Fighting Team, too, had no choice but to announce their withdrawal from the competition, with Tang San not participating. The main teams of the Royal Fighting Team and the Star Luo team naturally lost their significance. So these 2 teams, which had been casually enslaved by Qian Renlin, became useless. Of course, the Royal Fighting Team, too, as the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy, could apply for replacement members. But Flanders and the others had joined the Tiando Royal Academy mainly to prevent being affected by the Spirit Hall's young master. Their participation in the competition was primarily to test the strength of the Shrek 7 Monsters, with the 7 monsters being one entity, and Tang San seriously injured and unconscious. Dai Mubai and the others naturally had no intention of continuing to compete. Now that they had been at the Spirit Hall for half a month, the finals had already concluded, but Tang San still had not awakened from his coma. Without Tang San's involvement, the championship of the competition naturally went to the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, followed by the Star Luo team and the Royal Fighting Team in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, with the remaining academies following behind. Now that the competition was over and the results were out, if Xiao San still did not wake up, we could only take him and the team of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School away. In a room where Tang San was, Flanders looked at Tang San, whose complexion had improved, but who was still unconscious, and sighed to Dai Mubai and the others. Now that the competition was over, to be on the safe side, it would be best for them to leave the Spirit Hall with the main group. If they were left behind until the end, who knows what kind of accidents could occur at the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai and the others momentarily showed downcast expressions, but they understood the seriousness of the situation. Now that the championship had been decided, it was useless for them to accept it. Since everyone had no objections, it was settled. Tomorrow morning, the main group would leave the Spirit Hall and return to the Tiando Empire. If Xiao San still had not awakened by then, we could only take him away. On the other side, in the Hall of the Pope, Hulaina, who had been in the Hall of the Saintess, did not see Tang San and the others until the very end of the competition, finally realizing that something was wrong. After some investigation, she found out that Tang San had been severely injured by Douluo in the very day he arrived at the Spirit Hall. This made her furious. QianRenlin had said that as long as she could defeat or even kill Tang San, she could be with him. Now that the finals were over, someone actually told her that Tang San had been severely injured on the first day. So, upon hearing this news, she stormed into the Hall of the Holy Spirit. But before she could enter, the guards kicked her out. His Highness the young master said that without his permission, no one can enter. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the disciple of the Pope, the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. The subordinates naturally know the identity of the Saintess. But the young master has ordered that without his permission, we dare not let you in. 2 tall guards, each over 2 meters tall, clad in golden armor, showed no emotion and did not flinch even though the other party was the Saintess. Since you know my identity, how dare you stop me? Do you know that with just one command from me, you would lose your heads? Hulaina, already furious, pointed her finger at them and shouted. The Saintess may do as she pleases. You. Oh, so it's the Saintess who has arrived. I'm sorry, but the master is out on business and cannot meet you. At that moment, Duguyan's figure appeared at the door, smiling and greeting her. It's you. Tell me, why did you injure Tang San? Looking at Duguyan at the door, Hulaina angrily questioned her. Tang San? Who's that? Duguyan asked. Her heart stirred, but her expression remained calm. Don't pretend with me. He's the boy you severely injured half a month ago. Or are you talking about that lowly commoner? This is not the maid's fault. After all, that Tang San dared to drop filthy blood in front of the angel statue and even polluted the master's holy statue's eyes. The maid merely acted to punish him a little. You are truly wronging the maid. Duguyan pouted her beautiful face, showing a pitiful expression, as if she really just did it as a routine task. But you can't be so heavy-handed. If you injure him, how can he participate in the competition? What does that have to do with the maid? Anyway, the competition is already over. What does it matter whether Tang San competes or not? Duguyan looked at her with some confusion. On the contrary, your highness seems quite strange. The Spirit Hall has won first place. Shouldn't you be very happy? Why are you so furious over that lowly commoner Tang San? He came to participate in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. He is a guest of the Spirit Hall. He was injured in front of the Spirit Hall. How will outsiders view the Spirit Hall? How do we explain to the entire continent? Your Highness, how the Spirit Hall operates is not something that needs to be concerned with outsiders' opinions. It's just a Tang San. Even if Tang Jiu died, so what? Whenever does the Spirit Hall need to explain to them? Duguyan snorted lightly, turning her head away. Her voice cold as she said, Saintess, please pay attention to your own identity. You are the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, the fiancée of the Master, and the future lady of the entire continent. How can you be so angry over a lowly commoner that you come to the Hall of the Holy Spirit? I cannot help but suspect that our Saintess has feelings for someone else. What do you mean? Hulaina's eyes widened in anger. Duguyan, you suspect me? How could you, a mere maid, understand my love for QianRenlin? Moreover, you are just a small servant beside QianRenlin. Why do you have to speak to this Saintess like that? Your Highness, as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, I naturally do not dare to be disrespectful to you. However, Your Highness, shouldn't you explain your current actions? Although Qian Renlin did not accept Hulaina, anyone with eyes can see that the so-called position of Saintess in the Spirit Hall is prepared to be a child bride for the Holy Son. Now, Hulaina is so furious because of Tang San, and Duguyan can't help but suspect whether there is some unclear relationship between the two of them, or whether Hulaina, as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, has already developed feelings for someone else. After all, besides Bibi Dong, no one else knows about the conversation between Qian Renlin and Hulaina, let alone the promise that Qian Renlin casually made to Hulaina. Chapter 200. He can only die at my hands hearing Du Guyan's unkind words. Hulaina also realized that she had lost her composure. After learning that Tang San was unable to compete due to serious injuries, she felt that she could not fulfill her promise to Qian Renlin, and in a moment of panic, she completely forgot her identity. But who is she? She is the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, the fiancée of the Holy Son, Qian Renlin. When did it become the case that even a mere maid dared to question her? Hulaina took a deep breath and said firmly, This matter, the Holy Son naturally knows, and he also understands my actions. I have no need to explain anything to you, a maid. As for Tang San, he can only die at my hands. It is not up to you, a maid, to make decisions. You better recognize your own status. If you privately injure a contestant who comes to the Spirit Hall, causing their entire team to be unable to compete, I will punish you for this. After saying this, Hulaina turned and left. Since Qian Renlin did not want to see her, she would strive for her own opportunities. In her heart, this was challenging. She had never dared to go anywhere since childhood, surrounded only by admiration and envy. Until she met the Holy Son in the Pope's hall at the age of 6. Only Qian Renlin looked at her without any change in his gaze, as if she were just air. In fact, there was even a hint of disdain. Hulaina did not understand why Qian Renlin would show her such a gaze when they first met. But he left a strong sense of mystery and presence in her heart. She began to intentionally and unintentionally interact with him to understand him. However, after a long time of contact, she discovered that he did not only show such expressions towards her. She keenly noticed that he looked at all women, except for Bibi Dong, with the same gaze. Disdain, contempt, amusement. Even his close maid, Du Guyan, was never regarded as a person in Qian Renlin's eyes, as if she were just a dispensable slave, a tool to be used at will. Hulaina could not understand why the merely 8-year-old Qian Renlin would have such intense disdain and contempt for women. Therefore, she wanted to understand everything. But as she learned more about him, he grew stronger and stronger, and she realized that she had completely fallen in love with him, unable to extricate herself. That man was so handsome, young, powerful, and iron-blooded, and the depth, loneliness, and charm that he naturally exuded were even stronger than her own allure. It was as if he had an endless abyss that deeply attracted her. She wanted to explore and understand him. Yet every time she thought she understood him well enough, she found herself increasingly unable to see through him, increasingly unable to understand him. Even when he merely glanced at her inadvertently, she felt happy and satisfied. So when Qian Renlin told her that as long as she could kill Tang San, he would give her an opportunity, she truly felt like she had been struck by a great surprise. However, when she eagerly awaited the chance to personally take Tang San's life, she was eventually informed that Tang San had already been severely injured by Qian Renlin's maid on the first day and could not participate in the competition. That was why she was so furious. She believed that Du Guyan had ruined her dream of being with Qian Renlin. The love that had been within her grasp had slipped away. However, she was also awakened by Du Guyan's words. She still had a chance. Tang San was only seriously injured and not dead, and he was still in the spirit hall. So she could still kill him and then go find Qian Renlin to take credit. As the saintess of the spirit hall, she naturally knew that Qian Renlin had a slave with a 9-heart begonia martial soul by his side. She knew about this so-called #1 healing martial soul on the continent, its particularity and its terrifying nature. So now she needed to find the owner of a 9-heart begonia. Although she was Qian Renlin's person, she believed that it would not be a problem to request her to heal someone as the saintess of the spirit hall. Du Guyan made her way from the Holy Lin Hall to the Net Hall, but when that scene reappeared, she was unexpectedly intercepted by 2 guards again. Saintess, this is not a place for you to come. Facing the 2 cold-faced, icy-voiced guards, Hulaina truly began to doubt her life. She suddenly felt that her so-called status as the saintess seemed to have no privileges at all. Even the guards of the spirit hall required Bibi Dong's permission for her to command them. The maid responsible for her safety was also arranged by Bibi Dong. Now, no matter where she went, the guards who recognized her identity still had an indifferent expression, blocking her way and not allowing her to enter. Do you know who the saintess is? Hulaina asked coldly, unable to hold back her anger. We naturally know your highness's identity, but we are only the personal guards of our master and are not bound by the spirit hall. The 2 black-armored soldiers replied expressionlessly. Whether it's the Holy Lin Hall or the Net Hall, they only listen to Qian Renlin alone. Even Pope Bibi Dong cannot directly command them. So they did not show excessive attitude when they saw Hulaina. I am your master's fiancé, and your future mistress. How dare you obstruct me? Hulaina questioned coldly, nearly driven to the point of rage. A dignified saintess of the spirit hall had a status lower than that of Du Guyan, a mere maid. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, the guard showed no emotion, still coldly staring ahead. Future mistress? That means you're not one yet. Since you're not, you have no right to command us. You. Hulaina was furious. Fine, I want to see Yi Lingling. Please inform the 2 guards to report. Your Highness, the 7 sword slaves left with the master 3 days ago. Yi Lingling is not in the Net Hall. Not here. Where do they all go? Hulaina frowned. Why would they suddenly be gone at this time? All teams participating in the Soul Master competition would leave the Spirit Hall tomorrow, and Tang San might very well leave with the main group. It would be very difficult for her to kill him then. After all, this was the Spirit Hall, and especially before all the Soul Masters had left, she could not just attack anyone for no reason. Otherwise, not to mention how other Soul Masters would view the Spirit Hall, even Flander and the others would not allow her to directly attack Tang San. Chapter 201. Questioning the heart at this moment. In the Spirit Hall of the Tiando Empire, Qian Renlin stood with his hands behind his back on the top-level balcony, with 7 young men and women standing straight behind him. It seems that this so-called Snow Knight Emperor is indeed quite cowardly. It has been half a month, and still no movement from the Tiando Empire. One of the youths looked with disdain at the distant Tiando Palace outside the balcony. Indeed, although it was true that it was the elders of the Spirit Hall who ambushed and killed their people a month ago, the truth has already spread, and the Xingluo Empire bears significant responsibility in this matter. The Tiando Emperor is afraid of the Spirit Hall, but to be afraid of a small force like the Xingluo Empire is truly cowardly. Everyone, say less. Hearing Zhao Qi and Li Chu's words, Ling Feng frowned and stopped them from continuing. After all, Qian Renlin was still lost in thought at the railing. If they disturbed their master, they would all face severe consequences. Upon hearing their leader's reminder, Zhao Qi and Li Chu were startled and quickly shut their mouths, cautiously glancing at Qian Renlin, who was leaning on the balcony railing with his hands. When they found that he showed no reaction, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the panic in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. 14 years have passed, and this moment is finally approaching. Qian Renlin came back to his senses and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, muttering with a dim expression. He had crossed over for 14 years, almost 15, and he had grown from a naive boy who liked to toy with others into the mature and steady person he is now. He no longer harbors malicious interests. He just wants to end all this quickly, unify the continent, and then attack the divine realm, devouring the divine realm. When he truly arrived at this moment, he found that his heart was so confused. It felt empty, lonely, and desolate. He didn't even know what he was doing or what he was doing all this for. Unifying the continent, for whom? For Bibi Dong? Or for Qian Dalu? Or just to have endless power for himself? Or simply because it's the trend of the times? Perhaps all these reasons are valid. But why unify the divine realm and devour it? Why attack the divine realm? Why devour the divine realm? Originally, he just thought about becoming a god himself, not bound by the rules and hierarchies of the divine realm. So he wanted to condense a divine core by absorbing the divine powers inherited from the deities. But then what? What would he do after becoming a god? What would he do after devouring the divine realm? Did he simply want to possess a divine realm that belongs solely to him? A world completely under his control? He did not know where his beliefs came from, or even what his purpose was in crossing over. He simply thought of the fate of the Spirit Hall. He wanted to unify the continent, establish the Spirit Empire, and did not want Qian Dalu and the others to share the same fate as before. So he wanted to devour the divine realm, change the rules of the divine realm, and create a divine realm that belongs to him. Let Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong no longer inherit their divine positions as before, but be granted divine positions by him. But then what? What would he do after becoming a god? Beyond the divine realm, there are endless worlds, countless worlds like Douluo Continent, and countless worlds like the divine realm. Would he go to attack other worlds? Taking a deep breath, Qian Renlin gazed deeply at the dazzling sun in the sky. At this moment, he missed home, missed Water Blue Star, missed his parents. He wanted to see them again. But he knew that this process would be very difficult, and perhaps even his original hometown was no longer in this universe. Your Highness, everything is ready. The troops of the Spirit Hall can attack the Tiando Empire Palace at any time. At this moment, Salas stepped onto the lower balcony, bowing to report to Qian Renlin's back. Qian Renlin came back to his senses and looked towards the magnificent palace made of white jade in the distance, regaining his usual expressionless demeanor. What about Xingluo? Replying to your Highness. The Black Tiger Dalu has already taken a group of Bi-Soul Legion to the Xingluo Empire and will arrive at Xingluo City in less than 3 days. Initially, Dai Jinchuan was taken to the Hell Tower by members of the Spiderweb and was tortured for a whole month. Later, after being enslaved by Qian Renlin, he continued to serve as the commander of the Bi-Soul Legion. In Qian Renlin's view, there is no punishment more cruel than being directly enslaved as a servant. Having independent thoughts, yet no longer being oneself. The purpose and belief of living is to be completely loyal to others. What Qian Renlin is thinking about now is to use his identity as the 4th prince of the Xingluo Empire to attack the Xingluo Empire and overthrow the Xingluo royal family. This is the fate of offending Qian Renlin, the consequence of provoking the Spirit Hall. Watching his own kin kill each other because of enemies, yet being unable to stop it, should be the cruelest punishment in the world, right? Let us hold our position for now and wait for the outcome from Xingluo before making a move. Qian Renlin said this indifferently and turned to walk downstairs, with the 7 sword servants quickly following him, leaving Salas standing alone on the balcony, puzzled and confused. According to his thinking, shouldn't they just crush through with the army? Why hold back at such a good opportunity? But he didn't dare voice any dissent and could only act according to Qianrenlin's orders. On the other side, in a reception area of the Spirit City, in a relatively luxurious courtyard, Ning Fengji looked anxiously at the sky. Recently, he has been feeling very unsettled, always sensing that something significant is about to happen. He just hopes that the Snow Knight Emperor will not act impulsively. Everything will be discussed when I return. Ning Fengji anxiously rubbed his staff. More than half a month ago, the Snow Knight Emperor invited him to the palace to discuss the matter of attacking the Xingluo Empire. Even if they could not go to war, they should make the Xingluo Empire apologize for this matter. However, it was rejected by Ning Fengji. Now, the continent is turbulent, and the ambitions of the Spirit Hall are evident. If they were to have any conflict with the Xingluo Empire at this time, it would play right into the hands of the Spirit Hall, which would be unwise. Therefore, according to Ning Fengji, not only should they not have a conflict with the Xingluo Empire at this time, but they should also strengthen their relationship with them, forming an alliance to resist the Spirit Hall together. He doesn't know how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is considering this. Before going to the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji had a private meeting with Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, aiming to form an alliance with him and unite the forces of the entire continent to resist the Spirit Hall. Now that the Spirit Hall has already revealed its strength on the surface, it is no longer something the other forces on the continent can resist. If they do not unite at this time, the continent may really fall under the surname Qian. Chapter 202. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect Xingluo Empire. Report. No. It's bad. The Spirit Hall is attacking. At this moment, it was during the morning court session in the Xingluo Empire Palace. The Xingluo Emperor was quietly listening to the advice of the officials below when a black armored guard suddenly rushed into the hall, shouting in panic. The entire hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into shouts of anger. How ridiculous! How could the Spirit Hall attack the Xingluo Empire at this time? Who are you working for, daring to spout nonsense before His Majesty? Such audacity, daring to spread falsehoods before the Emperor. This crime deserves execution. Someone, take this blabbering fool down and execute him. Hearing the words of the guard, the officials in the hall all coldly snorted in disbelief. How could the Spirit Hall attack the Luo Empire at this time? It was unthinkable. After all, this was the most peaceful and stable time on the continent. Unless the Spirit Hall had gone crazy, they would not attack one of the two major powers of the continent at this moment. Your Majesty, I am wrong. I am not lying. The Spirit Hall has really invaded. They are less than 100 kilometers away from Luo City. The guard, in a state of panic, suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, shaking off the two guards who held him, and hurriedly knelt down, shouting anxiously at the Luo Emperor on the high platform. What? Could it be that what he said is true? The Spirit Hall has really sent troops to attack the Luo Empire? But how is this possible? Why have we not received any news? Why would the Spirit Hall choose this time to attack us? It seemed that the Spirit Hall's ambitions could no longer be suppressed. This time they were truly aiming to unify the continent. At this moment, the officials in the hall finally realized the seriousness of the situation. But they did not understand why the Spirit Hall had begun to implement unification without any warning. Even if they wanted to start a war, they should first target the relatively weaker Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Why did the Spirit Hall choose to attack the strongest Luo Empire? Silence. Why the panic? Everyone prepare for battle and face the enemy. The Luo Emperor, sitting in the foremost position, coldly commanded, and then hurriedly moved towards the back hall. The Spirit Hall was powerful, and if they really intended to strike the Luo Empire, he felt they could not hold out for long. At this time, it would be too late to seek other reinforcements, so he had to seek his father's help. Otherwise, the Luo Empire would truly fall at his hands. On the other side, a powerful gust of wind suddenly appeared outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's mountain gate, causing the surrounding void to become turbulent. What is that? What is going on? Several guards at the mountain gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stared in shock at the tornado vortex that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the tornado vortex, followed by a strong holy light. 8 figures appeared in the void like deities descending, their cold gazes fixated on the guards below. What? Who are these people? Are they gods? So powerful. The guards swallowed hard, their eyes wide in astonishment at the godlike figures appearing above. Qian, where are you? Get out here. Get out. Get out. Get out. Qian Renlin coldly shouted, and instantly, echoes rang out from within and outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's mountain gate. Soul Masters below the Soul King level were all left bleeding from their 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground in pain, covering their ears. The few guards still in a daze outside the mountain gate were directly knocked back by this shout, crashing into the luxurious gate behind them, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the tiles 100 meters away, and fell unconscious, their lives unknown. The only few soul masters above level 70 within the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, after shaking their buzzing heads, looked in shock at the figure in the sky, radiating endless brilliance. Just by a shout, it could make Soul Saint level powerhouses feel their minds roaring and chest trembling. Those ordinary soul masters below level 50 were directly stunned, their eardrums ruptured and spirits torn apart. One could imagine how terrifying the power of that figure in the sky was. So powerful. Who is this person? Why is he here to cause trouble for the Seven Treasure glazed tile school? And why did he specifically ask for Douluo to get out? The countless soul saints remaining standing in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school looked at Qian Renlin in fear, thinking that the Seven Treasure glazed tile school had always valued peace and had never had enemies on the continent. They were even an allied sect with the Heaven-Do Empire, and they truly could not understand when the Seven Treasure glazed tile school had offended such a terrifying powerhouse. The seven sword servants standing behind Qian Renlin were all fervently gazing at the seemingly infinitely tall figure ahead. This was their master, the supreme genius Saint's son of the Spirit Hall, hailed as the one most likely to surpass the angel god. Being able to follow such a powerful master filled them with endless pride and glory. Following such a strong person was their infinite honor. At the same time, in a dark room within the back hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, a disheveled old man with one hand and one leg was jolted off his bed by this shout, rolling in pain as if he had endured countless tortures. Not far from him, in a relatively simple, small, flat house, an elderly man in white with silver hair suddenly opened his eyes wide, clutching his chest, unable to stop a violent cough. His body, which sat upright like a spear, also fell down at that moment. Nearby, an elderly man in black with white hair, sitting by a valuable round table made of nanmu, suddenly had his pupils constrict, his expression grave as he looked towards the door. Hearing the coughing sound coming from the side, he moved swiftly to the elderly man's side, watching the silver-haired elder in pain. He quickly extended a hand to support his back, channeling soul power into him to ease his discomfort. Once the silver-haired elder regained his composure, he spoke in a tone filled with fear. "It's him. He has come." "Who? Who has come? Do you know this person outside?" Hearing his old partner's words, Douluo's expression changed, and he quickly asked. Douluo's eyes flickered, and he replied in a serious tone. "It's him, the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin, the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall?" Douluo's heart sank, his pupils constricting as he glanced at Douluo's expression, then turned to look outside with a grave demeanor. Chapter 203. Do you remember that kick you gave me? It is rumored that the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall is extremely mysterious, with unparalleled talent throughout history, creating countless types of soul tools for the Spirit Hall. It can be said that now, in the entire Soul Master world, almost every family with a bit of power possesses at least one storage soul tool. His personality is also very strange and changeable. Some say he is violent, cruel, and lawless, while others say he is cold and ruthless, narrow-minded. But more people believe these are just the despicable slanders from those envious of the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall. After all, very few people from the Spirit Hall have seen his appearance, and even fewer can get within 10 meters of him. Others are even less likely to recognize him. Even if they occasionally encounter him on the street, they would not recognize him as the Saint's son of the Spirit Hall. Countless people on the continent unanimously believe this is the unique pride of a genius, as well as the respect and worship everyone has for him. How could someone so outstanding be so easily approachable? Moreover, he possesses endless power and is the future Pope of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, the Spirit Hall must do everything possible to protect him. Rong's face was solemn as he gazed into the void outside the door, as if he could see through endless distant obstacles to that tall figure. The fact that he had come to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school at this time, and in such a manner, with a cold shout that shattered the internal organs and souls of hundreds of soul masters, made Qian Renlin's intentions very clear. It seemed he was here for revenge. Douluo looked solemnly at the door and said, "There have been rumors that the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall is narrow-minded and cannot tolerate even a speck of dust. A year ago, he kicked the other party, and given the Spirit Hall's blatant ambition to unify the continent, it is only a matter of time before they take action against us, the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, as allies of the Heaven-Do Empire. I wonder how Ningfengji is doing now. He is still in the Spirit Hall, and his situation is very concerning. BibiDong understood these issues as well, but with Ning Fengji still in the Spirit Hall. The danger for him, as the sect master, was evident with the Saint Child personally visiting the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. Daluo's expression hardened for a moment before he said, since he has taken the initiative, his main purpose must be to avenge that kick. I will hold him back. You go to the Spirit Hall to protect Fengji and Rongrong now. How could that be? Last time he came, he already had the strength to kill a rank 79 soul sage in an instant. Now, he has even demonstrated the ability to kill hundreds of soul masters below rank 50 with a single shout. His strength is unfathomable, and you are heavily injured. You are definitely no match for him. Hearing that Daluo intended to face Qian Renlin alone, Daluo was startled and quickly looked at him. No, it doesn't matter if I die. Many soul masters of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect can perish, but Ning Fengji as the sect master cannot die. And Rongrong as the next generation sect master must not die either. As long as they are alive, the Seven Treasure sect will not be considered dead. Perhaps we can even use this opportunity to be reborn and establish the Nine Treasure glazed tile sect. Right now, you are the only one with the strength to save and protect them. Daluo clenched his hands tightly and said seriously, and although the Saint Child of the Spirit Hall strength is unfathomable, he is ultimately not a titled Daluo. Even though I'm injured, it doesn't mean I will definitely die. If I can't win, escaping should not be a problem. They still do not know that Qian Renlin has killed Tang San and have no idea that he recently caused chaos in the Stardo Forest. In Daluo's view, Qian Renlin's strength at this moment would be at most that of a soul Daluo. While he is a super Daluo, even a sick tiger cannot be provoked by a house cat. Well, okay. You must protect yourself and not act impulsively. Daluo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt that what Daluo said made sense and nodded in agreement. Go quickly. Daluo gave one last determined look at his old comrade, who gave a heavy pat on his shoulder, no longer hesitating as he turned and flew toward the Spirit Hall. Watching Daluo leave, Daluo's dazed expression gradually became sharp, as if he were two unsheathed swords, their edges concealed, yet still exuding an intimidating aura. He endured the painful sensation in his chest, struggled to put on his white boots, and stood upright, like a sharp sword that had been sealed for many years, exuding a powerful aura like a sword's edge, its brilliance shooting straight into the sky. Now over 100 years old, Daluo seemed to be reborn, returning to his youth, to that time when he was full of ambition and brilliance. Spirit Hall, Daluo raised his head, and his sharp eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the void and overcoming infinite barriers, seemed to see Qian Renlin standing in the air. Suddenly, where's that old man Qian? Why hasn't he come out to kneel and greet this Saint Child? Just as Daluo seemed to be reminiscing, Qian Renlin's arrogant and indifferent voice reached his ears, mixed with an unknown energy that slammed into his chest like a massive rock. Boom! Bang! Already heavily injured, Daluo was instantly knocked away by this invisible force, crashing through the luxurious flowing wood bed behind him and breaking through the wall behind, landing heavily on the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with black. Just a moment ago, he was full of vigor and fighting spirit. At this moment, he was in utter disarray. Still daring to act tough in front of this Saint Child. Do you think you were the main character? Qian Renlin had somehow landed not far from Daluo and slowly walked over while speaking. In fact, he had already begun to release his spiritual power to cover the entire Seven Treasure glazed tile sect since he first appeared. Every little movement within here did not escape his notice. The conversation between Daluo and BibiDong naturally reached his ears, and he witnessed a scene that resembled a dramatic display of bravado. With a sneer, Qian Renlin released a hint of spatial power, pulling the other party from illusion into reality. How could you be so strong? Daluo, slightly turning to look at the luxurious and expensive boots in front of him, said incredulously. After that blow, his ribcage had been shattered. Now even breathing was extremely difficult, let alone speaking. Qian Renlin's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, Xin, do you still remember that kick you gave me back then? Chapter 204. Why don't you kneel before your master? Cough. One person does the work. One person bears the consequences. Cough. Let go. Seven Treasure. Glazed tile sect. Cough, 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 cough. Other innocent people. Cough, 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 cough. Daluo struggled to raise his head to look at Qian Renlin's face, but already heavily injured and with that blow from Qian Renlin, it was extremely difficult for him to move, let alone look up at him. Seeing that Xin was having such difficulty speaking, Qian Renlin chuckled lightly. He was no longer the playful youth he once was. After seeing through Tang San's so-called Destiny Child identity, he had lost interest in continuing to play. His previous desire to torment son.A had also diminished significantly. TSK, truly disappointing. The dignified son.A of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, known as the heir of the first weapon spirit, the Seven Killing Sword, would also have such an unseemly side? You, cough, 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 cough. Listening to Qian Renlin's words, son.A hurriedly tried to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large mass of blood foam surged from his chest into his throat, choking him into a painful fit of coughing. Seeing Qian Xin in such a painful state, Qian Renlin shook his head and said, "Give him some treatment." "Yes, master." One of the seven sword servants, standing behind him, quickly stepped forward respectfully. When she looked at son.A, who lay in the pit like a dead dog, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. It should be known that those who had offended the master in the past either died or were severely injured. Even those high-level soul masters who were useful to Qian Renlin had to endure the cruelest punishments in the Purgatory Tower first. In this case, where son.A merely spat out a mouthful of blood after kicking Qian Renlin, he could be considered the first. son.A cautiously looked at the tall woman in front of him, and when he saw her release a snow-white, nine-petaled begonia spirit, his eyes shrank sharply. He did not expect that she was truly here to heal his injuries. Although he had never seen the nine-heart begonia, he recognized at that moment that this was the continent's #1 healing spirit, reputed to be able to restore broken bones, no matter how severe the injury. As long as the person still had a breath left, they could be healed instantly. When Yi Lingling's soul skill landed on the sword Douluo, the injuries on the surface of his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace, and the internal injuries were also quickly recovering under the healing of the nine-heart Sea Tang. At the same time, Yi Lingling's soul power, which was only over level 50, instantly dried up. Although she had consumed the celestial herb given by QianRenlin, her martial soul was originally of an extremely high standard, and there was no mutation, nor did it increase any other effects. At most, her physique underwent a qualitative change that greatly reduced the soul power consumption of using her martial soul. But ultimately, she was just a level 59 soul king, and completely recovering a level 96 title Dalu was still quite a challenge. Therefore, while the son.A's external injuries were fully healed, his internal injuries still required further treatment to recover completely. Withdrawing her martial soul, Yi Lingling wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and looked indifferently at the already standing son.A. "You should be grateful that you still have some use. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse." After saying this, she respectfully bowed to QianRenlin and turned back to the ranks of the seven sword servants. The other seven sword servants looked at Yi Lingling with some surprise. They usually knew she wouldn't say a word unless something important was happening. At most, greeting QianRenlin with a bow. They did not expect that today she would actually speak to the son.A, who was supposed to be dead. After the surprise, Ling Feng seemed to remember something and scolded the son.A, who was still pondering Yi Lingling's words. "Since you can stand up, why do you still not perform the kneeling salute upon seeing the master?" Hearing Ling Feng's words, the son.A finally snapped back to reality. He understood the other party's intention. QianRenlin wanted him to submit to her. However, how could that be possible? The son.A's eyes regained their previous domineering attitude as he calmly turned to the level 60 Ling Feng and said, "Although this girl healed my injuries, you all did this voluntarily. I never asked for it. I am not from the Martial Soul Hall, so why should I bow? Bold, having accepted the master's gift, you must be prepared to fulfill your duty as a servant. Not only is it unacceptable to not perform the kneeling salute upon seeing the master, but is also disrespectful and unreasonable. Cut him down." Ling Feng angrily pointed at the son.A's face, and with a wave of his soul power, the soul-breaking spear appeared in his hand. The other seven sword servants simultaneously released their martial souls as well. Facing a super title level strongman, they naturally could not afford to be careless and needed to act with full caution. "I a dignified level 96 title Dalu. When did it become your turn? A bunch of mere soul emperors and soul kings to teach me a lesson?" The son.A coldly shouted, gripping his seven-killing sword, clearly indicating that he was ready to fight at any moment. QianRenlin stood by with great interest, wanting to see how strong the seven sword servants had become. After all, they were his most loyal servants, and he had spent a lot of time personally training them. In the future, he could not possibly handle everything himself. The stronger the seven sword servants were, the more tasks they could handle for him. Listening to the son.A's arrogant words, The seven sword servants were immediately enraged and launched an attack against him. Only Yilingling, whose soul power was exhausted, remained in place to recover her soul power. Ants? If that's the case, then open your eyes wide and see clearly that a soul emperor ant can defeat a title Douluo. Although the sword Douluo's external injuries had fully healed, his internal organs were still damaged, and his soul power had been severely depleted. It was not very difficult to contend with the sword Douluo. Fifth soul skill, soul breaking 8 directions. Fifth soul skill, flame of war. Fifth soul skill, spirit ice statue. Fifth soul skill, wind breaking kill. Fifth soul skill, power of the undead. Fifth soul skill, soul extinction. In an instant, 6 of the 7 sword servants unleashed their fifth soul skills simultaneously against the sword Douluo. Except for Ling Feng, all of them were level 59 soul kings. Under the illumination of various colored soul skills, the might of their combined attack could instantly annihilate a level 69 soul emperor. Chapter 205. The martial soul fusion technique of the 7 sword servants. The sword Douluo stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the few young people in front of him. He did not expect that they all possessed soul power at level 59. A 14-year-old soul king, and among them, one even reached level 61. What terrifying talent was this? Fifth soul skill, dominance of the 4 directions. A powerful sword energy was indiscriminately released from the sword Douluo's body, causing the 6 sword servants to feel as if they had crashed into a wall, with intense killing intent flooding into their bodies. No wonder he was called the #1 attack type martial soul super title Douluo. Just relying on the same 5th soul skill, his might was already so terrifying. Ling Feng looked seriously at the sword Douluo, who was enveloped in killing intent. At this rate, they would not even be able to break through his defenses, let alone defeat him. Combine. Ling Feng raised the soul-breaking spear and shouted. Immediately, the other 5 sword servants stabilized their positions, forming a triangular formation behind Ling Feng. Except for the main martial soul, Li Chu, the others raised their martial souls above their heads. And at this moment, Yi Lingling, who was recovering her soul power outside the battlefield, also flashed to take the central position. At that moment, all 7 sword servants returned to their positions and, simultaneously, an invisible and immense aura erupted from them, followed by a strong surge of black and white energy, causing the figures of the 7 to slowly disappear. As he watched the increasingly powerful 7 sword servants, the sword Douluo's expression gradually became serious. He did not expect that 6 soul kings and 1 soul emperor would combine to unleash such a strong force. He was even more surprised that these young people, who had completely different martial souls, could actually perform a martial soul fusion technique. It should be known that a martial soul fusion technique must involve 2 martial souls of extremely similar quality, let alone a team of 7 with completely different martial souls. It was impossible for the 7 sword servants' martial souls to reach that point. The son of the martial soul hall is indeed formidable, even mastering such a heaven-defying skill. Looking at Qian Renlin, who stood with his hands behind his back in the sky, the sword Douluo's expression was solemn. At that moment, he recalled the Beast Soul Legion he encountered a month ago in the mountain ravine. If Qian Renlin did not possess some extremely heaven-defying skill, he would not believe it even if he were killed 100 times. Qian Renlin stood in the air, expressionless, watching the 7 sword servants unleash their martial soul fusion technique. It was their first time using a martial soul fusion technique in front of outsiders in many years. The only previous time was when Ling Feng obtained his 6th soul ring, using it against a 9,000-year-old roaring monkey in the Stardow Forest. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, and the 7 sword servants' figures had completely vanished from their original positions. In their place stood a figure over 10 meters tall, clad in white armor with black eyes and black hair. In his left hand, he held a black bamboo sword that seemed capable of cutting through space, while his right hand raised a black-red spear that appeared able to pierce the void. The white armor worn by this figure was engraved with densely packed white sea-tang flowers, and beneath him were a pair of heavy boots with black patterns. On either side of his ankles were a pair of small snow-white wings. Looking at the figure's appearance, it surprisingly resembled Ling Feng of the 7 sword slaves by about 80%. The reason it was only 80% was that from different angles, one could see the shadows of the other 6 sword slaves. Moreover, his eyes were so dark that there was not a trace of white in them, staring at the sword Douluo below with a hint of emotion, as if a deity in the heavens was watching the ants on the ground. Indifferent, yet carrying a sense of iron-blooded coldness. What? How is this possible? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from this figure, sword Douluo exclaimed in shock. The soul power fluctuations radiating from him were actually not inferior to that of a title Dalu, and in terms of momentum, he was even stronger than an ordinary title Dalu. But how could this be? These are just a few teenagers in their teens, still only soul kings. Sword Dalu could hardly believe what he was seeing. Even the previous B-Spirit Legion consisted of formation made up of 1,000 soul emperors. At the top was a titled Dalu with a soul power of level 93. Yet now, he was witnessing 6 teenagers at level 59 and 1 at level 61 using a martial soul fusion skill that reached the level of a titled Dalu. The heavens are going to destroy my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Looking at the distant Qian Renlin, Sword Dalu raised his head to the sky and shouted in despair. Such an overwhelming martial soul fusion skill, a force as vast as the martial soul hall, an unfathomable holy sun, and an iron-blooded army that surpasses all forces on the continent. None of these can be resisted by the continent. In this war, no one can escape disaster. Bold ants, daring to shout in front of the master. How dare ants stand before the master? Kneel before this holy envoy. A cold voice, indistinguishable in gender, rang out from the towering figure, and a massive pressure surged towards Sword Dalu like a tsunami, as if it intended to force him to the ground. Feeling the powerful pressure from above, Sword Dalu's eyes gradually turned indifferent, and his already straight posture became even more rigid. With a sword momentum like a mountain soaring into the sky. Boom! Bang, 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 bang. Under the impact of Sword Dalu's sword momentum, the pressure from the descending figure was immediately blocked as if by a copper wall and iron bastion, unable to advance even an inch. In the collision, the intense soul power fluctuations affected the surrounding luxurious buildings, causing them to collapse with a loud crash, and the glazed diamond tiles on the ground shattered. Under the punishment of this holy envoy, how dare the ants resist? The figure's face moved, and the eyes, obscured, slightly narrowed, as 2 clusters of deep black light surged forth, coldly saying, "Holy arrival, breakthrough." The figure thrust its right hand, holding a black spear forward, and a massive black soul power shockwave shot towards Sword Dalu. Wherever the black light passed, the sword momentum from Sword Dalu shattered and crumbled, and in an instant, it reached within 3 meters of Sword Dalu. Feeling his sword momentum being broken, Sword Dalu's expression became extremely serious. He knew that even a super Dalu of the same level could only withstand his sword momentum. It could not be broken. But this figure seemed to have used some skill to break the sword momentum he had always relied on. Without the sword momentum, it was as if a strong attack-type soul master had lost an arm, significantly reducing his strength. Without the sword momentum, many of his martial soul skills could not be unleashed, and his self-created martial soul skills could not be used at all. Chapter 206 7 Sword Slaves vs. Sword Dalu 4th Soul Skill. Killing Intent Revealed. Seeing the black light about to collide with him in an instant, Sword Dalu sensed the powerful pressure within it, enough to kill an ordinary title Dalu in seconds, if he let the attack hit him without resistance. Given his injuries were not healed, he would definitely fall back into the previous state. Without the sword momentum, many of his skills could not be activated. In desperation, Sword Dalu could only unleash his 4th soul skill, Killing Intent Revealed. He raised his 7 kills sword high, gathering all his killing intent onto the sword, and fiercely slashed forward. Suddenly, an incredibly sharp blade shot out from the tip of the sword and collided with the black light in an instant. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful pressure surged from the clash of the blade and the flowing light, creating invisible waves that slowed the surrounding air's movement. The nearby spectators from the 7-treasure glazed tile school were directly blown away by this unstoppable momentum, crashing heavily to the ground, eyes closed and unaware of their fate. Incredible. So strong. Sword Dalu first felt the difficulty of dealing with this black flowing light. In the initial collision, the opponent was gradually dissolving the sword energy on his blade. If this stalemate continued, his blade would first be insufficient to defend. As expected of the continent's number 1 attack type title Dalu, merely relying on a blade could resist this holy envoy's holy arrival technique. On the other side, the 7 sword slaves were also feeling the pressure. Even the expression of the tall figure they had manifested through their fusion was surprised at this moment. He did not expect that the injured Sword Dalu could still unleash such power, considering that he was unable to release his sword momentum now. His holy arrival technique was essentially created for them by Qian Renlin himself, so they named it Holy Arrival Descending. The skills he possessed were also prefixed with Holy Arrival to emphasize that this was crafted for them by their most revered master. No, this was created for us by the master. And it was also our first time using it in front of outsiders. We absolutely cannot lose this battle. Inside, the towering figure. Ling Feng's face twisted in a grimace as he roared, while the other 6 sword slaves gritted their teeth, glaring at son.A in front of them. Their thoughts were the same. They must not lose this battle, or it would be an insult to the fusion skill granted by their master. How could they face their master again? Holy arrival, breakthrough. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed from the figure. At that moment, an immense belief surged from the towering 10-meter figure. A powerful belief of unwavering determination. Furthermore, a strong divine light erupted from him, increasing his momentum by 50%. What? Douluo looked incredulously at this scene. The figure before him was already extremely powerful, but unexpectedly, its strength surged by another 50% at this moment. What does this mean? If the strength of the 7 sword slaves' previous martial soul fusion skill was only at the level of a low-ranked title Douluo, then the strength they were now displaying was completely on par with a level 95 title Douluo, reaching the realm of super Douluo. What a terrifying fusion skill. And this was only a martial soul fusion skill composed of 6 soul kings and 1 soul emperor. If they were to reach the level of title Douluo, wouldn't that mean their strength could reach the level of gods? And it wasn't over yet. As the figure's momentum and strength surged by 50%, another cold voice came from his mouth. Holy arrival, execution. Boom. The figure raised both hands. The black bamboo, sword in his left hand, and the dark spear in his right merged violently, erupting with a dazzling black light, accompanied by a force that seemed capable of shattering all enemies. Under this pressure, son.A felt as if he was facing death. This strike, he could not withstand. Without the sword intent, he lost his domain. Without his domain, he could not fully unleash his strength. And without being able to use his soul abilities, he simply could not withstand this attack. With a clang of metal striking, the intense black light enveloping the figure slowly dissipated, revealing a brand new weapon before the son.A's eyes. In the figure's hand was a sheathed sword, entirely black and devoid of any shine, resembling an endless abyss that drew the son.A's gaze, while the end of the sword's hilt was shaped like a spearhead, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. The figure slowly lowered his hands, which had been raised above his head, gathering momentum as he did so. By the time his hands were completely lowered, an immense, terrifying force was already brewing within the sheath, waiting only for the long sword to be drawn and to shatter all enemies in a single strike. The son.A's gaze remained fixed on the sword in the figure's hand, directly conveying to him that once this sword was drawn, its power would undoubtedly overwhelm him, and he could sense the threat of death emanating from it. The figure finally looked at the son.A with a cold, emotionless expression and then slowly grasped the sword hilt with his right hand. I will ask once more, will you kneel, or will you not kneel? The indifferent voice from the figure was no longer androgynous, but was instead Ling Feng's voice. Seeing the figure's ironclad determination, the son.A felt that if he dared to say no, he would draw the long sword and kill this ant who dared to disrespect Qian Renlin. I would rather stand and die than bow to you barbaric and ruthless dark forces. If you want me to kneel, you must step over my corpse. Though the opposing force radiated immense power, and the sense of impending death lingered in his mind, the son.A held his white 7-killing sword, standing tall in the void, boldly addressing the increasingly cold figure. Barbaric and ruthless? Dark forces? An ant knows nothing of the ambitions of Swan. A strong person need not explain themselves to the weak. Qian Renlin, who had been watching from a distance, smirked disdainfully upon hearing the son.A's words. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing behind the son.A. You like kicking butts, right? Today, I will let you enjoy it to the fullest. A cold, indifferent voice came, and before the son.A could react, a foot had already kicked him in the rear, sending him flying. Just as he tried to stabilize himself, another figure flashed, and once again, a kick landed on his rear. Bang, 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 bang. Qian Renlin's kicks on the son.A increased in speed, faster and faster, from east to south, from south to north, from north to west. No matter where the son.A was kicked, Qian Renlin could instantly appear behind him to deliver another kick. In an instant, the entire space was filled only with the sound of Qian Renlin kicking and the son.A's cries of agony. Chapter 207. Beast-tide at the northernmost edge of the continent lies a vast expanse of ice and snow. On the edge of this ice field stands an enormous city, larger than the main cities of the Luo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire. This city serves not only as a base for soul masters seeking to acquire soul rings, but also as a defense against the attacks of soul beasts from the extreme north. The soul masters within are primarily of ice and water attributes. Each of the 4 city gates features the most authoritative emblem of the Spirit Hall, built with funding from the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star-Luo Empire, and is the only major city within 100 miles. On each city wall stands rows of densely packed black armored guards, each bearing the emblematic badge of the Spirit Hall on their left chests. They are black armored guards systematically trained by the Spirit Hall, not only to maintain order within the city, but also to fend off the formidable soul beasts from the northern region. As the second largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, the guards of the city are all at least Great Soul Master level. Among every 10 Great Soul Masters, there is 1 Soul Ancestor leader. Among every 10 Soul Ancestors, there is 1 Soul King leader, and among every 10 Soul Kings, there's 1 Soul Emperor leader, and so on. Additionally, the Lord's Mansion houses 2 Title Do ranked at level 91 and 1 Title Do ranked at level 93. To protect the peaceful Snow City in the northern region, the number of guards here exceeds an astonishing 60,000. With 60,000 soldiers, all at least Great Soul Master level, no other force on the continent could assemble such a vast army of Soul Masters. Even the Imperial Guard of the Heaven-Do Empire has only 3,000 Great Soul Masters, with their leader being merely a Soul Emperor around level 60. While the other major legions consist mainly of ordinary Soul Masters with Soul Power not exceeding level 10. Those with soul power above level 10 and reaching Great Soul Master level can be considered special forces, and their numbers are extremely scarce, totaling only a few hundred, and even they are differentiated into various units based on soul power levels. Although the Star-Luo Empire is more martial than the Heaven-Do Empire and stronger by considerable margin, their Soul Master legions do not exceed those of the Heaven-Do Empire by much. It is evident that the Spirit Hall's ability to field a legion of 60,000 Soul Masters at or above the Great Soul Master level represents a formidable power. It can be said that this 60,000 strong Great Soul Master Legion alone could push through the Heaven-Do Empire and reach the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. However, this powerful and prosperous city that has guarded the northern region for decades now faces its greatest crisis since its establishment. Countless soul beasts surged around the perimeter of Snow City, and in the skies above the city flew numerous massive and powerful aerial soul beasts. At this moment, over 1 million residents and soldiers in the city stood stupefied, gazing at the enormous shadow looming over the city, the threat of death weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. What was this? Soul beasts. They're all soul beasts. How could there be so many soul beasts? The sheer number was staggering. This must be the entire force of soul beasts from the ice field. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide has begun. The extreme northern ice field has unleashed a beast tide. The residents outside Snow City were shocked as they gazed at the soul beasts rushing towards them, and they shouted in terror as they hurriedly fled towards the city. Why has a beast tide suddenly appeared in the extreme northern ice field? And why is the number so vast? A Soul King captain, whose power was over 50, stared wide-eyed at the enormous beast horde in the distance, speaking in shock. Such a massive horde of soul beasts. It seems the overlord of the extreme north can no longer tolerate the humans killing its soul beasts. This time, they are determined to wage a death battle against our Snow City. A Soul Emperor, at over 60 levels, said in a deep voice. They cannot withstand such a massive horde of soul beasts, and neither can Snow City. We must remember that there are still several soul beasts aged over 100,000 years behind this horde, and 3 initial Title Do cannot possibly hold them off. Prepare for battle. Once the soul beasts approach the attack range, do not hesitate. Immediately deploy the second-tier soul guiding cannons. I will now go to consult the 3 lords of the city. After rapidly issuing this command, the Soul Emperor leader hurried toward the central Lord's Mansion. As it was peacetime, only 20,000 Soul Master guards were stationed on the walls, while the remaining 40,000 Soul Master Legion was in a military camp training, rotating their guard duties only at noon each day. Faced with a beast tide from the entire extreme northern ice field, the 20,000 guards on the walls could not hold out for long. Despite the rapid development over the past few years, the Forging Tower successfully researched the second-order soul-guided cannon, which has enough power to match that of a strong attack-type Soul Emperor. However, with the increase in level, the limitations have also risen. Compared to the first-order soul-guided cannon, the launch and cooldown time of the second-order soul-guided cannon has doubled. Each shot requires a build-up time of 15 seconds, and the cooldown time reaches an astonishing 3 minutes. With only 500 second-order soul-guided cannons available, they can at most kill over 1,000 soul beasts under 30,000 years old. after firing one shot. The 3-minute cooldown would allow millions of soul beasts to approach the gates of Ice and Snow City. At that time, facing such a massive group of soul beasts would be a deadly blow to the residents of Ice and Snow City, which has stood for decades. Without the defense of Ice and Snow City, the unrestricted beast tide could very likely spread throughout the entire northern region, posing a lethal threat to the entire continent. Roar a woo. Chirp. The soul beast horde is rapidly approaching Ice and Snow City, and those standing on the city walls can already see the faces of the soul beasts at the forefront. Even a single one of these gigantic soul beasts is very shocking to humans, let alone the dense mass of soul beasts now gathered outside the city. This overwhelming feeling has instilled fear in many residents, with some fainting from the sight of the soul beast horde. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Fire. On the northern city wall, a soul saint leader gazes intently at the approaching soul beast horde, suddenly lowers his right hand, and barks an order. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, following the command of the soul saint leader, the prepared soul-guided cannons unleash hundreds of powerful yellow soul power light waves, along with thousands of white soul power light waves fired from the first-order soul-guided cannons. Rumbling. The powerful soul power light waves strike the soul beast horde at a speed of 1,000 meters per second, instantly obliterating thousands of weaker 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts. Some soul beasts over 10,000 years old are caught off guard and sent flying, injuring many smaller soul beasts behind them before crashing to the ground. What? A direct hit from a second-order soul-guided cannon didn't even kill a 10,000-year soul beast? The soul saint leader, who has been monitoring the battlefield, exclaims in disbelief. This is a second-order soul-guided cannon personally created by the most skilled forgers of the Spirit Hall. Through testing, even a 20,000-year soul beast would be blown apart by a direct hit from a soul power cannonball. Yet these soul beasts, which are just a decade old, were merely injured and sent flying without dying? Does that mean the soul-guided cannons they rely on have little effect in this battle? At this moment, 3 title Douluo rushing here are also shocked as they observe the battlefield ahead. In their minds, even if the soul-guided cannons don't play a critical role in this battle, they should at least be able to kill a few 10,000-year soul beasts. But what is happening now? Not a single 10,000-year soul beast has been killed. Soul beasts are not like humans. Even when severely injured, as long as they have not lost their mobility, their destructive power remains significant, making it easy for them to counterattack a regular 1,000-year soul beast. Quickly fire the signal flare. Notify the Spirit Hall. Ice and Snow City is facing a red crisis. A red crisis represents the risk of total annihilation, a catastrophic disaster that could affect the entire northern region behind them. In the face of such a crisis, everyone on the Douluo Continent has the responsibility and obligation to jointly resist this disaster. Chapter 208. Continental Catastrophe. At this moment, everyone on the Douluo Continent can see hundreds of bright red sparks suddenly appearing in the sky over the extreme northern region. Many people have yet to react to what is happening, only feeling that the sparks look particularly beautiful, unaware of the terrifying disaster behind this beauty. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, sitting on the Pope's throne, suddenly feels a jolt in her heart. She quickly flashes to the top-level balcony, her expression grave as she gazes at the hundreds of scattered sparks in the distant northern sky. What is going on? The entire northern region has simultaneously launched red signal flares. Bibi Dong grips her 3-meter-long staff, her expression extremely serious. Red signal flares are only activated in the face of dangers that threaten the entire continent. The fact that the entire northern region has launched red signal flares at the same time indicates that it is facing a catastrophic crisis. Convey my order. Command the Iron Blood Dragon Guard and the B-Soul Legion to rush to the northern region at the fastest speed. Additionally, relay the message to Title Doa, Title Doa Infong, Title Doa Jinka, and Title Doa Benkei to hurry to Ice and Snow City. Report any changes to the Spirit Hall immediately. Bibi Dong's expression tightens as she uses her soul power to project her voice throughout Spirit City, commanding the 4 title Douluo at level 95 and the 2 legions of the Spirit Hall to rush to the extreme north. However, barely 10 seconds after she finished speaking, dozens of red signal flares suddenly rise into the sky from the eastern region. In the blink of an eye, the number reaches hundreds. What? The eastern region is also facing a deadly crisis. What on earth is happening? What could cause both the eastern and northern regions to simultaneously face an unstoppable crisis? Could it be? At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression can no longer maintain its composure. She stares wide-eyed in disbelief at the bright red sparks rising in the sky over the eastern region. What appears to be a beautiful sight to the ignorant civilians of the continent now seems to her like the most terrifying disaster. If only the northern region were facing an unstoppable crisis. It could possibly be attributed to the emergence of a powerful soul master or a ferocious beast over 100,000 years old invading Ice and Snow City. But now, even the son.As city in the eastern region is simultaneously facing an unstoppable crisis. This is no longer just a matter of a ferocious beast invading the continent, nor is it merely a powerful hermit seeking revenge against the continent. The only entities capable of causing this are the two largest soul beast gathering places on the continent. The fact that both the eastern and northern regions are facing such an unstoppable threat likely means that these two soul beast gathering places have collectively mobilized. After all, a few years ago, the Spirit Hall, under the guise of protecting the continent, forced the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire to jointly invest in the construction of a massive city, not smaller than Ice and Snow City, outside the son.As Great Forest. Its main purpose was to defend against the several ferocious beasts over 100,000 years old lurking in the son.As Great Forest. With the Soul Beast Catalog compiled by Qian Renlin, the Spirit Hall no longer simply considers the Sky Blue Bull Python as the ruler of the son.As Great Forest. They know that there are several ferocious beasts over 300,000 years old and several soul beasts over 100,000 years old deep within the forest. To prevent them from attacking humans, to protect the continent's young soul masters, and to better control the ordinary civilian soul masters, the Spirit Hall built a fortress city with walls as strong as copper and iron several dozen kilometers away from the son.As Great Forest. The son.As Great City not only has a vast area, but its guards are also soul masters above level 20 who frequently battle soul beasts, with a number equal to that of the soldiers in the Ice Snow City of the northern region, reaching 60,000. Among them are also civilian soul masters who join midway, and there are 3 titled Douluos stationed there, with the number of soul Douluos reaching 10. Yet, even with 2 giant cities that no forces on the continent can rival, they are simultaneously facing an unmatched crisis at this moment, which can only be caused by the beast tide launched by all the soul beasts from the northern region's ice fields and the eastern region's son.As forest. It seems that the Soul Beast clan can no longer sit idly by and has decided to fight to the death with humans. Bibi Dong tightly gripped her staff, her gaze cold as she looked at the red sparks in the sky above the eastern region. Except for the guards defending the Spirit Hall, all other soul masters rushed to the son.As city in the eastern region to fend off the beast tide from the son.As forest. Additionally, all forces dispatched to attack the 2 great empires were redirected to the eastern region for support, and an announcement was made to the entire soul master community that the continent was in imminent danger, calling all soul masters to unite against the soul beast tide. Faced with such a situation, Bibi Dong issued an iron-blooded command without any hint of panic, and after finishing, she swiftly flew towards the eastern region. She didn't consult with the offerings like Qian Dalu about this matter. With the eastern and northern regions in grave danger, she had no time to inform them, and with their strength, they would have already noticed the red sparks in the sky and would not remain idle. They would naturally know what to do. Until the announcement from the Spirit Hall was sent out, the soul masters across the continent, who were still appreciating the sparks without understanding the situation, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The number of soul beasts gathered in the 2 major beast gathering places was immense. Even the outermost ordinary soul beasts numbered no less than several million, not to mention the countless 100,000-year soul beasts hidden deeper within. If so many soul beasts launched a beast tide and broke through the front lines of the 2 giant cities, it would be a devastating blow to the entire continent, causing heavy casualties among the hundreds of millions of residents. After the announcement from the Spirit Hall, regardless of whether they were family members or ordinary civilian soul masters, everyone rushed to the nearest area at the same time. At this moment, all the conflicts among soul masters across the continent were temporarily set aside, uniting against the beast tide. At this moment, Qian Renlin of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School also stopped his kicking motion towards the son.As, calmly looking at the signal flares in the sky of the northern and eastern regions. After he devoured the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the Emperor Tian and other fierce beasts awakened. He had already anticipated that this day would come, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He had originally planned to unify the continent first and then forcefully invade the son.As forest and the extreme north ice fields, enslaving them, so that all lives on Douluo Continent would become his followers, providing him with the power of belief to help him condense the divine core and create a divine position. Since Emperor Tian has appeared, it is time for this Holy Son's 8th spirit ring to be taken. The corner of Qian Renlin's mouth slightly lifted, showing no worry about the beast tide that everyone on the continent viewed as a catastrophic disaster. In his domain, the quantity was inconsequential, easily crushed. Chapter 209. Enslaving the son.Ah, Qian Renlin looked at the weak and fallen son.As and slowly walked up to him, saying, "Now that I've avenged my grievances, and with Emperor Tian also appearing, our matters should come to an end." Before the son.Dalu could react, a gaze that sent chills down his spine had already locked onto his sea of consciousness, followed by a massive spiritual force entering his mind. Thus, one of the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, the son.Ah, Qian, gradually fell into a state of confusion, unable to extricate himself. Before long, a massive and terrifying figure, just like the one in the ghost Daluo's sea of consciousness, filled his entire spiritual sea, leaving him with no chance of escaping Qian Renlin's enslavement. When the son.Dalu opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Qian Renlin, he was shocked to find that his mind was no longer under his control, and he felt an overwhelming urge to submit to the other party, to protect him. He was taken aback, completely losing control as he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself at Qian Renlin's feet and exclaiming, "Master, very well from now on. You shall be the 4th holy envoy under this holy sun. Everything about you, including your life, will belong solely to me." Qian Renlin was very satisfied with the son.Dalu's performance. He didn't need the other party's heartfelt submission, as long as he was alive. The son.Dalu would never escape his enslavement. For the rest of his life, he would exist only for Qian Renlin, unable to betray him. The son.Dalu's spirit was rapidly being eroded by that massive figure in his sea of consciousness. As time passed, he became increasingly unable to break free from the other's pull, and every action he took would naturally align with serving Qian Renlin. In just a few breaths, Qian Renlin's figure had completely occupied his mind, and he willingly became the other party's servant, maintaining, adoring, worshipping, and protecting him. 7 sword servants heal him, and then you will quickly head to the northern region to fend off the invasion from the extreme north ice fields. This beast tide will also serve as a good training opportunity for you, Qian Renlin calmly said to the fully recovered 7 sword servants. With a thought, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the clouds, and a massive purple dragon swiftly flew towards them. When the giant dragon reached Qian Renlin's side, it lowered its proud head, allowing him to step on it. In the eastern region, son.Do Forest, Qian Renlin said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the giant dragon let out a soul-stirring roar and sped towards the son.Do Forest. Bibi Dong had previously sent a message urging him to head to the northern region to lead the battlefield, but Qian Renlin did not comply. Although the soul beasts of the ice fields were very powerful, with Ice Snow City defending the front lines, they would still need some time to break through the northern region. He planned to deal with Emperor Tian first, obtain the spirit ring, and then go to the northern region. He had plenty of time. The extreme north is home to many soul beasts over 100,000 years old, and a few fierce beasts over 300,000 years old. He called the 7 sword servants to go, primarily to train them and to develop their ability to respond to situations, as they would be fighting for him in the future. He did not want them to die too early. However, Qian Renlin did not remind them that although their soul power was still weak, with the various means he had provided, as long as they did not encounter soul beasts over 100,000 years old, self-preservation would not be a problem. Moreover, they also possessed martial soul fusion techniques, which could allow them to match the strength of a regular super Douluo at their peak. If they still died in this beast tide, then it could only be said that it was their fate, and Qian Renlin would not feel too much heartache. He could easily cultivate another group of geniuses. The Spirit Hall lacked many things, but it never lacked geniuses. However, the 7 sword servants had been with him for several years. This sharp sword was indeed convenient for him to wield. Losing them suddenly was inevitably a bit regretful. 100 kilometers outside the imperial city of the Luo Empire, there was a large city undergoing a brutal war. This city was one of the 4 largest cities in the Luo Empire, aside from Luo City. If this city were to be breached, the enemy would be able to directly attack the imperial city of the Luo Empire. Daijinchuan led over 1,000 beast soul corps, and after a week of travel, they finally arrived at the border of the Luo Empire. They spent another week with an unstoppable military force, breaking through 12 cities. and finally arrived at the last national defense city outside the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire today. Without hesitation, Dai Jinxuan, who had been brainwashed by QianRenlin, began to issue commands to attack the last barrier in front of him, facing the powerful Bi-Soul Legion. How could the mere tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers of the Xingluo Empire withstand Dai Jinxuan's onslaught? With a loud shout, Dai Jinxuan flew into the sky at high speed towards the towering city wall, relying solely on his protective soul power to block the countless ordinary arrows shooting towards him. And then like a meteor, he fell onto the city wall. Standing on the city wall was the Grand General of the Empire, Dai Ben, the only level 91 title Douluo, besides the Emperor of Xingluo, and also the current Emperor's cousin, the Tiger Douluo. Dai Ben looked gravely at Dai Jinxuan, who was descending like a landslide towards the city wall, and without hesitation activated his soul skill, sending a strong wave of soul power towards him. He did not know the true identity of his opponent. He only knew that the opponent was an enemy attacking the Xingluo Empire, and as long as he was an enemy, he could not allow him to step foot in the city. Seeing the white wave of soul power attacking him, Dai Jinxuan coldly smiled and condensed a black wave of soul power in his hand to smash back at his opponent. Bang! Rumble! How could Dai Ben, a level 91 Douluo, withstand the might of a level 93 Black Tiger Douluo? He was instantly sent flying by the force of the collision, spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily to the ground. General! Grand General! The surrounding soldiers of the Xingluo Empire exclaimed in shock as they saw their Grand General unable to withstand even one blow and falling to the ground bleeding. At that moment, the last bit of their fighting spirit shattered with Dai Ben's defeat. If even the Grand General they had always admired could not resist a single attack, how could they, an army composed of a small number of soul masters and a vast majority of ordinary soldiers, withstand the enemy? What could they use to defend? Looking at Dai Ben, who had been knocked down by his attack, Dai Jinxuan revealed a cruel smile. Just as he was about to gather his energy for a fatal blow, a sudden loud explosion of fireworks erupted from the distant north. Dai Jinxuan looked up in confusion, and his expression changed drastically, his pupils narrowing sharply as he saw countless red sparks rising simultaneously from various places in the northern region. He naturally knew what this represented. Just at that moment, countless red flames also erupted in the eastern sky to his right. At this moment, a soldier riding a black soul-powered horse rushed towards the city wall and shouted loudly, "Black Tiger Elder, the Pope commands you to immediately lead the entire Bi-Soul Legion to the North Region Ice Snow City to resist the Beast Tide." What? The North Region has a Beast Tide? Black Tiger Douluo Dai Jinxuan exclaimed in disbelief, then looked at the dazzling red flames in the eastern sky. This meant that the extreme northern region and the Star-Do Forest, two major gathering places for soul beasts, had simultaneously launched a Beast Tide to attack the human world. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the back of the Bi-Soul Legion, calling out with his soul power, "Everyone, heed my command. Rush to the North Region to support Ice Snow City." The bewildered Bi-Soul Legion could only abandon the city they were about to breach and head towards the North Region. The soldiers of the Xingluo Empire watched the departing Bi-Soul Legion, feeling confused but relieved that they were still alive. However, before they could relax for long, news also came from the Xingluo Palace, ordering all soul masters in the Empire to rush to the Star-Do Forest to resist the Beast Tide. It was only at this moment that they understood why the Spirit Hall had suddenly abandoned their city. It was because they had to set aside the war to resist the Beast Tide in the face of a continental disaster. Chapter 210. The Will of Humanity Kill. The Douluo Continent belongs to the Soul Beast Clan. These despicable humans want to kill us and seize our soul rings. Tear them apart. The Douluo Continent is the territory of humanity. If soul beasts want to take a step forward, they must first ask if we humans agree. Kill! Kill! At this moment, at the edge of the Star-Do Forest, the air was filled with thunderous shouts of killing. The Soul Beast Clan surged out of the Star-Do Forest to attack Star-Do City, while human soul masters stood bravely at the forefront, fighting fiercely to protect their families and territories. However, the Soul Beast Clan was numerous, and their physical strength and power were generally much greater than that of humans. Within less than a day, 1/10 of the over 1 million soul masters in the largest city in the east, Star-Do City, had already been killed or injured. If it weren't for the continuous support from soul masters across the continent, this place would have already fallen. The Soul Beast Clan, relying on their overwhelming numbers and powerful bodies, found that the attacks of ordinary soul masters were merely tickling. They could hardly even break the surface of their skin, and many were crushed by a single slap. Roar. A 10,000-year-old black flame tiger, marked with a white king character on its forehead, raised its paw and smashed the dozen or so soul kings surrounding it. It then roared towards the sky, leapt high, and landed on the city wall of son.As city with a loud thud. Its immense power instantly causing dozens of grand soul master guards nearby to spit blood and fly away. Caw! A loud eagle cry echoed from afar as a massive eagle, over 10 yards wide, flew rapidly towards the city wall of son.As city. Along its path, countless phosphorescent feathers shot down, killing no fewer than 1,000 human soul masters. The battlefield was chaotic and brutal. The 60,000 soul master army of son.As city had not yet had time to form their own battle formation before being breached by several powerful soul beasts with cultivation levels over 10,000 years. The so-called second-tier soul-guided cannons had only fired a round of soul power shells before being overwhelmed by countless flying soul beasts that had landed on the city wall, disrupting the discipline of all soul master legions. Everyone began to fight independently under their squad leaders. 3 titled Douluo were quickly surrounded by hundreds of 10,000-year soul beasts, unable to spare any strength to support each other, and could only watch helplessly as hundreds of thousands of human soul masters charged bravely towards the soul beasts. Ah! You beasts, killing the men of our continent, I will fight you to the death. Among the 3 surrounded titled 1 level 92 wind feather seeing countless young soul masters charging to their deaths against the soul beasts below, roared in anger. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the wind feather emitted a violent white light that illuminated the eyes of all human soul masters present. He then shouted, "You filthy bastards!" At that moment, the wind-feathered Douluo's body began to swell, and then exploded violently. The overwhelming force instantly shattered dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts nearby. Rumble! The self-detonation of a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse unleashed an incredibly powerful force. The violent wave of soul power erupted from his body, and within a kilometer radius, hundreds of soul beasts below 10,000 years were blasted into countless fragments, causing a rain of blood with a strong, bloody odor to fall onto the ground, shocking everyone present. They had not anticipated that the strong members of the Spirit Hall would choose to self-destruct for the sake of these ordinary civilians. It is important to note that the opponent was a speed-oriented titled renowned for his agility and with his formidable strength at level 92. A mere few dozen 10,000-year soul beasts could not possibly obstruct him. Yet, instead of fleeing, he chose to perish together with the soul beasts due to the countless deaths of civilians. What courage! What selflessness! At this moment, the great figure of the Spirit Hall surged strongly in the hearts of the many soul masters present. With such a force existing, how could the continent suffer so? What do ordinary soul masters have to fear regarding their own lives? The death of Wind Feather silenced the hearts of everyone present and ignited the willpower of millions of soul masters. At this moment, countless soul masters, smelling the blood of Wind Feather Douluo on themselves, erupted with several times their usual combat strength. They recklessly fought the soul beasts, even if their soul power was low. They were numerous, and the massive size of the soul beasts made them cumbersome in battle, especially in this crowded battlefield filled with all the soul beasts of the son.As forest. Even if they were to die, these human soul masters would still bite off a piece of flesh from the soul beasts. The few ferocious beasts standing behind the densely packed soul beasts were shocked to see the determined battle intent on the faces of the humans. They had not expected that in the face of such a vast and powerful group of soul beasts, humans would not only show no fear, but would bravely fight to the death at the front lines, with countless soul masters arriving from other parts of the continent. Humans truly are terrifying. They have managed to develop to this extent in just a few 100,000 years, becoming the dominant life form on Douluo Continent, which is indeed remarkable. However, the continent ultimately belongs to our soul beast clan. Humans have taken the territory of our ancestors and now must rely on fighting against the soul beast clan to enhance their strength. Just this one factor means that there will never be a possibility of reconciliation between humans and soul beasts. The debt that humanity owes to the soul beast clan must be repaid with blood. The transformed human form of Emperor Tian looked somberly at the humans fighting against the soul beasts in the distance. If it were not for the unique advantages of humanity, this group, which resembles the natural forms of the universe the closest, would never have been able to transform into human forms. Once this king regains the land and unifies Douluo Continent, I will wait for my master to awaken in the divine realm. It will be your turn to repay the debt owed to the soul beast clan. Emperor Tian looked up at the dazzling red-golden sun in the sky, clenching his hands tightly together, causing his whole body to tremble slightly due to his intense emotions. At that moment, it was not only the Douluo forest that was in this situation. On the other side, the battle in the ice-snow city of the northern region was similarly brutal. The second-tier soul-guided cannons had managed to kill a few 10,000-year soul beasts from the Douluo forest, but the situation in the north seemed much worse. The power of the soul-guided cannons appeared to be significantly weaker against them, leading to the entire ice-snow city having breached its first line of defense in just one day due to the assault of the northern soul beasts. The main battlefield in the eastern region was at least outside the gates of Douluo City, but the battlefield in the northern region had extended completely into Ice-Snow City, apart from the soul masters rushing in from other areas. There were no humans left visible outside the city of Ice-Snow. Chapter 211. The power of belief. Humans and soul beasts were engaged in a brutal battle, and apart from the nearly extinct Seven Treasures glazed tile school, all forces on the continent rushed to the eastern and northern regions to jointly resist the beast tide. Indeed, all forces on the continent, including Sea God Island, dispatched 100,000 ordinary sea soul masters and over 1,000 soul kings to the northern region to assist against the hellish beast tide, led by the 8 titled Douluo, headed by High Priest Poseidon. At this moment, the entire Douluo Continent demonstrated what it meant to stand united and what the will of humanity was. Even the usually profit-driven Qian Renlin temporarily abandoned his enslavement of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and ceased attacking the Luo Empire, personally heading to the eastern region. Although he did this to acquire Emperor Tian's soul ring, the opportunity to obtain a soul ring could arise at any time. Yet he chose to go to the eastern region's Douluo City during the soul beast invasion. As Qian Renlin stood on the back of a purple dragon, racing towards the eastern region, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a strange fluctuation in his heart and, without thinking, waved his hand to condense a massive black vortex in front of him, instantly engulfing the entire purple dragon. In an instant, the purple dragon, which had just been hundreds of miles away from Douluo City, suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. A resonating dragon roar echoed in the minds of everyone present, creating a unique wave that covered a radius of 100 miles. The humans and soul beasts engaged in battle all stopped their attacks, gazing up in awe at the massive figure hovering directly above Douluo City. Emperor Tian glared darkly at the dragon in the sky, feeling extremely angry. As one of the bloodlines of the highest nobility among the dragons, he was infuriated to see this unknown breed of dragon willingly allowing itself to be ridden by humans, submitting to their will. The several ferocious beasts standing beside him also looked grimly at the dragon. They had seen Emperor Tian's true form and knew that their beast god lord was from the powerful Golden Eye Black Dragon clan. However, this dragon before them did not resemble any dragon they were familiar with, and the sight of it being ridden by humans was an affront, an insult. Suddenly, Bai Ji's eyes narrowed sharply as she spotted the small figure standing atop the dragon's head. With her strength, she easily recognized the identity of that person. Beast God Lord, that human is the child who claimed he would take your soul ring, Bai Ji said solemnly to Emperor Tian, her words immediately awakening all the 10,000-year soul beasts present. They reflexively looked up in terror at the indifferent figure in the sky. But then they remembered that the invincible beast, God Lord, was also present, and their fear quickly dissipated, gradually transforming into a cruel expression as they could hardly wait to see the moment when the beast god would defeat him and reclaim the humiliation they had suffered. Oof. Emperor Tian's gaze turned cold, and he snorted softly. Seeing the figure in person relieved him. Although he had always acted unconcerned, it was impossible for him not to be wary of the other party. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. The fact that the other party had been able to seriously injure 3 red demon hounds while evading the attacks of over a dozen 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest and could come and go freely indicated that their strength was not far from his own. However, feeling the soul power fluctuations emanating from the other party now gave him a very dangerous impression. But in the end, the opponent was still only an 80-level soul sage. Qian Renlin also saw Emperor Tian and the other transformed soul beasts. Although he did not understand why they had not personally attacked the humans, it was ultimately a good thing. After all, he had already designated the lives on the entire continent as his followers. The more that died, the worse it would be for him. He did not directly use force to resolve this crisis because he wanted everyone on the continent to see the strength and benefits of the Spear Hall. He wanted them to know that only the Spirit Hall could protect their safety and lives on this continent, and that in times of danger, the Spirit Hall would always stand at the forefront. Then, at the moment when everyone was in despair, he would appear like a god descending from the heavens, like a savior resolving their crisis, maximizing his influence in the hearts of the people on the continent. Look, it's the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The Holy Son has come to save us. We still have hope. The continent still has hope. Seeing QianRenlin atop the giant dragon in the sky, all the humans present shouted excitedly with eager eyes. Although the participants of the Soul Master competition had not yet left the Spirit Hall, the news had already spread across the continent. The last time Dai Xuan of the Star Luo Empire impersonated the Spirit Hall to ambush the genius Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire, it was also the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall who appeared like a deity, saving everyone and exposing the enemy's conspiracy. This time, under the great calamity across the continent, just when everyone thought they would perish under the soul beasts, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall again appeared at the scene like a deity. Although they knew the Spirit Hall would not abandon them and would not let them fight the soul beasts without help, they also knew that it would take time for assistance to arrive from the Spirit Hall in the eastern region. Even if a tidal Douluo rushed, it would still take a week to travel from Spirit City to Stardo City. In a week, Stardo City would have already fallen under the fangs of the soul beasts, and by the time the Spirit Hall's rescue arrived, it would be too late. That is why they fought desperately against the soul beasts, as they needed to buy more time for reinforcements and to do their part in protecting their comrades and the entire territory of the eastern region. But with QianRenlin's arrival, they saw hope. Their actions were not in vain, and their companions' deaths had not been in vain either. Looking at the tens of thousands of human corpses below and the millions of eager soul masters, QianRenlin knew he had achieved his desired effect. He had begun to establish a belief in the hearts of the people on Douluo Continent. The strange wave he felt in his heart while on the road was because the soul masters of Stardo City were calling for him. He, or the Spirit Hall, had become a kind of faith for these soul masters. When this faith reached a certain level, it would begin to materialize, which is why QianRenlin felt a strange sensation in his heart. If this faith grew stronger, QianRenlin could sense someone calling for him, and if it became strong enough, perhaps just by someone uttering his name, he could cross endless distances to project himself. This is the terrifying power of faith. If one could cultivate the path of faith to the extreme, even if the person were dead, as long as there was one person in the world who believed in him, QianRenlin could be revived by that thread of faith power. Of course, QianRenlin could not know this now. He only knew that by gathering the power of belief from everyone on the continent, he could condense a divine core, create a divine position, and the more believers he had, the stronger his power would be, and the higher his divine rank would be, without needing to cultivate slowly. Chapter 2:12. Battle Emperor Tian Human. Are you the one who wants to take my soul ring? Tian's figure flickered, transforming into a giant dragon over 100 meters long. This dragon was pitch black all over, with only its eyes being golden. It had a pair of bull-like horns on its head, and its tail resembled that of a dinosaur. The most notable difference was that this black giant dragon, unlike the dragons known to people from other continents, had no wings. It is known that on Douluo Continent, everyone knows that whether it is a soul beast or a human soul master, to fly, one either needs a flying-type martial soul or a flying-type external spirit bone. Otherwise, even a tidal Douluo can only hover briefly. Yet the black dragon in front of him, just like QianRenlin's mount, the purple dragon could fly freely in the air without being affected, despite having no wings. Golden-eyed Black Dragon King, this Holy Son has been waiting for you for a long time. QianRenlin stood with his hands behind his back on the giant purple dragon's head, looking down indifferently at Tian, the so-called strongest on the continent, who he no longer regarded as a threat. Kidnapping the heavenly dream ice silkworm, repeatedly causing chaos in my Stardo forest, making my soul beast clan suffer heavy losses. Human, you are truly bold. Just right, let's settle both new and old scores. Tian's enormous golden eyes were fixed on QianRenlin, who stood atop the purple dragon. His domineering soul power spread outward, causing the surrounding void to tremble faintly under his immense pressure. If it weren't for him, the heavenly dream ice silkworm would still be at the bottom of the lake of life, not having sacrificed itself to this human for self-preservation. They would also have been absorbing the energy of that giant insect, and would not have awakened prematurely. Everything was orchestrated by this human. How could Tian not hate him? Oof. Watching the human soul masters below struggle to hold themselves up under Tian's immense pressure, QianRenlin let out a cold snort. His lazy eyelids lifted slightly, and suddenly, a gentle yet powerful aura surged outward like rippling water, causing many soul masters present to show expressions of intoxication and fervor as they gazed at the seemingly infinitely tall figure in the sky. Bang! The gentle yet domineering pressure clashed violently with Dtion's aura, the two formidable forces colliding, causing the surrounding soul power fluctuations to disrupt the void. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, possessing an extreme dark attribute and over 800,000 years of cultivation, along with the Dragon God's claw divine skill bestowed by the Dragon God, could be said to be the strongest on the continent, except for the severely injured Silver Dragon King. However, this strongest being was now facing the greatest threat since his birth. Just from the collision of soul powers, Dtion could sense the opponent's strength. Under the fluctuation of the opponent's soul power, he even felt the dark attribute within him trembling in fear. Dtion focused intently on the figure ahead, which exuded an air of nobility at all times. This was a very formidable opponent. Merely relying on the soul power of an 80-level soul sage could resist his soul power pressure without being at a disadvantage, while he felt quite uncomfortable inside himself. You all retreat. Everything here is mine. QianRenlin ignored Dtion's gaze, looking down at the human soul masters and soul beast below as he spoke. He then waved his right hand, and the chaotic masses of humans and beasts were separated by an invisible force. All the soul masters were forcibly teleported into son.as city at that moment, while all the soul beasts were forcibly sent to the son.as forest. In an instant, the entire area of son.as city within 100 miles was left empty, with only the two dragons and one person remaining in the sky above the city. QianRenlin's casual display of power shocked Dtion once again. Such an ability was a manifestation of utilizing spatial elements to the utmost, the ability to forcibly teleport millions of humans and soul beasts, including 2 human title Douluo level beings and dozens of soul beasts over 100,000 years old, was extraordinary. QianRenlin was able to forcibly send these lives away from the battlefield and even categorize them. Just this one move was something that Emperor Tian had never seen in his hundreds of thousands of years of existence. Nor had he heard of anyone reaching such a level. This human is truly strange. This king must be cautious. Just as Emperor Tian was deep in thought, a sudden force of space enveloped him, and in an instant, he found himself in a cosmic starry sky. Startled, Emperor Tian quickly looked around in shock. When he saw QianRenlin still calmly standing with his hands behind his back on top of the purple dragon, he asked, "What is this place? Why we come here?" This is an illusory world created by this holy sun by combining illusions and spatial elements. Here, no matter what battles occur between us, they will not affect the Douluo Continent, QianRenlin said calmly. With their strengths, if they were to unleash their full power, it would bring disaster to the entire eastern region. At that time, the area where they fought would be filled with suffering, which was not what QianRenlin, who had always regarded the lives on the continent as believers, wanted to see. Illusion, spatial elements, self-created world. In such a short time, Emperor Tian had lost count of how many times he had been shocked by QianRenlin. To forcibly create an illusory world using illusions and spatial elements was an incredibly powerful means. Show me. Let me see what kind of strength the beast god recognized by the continent truly possesses. Now, on the entire Douluo Continent, apart from the divine realm, only Emperor Tian could contend with him. The Silver Dragon King was severely injured and in slumber, completely unable to fight QianRenlin. Naturally, QianRenlin, who had never fully enjoyed a battle, did not want the other party to disappoint him too much upon encountering Emperor Tian. Arrogant. This king admits that you are indeed a genius human with sufficient strength, but to defeat this king, you are still far from it. Roar. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King Emperor Tian let out a furious roar to the sky. Strangely, his roar was not a dragon's roar, but rather a furious roar like that of a fierce beast. Underestimated, Emperor Tian was extremely angry and uneasy. He could feel the other party's strength was very powerful, so he urgently wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he allowed the other party to grow, the entire son.as forest might never have a chance to turn around. Roar. Emperor Tian roared. His massive dragon mouth opened wide like a primordial beast, and a dark golden energy ball shot out rapidly from his mouth, hurtling toward QianRenlin in front of him. As the golden energy ball passed, QianRenlin surprisingly felt that the space he had created with his illusion was faintly on the verge of being shattered. It seemed that an illusory world created solely with illusions and spatial elements could not withstand a demigod-level powerhouse. Chapter 213, Battle with Emperor Tian, Part 2, Buzz. QianRenlin slowly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the fluctuations of this world space, while gradually releasing his 5 elements domain skill. 10. All of them are 10,000-year spirit rings. As QianRenlin released his domain, 7 bright red spirit rings surrounding him pulsed up and down, deeply stimulating Emperor Tian's nerves. He did not know what the other party was trying to do, but seeing the other party's demeanor, he knew that QianRenlin was at a critical moment and could not be disturbed. To fight with this king and still dare to be distracted. Seeing QianRenlin with his eyes closed in contemplation, Emperor Tian snorted in anger. This was too dismissive of him, openly underestimating him like this. Roar! Emperor Tian suddenly swung a paw and attacked QianRenlin at high speed. Although he was furious that the other party underestimated him, he also understood the power of this human. At this moment, the other party was in a critical moment, making it the best time to strike. Just as a cold smile appeared at the corner of Emperor Tian's mouth, and his right paw was about to hit the top of QianRenlin's head, the purple dragon beneath him suddenly let out a skyward roar, its 2 huge eyes, one red and one blue, glaring at him. Looking into the other party's eyes, Emperor Tian suddenly felt a pressure from his bloodline. His blood boiled at that moment. How is this possible? In this world, aside from the Master and the Dragon God's offspring, the 9-Dragon King, whose bloodline is more noble than this king, Emperor Tian felt incredibly incredulous, just from a gaze. He felt suppressed in every way, uncomfortable and irritated by this feeling. This king does not know what kind of breed you are, but as a member of the dragon clan, you actually willingly submit to a human, becoming someone else's mount. Such an insult. You are desecrating the entire noble dragon clan, having a bloodline power even more noble than his own, willingly becoming a human's mount. Emperor Tian could not accept this fact no matter what. He needed to vent, to punish, as the beast god. He wanted to make this noble purple dragon understand the consequences of insulting the dragon clan. Although this purple dragon had a high bloodline, Emperor Tian discovered that its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast, not even reaching 20,000 years. With such strength, even if bloodline suppression occurred, Emperor Tian could still achieve a one-hit kill. Thinking this, the massive body of the golden-eyed black dragon king suddenly surged with a dark light, and his right front paw became even thicker at that moment. He raised his paw and struck down toward the purple dragon's head, bringing Qian who stood atop it, within the attack range. The purple dragon let out a deafening dragon's roar. It could sense the immense power of this strike. Immediately, it condensed a thick layer of ice flame elemental wall around its body to prevent Qian from being affected by this attack. Boom! Emperor Tian's paw slammed into the ice flame, and the powerful force caused the entire space to shake, seemingly on the verge of collapse from such an attack. With his cultivation of over 800,000 years, how could the purple dragon withstand Emperor Tian's front paw, striking the ice flame wall? It could not hold out even for a breath's time. As Emperor Tian's dragon claw was about to strike down on Qian standing atop, the purple dragon could only watch anxiously, powerless to do anything. A trace of cruelty was already openly revealed in Emperor Tian's gaze. He could already envision the scene of this arrogant human who dared to look down on him, being smashed into pieces by himself. At that moment, as Qian felt the attack descending upon him, he suddenly opened his eyes. His domineering and sharp gaze locked onto the enormous golden dragon, less than 10 meters away from him. Then, 2 gray beams of light flickered and shot into Emperor Tian's massive eyes. Emperor Tian let out a sharp cry of pain, his body uncontrollably flying backward. In that brief moment, he actually felt his soul and body briefly separated, and even now, a sharp pain continued to echo in his mind. Regaining his balance, Emperor Tian looked at Qian's emotionless eyes, filled with trepidation, and asked, "What is this ability? How could it harm this king's spiritual power?" It should be noted that Emperor Tian's spiritual power was infinitely close to that of a deity, and on the entire Douluo Continent. Apart from the Silver Dragon King and the deceased Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, his spiritual power was the most immense. But now, this 80-level Qian was actually able to injure his spiritual power with just a glance. How could he not be shocked? "You have disappointed me greatly. I didn't expect you to be so weak." Qian looked at Emperor Tian with disappointment evident in his eyes. He had initially thought that Emperor Tian's strength would allow them to fight for several rounds, but after the recent test, He realized that the other party couldn't even withstand a trace of his mental power. How would they talk about fighting? Human, do not be too arrogant. This king admits that your strength at such a young age is indeed extraordinary, but if you want to defeat this king, you are still far from it. Upon hearing QianRenlin's words, Emperor Tian immediately became furious and roared at the sky. His right front claw suddenly doubled in size, and its color changed from pure black to gold, exuding a terrifying aura. Dragon God Claw, QianRenlin murmured as he looked at Emperor Tian's right front claw. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King had become the strongest soul beast on the Douluo Continent thanks to the Dragon God Claw bestowed upon him by the Dragon God, and its immense power was enough to threaten deities. Facing the Dragon God's ultimate skill, even someone as strong as QianRenlin had to be cautious. If he carelessly got hit, those incredibly sharp claws could easily tear his arm off. You are the first human to make me use the Dragon God Claw since I obtained it. To die under the Dragon God Claw, you could be proud enough. A powerful aura radiated from Emperor Tian, and his words were filled with a dominating and arrogant presence, as if the Dragon God himself had descended. Everything is over, human, Emperor Tian said coldly, swinging his massive claw down towards QianRenlin's head. QianRenlin narrowed his eyes, calmly watching as Emperor Tian's claw descended. He spoke indifferently. 5 elements domain, shift. Boom. As soon as QianRenlin uttered these words, the illusory world around them began to feel real, the surrounding void swaying. Emperor Tian's claw was less than 10 centimeters away from QianRenlin, but at that moment, Emperor Tian suddenly realized that his body was being uncontrollably forced into another space. Chapter 124. Soul Fusion. How is this possible? There is actually a force that can ignore the attack of the Dragon God Claw and forcibly teleport this king away. Emperor Tian was shocked, surveying his surroundings in disbelief. This space had mountains and rivers, and the feeling of standing on the ground was extremely real, completely different from the previous void of the cosmic universe. He understood that this was not the same place as before. But how could this be? The Dragon God Claw was granted to him by the Dragon God, and it was the strongest and most destructive divine skill of the Dragon God. Under this divine skill, no existence in the world could withstand it or evade it. It was impossible for someone like QianRenlin to forcibly send it away. Who exactly is he? Why does he have so many mysterious abilities? Emperor Tian spoke solemnly. At that moment, he could no longer consider QianRenlin as an ordinary human. A soul sage of level 80 at just 14 years old. Even a soul beast transforming into a human couldn't achieve this. Not to mention the overwhelming strength that ignored levels and the countless mysterious techniques. None of this was something a native of the Douluo Continent could achieve. In fact, at this moment, Emperor Tian truly believed that QianRenlin was a descendant of some deity from the divine realm, and this feeling grew stronger. A dying person has no need to know so much. QianRenlin calmly exhaled, waving his right hand, and the entire mountainous space turned extremely dark, making it impossible to see one's own fingers. This was precisely what QianRenlin had created after realizing the fragility of the cosmic void earlier. He manifested a small world using his powerful 5 elements domain and then infinitely expanded this space with spatial power. This was a transition from the illusory realm to the real realm, and each time it evolved, it required materials from the mainland's earth and stone. Moreover, this small world existed for a very short time. Without his personal maintenance, it wouldn't last even a day. Therefore, this was merely an experiment to prepare for the future creation of a true small world. Emperor Tian gazed intently at the suddenly darkened small world. He didn't know what QianRenlin intended to do or how he accomplished all of this, but he knew one thing. The final life and death battle was about to commence. Metal Chi. A cold voice echoed in the void, and before Emperor Tian could react, he saw a pair of emotionless eyes staring at him, as if he were an ant. Just as Emperor Tian was about to become enraged, 2 golden beams shot from QianRenlin's eyes, rushing into his consciousness like lightning. You, what have you done to this king? Emperor Tian cautiously retreated. After the golden light entered his consciousness, it seemed to have no further action, and he felt nothing amiss. But his instincts told him that the other party couldn't possibly perform such a nonsensical act. Those 2 golden lights must have some special significance. Humph, separation. QianRenlin's lips curled into a slight smirk as he looked at the still confused Emperor Tian with eyes that seemed to contain countless stars, slowly raising his right hand in front of him. Boom! Ah! At that moment, Emperor Tian let out a terrible scream, and his massive body, over 100 meters long, curled up. His fierce dragon face was filled with pain and fear. Pain! pain that pierced the soul. Emperor Tian felt as if his soul was being sliced apart by numerous sharp blades, as if it were being forcibly separated from his body, and he couldn't stop it. The pain was indescribable. Emperor Tian could only strike his own body to vent his suffering. He couldn't even open his eyes, and his soul was undergoing endless torment. Although he wanted to kill QianRenlin, he had no idea where the other party was. This space was already dark, and now it had become even darker in Emperor Tian's heart. This was a prison, locking him in the cosmic void, eternally suffering from the pain deep within his soul. Without hope, never seeing the light of day, QianRenlin quietly watched Emperor Tian's tortured expression. It wasn't that he wanted to torment the other party deliberately. In order to forcibly separate someone else's soul, there were only two ways in this world. One was to directly devour it, and the other was to forcibly cut it off. After all, soul masters and soul beasts on the Douluo Continent do not have a primordial spirit, making it impossible for them to separate their souls from their bodies, even for a brief moment, not even for a deity before their death. Therefore, Qian Renlin could only integrate the soul of Tian into the consciousness of the purple dragon in this way. Otherwise, his soul would remain trapped within the dragon's body until it turned into a lingering resentment or disappeared. With a dragon's roar echoing through the clouds, a purple dragon, over 150 meters long, slowly swam around Qian Renlin. Although its soul originated from the portion of soul essence that Qian Renlin had separated to create the most perfect puppet, it was like a brand new infant, having nothing in its mind except for the combat techniques and some common knowledge that Qian Renlin had instilled in it. Sensing a hint of sorrow in the purple dragon's voice, Qian Renlin stroked its scales and calmly said, "In this world, if you want to gain more powerful strength, you must sacrifice others. This is your fate." The purple dragon, with its bewildered gaze, looked at the tortured and curled up Tian and seemed to understand something, as if it had come to terms with its fate, cheerfully circling around Qian Renlin. At this moment, as Tian's struggles grew weaker, its soul was nearly severed by the metal energy. Qian Renlin extended his hand, and a pulling force emanated from it. Tian immediately let out a painful scream, struggling even more violently, but could not stop the excruciating pain of its soul being forcibly torn from its consciousness. With a final roar, Tian's anger surged, but the pulling force from Qian Renlin's hand intensified several times, and Tian's soul was forcibly extracted, its body convulsing violently due to inertia. Looking at the phantom black dragon, coiled into a fist-sized shape in the air, Qian Renlin cradled it in his hand. This was the divine consciousness of the golden-eyed black dragon king Tian, also known as its soul. At this moment, Tian's soul glared at Qian Renlin with rage, as if it wished to tear him apart. After experiencing the torment of its soul, being forcibly severed from its body, how could it not hate Qian Renlin? How did you do this? Who exactly are you? In its soul state, Tian could not speak, only releasing mental thoughts to convey its ideas. It was very curious about how this human before it could achieve all of this, forcibly separating the soul from the body, a feat even gods could not accomplish. It wanted to know all the countless secrets this person held. As long as I wish, my martial soul can achieve anything. As for my identity, I am the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin said indifferently. With the enhancement of his strength, many mysteries of his martial soul began to reveal themselves. Through exploration, he discovered that his martial soul could do many things, and he still had not fully understood its characteristics. Anything is possible? Tian murmured doubtfully. You are not from the Douluo Continent. You are the offspring of a deity, aren't you? Huh. Qian Renlin chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I am simply the holy son of the Spirit Hall, with no other identity. I am who I am. Tian opened its mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Qian Renlin. I will absorb your spirit ring first, and then deal with you later. With the soul of the golden-eyed black dragon king already stripped away according to the rules of the Douluo Continent, it was considered dead. Any soul beast that dies will correspondingly produce a soul ring that matches its age, casually placing Tian's soul into a void space. Qian Renlin looked at the enormous crimson soul ring before him. This soul ring was larger than any of the soul rings on him and was surrounded by bolts of black lightning, creating a visually stunning effect. My angel martial soul's 8th soul ring finally has a home. Tian, you really made me wait. Qian Renlin smirked. Now, facing a soul ring over 800,000 years old, he was no longer as surprised as before. Now, looking at this soul ring, his heart was no longer stirred. with his strength. Wasn't any soul ring within reach? Qian Renlin walked step by step towards Tian's soul ring, and the huge angel martial soul behind him also emerged, with 7 dazzling crimson soul rings slowly undulating. With a bang, Qian Renlin no longer sat cross-legged but stood directly in the void. Under his mental guidance, the black-red soul ring slowly floated towards him. The soul ring over 800,000 years was still somewhat taxing for Qian Renlin's current physique. As soon as the soul ring entered his body, he couldn't help but frown, and his face uncontrollably twisted in discomfort. Without hesitation, Qian Renlin immediately sat cross-legged. He originally thought this absorption would be very smooth, and his strength was already considerable, but reality told him that strength and physique were 2 different matters. Being strong did not necessarily mean he could absorb a high-age soul ring. Feeling the black soul power within him starting to riot, Qian Renlin quickly began to operate his self-created Holy Lin Jing cultivation method. Instantly, the raging soul ring energy was forcibly drawn into the sea of soul power in his dantian. Through the devouring absorption function of the Holy Lin Jing, all the energy brought by this soul ring entered the diamond crystal above Qian Renlin's sea of soul power, and after compression, it merged into the sea of soul power. Thus, the absorption of this soul ring was completely successful. Without a soul, there would be no lingering resentment. So naturally, no external spirit bones would be produced. Furthermore, even if external spirit bones could be produced, with Qian Renlin's current strength and mindset, he wouldn't care much about them. Level 82. Qian Renlin closed his eyes and sensed it. The enormous cultivation from over 800,000 years after entering his body had little energy left, and after being compressed by the soul core, it became even less. Yet, it still managed to increase Qian Renlin's soul power by 2 levels, which already demonstrated the immense energy brought by Tian's soul ring. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of red-gold light flickered. Like the previous few times, this soul ring not only brought him 2 soul ring abilities, but the other soul rings also simultaneously increased to a limit of 870,000 years. Except for the black-red soul ring from the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The million-year soul ring from the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm also began to reveal its original color, platinum, at this moment. Other than these 2 soul rings, although the remaining soul rings had their ages increased, their colors remained unchanged, and they did not provide any additional soul abilities. At most, the power of the existing soul ring abilities became stronger, requiring more soul power to use. As for this carcass, Qian Renlin calmly looked at the body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. He had long since planned how to deal with this dragon's corpse. He then turned to the purple dragon, which was swimming around in the void, waved his hand into the nearby void, and after a moment, emerged holding a fist-sized phantom black dragon. With a thought, the purple dragon immediately flew down from the air, landing not far from him, silently coiling its enormous body and closing its eyes, waiting for the final transformation. Qian Renlin took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged in front of the purple dragon. His hands moved in front of him, drawing a pattern, and an ice attribute energy along with a fire attribute energy immediately enveloped the soul of Emperor Tian, beginning the process of refinement. Human, what are you trying to do? Let me out. Sensing something bad, Emperor Tian's soul shouted loudly, but being in a spiritual state, he couldn't utter any words, only watching as he was wrapped in ice and fire elements, remaining motionless. Qian Renlin ignored Emperor Tian's struggles, accelerating the speed of refining the soul, then cradled it in his left hand while waving his right hand, causing a surge of vibrant life energy in the wood attribute to flow into the purple dragon's sea of consciousness. With a push of his hand, the soul in his grasp collided with the soul in the purple dragon's sea of consciousness, and with the aid of water, fire, and life attributes, the 2 souls began to slowly merge together. Chapter 216, Divine Arrival. Angel's Judgment. Watching the purple dragon wrapped in a cocoon of life energy, Qian Renlin flashed out of the space. The purple dragon's soul was in a state of fusion and still needed some time. With the battle in the northern region becoming increasingly fierce, if he didn't hurry, the soul masters he regarded as believers might not survive much longer. To prevent this space from collapsing without his energy support, Qian Renlin summoned the puppet he had created from the road to hell. After nearly 3 months of cultivation, that puppet had advanced from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint, and with the techniques provided by Qian Renlin, it should be capable of maintaining this space for a while. With a wave of his right hand, Qian Renlin conjured a gray spatial vortex portal in front of him. Without any visible movement, he vanished into the spatial vortex, which then disintegrated into countless light particles like a droplet of water shattering. Without Emperor Tian's control, the many-souled beasts in the Douluo forest naturally dared not act recklessly. Each waited under their respective leaders for the arrival of the beast god, having no worry that this human could harm Emperor Tian. Although he was extremely powerful compared to Emperor Tian, the patriarch of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King clan, Qian Renlin still seemed insignificant. Thus, the crisis in the entire eastern region was subtly resolved by Qian Renlin, while Bibi Dong was still on her way to Douluo City. Northern region, Ice Snow City. Compared to the dire situation in the eastern region, the northern region was in a much better state. Although the second-tier soul cannon did not have much effect in this battle, with many sea soul masters and tidal Douluos from Sea God Island providing support, the soul beasts of the northern region were unable to take down Ice Snow City, suffering heavy losses. Thousands of 10,000-year soul beasts had died, and tens of thousands of soul beasts under 1,000 years had also perished, with various colorful soul rings scattered around Ice Snow City, illuminating the entire night. However, although there were tens of thousands of soul beasts dead or injured, it was still insignificant compared to the millions of soul beasts in total. Adding to the nearly 300,000 casualties among the million residents of Ice Snow City and 60,000 city guards, what kind of concept was this? With 3/10 of the million soul masters already lost, if it weren't for the countless human soul masters continuously rushing in from all over the continent. Even with the support of Sea God Island, Ice Snow City would have long since fallen. These damn beasts, their existence is simply to provide us human soul masters with soul ring nourishment. Now, they actually want to rebel against their master and fight as humans. Have they forgotten who rules this continent? The 7 sword servants and son.A, who had been delayed, roared in anger as they watched an average of 3 human soul masters die under the claws of the soul beasts with each passing moment. Without even time to recover the soul power consumed from their rapid journey, they quickly used their martial soul fusion technique to attack a giant ice-winged bird in the sky. In the hearts of everyone in the Spirit Hall, the entire Douluo Continent was already their world. All land here would belong to the Spirit Hall, and all humans on the continent would be subjects of the Spirit Hall. Now, these soul beasts were brazenly slaughtering the future subjects of the Spirit Hall. How could the 7 sword servants not be furious? Beasts, die for this holy envoy. Divine arrival, judgment. A gigantic humanoid figure materialized from the martial soul fusion technique of the 7 sword servants, emitting a voice that shook the soul. In a flash, it appeared above a 100,000-year ice-winged bird, raising its hands slowly to clasp together. The ink-colored bamboo sword in its left hand and the black spear in its right hand vanished, and a massive, blinding platinum light burst forth between its hands. The enormous humanoid figure, with pitch-black eyes devoid of whites, coldly gazed at the 100,000-year ice-winged bird, and a chilling voice emerged from its mouth. Divine arrival. Angel's judgment. Boom! The dazzling holy light emitted from the raised hands of the giant figure rapidly contracted inward. With a whoosh, a gigantic 15-meter-long light sword appeared between its hands, and the figure gripped it tightly, swinging down from above. A massive blade of light shot forth from the tip of the holy sword, swiftly slashing toward the ice-winged bird below. Caw! The 100,000-year soul beast ice-winged bird widened its eyes in horror as it watched the enormous light blade descend from the sky. An invisible fear enveloped its heart. Under this strike, it forgot to dodge, or rather, it was completely overwhelmed by the might of the attack, unable to react to escape. Sizzle boom, 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 boom. The enormous light blade descended directly onto the ice-winged bird, the overwhelming force pulverizing the 20-meter-wide avian soul beast into dust, preventing it from even letting out a scream before it was forever erased from the world. Who is that? Such power, so strong. Which power's title Douluo is this? The tidal Douluos from Sea God Island gazed at the enormous humanoid figure in the sky unleashing this attack, questioning themselves. Even they found it difficult to resist this attack. Bang! Boom! After shattering the ice-winged bird, the powerful force of the light blade continued unabated, crashing into the hundreds of soul beasts behind it, turning them into dust amid their screams as they vanished from the world. Ugh! The humanoid figure, having unleashed this attack, suddenly felt weak, half collapsing to the ground. The 7 sword servant's figure slowly materialized in the void, uncontrollably descending toward the ground. Just as the sword Douluo who was resisting several 10,000-year soul beasts alongside another titled Douluo from Ice Snow City, managed to drive back the soul beast with a burst of sword energy. He quickly moved to catch the falling 7 sword servants. Cough, cough. The trace of holy light bestowed upon us by the Master, even with our current strength, was still too much to handle. Cough, cough. Yes, this is not even 1/10 of the true power of Angel's judgment, and it has already drained all the soul power from our bodies. Cough, cough. After being caught by the sword Douluo and taken to a temporary safe spot, the 7 sword servants frowned as they recalled the battle. In a moment of urgency and anger, they had forced the use of the Angel's judgment technique. And this attack not only drained their soul power, but also caused their meridians to bear damage and nearly rupture. It would take at least a week to fully recover. And in that week, who knows how many humans would perish in Ice Snow City. Damn it, this is bad. Because of our momentary impulse. The entire situation is starting to worsen again. Ling Feng slammed the bedboard in anger, raising his head to frown and stare at the distant sky. Their earlier strike had made the hostility of the entire spirit beast group explode even more, and the attacks became fiercer. Even the ruler of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor, started to take action personally. I wondered who it was. But it turned out to be just a few human spirit masters using a martial soul fusion technique. Such a monstrous talent must not be allowed to grow unchecked. The Ice Emperor, standing behind the spirit beasts and watching the battle, coldly said as he looked at the figure of the 7-sword slave. He then flashed forward, intending to forcibly break into Ice Snow City to eliminate the 7-sword slave. If a few soul kings could unleash such powerful attacks, they must be killed in the cradle as soon as possible. Oh, you want to kill this holy sun sword slave? Chapter 217. Shy Ice Emperor. Just at that moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The Ice Emperor, taking on a human form, quickly looked up, realizing he didn't sense any aura from the other party at all. Buzz! A gray spatial portal appeared out of nowhere above Ice Snow City, and a tall and noble figure shrouded in dazzling light slowly stepped out. 2 eyes, shining like the sun, pierced directly into the Ice Emperor's soul. Clang! The Ice Emperor felt a sudden jolt in her heart at the first sight of the figure, her heartbeat quickening. At that moment, it felt as if the other party could see through her entirely, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. What is going on? The other party is obviously human. Why do I feel this way when I see him? However, there is indeed a strong attraction about him. The Ice Emperor stared blankly at the incredibly dazzling figure in the sky, thinking to herself. Qian Renlin concealed his brilliance, his indifferent gaze fixed on the girl before him, who was enveloped in a layer of icy, crystalline white clothing. Yes, the Ice Emperor before Qian Renlin was indeed a shy girl, about 6 meters tall, petite and delicate, wearing a pure white outfit that seemed crafted from ice crystals. She had long, waist-length, emerald green hair swaying in the wind, and her pure eyes seemed capable of shedding tears at any moment. At this time, she blushed, slightly parted her enticing lips, and stared at Qian Renlin. With such an appearance, no one would expect that she was actually one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, who had lived for over 379,900 years. Qian Renlin was somewhat speechless. He didn't expect the Ice Emperor to be infatuated at this moment. However, he had no interest in a poisonous scorpion and immediately coldly asked, "Where is the Snow Emperor?" Now that all the spirit beasts from the eastern regions, Star-Do Forest, and the northern regions, Extreme North Icefield, have mobilized, why is it that the top of the 3 great kings, the Ice Queen, is nowhere to be seen? Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was startled, abruptly snapping back to reality from her infatuation. How does he know about Sister Snow? Aside from the beast god Dtion in the Star-Do Forest, why would anyone else know of Sister Snow's existence? The Ice Emperor thought, puzzled. It was known that Sister Snow was currently at a critical moment, nearing the 700,000 year bottleneck, and was deep in slumber in the ice field, preparing for the upcoming 700,000 year tribulation. Moreover, apart from a few 100,000-year spirit beast from the extreme north, Sister Snow had never revealed herself in front of others. So how does this person know about her existence, and can even speak her true identity so easily? Who exactly are you? How do you know about Sister Snow? At this moment, the Ice Emperor could no longer care about her infatuation. Her expression turned frosty as she coldly asked, her hands transforming into 2 6-meter-long giant stingers, covered in hexagonal protrusions as peculiar as diamonds, shimmering with an incredibly radiant beauty. In front of the stingers, Two large silver-white pincers sparkled like mirrors. Additionally, a 5-segment green tail extended from the Ice Emperor's rear, looking full of vitality, with its tip flashing a color indistinguishable between white and green, appearing sharp and possibly poisonous. The Ice Emperor's eyes, which were as pure as water, transformed into a crystal yellow, resembling two hexagonal green diamonds embedded within, shining brightly with emerald green light. Looking at the Ice Emperor's appearance, QianRenlin's lips curled slightly as he swiftly moved to within 3 centimeters of her, his mesmerizing gaze inexplicably locking onto her eyes. He lightly uttered, "This holy son not only knows of her existence, but also knows she is currently preparing for the 700,000 year tribulation, and I also know she won't make it through this tribulation." You. Seeing such a close man, the Ice Emperor's heart raced violently, her breath becoming shallow, her emerald eyes, stingers, and tail uncontrollably retracting at that moment. Qian Renlin could hear her heartbeat at this distance and felt her breath on his chin. Little one, this holy son can still handle you. Why do you know so much? And, don't come so close to me otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, my big stinger is poisonous. The Ice Emperor felt as if she might suffocate. This man was just too alluring. But why was she so infatuated with this feeling? She wished this moment could last forever. What am I thinking? I am the Ice Emperor. I am one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north. How can I have such thoughts? At this moment, the Ice Emperor's mind was in a frenzy, completely forgetting her purpose for being there, and oblivious to the fact that millions of spirit beasts and human spirit masters were battling for the dominance of the continent. Who was that person? He seems to have an unusual relationship with that female spirit beast. Could he also be a spirit beast? Or a transformed spirit beast? Seeing Qian Renlin and the Ice Emperor so close, almost embracing, the spirit masters from Sea God Island were left speechless, debating among themselves. Shut the hell up. You are the transformed spirit beast. Your whole family is transformed spirit beasts. That is our spirit hall's holy son. He is the biological son of the former and current pope of our spirit hall. Exactly. Our holy son is a prodigy and a rare talent. How could you mere fishermen possibly understand? The holy son is like the sun in the sky, something you fishermen who fish all day can only look up to. Hearing the sea spirit masters questioning, the spirit masters from the spirit hall immediately glared at them, even neglecting the spirit beasts attacking them, desperately trying to defend their holy son's reputation, seemingly unable to tolerate even the slightest doubt from others. Be careful. One of the sea spirit masters, seeing a giant lizard's tail about to sweep across a spirit hall master's head, quickly shouted a warning. However, it was too late for the other party to react. The sea spirit master, disregarding everything else, ran over to use his body to block the attack. Bang! Ugh! Poof! The sea spirit master was immediately swept on the shoulder by the giant lizard's tail, and then he, along with the spirit hall master who was supposed to be hit, was sent flying by a tremendous force. You damn beast! Just wait, I'll tear you apart. Instantly, several spirit hall masters and sea spirit masters surrounded the 1,000-year giant lizard together. The rescued spirit hall master hurriedly helped the sea spirit master up, apologizing. Are you all right? It was my fault just now, but who told you to speak ill of our holy son? The sea spirit master rubbed his slightly dazed head, irritatedly saying, You really don't value your life, risking your own for a rebuttal. Hey, I was just acting out of desperation, but I apologize for what I said earlier. I shouldn't have called you a bunch of fishermen who only know how to fish. The sea spirit master asked in confusion, Does that person really hold such a position in your hearts, that you would risk your safety to protect him? You don't understand. His status in the hearts of our spirit hall masters is like that of your high priest on Sea God Island in your hearts. The spirit hall master said, his eyes shining with intense admiration and a firm tone. So high. Shouldn't it be your pope who holds such a high status in your spirit hall? How can it just be? Just the pope's son, the holy son? The sea spirit master asked in disbelief. That's why I said you don't understand. Hey, watch out. Hey, these kids. The title Douluo priest from Sea God Island, while fighting against the soul beasts, was also keeping an eye on the situation below, shaking his head and laughing helplessly. Sigh. If it weren't for the increasingly large power of the spirit hall and their growing ambitions, the entire continent wouldn't be troubled by war. One of the title Douluo said quietly, Hey, I don't agree with you. I actually find these spirit hall masters quite adorable. But think about it. They're all just people who need to eat, all working for the spirit hall. If we're to talk about the real problem, It's still the Pope of the Spirit Hall. A title Douluo from Sea God Island objectively evaluated. Sigh. High Priest Poseidon killed a 10,000-year-soul beast with a single palm. Looking down at the scene below, her eyes gradually dimming. Tang Chun. How I wish you were still here. Chapter 218. The Angry Ice Emperor. Damn humans. Let this king go. Boom, at that moment. A huge roar came from outside the walls of Ice Snow City. A black rocky figure over 100 meters tall smashed a fist into the wall in front of it, instantly sending thousands of human spirit masters and some weaker soul beasts flying. The Titan Snow Demon King looked at the damned human in the sky, furious that he dared to approach the Ice Emperor so closely, and was overwhelmed with anger. It had always regarded the Ice Emperor as its sister. Apart from the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor held the highest status in its heart. Roar. Unable to endure such humiliation, the Titan Snow Demon King felt that QianRenlin was insulting the Ice Emperor, desecrating the authority of the three great kings of the northern region. QianRenlin glanced up impatiently, and an invisible white light shot from her eyes, flying towards the Titan Snow Demon King at lightning speed. Roar. The Titan Snow Demon King, still maintaining its running form, was struck by this invisible mental attack and plunged into its sea of consciousness. Instantly, a soul-rending pain surged through its mind, and before it could react, it let out a mournful scream and flew back along its path. So strong. Is this the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Truly, seeing is believing. How terrifying, 200,000 years. He actually severely injured one of the northern region's overlords with just a glance. At this moment, both the Sea Spirit Masters from Sea God Island and the title Douluo priests were shocked, their eyes twitching uncontrollably as they watched the scene. It is known that even an ordinary 10,000-year-soul beast is extremely difficult for these title Douluo to deal with, let alone an overlord of the northern region with nearly 200,000 years of cultivation. To have such strength at the age of 14, such a monstrous talent, even Tang Chun cannot compare. Sea God Douluo Poseidon gazed solemnly at the young man, emanating a tremendous aura. It is known that, like Dalu, she did not reach her current level solely based on her own talent. Had it not been for the divine inheritance, they could not have reached the limit Douluo so quickly. In the past century on the continent, only the ancestor of Haotian sect, Tang Chun, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, reached the 99th level limit Douluo purely through their talent. Even the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall, would have been stuck at level 98 for life if he hadn't consumed a divine herb given by QianRenlin. It seems the information was wrong. The truly terrifying one in the Spirit Hall is not Bibi Dong, nor Dalu, but this legendary and mysterious holy son. Poseidon and the title Douluo from Sea God Island were deep in thought, realizing that with the support of the holy son from the Spirit Hall, the situation in Ice Snow City would soon begin to tilt. A mere 200,000 years of cultivation dares to step into the human world. Utterly foolish. After executing that strike, QianRenlin coldly snorted and ignored the Titan Snow Demon King that had been sent flying, turning her attention to the brutal battlefield below. Now that he had arrived, this battle should come to an end. The Ice Emperor, who had been in a daze since QianRenlin's appearance, suddenly regained her senses at this moment. She quickly retreated a few hundred meters, looking at the young man in front of her with shock. Who are you? What power did you just use? The Ice Emperor took a slow, deep breath, calming herself and coldly asking. It is known that even for her to defeat echoed.Ah was extremely difficult. She did not expect that this seemingly vibrant young man could seriously injure him with just a glance. Could he also be a limit Douluo among humans? With such strength, even if the Snow Emperor came, it would not be easy. The Ice Emperor frowned, regretting listening to the nonsense of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King and being easily incited by the soul beasts of the northern region's ice plains. Now that things had developed to this point, although the eastern region was still unaware of the situation, the northern region had not even taken down the first line of defense, Ice Snow City, in less than 3 days. She never expected that the humans she had always viewed as ants would have so many powerful beings. QianRenlin did not respond to the other party's question. Instead, she looked down with a stern and emotionless expression, raising her right hand. A gray energy ball the size of a soccer ball, emanating a terrifying aura, floated in her hand. As soon as the energy ball appeared, an invisible sense of fear surged within everyone present, whether they were human soul masters or spirit beasts, as if something bad was about to happen. What? What are you going to do? The Ice Emperor, standing right in front of QianRenlin, widened her eyes, staring intently at the energy ball in his hand. Below, the millions of spirit beasts also stopped their attacks at that moment, anxiously retreating, letting out low growls. What does he want to do? Why do I feel a sense of heart palpitations after this gray energy ball appeared? A black-clad priest from Sea God Island furrowed his brows in confusion, watching QianRenlin's actions, and exclaimed. Poseidon was also puzzled about what QianRenlin intended to do, but unlike others, she sensed something indescribable within the energy ball, as if it were a kind of restraint. Countless human soul masters at the scene also stopped attacking at that moment, looking up at the imposing figure, and after the energy ball appeared, another feeling surged within them. They found themselves increasingly admiring the figure in the sky, as if they were willingly submitting to him, willing to give everything for him. At this moment, QianRenlin quietly sensed the emotions of the many lives present, as well as the changes in the surrounding environment, and waiting for something. After a long while, QianRenlin's expression shifted slightly. He raised his head to look into the sky, as if he understood something in his heart, and then suddenly withdrew the energy ball in his hand. As the energy ball was retracted, both human soul masters and spirit beasts felt a sense of relief wash over them. Though they did not understand why they felt this way, they just felt fortunate, though they did not know what they were fortunate for. Watching QianRenlin withdraw the energy ball, the Ice Emperor's cautious mindset also relaxed slightly. In that brief moment, she felt as if she had gone through an infinitely long battle, feeling utterly exhausted and drained. After QianRenlin retracted the energy ball, he no longer thought much about it. He glanced around below and coldly shouted, "From now on, any spirit beast tribe is forbidden to step into the human world, or else this will be the consequence." Boom! As soon as his words fell, the Titan Snow Demon King, towering at a height of 100 meters, suddenly exploded, countless fragments and blood mist scattering into the sky, slowly falling onto the bodies of the spirit beasts below. A large, bright red soul ring remained in its original place, flickering. Seeing that even one of the three great kings, the Titan Snow Demon King, had self-destructed, the spirit beasts present were terrified and retreated in fear, with some weaker 1,000-year and 100-year spirit beasts trembling in their legs. Meanwhile, the human soul masters felt their spirits lift at this scene, feeling their blood boil, their admiration for QianRenlin increasing tremendously. The Ice Emperor, who had always regarded the Titan Snow Demon King as a younger brother, cried out in grief and anger as she witnessed his self-detonation right before her eyes. "You demon! How could you be so cruel?" The Ice Emperor glared furiously at QianRenlin and shouted, a green light flashing as a 1.5-meter-long emerald green scorpion appeared in the void. While the petite figure of the Ice Emperor disappeared, the Ice Emperor scorpion, with its 2 hexagonal eyes embedded with diamonds flashing green, leaped toward QianRenlin, its 2 over-a-meter-long stingers aimed at him, moving with such speed that no one present could catch its figure. Be careful, just as countless humans felt anxious. The 2 pincers of the green scorpion aimed, one at QianRenlin's neck and the other at his abdomen, coming within less than a centimeter of the latter. Looking at the furious eyes of the Ice Emperor scorpion, QianRenlin's lips moved slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Without any visible action, in the next moment a hand, as beautiful as the most exquisite in the world, suddenly grasped the waist of the green scorpion. In rage, the Ice Emperor scorpion's power surged, and its 2 stingers turned toward QianRenlin's wrist, while its gem-like 5-segmented tail curled up, instantly elongating significantly, the tip aiming for QianRenlin's eyes. QianRenlin closed his eyes, and at that moment, his handsome face seemed ethereal. When the Ice Emperor's tail was less than a centimeter from his face, no matter how hard it tried, it could not touch him. When its 2 large stingers collided with QianRenlin's arm, it was like copper striking steel, unable to inflict any harm on him whatsoever. "You don't want to hurt me?" QianRenlin leisurely watched the opponent's movements, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, teasingly saying. The Ice Emperor was startled. Although it hadn't used its full strength, it could be said that its attack was merely a spar with a human. After all, it was a 389,000-year-old ruler of the northern region. Even the human limit Douluo would not dare to dismiss its stingers and tail so lightly. Yet QianRenlin could withstand the attack without using any soul skills, relying solely on his physical body. The strength of this human was terrifying enough, but his body was even more formidable, stronger than that of the spirit beast tribe. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? The Ice Emperor began to doubt its existence. This was the first time it had encountered someone who could withstand its stingers without using soul skills and remain unharmed. Even the Snow Emperor wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Ignoring QianRenlin's casual demeanor and the Ice Emperor's urgency, the human soul masters below were dumbfounded. Was this a battle between spirit beasts and soul masters? Are we sure this isn't a sister play fighting with a brother? What a terrifying guy. Facing the overlord of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, he could respond so calmly without using any soul skills. Is this the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Speaking of which, what level is he now? To reach such a level without releasing his martial soul, how terrifying would it be if he did release it? Could he even fight against Ice Emperor's rage? In her anger, the Ice Emperor unleashed her two ultimate skills, Ice Emperor's Rage. A powerful aura descended within a 1,000-meter radius, causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet sharply, becoming bone-chillingly cold. And the emerald green body of the Ice Emperor Scorpion began to turn translucent and snow-white like a gem. All soul masters below level 70 and all soul beasts below 10,000 years present were suddenly shaken violently by the cold aura, their bodies beginning to freeze into ice sculptures. The Ice Emperor shuddered and attempted to break free from Qian Renlin's grip, but soon discovered that no matter how it struggled, the hand holding it remained unmoved. What? This human can actually withstand my Ice Emperor's wrath? And under such low temperatures, it remains unaffected? The Ice Emperor was once again shocked. How strong was this human in front of it? Feeling the rapidly dropping temperature around, Qian Renlin looked down at the human soul masters huddled together for warmth, then extended his left hand into the air, snapping his fingers lightly, causing a crimson golden flame to appear at the tip of his finger. Qian Renlin flicked his finger, and the flame instantly transformed into a massive sea of fire, descending upon all present. The cold aura released by the Ice Emperor immediately dissipated, and at that moment, all the soul masters felt what it was like to bask in spring-like warmth. Is this all you can do? After doing all this, Qian Renlin looked levelly at the Ice Emperor and said, now, aside from the ability of time, which he didn't know how to use, he could freely wield the other 11 powers from his martial spirit's 12 elements. The bit of ice element used by the Ice Emperor had no effect on him at all. Now, he didn't even know to what extent his strength had reached. After each soul ring acquisition, he found his power had undergone a qualitative leap, completely incomparable to before. Chapter 219. Enslaving the Ice Emperor felt a surge of anger fill its heart after realizing it had underestimated a human child. It immediately prepared to unleash another ultimate technique. Eternal Frozen Domain. Boom! A massive aura erupted from the Ice Emperor, and a palpable wave instantly enveloped the entire Ice Snow City. Within the realm of this domain, all life, including tidal Douluos, felt a wave of cold, even stronger than before, surging into their hearts. Ha ha! A tangible chill filled the Ice Snow City, and the originally pure white buildings turned into real ice sculptures at that moment, while the water within the city instantly froze. So strong. Is this the ruler of the northern ice plains? This cold. I feel like my blood is freezing at this moment. Whether the soul masters inside the city or the soul beasts outside, no matter how they exerted themselves, they could not withstand the freezing blood within them. Their thoughts and bodies began to rapidly stiffen. However, they had no worries at all as nearly 2 million human soul masters looked up at the figure in the sky with anticipation. They knew that the son they had always revered would surely come to their rescue, because every time they faced difficulties, he could descend like a deity to help them overcome insurmountable disasters. Isn't it the powerful soul beast of 380,000 years? Even I find it hard to withstand in this icy realm. Sea god, Douluo Poseidon, with her beautiful face solemn, felt her demigod soul power gradually freezing even under her martial spirit's true form. Although she knew the figure in the sky could resolve such a predicament, she had no intention of relying on him. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, she never needed anyone's help and still wanted to solve all difficulties with her own strength. Not only Poseidon thought this way. The Sea Soul Masters from Sea God Island and the 7 tidal Douluos shared the same sentiment. They were residents of Sea God Island, proud in their hearts. And this time they stepped onto the continent under the banner of saving it from calamity, intending to appear before the world as saviors. If it turned out they still needed the son of the Spirit Hall to save them, it would be better to die. Oomph. The Ice Emperor snorted coldly from the sky, looking at the human soul masters below, struggling against the icy power with arrogance. Thinking, let's see if you dare to underestimate me again. Before it could finish its thought, something astonishing happened. It widened its hexagonal green eyes and looked at the figure before it. What did it see? The opponent, under such icy conditions, still had no intention of using their martial spirit, and was even smiling at it. How is this possible? In my frozen domain, even a titled Douluo among human soul masters would freeze solid. Why are you still unaffected? The Ice Emperor could not accept the reality before it. It could not accept that there were other beings in this world, apart from deities, who were unaffected by its domain. It could not accept this blow. QianRenlin's lips curled slightly as he raised his empty left hand, curling his fingers. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your frozen domain is indeed powerful. Even an ultimate Douluo would gradually freeze due to the solidification of their soul power within it. Unfortunately, any elemental energy in the world is ineffective against me, the sun. My martial spirit can immunize against all elemental powers, and my powerful physique can resist all physical attacks weaker than me, while my soul can withstand mental attacks 3 ranks higher than me. In summary, on the Douluo Continent, I am in an invincible state. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renlin clenched his curled left hand tightly. The frozen domain, released by the Ice Emperor and enveloping the entire Ice Snow City, instantly shattered like mirrors. A warm, divine light radiated from Qian Renlin, washing away the icy elements around Ice Snow City with a gentle force. At that moment, Qian Renlin seemed like a gentle sun, hanging high in the sky above Ice Snow City, illuminating the hearts and souls of all humans below. He was so dazzling, bright, and magnificent. What? This is impossible. The Ice Emperor twisted its body violently, its 2 large pincers holding its head and shaking it vigorously. The eternal frozen domain it had always been proud of was so easily broken by the opponent. It could not accept this fact. Little scorpion, give up resisting. You cannot defeat me. Qian Renlin's lips moved slightly, a wave of mental power entering the Ice Emperor's sea of consciousness. The Ice Emperor trembled and quickly looked up at him. But what met its eyes were indeed 2 abyss-like deep eyes, deeply captivating its mind, unable to extricate itself. Boom! A roaring sound seemed to echo in its mind, and the Ice Emperor came back to its senses. When it looked at Qian Renlin again, it found him surprisingly familiar. At that moment, it inexplicably developed a strong urge to leap into his arms. What is happening? What's wrong with me? Isn't he supposed to be my enemy? Shouldn't I kill him? Shouldn't I avenge Atai? Why do I feel this way? The Ice Emperor stared with confused eyes, wondering. It had its own thoughts and memories, and it knew what relationship it had with the opponent, but it couldn't harbor any hostility toward Qian Renlin, even feeling a strong desire to protect him, as if he were its own kin. Seeing the confused and bewildered expression of the Ice Emperor, Qian Renlin immediately showed a satisfied expression. It seemed he had succeeded. Good. You've been fighting all day. You're tired too. Close your eyes and take a nap. Qian Renlin released his right hand that was gripping its waist and instead rubbed its little head as he spoke, feeling the large hand leave its body. The Ice Emperor actually felt a bit reluctant at that moment, but looking at the gentle gaze and the soft, pleasant tone from the other party, a heavy force suddenly surged in its mind, causing its eyes to uncontrollably close, collapsing into the arms of this human before it. At this moment, the scene looked very strange to outsiders, even somewhat awkward. A tall, well-proportioned, an extraordinarily beautiful man, radiating a strong aura of nobility and dominance, was holding a 1.5-meter tall emerald green scorpion. Chapter 220. Poseidon shock. What is going on? Why are they embracing each other so naturally? Watching Qian Renlin and that giant scorpion's current actions, the millions of soul masters in Ice Snow City stared wide-eyed in disbelief. All they saw was Qian Renlin waving his hand to dissolve the ice domain that had enveloped the entire Ice Snow City, and after the ice melted, they saw that the giant scorpion suddenly pounced into Qian Renlin's arms after flailing its claws for a moment. How did he do that? Not just the title Douluo from Sea God Island. Even Poseidon couldn't clearly see Qian Renlin's movements. She only knew that the 380,000-year-old Ice Emperor Scorpion was currently in a state of slumber. Why didn't he kill it? One title Douluo looked at the giant scorpion leaning against Qian Renlin's embrace and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, a spirit beast with such powerful strength that was now completely defenseless would be the best time to kill it. But he didn't understand why Qian Renlin didn't kill it, instead appearing to be quite affectionate as he patted its head. Are you stupid? Doesn't he need a spirit ring? Why kill it? If I'm not mistaken, this holy son of the spirit hall definitely plans to take this 380,000-year-old spirit beast back to the Spirit Hall to raise it. And when he reaches the title Douluo level, he will take its spirit ring. A nearby title Douluo said enviously, a 200,000-year-old spirit ring. No one on the continent has ever been known to possess one. It seems that this holy son of the Spirit Hall is very likely to be the first person to do so. Although QianRenlin's strength is extremely powerful and abnormal, he would never believe that the other party could reach the title Douluo level at such a young age. In his guess, the other party must have inherited some kind of power from the angel god of the Spirit Hall to have such strength at such a young age. Upon hearing this, another title Da turned to look at the spirit ring from the Titan Snow Demon King outside the city and said, "What about this spirit ring? This is also a full 200,000-year-old spirit ring." His words immediately drew the attention of everyone else, and they all turned to look at the Titan Snow Demon King's spirit ring. They were all soul masters who already possessed spirit rings. None of them were just breaking through to level 90, and the others with lower levels couldn't absorb a spirit ring of such age, even if they had broken through. So, does that mean this 200,000-year-old spirit ring is going to be wasted? As soon as he finished speaking, something that left them all dumbfounded happened. They saw that the spirit ring flew towards the city. The million soul masters in the city also looked up at the spirit ring flying towards them, with some casting their eyes around, wanting to see which lucky person or reckless individual dared to absorb this 200,000-year-old spirit ring. It's him. Could it be that he has reached level 90? Even if he has reached level 90, can his constitution handle absorbing such a massive spirit ring? It's really possible. After all, he is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. No surprises, the Spirit Hall is the most top-tier, six-winged angel spirit on the continent. After the Titan Snow Demon King's spirit ring flew towards the city wall of Ice Snow City, it shot rapidly towards a figure in the middle of the city. At this moment, only Qian Renlin and the green scorpion in his arms remained standing there. The soul masters of Ice Snow City also looked at Qian Renlin with fervent expressions at this moment. The Holy Son is indeed the Holy Son, reaching level 90 soul power at just 14 years old, and so far the only one on the continent to break the norm and absorb a 200,000-year-old spirit ring. And at this moment, Qian Renlin, suspended in the air, ignored the discussions and fervent worship of the people below. He was calmly gazing at the crimson spirit ring rapidly approaching him. Without any obstruction, the crimson spirit ring from the Titan Snow Demon King, which was over 199,000 years old, settled on top of Qian Renlin's head. At this time, naturally, nothing foolish dared to disturb him, otherwise. Not to mention whether the million residents of Ice Snow City would agree. Just the three powerful auras of the figures in black robes in the sky would not allow anyone to interrupt him at this moment. After the previous battle with the spirit beasts, the many sea soul masters present knew how powerful those three figures were. Although their highest level was only level 90, they could withstand over a dozen 10,000-year spirit beasts by relying solely on their own strength, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. The strength they displayed was already not weaker than that of many priests from Sea God Island. Poseidon looked at the three titled Daluos from the Spirit Hall surrounding Qian Renlin in a triangular formation with a strange expression. Earlier, while resisting the spirit beasts, she keenly noticed something shocking. Is it soul bone or a self-created soul skill? Previously, during the battle with the spirit beasts, Poseidon noticed that these three titled Daluos used no less than 10 powerful soul skills, including single-target lethal skills and group attack skills. But what about the energy shield that gathered around them? Since they arrived, she had observed that whenever these three titled Daluos encountered danger, a layer of yellow soul power shield would automatically appear around them. If it were soul bone, it wouldn't be possible for each of them to have the same soul bone, right? If that's the case, how many soul bones would the Spirit Hall have? Just these three titled Daluos alone would need to have enough soul bones to possess so many soul skills. If it were a self-created soul skill, then who created it? Moreover, with such a variety, being able to attack and defend, and having both single-target and group attack capabilities, and adapting to completely different martial souls. After decades of not stepping into the continent, when did the Spirit Hall have such a remarkable talent? This was what puzzled Poseidon the most. Even self-created soul skills are not something everyone can use. For example, the Haotian sect's Great Subtle Hammer and Chaotic Cloak Hammer cannot be used by anyone who is not a disciple of the Haotian sect. Even if they learned it, it would be useless. Even with the same spirit ring, different martial souls would absorb different soul skills. And different types of martial souls might not be able to absorb them at all. The nature and quality of martial souls differ. Even the same self-created soul skill could not be compatible. Forcing its use could injure oneself, and, in severe cases, even harm the source of the martial soul. Yet she saw that among the 3 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, who all had different martial souls, at least 3 of the soul skills they used were the same. For example, the one with the Netherwolf martial soul and the one beside him with the Blade martial soul both used the same group attack soul skill. There's also the yellow energy shield outside their bodies, which she immediately recognized as definitely not belonging to the protective soul power shield of soul masters. Because the defensive ability of the soul power shield that soul masters possess can only be lower than that of low-level soul masters with much lower soul power. The Spirit Hall is truly astonishing. Not only have they developed soul guides, but now they can even create soul skills in large quantities. Poseidon looked at Qian Renlin, who was absorbing the soul ring, and thought with concern that the greater the power of the Spirit Hall, the more ominous the situation on the continent would become. Just the various powers displayed by the Spirit Hall are already beyond what other forces on the continent can resist, especially this holy son of the Spirit Hall. Once he absorbs this soul ring and reaches the title Douluo level, even the title Douluo of Sea God Island would probably be unable to defeat him. But how could she know that Qian Renlin's soul power was only at level 82, and that this soul ring was not being absorbed for his angel martial soul? Chapter 221. The second martial soul, shocking everyone. To get back on track, the Scarlet Soul Ring formed after the death of the Titan Snow Demon King was a full circle larger than the ordinary 100,000-year soul beast soul rings. And compared to the dark red of the 100,000-year soul ring, the color of the Titan Snow Demon King's soul ring was much brighter, entirely scarlet, as if it were condensed from the blood of the soul beast itself. When this Scarlet Soul Ring surrounded Qian Renlin's body, suddenly, a mass of purple mist abruptly appeared behind him, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, a purple mantis with a height of 6 meters manifested behind Qian Renlin. Its slender body, which was purple with black, had distinct sharp angles that conveyed great aggression. Its triangular head had a chin as sharp as a spear tip, bright and piercing red compound eyes, and 2 front limbs with sharp spikes, nearly a meter long, resembling the scythes of the Grim Reaper. Its 2 hind limbs were extremely muscular, full of explosive power, and its claws were not like the delicate claws of other insects, but like the claws of a fierce beast, capable of crushing an adult skull with a single strike. The wings on its back were connected by 2 pairs of 6 bone spikes, looking light yet retaining hardness. When this mantis appeared, the hundreds of thousands of human soul masters in Ice Snow City and the tens of thousands of sea soul masters from Sea God Island seemed to witness something unbelievable, all staring wide-eyed in confusion at the giant purple mantis. I didn't see wrong, did I? That's a mantis? You didn't see wrong. That is indeed a mantis, purple and several meters tall. But isn't the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the biological child of the former and current pope? Shouldn't the martial soul be a 6-winged angel or a spider? Why is a mantis? Even if the martial soul mutated, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Not only were the sea soul masters from Sea God Island perplexed, but the residents of Ice Snow City were equally confused. Wasn't the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's biological child? This was indeed explosive news. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall were also rubbing their eyes, staring blankly, as they had seen Qian Renlin's martial soul before and clearly remembered that it was a 12-winged angel. Why was it a mantis this time? Could his martial soul change shape? Then, what is that? A soul master seemed to discover something shocking and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, the others looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. 10. 100,000-year soul ring. That is actually a 100,000-year soul ring, and there is only one soul ring. The Holy Son is actually the 3rd dual martial soul owner in nearly 1,000 years. Currently on the continent, aside from a few people, no one knew that Tang San also possessed dual martial souls, nor would anyone know that Qian Renlin's second mantis martial soul was forcibly taken from Mo Phone. At this moment, Qian Renlin revealed his second martial soul to outsiders for the first time, shocking everyone present. They could never have imagined that the already extraordinarily powerful Qian Renlin was actually a dual martial soul owner. Poseidon's expression began to turn fearful. If it was just the previous Qian Renlin, while she was also shocked and cautious upon the revelation of his second martial soul, she could no longer remain indifferent, for she saw far too many implications in this martial soul. The first ring of the second martial soul was 100,000 year, and with his status and position in the Spirit Hall, he certainly knew the pros and cons of dual martial souls. Yet Qian Renlin still attached the first soul ring to his second martial soul, and its age had already reached 100,000 years. Now that he released this martial soul at this moment, his intentions were already self-evident. With the first ring at 100,000 years, the second ring would be 200,000 years, not to mention how many years the third soul ring would be. But at least Poseidon was clear that since Qian Renlin had attached this rare 200,000-year soul ring to his second martial soul, there was only one possibility. His first soul ring was already filled with soul rings, and there was no room left for additional soul rings, except to reach level 100 to gain the 10th soul ring. What terrified her even more was that this was only the second soul ring, 200,000 years. And at this moment, Qian Renlin still had a 38,000-year Ice Emperor Scorpion in his possession. After absorbing these two soul rings, to what extent would his physique be enhanced? The higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the amplification it would bring to the soul master's physique, especially with a 100,000-year soul ring. The strength of a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring was worlds apart from one without it. Moreover, when Qian Renlin arrived here, Poseidon had keenly heard an even more shocking piece of news. Deep in the extreme north, there was a terrifying soul beast about to transcend at 700,000 years. When Qian Renlin's body could withstand that level, with the Spirit Hall's ambitions and Qian Renlin's formidable strength, they would certainly head to the northern ice plains to hunt that soul beast with a lifespan of 700,000 years and seize the soul ring. It wouldn't be long before the crisis of Sea God Island's destruction would arrive. Poseidon thought fearfully. Others might not know, but she, as the high priestess of Sea God Island, was fully aware that deep in the Western Sea region, there was a terrifying beast nearing 1,000,000 years, the deep-sea demon whale king, which was 99,000 years old, with such powerful strength and ambition. Once he learned of such an ancient soul beast in the sea, the army of the Spirit Hall would likely march into Sea God Island without hesitation. Moreover, even without this matter, the Spirit Hall would eventually invade Sea God Island. After all, over 20 years ago, a title Douluo had died at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Given the Spirit Hall's temperament and the domineering nature of this holy son, they would not let Sea God Island off the hook. Although Poseidon was favored by the sea god, allowing her demigod soul power to significantly enhance her strength in the sea, could she withstand the holy son's personal assault? Could Sea God Island withstand the invasion of his army? With her mere strength, she could not resist him, and the island's protective formation could not hold back Qian Renlin at that time. Therefore, Poseidon was extremely anxious at this moment. It wouldn't matter if she died. Since becoming the high priestess of Sea God Island, she had already set aside her own life and death. But she couldn't let go of Sea God Island. She couldn't bear to watch tens of thousands of soul masters from Sea God Island perish before her eyes. Nor could she accept the destruction of Sea God Hall by Spirit Hall. Simply put, she decided to take action without hesitation. QianRenlin. You can't blame me for this. Chapter 222. Take action. It was imperative that he could not continue to grow. Otherwise, the entire continent would be plunged into misery. Poseidon's eyes burned with a cold light at this moment. QianRenlin's performance was simply too monstrous with his current strength. He was already beyond the reach of Sea God Island. If he were to gather the soul rings for his second martial soul, what level of power would he reach? Therefore, Poseidon's killing intent arose. She knew that with her strength and the strength of several title Douluo from Sea God Island, they could not kill QianRenlin. However, he was currently at a critical moment absorbing the soul rings, which was the best time to deal with him. Sea Dragon, Sea Star, Sea Phantom, Sea Ghost, Sea Horse, Sea Demon, Sea Spear, title Douluo. Get ready and stop the 3 title Douluo from Spirit Hall and those soul masters. Thinking of this, Poseidon immediately transmitted her soul power to the 7 priests of Sea God Island. The priests were initially stunned, but soon understood the Grand Priest's intention. They were shocked. They did not expect the Grand Priest to be so reckless as to attack QianRenlin here. Grand Priest, please remain calm. You can't act recklessly. He is the holy son of Spirit Hall. The most rational sea dragon Douluo quickly transmitted. To assassinate the holy son of Spirit Hall in Ice Snow City is simply too insane. Regardless of whether we can succeed, even if we do, what then? If we kill one holy son, Spirit Hall still has title Douluo who are at least as strong as Sea God Island and is the top force on the continent. They have families with divine inheritance. Spirit Hall also has a level 99 limit Douluo powerhouse. Adding to that is QianRenlin's mother, Pope Bibi Dong. Spirit Hall has two limit Douluo, and they possess the largest number of soul masters on the continent. Just the soul master station in Ice Snow City exceeds 60,000. Not to mention the reinforcements continually arriving. The number of soul masters currently revealed has already exceeded 100,000. This is just one Ice Snow City with such a massive number of soul masters, let alone the soul master station in son.As City in the east. The number from Spirit Hall there is likely not less than Ice Snow City. How terrifying is this? Even Sea God Island, as the strongest force on the continent, has fewer than 80,000 sea soul masters, and high-level soul masters are scarce. Speaking of high-level soul masters, not to mention that Spirit Hall has 7 offerings above level 95 hidden within. Just the title Douluo dispatched in Ice Snow City amounts to 3. And the number of title Douluo station in son.As City is likely not less than this, adding up to 6, plus the Elder Qian Dalu and Pope Bibi Dong, totaling 8 title Douluo, which is not less than Sea God Island. Therefore, when Poseidon said she would take action against Qian Renlin, it was clear that it was a declaration of war against Spirit Hall. Yes, Grand Priest, this matter needs to be considered long-term. We must not be impulsive. My mind is made up. You need not advise me further. If we do not take action to kill Qian Renlin this time, it will soon be us who die, Poseidon said firmly and resolutely. Despite her elegant and refined exterior, her inner strength was formidable. Once she made a decision, it could not be changed. Hearing Poseidon's words, the other priests fell silent. They had also considered this point, but for the sake of the stability of Sea God Island, they had always adhered to the principle of harmony, avoiding war unless absolutely necessary. The priests, including Sea Horse Douluo, turned to look at Sea Dragon Douluo. If the second priest, Sea Dragon Douluo, agreed, then they would have to fight as well. Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes shifted, his expression very serious, as he weighed the pros and cons. Assassinating Qian Renlin would definitely anger Spirit Hall, adding hatred upon hatred. But not taking action given Spirit Hall's current ambitions, they would eventually launch a war to unify the continent. And it would not be long before they set foot on Sea God Island, since there would inevitably be a confrontation with Spirit Hall. And such a great opportunity was in front of them. Why not take the chance to eliminate this monster now? With his resolve firm, Sea Dragon Douluo transmitted his soul power. All right, since we have already made enemies with Spirit Hall, and now there is such an opportunity to kill the holy son of Spirit Hall, we will act together and simply kill these 3 title Douluo as well. Since Sea Dragon Douluo agreed, the other 6 priests no longer hesitated. After exchanging glances, they all nodded firmly, agreeing with Sea Dragon Douluo's words. Since they had decided to take action, it was a perfect moment to eliminate these 3 title Douluo as well. Watching the 7 great priests all agree with her decision, Poseidon nodded secretly, very pleased that these title Douluo could assess the situation and did not retreat just because of Spirit Hall's formidable power. At this moment, the 3 title Douluo guarding Qian Renlin were completely unaware of Sea God Island's plan. After all, within Ice Snow City, they didn't believe that anyone would be foolish enough to dare to attack the Holy Sun here. At most, they were just preventing anyone from causing a disturbance that might interrupt Qian Renlin. At this moment, they were all fully alert, eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings. If they noticed any suspicious individuals, they would not hesitate to strike and eliminate them. Poseidon focused intently on Qian Renlin, who was absorbing the soul rings. Although he had already absorbed at least 200,000-year soul rings, this time he was absorbing a 200,000-year soul ring. She knew very well that her time was limited, yet she still waited, not wanting to act too hastily. She didn't even dare to use her soul power at this moment to avoid alerting him to her soul power fluctuations. She understood that for a powerhouse like Qian Renlin, even in the process of absorbing soul rings, as long as the rings had not truly integrated into his body, he could forcibly sever the connection between himself and the soul rings at cost. As for the 3 title Douluo guarding him, Poseidon didn't regard them highly at all. Not to mention her own powerful strength at level 99, none of the priests beside her had a soul power lower than level 95. Therefore, these 3 title Douluo, with the highest being only level 93, could not withstand the combined attack of so many powerful individuals, even if each possessed more than a dozen soul skills. Looking at Qian Renlin in the sky, when the 6-meter-tall purple mantis appeared, the scarlet soul rings surrounding him suddenly merged into the mantis. At this moment, Poseidon, who had been waiting, suddenly moved, shouting, "Take action!" Chapter 223. Do you think this can harm the Holy Sun? Take action. Boom. As Poseidon's words fell, 8 powerful auras swept across the scene. Before the people in Ice Snow City could react, 8 figures led by Poseidon surged towards Qian Renlin like lightning. You dare. 3 titled Douluo, who had been watching the surroundings in the sky, reacted immediately when Poseidon moved. They shouted angrily, and with a surge of soul power, a massive black eagle appeared above the head of one of the titled Douluo at level 93. The moment the martial spirit appeared, countless black feathers shot from its wings towards Poseidon and the others. At the same time, the other 2 titled Douluo released their martial spirits. A ghostly wolf enveloped in black smoke appeared behind one of the 91 level titled Douluo. Without any hesitation, the 7th soul ring flashed, and the 1-meter-tall ghost wolf merged violently with this titled Douluo. Its height surged to 2 meters, and its body expanded significantly, with 10 sharp claws becoming extremely pointed and long, and 2 massive fangs protruding from its mouth. After completing this transformation, the 9th soul ring of the ghost Douluo flashed, and under the enhancement of the Shantian skill within, he suddenly dashed towards the only priest among them, clawing at the other with hundreds of strikes in an instant. Meanwhile, the other 91 level titled Douluo also unleashed his martial spirit, a flame moon saber engulfed in blue flames appearing in his hand, under the true form of his martial spirit. This flame moon saber transformed from a length of 1.2 meters into a giant sword, stepping boldly in front of QianRenlin. With a flash of his 6th soul ring, the flame saber gripped the large sword with both hands and slashed out a blue flame blade towards Poseidon and the others. Boom! Bang, 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 bang. The massive sounds echoed. But neither the flame blade attack from the flame saber Douluo nor the hard feather rain attack from the black eagle Douluo had any effect on Poseidon and the others. Poseidon formed a blue energy shield in front of her and charged at high speed toward QianRenlin, her gaze fixed on him without a moment's deviation. As expected of the high priest of Devil Island, my black feather attacks have no effect on her at all. The handsome face of the black eagle Douluo became extremely serious at this moment. The other side had 398 level super Douluo, 395 level super Douluo, 196 level super Douluo, and 199 level limit Douluo. Even though the 3 of them possessed martial skills created by the sun himself, they still couldn't affect them. If it were just one priest, even a 98 level title Douluo, the 3 of us would not be afraid at all. But with 7 super Douluo and 1 limit Douluo, but do you think you can approach the highness like this? Overestimating yourselves. The black eagle Douluo's expression turned cold, and he raised his right hand high, shouting, "Eagle team, form up." Watching the expression of the black eagle Douluo change from serious to cold in an instant, Poseidon's heart involuntarily dropped. She felt something was off. Sure enough. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the black eagle Douluo finished speaking, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and countless figures dressed in black robes lined up neatly behind him. These black-robed individuals all wore eagle masks and had several tufts of black feathers on their shoulders. Their eyes filled with a cold, iron-blooded demeanor. Refer to the outfit of the crow, but with a spiked mask on their faces. At this moment, the many soul masters in Ice Snow City and the sea soul masters from Sea God Island also reacted. None of them expected that someone would launch a surprise attack on the son of the Spirit Hall at this time, and the attackers were actually the 8 priests from Sea God Island. At this moment, seeing the cold and unfriendly gazes around them, the soul masters from Sea God Island began to feel uneasy. They had only 2 nameless soul masters here, while Ice Snow City had a full million. The Sea Soul Masters panicked, but the mainland Soul Masters were furious. They never expected that the group they had considered good people and mysterious Soul Masters wanted to harm the son of the Spirit Hall, whom they had always revered. They glared angrily at the Sea Soul Masters, and under the surge of countless soul powers, a massive pressure bore down on the Sea Soul Masters, making them tremble. On the verge of taking action. What? How is this possible? In the sky, Poseidon and the priests from Sea God Island looked at the suddenly appearing black-robed figures, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had not sensed the existence of this hidden group at all. When did they arrive? Why didn't they show up during the beast tide? Why did they wait until now to reveal themselves? These 3 questions flooded the minds of the 8 titled Douluo, and at this moment, they truly realized just how terrifying the Spirit Hall was. They were able to endure so much in such a significant crisis in Ice Snow City. They still concealed a force that had not been revealed. Was the Spirit Hall afraid that we would help them resist the beast tide and then turn against them? What terrified them even more was that the Spirit Hall had never trusted Sea God Island from the beginning. even though they came to assist Ice Snow City in resisting the beast tide as saviors. The Spirit Hall still did not trust them and secretly retained a force to guard against them. But what does it matter? Just a mere 1,000 soul emperors. I'm a 99 level limit Douluo, and I have 7 super Douluo above 95 beside me. You only have 3 ordinary Douluo below 94. How can you resist me? But then Poseidon coldly said she had already seen that the highest among these black-robed people were only a few level 70-something soul saints, while the rest were all soul emperors in their 60s. Did they think these people could withstand so many peerless Douluo? Let's see. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the black eagle Douluo revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a fierce wave of his right hand. The black eagle, demon eagle, and martial spirit possession instantly flew out from his body, soaring above the 1,000 members of the eagle team. Without waiting for the black eagle Douluo to signal, the 1,000 black-cloaked eagle mass soul masters simultaneously released their martial spirits. Unsurprisingly, all of them were flying-type martial spirits, and even the colors of their martial spirits were all black. This is impossible. The priests from Sea God Island were shocked as they looked at the martial spirits released by the eagle team. They never expected that this group of people would all have bird-type martial spirits, and their colors were all black. They were astonished, looking incredulously at these bird-type martial spirits. A Soul Master Legion composed entirely of 1,000 flying bird-type martial spirits. How difficult is that? No other force in the world could accomplish this. Even if Sea God Island consisted entirely of marine life, they couldn't gather 1,000 soul masters of the same type. Some of them had fish martial spirits. Some had turtle martial spirits, and even some had shark martial spirits, as well as octopus fish martial spirits. Although they were all aquatic creatures, the varieties were different. It is evident that even Sea God Island could not gather 1,000 soul masters of the same martial spirit type, making it so unbelievable to see the Spirit Hall's 1,000 soul masters composed entirely of bird-type martial spirits. Chapter 224. Breaking the Formation. Eagle Formation. It must be said that since Poseidon and the others insisted on taking action against Qian Renlin, their subordinates naturally had nothing more to say to the other party. Anyone who dared to disrespect or offend His Highness must die, even if the people from Sea God Island were strong. Black Eagle Douluo and the others would not retreat at all. Boom! As soon as the words fell, 1,000-strong Soul Master Legion, composed entirely of flying bird martial souls, stood in neat rows behind Black Eagle Douluo with their hands clasped in front of their chests. Their cold, emotionless eyes slowly closed, and at that moment, a thick black mist surged from this group of soul masters, causing the figures of the 1,000 Eagle Legion to gradually disappear from view. At the same time, the elemental soul power within these 1,000 soul masters surged towards the black magic eagle in the sky. Sensing the momentum merging into one among the 1,000 soul masters, and the increasingly powerful presence of the black eagle, Poseidon and the others grew increasingly serious, not because the opponent's strength was growing, but because this was the first time the people from Sea God Island encountered such a miraculous formation. The ability to gather the power of 1,000 soul emperors into one person was an extraordinary skill that they could not fathom how the Spirit Hall achieved, nor did they know who had created it. However, it was undeniable that with such technology, the Spirit Hall was absolutely invincible in the competition of Soul Master Legions. Although they knew how they managed to reach this level, even a martial soul fusion technique required time. Poseidon's gaze turned cold, and the 3-meter-long golden scepter in her right hand instantly vanished. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, a majestic and imposing old figure appeared behind her. This was her martial soul, Sea God. Boom! As the Sea God martial soul appeared, a powerful blue soul power surged like flowing water towards the huge black magic eagle behind Black Eagle Douluo. She aimed to disrupt them before the martial soul fusion technique of the 1,000 soul emperors could merge. Black Eagle Douluo's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Eagle martial soul behind him let out a roar. The 6-meter-wide wings on its back shook violently, and countless black feathers spread around it like short swords. In an instant, these soul power feathers coalesced into a barrier that connected seamlessly like a copper wall and iron bastion. Bang, 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 bang. Poseidon's sea blue soul power collided with the feather shield, akin to a raging river crashing against a dam. Although the power was immense, it made no progress whatsoever. How could their defensive capability be so strong? Poseidon's expression tightened. Although she hadn't used a soul technique, she was a level 99 limit Douluo. while the opponent was merely a level 93 low-ranked titled echoed-Ah. Even with the amplification of 1,000 soul emperors, it should only reach the realm of a super Douluo at most. There isn't enough time. You all hurry and kill their holy son. This person I will handle. It may sound long, but only a few breaths had passed since they started to act. Seeing Qian Renlin's martial soul's might growing stronger, Poseidon quickly said to see Dragon Do-Ah and the others. Otherwise, if they allowed him to absorb the soul ring and awaken, they collectively might not be able to handle him. After saying that, Poseidon wasted no more time, instantly manifesting her martial soul and charging towards Black Eagle Douluo. The other 7 priests had no objections, their figures flashing as they rapidly approached the closed-eyed Qian Renlin. With the Grand Priest's restraint, they did not believe that even with the enhancement of 1,000 soul emperors, they could stop them. You dare. 9th soul skill, Wolf Shadow instant kill. 9th soul skill, Flame Demon blazing slash. Huh. Seeing the 7 great priests charging swiftly, Ghost Do-Ah and Flame Blade, Dalu quickly stood in front of Qian Renlin and shouted, instantly unleashing their 9th soul skills. Ghost Dalu vanished like a ghost, and in the next moment appeared before one of the priests. With the enhancement of the Qian skill, before the opponent could react, he instantly clawed at the opponent several hundred times, his figure darting back and forth to another priest. He moved through the void, darting and clawing, his figure so ethereal that the opponent could not capture his presence at all. At the same time, Flame Blade Dalu's attack arrived fiercely, unleashing a series of massive fiery blades that collided with the 7 priests. Boom! Amidst a series of thunderous roars, when the mist from the soul power explosion dissipated, Ghost Dalu and Flame Blade Dalu looked on in shock. Under their strongest attacks, these priests remained completely unharmed. The 7 super Daluos, 6 men and 1 woman, continued to fly towards them at high speed. Even with His Highness's Qian skill, facing the combined attack of 7 super Daluos above level 95, they would still be unable to harm them, let alone withstand even for a moment. Flame Blade Dalu's expression darkened. They did not know how long it would take for Qian Renlin to absorb the soul ring, not to mention whether the opponent could awaken in a short time. Even if he could act, they, as elders of the Spirit Hall, would not allow the priest from Sea God Island to approach His Highness. At this moment, Qian Renlin had already sensed Poseidon and the others' ill intentions the moment he began absorbing the soul ring. Yet he showed no concern and continued absorbing the soul ring without changing his expression. Not to mention that this mere 200,000-year soul ring could be absorbed with a wave of his hand. His own created technique, the Holy Lin Sutra, would automatically protect him at the first sign of danger. Furthermore, although he was in the process of absorbing the soul ring, his consciousness was very clear. Should any crisis arise, he could release a mental attack at the first moment. The reason he did not take action against Poseidon and the others was that he wanted to let them fight first. This level of battle was something he had never even witnessed, let alone the existence of Black Eagle Dalu at this level. So now, having a powerful opponent at hand was just right for him to refine the combat experience of the titled Daluos of the Spirit Hall and the compatibility of the 1,000 Flying Eagle team's martial soul fusion formation. Just as Poseidon was about to approach Black Eagle Dalu and deliver a decisive blow to completely disrupt their martial soul fusion technique, the martial soul fusion technique of the 1,000 soul emperors completed its fusion at this moment. As the formation took shape, Black Eagle Dalu did not hesitate to retreat and merge with his martial soul. Battle skill, Flame Demon Domain. Wind. The moment the battle formation formed from 1,000 soul emperors was completed, under the leadership of Black Eagle Dalu, it unleashed the only battle skill of the Flying Eagle formation, Flame Demon Domain. Flame Demon Domain is a domain-type skill and is the only army among the many Soul Master Legions of the Spirit Hall to possess a domain-type skill. Even the B-Soul Legion, led by Black Tiger Dalu, had to forcibly coalesce a sea of fire from powerful flame energy. At the instant Flame Demon Domain was unleashed, black waves, resembling fire and water, immediately filled the sky within a radius of 1,000 meters. Within this domain, Black Eagle Dalu's combat power surged to 200%, while enemies inside would experience a significant drop in strength, especially fire and water attribute Soul Masters, who would be even more heavily suppressed. Domain. Poseidon's expression changed. She had lost count of how many times she had been shocked today. However, the event she encountered today left her no choice but to be astonished. The martial soul fusion technique could actually integrate into a domain skill? How incredible is that? What a formidable spear haul. It's truly becoming more and more unbelievable. However, although Poseidon is shocked, the killing intent in her heart is growing stronger. Such a powerful army. There is no force in this world that can resist it. Not even Sea God Island is an exception. Therefore, she is even more determined to kill these people here. With a wave of her right hand, the 8th black soul ring lights up, and suddenly a huge blue trident, formed from water system demigod soul power, gathers in front of Poseidon, shooting violently towards the black giant eagle. In the blink of an eye, under the fierce momentum of the blue trident, the flames manifested by the Inferno demon domain along its path are dissolved by the powerful water god soul power on the trident. The black eagle Douluo's expression sharpens, and he quickly releases his 9th soul skill, Black Demon Extreme Spike. At the same time, the Xin Tiangong in his body starts to operate rapidly, and the 2 large wings behind the black eagle wrap around his front, preparing to withstand the opponent's blow. He knows very well that he cannot defeat a powerhouse like Poseidon, but even if he dies, he must protect QianRenlin and not let the opponent get close to her. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the blue trident, condensed from soul power, violently crashes against the black eagle's wing wall. The tremendous explosive force and impact caused the black eagle's wing wall to have no means of resisting the trident's might, instantly puncturing a large hole, with countless feathers scattering in the surrounding sky. Amidst the black eagle's painful scream, the giant trident, after piercing through the wing wall, continues with its might towards the black eagle. The black eagle Douluo's pupils constrict. He looks at the trident that is getting closer and closer, and without time to make any defenses, with a whoosh, he is instantly knocked back by a tremendous force, his martial soul disintegrating under this blow. Thousands of soul emperors spit out mouthfuls of blood and fall towards the icy city below, although the 1,000 soul emperors greatly enhance their strength. The black eagle Douluo is at most within the realm of Super Douluo, faced with the 8th soul skill of a demigod powerhouse. Even with the restriction of the domain, he still cannot withstand it. City Lord, brother, watching the black eagle Douluo, whose chest has been pierced and is flying back. Both the residents of the icy city below and the other 2 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall express their sorrowful grief at this moment. You damned fishermen dare to kill my Spirit Hall elder. No matter where you go, no matter how many generations pass, you will suffer the pursuit of the Spirit Hall forever. Roar! The phantom Douluo and the flame blade Douluo roar, preparing to rush forward and perish with the priests of Sea God Island. Ever since the establishment of the icy city, they have been inseparable, guarding it together. After decades of emotions, from the original soul Douluo to now titled Douluo, they have never left each other. They have witnessed the icy city transform from a border town to the largest city on the continent after the Holy Sun took power. They have accompanied each other through so much, and now seeing their leader, the black eagle Douluo, pierced in the chest by that damned woman, how can they not be furious? Oof. This is just the beginning. The good show is yet to come. Poseidon disregards the looks of those who seem ready to tear her apart, her eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. Since she has already made an enemy of the Spirit Hall, a battle between the 2 sides is inevitable. After deciding to take action at this moment, she has no intention of letting go of these 3 titled the 1,000 Soul Master Army and the over 1 million residents of the icy city below. If possible, she wants to kill them all. Now that this giant eagle is dead, why aren't you all hurrying to take action? Hearing Poseidon's reprimand, the sea dragon Douluo and others come back to their senses and continue to charge towards Yin Yu and the others. Meanwhile, the human soul masters below glare angrily at this group of sea soul masters. Without further ado, they unleash their soul skills and attack the sea soul masters. And with only about 20,000 sea soul masters, whose strength is greatly diminished on the continent, how can they withstand the furious attacks of 1 million soul masters? In less than a breath, more than half of the 16,000 sea soul masters have been killed or injured. As for the millions of soul beasts outside the city, some of the leaders with 10,000 years of experience, upon seeing the humans beginning to harm and kill each other, and with one titled already severely injured, are tempted to break through the icy city at this moment. However, they look at the Ice Emperor still captured by the human boy and hesitate. Boom! Poseidon now has no time to care about the situation of the sea soul masters below, compared to the tens of thousands of soul masters on Sea God Island. These mere 10,000 lives are insignificant. To sacrifice for Sea God Island is their honor. Alas! At this moment, a sigh is heard from around. and the 8 priests of Sea God Island stopped their movements and cautiously scanned their surroundings. They did not expect that, even at this point, there would still be mysterious powerhouses hiding nearby. Hurry up and kill him. Delay will cause changes. Poseidon's expression tightens as she releases her Sea God domain. Descending into the surrounding void, wielding a trident formed from soul skills, charging at QianRenlin at high speed. She does not care whether there are mysterious powerhouses hiding, nor does she care if the Spirit Hall powerhouses have come to resist the beast tide. She only cares about QianRenlin. She is solely focused on killing her. Chapter 225. You know nothing of this holy son's power. Wong. Silence. The entire void falls silent at this moment. Whether it is the million soul masters below, or the flame blade Douluo and phantom Douluo, all are staring in astonishment at the sea blue trident that is less than 3 centimeters away from QianRenlin. Just now, the 8 titled Douluo led by Poseidon broke through the 2 titled guarding in front of QianRenlin, coming to his side. But just when everyone thought this trident would pierce QianRenlin, the entire void suddenly trembles, and a powerful pressure emanates from QianRenlin's body, preventing the trident from advancing even a fraction. What? How is this possible? Poseidon is horrified. She never expected that having come this far, she would be stopped at this point, as if her trident were blocked by an iron wall, exceptionally hard. Has he already awakened? Poseidon feels a chill in her heart. From the moment they attacked until now, it has only been a few dozen breaths, a time far too short to absorb a soul ring. But if he hasn't awakened, then what is this substantial pressure? See God. True body. Poseidon grits her teeth, disregarding everything else. She must kill him now. The 6-meter-high sea god martial soul is extremely imposing, and when the 7th soul ring around it lights up, it merges with Poseidon in an instant. Under the enhancement of the true martial soul, the already powerful trident attack instantly doubles in might. Boom! Under the powerful might, the surrounding air emitted a series of breaking sounds. What startled her was that the substantial pressure condensing in front of QianRenlin remained unmoved, blocking her path. No matter how powerful the trident was, no matter how fierce Poseidon's attacks were, facing this wall of soul force, not even a single step could be taken forward. How strong? Just relying on his own pressure to prevent me from advancing even a little, his strength is definitely not just at the demigod level. Could it be within the realm of gods? Poseidon gritted her teeth, beads of cold sweat emerging on her forehead. Under this pressure, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. With her level 99 strength, combined with the boost from the 8th level divine test, she still couldn't break through the opponent's protective defense. This was something that no demigod could achieve. The 7 priests surrounding her, including the sea dragon echoed.Ah, also widened their eyes in shock, staring at QianRenlin in disbelief. Under this tremendous pressure, they found themselves unable to move. Suddenly, before anyone could react, under everyone's astonishment, the enormous protective soul power surrounding QianRenlin suddenly surged. And with a loud bang, the 8 priests from Sea God Island, including Poseidon, were sent flying as if struck hard. Boom! The purple mantis behind QianRenlin let out a shrill cry, and the crimson soul rings surrounding it suddenly shone brightly, a powerful aura sweeping across the entire arena. QianRenlin's eerie and his sharp eyes slowly opened, a flash of purple golden light flickering. Instantly, the entire void seemed to solidify. The 1,000 soul emperor troops, severely injured and falling from Poseidon's attack, along with the black eagle echoed.Ah, froze in that moment. I had already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you are useless. A calm voice echoed from the void. QianRenlin concealed his radiant presence and pressure, slowly gazing at the terrified sea dragon and the other 7 titled Douluo, then turned to look at the black eagle Douluo, whose chest had been pierced with a large bloody hole. You dare to harm the people of the Spirit Hall. QianRenlin's eyes turned cold as he pushed away the Ice Emperor in his arms, tossing her to Yin Douluo's side. He then extended a hand, a powerful pulling force emanating from his palm. Instantly, the only female on Sea God Island, aside from Poseidon, the Sea Witch Douluo, could only let out a startled cry before being uncontrollably pulled to QianRenlin's side. Sea Witch, what do you want to do? Let her go. The Sea Witch Douluo was restrained, and Poseidon and the others immediately exclaimed in alarm, wanting to rush over to save her. However, they were pressed down by an overwhelming invisible force, unable to move at all, only able to widen their eyes in anxiety. What do you think you're doing? Those who injure the people of the Spirit Hall must pay the price. This is the first, but it will definitely not be the last. QianRenlin's expression was indifferent as he grasped the sea which Douluo's neck, using his free left hand to pull the black eagle Dalu, who was frozen in mid-air, to him as well. Feel the price of offending this holy son. Can you bear it? As his voice fell, QianRenlin's pupils suddenly turned pitch black, devoid of any white. A terrifying aura emanating from him. Under the terrified gaze of the sea witch Douluo, a powerful devouring force enveloped her entire body. Sea witch, you demon, what are you trying to do? It was I who was injured by this seed. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Bullying a weak woman, a super Dalu, what kind of ability is that? In the void, Poseidon, who was restrained, struggled violently and shouted at QianRenlin. But facing QianRenlin's spatial power, how could Poseidon, with her mere sea god power, break free? The seven-titled Dalu could only watch helplessly as the sea which Daluo's body shriveled up little by little until she turned into a desiccated corpse. This scene was invisible to the ordinary soul masters below. QianRenlin had released his spatial power to block the human soul masters in Ice and Snow City to prevent them from witnessing his devouring energy. To them, QianRenlin and the other titled Dalu had all disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, Poseidon and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that the holy son of the continent's #1 power would possess such a malicious ability, forcibly devouring the essence of a titled Dalu to enhance himself. So, it turns out you have this ability to achieve your current strength? No wonder you can attain such accomplishments at just 14 years of age. Poseidon and the others finally understood why QianRenlin could achieve such feats at such a young age. It turned out he could devour others' power to enhance himself. Upon hearing this, QianRenlin casually tossed aside the now desiccated sea witch Dalu, snorting coldly. Humph. You know nothing of this holy son's power. Chapter 226. 20 years ago, you were the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the holy son revered by all soul masters on the continent. How can you commit such an outrageous act, using the life force of others to enhance your strength? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Poseidon, at this moment, was more concerned about the sea witch Daluo's death. She never expected that, as the grandson of Qian Dalu, the esteemed holy son of the Spirit Hall, he would actually rely on devouring the life force of others to increase his own strength. Not to mention how he accomplished this. Such actions alone would not be accepted by the continent. It was immoral and against the will of heaven. Oof. This is the characteristic of my martial soul. Its existence is the truth. Rather, it is you who attacked this holy son while I was absorbing soul rings, injuring the hero defending Ice and Snow City. The ones truly deserving of divine retribution are you, Sea God Island. QianRenlin said coldly, casually infusing the life force he had absorbed from the sea witch Daluo into the black eagle Daluo. Instantly, the wound on the black eagle Daluo's chest, heavily injured by Poseidon's trident, began to heal at a visible speed, the dissipating life force slowly recovering at that moment. After finishing all this, QianRenlin released the black eagle Daluo, waved his hand, and a rich life aura was released, descending upon the 1,000 soul emperor troops frozen in midair. Under the powerful life elements, the injuries of the 1,000 flying eagle troops, who had been severely wounded by Poseidon's residual attack, rapidly healed. Watching QianRenlin's series of actions, Poseidon and the others fell silent. To say that he devoured the essence of the sea, which Dalu was against natural law and harmed heaven, but he was right. Everything that exists has its truth. However, deep down, they still felt that such an evil ability should not exist. But now, witnessing him use life force to restore the black eagle Dalu and the 1,000 soul emperor's wounds, their hearts began to become conflicted. Although he was saving the people of the Spirit Hall, his own subordinates, the fact that his martial soul could achieve this indicated many issues. Being able to devour and destroy others, yet simultaneously able to heal and give life, destruction and life, evil and justice. When all these elements converge into one, what in this world could possibly destroy him? Is this fate? Should the Spirit Hall truly unify the continent? What will become of Sea God Island? At this moment, Poseidon was confused. She began to doubt everything she had done. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, her principle was to prioritize peace. If the continent were to unite, there would inevitably be war, and with war comes death. She did not want to see death, nor did she wish to witness it. However, as the high priestess of Sea God Island, she could not allow Sea God Island to be affected in any way, nor could she permit the Sea God Temple to be destroyed in an instant. 20 years ago, you were able to launch a war against Sea God Island. So 20 years later, With the increasingly powerful Spirit Hall and your wolfish ambitions, you certainly would not let Sea God Island go unscathed. Poseidon spoke with a resolute tone, stating that long ago, when Spirit Hall discovered the existence of Sea God Island, they had already waged war to occupy its territory. Due to the unique characteristics of Sea God Island, they even lost a titled Douluo, and the thousands of Spirit Hall soul masters who accompanied him were completely annihilated. Since then, Spirit Hall had labeled Sea God Island as a Devil Island, implying that it was a forbidden place for soul masters of the continent, where no one could return alive. Yet Poseidon knew that, given Spirit Hall's vengeful nature, they would not let this grudge go, especially as their ambition to unify the continent gradually became apparent. They could not allow a force like Sea God Island to continue to exist. Qian Renlin naturally knew what Poseidon was referring to. Before that, his grandfather Qian Dalu had already known Poseidon and had expressed his feelings to her alongside Tang San. But later, due to her remark about who would become a god first would receive her favor, he reluctantly gave up on that affection and honestly found a woman to give birth to Qian Renlin. As for Spirit Hall attacking Sea God Island with a legion of soul masters, Qian Dalu probably thought that it would be best to annihilate the opponent and then forcibly keep Poseidon by his side. But unexpectedly, Sea God Island's strength was unfathomable, with titled Douluo experts emerging one after another. Additionally, with all the sea soul masters present, the unique environment made it extremely unfavorable for continental soul masters to fight there, resulting in the complete annihilation of the soul masters who went to Sea God Island. At that time, Spirit Hall did not have nearly as many soul masters, lacked battle formation skills, and their cultivation speed was very slow. After suffering significant losses, they were directly reduced from the martial god temple to Spirit Hall. And out of fear of Sea God Island's strength, they could only lie low and bide their time. It wasn't until Qian Renlin became the Holy Son and began to take power that he reformed many of Spirit Hall's established practices. Not only did the number of soul masters and their cultivation speed increase dramatically, but titled Douluo experts also began to emerge one after another, significantly increasing Spirit Hall's strength, leading them to reignite their ambitions against Sea God Island. 20 years ago, many soul masters of Spirit Hall accidentally entered Sea God Island, intending to find shelter for the night. But they did not expect that your hearts would be so malicious, launching a midnight raid to slaughter them, causing them to forever sleep in the jaws of the deep sea. Qian Renlin said with a serious expression and a dignified tone, "Now that I, the Holy Son, have undergone years of hard training and finally achieved success, it is time to avenge those good men who died for Spirit Hall." What? Poseidon and the others listened in shock as Qian Renlin spoke such grandiose words. What do you mean by just wanting to find shelter? And what midnight raid to slaughter Spirit Hall personnel? Years of hard training? Are you sure your cultivation is not gained by devouring others? How could you say such shameless words? You're talking nonsense. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Renlin finished speaking, the most irritable sea horse Da began to curse loudly. Clearly, it was you, Spirit Hall, who wanted to attack and annex our Sea God Island. Yet you have the audacity to turn black and white around and say that we Sea God Island ambushed and harmed you? The remains of those who died for you are still sinking in the sea. And as their holy son, you speak such heartless words. If those who have died knew of this, how heartbroken they would be. Heh. Qian Renlin smiled upon hearing this. So what? They sacrificed themselves for Spirit Hall, and that is their honor. Since you also admit that they were killed by you and their bodies still lie on the seabed, then as their holy son, I must avenge them and then retrieve their remains from the seabed. Otherwise, their bodies would be homeless. Cough, cough. Readers on other platforms cannot see the author's words, so let me say a few words here. Those readers who have followed this book on other platforms to this point must also love this book. If it's not too much trouble, please come to Qidian and cast a recommendation vote. I would be extremely grateful. Chapter 227, Flanders' Worry in the North Region. The battle between Qian Renlin and Sea God Island's people was about to erupt. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in a small county town, a small battlefield was also unfolding. A beast tide suddenly erupted in the Stardo Great Forest and the extreme north, the two largest gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, catching everyone off guard. The two major cities guarding the border suffered heavy casualties. The continent now faced the greatest crisis in history, and both empires and Spirit Hall could not sit idly by. They issued orders for all soul masters across the continent to take this as their mission and rush to the battlefield to support the two empires. With the crisis looming over the continent, Tang San and the others who came to participate in the Soul Master Elite competition were not noticed by Spirit Hall. Taking advantage of the chaos across the continent, Tang San and the others also left Spirit City with the main force, heading swiftly toward the Heaven-Do Empire. However, just as they were less than 10 kilometers from the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, Flander suddenly led Dai Mubai and the others to change direction toward another place. After 3 days of rushing at full speed, they finally arrived at an inconspicuous small county town over 100 kilometers away. Seeing their teacher in a hurry and anxious, Ma Hongjun asked in confusion, "Teacher, why are we not going to Heaven-Do City and instead coming to this desolate small county town?" Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the rest of Shrek Academy looked at Flander, their calm exterior hiding their confusion. They also did not understand why Flander suddenly deviated from the main force to come to this small place when they were close to Heaven-Do City. Sigh. The continent is in turmoil, and it's all chaos. Even Heaven-Do City is not safe. Flander signaled Dai Mubai to put down Tang San, turn around, and close the doors and windows helplessly, saying, "Teacher, are you saying that if we go to Heaven-Do City at this time, it would be dangerous? But who would attack us?" Ma Hongjun asked with a frown, confused by Flander's words. Flander nodded, saying yes. Now that the elite troops of the two empires and Spirit Hall are all heading to the two main border cities to resist the Soul Beasts, Heaven-Do City is left vulnerable. With Spirit Hall's wolfish ambitions, if they were to attack Heaven-Do Empire at this time, they could easily take Heaven-Do City without losing a single soldier. Flander stopped Ma Hongjun from speaking. "I know you have doubts, but we cannot be careless. We do not know what the situation is like in the East region and North region now, but in just 3 days, the reinforcements from Spirit Hall and the two empires cannot possibly arrive at the battlefield so quickly. However, it is precisely during these 3 days, without the support of Spirit Hall and the two empires, that the soul beasts from the Star-Do Great Forest and the extreme north have not stepped into the East region and North region, which is enough to show that the soldiers guarding Star-Do City and Ice Snow City have temporarily held back the beast tide, preventing the situation from worsening. But teacher, this only shows that the scale of the beast tide launched by these two major soul beast gathering places is generally average, and the guards of the two border cities manage to hold them off. Why do you say this is related to the safety of the two empires?" Ma Hongjun asked in confusion, as he still didn't understand how these two matters were connected. Logically speaking, even if the border situation was temporarily controlled, the Spirit Hall would have sent reinforcements to these two places, and at this time, their army should be weakened. How could they have the extra strength to launch a surprise attack on the two empires? On the side, Dai Mubai, who had been silently listening to Flanders, seemed to be pondering something. He hadn't thought of this before, but as the third prince of the Star-Luo Empire, he was very intelligent. Once Flanders pointed it out, he understood what the other party was worried about. Sure enough, after Ma Hongjun spoke, Flanders shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. The current situation at the borders, which has not further affected the eastern and northern regions, indicates that for some unknown reason, the continent is temporarily free from excessive danger. Since the continent's safety has been temporarily controlled for reasons unknown, this scene is undoubtedly what the Spirit Hall is most eager to see. Once they realize that there is no crisis on the continent, think about what they would do next." After Flanders said this with a serious expression, Ma Hongjun suddenly realized. The teacher meant that after the Spirit Hall discovered that this crisis on the continent was just a false alarm, they would take advantage of the two empires' weakened military strength to launch a surprise attack on them. With the Spirit Hall's ruthless ambition, once they find out that this so-called crisis is not as serious as they thought, they are very likely to take advantage of the vacuum period when the main forces of the two empires are heading to the border and attack the two empires overnight to implement their plan to unify the continent. But how could this be possible? Not to mention that the Spirit Hall's current strength is also in a weakened state, even if their reinforcements return to this place. It would take some time. During this period, since the Spirit Hall can think of this point, then the two empires cannot be unaware of it. This point was not only thought of by Ma Hongjun, but even the other teachers from Shrek and Dai Mubai also very much agreed with each other's words. After all, whether it was the Star-Do Forest or the extreme north, they were far away from the Spirit Hall. From the time it would take for them to travel back and forth, even if it were tidal Douluo strong, it would still take more than half a month at full speed. During this period, the two empires and other sect forces would have long reacted and could make corresponding preparations. No, the Spirit Hall is not as simple as you think. Their strength has not truly fully surfaced. At this moment, Flanders' expression suddenly became extremely serious. Just thinking about the various things he had seen in the spirit hall over the past half-month made him feel inexplicably chilled. Could it be that the elite forces of the spirit hall have not all been deployed? Upon hearing Flanders' words, everyone present was immediately shocked. They did not expect that facing the crisis of the continent, the spirit hall still had hidden strength. What were they thinking? Were they not afraid that the continent would truly be destroyed? Do you remember the girl who injured San back then? Flanders said solemnly. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he blurted out, the one called the Holy Messenger? Then he wondered, but wasn't she only at rank 59? How could her strength possibly affect the Heaven-Do Empire? With her strength, she naturally couldn't pose a threat to the two empires. But do you know what I discovered during my time in the Spirit Hall? Chapter 228, The Strength of the Web Hall. As Flanders' solemn words were spoken, everyone present held their breath, feeling that the next words would be very unbelievable. Sure enough, Flanders first glanced at Tang San, who was still unconscious but whose complexion was gradually becoming rosy, then looked around at everyone present and said, the Spirit Hall is far from as simple as outsiders see. Outsiders only know that the Spirit Hall possesses 60% of the Soul Masters in the entire continent, with nearly 10 titled Douluos. At this point, Flanders paused and said in a low voice, but everything I've seen in Spirit City indicates that the Spirit Hall's strength is far beyond this. In the entire Spirit City, not a single person is an ordinary person. They're all Soul Masters, and except for newborn infants, the lowest among them are at least rank 20 Great Soul Masters. What? The residents in the tens of thousands are all at least Great Soul Masters? How is that possible? As soon as Flanders' words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. During their half-month in the Spirit Hall, aside from occasionally watching other people's matches, they had hardly stepped out of the door. They did not expect the Spirit Hall to have so many Soul Masters. It is known that even the Heaven-Do Empire, with a population of tens of millions, has only a mere 100,000 Great Soul Masters. The rest are mostly low-level Soul Masters with soul power below level 10, and many are ordinary mortals without any soul power at all. It is easy to imagine how incredible it is for Spirit City to have tens of thousands of residents with at least rank 20 Great Soul Master cultivation. Moreover, the main point is that the Spirit Hall does not only have one Spirit City. This is just because their headquarters is located in the center of Spirit City. So outsiders only know about this small city. However, they know that tens of kilometers away from Spirit City, there is another large city directly under their leadership, and that city scale is not at all smaller than the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire. If this is the case, then even if the number of Soul Masters in that city is not as exaggerated as in Spirit City, at least half of them must be above rank 20 Great Soul Masters. This means that excluding the scattered cultivators gathered from the continent in Star-Do City and Ice Snow City, the total number of Soul Masters possessed by the Spirit Hall could reach a staggering 1 million. What a huge force this is. If they're given a little more time, and their soul power increases further, how terrifying would this group of Soul Masters become? No wonder they could assemble a Soul Master army of 1,000 members, all composed of fierce beast spirit souls. With such a large number of Soul Masters, it is not surprising to form a 1,000-member army entirely made up of powerful attack-type beast spirit Soul Masters. Dai Mubai said in shock at this moment. He also thought of the group of troops he encountered in the canyon before heading to Spirit City. If the Spirit Hall really possesses some ability to concentrate a large number of Soul Master strength into one, how many similar Beast Spirit Core could this group of over 1 million Soul Masters form? At that time, would there still be any force on the entire continent that could withstand such a powerful Spirit Hall? Seeing the expressions of everyone, Flanders sighed heavily. He understood these concerns, and this was exactly what he was worried about. 1 million Soul Masters, if they are given enough time. With the vast cultivation resources and techniques possessed by the Spirit Hall, how many titled Douluo strong would the Spirit Hall have in the future? This is just the basic strength of the Spirit Hall. While observing Spirit City, I inadvertently saw a massive hall built entirely of dark black material. What caught my attention about this building was that its architectural style gave me an extremely oppressive feeling, which is why I paid close attention to this hall. The Great Hall is not a secret in the Spirit Hall. You can simply ask someone and find out. It is called the Web Hall, personally crafted by the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Later, I asked someone and was shocked to learn that anyone who can enter this Great Hall must have a cultivation level of at least 61. Is it really that strict to enter? The minimum standard is at the Soul Emperor level. How many members are there inside? Dai Mubai and the others were stunned. The entire hall is composed of departments made up of Soul Emperor level Soul Masters. Such a scale, even a most revered star Luo Emperor couldn't achieve, But unexpectedly, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall specifically set up such a department. No one knows how many members are in the Web Hall, but according to the person from the Spirit City, it is divided into two departments. One is the Shadow Guards, which specializes in gathering intelligence, and the other is the Assassins, who handle special matters. Moreover, according to that person, there are 10 heaven-ranked assassins and 49 earth-ranked shadow guards as captains in the Web Hall. At this point, Flander's tone began to tremble. Seeing this, Dai Mubai quickly asked, "What is the cultivation level of these heaven-ranked assassins and earth-ranked shadow guards?" The others also focused and calmed down. It goes without saying that even the ordinary members are at the Soul Emperor level, and these pyramid existences are probably not that simple. Flander took a deep breath. Title Douluo. What? Title Douluo? These people are all Title Douluo? Is the Spirit Hall really that terrifying? 59 Title Douluo? Shocked? The entire room was shocked. If that's true, then just the Web Hall alone has more Title Douluo than all the continents combined. What a terrifying power that is. It could completely dominate the Douluo Continent. No. Flander quickly shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. The Web Hall doesn't have that many Title Douluo." Oh, hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others patted their frightened chests, relieved that it was not the case. But before they could regain their composure, Flander said with an astonishing tone, "Although the Web Hall doesn't have that many Title Douluo, there are at least 10. What? 10? 10 Title Douluo?" Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had just calmed their hearts, were instantly shocked again. Adding the number of Title Douluo that the Spirit Hall openly possesses, that makes 20 Title Douluo. Which force on the continent can resist that? Dean, you're not joking, right? Oscar asked in shock. If that's the case, if the Spirit Hall really wants to unify the continent, who can stop them? Which force can resist? Chapter 229, The Arrival of Killing Intent. Dean, do you mean that the strength of the Web Hall has not been dispatched, but remains in the Spirit Hall? So you are worried that they will take this opportunity to attack the two great empires? After learning about the strength of the Web Hall, Dai Mubai and the others understood the seriousness of the situation. If what Flander said is true, then this beast tide is not as dangerous as everyone imagined. Perhaps the Spirit Hall will indeed take advantage of the two great empires' military vulnerability to launch a surprise attack on them. Flander nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. As far as I know, the Web Hall belongs to the Holy Son, Qian Renlin alone. Without his orders, even the Pope Bibi Dong cannot directly command them. Therefore, I think they are very likely still in the Spirit City, not having gone out. If that's the case, with the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall's ambition and dominance, he will certainly issue orders for them to attack the two great empires and carry out a war to unify the continent." Hearing Flander's words, everyone in the room became very serious. Previously, they did not understand the true strength of the Spirit Hall, so they were not overly worried. But now that they know their real strength, they can no longer remain calm. If they really attack the Tiando Empire at this time, just these 10 Title Douluo could easily capture the imperial capital of Tiando City without expending a single soldier. At that time, the entire Tiando Empire would be engulfed in war. Entering Tiando City at this moment would undoubtedly be very risky, and escaping would not be easy. "So, what should we do now?" Rong asked. Rong and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have lost contact, and Sect Master Ning has been missing since that night. Do you think he might have encountered danger in the Spirit Hall? Oscar glanced at Ning Rong, who had been silent and lost in thought, and said with some concern to Flander, "What nonsense are you talking? Father will definitely not be in danger. He must have known about the crisis facing the two great empires early on, which is why he left the Spirit Hall ahead of time. Perhaps he has already met the Snow Knight Emperor." As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Ning Rong anxiously said, "I absolutely do not believe that Ning Fengji would encounter any danger, nor do I want to believe it. Sigh, we don't know about Sect Master Ning's situation either, but after all, he is the leader of a sect and has to consider many more issues than we do. Let us wait here for news from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe that if the Spirit Hall intends to strike at the Tiando Empire, it won't extend to here." Flander shook his head with some headache. In the past year, things have not been going well. As the Dean of Shrek, he bears too many responsibilities. Now he just hopes that everyone stays safe and that nothing else happens. As for other matters, Flander no longer has the heart or energy to deal with them. Boom! Just then, a sudden loud explosion sounded, and the broken wooden door outside the living room suddenly burst open. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look, thinking the owner of the house had returned. But when they saw the figures standing at the door, they widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "It's you?" The eyes of those inside the room suddenly filled with fear. They were extremely familiar with the figure at the door, as they had recently had some unpleasant encounters with her. How could it be you? What are you doing here? Finally, Flander, with a sullen face, stepped forward and stood in front of everyone, asking. At the same time, a very heavy thought rose in his heart. They come with ill intent. Clap, clap, clap. The leading female figure at the door clapped her hands and said with some admiration, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you ants to notice so many things. Continue speaking. Let me hear what else you know." Indeed, the visitor was Duguyen, who claimed to be a holy envoy of the Spirit Hall. Behind her were the 4 female guards they had seen at the Angel Plaza, along with 2 unfamiliar figures shrouded in black robes, making it impossible to see their appearance. "It seems we haven't offended the Spirit Hall. Does Qian Renlin really want us dead to send you to chase us here?" Flander said in a deep voice. To say that previously it was only because Tang San had lost a few drops of blood due to emotional agitation, and the other party acted against him to fulfill their duty. Now that the other party has chased them here, they would never believe that it wasn't under the instruction of certain individuals. The one who could not tolerate them the most was the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin. After all, their conflict initially arose because of Tang San. According to what they knew, Tang San's mother died because of Qian Renlin's father, and Qian Renlin's father, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, was killed by Tang San's father. Therefore, their enmity could be said to be deeply rooted. Oof. Enter just ants. In this world, anyone who offends the master must die. And with you lowly people, there is no need for the master to personally take action. This holy envoy is enough, Duguyen said coldly. As the earliest servant to follow Qian Renlin, she understood the grievances between her master and Tang San better than anyone. She also knew that Tang San had always been the person her master was most afraid of, although for some unknown reason, her master no longer paid much attention to him. As a servant, even without Qian Renlin's orders, she would not allow the existence of Tang San, including all the people around him. They all had to die. Attack! Leave no one inside. With this thought, Duguyen immediately waved her slender hand, filled with killing intent, and retreated a distance to avoid being affected by the battle. As soon as Duguyen's voice fell, the 2 middle-aged men in black robes behind her stepped forward. A tremendous, imposing aura emanated from them, and 2 identical, pitch-black, colorless clouds of mist surged from their hands. Under the astonished gazes of Flander and the others, 2 identical broad axes appeared in their hands. At the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings slowly emerged around them, seemingly pulsating slightly with their breaths. 8 rings. son.A. Flander's pupils suddenly constricted at this moment, filled with terror as he saw the 2 black-robed figures with identical martial souls. They had long known that the Spirit Hall was very powerful, but they never expected that the other party would dispatch 2 son.A to kill them, especially under the current crisis of the beast tide on the continent. Is this the power of the Spirit Hall? Even a mere envoy can summon 2 son.A? Or is this Qian Renlin's order? Dai Mubai tightly gripped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, his mind shaken. Chapter 230, Tang San. No matter what the Shrek people thought, in the eyes of the 2 son.A powerhouses, those who dared to oppose the master should pay with their lives. You all hurry and leave. I will hold them off. Without time to think, Flander rushed in front of the 2 son.A, urgently speaking to Dai Mubai and the others. With his mere 78th level soul sage strength, he had no chance of winning against the 2 son.A. He also knew that it was impossible for so many people to escape. So instead of dying here uselessly, he wanted to buy some time for these little monsters. No. We want to leave. If we die together. If the Spirit Hall wants our lives, then let them come. Dai Mubai stepped forward with a determined look and said beside Flander. Mubai. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Zhuqing and the others shouted anxiously. Faced with this situation, it undoubtedly caught them off guard, leaving them no time to react. Neither leaving nor staying was an option. You don't need to persuade me anymore. During my time in Shrek, I have understood one thing. Hiding away is the act of cowards. I should stand up and face it. This time, I will not back down. Dai Mubai's resolute words struck the hearts of everyone present like a bolt from the blue, also solidifying their inner thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing, with a determined expression, walked to Dai Mubai's side, reaching out her right hand to hold his. I will accompany you. Dai Mubai was taken aback, staring intently at her beautiful face. After a long time, he nodded heavily and said, All right, together. We want to leave either. We Shrek are family. No one can tear us apart, not even the Spirit Hall. If they want our lives, we will chop off their hands. The most hot-tempered Liu Qibin swung his dragon-patterned staff heavily, also standing firmly beside Flander, staring at the two son.A. Exactly. We, the Shrek Seven, are united. No matter what difficulties we encounter, if we leave together. How could we abandon our family? Ma Hongjun smirked, stepping forward a few paces, crossing his arms and speaking coldly. Flander is his teacher, and Shrek is his home. Now that Shrek is in trouble, he naturally could not choose to flee. Then the other Shrek teachers and Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu also stepped forward expressionlessly. Although they did not speak, their attitude was already very clear. Ungrateful wretches. Dougian didn't care about the others, but when she saw even the transformed Xiao Wu, Lian heir, defending these Shrek people, she felt displeased. Don't forget your own identity. You are the Master-S servant, and everything you have is given to you by the Master. I hope you can make a wise choice. Hearing the threatening words from the other party, Xiao Wu turned to glance at Tang San, who lay on the bed with his eyes closed, then turned back with a resolute expression and said, I know very well what I am doing. Likewise, everything I do is very clear to me. If you want to kill my friends and loved ones, then you must step over my dead body first. At this moment, the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others changed. They did not expect Xiao Wu could say such words, although they did not explicitly say it because of Tang San. It was impossible to say there were no grudges in their hearts. But after hearing Xiao Wu's words, their views on her changed. They no longer harbored grudges against her. Instead, at this moment, they truly integrated her into their group. Xiao Wu's words moved Dai Mubai and the others, but in Dugu Yan's ears, infuriated her. As the Master-S servant, she should always prioritize the Master-S interests. Even her own life belongs to him. But Xiao Wu actually dared to betray the Master, joining these people to offend the Master-S dignity and resist the punishment of the Spirit Hall. All right, since you are so stubborn, don't blame this holy envoy. Two captains, capture this daring servant who has betrayed the Master, regardless of life or death. In any case, since Xiao Wu had sincerely decided to join the other side, Dougi Yan had no intention of letting her go. Today, none of the people present could escape. The two Douluo in front had cold, emotionless gazes. As the second captains of the Spirit Hall's elite Shadow Guard, they didn't need to speak to anyone except the Master. They only needed to eliminate all who dared to defy the Master-S existence. Boom! The battle was about to break out. Shrek released their martial souls at the first opportunity, although they knew the other party was powerful and far beyond their ability to resist. They would rather stand and die than compromise and let the other party slaughter them. At this moment, in Tang San's consciousness space, a small soul figure looked blankly at a massive, pitch-black portal ahead. He did not know how long he had been unconscious, nor did he know where this was. He only knew that as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw this suddenly appearing portal, which seemed like an abyss, invisibly devouring his mind. Tang San's soul little man slowly walked towards the portal step by step. He had lost track of how long he had been walking, but he approached the other side slowly and steadily. It felt as if he had been walking for hundreds of years. It also seemed like only a few hours had passed. He was finally less than 100 meters away from the portal. But at that moment, before Tang San could react, a strong ghostly light burst forth from the dark portal, hitting him at lightning speed. Instantly, Tang San could only manage to narrow his pupils before closing his eyes and fainting. Tang San. In a daze. It seemed that Tang San heard someone calling his name. He wanted to open his eyes, but he soon felt that his eyelids were extremely heavy. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them. Who's calling me? Tang San struggled with sweat all over his forehead, trying to open his eyes. But he still couldn't do it. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Tang San. That voice continued to call him, and it grew closer, as if someone was shouting in his ear. He was just about to speak when he suddenly heard a sigh, followed by the sensation of being wrapped in a stream of water, feeling extremely comfortable all over. This body is just too weak. I just wanted to enlighten him. But he can't handle it. Sigh. Chapter 231. My name is God of killing thoughts too chaotic, willpower not strong enough, and the physique is so weak. How could I, the dignified god of Shura, take a liking to such a thing? Sigh. The black light released by the god of killing first swept over Tang San's body from head to toe, then retracted his gaze, shaking his head and sighing. Like this. The difference from the inheritor of the god of Shura is just too far apart. Kid, wake up. Shaking his head, the god of killing helplessly waved his hand to send a ray of light into Tang San's body, then shouted somewhat dissatisfied. Where's this? Tang San groggily opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings in confusion, and soon saw a massive humanoid figure directly in front of him. Shocked, Tang San quickly rolled back and said, "Who are you? Why am I here?" Seeing Tang San's actions, the god of killing shook his head in disappointment. "This is your spiritual world. As for me, you can call me the god of killing." The majestic and cold words of the god of killing directly entered Tang San's sea of consciousness, causing him to freeze on the spot as if struck by lightning. God of killing? Is it that voice that has been in my head? Tang San looked at the imposing figure sitting cross-legged before him, which was at least several dozen meters tall, in shock. He never expected it to be a deity, and one that sounded extraordinarily formidable at that. What was even more incredible to him was that he had actually entered his own spiritual world, and upon looking around, it seemed quite large. Oomph. The god of killing snorted coldly. How could he not know what Tang San was thinking? He immediately struck back without courtesy. Don't get too proud too soon. It's not that your spiritual world is big, but that your spiritual world is too small. Small? How do you mean, senior? Tang San frowned, feeling that things might not be as he thought. But how could this be? In his eyes, this spiritual world was at least larger than the entire Heaven-Do city. Oomph. That's because you have shrunk. That's why you feel this world is large. I have shrunk? Tang San was taken aback, then quickly asked Senior, "What exactly is going on?" Sigh. The god of killing shook his head and sighed. "Truly foolish. Your spiritual world's actual range is only a few hundred meters. Not even enough to open a proper sea of consciousness. What one sees in their own sea of consciousness is different from reality. And here, your body is hundreds of times smaller than in the outside world, which is why you feel your spiritual world is vast." The god of killing felt helpless, having found such a foolish inheritor. If it weren't for that angel god already starting to prepare for his inheritor, and the inheritor of the god of Shura having grown extremely abnormal, with strength not weaker than a third-level deity, he wouldn't be so anxious to send his divine thought. Sigh, just make do with it. Who told me to choose such an inheritor? The god of killing shook his head helplessly, thinking that he originally thought that apart from Qian Renlin and Qian Renshua, Tang San was the best. But he soon realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Just the few subordinates of Qian Renlin were not inferior to Tang San, and were even better in many aspects. However, it was too late to look for others now. Deep down, he had the thought of wanting to compete with the god of Shura, since there was no divine position inheritance for him on Douluo Continent. It was naturally impossible to look for the seven sword servants to become his inheritor. Moreover, the other party was a subordinate of Qian Renlin. Even if he inherited his divine position, he would still be a subordinate of the other party in the future. He did not believe that a mere second-level deity like the seven sword servants could defeat Qian Renlin, who would one day become one of the main gods. At the level of deities, the level suppression was even more severe than that between titled Douluos. A second-level deity had basically no chance of defeating a first-level deity. So that's how it is? I thought my spiritual world was this big. Tang San murmured thoughtfully, feeling somewhat disappointed. He originally thought that after cultivating the purple extreme magic eyes, his spiritual power would be very strong, but it turned out to be only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. I wonder what you sought me for, Senior. Shaking his head, Tang San no longer thought too much about it, looking at the god of killing's divine thought with a serious expression and asking. He didn't think the other party came just to tell him this. Also, what did the other party mean when they spoke next to me while I was unconscious? Tang San was somewhat puzzled. He had clearly heard the other party mention his poor physique while he was unconscious. Kid, you are too unambitious. If I hadn't come to find you, you would have had no hope at all. The god of killing shook his head, feeling somewhat sorry for the other party's experiences. Hearing this, Tang San's mind stirred, and he quickly asked, "Please enlighten me. I don't understand what you mean. No chance at all? What opportunity? Is the Spirit Hall going to take action against the continent? Or is Qian Renlin going to take action against me? Regardless of which point it is, it won't be good news for him." The god of killing pondered for a moment, carefully looking at Tang San, and said solemnly, "Do you know about the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall?" Tang San's heart stirred. Could it be? Naturally. I know. Sensing the unrest in the other party's heart, the god of killing said heavily, "That person is very extraordinary. Even I cannot see through him. He was born with multiple unknown powers, and now he has already grown in strength. It won't be long before he becomes a god. Considering the grudge between you, you have no chance of defeating him at all. Has he reached that level?" Even the gods in the sky had begun to pay attention to him. Tang San was shocked, realizing that while he knew the gap between him and the other party was vast, he hadn't expected the other party to grow to such an extent. With a heavy heart, he felt puzzled. Born with multiple unknown powers? Could it be that he, like me, came from another world? At this moment, Tang San once again thought of the ferocious beast illustrations carved on the walls of the Holy Spirit Hall. If it really was as he imagined, that QianRenlin had also crossed over from another world, then everything would make sense. However, he still didn't understand how the other party knew that he possessed the Xintian treasure record. Could it be that they also came from the world where the Tang sect was located? Although your nemesis has now grown incredibly unfathomable due to certain reasons, he must reach the limit of the soul master level among mortals to become a god, so you still have time. But QianRenlin can wait for you. The Saintess of the Spirit Hall will not wait for you. Chapter 232, Flandes. When the god of killing spoke, Tang San was immediately shocked and hurriedly asked, the Saintess of the Spirit Hall? The Pope BibiDong's disciple? Could she also be a divine inheritor? The god of killing shook his head. No. That girl is naturally not yet qualified to receive a direct inheritance from a deity. I'm talking about the sister of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, QianRenlin. What? The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall actually has a sister? Tang San was instantly taken aback. He didn't expect that the already terrifying QianRenlin had a sister. How monstrous could she be? What level had she reached now? Senior, what level has QianRenlin reached now? How does she compare to QianRenlin? Immediately, Tang San anxiously asked the god of killing. From the previous words, it was clear that this QianRenlin was probably even more terrifying than QianRenlin. Otherwise, why would the god of killing say that QianRenlin could wait for him? But the Saintess of the Spirit Hall would not? The god of killing naturally understood what the other party was worried about and said mysteriously, you don't need to worry too much. Although her talent is also very good, compared to her brother QianRenlin, she falls far short. Oh! Before Tang San could breathe a sigh of relief, the god of killing continued. However, although she is currently only at the 69th level as a Soul Emperor, she has already reached the qualification to inherit the Angel God's assessment. She must have already undergone the first assessment upon returning. The god of killing said with deep eyes that the Angel God, knowing that competing with the god of Shura for an inheritor was a certain defeat, chose the very good QianRenlin as a second option. This way, their angel clan would have two high-level deities, the sister inheriting the level 1 god position of the Angel God, and the even more monstrous brother inheriting the God King level position of a Shura god. What a good plan. This way, even if he left the divine realm, he wouldn't have to worry about the future of his descendants. The god of killing didn't mind this at all. After all, he was a deity who had grown tired of staying in the divine realm, looking for a good inheritor to bear his responsibilities and then pursue his own path. But this news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Tang San. As the younger brother, QianRenlin was already so monstrous. He never expected his sister had already begun to inherit a divine position assessment. Moreover, from the god of killing's words, it seemed that her inheriting the angel god position was a done deal. What to do? If the already powerful Spirit Hall were to have another deity, who in the continent could resist them? What other forces could stop them? Tang San thought anxiously, his hands rubbing together restlessly. He still didn't know how the Haoyan sect was doing, but he imagined their situation wouldn't be too good. As for himself, he was still just a mere soul master. How could he stop them? How could he take revenge? Right? I still have the inheritance of the god of killing. Immediately, Tang San said with a determined expression, Senior god of killing, since you have personally sought me out, you must have a plan. You are quite interesting. What does it matter to me how things are on Douluo Continent or the Spirit Hall? Why do you think I would help you? The god of killing looked at Tang San with an amused expression. However, what he said was true. Since there was no inheritance of his divine position on Douluo Continent, and he had no descendants there, their situation would have no impact on him. Just because I am your inheritor, just because you personally sought me out as the god of killing in the divine realm, you cannot possibly just come to mock me. Tang San's eyes shone with a strong light, his tone firm and unyielding. The god of killing chuckled lightly. You are indeed an interesting kid. Well, I was hoping you would help me out of my predicament, so naturally, I cannot let you die just like that. The god of killing laughed heartily, extending a large hand to stroke his non-existent beard, then waved an arm. Suddenly, a strong killing intent entered Tang San's body. At the same time, he said in an unhappy tone, Your physique is still very weak, so this is a strand of my god of killing's essence, which can enhance your physical attributes in all aspects and also strengthen your martial soul. As for how much you can absorb and to what extent, that will depend on you. As the god of killing spoke, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished, leaving only a vague voice in Tang San's ear. This strand of divine thought will remain in your spiritual sea, and at a critical moment, it can save your life. Once you have absorbed this killing intent, you can enter and exit this space at will with just a thought. Thank you, Senior. What you have given today, I will repay 100-fold in the future, Tang San said with a resolute expression, bowing in salute to the place where the god of killing had disappeared. Without waiting for a reply, he quickly sat cross-legged to absorb this strand of killing essence from the god of killing. Although it seemed like a long time had passed in conversation, only a few breaths had actually gone by in the outside world. At this moment, 2 soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall had just arrived in front of Flander and the others. With the strength of Shrek's group, how could they resist 2 85th-level soul Douluos? Just the powerful aura emanating from them forced Dai, Mubai, and the others to stand unsteadily. Let alone releasing their martial souls to resist, it was extremely difficult even to grit their teeth and avoid kneeling down. Last time it was in front of the statue square, so I didn't attack you, but this time, let's see how you resist. In a critical moment, the 2 soul Douluos said nothing, gripping their large knives, their eyes filled with killing intent as they swung down towards Flander and the others. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Faced with the strong pressure from the attack, Ning Rongrong was the first to buckle under it, her body bending as she knelt down. And Ning Rongrong was just the first. Oscar also soon could not withstand the intense soul power pressure and knelt down. Ugh. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and roared angrily as he also knelt down. Following him, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and others with weaker soul power all heard the sound of their knees cracking as they fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Faced with such a situation for these little monsters, although Flander and the others were anxious, they had no time for anything else in front of the great enemy. They all exerted all their strength, trying to withstand the 2 slashing knife lights. Ugh, this blow cannot be blocked. Flander looked anxiously at the approaching knife light, knowing that he absolutely could not withstand the powerful might contained in this attack. You all take Mubai and them and leave. At the critical moment, Flander did not have time to think much and decisively abandoned his own defense. He used all of his soul power to wrap around the bodies of the Shrek 6 monsters, then forcefully threw them backward. Bang! Just as Flander used his soul power to toss Dai Mubai and the others aside to prevent them from being affected by the attack. The opponent's attack had already landed on him. One of his arms was instantly severed, and another blade of light horizontally cut into his right side. Flinder, Teacher, Dean. Seeing Flinder injured and falling to the ground, the Shrek members hurriedly shouted, but there was nothing they could do. Boom! 2 blades of light still fiercely slashed toward Flinder's back, and several teachers from Shrek were immediately sent flying by a strong gust of wind. One of the teachers, who was blocking the blade, was instantly cut in half. You song. Bang! Flinder's eyes widened as he knelt on the ground, using his last breath to look back at the few teachers who had been knocked away and at the severed body of Liu Song. He then glanced at Dai Mubai and the others whom he had thrown away. Cough, cough, cough. You all, hurry. Hurry and take them away. Flinder covered his chest, coughing and struggling to finish his words before closing his eyes, lifeless. Dean, Teacher, go. You all hurry and take the little monsters away. I will stay behind to hold them off. Lu Qibin waved the dragon-patterned staff in his hand, wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and shouted loudly. Qibin, hurry and go. Before the others could say much, Lu Qibin shouted at them. Get out of here. Go. The remaining teachers struggled with their expressions, finally gritting their teeth and taking Dai Mubai and the others backward. One of the teachers even took Tang San, who was lying on the bed with them. They all knew that once they left, they would never see each other again. They didn't even know how many of them would successfully escape. Chapter 233. Stop. Wanna run? No one has ever escaped from a net. Not far away, Yin watched the movements of Shrek and the others, her cold gaze showing no concern that they could escape. Boom. Bang. The net's soul, Douluo, calmly looked at Lu Qibin in front of him, his heart unperturbed as he swung down his knife. In an instant, there was a loud crash, and Teacher Lu Qibin, along with his dragon-patterned staff, was cut in half. Without pausing, 2 soul Douluos, after eliminating Lu Qibin, rushed towards Shrek and the others. With the advanced version of Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track activated, how could these teachers, who were only at the Soul Emperor level, escape their pursuit? Less than a breath later, one of the soul Douluos caught up to the slowest teacher, Zhao Exine. Without hesitation, the net's assassin flashed in an instant, and with a snap, Zhao Exine's head fell to the ground, ignoring the terrified expression of Oscar, who fell to the ground, and continued chasing in another direction. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Oscar, A mere soul master was easy to eliminate. However, since Yin had said that these kids needed her to personally act, he was willing to accommodate her. Oscar stared in horror as the assassin's knife severed Zhao Xian's head, brushing past him. Before he could think about why he wasn't killed, a delicate hand clad in black silk gloves grabbed his neck, slowly lifting him into the air. Yin walked up to him, gazing at Oscar, who was being held up by the female assassin, her eyes flickering with thought. The only innate, full-spirit power food system soul master on the continent truly had terrifying talent. If he were handed over to the master as a slave, the master would surely be pleased. Yin thought, cupping her chin with her small hand, contemplating. These few boys had excellent talents, not much inferior to the 7 sword slaves. They could be handed over to the master for handling. Although the Spirit Hall had no lack of geniuses, who would complain about having too many talents? With her heart set on Qian Renlin, Yin, who always prioritized the master's interests in everything, immediately decided to take Oscar and the others back to the Spirit Hall for Qian Renlin to handle, and if the master didn't like them, it wouldn't be too late to kill them later. After thinking this, Yin coldly said, "Watch him." "Yes." The 4 female guards replied with icy expressions. They were personally assigned to Yin by Qian Renlin, and as long as it didn't go against the master's orders, they would obey her. Still, in that spiritual world, Tang San sat cross-legged, absorbing the trace of the killing intent's essence. The strands of killing intent enveloped him like substantial black-red energy. Here, he could not feel the passage of time, so he didn't know how long he had been absorbing. He also had no idea what was happening outside. He was just focused on absorbing this killing intent. Now, this essence of killing intent was almost completely absorbed. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion sounded, and the entire soul space seemed to erupt. Tang San suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of killing intent disappearing from his gaze. It worked. Outside, a black-robed soul, Dalu, caught up to a Shrek teacher. Ignoring the teacher's terrified eyes, he unhesitatingly raised his big knife and slashed down. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the opponent, and the big knife that the soul, Da swung was instantly deflected by this force. Un jeune seemingly indifférent, gaz soudainement contracted. And he let out a hoarse exclamation. How is this possible? He was incredulous. Although he was only an 85th level soul, Dalu now, his strength within the ranks of the net shadow guards was enough to rank in the top 20. How powerful was that? Perhaps the outside world did not understand what it meant to rank in the top 20 within the net, but he was very clear about it. Anyone who could enter the net was among the strongest of the Spirit Hall. And those who received significant training in the Spirit Hall were all geniuses capable of standing out on the continent. It could be said that any soul master emerging from the net could easily defeat 3 soul masters of the same rank from other forces on the continent. In the net, a person's value was not merely evaluated by innate full spirit power, but by their comprehension. In the net, everyone could learn the martial arts techniques personally created by the master, as long as one's comprehension was high and understanding of the techniques was strong. Even a waste with only innate level 5 could cultivate at a speed comparable to that of an innate full spirit power genius. It is easy to imagine how terrifying the strength of someone who could become one of the 49 captains in such a fiercely competitive environment as the net would be. Yet, despite this, he was actually stopped by a mere soul emperor of unknown background. Hong Jiong looked in astonishment at the figure shrouded in black-red aura before him, and with a cold expression, he raised his magic knife to strike again. Different from his previous attacks. This time, he used his soul skill. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and as the smoke from the collision of soul power dissipated, Hong Jiong was once again shocked. How is this possible? Hong Jiong was filled with disbelief. He never expected that this time he had used his soul power, yet he still couldn't break through the black-red aura barrier in front of him. He couldn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could challenge a soul Douluo from the black net with a strength of over 60 levels. Even a soul emperor of the same rank from the black net would have little chance of being defeated. It wasn't just Hong Jiong who was shocked. The teacher enveloped by the black-red aura barrier was equally incredulous. Only he had seen where this aura came from, which was precisely why he was so astonished. Tang San, is it you? Even though this aura was powerful, his mission was not yet complete. Just as Hong Jiong was about to unleash his ultimate move, the black-red aura barrier suddenly contracted, and all the energy merged into the body of the boy held in the teacher's arms. What? This was actually created by a child? When he saw the figure inside, Hong Jiong was even more incredulous. He never expected that the powerful aura that could block his soul skills was actually produced by this soul master whom he looked down upon. The boy being held was none other than Tang San, whose handsome face was calm, devoid of any signs of life, as if he were merely asleep. Suddenly, Tang San abruptly opened his eyes, and two beams of black-red light shot out from them. Boom! The two beams shot into the sky and then exploded, enveloping the area within 1,000 meters with a strange aura. This aura barrier was something Hong Jiong was very familiar with. It was the same barrier that had just withstood his attack. However, this aura seemed to be much weaker than before. Hong Jiong thought to himself, feeling that the power he sensed within the black-red aura barrier seemed significantly diminished, as if he could tear it apart with just a casual strike. However, there was no rush. He cautiously refrained from attacking immediately and instead wanted to wait for his colleagues to regroup before jointly attacking Tang San. Regardless of Hong Jiong's thoughts, Tang San first looked around in confusion, glancing at the old man holding him and then at the mysterious figure cloaked in black. Tang San seemed to understand what had happened here. "Senior, were you protecting us just now?" Tang San asked through his mind, knowing without a doubt that a battle had taken place here. It must have been that the opposing force was too powerful, and his teacher could not withstand it. So the god of killing released a defensive shield at the critical moment to protect him. Without receiving a response from the god of killing, Tang San stopped thinking further and turned his serious gaze toward the son.A in front of him. Indeed, it was a son.A. Tang San immediately noticed the 8 soul rings fluctuating on the opponent's body. "Teacher, where are the dean and the others? Why is it just you here? Also, what exactly happened? Weren't we participating in the Elite Soul Master competition at the Spirit Hall?" Tang San turned to ask the Shrek teacher, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. He sensed that Flander and the others might be in danger. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just the two of them here, and in a state of being pursued, no less. Little San, you finally woke up." Looking at his teacher, who was sobbing, Tang San's sense of foreboding intensified, and he quickly pressed, "Teacher, please calm down. What exactly happened?" They are dead. The dean, Teacher Yusong, Teacher Qibin, they are all dead. The people from the Black Net have mobilized, and they are currently pursuing others." A dignified soul emperor, upon seeing Tang San, cried like a child. He had lived for so long and had never encountered such cruelty before. Flander and the others had been brutally cut in half, right before his eyes. What? The dean and the others are dead? Dalu and the others are also being pursued? The Black Net. The Spirit Hall. Again, the Spirit Hall. Tang San clenched his fists in anger, filled with regret. He hated himself for not being strong enough, for suddenly losing consciousness at such a critical moment. While Shrek was in danger, he couldn't help at all. "Spirit Hall, I, Tang San, have no grievances or grudges against you, and Shrek has never provoked you. Why must you pursue us to the death?" Boom! In a fit of rage, Tang San could no longer suppress the anger that had been building up inside him. At that moment, the aura around him erupted, and a black hammer, twice the size of a normal one, appeared in his hand. Boom! Another loud noise rang out as a massive blue-silver grass materialized in front of him, and 6 deep black soul rings suddenly appeared, exuding a powerful aura and swirling winds around him. A blue-silver aura immediately spread out, enveloping the area within 1,000 meters. At the same time, a black-red aura of killing intent suddenly expanded. Blue-silver Emperor Domain and God of Killing Domain. What? A domain? Hong Jiong's cold gaze widened suddenly. He never expected that this child possessed 2 domain skills and that his soul power had actually reached level 61. As one of the leaders of the Shadow Secret Guard, he was well aware of Tang San's background. Just half a month ago, he was only at level 53 and had only 1 blue-silver domain. But he never imagined that in just half a month, the other party's soul power would skyrocket to level 61 and that he would possess another domain. And your soul rings. Hong Jiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 6 soul rings surrounding Tang San. 6 deep black 10,000-year soul rings. Hadn't he previously only had 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black 5 soul rings? Why had they all turned into black 10,000-year soul rings? Divine inheritance. He never expected this kid to have obtained divine inheritance. Just then, Dugiyin, protected by 4 female guards and another son.A powerhouse, arrived at the scene, dragging 6 young boys behind her with a soul power congealed chain. Xiaowu, Dai Lao Da, Fatty. Hearing this voice, Tang San's heart stirred, and he quickly turned to look. His heart, unable to contain the fury upon seeing the 6 figures behind her, looking as if they had been dragged like dead dogs. Without caring about how she knew about the divine inheritance, Tang San raised his left hand with the hammer and shouted angrily at Duguyen. Let them go. Oof. These are all good seedlings. This holy envoy is going to take them to ask for credit from the master. How can I let them go? Duguyen tilted her head to glance at Dai Mubai and the others, who were being dragged over in a wretched state, then spoke to Tang San. However, this lowly commoner are quite surprising. You actually unknowingly obtained a divine inheritance. It seems my decision today is quite wise. Otherwise, if you grew up, it would also be a considerable threat to the master. After finishing, Duguyen's expression turned cold. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and kill him. Hearing Duguyen's somewhat commanding tone, the two son.A of the black net frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Although she was a personal maid next to the master and held a high status to some extent, she was, after all, just a personal maid of the master. The members of the black net only obeyed the orders of Qian Renlin. Duguyen commanded them in a tone that felt quite displeasing, as it was somewhat overstepping the bounds. However, despite their discomfort, they shared a common goal. Regardless of whether Tang San had offended the spirit hall or disrespected their master, the fact that he had obtained the inheritance of a deity meant that the people from the web could not let him go. With this thought in mind, they relaxed their furrowed brows and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Tang San. Stop! At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from the sky nearby. A beautiful girl, enveloped in a luxurious golden outfit, arrived here under the guidance of an old man. Chapter 234. Hulaina's killing intent stop. A charming reprimand rang out, and everyone turned to see Hulaina, dressed in a magnificent golden combat outfit, flying swiftly toward them under the lead of an old man. Why is she here? Duguyen's expression changed slightly upon seeing her, but she quickly returned to her previous smile and walked slowly in front of Hulaina. After glancing at the old man behind her, she smiled without being servile. So it's Her Highness the Saintess. May I ask what brings you here? Hulaina hurriedly glanced at Tang San, who was surrounded by a layer of black mist. When she confirmed that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, calming her agitated heart, and shouted at Duguyen, Duguyen, it's you again. This Saintess has said that only I can take his life. Do you think my words are just empty air? Duguyen's expression darkened as she coldly replied, Your Highness, I hope you can be mindful of your identity. As the Saintess of the Spear Hall, I trust you will prioritize the bigger picture. Surely you are aware of the enmity between Tang San and the Spirit Hall? Furthermore, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, personally killed our master's father, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, 14 years ago. As the master's fiancé, you should be thinking about how to avenge him, not arguing with me about who should kill whom. At this point, Duguyen's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. As the Saintess of the Spirit Hall and the fiancé of the sun, she was constantly protecting this lowly Tang San, claiming that they couldn't openly kill him for the sake of the Spirit Hall's righteousness. Ridiculous. With the current strength of the Spirit Hall, who in the entire continent would dare to say otherwise if they wanted to kill someone? Your Highness, your methods are indeed too indecisive. Duguyen's somewhat harsh words made Hulaina uncomfortable. However, she realized that Duguyen was right. With the Spirit Hall's current strength, there was indeed no need to hesitate. She had only come to this realization to support Qian Renlin, and had told Bibi Dong that she wanted to leave the Spirit Hall for a while. The latter, worried for her safety, had temporarily assigned a low-ranked title-Da to protect her. But when Hulaina arrived at the capital of the Tiando Empire with the main force, she discovered that Flinder and the others had taken a detour and left the city. So, she had followed their trail here, and to her surprise, Duguyen had the same intention and had pursued her here. Thus, when she saw Duguyen about to attack Tang San, she couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly shouted to stop her. Hulaina calmed her heaving chest and said calmly, It is precisely because of Qian Renlin that Tang San's life must be concluded by me personally. Otherwise, I will never get over this hurdle in my heart. Tang San's father killed my fiancé's father. His enmity with the Spirit Hall must be resolved by me as the Saintess. Hearing this, Duguyen silently stared into Hulaina's eyes. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Your Highness has no right to take Tang San's life, and neither do I. The enmity between him and the Spirit Hall can only be resolved by the Master himself. Hulaina frowned slightly, then smiled, saying, So what are you doing? Are you looking for excuses now that this Saintess has arrived? Don't think I don't know. You want to take Tang San's head to gain merit with Qian Renlin. Huh, but this Saintess can understand. After all, who wouldn't be infatuated with such an excellent man? Upon hearing this, Duguyen's expression suddenly fell, her eyes filled with melancholy. She was the only one among Qian Renlin's many subordinates who had not been enslaved, and also the only one in the web who retained her sanity. Because of this, her feelings for Qian Renlin were deeper and more special than those of others. But she understood her own identity very well. She was not worthy of him. She did not seek to be with him, as that would be an insult and desecration to the master. She only hoped to accompany the master continuously, witnessing his glorious achievements and ultimately die for him. That would be enough for her. Your Highness has misunderstood. I am merely a maid by the master's side and naturally do not dare to harbor any disrespectful thoughts toward him. I came this time mainly to capture these people and bring them back for the master to handle. But I did not expect that Tang San would coincidentally gain the inheritance of a deity. Hulaina's expression suddenly froze. Inheritance of a deity? Ignoring the other's shock, De Guyan continued, yes, the inheritance of a deity. If we allow Tang San to continue growing, he will become a huge threat to the Spirit Hall and the master in the future. That is why I was thinking of having the two captains disable Tang San's powers and then let the master handle it. At this point, De Guyan subtly glanced at Hulaina. Your Highness, forgive me for saying something unpleasant, but do you really think you have the ability to kill Tang San with your current strength? What do you mean? Hulaina's eyes turned cold, and just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by De Guyan. Your Highness, look. After that, De Guyan pointed at Tang San, who was enveloped in a layer of black-red energy mist. At this moment, Tang San's entire face was covered with dozens of black patterns, and his eyes were dark and filled with killing intent. He held a massive black hammer in his left hand, and a 2-meter-high blue-silver grass floated in front of his chest. Around him was a sea of lightning formed by countless condensed killing intents, filling a 1,000-meter radius with invisible killing intent. This is twin spirits? How did he manage to release 2 spirits simultaneously? And his soul power has actually reached level 61. Since she was still some distance away from Tang San and had previously been blocked by De Guyan, she had not observed him closely. But now, after De Guyan's reminder, Hulaina finally understood why Qian Renlin had been so wary of him and had never directly killed him despite his powerful strength. Now she understood and realized why Qian Renlin had said those things to her. It turned out that a deity was indeed standing behind Tang San. No, Qian Renlin still needs time to grow. It is crucial not to offend the deity at this moment. Tang San, I must kill him. After understanding everything, Hulaina's eyes suddenly turned cold, and boundless killing intent was released without reservation. Although Qian Renlin's ancestor was also a deity, she was unaware of the circumstances in the divine realm and did not know about the rules within it. In her mind, the divine realm was a place of immense power and terror. She only knew that Qian Renlin still needed time to grow and should not come into contact with the divine realm too early, nor could he be an enemy to the gods. However, with the grudges between Tang San and Qian Renlin, she couldn't just watch as the other party grew stronger step by step, eventually threatening her beloved. Therefore, she was even more determined to take action herself and kill him. This way, even if the god behind Tang San sought revenge, it wouldn't implicate Qian Renlin. On the side, De Guyan watched Hulaina's undisguised killing intent, her eyes revealing a hint of inexplicable meaning. She didn't expect that the other party could sacrifice herself for her master. After all, she wasn't enslaved. The fact that she could go to such lengths genuinely surprised De Guyan. At the same time, the trace of wariness in her heart dissipated significantly, and she began to believe what Hulaina had said. Your Highness, please consider the bigger picture. You are the saintess of the Spirit Hall, the fiancée of our master, and your future still has a long way to go. Our master indeed needs someone by his side. As for Tang San, leave that to the servant. De Guyan revealed a bright smile to her, disregarding the other's astonished expression, and resolutely turned to walk towards Tang San. Like Hulaina, she felt that the divine realm was too mysterious for them. They had almost no understanding of it, their only knowledge being the angel god of the Spirit Hall. In their minds, those who could gain the recognition of gods and inherit their legacies were individuals whose ancestors had been divine beings. In their hearts, Tang San clearly belonged to this category as well. The Haotian sect had already been destroyed by the Spirit Hall, and they had no idea what would happen after killing Tang San or whether the god behind him would seek revenge. In their view, as the most outstanding genius of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin was the most monstrous prodigy in the history of Douluo Continent, with ancestors who had also been divine beings. As long as Tang San was not personally killed by him, even if the god behind Tang San wanted to take revenge, surely, out of respect for the angel god, he wouldn't blame Qian Renlin. At this moment, Hulaina wanted to kill Tang San to prevent her beloved from being implicated, while Duguian also wanted to sacrifice herself to protect her master from being affected. They could have easily found a powerful person to kill Tang San. But would that really be effective? Could they truly fool a god? In their minds, the divine realm was akin to a continent even more powerful than Douluo Continent, with forces as complex as the empires and sects on Douluo Continent. If two major empires or various sects offended the Spirit Hall or killed an important figure within it, how would the Spirit Hall deal with it? How would the two empires or the seven sects pacify the anger of the Spirit Hall? Thus, in Duguian and Hulaina's thinking, if the Spirit Hall had destroyed the Haotian sect, what would happen if even the most valued Tang San by their ancestors also died? How would the gods of the divine realm react to quell their anger? Perhaps, due to the restraint of the angel god, the god behind Tang San wouldn't retaliate against the Spirit Hall, but to calm this anger, the Spirit Hall would at least have to pay some price, such as sacrificing an important figure. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. But Duguian knew that although her master appeared strong and cold on the outside, he was lonely inside. Duguian felt that Qian Renlin needed a woman by his side. On the entire continent, besides Hulaina, who was also the saintess of the Spirit Hall, there was no one else worthy of Qian Renlin. They had been betrothed since childhood and were destined to be together. Most importantly, Duguian wanted to take a gamble. What if, after she killed Tang San, the god behind him didn't descend to seek revenge? Or perhaps her identity as the personal maid of the saint's son of the Spirit Hall would be enough to offset the anger of the divine realm. So, she had to gamble. She must gamble. If a small maid died, it would be just that, but the saintess of the Spirit Hall could not die in vain. She represented the Spirit Hall and its face. If a mere life like Tang San's led to the loss of the saintess of the Spirit Hall, it wouldn't be worth it, and it would be a disgrace to the Spirit Hall as well. Watching Duguian's unwavering back, Hulaina's heart was deeply stirred at that moment. In truth, she disliked the other party very much because she always felt that as a dignified saintess of the Spirit Hall, her power was still inferior to that of a personal maid of Saint San. Moreover, the other party often spoke to her in a tone as if they were equals, mercilessly pointing out her faults. But at this moment, she understood why the other party could become QianRenlin's only personal maid. She was also the only one among so many subordinates who, with a soul power level of 59, had leaped to become a saint envoy, and she was the only female saint envoy, because she deserved that status. Whether it was her qualifications, talent, comprehension, or her ruthless methods, all were exceptional. To speak of status, her grandfather was known as the strongest poison system soul master in the continent, a title d'A, and now one of the top 10 assassins in the Luo network. All of this was enough to qualify her to be a saint envoy for Qian Renlin. Furthermore, she had the longest history with Qian Renlin and was the first subordinate to follow him. She understood all of his life patterns better than anyone else, even his inner thoughts and feelings better than others. It could be said that she understood Qian Renlin better than his biological mother, Bibi Dong. Tang San's eyes, filled with dark glimmer, coldly gazed at the approaching Duguian, and at this moment, the person he most wanted to kill was this woman. If Qian Renlin was the one he hated the most, then Duguian was the second. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered in front of the Angel Plaza, nor the disgrace she brought to Shrek Academy. Now, even Dean Flinder and several teachers have been killed by her, and Dai Mubai and the other Shrek 6 were captured behind her. All of this could never cover the hatred he felt for Duguian. He swore to kill her and everyone in the Spirit Hall. Hate? Yes, that's right. Only the weak would feel anger and resentment over their own powerlessness. Duguian walked step by step to within 100 meters of Tang San. Her beautiful and charming face appeared calm, as if she were a traditional ink painting. Her eyes devoid of any extraneous thoughts as she looked down at him and said, "Ants are ultimately just ants. Even if they gain the legacy of a god, they are still just a bigger ant." Duguian slowly extended her right hand, a green ring coiling around her delicate white wrist. As her cold words fell, a several-meter-long green giant snake suddenly appeared behind her, its cold, gleaming triangular pupils piercing into the heart, its forked tongue flickering like a centipede as it breathed in sync with Duguian. Boom! The immense pressure instantly engulfed the entire area, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 235, Tang San's struggle an ant? Then let us wait and see. Tang San's eyes turned cold, and at that moment, a rich red light suddenly erupted from his black pupils, and the killing intent around him thickened. Drink! Without waiting for Duguian to strike, Tang San activated the ghost shadow misty steps, his figure flashing to appear before her, gripping the dark, dull, giant hammer tightly, and smashing it down towards her. The Haotian hammer, right? Yan's gaze sharpened. Although she claimed that Tang San was just an ant, as the heir of the Haotian school, the #1 weapon spirit sect on the continent, she had no intention of underestimating him in her heart, especially since his soul power was 2 levels higher than hers. However, as a saint beside Qian Renlin, Yan had never fought without certainty. With 2 soul-level powerhouses behind her, she naturally did not plan to engage Tang San in a one-on-one fight. Watching the black hammer fall, Yan curled her lips in a smirk and lightly snorted. She activated the ghost shadow misty step with an even faster speed than Tang San had used earlier, instantly retreating over 100 meters. Boom! Just as Yan moved away, Tang San's Haotian hammer smashed down on her previous position, and the immense force surged outward. What? Tang San was shocked. Although he already knew that Yan could use Ghost Shadow Misty Step, he was still astonished when he saw it in action. He never expected that although Yan's soul power was 2 levels lower than his, her understanding of Ghost Shadow Misty Step was even deeper than his. The speed she had just displayed was so fast that even his purple extreme magic eye could only catch a glimpse of a residual shadow. Ignoring Tang San's astonished expression, Yan quickly shouted after dodging his attack, "Go!" Upon hearing this, the 2 son.A assassins from the net hall swiftly moved to block in front of Yan. They lightly swung their 2 black sabers, dissipating the fluctuations caused by Tang San's hammer strike. The 2 son.A looked at Tang San with cold, emotionless eyes. Even though they were both level 85 son.A powerhouses, under the influence of 2 completely different domains, their total strength was suppressed by about 2 levels, making them feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they were trapped in a swamp. What Spirit Hall? To hunt us down, they actually dispatched 2 son.A, and even Qian Renlin's personal maid, a saint of the Spirit Hall, has personally come out, looking at the 2 middle-aged men cloaked in black robes before him. Tang San's expression was very grave. Even though he possessed dual martial spirits and skills from 2 domains, with his current meager level 61 soul power, he still had no chance against the son.A, let alone 2 season level 85 ones. Whoosh! Just as Tang San was lost in thought, the 2 son.A moved. One of the principles of the net hall: when catching a rabbit, use all your strength. They must not give the opponent any chance to counterattack. Moreover, Tang San was a genius who could inherit divine powers. Once he became an enemy, they needed to use all their strength to kill him. Seeing Tang San in a daze, the 2 son.A quickly seized the opportunity to strike him hard. The 2 son.A moved, their 7th soul rings shining, instantly embodying their martial spirits, and then releasing their 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul skills in an instant. Immediately, the already sharp and hard sabers became even more powerful, increasing their explosive power and attack strength by 30%. Before Tang San could react, the 2 assassins' attacks were already upon him. They thought he would be severely injured by this strike. However, at this critical moment, an even stronger force surged from Tang San's body, and a bright blue vine wrapped around them. The attacks of the 2 son.A struck the blue silver grass as if they were hitting steel bars. What? Not only were the 2 son.A surprised, but even Yan outside the battlefield was shocked by this scene. After all, this was a genuine attack from 2 son.A, and it was now being blocked by a level 61 soul emperor. However, compared to Yan, an outsider, the 2 son.A only felt a momentary surprise. They noticed that the blue silver grass had turned much darker after taking that hit. Although they didn't know how Tang San had managed to do this, it was ultimately a good thing for them, as it proved that his trump card could only temporarily withstand their attacks. Once they realized this, the 2 son.A's attacks became even more ferocious. Powerful saber lights surged from their hands, and under the enhancement of their soul skills, they fiercely slashed toward Tang San. Watching the incoming attacks, Tang San felt anxious but had no way to respond. Facing the slashing saber lights, he could only reflexively raise his hammer to block. At the same time, another martial spirit, Blue Silver Grass, released countless vines in an instant to wrap around his body in hopes of withstanding the incoming attack. Bang! Boom! The imagination was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Tang San's Haotian hammer only managed to block for an instant before being shattered into countless light particles by the powerful saber force, while his invincible Blue Silver Grass was also cut into countless fragments by the saber lights. Subsequently, the attacks from the 2 son.A continued to strike toward Tang San, whose face was wide open. Tang San's pupils shrank as he watched the saber lights coming toward him. At this moment, he truly felt the breath of death. He could not withstand this blow, even if his Haotian hammer and blue-silver Emperor Martial Spirit were not shattered. He still could not stop them. Am I really going to die here this time? Tang San stared blankly at the approaching attacks, and at that moment, it felt as if time had slowed down. At this point, he seemed to have given up any futile resistance, staring blankly at the incoming saber lights. But I really am not willing to accept this. Suddenly, Tang San's emotions surged at this moment. He was unwilling to die here just like that. He still had too many things left to accomplish, too many grudges to settle. His enemy, Qian Renlin, was still alive. He was not willing to die at the hands of two small figures. Ah! Tang San roared to the sky, channeling all his soul power, trying to gather the Haotian hammer to resist this blow again. But in the end, it was in vain. Before his Haotian hammer could gather, the two saber lights had already struck his chest. Bang! Poof! Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, and his somewhat frail figure was instantly sent flying by the massive impact. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 236, A Sudden Change. Who? Dugian, not far away, watched Tang San being sent flying and took a deep breath. Is he dead? At that moment, Hulaina suddenly appeared beside her, looking gravely at Tang San, who was lying in a large pit, and hurriedly asked, "He should be, but this guy is really troublesome. Fortunately, I brought two son.A with me to intercept them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known he was actually a divine inheritor. If he had grown up, he would have posed a significant threat to the master." At this moment, Dugian was suddenly very grateful that she had brought people to intercept the Shrek group. Otherwise, if given a few more years, he might actually become a deity, which would be a great disaster for the Spirit Hall, and they might even be destroyed at Tang San's hands. Unlike the relief of Dugian, Hulaina's expression at this moment was somewhat lost, because Tang San did not die at her hands. From the brief battle just now, she realized that with her strength, she might not be able to defeat Tang San after all. After all, her martial soul was not a powerful attack type martial soul focused on combat. And given Tang San's previous state, it was clear that he would not be easily charmed by her. Dugian. Dugian was taken aback, not understanding why the other party's emotions suddenly turned low, but still smiled and said, "Your Highness, Tang San's death is undoubtedly the best news for us. It's just a pity that the master's enemy was not killed by our hands. Dugian, you have been with QianRenlin the longest and know him best. Do you think he will really accept me?" Hulaina did not listen to what she was saying and suddenly blurted out this sentence inexplicably. Hearing this, Dugian was momentarily at a loss, not knowing how to respond. Given QianRenlin's personality, it would be very difficult, truly difficult, for him to fall in love with someone. "Your Highness, you are the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the Master's fiancée. No one in the world besides you is worthy of the Master. Don't think too much. The Master just hasn't completed his wish of unifying the continent yet. Once the Spirit Hall's army sweeps through the other forces and establishes the Spirit Empire, I believe the Master will come to terms with it." Not knowing how to express herself, Dugian could only say this in the end. After all, she couldn't say, "The Master won't fall in love with you. Moreover, Your Highness, you are also very excellent. You should be more confident and try to impress the Master." "Really?" Upon hearing Dugian's words, the dim look in Hulaina's eyes suddenly rekindled a glimmer of hope. QianRenlin was such an outstanding person, and it was natural that he wouldn't be easily won over. Strong individuals always have some differences from others. After realizing this, Hulaina immediately returned to her previous appearance, her eyes radiating a strong confidence. She believed that one day, she would win QianRenlin's heart through her own efforts. Dugian, who had been quietly observing Hulaina's changing expressions, also revealed a heartfelt smile when she saw the confidence rekindle in her. The scene shifted to another side, where two Spirit-A assassins from the web had just struck down Tang San and were now stepping forward to check if he was truly dead. Waving away the thick dust in the air, one of the Spirit-A, feeling uneasy, raised his large knife and struck Tang San once more. Instantly, the already gory wounds on Tang San's chest were further pierced, and under the powerful soul force's erosion, all of Tang San's chest organs were destroyed. After doing all this, both Spirit-A agreed that Tang San was truly dead and finally relaxed. Retrieving their martial souls, the two Spirit-A turned to Dugian and said, "Returning to the saint, Tang San has been confirmed dead." Upon hearing this, Dugian lightly nodded, indicating she understood, and then instructed the four female guards around her. "Go, Take Tang San's body back to the spirit hall, along with these few. Yes. The 4 female guards left too, to continue dragging the remaining 6 Shrek members, while the other 2 used their soul power to condense a pair of black wings and flew towards where Tang San had fallen. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others, bound like dead dogs and dragged along, were shaken by the news that Tang San was dead. Xiao Wu was especially heartbroken, crying out loud, Brother San is dead? Are we going to die too? Ma Hongjun and Oscar murmured with dazed expressions. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also had complex feelings. They had originally thought that Tang San had the best chance of escaping, but unexpectedly, he was the first to die among the Shrek 7. Is Shrek really going to perish? That's fine too. I don't have to continue living in pain. But Zhuqing, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing beside him, his heart filled with complexity, thinking that it didn't matter if he died, but the only person he couldn't let go of was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing turned to him and smiled. Are you afraid? Dai Mubai was taken aback, then took a deep breath and said, I'm not afraid. What about you? Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, just smiled and shook her head, her eyes filled with a sense of relief. Perhaps death was the best release. This way, she wouldn't have to continue living numbly because of her family's fate. Dai Mubai's gaze hardened as he said solemnly, All right, since we can't be together in life, let us die together. Okay, we die together. Looking at Tang San, who was thrown in front of her by the 2 maidens, Dugian's eyes were calm as she pondered something. Then she said, Take him away, back to the spirit hall. But just as they turned to leave towards the spirit hall, Tang San, who was tied up with Shrek and had been thought to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strong, killing intent. Without hesitation, he raised his blood-soaked right hand, and a mechanism-type hidden weapon shot out 3 arrows glowing with a ghostly light at lightning speed towards Dugian and Hulaina, who were less than 10 meters away. Huh, be careful. The old man in black, who had been guarding Hulaina, was the first to notice these 3 arrows and immediately shouted a warning while channeling his soul power to rush in front of Hulaina to block the arrows. However, the speed of Tang San's mechanism-type hidden weapons was incredibly fast, and they were shot out suddenly while the others were unprepared. Even though the old man in black was a titled Dalu, he could only manage to deflect 1 arrow with his speed. The other 2 arrows, in the terrified eyes of everyone, shot straight into Dugian's right arm and Hulaina's left chest. Your Highness, Son.as. Chapter 237. The Grief of Tang San. Your Highness. Your Highness, no one expected that Tang San, who was severely injured, had not completely died and could suddenly use hidden weapons to hit Hulaina and Dugian when no one was reacting. Even Dai Mubai and the others were shocked. They had originally thought Tang San was dead, but unexpectedly, he was still in a feigned death state in this situation and launched hidden weapons to strike the Son.as and Saint of the Spirit Hall at lightning speed. Dugian let out a pained grunt and, ignoring her pierced right arm, quickly looked at Hulaina beside her. She saw an iron arrow piercing through Hulaina's heart from her back, and the wound was rapidly turning from red to black. This arrow is poisonous. The old man beside her exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. He was very anxious. He had been personally dispatched by Bibi Dong to protect Hulaina. Now, not only had he failed to protect her, but she had also been pierced through the heart right under his nose by someone who was supposed to be dead. What should we do? We don't have any healing-type soul masters here, nor any soul masters who understand medicine. The old man in black pressed his hand against Hulaina's back, trying to see if he could suck out the poison, but he didn't have any devouring abilities, and his martial soul had no function to absorb poison. Seeing the pain on the other person's face, he could only feel helpless and anxious. Cough, cough, cough. It's useless. This is mandala snake venom. Even a regular soul master would die from it within 12 hours if they were even slightly contaminated. Even if she is a soul king, she wouldn't last more than 15 minutes. The poison in her body will spread throughout her system, and within half an hour, it will penetrate her bones. Moreover, she has been pierced through the heart. Even if she weren't poisoned, she wouldn't live much longer. Even if your so-called omnipotent holy son of the Spirit Hall came in person, he would only return empty-handed. Tang San, bound behind his back, looked at Hulaina, who had been pierced by a hidden weapon in the chest, and let out a perverted laugh of joy. He could clearly feel that his life was nearing its end. All his internal organs, including his heart, had been destroyed. The only reason he could still speak and activate the hidden weapon was that the god of killing's divine consciousness was protecting his life, preventing immediate death. However, this was all he could do. Even if the god of killing was indeed a god, he couldn't bring a dying person back to life. but he was somewhat satisfied. Although he could not take revenge for his teacher and his parents, he could die alongside the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Qian Renlin, before he passed away. His heart felt a bit of satisfaction. It's just a pity that I can no longer see Qian Renlin's helpless pain upon facing the death of her lover. Tang San still thought that Qian Renlin and Hulayina were deeply in love, and with a sense of regret, he said, Qian Renlin, your father killed my mother. You killed my teacher, and the grudge between me and Xiaowu, if I, Tang San, have another life, I will personally take revenge. Dai Mubai quietly listened to Tang San's murmurs. He could deeply understand the other person's feelings at this moment. If their positions were reversed, he would have probably gone insane long ago. But Tang San persisted until the end, maintaining a sliver of rationality even as he fell. In this life, I couldn't accompany you, but in the next life, I will continue to be your brother. Dai Mubai thought resolutely, forcing back the tears that threatened to fall. Try not to look at him. Hearing Tang San's words, the old man in the black robe immediately shouted angrily, Where's the antidote? Quickly hand over the antidote. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the other person's anxious expression, Tang San burst into laughter. Antidote? Do you think I have the antidote on me? Not to mention that there is no antidote for mandala snake venom. Even if there were, I wouldn't give it to you. Just give up on that thought. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. I will kill you. Bang. The old man in the black robe, enraged, threw a punch at Tang San, the tremendous force instantly smashing Tang San to pieces. He then hurriedly seized the other's storage soul guide, dumping everything inside out while frantically shouting, Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? Where is it? The black-robed man rummaged through Tang San's 24-bridge moonlit night, but he couldn't find the antidote. Finally, in frustration and anger, he shouted to the sky, regretting why he hadn't checked the other person after he died. At the same time, he deeply resented the people of the Web Hall for not dismembering Tang San at that time. He attributed all the blame to the assassins of the Web Hall, believing that everything was caused by their failure to inspect carefully after the killing. Your Highness, hold on a little longer. We will soon reach the Spirit Hall. The Pope will definitely have a way to save you. Just hold on. Mandala snake venom is not only extremely toxic, ranking among the top 5 in Douluo Continent, but it also has a strong paralyzing effect. In less than 5 breaths, Hulayina had already lost consciousness due to the paralysis from the mandala snake venom. Although the old man in the black robe was anxious, he had no other option but to seek help from Bibi Dong in this situation. At the same time, he had never considered the option of fleeing, not to mention the terror of the Spirit Hall itself, if he really tried to escape. Even just the Web Hall alone would pursue him relentlessly, no matter where he ran. Moreover, he knew about the engagement between the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renlin would not let him go either. Right now, he could only hope that Bibi Dong would truly have a way to save Hulayina. Even if he died, he wanted to keep a complete corpse. Otherwise, in the Spirit Hall, he would also be implicated. Seeing the black-robed old man hastily carrying Hulayina towards the Spirit Hall, the 2 assassins from the web and the 4 black-clothed maidens could naturally sense the panic in his heart. However, unlike the old man in the black robe, they were not worried about their own safety. From the moment they entered the Web Hall, their lives no longer belonged to them. Even if their master ordered them to die, they would not hesitate to take their own lives. Holy Envoy, how do you feel? Dugu was also affected by the mandala snake venom, but she was much better than Hulayina. She had only been pierced in one arm, and after immediate treatment, the toxin had not worsened. I'm fine. First, take them back to the Spirit Hall. We will discuss the rest when the master returns. After a brief moment of panic, Dugu quickly calmed down and sent a message about what had happened here to Qian Renlin. In fact, this so-called mandala snake venom was terrifying to outsiders. But it was not that scary for the Web Hall, as all members could detoxify. However, since Hulayina had been directly pierced through the heart, all the veins in the human body are connected to the heart. So before they could react, the toxin from the arrow swiftly entered Hulayina's entire meridian system. In such a situation, even if the Web Hall could detoxify, they would be powerless. Now it all depended on whether the master was willing to save the Holy Maiden. Dugu shook her head, glanced at the wound on her right arm, and flew towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 238. The Grief of Poseidon Bang. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept through, and a gigantic golden fist smashed fiercely towards the 7 high priests of Sea God Island. The immense force radiated from the center of the golden fist, creating a wave of wind that swept across the faces of Poseidon and the other 7 priests. What? Boom! Poseidon could only let out a startled cry, and with a loud bang, the 7 high priests were sent flying away by the massive fist shadow, uncontrollably soaring several hundred meters before crashing heavily into a pit outside the city wall. Watching the 7 figures being smashed away, Qianrenlin shook her head in disappointment and said, "You are simply too weak. There was no strength at all. How could it be this strong? The power of this strike?" Poseidon, enduring the intense pain in her chest, climbed out of the pit and looked at Qianrenlin, who stood still without moving an inch, thinking in shock. It seemed like a long time before, but in reality, it had only been less than half a quarter of an hour since the battle began. Although she had long known that Qianrenlin was strong, after their previous exchanges, Poseidon felt that the other party was not completely invincible. However, after the last punch from Qianrenlin, not only did it defeat the people of Sea God Island without resistance, but it also shattered the hopes in Poseidon's heart. Until this moment, she realized that QianRenlin had not used any soul skills from the very beginning. And even the purple mantis martial soul behind him was merely not retracted in time while absorbing the soul rings. How could the holy son of the Spirit Hall be so powerful? And how could Sea God Island withstand him? How could they protect themselves? Posey thought gloomily. In this short confrontation, she suddenly understood that with QianRenlin's current strength, Sea God Island could not resist him at all. Even if their 7 priests attacked together, they would not be able to harm him in the slightest, unless they obtained the soul skills of his army formation. Posey looked solemnly at the 1,000 soul emperors who had been healed by QianRenlin. She had personally experienced the power of his army formation before. If Sea God Island could obtain it, even if they could not gather a large number of the same type of martial souls, they could form a battle array with sea soul masters of the same attributes. If the numbers were sufficient, its power would surely not be weaker than that of the 1,000 Eagle Legion. Thud, 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 thud. A series of steady and rhythmic footsteps approached, and Posey quickly snapped back to reality, cautiously watching the noble and cold figure walking through the sky. "Is he here?" Posey said coldly, although she had long anticipated that they might fall here tonight. When this moment truly arrived, her heart was still filled with reluctance. She did not want to die, at least not so meaninglessly. She still had too many things to accomplish. Tang San had entrusted her with the care of the Haotian sect disciples. Yet until now, she had not even seen a single disciple of the Haotian sect. Moreover, for the people of Sea God Island, she did not want these innocent and simple fishermen to fall under the slaughter of the Spirit Hall. Without her, who would protect Sea God Island? Without her, once the Spirit Hall launched a war to unify the continent, if Tang San died, how would the Haotian sect resist? Who would guard the highest temple of Sea God Island, the Sea God Temple? Sea God, your subject Posey can no longer protect you. Posey murmured sadly towards the direction of Sea God Island, then took a deep breath, regained her composure, and directed her soul power towards the approaching QianRenlin. In her heart, even if she had to die, she would never be willing to wait for death in place. Since the Spirit Hall would eventually launch a world war, she would rather use her last bit of strength to weaken the enemy's power, even if just a little. Boom! Posey's expression was exceptionally resolute and fierce. When she was less than 100 meters away from QianRenlin, a massive aura of the sea god erupted from her body. At that moment, she resembled the true body of the sea god descending, as if the radiance of the sea god illuminated the earth, dazzling to the extreme. What? High priest, no? The 6 priests below, who had not yet reacted, were stunned when they saw the sea blue light radiating from Posey, and they hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Posey had already made her decision, and no one could stop her. A tremendous force emanated from her, growing increasingly stronger, and the sea god's soul power within her began to boil and operate faster. Planning to self-destruct? QianRenlin, ahead, saw the other party's stance and immediately stopped his advance. His expression still extremely calm, showing no other change as he quietly watched Posey's actions. At this moment, there were no sea soul masters left in Ice and Snow City. After the previous battle, the mere 20,000 Sea Soul Masters had no resistance against the attack of over 1 million Land Soul Masters and were naturally crushed to pieces. Now, all the Soul Masters in Ice and Snow City, feeling the Sea God aura from above, looked up in confusion. They did not know the Sea God and did not recognize the aura emanating from Posey, nor did they know what she was planning to do. They only felt extremely comfortable under this aura, as if wrapped in a warm and gentle energy that calmed their hearts. Over 1 million soul masters in Ice and Snow City were immersed in the warmth of the sea god aura, completely unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, the other 6 priests of Sea God Island appeared exceptionally anxious. They wanted to pull Posey back, but she had already ignited all her soul power. And with her imminent self-detonation, going up would only lead to death without any other outcome. QianRenlin calmly watched Posey's rapidly approaching figure, a glimmer of gray light flashing in his pupils as he observed the operation of her soul power within her body. Posey coldly fixed her gaze on the still indifferent QianRenlin, a strange cold smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, and her speed of advancement suddenly increased by half. However, when she was only 10 meters away from QianRenlin, the force emanating from her reached a critical point. So that is how it is. At that moment, QianRenlin finally came to his senses and waved his hand, a gray light flashing by. Posey suddenly realized in terror that she could no longer advance even half a step. She hurriedly tried to retreat, but to her horror, she found herself trapped as if locked in a box, unable to move at all. But what terrified her even more was that her body was currently in a self-destruct state, and she could not interrupt it midway. Yet she found herself unable to move at this moment. No, 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 Posey shouted loudly 3 times in refusal. She was extremely unwilling. Her purpose had not been achieved. How could she die so meaninglessly? She had never believed she could harm QianRenlin in the slightest. She also knew that even if she self-destructed her soul power, it would not pose much threat to him. Therefore, her goal had never been him, but rather the over 1 million soul masters below. She was well aware of the magnitude of power her self-detonation would unleash. So she wanted to rely on the immense force from her self-destructing soul power to obliterate the soul masters below. She did not expect all the 1 million soul masters to die. She only needed to severely injure the spirit hall, and she would be satisfied. But now she was horrified to find herself trapped by an invisible barrier, and she did not know if her self-detonation could break through this protective layer. From QianRenlin's powerful strength, even if she broke through this barrier, the ensuing power would be significantly reduced. At that time, if QianRenlin intervened to resolve it, her self-detonation would become completely futile. So she was terrified, and the priests of Sea God Island were also stunned. They never expected it would end up like this. And they all stared in disbelief at QianRenlin, their eyes wide open. At this moment, he once again refreshed their understanding of him, just as a strange smile appeared at the corner of QianRenlin's mouth. Posey exploded amidst the fearful gazes of the Sea God Island priests and the astonished 1 million soul masters in Ice and Snow City with a loud bang. Boom! The tremendous force shook the entire Ice and Snow City severely. Yet the energy shield enveloping Posey remained completely motionless, still firmly blocking the powerful energy unleashed by Posey's self-detonation. Chapter 239. Engine. When everything settled, the priests of Sea God Island stared wide-eyed, filled with fear and disbelief. They even began to doubt their lives. QianRenlin was too strong. These words were once again deeply etched in their minds. As a dignified limit Douluo at the 99th rank and a top-tier powerhouse who has completed the Sea God S8 tests, he sacrificed his own life to self-explode his soul power in a moment of despair, believing that even if he couldn't heavily injure QianRenlin, it should at least severely damage the over 1 million soul masters in Ice Snow City. But what did they see? The final result was that their high priest had paid with his life in vain, and not only did the holy son of the spirit hall remain unscathed, but even the energy barrier he had casually set up was unbreakable, leaving not a single soul master below affected. Qian Renlin coldly observed the raging soul power within the spatial barrier, feeling no fluctuation in his heart due to Poseidon's death. He had given the other party a chance, but since they didn't cherish it and chose to seek their own demise, he could hardly be blamed. Ignoring the complex emotions of anger and fear from the priests of Sea God Island, Qian Renlin slowly extended an arm, reaching out to grasp the spatial barrier. And a suction force emanated from it, instantly pulling the massive amount of violent energy into his palm. He could actually catch such a huge amount of energy barehanded? To what extent had his physique reached? What did he intend to do? Observing Qian Renlin's actions, the priests of Sea God Island looked up in confusion. To them, he seemed as terrifying as a demon god, invincible. Even a casual move from him could capture their hearts, making them fear a sudden attack. Yes, they had begun to fear, deep down feeling terror towards Qian Renlin. Without Poseidon, they felt like children who had lost their parents, lacking a pillar of support. Before today, they never expected to feel fear, especially from a teenager. At this moment, Qian Renlin didn't pay them any mind, even ignoring their presence. He was focused on the energy ball in his hand, seemingly pondering something. What was His Highness doing? It was just a massive, violent energy produced by a self-destructing powerhouse. Why did he care so much about this energy ball? Observing Qian Renlin's actions, The three titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were also puzzled, exchanging thoughts through voice transmission. Although they had long heard rumors that the Holy Son liked to study some strange, ancient things since childhood, they really couldn't understand what was noteworthy about an energy ball. However, they didn't dare to disturb Qian Renlin's contemplation, seriously scanning their surroundings to prevent anyone from interrupting him. Although they had already understood the terrifying power of the Holy Sun after the previous battle, they still wouldn't allow anyone to breach their defenses and approach Qian Renlin. I understand. After about 3 breaths of time, Qian Renlin finally came back to his senses, and a rare smile appeared on his enchanting and handsome face. The Holy Sun actually smiled? The 3 titled Douluos guarding him looked at Qian Renlin's smile in bewilderment. It was the first time they had seen such a heartfelt smile from him in all the time spent in the Spirit Hall. Previously, Qian Renlin had always smiled without sincerity, and the few times he did smile were more playful or mocking. Today's smile, which felt like a breath of spring, was the first of its kind on Qian Renlin's face. However, His Highness truly looked good when he smiled. Even I can't help but want to kiss him, the black eagle-Ah, who had just been healed by Qian Renlin, thought to himself as he gazed at Qian Renlin's face, suddenly realizing that this thought was inappropriate, and quickly shook his head to discard it, feeling a deep sense of guilt inexplicably arise. Qian Renlin didn't know what others were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He felt extremely happy now, because after introspecting Poseidon's explosive soul power operation route, he suddenly had an epiphany regarding the power system of flying soul tools that he had been pondering for a long time. Although in his previous life, as the first super-rich second generation in the Magic City, he knew some principles of aircraft power operation. It was clear that the technology of Douluo Continent was not suitable for such things, not to mention that their technological tree was insufficient to create such engines. Therefore, for these years, Qian Renlin had been thinking about how to research the power systems of flying soul tools or other transportable soul tools. Now, based on the principle of Poseidon's self-explosion soul power, combined with the operational principles of aircraft engines from his previous life, he finally thought of some ideas. It turned out that I had overcomplicated it. Actually, I just needed to combine the air intake principle of soul cannon storage with the operational principles of engines from my previous life. 200,000 words omitted. Your Highness, what is it that makes you so happy? The black eagle-Ah, who had been watching Qian Renlin, noticed his sudden change in expression and thought something had happened in the Spirit Hall, quickly asking in a worried tone. Ignoring the black eagle-Ah's question, Qian Renlin furrowed his brow, contemplating what Bibi Yan had said. Tang San had received the inheritance of a certain deity, his soul power reaching rank 61 overnight, and had also acquired the god of killing domain. Although he was ultimately shattered by a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he still managed to use a hidden weapon to pierce Hulaina's heart before dying, and the poison had spread throughout her body. The god of killing domain, the deity's inheritance, is it the Shura god? Or that second-level god? Qian Renlin thought deeply. Only the Shura god and his lower deity, the second-level god of killing, possessed the god of killing domain in the entire divine realm. If it were just the god of killing, it would be fine. But if it were the inheritance of the Shura god, perhaps even if Tang San were turned to dust as one of the main gods, the other party would still have a way to revive him. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Given QianRenlin's personality and his actions in Douluo Continent, if the Shura god does not like him and insists on cultivating Tang San to suppress him, it is quite possible that the other party might actually do such a thing. After all, until now, QianRenlin still does not know whether Tang San's crossing was premeditated or coincidental. If it was premeditated, then based on the trajectory of the original world, the Shura god is undoubtedly the most likely candidate. It seems I need to speed up. The unification of the continent cannot be delayed any longer. After realizing all of this, QianRenlin firmly resolved to enforce the unification of the continent. Otherwise, if things go as he thinks, the Shura god may continue to resurrect Tang San. Even if QianRenlin personally kills him in the end, the Shura god is likely to not allow him to become a deity, and may even personally intervene to eliminate him. Although the goddess of life had personally descended to offer him an olive branch and chose him as her successor, QianRenlin still did not dare to trust her. He has never been the type to entrust his life safety to others. Therefore, QianRenlin planned to quickly implement the unification of the continent, then enslave all the lives on the continent, combining the faith power of the entire continent to nourish his divine core and create his own divine energy. He decided to start with Sea God Island. Immediately, QianRenlin decisively flashed to the priests of Sea God Island, and before they could react, he forcefully implanted the enslavement skill into their minds. At this moment, QianRenlin had completely revealed some of his trump cards, no longer intending to hide or delay. Without any suspense, from this moment on, 2 of the 8 titled Douluo on Sea God Island died, and the remaining 6 followed in the footsteps of Ghost Douluo. When he saw the priests of Sea God Island kneeling at his feet, looking pious after he released a ray of holy light, the 3 titled Douluo behind him, along with the million soul masters from Ice and Snow City, all widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. What? What is this ability? It's so terrifying. It could even force enemies to become one's servants? The 3 titled Douluo felt a chill in their hearts when they looked at QianRenlin again. He seemed like a terrifying demon in their eyes. At this moment, they suddenly recalled the members of the net hall they had seen before. And only now did they understand why those people were so devoted to QianRenlin. They originally thought those people, like all the soul masters from the Spirit Hall, were subdued by his powerful strength and unparalleled genius. But when they truly witnessed the ability QianRenlin had just used, they realized he was not a revered and loyal son, but had forcibly brainwashed them. As high-ranking titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, they naturally knew a bit about the soul-hunting plan. With the impending unification of the continent, given QianRenlin's immense ambition and terrifying strength, coupled with such a monstrous ability, he would surely enslave everyone to solidify his own position. Understanding all this, they began to feel fear and panic. Although they were indeed loyal to the Spirit Hall and admired the son of the Spirit Hall, to put it bluntly, they were only loyal to the Spirit Hall. However, asking them to be completely enslaved as thoughtless puppets living for him was something they were very unwilling to accept. It wasn't just these 3 titled Douluo who thought this way. Even the million soul masters in Ice and Snow City below shared the same sentiment. They looked at the figure exuding an aura of boundless nobility, who had once been revered by the continent like a deity. And upon seeing that he possessed such a terrifying ability, their hearts became a mix of emotions. They didn't know how to face him anymore. Could the son really be such a person? No, he couldn't be. The son is such a good person. How could he be someone who casually plays with the lives of others? I believe he would never do this to us. Yes, the son is so kind and has always cared for us meticulously, appearing like a deity to help us escape from crises. Although he possesses this ability, I believe he would only use it against bad people. I believe the son would not use this ability on us. Those diehard fans who worshipped QianRenlin still refuse to believe that he could be a reckless villain, still full of admiration for him. However, many from other forces, while reluctant to believe that QianRenlin was an evil soul master, rationally told themselves that they must distance themselves from him. A commoner is innocent but bears the crime of possessing a treasure. With such terrifying strength and such monstrous abilities, even if he is a kind son, these soul masters from all over the continent still involuntarily wished to distance themselves from him, reject him, and even wanted to eliminate him. After all, no one wants to have someone who can threaten them at all times in this world. They do not wish to become puppets, thoughtless walking corpses. On the other side, when QianRenlin chose to expose his enslavement ability in front of everyone, it represented that he no longer wanted to continue hiding. If he wanted to unify the continent, establish the spirit empire, and gather the faith power of billions of lives across the continent to condense his divine core, creating a top-tier deity position, he had to do this. Sooner or later, this day would come anyway. Otherwise, let you all understand the situation. Taking in the expressions of everyone present, QianRenlin said calmly with indifference, without waiting for the Black Eagle Douluo and others to comprehend the meaning of his words. A powerful mental force immediately enveloped the entire Ice and Snow City, and an invisible spatial barrier wrapped around the millions of soul beasts outside the city, teleporting them to the extreme northern ice field. Chapter 241. The Terrifying Power of the Net Hall. Spirit City, Papal Hall. The old man in black robe hurriedly carried the unconscious Hulaina back to the Spirit Hall. However, upon seeing the empty Papal Hall, the old man was dumbfounded, as he suddenly remembered that Pope Bibi Dong had left for son.As City in the eastern region 3 days ago. Given the distance from Spirit City to son.As City, the fastest round trip would take at least half a month. By the time Bibi Dong returns, Hulaina would have already died. With no other options, and risking a dead horse as a live horse doctor, the old man in black robe had no choice but to send all the senior healing soul masters of the Spirit Hall into action. However, when they saw Hulaina's condition, they all shook their heads and sighed, saying, "The poison within the Holy Maiden has already spread throughout her body. We are powerless. Is there really no other way? You must think of a way to save the Holy Maiden." She is the only disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Looking at the anxious old man in black robe, the dozens of healing soul masters above the soul sage level present slightly shook their heads. They could empathize with his feelings, but facing the holy maiden situation, they truly felt powerless. Not to mention that the poison has completely spread throughout her body. Just her pierced heart is something we cannot resolve. What should we do, now that His Holiness the Pope is absent, and the Holy Son is nowhere to be found? With the holy maiden's life hanging by a thread, how can I save her? The old man in the black robe fell to the ground in despair. His gaze blankly fixed on Hulaina, who lay on the ground. How could he not understand the severity of Hulaina's injuries? His urgency to save her was merely an attempt to seek leniency. He knew that having failed to protect Her Highness, he was already facing punishment. However, failing to protect her and having the protected one die were two different matters. If Hulaina died, he could not imagine what the furious Pope would do. Yet, although we cannot solve the Holy Maiden's injuries, if the Web Lord is willing to intervene, there is still a glimmer of hope. Just as the old man in the black robe had prepared himself for death, one of the healing-type soul masters at the son.A level suddenly said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, a strong light of hope surged through the old man's previously despairing heart. However, he still looked at the other person in confusion and asked, "The Web Lord? Aren't they just a group of cold-blooded killers who only know how to fight and kill? Can they really heal injuries? You have been away for a long time, rarely staying at the Spirit Hall, and, as a newly titled Douluo, you naturally do not know much about the Web Lord. However, regarding the poison the Holy Maiden has been afflicted with, I don't know if they can solve it. But her pierced heart can indeed be repaired by a girl who is beside the Holy Son. Is that girl currently at the Web Lord's place?" The old man in the black robe asked eagerly, his eyes shining. "That girl is one of the 7 sword servants beside the Holy Son, and usually, she trains at the Web Lord's place unless there is an important matter. As for whether she is there now, I don't know, but we can still give it a try. All right, then let us hurry to the Web Lord." The old man in the black robe immediately picked up Hulaina from the ground and headed towards the hall entrance, with many healing-type soul masters following closely behind. When we arrive at the Web Lord, you must control your emotions. It is not like other places in the Spirit Hall. They only take orders from the Holy Son. Even the Pope cannot command them. The old man, a healing-type soul, Douluo, caught up to the black-robed old man and said seriously. He was worried that the other party did not understand the situation at the Web Lord's place and might force them with his soul, Douluo strength, in a moment of desperation. At this moment, the old man in the black robe was completely focused on Hulaina and had no mind to listen to what he was saying. After casually nodding, he followed the other party at high speed towards the Web Lord. Eastern region. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was rushing towards Stardo City, also received a message from the old man in the black robe. She paused, her expression a mix of anger and worry. She did not expect Hulaina to take the opportunity to ambush Tang San and end up hit by his hidden weapon, with her life hanging by a thread. Although she was anxious, there was still the crisis of the beast tide in Stardo City, so she could not return to the Spirit Hall. Moreover, even if she hurried back, it would be too late. Understanding the severity of Hulaina's injuries, by the time she returned, the other party might have already died. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong decided to first check on the situation in Stardo City. However, she waited for several breaths. It still received no response from the person in charge of Stardo City. It seems the situation in the eastern region is very grim. Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. She had sent the message to the city lord of Stardo City, but now that there was no response, it could only mean two things. Either the other party had perished or the communication stone had been lost. As a titled Douluo powerhouse, it was unlikely that the latter would happen. Thus, there was only one possibility left. The other party had already died beneath the soul beasts. With no other choice, Bibi Dong chose the former between Stardo City and Hulaina. After all, if Hulaina died, she would only feel some regret. But Stardo City was currently in the midst of a soul beast tide, facing imminent danger. If she did not go to support them, once the situation worsened, the entire eastern region would be affected. Moreover, with so many women on the Douluo Continent, once it was unified, why would there be a lack of women for QianRenlin? Of course, she was unaware that on the very first day, the beast tide in the eastern region had already been resolved by QianRenlin. The reason she was trying to contact Stardo City was that the city lord there had already self-destructed his soul power, perishing together with the soul beasts. His storage soul tool had also been shattered by the violent energy. Spirit Hall, Web Lord Palace, the old man in the black robe, led by a group of healing-type soul masters, finally arrived at the massive dark building. Without time to marvel at its grandeur, he rushed inside while holding Hulaina. However, before he could step onto the outer stairs, two burly men guarding the entrance immediately blocked his way and said coldly, "This is the Web Lord's sacred ground. No one is allowed to enter without the master's orders." The old man in the black robe was taken aback, feeling confused and thinking, "Did I hear that wrong? These two mere soul kings actually dared to stop me? And don't they see the seriously injured holy maiden in my arms?" Just as he was about to get angry, the healing type son.A quickly grabbed him and, after signaling with his eyes, said to the two burly men, "We mean no harm. The holy maiden is severely injured. We have no choice but to seek help from the Web Lord. We hope he can grant us passage." Severely injured holy maiden? The two guards frowned, glancing at Hulaina, who was being carried by the old man in the black robe. Suddenly, as if recalling something, they shouted angrily, "How dare you? Who allowed you to carry her?" "I." The old man in the black robe was stunned by this shout. "The holy maiden's life is in danger. How could I think of so much? How dare you? Put down the holy maiden. Don't you know her identity?" Seeing the old man hesitate, the guards shouted angrily, their two halberds pointed directly at him. I'm a dignified titled Douluo. When did it become the turn of mere gatekeepers to scold me?" The old man in the black robe was also enraged. With a surge of soul power, a black lizard appeared behind him, and at the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 9 black soul rings floated around him. He was genuinely furious. It was already because of the 2 soul Douluo's mishandling that Hulaina had been severely injured, and he was dissatisfied with the Web Lord. Now, these 2 mere guards dared to disregard him, a titled Douluo, and shouted him. How could he not be angry? "Wind, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to make a scene before the Web Lord?" At that moment, several powerful auras suddenly came from within the Web Lord Palace. In the blink of an eye, before the old man in the black robe could react, several extremely powerful figures appeared at the entrance. What? The black-robed Douluo's heart jolted. He did not expect the Web Lord Palace to be so terrifying. Just a few figures before him had a presence that was countless times stronger than his. Title Douluo. The old man in the black robes face darkened. He finally understood why that healing-type son.A would be so respectful towards the Web Lord. There were at least 6 titled Douluo present, and judging by their auras, none had a soul power lower than level 96. What a powerful and terrifying force this is. Although it has long been heard that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall has a powerful force under his command, he rarely stays in the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for this breakthrough to title Douluo, coinciding with BibiDong's need for manpower, he would still be in the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, his impression of the Luo Net Hall was still based on hearsay from others, and he had not actually felt their strength, even thinking that it was just the boasting of those who idolized the Holy Son. However, upon seeing the 6 figures in front of him, he truly experienced their power. Taking a deep breath, he retracted his martial soul, calming his trembling mind, and immediately said, "I am the 17th Elder, Lizard, personally appointed by His Holiness the Pope. I have come here because the Holy Maiden was injured by Tang San, and I hope to receive the assistance of my colleagues in the Luonet. I do not wish to have any unpleasantness with you all." The leading figure, the break soul, Douluo Wudi, coldly snorted upon hearing this, and also withdrew his aura. Hoping it would be so, seeing Yang Wudi respond, the other title law also withdrew their auras, and then the only female among them stepped forward, took Hulaina from the elder's hands, and coldly said, "You listen well. The Holy Maiden is not only the disciple of His Holiness the Pope, but also the fiancée of our Master. She will likely be our future matriarch, and her body is not to be touched by any man other than the Master." The elder replied, "I understand, but the situation was truly urgent at that time. The Holy Maiden was poisoned and unconscious, and I had no choice but to take this desperate measure." The old man in black, upon learning of the Luo Net Hall's strength, did not dare to continue opposing them, and quickly nodded his head, saying, "Humph." The female titled Douluo snorted coldly, holding Hulaina as she walked into the Luo Net Hall. Yang Wudi and the others did not pay any more attention to the soul masters outside, and also returned to the hall, watching the heavy hall doors slowly close. The old man in black wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. Clearly, they had no intention of letting him in, and he could only anxiously wait outside for news. I hope the Luo Net Hall can really heal the Holy Maiden's injuries. Lizard Douluo looked up at the increasingly dark sky, his brows tightly knitted as he thought anxiously. By this time, it had already been nearly half an hour since Hulaina was poisoned. According to Tang San, Hulaina should have already died by now. The reason she was still alive at this moment was primarily due to Hulaina's Soul King strength, providing some resistance to the toxin. Most importantly, it was because of the continuous soul power he had been supplying her and the full control of dozens of healing soul masters, which temporarily sealed the wound on her heart, preventing excessive bleeding that could lead to her death. However, Lizard Douluo knew that this was only a temporary measure. Even with so many people's soul power being supplied, it only temporarily controlled the worsening of her injuries. If they could not find a way to heal her within half an hour, even with the vast resources of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina would likely not survive for 3 hours. After all, while they could temporarily keep her alive with healing soul power despite the heart being pierced, they had no way to deal with the poison she was suffering from. Now, the only hope was that the Luo net really had a solution. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, and the anxious old man in black felt his mind shift, his vision going black, losing all perception. The many healing soul masters who were waiting outside saw Lizard Douluo vanish in a thin air in front of them. In a room of over 1,000 square meters at the back of the first floor of the Wuhun Hall, at this moment, there were more than a dozen powerful figures gathered, both male and female, some old and some middle-aged. In the center of them lay a graceful figure with closed eyes, looking pained on the bed. Her injuries are too severe. Who dares to attack the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a heavy hand, directly piercing the heart with a hidden weapon, and the poison is spread throughout the body. The person who did this is truly audacious. Looking at Hulaina's injuries, the dozen figures surrounding her bed discussed among themselves. The current problem was not why she was so seriously injured, but how to treat her. By the way, have we sent the message to the master? When will the 7-sword servant return? To treat her heart. Only Yi Lingling's 9 heart begonia can do it, and her poison. That's the most troublesome part. Yang Wudi frowned, looking at Hulaina's injuries as he pondered. If the poison had not come directly from the heart, then it would not have spread throughout her body so quickly. If the poison had not spread to her entire body, it would not be a big deal for the Luo net. But now, not only was her heart pierced, but the poison had also spread throughout her body. Faced with such a situation, they truly felt at a loss. Just then, a muffled sound suddenly came from the ground beside them, and Lizard Douluo, who had been outside, lay down here. Before the others could react, another figure suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 242. Your movements are a bit slow. Master, Master, without needing to look. The dozen figures in the room knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out as soon as the figure appeared. In a Luo hall, no one could appear in such a ghostly manner except for the master. Qian Renlin gently hummed, signaling them to rise, then ignored them and walked calmly toward the lying Hulaina. He first glanced at her injuries, then looked at her tightly closed eyes and pained expression, his gaze revealing a hint of indescribable meaning. After a while, Qian Renlin came back to his senses, shaking his head slightly. How could he not understand her feelings? The reason for the current situation was simply due to his earlier casual promise, made in a moment of excitement that clouded his judgment. However, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the only direct disciple of her mother, how could Tang San's desire for a one-for-one exchange be so easy? With a slight pursing of his lips, he raised one arm and unceremoniously pressed it against Hulaina's chest. A pulling force emanated from his palm, while his other arm reached toward the unconscious old man in black, also drawing forth a force. Instantly, a dark green toxin was drawn out from Hulaina's chest by Qian Renlin's right hand, while the pure life force from the old man in black was also absorbed by Qian Renlin. The dozens of high-ranking members of the Luo Hall, standing silently behind Qian Renlin, revealed expressions of intense admiration and reverence. This was their master, the master who could do anything in their hearts. Even in the face of such a situation, Hulaina was merely a small matter to handle in front of the master. Qian Renlin had no mind to pay attention to the thoughts of the Luo net members. When he felt that the mandala snake poison within Hulaina was nearly absorbed, he then infused the pure life force he had absorbed from the old man into her body. In an instant, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Hulaina's heart, pierced by Tang San, rapidly healed completely under the influence of this life force. Moreover, the somewhat unstable blood that had been affected by the poison consumed by QianRenlin also quickly regenerated at this moment. Within just a few breaths, the wound on Hulaina's chest had fully recovered, and even the skin showed no trace of any scars, the entire body smooth and delicate like that of a newborn. On her flawless and beautiful face, the expression of pain that evoked sympathy gradually calmed down as her injuries healed. After all this was done, QianRenlin slowly withdrew his hand, still maintaining an unchanged calm expression, and said, "For the next few days, the son.S will be personally taken care of by Ming Feng. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step into this room. Additionally, the plan to unify the continent should be implemented as soon as possible. I give you 1 day to take down the royal families of the Luo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire." Everyone was taken aback. This was the first time they had seen their master assign a task with such seriousness. However, they did not dare to voice any dissent and quickly knelt down again, responding in unison, "Yes, we will definitely not fail the master's orders. Within 1 day, we will take the heads of the emperors of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Luo Empire." After assigning the tasks, QianRenlin moved and disappeared without a trace. He did not elaborate on the details of the tactics. That was their responsibility, and he only required results. The 10 or so high-ranking members of the organization, except for one female titled "Ah," also began to turn and walk outside. They had all undergone rigorous training. Even though the master had only given them 1 day, they could not recklessly charge in, as the master had specifically mentioned the royal family, meaning they were not allowed to kill the civilians and military of the 2 empires. To achieve taking down the royal family without harming civilians and military, they could only infiltrate the palace and eliminate the emperors of the 2 empires without alerting the army. In a secluded chamber on the top floor of the organization, QianRenlin suddenly appeared in a simple yet elegant room, calmly gazing at the graceful figure sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing. Without needing to think, the person in the room already knew who had arrived, as this was not the first time. Moreover, in the organization, which could be said to be the safest place on the entire Douluo Continent, she did not believe anyone would dare to act against her here. Immediately, Douluo quickly woke from her meditative state, turned to look at QianRenlin, and respectfully said, "Master, you have come. How are your injuries?" QianRenlin slowly approached her, glancing at the exposed half of her shoulder, and asked calmly, replying to the master, "The servant is already fine, but it is all the servant's fault for not being able to protect Her Highness the son.S." Douluo lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. QianRenlin paid no heed to her self-blame, tearing off the luxurious golden robe that covered half of her body, and looked at the small wound on her shoulder, roughly the size of a chopstick. With a wave of his hand, the wound suddenly vanished. "Thank you, master." Douluo quickly expressed her gratitude, feeling surprised and happy. In fact, she had already cleared the poison from her shoulder when returning to the organization, and, at this moment, she was recovering from the wound that Tang San had inflicted. Even without QianRenlin's assistance, Douluo's injuries could be fully healed within 24 hours. But she did not dare to say this out loud, and felt very much enjoying the treatment provided by QianRenlin. At the same time, her breathing began to quicken involuntarily, and a hint of blush appeared on her delicate face. Since the master had come to find her at this moment, she would not naively think that he was only here to show concern for her. Moreover, she understood that the reason the master treated her wound was simply to prevent her mood from being affected in the upcoming events. "Master, you must be tired these days as well. Let the servant take care of you for your rest." Without waiting for QianRenlin to respond, she quickly got out of bed barefoot, starting to skillfully undress QianRenlin. QianRenlin closed his eyes and remained silent, allowing her to serve him. Just as Douluo was halfway through undressing QianRenlin, she was suddenly pushed onto the bed. "Your movements are a bit slow today, master." Douluo blushed as she was pinned down on the bed by QianRenlin. Even though this had happened several times before, she still felt it was surreal, as if everything was just a dream, unable to calm her heart. Chapter 243, Transformation. 2 hours later, just as QianRenlin lay on Douluo's chest, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ignoring her puzzled gaze, he quickly put on his clothes and vanished in a flash. In the eastern region, above Do City, in a space of 5 elements, as soon as QianRenlin appeared, the puppets he had summoned earlier instinctively left the area. They were essentially a single soul and thought, needing no words to fully understand each other's intentions. QianRenlin hurried to this place in the middle of the night because he had learned from the puppet's consciousness that the purple dragon had completely absorbed the dragon soul from Emperor Tian and had undergone some unexpected changes, requiring QianRenlin to personally come and oversee the situation. The massive purple dragon, over 100 meters long, that had been brought by QianRenlin had vanished. Now, in this void world, only a gigantic black-patterned purple dragon egg remained, surrounded by waves of immense energy fluctuations, as if the egg was breathing. It's turned into a dragon egg? Is this the rhythm of transformation? At this moment, upon seeing the dragon egg, QianRenlin was also slightly astonished. He did not expect that merely merging with a dragon soul could lead to another transformation, regardless of any creature. Turning into an egg can only result from two scenarios: rebirth or transformation. A true dragon, formed from the fusion of two Dragon King corpses. After merging with the dragon soul of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, what else could it transform into? Could it be the ancestral dragon? Qian Renlin felt a sense of anticipation. He wanted to see if this already true dragon could transform into the first ancestral dragon of the Douluo Continent. If that were the case, this purple dragon would truly be recognized and accepted by this world. If that were so, it would become a soul beast with its own life, capable of producing its own spirit rings, no longer just a puppet. Suddenly, a great sound resonated in the void, and the gigantic dragon egg emitted an intensely dazzling purple light, to the extent that even Qian Renlin's current strength couldn't clearly see the black patterns on the surface of the egg with the naked eye. Boom! A massive energy wave emanated from the dragon egg, causing the body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, which had been devoured by Qian Renlin's spirit ring, to involuntarily begin floating toward the dragon egg. Is it trying to absorb the essence of Emperor Tian's body? Qian Renlin's gaze sharpened as he quietly watched the body of Emperor Tian, over 100 meters long, drifting toward the dragon egg. After he separated the other party's soul, he absorbed their soul ring and left. So the life essence and immense energy within this body were not devoured or absorbed. At this moment, watching the dragon egg's movements, it was clear that it wanted to devour the energy essence within the other party. Although the energy from Emperor Tian was also a great tonic for Qian Renlin, potentially allowing him to break through a level, he did not interrupt the other's actions at this critical moment of the purple dragon's transformation, but quietly waited for the result. Time passed by second, and the massive body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King finally approached the dragon egg. Suddenly, with a loud boom, as the Black Dragon King's body first touched the dragon egg, a massive wave of energy radiated from within the egg, causing the entire void world to shake violently. Qian Renlin could distinctly feel the powerful intent emanating from the dragon egg. It was a strong desire, as the dragon egg sought to devour the other. As expected, in the next moment, the dragon egg released a powerful devouring force, directly sucking the entire massive body of the Black Dragon King into its shell. Boom! A powerful energy burst forth from the dragon egg, making the air in the entire void seem to boil. Qian Renlin's expression tightened, and he quickly released his soul power to stabilize the space. After an unknown period, it seemed that the dragon egg had finished devouring the Black Dragon King's essence, and the powerful energy fluctuations around it began to gradually retract, while the rich light emanating throughout the space also gradually dimmed. At this moment, the dragon egg seemed to return to its previous calm, although it appeared to still be breathing with the life inside. The black patterns on the shell began to flicker with a hint of golden light. No movement. Is it because the transformation energy is insufficient? Or is it absorbing Emperor Tian's energy? At this moment, Qian Renlin couldn't understand the situation, as this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, what provided him with some comfort was that this dragon egg still had an inexplicable connection to his soul, which was the fragment of soul essence that had separated from his sea of consciousness during the birth of the purple dragon. Now that this fragment of soul essence had not severed its connection with him, it meant that the other party would still be under his control after the transformation. At least it would regard him as its father once it emerged. So what should I do now? Should I just wait for it to finish transforming here? Qian Renlin frowned, thinking that now that the dragon egg had ceased its movements and he had no idea what the situation was, he was stuck in a dilemma. Who knows how long this dragon egg's transformation will take? If the lifespan of a soul beast is long, what if its transformation takes hundreds or thousands of years? Forget it. Judging by the situation, the dragon egg's transformation seems relatively stable, and it shouldn't undergo any major changes. After some thought, Qian Renlin decided to leave this place for now. It appeared that the dragon egg wouldn't complete its transformation anytime soon, and he had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't just stay here all day waiting for it to finish transforming. With that in mind, Qian Renlin stabilized the space again and called back the puppet he had just sent away to guard the area, then returned to Douluo to catch up on some sleep. After all, the puppet had no lifespan restrictions. As long as it had consciousness and wasn't destroyed, it could essentially exist forever. He hadn't slept for several days and needed to take a nap with Douluo. Although at his current strength, he didn't require much sleep. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall and the ruler of the Net Palace, he should enjoy himself when he could. If he had to do everything himself, what would he need so many subordinates for? Chapter 244, The Pain of the Snowy Night Tiando Empire. Tonight's night sky was darker than ever, as if the bright moon in the sky was wrapped by a giant hand of a demon, showing no glimmer of light. In the most prosperous city of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, there were no pedestrians on the streets tonight, and the patrol guards that were often seen were mysteriously absent. The large red lanterns hanging in front of every household swayed eerily in the flickering candlelight, resembling the eyes of abyssal demons, captivating and chilling. Suddenly, a strange, cold wind swept through, and thousands of shadowy figures appeared out of nowhere on the street, floating within a gray mist that obscured their clothing, with only their eerily bright eyes visible, as if anyone who made eye contact would be frozen in fear. As the 1,000 figures shrouded in gray mist appeared, the red lanterns in front of the houses on either side of the street began to shake violently, the eerie flames flickering as if they were about to extinguish at any moment. The quiet street was suddenly hit by another gust of strange wind, and the countless lights around finally succumbed to the force, extinguishing one by one. The already dimly lit street turned pitch black, and as the lights went out, the thousands of shadowy figures drifting in the gray mist completely vanished into the darkness. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? The snowy Knight Emperor, who was handling state affairs in the imperial study, slowly set down the documents in his hand and looked outside with a furrowed brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry arise within him. Why is it so quiet? The snowy Knight Emperor frowned, sensing an unusual silence in the air. He glanced around, and suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm as a strong feeling of unease surged within him. He realized that the attendants who usually never left his side were nowhere to be found, and he could not sense the presence of the maid who always waited at the door. Someone, where's Shaoli? No response. The spacious room echoed only with his voice. His heart sank instantly. Even the dullest person could sense that something was off, let alone he, the emperor of the Tiando Empire. The sudden disappearance of his ever-present attendants and the eerie silence in the palace, where footsteps were usually heard, all happened right under his nose, and he, as the ruler of the empire, only realized it now. Calm down. Calm down. The snowy Knight Emperor forced himself to stay calm. He was the ruler of a nation and must not panic. He glanced around. Aside from missing Shaoli, everything else seemed unchanged. He then stepped out of the room and onto the balcony outside the hall, looking down at the scene below. Aside from the emptiness, it was just darkness. The entire Tiando Empire's palace, no, more accurately, the entire Tiando city, aside from the light in the grand hall where the snowy Knight Emperor stood, was engulfed in darkness, as if he was the only person left in the entire world. At this moment, even though the snowy Knight Emperor was the emperor of the Tiando Empire, even with his strong temperament and deep cunning, facing such a situation, his heart began to panic. After all, he was only at the Soul King level. And as an emperor, most of the combat power in the entire palace had been sent to support the two beast tides. Not to mention the severe lack of troops. Even if there were enough forces, he would still be at a loss in the face of such a situation. Even the dullest person would know that outsiders had invaded at this moment. He did not know how the enemy had accomplished all this. But the fact that no one came to rescue him at such a time already indicated a lot. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a strange laughter suddenly came from the darkness below. Shuya was startled and hurriedly looked down, but he could see nothing but darkness. Ha 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 ha. Just as Shuya peeked down, the strange laughter abruptly came from behind him. He quickly turned around, and although there was light behind him, he still saw nothing. As soon as Shuya turned back, the strange laughter came from all around him. This time, the laughter was not from a single direction, but from all sides. Panicking, Shuya looked around, but aside from the eerie laughter, there was still no one. He saw nothing at all. His heart began to panic, and he shouted loudly, "Who are you? What kind of trick is this? If you have the guts, show yourselves." Ha 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 ha. Someone, quick, someone help. Quick, come my rescue. But no matter how loudly Emperor Shuya shouted, he was still met with nothing but the omnipresent strange laughter in the void. At this moment, his mind was completely filled with fear, and his spirit began to crumble. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you tormenting me like this? Swish! At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly flashed past Shuya from behind, followed by another ghostly figure floating by his side. Shuya looked around in panic, and more ghostly figures appeared, all moving like shadows with speeds as fast as ghosts, accompanied by the strange laughter that echoed in the air, their forms flickering in and out of sight. Swish! At this moment, a ghostly figure wearing a menacing mask floated in front of Shuya, just a mere 5 centimeters away, staring at him with a smile. Are you looking for me? Ah! Shuya's heart was suddenly filled with terror. He looked at the ghostly face that was almost touching his own, his eyes filled with fear. Ha 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 ha. This ghostly figure seemed to greatly enjoy Xu Ye's terrified expression, suddenly bursting into eerie laughter. What was even stranger was that the ghost mask, which should have been very rigid, actually revealed a mouth that split to the roots of its ears as it laughed. Even the dim lights in the great hall began to take on an eerie and seductive glow, with blood mixed in the fiery red lanterns. Gee, ghost! Xu Ye looked at the menacing and eerie smile directed at him, along with the terrifying atmosphere surrounding him, and screamed in horror. His mind, overwhelmed by extreme fear, suddenly stopped, and he stared wide-eyed before collapsing to the ground in terror. Thus, the Grand Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xu, was actually scared to death. Even at the moment of his death, he had no idea who was trying to harm him or how everything had happened. At the moment, Xu Ye was scared to death. The thousands of ghostly figures that had been floating around him also vanished, along with the eerie laughter, and the blood-mixed lanterns returned to their original appearance. Even the entire dark space shattered like a mirror and slowly regained its brightness. When the darkness that enveloped Tiando City disappeared, the streets were far from empty. Thousands of lights shone brightly, illuminating the streets filled with laughter and bustling pedestrians. In contrast to the prosperous scene in Tiando City, the inner palace was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Thousands of soldiers in white armor surrounded a magnificent hall with long spears in hand. At that moment, on the balcony of the top floor of the hall, hundreds of officials in official robes or armored generals knelt on the ground with expressions of mourning. And before them lay Emperor Xu, his eyes wide open in terror. At this time, the officials were also filled with confusion. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Emperor Xu, who was reviewing documents, suddenly went mad. Yes, he suddenly went mad. The little attendant beside Xu Ye, seeing their emperor stand up, immediately shouted for help. No matter how he shouted or pulled, the emperor seemed to ignore his presence and walked to the edge of the balcony, where he was seen screaming in terror. The little attendant cried as he approached the emperor, but after Xu Ye glanced at him, he suddenly died on the spot. Didn't someone go to the harem to send a message? Why has no one come after such a long time? Where's the fourth prince? Where's the crown prince? The emperor has passed away. Why have neither of them come? Time passed second by second, and the officials below began to stir. The prime minister, who was kneeling in the front, also sensed something was wrong because the maid had already gone to call for help as soon as Xu Ye went mad. However, even after a quarter of an hour since the emperor's death, no one from the harem or the princes had come, not even Prince Xuesheng. It should be noted that Emperor Xu Ye was still unable to close his eyes. The royal family members did not come, and they had no right to close the emperor's eyes. But they couldn't just let Xu Ye remain unseeing forever, could they? Then, the prime minister turned to the little attendant beside Xu Ye, who was in pain, and said, "You go see what the matter is. Why has no one from the royal family come after the emperor's death?" Woo. Yes, the little attendant cried as he retreated from in front of Xu Ye, bowing his head as he stepped back. The prime minister silently watched the little attendant leave, then turned to ask, "Where is the imperial physician?" "Here." A healing-type soul saint who was kneeling not far from the prime minister raised his head and replied. He was the imperial healer by Xu Ye's side, the highest-ranked healer in the Tiando Empire, with the strongest healing abilities. "Have you figured out how His Majesty passed away?" Replying to the Prime Minister, "I have not found anything unusual." "Well, then check the meals His Majesty had tonight. Who prepared them? Who delivered them? And punish all 9 generations?" The Prime Minister ordered coldly. Yes, now that Emperor Xu Ye had passed away and the Crown Prince and Prince Xuesheng were absent, his power was the greatest. In this situation, no one dared to contradict him, for he was not only a prime minister, but also the strongest person in the Tiando Empire. "No, it's terrible. The harem concubines are all dead." "No, it's terrible. Prince Xuesheng is dead, along with the princess and the little prince's family of 3. This is bad. The 4th prince is dead." "No, it's terrible. The crown prince is missing." At that moment, the previously departed maidservants and guard from the harem and royal family shouted in panic downstairs. What? Including the prime minister? A total of 344 civil and military officials suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. At this moment, everyone present finally realized that this was a premeditated and targeted assassination. Who could it be? The Spirit Hall? Or the Douluo Empire? The prime minister's heart sank as he thought. Even with the recent power he held, he no longer had the desire to vie for power. "Hurry, quickly send word to the borders. Instruct all troops to return to the capital at once." Meanwhile, no one noticed that not far from here, on a construction site, a tall figure cloaked in a black robe silently watched the civil and military officials in the Great Hall with indifferent eyes. Suddenly, the figure moved, and before anyone could react, it flashed like a ghost to the balcony of the Great Hall, swiftly taking away the lifeless body of the Snow Knight Emperor. Miraculously, not a single person in the hundreds within the Great Hall attempted to stop the figure. After a moment of panic, they all tacitly watched as the body of Snow Knight was taken away. It was only after they saw the figure disappear from sight that those on the balcony finally breathed a sigh of relief. How terrifying! In that fleeting moment, I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave. The Prime Minister, a son.A of level 86, thought to himself as he watched the black-robed figure vanish into the sky, patting his chest with lingering fear. Just as the figure appeared, he instinctively wanted to stop them, but feeling the fleeting aura emanating from the figure, he immediately backed down. Now that Snow Knight was dead, no one in the royal family had survived. Even the harem, including the queen, had lost dozens of concubines. He had to start considering whether anything was worth doing before acting. Moreover, the main point was that the figure only killed Snow Knight and the royal family members, without harming any civilians, indicating that for some reason, they did not wish to kill innocent people. Therefore, he had even less reason to forcefully intervene and waste his life. The thoughts of the other civil and military officials present were vastly different from those of the Prime Minister. More importantly, seeing that even the Prime Minister did not make a move against the black-robed figure, they also chose to watch as the figure departed. Chapter 245. The Secret of the Douluo Emperor. The royal family members of the Qian Empire and a group of concubines were suddenly assassinated by a mysterious person overnight, causing panic and fear throughout the palace. At the same time, the Douluo Empire also faced an attack that night. However, the method used to assassinate the Douluo Emperor was different from that of the Qian Emperor. They chose a subtle yet straightforward approach. Unlike the power-hungry and pleasure-seeking Snow Knight Emperor, the Douluo Emperor, who revered martial power, had very few concubines throughout his life. Aside from the royal family's long-standing marriage alliance with the Ing spirit cat Zhu family, the other few concubines were daughters of high-ranking officials taken to stabilize imperial power. At the second watch of the night, 1:30 a.m., the Douluo Emperor was not sleeping in the queen's or other concubines' chambers, but alone in a secluded hall deep within the harem. He had always done so, only spending a night in each concubine's room as a matter of routine, and had never returned to their chambers afterward. People in the palace were very puzzled as to why their emperor did not sleep in the queen's or other concubine chambers but preferred to stay alone in the remote depths of the harem, even issuing orders that forbade anyone from stepping into that area, not even allowing servants to approach for cleaning. Rumors circulated that the Douluo Emperor kept a woman in that secluded area whom he did not want anyone to know about, but the emperor never explained. Some elder officials had advised the emperor, yet he continued to come here after handling his daily affairs. Over time, the palace staff ceased to pursue this matter, as the Douluo Emperor had spent a night in each concubine's room and had fathered several princes. Those who could not conceive could only blame their bad luck. The Douluo Emperor walked steadily through the harem, taking a path that led him deeper and deeper after passing several small pavilions. Soon, he arrived at a dusty side room. After glancing around to ensure he was not being followed, he took out a very peculiar key and inserted it into a remarkably clean and smooth lock. Unlocking the door and pushing it open, he entered the room in one fluid motion without any hesitation. After closing the door, he did not even turn on the lights, but continued deeper inside, passing through 3 rooms before finally stopping in front of a bookcase. He carefully pushed aside several dusty books in the middle, reaching inside as if searching for something. After a moment of groping, his previously calm and authoritative expression suddenly changed. "Has someone been here?" The Douluo Emperor looked at the jade pendant in his hand, his brows slightly furrowing. This jade pendant was something he took out and put back in this spot every day, and he was extremely familiar with even the slightest changes in this place. But just now, he noticed that the pendant's placement seemed slightly off from its original position. Could it be that too many recent events have left me a bit disoriented? The Douluo Emperor furrowed his brows in thought, then turned to leave the room. Heading to the second room he had just passed, he stopped again in front of another bookcase, this time carefully observing before pushing aside the books. However, upon closer inspection, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock, and he quickly took out a luminous pearl from his storage soul guide to examine it more closely. With this look, his heart trembled violently. It cannot be wrong. Someone really has entered this room, if the previous subtle changes could be attributed to his recent fatigue causing disorientation. This time, there was absolutely no mistake, as the books on the shelf had clearly been disturbed. But how is this possible? The key to the entrance was personally made by my father. There is only this one on the entire continent. So how did someone else get in? The Douluo Emperor felt it was incredibly unbelievable. The key to the entrance was very special, without using brute force to break it. It was impossible to open the door without a key. With no time to think further, he hurriedly pushed aside the books on the third compartment to the right and placed the previous jade pendant into a recess. As soon as the pendant entered the recess, a faint white light suddenly emanated from it, accompanied by a soft, rumbling sound, and the bookcase slowly opened in the middle, revealing a pitch-black passage devoid of light. The Douluo Emperor glanced at the passage, holding the luminous pearl to illuminate the darkness ahead, and cautiously stepped into the passage. Once his figure fully entered, the bookcase behind him slowly closed again. Just as the bookcase closed, a shadow in the room suddenly stepped forward, looking at the closed bookcase with an inscrutable expression. Oh, I didn't expect him to return at this time. The shadowy figure, whose form was indistinct, paused for a moment before letting out a slight sigh. After learning that the Douluo Emperor had this habit, he used his own cultivation method to bypass the outer door and sneak in here. However, upon entering, he sensed a faint, unknown energy in the room. After some investigation, he discovered that the energy was emanating from the bookshelf. Driven by curiosity, he began to search through the books on the shelf and found a depression that clearly indicated some kind of mechanism lock. He then started searching the room for a key, but just as he found a jade pendant that matched the size of the depression in the third room's bookshelf, he was surprised to find that the Douluo Emperor had returned early. To avoid alarming him, he quickly returned the books he had disturbed to their original positions. However, because he was unfamiliar with the area, he was eventually discovered by the Douluo Emperor as the third-ranked assassin in the Luo network. With a powerful cultivation level of 98, he could certainly launch a surprise attack on the Douluo Emperor for a quick kill. Yet, after realizing the situation here, he hesitated. He wanted to uncover the secret behind the bookshelf and understand why the Douluo Emperor valued this place so much. This moment of hesitation caused him to miss the best opportunity to act. Once the Douluo Emperor became aware that someone had entered, he was already on guard. If he acted then, he would no longer be able to guarantee a one-hit kill, and it would surely alert the entire palace. At that point, if he wanted to leave with the Douluo Emperor's head, he would have to resort to a massacre. Chapter 246. Father, it's time to eat. What to do now? The Luo network's assassin felt troubled. Not only had he failed to kill the Douluo Emperor, but he also could not enter because of some unknown energy behind the bookshelf. Even though his martial soul was special and his cultivation method was unique, he still couldn't get in. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to find a key when he could just pass through directly? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What's going on, ghostly charm? Why did you call us here in such a hurry? Suddenly, several sounds of wind rushed in. The Luo network assassin turned to see several figures appearing beside him in the darkness. It turned out that the third-ranked assassin of the Luo network was actually Ghostly Charm, the first Saint Envoy of Qian Renlin. Ghostly Charm was not surprised by how they could enter the room. Not to mention that every member of the Luo network could ignore barriers and move freely. The door had been locked when the Douluo Emperor entered. He shook his head and remained silent, merely pointing towards the bookshelf, indicating for the others to look. Yang Wudi looked in the direction he pointed, initially thinking it was just a bookshelf, but soon his expression became serious as he too sensed a faint, unknown energy emanating from within. What's inside? You should try using your shadow transformation technique. Ghostly Charm did not answer, but instead suggested that Yang Wudi try it himself. He couldn't be sure. What if the unknown energy emanating from the bookshelf was specifically targeted at his martial soul's characteristics? Yang Wudi walked forward, wanting to use his technique to pass through the wall behind the bookshelf into another room, but he was shocked to find that while his shadow transformation technique activated, it did not exhibit the expected ability to pass through obstacles. You'll try it too. Yang Wudi frowned and turned to the other Luo network assassins who had come with him. The other assassins exchanged glances, confused, and approached the bookshelf together, activating their shadow transformation techniques, but their results were the same as Yang Wudi's. While their techniques activated, they could not achieve the expected effect. What? Not even the shadow transformation technique can pass through? Ghostly Charm asked as he observed their expressions. His martial soul, having mutated from celestial herbs, possessed the ability to ignore obstacles and pass through walls, so he had not learned the shadow transformation technique in depth. This bookshelf is problematic. Yang Wudi nodded and said solemnly. This was the first time he had encountered something that could block the shadow transformation technique created by his master. Indeed, behind this bookshelf is a passageway. I don't know where it leads, but I know the Star Luo Emperor takes it very seriously. He not only ordered everyone to stay away, but also sleeps here himself. Ghostly Charm shared the information he had gathered. This was also a point of confusion for him, as he knew how powerful the techniques created by his master were. Even a soul power wall condensed by a soul master could be passed through silently as long as the user's cultivation level was not higher than that of the user. Yet this time, they were blocked by a layer of unknown energy behind the bookshelf that did not seem to be soul power. The only possibility for this situation is that the level of this energy is higher than that of the shadow transformation technique. Right? It's already the third watch of the night, and in 15 minutes the Star Luo Emperor will return. Let S first take his head to report to the master, and then inform him of the situation here. Yang Wudi decided not to dwell on the issue any longer. The entire royal family, including Prince Davis, had already been dealt with, and they just needed to wait for the Star Luo Emperor to return and take his head to report back. No need. Ghostly Charm shook his head and said, he returned early. I saw him enter from here before you came. What? You just watched him enter? Yang Wudi immediately scolded him. The Star Luo Emperor would only come out during the morning court, and by that time, the palace would have already discovered that the royal family had been assassinated. This was indeed my fault, and I will personally confess to the master. But the current problem is how we can enter here and take the Star Luo Emperor's head. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi fell silent. The master had only given them 1 day, and now it was already past midnight, with 7 hours remaining. Nighttime was the best time to act. After dawn, it would not be so easy to move. It seems we can only wait here. Fortunately, the Star Luo Emperor issued a command, so we don't have to worry about anyone approaching. We just need to wait until dawn, and once he comes out, we can kill him then. One of the Luo network assassins spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. This was indeed the only option available right now. However, Nightmare over there has probably completed the mission and should be on the way back to the Martial Soul Hall by now. I'm worried that if we take too long to complete our mission, the master will be unhappy. Young Wudi frowned. Although the master had said they had a day, and there were still 7 hours left, it was enough time. But if Nightmare managed to resolve the royal family of the Tiando Empire alone while they were delayed here, the master might think they were too slow and become displeased. That is true. Let us just hope that when we report the situation to the master later, the situation behind the bookshelf will satisfy him and bring him joy. We can only hope for that. Yang Wudi and the other Luo network assassins could only pray that there would be something valuable behind the bookshelf. On the other side, after passing through the bookshelf, the Star Luo Emperor cautiously walked down the passage. After reaching the end of the passage without encountering anything unusual, he finally sighed in relief and slowly approached the door at the front, taking out the jade pendant from before and placing it into a depression on the door. As the door slowly opened, Emperor Xingluo took several deep breaths until a respectful expression appeared on his dignified face before stepping through the portal. Upon passing through the doorway, he found himself in an underground palace, the entire hall surprisingly clean without a speck of dust. Emperor Xingluo walked through the hall and made his way to a rear garden, arriving at a back hall. It was here that Emperor Xingluo paused, took out a brocade box filled with food from his storage soul guide, and then pushed open the door in front of him. He entered a room and knelt before a curtain, raising his hands to present the brocade box, respectfully whispering, "Father, it's time to eat." Suddenly, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from behind the dark curtain, crashing violently into Emperor Xingluo's chest with a speed that was hard to comprehend. At the same time, a cold, authoritative voice reached his ears. "You fool. Do you know you have already exposed yourself?" Bang! The esteemed Emperor Xingluo, a level 96 super Douluo, was sent flying by this blow, crashing against the wall behind him with a loud thud, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Father. Emperor Xingluo gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his chest, struggled to rise from the ground, and staggered back to kneel before the curtain, his expression not daring to show any resentment. "Father, I know I have exposed the existence of the underground passage, but now the Spirit Hall is powerful, and the Xingluo Empire is defenseless. I have no choice but to come and request for you to return." Without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Emperor Xingluo anxiously spoke to the figure behind the curtain. Unlike the Snow Knight Emperor, who had anticipated the beast tide in the eastern and northern regions, and had prepared for the Spirit Hall to take action against the two empires, he had left a portion of his strength deep within the royal palace. However, he knew this was ultimately futile. He saw further than the Snow Knight Emperor. The Spirit Hall was too powerful, and its holy son was even stronger. Now, the only one who could save the empire from crisis was his father, who had been in seclusion deep within the harem. Thinking of the idea that something must be broken for something new to be established, he came to request his father to return. The voice behind the curtain fell silent for a moment. How could he not understand the power of the Spirit Hall? Yet he was filled with hatred, hating the other party for choosing this moment to act, and also hating Emperor Xingluo for exposing the secret of the passage. For his own plan, he didn't care if the entire Xingluo Empire perished. But at this critical moment, when his plan was on the verge of success, Emperor Xingluo had actually led the enemy deep into the harem and exposed the secret of the passage. Now is not the time. You should stay here for a while. What? Emperor Xingluo was taken aback and immediately urged anxiously, Father, if I stay here, what will happen to the Xingluo Empire? Without my leadership, before the Spirit Hall even arrives, there will be chaos within the empire. I naturally understand the seriousness of the situation. This matter is settled. As long as we endure this storm, once my plan is completed, even if 10 Spirit Halls come, I will no longer fear them. Father will succeed? Hearing this, Emperor Xingluo's face immediately showed a look of wild joy, but then he thought about the need to sacrifice the entire Xingluo Empire, and his heart felt reluctant and pained. All right, you will stay here for now. This is also for your own good. Right now, there are 2 level 98 title Douluos and 4 level 97 title Douluos above. If you go up now, it is undoubtedly certain death. If you die, it will only hasten the destruction of the Xingluo Empire. 6 super title Douluos? Emperor Xingluo exclaimed in shock, feeling a lingering fear. He hadn't expected that just moments ago he had brushed against the edge of hell. But he was also puzzled as to why the other party hadn't attacked him. Don't celebrate too early. There's an energy barrier at the entrance of the passage that even a level 99 limit Douluo cannot forcibly cross. However, we're also trapped and cannot go out. Then, Father, what about our food during this time? There is no grain here. Emperor Xingluo frowned and said, had he known this would be the case, he should have brought more food before coming. Now that they couldn't go up and no one could come in, who knew how long the Spirit Hall's people would stay above? What if they grew impatient and directly attacked the Xingluo Empire? This problem I will handle myself. Over the years, the soul beast corpses you sent intermittently are still quite a few. Before Emperor Xingluo could finish, he had a bad premonition. The soul beast corpses he personally sent were once a year. If he remembered correctly, the last time he sent soul beasts was already 7 months ago. After such a long time, those soul beast meats must have rotted. However, he didn't dare to say much. After all, if even his father could eat, why couldn't he? Moreover, thinking of the impending plan, this little hardship was nothing. Spirit Hall, the humiliation I suffer will be repaid to you all doubly. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone on the ground of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin, who was sleeping in Dugi Yan's room, calmly opened his eyes. Slowly getting out of bed, after getting dressed and washed with Dugi Yan's assistance, he came to the living room, sat on the sofa, and began to eat the breakfast that had already been prepared. What's the situation? After finishing the milk in his cup, Qian Renlin took the silk handkerchief from Dugi Yan's hand, wiped the milk residue from the corner of his mouth, and asked. Dugi Yan naturally understood what he meant, and quickly replied in a clear yet rapid tone, replying to the master. The situation in the Tiando Empire has been resolved. Nightmare Douluo returned to the Net Hall with the body of Snow Knight an hour ago, but the broken soul Douluo and ghost Douluo have not yet returned. Oh, with the strength of Invincible and Ghostly, they shouldn't be unable to take down even a level 96 white tiger Douluo. What happened? Qian Renlin said calmly, showing little change in expression. He trusted the capabilities of Yang, Invincible, and the others. Since they had delayed until now, it meant there must be a reason. Replying to the master, according to the information transmitted back by Broken Soul Douluo, Ghost Douluo discovered a special energy deep within the Xingluo Empire's harem. This energy can actually resist their shadow transformation technique and the ability of Ghost Douluo's martial soul to cross barriers. In that case, why don't they come back first? This, because Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment and missed the best time to kill Emperor Xingluo, allowing him to enter that special energy's rear. They know they haven't completed the master's task, so they don't dare to return early and are currently waiting there. Dugi Yan respectfully relayed Yang Invincible's words. Qian Renlin leaned back on the sofa, casually tapping the armrest with his right hand. After a long while, Qian Renlin opened his slightly drooping eyelids and murmured softly. Special energy? Able to block Ghostly's martial soul and ignore the shadow transformation? I personally created? Is it a soul guide? Or divine power? Why does Emperor Xingluo value this place so much? What secrets are hidden there? Then he stopped pondering further, and with a movement, he and Duguyan disappeared from the spot. He planned to personally go and take a look, no matter what secrets lay there. They could not stop him from unifying the continent. Chapter 248, Divine Power in the Imperial Harem of the Xingluo Empire. As a wave of energy rippled through the air, two figures suddenly appeared here. Instantly, they attracted the attention of everyone around, whether it was the maids tending to the flowers, those carrying trays, or the patrolling eunuchs. All paused their actions and turned to look at the suddenly appeared Qian Renlin and Duguyan. How could a boy appear in the harem? How did they get here? But that boy is so handsome. Wow, how can he be so charming? After a brief moment of frozen air, the maids began to discuss Qian Renlin among themselves. How bold! Whose child are you? Don't you know that men are forbidden from stepping into the harem? The eunuchs, regaining their senses, rushed forward and shouted sharply. Hearing this extremely harsh voice, Qian Renlin frowned. Sensing his displeasure, Duguyan's eyes turned cold. In a flash, she moved in front of the eunuch who had spoken, extending her delicate, fair hand and striking it against his chest. How could a mere eunuch who was not even a soul master withstand Duguyan's strength? Instantly, his chest was crushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing into a group of flower pots and hitting the ground hard. Your voice makes the master very unhappy. The cold words came from Duguyan as she slowly withdrew her outstretched arm, her indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone present. Under her gaze, none of the onlookers dared to make a sound. You dare. One eunuch, though terrified, still mustered the courage to point at Duguyan and tried to scold her, but upon meeting her cold eyes, he immediately lost the courage to speak. Boom! At that moment, the impatient Qian Renlin directly released a wave of mental power that enveloped everyone present. He had no interest in playing games with this group of ants. He directly enslaved them with his mental power, and, in an instant, the maids and eunuchs could not hold on for even a moment before they closed their eyes and fell to the ground. Ignoring this group of people, Qian Renlin immediately flashed away, heading towards the aura of Yang Wudi. Whoosh! Sensing the sound of the wind, Yang Wudi and the others quickly turned cautiously, and upon feeling the aura of the other party, they all got up and respectfully knelt on the ground, welcoming their master's arrival. Master, why have you come? Qian Renlin ignored Yang Wudi's question and walked to the bookcase. As soon as he entered, he sensed the energy fluctuations coming from within. After careful observation, his expression showed slight astonishment. To his perception, this layer of energy was very similar to the divine power he had encountered before, yet somewhat different, also differing from the life goddess's divine power. However, he immediately recognized this as divine power. How could the Xingluo Empire possess divine power? Is there a legacy of some deity beneath this? Qian Renlin thought in surprise. He did not expect to sense divine power energy deep within the harem of the Xingluo Empire, as the original text did not mention it. And he did not know whether it was a deity's legacy or a divine artifact. Observing Qian Renlin's astonished expression, everyone present remained calm and did not disturb him. Even Yang Wudi and the others, who had been kneeling, did not dare to stand up without their master's command. At the same time, they were curious about what lay behind, why it could cause their master to show such an expression. Ignoring the thoughts of those present, after a moment of surprise, Qian Renlin released a wave of mental power and probed towards the back of the bookcase. However, as soon as his mental power made contact with this layer of divine power, it was as if a stream of water crashed against a solid wall, making no progress whatsoever, and his mental power splashed outwards like raindrops. It actually blocked my mental power. Qian Renlin felt a shock within. With his current powerful mental power, he was actually being obstructed by this weak layer of divine power, which could only mean that the owner of this divine power was of a very high divine rank, at least a first-level deity. He did not expect that such a divine object would be hidden deep within the harem of the Xingluo Empire. Qian Renlin became increasingly interested in what lay behind. Whether it was a deity's legacy or a divine artifact, the higher the level, the greater the benefits it would bring him. If he could devour and absorb the divine power within, then his demigod soul power would get closer to divine power, and its quality would become purer. Without any hesitation, Qian Renlin extended an arm to rest against the bookcase and activated his devouring power to absorb the weak divine power on the bookcase. Just as Qian Renlin was absorbing this divine power, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind the curtain in the underground palace. A figure shrouded in darkness suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of pure white pupils devoid of any impurities, filled with seriousness and disbelief. How is this possible? How'd he do it? The figure in the darkness exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, he could clearly see a young boy on the ground absorbing the energy from the bookcase. And the speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, that layer of energy had become very weak, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Without thinking much, the figure quickly took out a necklace from his pocket. This necklace was pure white, made of an unknown material, strung with a pearl-sized white orb. At this moment, under the transport of Dai Zhentian's soul power, this pearl emitted an endless powerful light, looking like a small sun, illuminating the entire dark space and revealing a tall, imposing man over 2 meters tall. Under the light of the pearl, the layer of energy enveloping the bookcase, which seemed about to dissipate, was slowly recovering and condensing. While absorbing this layer of energy, Qian Renlin frowned. He did not expect this energy to be recoverable. But then he relaxed his brow, not to mention that the more energy there was, the greater the benefits to him. Even the recovery speed of this energy was far inferior to his absorption speed. Feeling the dwindling soul power within him, Dai Zhentian gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to drip into his eyes and mouth. No, this person is too powerful. My soul power is simply insufficient to sustain the enormous energy required by the Sun Pearl. Boom! Bang! Before he could think of a decision, Qian Renlin on the ground accelerated his absorption of this last trace of divine power. At the moment the divine power dissipated, the entire bookcase could no longer withstand the overwhelming might of Qian Renlin and shattered, revealing a dark passage behind it. I'm sorry. I broke my promise. First of all, I feel very sorry. I won't have time to play anymore. As an adult, I've been playing for several years, and now I have to start making money. I had originally said last month that I would update frequently this month, but my dad opened a studio for me, and I've been busy with paperwork and signing contracts this month, so I can only update 2 chapters in the evening. The current situation is that I have to officially start fighting against a terrifying enemy called life, and I won't have enough time to write anymore. I'm truly sorry for disappointing everyone who has supported me all along. As for this book, I may not be able to finish it completely. I can only try to find time to unify the Douluo world. As for the Divine Realm, I am very sorry for not fulfilling my initial promise, and for disappointing everyone. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 249, A Ray of White Light. Bang! At the moment when the energy was exhausted, the bookshelf in the room suddenly exploded, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it, like the mouth of an abyss. What happened? The star Luo Emperor, who was meditating, was abruptly awakened by the sound of the explosion. Before he could react, he was captivated by the white light coming from behind the curtain. What is my father up to this time? The star Luo Emperor, still confused, had no idea that a crisis was about to arrive. He widened his eyes and cautiously watched the faint white light that emanated from behind the curtain, thinking it might be another secret weapon his father was working on. In contrast to the star Luo Emperor's confusion, the towering figure behind the curtain had a gloomy expression. His left hand was propped on the ground. His right hand was covering his chest, and he was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water, weak and feeble. His eyes, filled with an intimidating aura, were fixed on the white jade treasure that had fallen to the ground, completely disregarding the sweat that dripped into his eyes, filled with brutality and unwillingness. Why did the ancestors' treasure get destroyed by a human child? Why did you have to find this place at this moment? Why? Hearing the hoarse and brutal voice from behind the curtain, the star Luo Emperor, who was standing guard outside, swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Father, what exactly happened? Boom! Bang! The figure behind the curtain, in a state of fury, seemed to become even more agitated upon hearing the star Luo Emperor's voice. Suddenly, he slammed his palm against the Emperor's chest, and before the star Luo Emperor could react, he was sent flying backward by the force. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, this fool, how could the Spirit Hall have found this place so easily? If it weren't for you, how could the treasure I had been cultivating for 20 years be destroyed? 20 years. I prepared for 20 years, and it was all ruined because of you, you fool. Dai Zhentian burst out from behind the curtain, his expression furious as he looked at the star Luo Emperor lying on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. For 20 years, after discovering the treasure left by the ancestor, he had cultivated it for a full 20 years, thinking he could unify the continent with this treasure. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the Spirit Hall had found this place, and the Holy Sun QianRenlin even came personally. devouring all the divine power he had accumulated over 20 years. Without divine power, he could not use the treasure left by the ancestor. Without divine power, he couldn't even defeat any limit Douluo. Without divine power, his 20-year plan was completely shattered. And all of this was because the Douluo Emperor, this fool, had led the enemy here. At this moment, Dai Jintian wished he could kill the Douluo Emperor with a single palm. But thinking that the people from the Spirit Hall would soon arrive, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Father, what did I do wrong for you to be so angry? The dignified emperor of the Douluo Empire felt like a child who had done something wrong, helplessly facing the wrath of his authoritative father. He felt very aggrieved. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Everything he did was according to Dai Jintian's requirements. But in the end, all he received was a scolding and beating. Inhale, exhale, Dai Jintian took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Without even looking at the Douluo Emperor, who was lying on the ground in confusion, he said, "The people from the Spirit Hall are coming in. Prepare to face them." After saying this, he turned and walked back behind the curtain, looking at the necklace on the ground that still emitted a faint white light. He slowly crouched down, carefully extending an arm to try to take again. Bang! However, as soon as his hand approached the white light emitted by the pearl, an invisible force suddenly rebounded his hand. Is it impossible? Without divine power, can I not touch it even if I am of the purest bloodline of the Dai family? But where can I obtain divine power now? Dai Jintian stared blankly at the necklace on the ground, muttering to himself. The divine power in that body had long been absorbed by him, and now there was no divine power left for him to absorb. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from outside the hall. The Douluo Emperor, who was waiting outside, quickly gathered his spirits and looked outside. Even Dai Jintian, who was behind the curtain, finally regained his composure amidst the sound of footsteps, his eyes filled with hatred. This is the depths of my harem. Who are you to dare intrude here? Although he already knew who the other party was, the Douluo Emperor still asked them warily. Those who come to kill you. Yang Wudi swung the broken soul spear in his right hand, pointing directly at the Douluo Emperor, and said coldly, "How dare they make them wait outside for so long, and even disturb the impatient master, who came to take action personally?" At this moment, in the hearts of the assassins from the web of death, the Douluo Emperor had already been classified as a heinous person. The Douluo Emperor was startled. Although he had long anticipated this, he still felt a ripple of fear when he heard the other party admit it. Surely not just me. At this moment, you must have executed Shui Yi, right? That is not something you should worry about. You should think about how to appease the master's anger. You made us wait outside for so long just to kill your worthless life, and even disturb the master to take action personally. You have such audacity to intrude into my harem without my permission. I haven't even held you accountable yet you dare to threaten me. Although there was some panic in his heart, thinking of Dai Jintian behind him, a surge of courage suddenly welled up in the Douluo Emperor's heart. Why waste so much breath with him? Just kill him. A woman who looked to be in her 30s frowned and said impatiently, "They should know that the master was still here," yet they began to talk. This. Yang Wudi glanced at QianRenlin with a hint of hesitation. He certainly wanted to kill the Douluo Emperor, but thinking of the mysterious energy surrounding the bookshelf, he hesitated. What if the master needed it? And the Douluo Emperor happened to know? If he were killed, what would happen to the clues? QianRenlin, who had been silent all along, withdrew the mental power enveloping the area and slowly stepped forward. Just when the Douluo Emperor thought the other party was about to attack him, QianRenlin directly ignored him and brushed past him. "Stop!" The Douluo Emperor, taken aback, quickly reacted and shouted at QianRenlin. But QianRenlin had no intention of stopping, continuing toward the curtain. Dai Jintian, who was hiding in the shadows, tightened his mind, secretly urging the remaining soul power and cursing the Douluo Emperor. "This fool! Hurry up and stop him! I command you to stop! Can't you understand?" The Emperor of Douluo looked at Qian Renlin, who completely ignored him and walked forward on his own. In a moment of desperation, he revealed his imperial majesty. "HM?" Yang Wudi and the others frowned, staring unfavorably at the other party. Seeing those pairs of icy, bone-chilling eyes, the Emperor of Douluo couldn't help but swallow hard. "That! You can't go in there. What exactly do you want to do? Just say it, and I can give you anything I have." At this moment, Qian Renlin, who had reached the curtain, finally paused for a moment. The ever-present Divian, hearing this, raised her eyelids, glanced at her master's expression, and, with a determined heart, turned back to the Emperor of Douluo and asked, "What is behind there?" This. The Emperor of Douluo was taken aback. stammering and unsure how to respond. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he hurriedly said, "You must know that since I ascended the throne, I have been sleeping deep within the harem and rarely visit the other consorts. This is because many years ago, I fell in love with a girl, but she was just a commoner. I had just ascended the throne, and my authority was insufficient. I feared that the ministers would not agree to my taking her as a consort, so I had no choice but to hide her here." After saying this, the Emperor of Star Luo let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone in his heart had been set down, feeling refreshed all over. Hearing this, the person behind the curtain, Dai Jintian, cursed inwardly, thinking that this fool was putting himself in a precarious position. Du Guyan also frowned, not to mention Qian Renlin. Even she heard many flaws in his words. First of all, the whole continent knew that the Emperor of Star Luo was extremely domineering and made independent decisions in the court. He was also a level 96 super Douluo powerhouse. Not to mention just one woman, who in the court would dare to stop him from doing anything he wanted. Moreover, even if what he said was true, with his current status, how could he not find women? A woman hidden in the dark, no matter how beautiful she was back then, after decades, she would have aged. What merit did a common woman have to make the emperor of one of the two great empires of the continent forsake all the beauties of his harem for her? Even after all these years, he hadn't taken another consort? Oh, I, the Holy Son, am quite interested in meeting this woman. What is so extraordinary about her that the Emperor of Star Luo protects her so? I wonder if it would be convenient to bring her out for me to see her charm? QianRenlin said with a slight smile, turning to the Emperor of Star Luo. This. The Emperor of Star Luo stammered. What? You don't mean to say that this person is unwell and unable to meet guests, do you? Seeing the Emperor's stammering appearance, QianRenlin's gaze turned cold, and he said unfavorably. At the same time, he signaled to Yang Wudi and the others. The latter immediately understood, and with a movement, while the Emperor of Star Luo had yet to react, they transformed into shadows that were hard to capture by the naked eye and swiftly entered behind the curtain. You. The Emperor of Star Luo's expression jolted. He didn't expect the other party to disregard the usual rules. At this moment, it was obviously too late to stop them, and he could only pray inwardly that Dai Jintian could resolve this predicament. Bang! Bang! Spray! Bang! Just as Yang Wudi and the others entered behind the curtain, several sounds of impact suddenly came from inside. The 6 members of the Web of Death, led by Yang Wudi, had barely entered when they were knocked back by an invisible force. Fortunately, this force caused no harm. It only caused their chests to tremble from the soul power shock, and they managed to control their bodies in mid-air before steadily landing on the ground. At this moment, Yang Wudi and the others were all dumbfounded. They hadn't even had time to see what was inside before they felt as if they had crashed into a wall. Before they could react, they were knocked back out by an invisible force. Watching the members of the Web of Death fly out, Qian Renlin's gaze slightly tightened. The reason he hadn't charged indirectly was that his spiritual sense had previously detected a mysterious energy behind the curtain, akin to that which enveloped the bookshelf on the ground. Most importantly, he felt a sense of threat from that divine power, especially as he got closer to the curtain. The sense of danger grew stronger. Moreover, due to the influence of that divine power, his spiritual sense could not penetrate behind the curtain to see the situation inside. Therefore, to be cautious, he didn't act rashly but instead sent the members of the Web of Death to test it first. However, upon seeing that even the level 98 soul power Yang Wudi and Gay Mei had no resistance and were knocked out, he began to hesitate. Not only were Qian Renlin and the members of the Web of Death a loss, but Dai Jintian behind the curtain was also equally dumbfounded. He had been prepared to go all out, but he didn't expect that the treasure left by his ancestor would protect him at this critical moment. Ancestor, I knew you hadn't given up on me. I knew you were still thinking of your descendants. Dai Jintian moved, knelt before the necklace, radiating a faint white light on the ground, and heavily knocked his head 3 times. Phew! Fortunately, seeing such a situation, the Emperor of Star Luo also let out a heavy sigh of relief. You go again, Qian Renlin said solemnly to Yang Wudi. The latter had no complaints and felt no fear of the unknown behind. In his heart, his master's orders were above all else. Sweet, bang, just like before. As soon as Yang Wudi stepped into the curtain, he was bounced out by that countershock force. But this time, it was twice as strong as before. Yet he did not come away empty-handed. Yang Wudi steadied his shaken chest in midair, stabilized his mind, and regardless of his flying body, shouted loudly. Light. A white light. Chapter 250. Divine Artifact? Light. It was a white light. Bang. Yang Wudi barely had time to shout before he was knocked out by the countershock force, his body crashing heavily onto the luxurious floor below. "Pooh, how are you?" A female titled Dalu, seeing Yang Wudi's condition, hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her expression anxious and worried. "Cough, cough. I'm fine." Yang Wudi coughed urgently, clutching his chest as he stood up with the female titled Douluo's help. Ignoring the intense pain all over his body, he slowly walked to Qian Renlin's side and respectfully said, "Master." It was a white light. After I stepped into the curtain, a dazzling white light suddenly radiated from within, and then I was bounced out by a countershock force much stronger than before. Now that he thought about it, Yang Wudi still felt a lingering fear. He had lived for so long and been in the web of death for so long. And this was the first time he had encountered an existence like today that he could not resist, aside from facing his master. It was truly too powerful. Although that white light had no malice, the force it displayed was completely beyond their ability to resist. Qian Renlin quietly listened to Yang Wudi's description, and in his heart, he could already confirm that what was behind the curtain was indeed a divine artifact, and its level was not low. Otherwise, even a level 3 deity's artifact would not evoke such a sense of terrifying danger in him. "All right, you rest and heal your injuries." After calmly saying this, Qian Renlin casually infused a burst of life energy into Yang Wudi's chest, before the other party could kneel down again to express his gratitude. Qian Renlin suddenly extended his right hand into the void beside him, and when he reappeared, he was already holding a huge black sword that emitted no light. Boom! The moment this sword appeared, an overwhelming and terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. The faint white light emitted by the white jade treasure within the curtain suddenly began to flicker violently at this moment. It was as if it sensed the aura of an equal presence and involuntarily responded, or perhaps it felt the pressure from the killing intent emanating from the huge sword, which was completely mismatched with its own aura. Meanwhile, hiding behind the curtain, Dai Jintian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous black sword held by Qian Renlin. Such an existence, such a terrifying aura. A god, a divine artifact. How could he possess a divine artifact? Could it be an angelic god? No, that is not right. The aura of an angelic god is holy, while the aura of this sword is one of slaughter. This is not the sword of an angelic deity. So whose sword is this? At this moment, Dai Jintian's heart was undoubtedly in shock. He never expected that the holy son of the martial soul temple had become so monstrous that he even possessed a divine artifact. Moreover, he knew that there was another angelic divine sword in the martial soul temple. So with this sword, the martial soul temple would possess 2 divine artifacts. What a terrifying fact. A divine artifact? Emperor Xingluo looked at the huge sword that Qian Renlin had taken out, feeling both shocked and jealous. It should be known that 99 of the people on the continent had no idea what a divine artifact looked like, and many didn't even know that divine artifacts existed in the continent. Yet the martial soul temple had already obtained 2 divine artifacts. Why did this kind of thing not happen in the Xingluo Empire, but in the martial soul temple? Why? Why does heaven treat them so preferentially? What virtue or capability does the martial soul temple possess to receive such favor from heaven? Ignoring the thoughts of everyone present, Qian Renlin calmly looked at the pitch-black giant sword that reflected no light, slowly extending his left hand to stroke its blade. It had been a year since he obtained this sword, and this was the first time Qian Renlin had taken it out for use. He had thought he would have to wait until he entered the divine realm to have the opportunity to use it, but unexpectedly, the first target for its use turned out to be merely an emperor of the Xingluo Empire. This giant sword was the Azura divine sword taken from Tang San. Qian Renlin's intention was very clear. In the face of what could be a high-level divine artifact, only by bringing out an artifact of equal or even higher level could he hope to contend with it. The moment he gripped the sword, the sense of danger within him instantly dissipated. It seemed he had guessed correctly. What lay behind should be a level 1 deity's divine artifact. Is the master going to get serious? At this moment, Duge Yin and the members of the Luo network looked excitedly at the giant sword that Qian Renlin was stroking, while also curious about what exactly was behind the curtain that could prompt the master to draw out a divine artifact. They had followed Qian Renlin for so long, and this was the first time they had seen him use this sword. In the past, regardless of what kind of existence he faced, this man, who resembled a celestial being, had always dealt with matters cleanly and decisively, as if nothing in this world could ever pose a challenge to him. Of course, it was still the same now. Even if there was indeed some terrifying existence behind, they believed the master would surely be able to crush it as before. I have been by your side for quite some time. I haven't tasted blood since the day I was born, so let's start with you. Renlin whispered a phrase that left everyone confused, and before anyone could see any movement from him. The next moment, Renlin's figure appeared behind Emperor Xingluo, holding the black giant sword reversed and stabbing it into the emperor's back. Everything happened suddenly. Everyone present had not reacted in time, and no one expected Renlin to launch such an attack. It was only after everything had transpired that a figure at Renlin's original position gradually became transparent, eventually turning into an afterimage that disappeared. Fast. Too fast. Dai Jintian behind the curtain watched this scene in shock. Renlin's speed had been incredibly fast, and it was only after the afterimage had vanished that he reacted. If he wanted to attack me, Dai Jintian thought to himself, his heart racing violently. He concluded that no matter how careful and alert he was, if Renlin really wanted to kill him, he would even have time to react. Just like Emperor Xingluo at this moment, dying without even knowing how he had died. Looking at Emperor Xingluo now, the giant sword in Renlin's hand had pierced through his back, and it was only when a pulling force consumed all the blood in his body that he finally realized that Renlin's figure was no longer at his original position. Soon after, a wave of fatigue washed over him, his eyelids grew heavy, and his body slowly collapsed forward along the blade inside him. He felt no sense of abnormality even at the moment of death. Not even the piercing of his heart brought him any pain. Chapter 251. The Saint King? The Origin of Humanity. Bang! Emperor Xingluo was dead. Renlin slowly withdrew the giant sword from his hand, looking at the entirely black sword that emitted no light, which didn't even have a drop of blood on it. Such a weapon of slaughter, no one would believe it was actually a divine sword, let alone the Azura God-S life sword, one of the 5 law enforcement gods of the divine realm and 3 main gods. By the standards of fantasy, it would not be an exaggeration to call him magic sword. Zong, 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 zong. The slow and rhythmic footsteps approached. Renlin, holding the giant sword, stepped over the corpse of Emperor Xingluo with a calm expression, walking step by step toward the curtain without ever glancing back at Emperor Xingluo. Is he coming? Behind the curtain, Dai Jintian held his breath and focused on Renlin's figure, slowly accumulating a white energy ball in his right hand. This was all that remained of his soul power. In this completely sealed underground palace, he had nowhere to hide. And where could he escape to? Now looking at the magic sword in the opponent's hand, Dai Jintian had completely lost hope in the treasure left by his ancestor. To think that I, the dignified emperor of Xingluo, the most outstanding and talented Emperor Xing of the Xingluo Empire, who became a soul king at 15 and a soul saint at 20, would hide in the depths of this harem in a fake death state due to a grand plan, only to end up with such a conclusion? Dai Jintian's lips curled into a bitter smile as he let his crown fall to the ground, raising his dignified and handsome face toward the sky and laughing long. Ancestor, if you truly have a spirit, please reveal yourself and lend your child a helping hand. After saying this, Dai Jintian paused, then bitterly smiled and said, How could I forget? The divine power within you has already been completely absorbed by me. How could you possibly still have a spirit? Ha! Boom! A loud noise echoed, and Dai Jintian raised his head to look. He saw a black light appear, and the curtain blocking his view was instantly shattered by an overwhelming force. The white jade necklace on the ground only had time to emit a burst of white light before being turned into mist by the black beam. Seeing the black light rushing towards his face, Dai Jintian finally showed a relieved smile, raised his fist, which was gathering the last bit of soul power, and struck forward. Bang! The sound of a soul power explosion came, and the moment Dai Jintian's entire right arm made contact with the black light, it was crushed to powder by the overwhelming force. Not a single drop of blood had time to flow out before it was vaporized by this power. Just as Dai Jintian looked on in horror at the black light about to hit his forehead, it suddenly vanished. It was as if the black light had entered an invisible void, disappearing from his sight. What does this mean? Before Dai Jintian could ponder, a massive black sword slowly lifted the necklace from the ground. The white jade pearl hanging from the necklace showed no resistance and was picked up by the giant sword. Ignoring the astonished Dai Jintian, Qian Renlin looked at the white necklace before him and slowly reached out his arm. When his hand reached the faint white light emitted by the white jade pearl, it suddenly stopped. After a moment of hesitation, as if considering something, his palms suddenly clenched into a fist, leaving only his index finger standing upright. Without any further movement, a drop of crystal clear, Dazzling red blood suddenly appeared at the tip of that index finger and, under Qian Renlin's mental control, slowly dripped onto the white jade pearl. Drip! The sound of a droplet falling into a pool suddenly echoed in Qian Renlin's sea of consciousness, and then a scene unfolded, appearing in his mind like a documentary. I, the ancestor of the white tiger, the left holy envoy of the original dragon god, with a cultivation of 1,970,000 years, slayed 375 level 3 divine beasts, 76 level 2 divine beasts, and 14 level 1 divine beasts in battle against the divine beasts, but could not withstand the Azura divine sword, leaving only one divine spirit to escape the divine realm. After 99,999 years, I, this divine spirit, finally cultivated into a divine soul. However, under the rules of the divine realm, my beast tribe cannot cultivate into gods. Pressured by the tribulation thunder, I had no choice but to transform and take on a human form. Roar, in a world filled with holiness and brilliance, as a beast roar echoed. A gigantic white tiger, surrounded by dozens of humanoid beings radiating various glows, let out a furious roar, and the powerful sound waves instantly shattered the dozen or so humanoid beings in front of it. Immediately, this enormous white tiger, towering 300 meters high, swung its massive paw forward, smashing down another dozen humanoid beings radiating dazzling light. Under this terrifying might, none of the dozens of humanoid beings surrounding it dared to approach again. Looking at the king character inscribed in golden lines on its forehead, it displayed an imposing and domineering aura. Whoosh! The white tiger moved, flashing to the top of a humanoid being's head, its enormous body crashing down heavily, instantly crushing the humanoid being beneath its massive, sturdy tiger leg before it could evade. The brutal and ubiquitous battle saw millions of variously sized soul beasts engaged in a fierce fight against fewer than 10,000 humanoid beings. Countless humanoid beings were slain by this giant white tiger, finally catching the attention of a humanoid being wielding a 49-meter-long black giant sword. In front of this humanoid being, who stood over 150 meters tall, the 49-meter-long black giant sword appeared quite short. However, its might was not to be underestimated. The white tiger focused its gaze on this humanoid being, sensing an unprecedented deep sense of crisis within. Unlike the other deities radiating endless colorful light, this humanoid being not only towered over the others, but was also surrounded by a different aura, engulfed in endless red light, accompanied by a massive killing intent that deeply eroded the white tiger's consciousness. Roar! The white tiger moved, letting out a long howl as it flashed in front of the being, swinging its right paw down fiercely. Whoosh! The humanoid being merely waved its giant sword lightly. Although it appeared slow, the speed was such that even after images couldn't keep up, and the black giant sword struck down heavily on the white tiger's forehead. With a loud bang, the white tiger's entire forehead and chest cavity were cleaved in half by the black giant sword, and its divine soul in the sea of consciousness was gradually eroded by a killing intent, slowly fading away. With no time to think, a piece of the purest divine spirit suddenly broke away from the eroded divine soul in the white tigeress sea of consciousness and escaped into the void, fleeing the divine realm. The scene flashed to a forest, and after an unknown number of days and months, the entire forest began to give birth to small soul beasts. Finally, at a certain moment, a vibration suddenly resonated from the center of the forest, and a small white tiger phantom rose from the ground into the air. As the white tiger phantom appeared, thousands of soul beasts, whether large or small, all knelt down at that moment. The scene flashed again, and after an unknown number of days and months, the white tiger phantom appeared once more. No, it was no longer a phantom. After countless years of cultivation, the once phantom had solidified and regained a body size of 100 meters. At this time, the massive 100-meter white tiger stood atop a mountain peak, surrounded by a dozen other, similarly large soul beasts. It ignored the presence of the other soul beasts, its eyes revealing a trace of melancholy as it gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Finally, after an unknown number of years, a black dragon over 100 meters long approached it and spoke. Have you made your decision? The white tiger did not turn its head, but firmly nodded. The black dragon continued. I must say your idea is incredibly bold. No one has ever contemplated this path. It is completely unknown. We cannot predict what changes will occur. But I have run out of time. I sense that if I do not seek another path soon, my life will end in a year. After all, I will die anyway. I must give it a try. From now on, the Soul Beast Forest will be entrusted to you. Remember, Do not speak of the lake of life to anyone. The black dragon was taken aback, then nodded heavily. All right, rest assured, I will definitely protect the lake of life. I will not mention this to any soul beast except for the next generation of beast gods. That's best. If I succeed, it means this path is correct, and I will personally take revenge for the grievances in the divine realm. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from the white tiger's body, and its form gradually changed until it resembled the humanoid beings of the divine realm before stopping. However, at this point, the white tiger was confused. It found that it did not know what to do next. Had it failed? The black dragon's gaze sharpened as it whispered. The white tiger, transformed into a 100-meter-tall humanoid being, slowly raised its head to look at the sky. How could it not work? Or had it gone wrong? The white tiger pondered. In its mind, the so-called deities of the divine realm were, in essence, also a type of soul beast. They were just lucky enough to become the rulers of this void. If it wanted to become one of the rulers, it needed to find a way to transform itself into their kind and integrate with them. But now it realized that merely changing its appearance was not enough. There must be other steps involved. Did it have to completely abandon its white tiger lineage? Fully join them? The white tiger murmured softly and then looked back with determination in its eyes, as if it had made an important decision. At the moment, its conviction emerged. A sacred white light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on its head. Soon, the white tiger, transformed into a humanoid form, began to shrink smaller and smaller until it stopped at a height of only 8 meters. At the same time, it noticed that its soul power had become extremely thin. The white tiger was shocked and hurriedly tried to transform back into a white tiger. But an astonishing scene unfolded before its eyes. With a flash of white light, it did not revert back to a white tiger, but instead, a smaller white tiger appeared in front of it. What? What is happening? Not only was the white tiger terrified, but even the black dragon beside it was also shocked, staring at the humanoid creature that looked like an ant. Is this their punishment for me? To drain my soul power and reduce my size? The white tiger raised its head to look at the sky. At that moment, it did not know whether to be angry or relieved. The sense of impending death that had overshadowed its heart vanished, but at the same time, it had also become weaker. Can you still continue to cultivate? The white tiger was taken aback and quickly tried to crawl down again, but it felt uncomfortable. So it changed positions several times until it found one that felt the most comfortable, then began to meditate with its eyes closed. After a long time, it finally opened its eyes and exclaimed in shock, I can still cultivate. Moreover, the speed of cultivation is hundreds of times faster than before. What? Hundreds of times? Is their race really that blessed? Even the speed of cultivation is so much higher than ours? Hearing the white tiger's words, the black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief like lanterns. A cultivation speed hundreds of times faster would mean that the white tiger now only needed to cultivate for 100 years to reach its current level again. How terrifying is that? The black dragon calmed down and asked again, you can now be considered a completely new type of soul beast. Have you thought about how to name this race? The white tiger frowned, thought about those humanoid beings from the divine realm, and then said, I think this race stands upright like a stick. How about calling it human ape? Human ape? The black dragon frowned. We already have apes in the soul beast forest, and they're covered in fur. You, apart from the hair on your head and that tuft hanging below, have no fur anywhere else. That's true, since there's already a race called ape, and I have no fur. How about just calling it human? Human. The black dragon's heart shook. He did not know why, but upon hearing this word, his spirit trembled inexplicably, along with a vague and indescribable feeling. However, he soon dismissed it as just another new race, a sense of novelty. Then you should cultivate first. After 100 years, when you regain your previous cultivation, we will launch an attack on the divine realm. All right. Thus, the first human race of Douluo Continent was born, and it was transformed from a white tiger in the guise of a deity. But shortly after the white tiger transformed into a human, other parts of the continent began to give birth to some human beings with only hair on their heads. No one knew how these people emerged, but as more and more humans appeared, the major powers of the soul beast forest began to feel a sense of worry, because not only was their cultivation speed extremely fast, but their aggressiveness was also very strong, always relying on their overwhelming numbers to invade the territories of weaker soul beasts. Most importantly, they had to hunt soul beasts and seize soul rings to level up after every cultivation session. However, seeing their rapid cultivation speed, the leaders of the soul beast forest, including the white tiger and the black dragon, turned a blind eye to their development, hoping to take revenge on soul beasts through these humans. But as the number of humans grew, and it became apparent that some weaker soul beasts were on the verge of extinction. The big shots of the soul beast forest finally took it seriously. After all, they could not abandon the other soul beast races because of the human race, right? Thus, after a discussion, the white tiger, who had reached the soul saint level, voluntarily began to govern all humans, relying on its own powerful strength and the pressure from other big shots in the soul beast forest. It ordered these humans not to hunt other soul beasts for leveling up, except for those who had already reached higher levels. In this way, more than 90% of the humans could not improve their cultivation, while the naive and innocent soul beasts remained unaware that the humans they had painstakingly nurtured would bring them disaster in the future. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had gone by. By this time, the white tiger had already reached level 99 and was ready to break through level 100 and ascend to godhood among the entire human race. Although still more than 98% of humans had only level 10 cultivation and could not improve, there were still several thousand with levels reaching son.A and even title.A levels. Of course, at this time, there were naturally no title.A or son.A titles. But this is just to help everyone understand better. On this day, the level 99 white tiger stood atop a high mountain, looking up at the countless humans behind it, as well as many large soul beasts. I, the ancestor of the human race, will ascend to godhood today, ranking among the white tiger deities, and am titled the Holy King. Congratulations to the human ancestor for reaching the divine position. Long live, long live, long live. Congratulations to the beast god for ascending to the divine position. Wishing the beast god eternal invincibility and an early unification of the divine realm. As soon as the white tiger spoke, countless humans and soul beasts behind it erupted in excitement, congratulating it. For the human race, they were all less than a year old, with the oldest being only 100 years, so for them, 10,000 years felt too distant. Thus, congratulating the other party for 10,000 years seemed to them the greatest honor for the white tiger, for the soul beast race. Although 10,000 years was long for some powerful races, it was just a time span in their eyes. What they hoped for most was for the white tiger to become invincible in the divine realm soon, leading them to unify the divine realm and avenge their previous defeat. But just as they were thrilled, an unexpected situation suddenly arose. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, casting a terrifying shadow over the hearts of all the humans and beasts present. Just when all the humans and soul beasts were feeling uneasy, a voice filled with majesty and coldness suddenly rang out from the sky. You despicable beasts, the divine realm has granted you such favor. Yet not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you dare to claim invincibility in the divine realm and seek to unify it, thus offending the dignity of the divine realm. This is a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. Today I, the god of heavenly punishment, shall descend this calamity of 1,000 tribulations and destroy your souls, condemning you to eternal reincarnation. Boom, boom, rumble, as this authoritative voice echoed. Before the humans and beasts below could react, one bolt of tribulation after another struck down upon the white tiger. With his strength at the beginning of his divinity, how could he withstand the immense power of thousands of lightning tribulations? In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, leaving only a soul formed from the golden character on his forehead, which, under the baptism of the tribulations, became a divine object. From then on, for countless years, no one dared to speak of defying the heavens, and no soul beast dared to claim unification of the divine realm. After an unknown number of years of pretense, without the restraint of the white tiger, the ambitions of the human race gradually took root. They no longer regarded themselves as being mixed with the soul beasts, and even began to look down on each other, seeing the other merely as nourishment for their cultivation. Thus, the first war between humans and beasts broke out. After hundreds of years of pretense, how many titled Douluos did the human race have? The first batch of humans nurtured by heaven and earth had basically grown up, except for those whose cultivation had not progressed due to the restraint of the white tiger. The remaining thousands had all become titled Douluos. However, these humans, raised under the care of soul beasts, had inherently weak physiques and almost zero combat experience, making them no match for the soul beast race, which had exceptionally strong innate abilities. As soon as the battle began, over half of the 1,000 titled Douluos were slain by the black dragon, which itself was severely wounded by the soul skills of these titled Douluos and was on the verge of collapse. The great battle raged on for several months, resulting in heavy losses for the human high-level forces, while the mid and low-level forces were almost entirely decimated. The Soul Beast's high-level forces also suffered severe injuries. Outnumbered as they were soon battered by the humans. Thus, under the strategy of overwhelming numbers, both the human and Soul Beast races suffered significant losses. Reluctantly, they withdrew from the Soul Beast forest and arrived at the center of the continent. After several decades of pretense, they began to establish their own civilization, officially breaking away from the Soul Master race. Due to the early humans born of heaven and earth, many died in battle, and those of lower ranks remained weak. The second generation of humans that emerged could not match the cultivation talents of the first generation, and their lifespans were exceedingly short. By the time of the third generation of humans, it became increasingly difficult for the entire race to produce titled Douluos. Except for the offspring of the first generation of titled Douluos who could still advance to titled Douluo, the descendants of the lower-ranked humans that emerged later could hardly even reach Soul Douluo, and many found it difficult to progress beyond the Soul King level. The images in his mind came to an end. This was everything that happened after the battle between the gods and the beasts. Qian Renlin slowly opened his eyes and looked again at the necklace lifted by the Shura sword, feeling deeply moved. He did not expect that the white jade pearl hanging from this necklace was actually the soul of the white tiger ancestor, transformed from the character on his forehead after the Holy King became human. After several twists and turns, it ended up in the hands of a human of the Dai clan, who used this white jade pearl to establish the Douluo Empire. His lineage was a mix of the white tiger Holy King and the second generation humans born from the first batch of titled Douluos. So he inherited a trace of divine power and the spirit of heaven and earth. By the next generation, there was no longer enough divine power inherited from the white tiger. Thus, by the time of Dai Jintian, he could not touch this white jade pearl without divine power, even though he was of pure blood from the Dai family. Brothers, this great author is back. Brothers, after 6 months, did you miss me? Do you still remember my promise? I said that due to work, I would pause the updates for a while, but I didn't expect that once I stopped, I couldn't get back to writing at all. However, since this great author has said that this book will not be abandoned, it will definitely not be abandoned. Even if it's 6 years later, this great author will still finish it. All right, enough of the nonsense. Let's start with 3 chapters. I wrote these from 3 in the morning until 6 this morning. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Chapter 252. The Fall of the Douluo Empire. Qian Renlin stared expressionlessly at the white jade necklace before him, deep in thought. After he watched the life images of the white tiger ancestor, many things became clearer in his mind. Ah, what a divine realm. You truly spare no effort. With a flick of his wrist, the white jade necklace at the sword tip fell into Qian Renlin's hand, and the Shura sword in his right hand vanished. Under the influence of the white jade pearl, although the main entity was the white tiger ancestor, the content reflected within was not solely about the white tiger. The sudden appearance of humans could be said to be completely unexpected. Setting aside how they appeared, just why did they start cultivating as soon as they emerged? No one taught them. So how did they know that the human race must hunt soul beasts to become stronger? Moreover, they even understood how to absorb soul rings and break through levels. Who awakened their martial souls? Who taught them all this? In the images of the white tiger ancestor, everything seemed to happen without warning, as if the human race was born with innate knowledge. However, compared to the purely instinctive soul beasts, Qian Renlin would not believe that everything was truly this simple. At this moment, Dai Jintian's heart was extremely complicated. Everything he had planned for decades was now shattered. Ignoring his empty right arm, his gaze was unfocused as he stared blankly at Qian Renlin's actions. Forget it. Forget it. Everything started with me. Let it end with me. Taking a deep breath, a hint of determination surged in Dai Jintian's eyes. He knew everything was over, and that the Douluo Empire, which had flourished for nearly 10,000 years, was about to be destroyed today. He had no power nor authority to change it, but he could change the way he died. As an emperor, being able to die before the empire's destruction, to die by his own hand, was already a great honor. As a faint, inaudible sound echoed within him, feeling the loss of life force, Dai Jintian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and slowly said, "Please treat the children of the Douluo Empire kindly. They are innocent." Wuhun, the Douluo Empire, hailed as the most outstanding empire in nearly 1,000 years, was led by Dai Jintian, who ushered in the prosperous era of the Douluo Empire and plotted its future in a state of false death for over 20 years. He quietly died in the depths of the palace, unknown to the outside world. Qian Renlin watched this scene with an expressionless face, not disturbing him. In his heart, a former emperor of the Luo Empire was insignificant. He only cared about the tens of millions of citizens of the entire Luo Empire, who would soon become the followers contributing to the divine core he created. You all quickly go and meet with Uluomian, and control the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Anyone who dares to cause trouble may be dealt with freely, but remember, do not kill anyone. QianRenlin still doesn't know what the situation in the divine realm is like, or what his perspective on it is. He doesn't plan to delay any longer. He wants to unify the continent as quickly as possible and gather the power of belief. He initially intended to directly enslave the millions of soul beasts in the northern region, but for some reason, just as he was about to act, an unusual feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and he ultimately let it go. The entire Douluo Continent has only about 200 million humans, all of whom are his power of belief, and with his current strength, there is naturally no need for reckless slaughter. Yes, Master. Yang Wudi and the others, who had been waiting quietly behind the curtain, hurriedly bowed in respect and turned to leave after hearing the command. Due to their momentary negligence before, they had delayed for so long in the depths of the Luo Imperial Palace, ultimately causing the master to personally come to handle matters. This weighed heavily on their hearts, and they were filled with fear. They had decided that this time they must carry out the master's orders well and not allow any accidents to happen again. After Yang Wudi and the others left, only Qian Renlin and Dugu Yin remained in the palace below. At this moment, the former was calmly looking at the white jade necklace in his hand, specifically the white jade pearl embedded in the center of the necklace. Since the master was silent, Dugu Yin naturally did not dare to disturb him, although she was very curious. Let's go. Qian Renlin shook his head and no longer thought about it. It seemed that to understand these matters, he would have to wait until he went to the divine realm. Master, where are we going now? To the Tiando Empire. QianRenlin said calmly. He still remembered that there was a divine artifact in the Tiando Empire. It was this artifact that allowed Tang San to safely reach Sea God Island and receive the Sea God's inheritance. He had always thought that this divine artifact was in the possession of the Tiando Empire's Emperor Shui, which was why he had sent Nightmare to capture him. However, he had just received a message saying that they did not find the item QianRenlin mentioned in Shui's storage soul guide. Since it was not with Shui, it must be in the Tiando Imperial Palace treasury. However, there was one more thing to deal with before leaving. When the maids of the Luo Palace were carrying water basins and new clothes to fulfill their daily duties. After knocking on the door for a while without any response from inside, they, filled with confusion, said a word and pushed the door open. What met their eyes was a scene that sent chills to the bone. The Empress is dead, and she had died so abruptly in the heavily guarded harem. What were they to do? Those who served and guarded here would probably have to accompany the Empress in death. But before these people could come to their senses, screams came from one palace after another. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, before the royal family could recover from the fear of being assassinated overnight, a strong vortex of holy white light suddenly appeared in the sky. They no longer had the mind to consider how this holy white light appeared. Before they could make sense of the situation in the vortex, a wave of spiritual power, like rippling water, immediately covered the entire palace and rapidly spread to the entire Luo Empire. Everyone, the entire population of the Luo Empire, numbering in the tens of millions, whether they were palace guards, soldiers stationed at various places, or those still asleep, were all enveloped by this invisible spiritual force. Then, everyone's minds were momentarily dazed, sealed off from feeling, only to find themselves in an endless dark void. Before these people could come to their senses in panic and fear, at the moment when an infinitely tall, holy figure appeared, all the people of the Luo Empire began to lose themselves. Chapter 253. The Vasi and Sky Shield in the Tiando Empire. It was now the second day after the assassination of the Tiando Emperor Shui, and the time was already 9 a.m. The entire royal family, from the emperor down to the royal relatives and nobles, had all tragically perished at the hands of a mysterious person, and naturally, from the prime minister to the officials, no one had the mood to attend court. Now, they didn't even know who the perpetrator was or what force they belonged to. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda was also silent, and they naturally lost any thoughts of vying for power and profit. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a major problem. Anyone with royal blood in the entire empire had met a tragic end. At this time, anyone who dared to sit on that position would not doubt whether they would see the sun rise the next day. The current situation was that without the restrictions of the royal family, those with some power in the empire either moved their families to flee this place of chaos or acted recklessly to unleash their evil hearts. No one knew what the future held for them, nor did anyone know what the future of the Tiando Empire was. No one cared who would take that position or who would take over this vast empire. After all, in their hearts, it was merely a change of ruler. Standing in the sky, QianRenlin looked at the chaotic Tiando city below and frowned. He didn't expect that without the royal family's coercion, these people would descend into such chaos. The entire street was filled with burning, killing, and looting, everything from sexual assault to the selling of palace maids. And even the imperial guards who had previously defended the palace had started to directly seek revenge on their superiors. Seeing this scene, Qian quickly released his spiritual power to envelop the crowd below to prevent anyone from entering the treasury and taking the vast sea and sky shield. After observing that nearly 1 million people below were in a state of quiet subjugation, Qian led Douluo toward a secluded chamber in the deep palace. Looking at the resplendent stone door before him, without a word, he directly used a simple and brutal method to break open the door and entered, releasing his spiritual power to search for the required items. Not long after, Qian looked at an extremely luxurious box on a shelf, extending his right hand. With a strong suction, the box was in Qian hand. Looking at this box, disregarding Douluo's puzzled expression, Qian slowly opened the lid, revealing a blue three-dimensional triangular gem roughly the size of an egg. As soon as this gem was in Qian hand, he felt a strong spiritual force surge into his mind. Just a remnant of the sea god dares to be arrogant before this holy sun. With a cold snort from Qian, a spiritual force 100 times stronger than the gems surged toward it like a tide. The gem paused for a moment, as if sensing the immense power of this spiritual force, realizing it was beyond its capability to contend with, and then withdrew all its spiritual power to resist Qian strong spiritual force. It was unclear whether the remnant within the gem couldn't hold on any longer or what, but it began to shake violently, and seeing that it seemed on the verge of breaking out, Qian snorted softly and then withdrew the spiritual power he had released, quietly watching the blue, triangular gem in his hand. He naturally knew what this was. The vast sea and sky shield was essentially a unique soul guide created by the sea god using the heart of the sea god, containing a remnant of the sea god. Legend has it that the vast sea and sky shield first appeared in a paradise-like place, where there was once a scene of flourishing life. However, later, for some unknown reason, someone suddenly found this gem and, thinking it beautiful, brought it back to the village. Subsequently, the remnants of the sea god sealed within this gem, upon sensing that someone had obtained it, mistakenly assumed that the person was going to accept the inheritance of Sea God Island. However, the rule set by the sea god was that before one could obtain the inheritance, they must first endure the spiritual force impact of the remnants sealed within the vast sea cover to gain recognition. Because of this, the entire paradise was met with disaster. Everyone was unable to withstand the spiritual impact of the sea god's remnants and perished tragically. After many years, it was finally acquired by Shu, and although he did not know why the person had not died under the impact of the remnants, nor did he understand why the entire population of the Tiando Empire was unharmed, what Qian knew was that just now, if it weren't for his strong mental power, he too would have perished under the opponent's spiritual force impact. Faced with such a situation, Qian naturally would not show any good face to him. If it weren't for his subsequent plans, he would have crushed the opponent long ago. After storing the gem in his storage soul guide, Qian glanced at the neatly arranged items in the treasury and scoffed in disdain. Was this little bit of stuff even worthy of being stored? There were only a few useful spiritual herbs, and they were extremely weak ordinary herbs for Qian. Moreover, there were no treasures that caught his eye at all. The only somewhat useful items were a few rows of gold soul coins piled in the corner. However, even though a mosquito is small, it is still meat. These things may not be worth Qian's attention, but in the eyes of others in the spirit hall, they could still be considered treasures. Not to mention, those few spiritual herbs could allow a title Douluo to break through 1 or 2 levels in a short time. Of course, this is for title Douluos below level 95. After Douluo collected everything into the soul guide, Qian walked out of the treasury with Douluo, who was dazzled. While these things were insignificant to Qian, they were indeed precious treasures for Douluo. After all, they were the legacy accumulated through generations of a great empire. When they reappeared in the sky above the Tiando Empire, Qian used the same method as in the Xingluo Empire, releasing his spiritual power to envelop the entire Tiando Empire. With Qian's current strength and spirit power, he could easily cover half of the Douluo Continent. After all, compared to the water blue star from his previous life, the Douluo Continent was considerably smaller. If one had to make a comparison, the entire continent was roughly the size of a combination of Asia and Africa. In terms of area, it was about 400 square kilometers. Naturally, the Douluo Continent was not only land, it also included forests, such as the son.Do Great Forest, and various bodies of water. Looking at it this way, the land area of the Douluo Continent was indeed quite small. Of course, the endless sea connecting the Douluo Continent to the Sun-Moon Continent was not included in this calculation. After all, that sea area alone was several times the size of the Douluo Continent. If one were to be meticulous, then the subsequent Tiando Continent, together with the Xingluo Continent and the Sun-Moon Continent, would have a total area much larger than the water blue star. Therefore, with QianRenlin's current spiritual power, enveloping a Tiando empire was truly more than sufficient, as he himself could not be compared to the beings on the Douluo. Not long after, the entire Tiando empire fell under the enslavement of QianRenlin's spiritual power, becoming his most loyal followers. In fact, during the beast tide in the son.Do Great Forest, the soul masters of East Region, son.Do City, had provided him with considerable faith power in their despair. Perhaps his current strength was vastly different from before, as he could now keenly sense a peculiar energy flowing towards him from all directions. He knew this was the power of faith. Feeling the changes occurring within his body at all times, QianRenlin gradually clenched his fists. At this moment, his heart was excited, yet also somewhat lost and confused. The excitement came from the fact that he was on the verge of becoming a god, and not just any god, but one with a self-created divine position, unbound by the rules of divine positions. The confusion stemmed from not knowing what to do after becoming a god and what the future would hold. Sigh. Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Chapter 254. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Now, the two top empires on the continent were under QianRenlin's control, along with the East Region son.Do City and the North Region Ice Snow City. Currently, 70% of the entire Douluo Continent was under the influence of the Spirit Hall, or rather, under QianRenlin's control. Next, as long as he took down the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Sea God Island in the Endless Sea, the entire Douluo Continent would completely belong to QianRenlin. Yiluo, I originally thought you were coveting the position of the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but I never expected that you would betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and join the Spirit Hall. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's front square, Yu Venjin and several elders stood on the platform, looking at Yiluo in the center of the square and the terrifying figures beside him. Their faces darkened. Now, as the soul beasts rampaged in the east and north regions, their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had also dispatched many elites for support. However, he did not expect that Yiluo, who was originally sent out by the elders, not only failed to assist with the beast tide, but instead brought people from the Spirit Hall to invade the Blue Lightning family. Yiluo, are you really willing to become a dog for the Spirit Hall? How can you justify your actions to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? What about your ancestors? Yiluo, what benefits do you gain from this? You are a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and now the Spirit Hall, with its wolfish ambitions, is trying to swallow the two empires. You actually betray your family and ally with the Spirit Hall. Don't you fear being discarded by the Spirit Hall once you lose your value? Not only was Yu Venjin confused, but even the elders of the family were furious about Yiluo's betrayal of the Blue Lightning family. They could not understand the purpose of his actions at all. Willingly handing over the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to the Spirit Hall, and what exactly could he gain from it? Did he not fear being dealt with once he lost his value? The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, encircling the square, also looked at Yiluo in disbelief. They never expected that the fourth elder would actually betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Ha ha! Looking at the faces of the old geezers above, Yiluo laughed loudly. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly understand the might of the son of the Spirit Hall? How could you comprehend what my master has given me? As long as I can follow the son of the Spirit Hall, following him to become a god, let alone being the master of the top 3 sects, what does the entire Douluo Continent even mean? You're insane, Yiluo. You really are crazy. Becoming a god is not that easy. The son of the Spirit Hall is just a mere child at this point. I admit that QianRenlin is indeed very talented, but even if he can become a god, he doesn't have the ability to take you along with him. Even if he had that ability, do you think you, a complete outsider, would be worth such treatment? You've lived for over 100 years. Yet you still believe the nonsense of a mere 14-year-old child. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin was truly about to be driven mad. After all, he was his own younger brother. How could he be so foolish, played around by a clueless 14-year-old? How could the greatness of the master be understood by a frog at the bottom of the well like you? It's pointless to say more. I just need to take you down. Once the master establishes the spirit empire, your value will be gone. Yang Wudi, who had been quietly standing beside Yu Lumian, snorted coldly and said, in his heart, these people were merely livestock providing faith power for the master. If it weren't for QianRenlin's orders not to kill anyone, he wouldn't bother wasting time here. Arrogance. I admit that your spirit hall is indeed powerful, but now there are only 5 of you. Do you really think you can take down my blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan? You will pay for your ignorance. Yu Yuanjin trembled, and a blue Tyrannosaurus covered in lightning appeared behind him. The elders beside him quickly released their martial souls, resulting in a total of 7 people, all with the best configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. Listening to this, the 4th elder Yu Lumian betrayed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and allied with the spirit hall to destroy our clan. I, as the clan leader, hereby announce his expulsion from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family for eternity. Now the thieves of the spirit hall intend to swallow our entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Since they are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Today I, Yu Yuanjin, officially declare war on the spirit hall. Va? 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 Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's vigorous voice, nearly 1,000 clansmen and disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan felt their blood surging and their blood boiling. They were people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, and their bloodline was extremely violent. They did not understand the concept of death. Although the spirit hall was powerful and had many strong individuals, far beyond what their blue electric clan could compete with, they felt no fear in their hearts. In comparison to the dignity of the entire sect, death was truly insignificant. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. How dare you think you can compete with the spirit hall? My web hall can take you all down. Yang Wudi coldly smiled and particularly instructed, be careful. The master ordered that no one must be killed. After a cold smile, he stepped forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. He reappeared right in front of Yu Yuanjin, holding a pitch-black spear that emitted no sheen, stopping directly at the opponent's throat. The 7 elders around him had already fallen to the ground at some unknown time, clutching their chests in shock. How could it be so strong? Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the spearhead less than a centimeter from his throat, his heart filled with shock and panic. He didn't even notice the opponent's movement. He only saw the figure sway and appear in front of him, emanating a terrifying aura that pressed down on him, making it feel as if any slight movement would result in the spear piercing his throat without hesitation. At that moment, he realized he couldn't even operate his soul power. Ants, how dare you speak of declaring war on the spear hall? Yang Wudi said coldly, expressionless. A mere title Douluo at level 95. Who gave you the courage to defy the master? Your martial soul. Is the broken soul spear one of the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian sect? Who exactly are you? Yu Yuanjin no longer had the mind to refute the other's cold words. All his thoughts were focused on the spear in the opponent's hand. I am Yang Wudi, title Douluo at level 96. What? It's actually Yang Wudi. How is this possible? Could he be the holy son of the spirit hall? Yu Yuanjin's heart was shaken, realizing how many years had passed. The last time he learned about the opponent was 5 years ago, when the person was only an 86 level soul Douluo. Yet now, he had become a 96 level super Douluo, even higher than him. Ignoring Yu Yuanjin's thoughts, Yang Wudi coldly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, all the people from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan had already been controlled by the web. He then coldly said, from today onwards, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan is disqualified and merged into the spirit empire. Chapter 255. Researching soul guidance battleships. When QianRenlin arrived at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, everyone was gathered at the front plaza of the sect, where several rows of large boxes and a small mountain of gold soul coins were piled up, roughly estimated to be several million coins. It was clear that the entire treasure vault of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan had been emptied. Without saying much, QianRenlin waved his hand, and everything on the ground was collected into the storage soul guidance device. His spiritual power enveloped the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, enslaving them all as followers. After distributing the cultivation methods, QianRenlin turned and released the power of spatial laws, heading towards the spear hall. As for Yang Wudi and the others, they naturally returned on their own. Did they need QianRenlin, the master, to personally escort them? Now, The entire inland of Douluo Continent was under QianRenlin's control, with only the tens of thousands of sea soul masters on Sea God Island remaining unclaimed. However, there was no rush. With the 6 high priests of Sea God Island present, it was unlikely to cause any disturbances. QianRenlin's primary goal now was to send people to expand Spirit City and create the Spirit Empire. Then wait for the 200 million citizens of Douluo Continent to provide him with faith power, condensing a divine core to create his own divine position. However, relying solely on the people of Douluo Continent, while the faith power they could provide was sufficient for him to become a god. The speed of becoming a top-tier deity was still too slow. It took the sea god hundreds of years to condense a first-level god using all the sea soul masters and intelligent soul beasts of Sea God Island. Even the angelic deity, who relied on the faith power of the entire Douluo commoners, took 100 years to condense a first-level divine core. Although 200 million people on Douluo Continent seemed like a lot, if he wanted to use this faith to condense a first-level deity or even a God-King-level divine core, it would not be achievable in just a few years. Therefore, before that, QianRenlin needed to expedite the research on flying soul guidance devices in the Forging Tower to head to the Sun-Moon continent on the other side of the Endless Sea. If time allowed, he also had thoughts of exploring the even further continents. As for the core research of flying soul guidance devices, it might have been difficult for QianRenlin before, but now, with the energy operation route from Poseidon's self-detonation, he already had some preliminary ideas. As long as he could break through the difficulties of the power system, the remaining balance system and levitation system would be trivial. Spirit City. After instructing Duge Yin to handle the expansion of Spirit City, QianRenlin hurried to the Forging Tower. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. On the first floor of the Forging Tower. Upon sensing QianRenlin's aura, Li Si quickly put down his work and personally came to the door to greet him. Due to QianRenlin's previous instructions to expedite the research on soul guidance devices, Li Si had no extra time for cultivation. His soul power remained at level 95, showing little growth. However, QianRenlin didn't mind at all. He just needed the other party to understand the research on soul guidance devices, and their strength was irrelevant. How is the item I asked you to make? Your Highness, the drawings you provided to me 6 months ago have resulted in the creation of the Forging Tower. However, the power system and the engine described in the drawings, I am afraid I am too foolish to understand them. There are no detailed diagrams, and no clear explanations of what they actually are, so I really can't make sense of it, Li Si said, frowning and shaking his head. The only thing depicted in the drawings given to him by Qian Renlin was a ship-like iron structure, and the other components were described only in words. For Li Si, who had never seen or even heard of such things before, it seemed far too advanced. He didn't even know what it was or what it was supposed to do. Upon hearing this, Qian Renlin raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat disappointed, but he couldn't blame Li Si. After all, the drawings he provided were indeed too complex. Take me to the research room. After following Li Si to the research room, the first thing that caught Qian Renlin's eye was a massive, empty frame of a warship. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the laser battleships depicted in sci-fi movies from his previous life, but it was merely an empty shell, devoid of any internal components. After a brief glance, Qian Renlin turned away and headed toward an iron door, which led to the area where the Forging Tower usually researched soul-guiding devices. Upon entering, Qian Renlin sat in a chair at the back, closed his eyes, and mentally simulated the structural power system, air system, intake system, high-pressure system, turbine system, and so on. Before creating something, he first needed to articulate the concept. Only then could there be a research plan and direction. He sat in this manner for a full 3 hours. By the time he emerged from his concentration, it was already dark outside, but no one in the room showed any signs of impatience. They quietly stood not far from Qian Renlin, waiting for him to awaken. They all knew that as soon as the Holy Sun opened his eyes, it would mean he had already found the answers to the things they had been researching for half a year without any results. No one doubted his abilities, as Qian Renlin's countless creations of divine artifacts over the 7 years since the Forging Tower was established had instilled confidence and faith in them. It was as if nothing in this world could stump this Holy Sun. Suddenly, Qian Renlin, who had been sitting with his eyes tightly closed as if asleep, opened his eyes at that moment. Ignoring the expectant and anxious expressions on the faces of those present, he raised his hand, and a core system of a battleship composed of soul power appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? Before Li Si could voice his confusion, the core system of soul power suddenly roared to life. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, a strong suction force emanated from Qian Renlin, causing the surrounding air and soul power to be rapidly drawn into nothingness. Fortunately, everyone present were soul masters with considerable soul power, and in that brief moment of being in a vacuum, they were not in danger of suffocating. In an instant, Qian Renlin stopped his movements, and the soul power system returned to calm, with the surrounding air flowing back to the people. Lisi took a deep breath, somewhat dazed, and asked, "Your Highness, could this be?" "Yes, this is the core system of the flying, soul-guiding battleship that I want you all to focus on researching." Qian Renlin nodded slowly. With his current mental strength and comprehension, he only needed a preliminary idea to produce it within a certain time frame. However, this is just a prototype I developed. Later, I will use the invisible domain to create a sample for you. You all need to speed up your research. I want to see results before the establishment of the martial soul empire. Li Si swallowed hard, his eyes filled with excitement and shock. Although Qian Renlin's task still posed considerable difficulty, with the sample he provided, Li Si believed that with his intelligence and the elite personnel of the forging tower, producing a finished product would not be a problem. He respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I will not let you down." Qian Renlin nodded in satisfaction, and then, with a ripple in the air, his entire figure slowly vanished from sight. Chapter 256. Conversation with Qian Dalu when Qian Renlin exited the forging tower and was walking toward the Martial Soul Hall. Just a few steps away from the Holy Lin Hall, his seemingly unchanging gaze suddenly flickered. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably for a moment, and his advancing footsteps came to a halt. He slowly raised his brilliant eyes to look at the dark hall, which he had personally built, radiating a faint red glow, and his lips imperceptibly quivered. "Is this day finally here? But why does my heart feel a tinge of panic?" At that moment, Qian Renlin's previously hardened heart experienced some turbulence, and his slender fingers, resembling white jade, twitched slightly, as if they were beyond his control. Who? He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his gaze returned to a calm determination as he stepped into the red and black hall he had personally constructed. He walked slowly from the first floor to the top floor, passing by countless carvings of primordial ferocious beasts that seemed to come alive before his eyes. What have I truly done in my life? Why have I come to this world? Inwardly questioning himself, Qian Renlin was not a good person. Everything he did was driven by his own desires. When he thought of something, he acted on it, and upon reflection, it seemed to lack any purpose. If he were to summarize, it would be striving to become a god, modifying the rules of this world, and changing the fates of Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu. Since he arrived in this world, only these two people were worth his concern. One provided him with the unconditional love of a mother akin to his previous life, and the other gave him an unprecedented sense of elder affection. From the moment he was born, everything he wanted was unconditionally fulfilled and embraced by them. In this life, it seemed that Qian Renlin had it too easy. "Liner, you have returned?" Hearing that slightly aged voice, Qian Renlin's heart suddenly tightened. Grandfather. Indeed, standing before the glass window that Qian Renlin had always liked was his grandfather, Qian Dalu. "It's good that you've returned. Come, let grandfather take a good look at you." Qian Dalu slowly turned around, still wearing a kindly smile, but for some reason, Qian Renlin felt that he appeared much older than before. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Qian Renlin frowned, feeling an inexplicable strong sense of foreboding. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he couldn't suppress the slight panic in his heart. Qian Dalu remained silent, gently stroking Qian Renlin's face with his hand, while smiling softly. Good, Liner has grown up now, and is already capable of bearing the great responsibilities of the Martial Soul Hall. Qian Renlin grabbed Qian Daolu's hands that were gently touching his face. "Grandpa, I'm doing just fine. Don't worry, I've already taken control of 2 major empires, and even the 6 priests of Sea God Island are now under my command. With just a word from us, we can establish the Spirit Empire. Moreover, Grandpa, I have already asked Li Si to research the Battleship Soul Guide. It won't be long before we can cross the infinite sea, and with the strength of our Spirit Hall, we could even conquer the Sun-Moon Continent." For some reason, at that moment, Qian Renlin suddenly felt as if he was revealing all his plans to Qian Dalu. He had a strange feeling, as if the Qian Dalu standing in front of him was not there to chat casually, but rather to entrust a will. He didn't know why he suddenly felt this way, but the more he thought about it, the more real the premonition felt. Grandpa knows now, Liner is truly remarkable. You are indeed much better than your father. Grandpa is old and didn't even realize that Liner has achieved so much without me noticing. No, Grandpa, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just thought things weren't finalized yet, and I didn't want you to worry. I was thinking that once the entire continent is unified and the Spirit Empire is established, I would give you a surprise. Even Qian Renlin himself felt a bit confused. He had spoken those words without thinking. Well, Liner is thoughtful. Grandpa is very happy. But Grandpa may not be able to see the day you ascend the throne. Boom! At that moment, it was as if Qian Renlin was struck by a bolt of lightning to the heart. He stared blankly at Qian Daolu's kind face, which seemed unchanged. How is that possible? Grandpa, you're only 120 years old now. With your level 99 soul power, you should have at least 800 years of life left. Why would you? Suddenly, Qian Renlin thought of something and quickly released his spiritual power to cover the entire spirit hall. Then he understood that Qian Shui had already begun to accept the angel's inheritance in the angel temple, and from the looks of it, she was already at a critical stage. You actually let Qian Shui accept the angel inheritance? Qian Renlin murmured in a daze. If Qian Shui accepted the angel inheritance, then what was the meaning of everything he was doing? He was going to great lengths to enslave the entire Douluo Continent's people to provide him with belief power, to condense a divine core and create a divine position. What was the point? Liner, with your talent, becoming a god is inevitable. When Xiao Shui was accepting the inheritance, she heard the angel god say that there are countless deities in the divine realm wanting her to become their successor. It's just that poor Shui doesn't have your powerful talent or extraordinary aptitude. Besides accepting the angel god's inheritance, she has no other path to take. Linnea, you won't blame Grandpa for being biased and not letting you inherit the angel god, will you? Qian Dalu stroked Qian Renlin's purple-black hair, speaking with a mix of pride and melancholy. Why? Everything could be changed. I have been trying to change it all. Why do you still want my sister to accept the angel inheritance? Why must she take this irreversible path? Qian Renlin was struck as if by lightning. His gaze filled with despair as he murmured. Boom! At that moment, a strong energy surged from deep within the back mountain of the spirit hall, followed by a powerful beam of light shooting up into the sky. Qian Renlin knew that the critical moment for the divine inheritance had arrived. Next, Qian Dalu would need to sacrifice his life, and there, the next angel god would be born. Chapter 257. Qian Daolu's sacrifice. It seems Shui is about to succeed. Old man, it's time for me to go. No. At this moment, Qian Renlin suddenly shouted anxiously. Liner, live well. The spirit hall is entrusted to you. This is Grandpa's fate. From the moment I failed to inherit the angel, this destiny was already sealed. No one can change it. In truth, Qian Renlin wanted to say that he could stop all of this from happening, but seeing the look of relief in Qian Daolu's eyes, all the words suddenly became stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Liner, can you call me Grandpa one last time? Qian Dalu looked at Qian Renlin expectantly. Grandpa, you have always been my grandpa. No matter when, you are always Liner's grandpa. Qian Renlin forced a sunny smile, just like when he was a child and often teased by Qian Dalu. However, this time the smile was somewhat stiff. Liner, the road ahead is long. The future of the spirit hall is entrusted to you. Grandpa can only accompany you this far. You are grown up now. It's time to take on the heavy burden of the spirit hall. What is the sadness of a man? No one is immortal. I've lived for over 100 years. It's time for me to rest. All right, Grandpa will go ahead. Liner, do you still remember what Grandpa taught you when you were little? Treat your mother and Shui well. They are both unfortunate souls. Qian Dalu gave one last piece of advice to Qian Renlin, then looked at the surrounding murals, turned, and stepped out onto the balcony, flying towards the beam of light emanating from the back mountain. Meanwhile, Qian Renlin, who remained in place, was stunned by the words he had just heard. What did Grandpa mean by that? Did he already know? Although he knew that Qian Dalu would eventually suspect or even know everything, upon hearing those words, his heart, which was hard as rock, still trembled violently. At that moment, Qian Renlin's heart ached painfully, and even breathing seemed extremely difficult. He had thought his heart was already hard enough, but at this moment, he realized that it could still hurt so much. Even when his girlfriend in his previous life was murdered and displayed before him, he had never felt such heartbreak. Strange. Why is the corner of my eye a bit itchy and tingling? He raised his right hand to touch the wetness at the corner of his eye and was instantly stunned. Tears. This is actually tears. He couldn't remember the last time he had cried. Was it 10 years? 20 years? It seemed that since his mother died in his previous life, he hadn't cried again. Grandpa, why are you so foolish? No, Grandpa, you can't die. Well, I do if you die. If the only two grandpas who love me die, who will love me like that in the future? Qian Renlin suddenly raised his head and hurriedly chased after the direction where Qian Dalu had flown, determined to interrupt Qian Shui from accepting the angel inheritance and to stop Qian Dalu from sacrificing himself. Boom bang. Just before arriving at the angel temple, Qian Renlin suddenly felt a strong, invisible light wall blocking his way. In a moment of carelessness, he was instantly rebounded by the force of this power. No, Grandpa, you can't die. Qian Shui, you can't accept the inheritance. After shouting loudly, Qian Renlin quickly released his angel martial soul, condensing a dark energy sphere around his right arm, and punched towards the light wall. Bang! A powerful surge of energy suddenly lifted and collapsed everything within 1,000 meters. However, Qian Renlin had no time to think. He drew the Azura Divine Sword and prepared to slash down. Boom! Krek! 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 The light wall was finally shattered by Qian Renlin's strike, but he was left stunned because a figure radiating endless brilliance was hovering before him. Looking at this familiar, yet strange figure, Qian Renlin widened his slightly reddened eyes and roared, "Where's Grandpa?" The brilliance gradually retracted, revealing a tall and delicate figure. Grandpa has already sacrificed himself. You have my condolences. Nonsense. I have a way to stop all of this from happening. You clearly know that doing this would kill Grandpa. So why did you still accept the angel's inheritance? Why? Qian Renlin pointed the Azura Divine Sword directly at Qian Renshui's eyes. In the face of Qian Renlin's outburst, Qian Renshui's expression showed no change, but her heart pounded fiercely. She had thought she was already a deity and could finally surpass her monstrous younger brother. But it was only at this moment that she realized that even after becoming a god, she still felt the pressure of facing her monstrous brother. Linner, Grandpa is gone. I know you are very sad, but does my heart feel any better? From childhood to now, only Grandpa has treated me the best and loved me the most. Now that Grandpa is gone, my heart won't feel any better than yours. Qian Renshui said with red eyes. She didn't want this, but it was Grandpa's lifelong wish. On one side was her grandfather, and on the other side was Grandpa's wish. Qian Renshui had no choice but to stand in the middle. Why couldn't you wait for me a little longer? I clearly have a way to stop all of this from happening. You didn't need to accept the angel's inheritance to become a god, and Grandpa didn't need to sacrifice himself. That's precisely why Grandpa had to do this. Qian Renlin immediately raised his head, his face filled with shock and disbelief. What did you say? Qian Renshui closed her eyes and said, Grandpa knew everything you did. He knew your purpose and goals long ago. He knew that with your talent, becoming a god was inevitable, even stronger than the angel god. But you're not his biological grandson after all. You have no bloodline of the angel clan in you at all. Grandpa didn't want to end up relying on you to become a god. He couldn't. This was his last dignity and mission as the patriarch of the angel clan. As Qian Renshui spoke, her hands had already clenched tightly. You mean, Grandpa already knew my identity? Qian Renlin said in a daze, his expression frozen. Yes, he knew before you were born. Impossible, how could this be? If I am not of the Qian family bloodline, then why is my martial soul an angel? And why didn't Grandpa kill me? This is impossible, impossible. Qian Renlin clutched his head in a frenzy. Although he knew his soul did not belong to this world, he could not understand or accept that his bloodline also did not belong to this world. So who exactly was he? Whose body was he in? Chapter 258. Grandpa's letter also. Why was my martial soul so powerful when I awakened? 12 elemental angels? There are no soul masters on the entire Douluo Continent who can accommodate 2 elements within them. Yet I possess 12 elements. And they are the original elements of all elements in the world, the most powerful and terrifying elements. No, this is not an element. This is a law. A power of the law that no one in the divine realm can fully control. And I unexpectedly had it since birth. At this moment, Qian Renlin suddenly felt that everything was in chaos. Qian Renshui looked at Qian Renlin, who was holding his head and seemed unable to accept this fact, and slowly walked in front of him, handing him an envelope and saying, "This is what Grandpa left for you. Moreover, no matter whether you have the bloodline of the Qian family or not, you will always be my brother, Grandpa's good grandson." After saying this, Qian Renshui turned and walked away into the distance, leaving Qian Renlin holding the envelope that felt as heavy as 1,000 tons. Linner, when you see this letter, it means Grandpa is no longer here. Don't be sad. This day was bound to come. This is Grandpa's fate, and no one can change it. Linner, you are a good child. From a young age, you have shown extraordinary maturity and talent. Grandpa knows that you are not of the Qian family bloodline. The day Shui'er was born, when you descended like a meteor directly into Dong.As womb. I saw it, and knew you were not the child of the one seeking illness. I know that Ji'er died at Dong.As hands. Originally, I wanted to kill her, but who told her she was pregnant with a 3-year-old child? This child is innocent, so I thought I would temporarily let this matter go. Perhaps this child would lead the spirit hall to a further step in the future. Later, The child was born and was quite cute, with big eyes and a small mouth, just like his mother Dong. As the child grew day by day, he displayed extraordinary intelligence and cunning. Forget it. With this child around, my killing intent towards Bibi Dong has diminished greatly, even giving rise to the idea of reconciliation. Perhaps this child is an opportunity. After all, our Qian family owes this child, just like this child is a victim. Linner, you have never met your father since you were little, so your concept of a father is naturally very vague. To prevent Bibi Dong from teaching you any bad things, Grandpa decided to teach you personally. Partly due to guilt towards Donger, and partly because I thought that even if you lacked a father's love, you wouldn't be without Grandpa's love. Well, you really haven't disappointed everyone. Do you know how worried Grandpa was on the day you awakened your martial soul? Grandpa was afraid that the martial soul you awakened would neither be an angel nor one of Donger-S spiders. Grandpa feared that you and your mother would attract criticism from then on. I originally planned to awaken your martial soul alone, but your mother insisted on a public awakening to prove you were a genius not weaker than Schwer. Sigh. I don't know where she got her confidence from. Well, since she is her child, let her be. As long as I'm still around, no one on this continent can do anything to you mother and son. Fortunately, you unexpectedly awakened an angel martial soul, and it's a 12-element angel that is several times stronger than a 6-winged light angel. Others thought this was a mutation of your martial soul, but only Grandpa knows that your martial soul is not a mutation. No matter how much a martial soul mutates, its attributes do not change. It only evolves or weakens. Linner, we can find your origins from this martial soul. Grandpa has looked into it and investigated a lot of information. There's never been a martial soul like yours on the Douluo Continent. When Schwer was undergoing deity inheritance, she specifically asked the angel god about it. She said that in the entire divine realm, there's only her as a 6-winged angel. The others are her subordinate deities. And there has never been a deity with 12 wings. According to her, your martial soul likely does not belong to the Douluo Continent. It may have come from another world or continent. Grandpa knows you're thinking about the continent at the end of the sea. Although Grandpa does not know what the situation is there, it may help you find your origins. Alright, after saying so much, it's time to get to the point. You are a smart child, with talents that surpass the continent from ancient times to the present. It won't be long before you become a god. That's inevitable. However, I can't help but worry about Schwer. You have the option to choose other divine inheritances, but Schwer only has the angelic divine inheritance as her choice. Grandpa knows your thoughts, but I also have my own ideas. This is my fate. As the patriarch of the angel clan and a failed inheritor of the angelic divine inheritance, this step is one I must take. Even if Schwer doesn't take this step now, when the next lucky inheritor of the angel god appears, I will still face this day. There cannot be 2 divine inheritances. This is a rule of the divine realm that no one can break. Alright, I've rambled on enough. Remember my words, treat your mother and Schwer well. Both mother and daughter are unfortunate children. Fortunately, Linner, you have been sensible since childhood, so I don't have to worry too much about you. Grandpa. After reading the letter, Qian Renlin was already in tears. Grandpa, why didn't you wait for me? I don't care about my background. I just want you. I am just your obedient grandson. Why can't you wait a little longer for me? It won't be long before I can change the rules of the divine realm. At that time, I can directly arrange a divine position for my sister, and you 1T have to sacrifice yourself. I originally thought that in 10 years, no? 5 years. Just give me 5 years, and I could condense a divine core. Once I ascend to the divine realm and change the rules, we could witness the countless changes in the world together and see our angel clan spreading throughout the world, even the universe. But Grandpa, you will never see that again. Qian Renlin's heart ached like never before. The grandpa who loved him the most in the world was gone. He had finally felt familial affection beyond maternal love in this life. But now even that affection had left him. It was Linner who harmed you. I knew this day would come. But why didn't I stop you earlier? Why did I have to watch you sacrifice yourself without doing anything? Qian Renlin clutched the envelope in his hand and fell straight down from the sky. Surrounded by the people of the Spirit Hall who had been drawn by the previous anomaly, all looking at what was happening with worry and shock. The conversation between Qian Renshue and Qian Renlin had not been concealed, and those present clearly heard the content. What shocked them was that the grand offering actually sacrificed himself to death. And even more shocking was that the mysterious woman was actually Qian Renlin's sister, who had become another angel god. What worried them was that Qian Renlin, as the Holy Son, was not in a good state at this moment. It seemed he was on the verge of losing control. However, who among those present dared to disturb him at this moment? They could only stand at a distance. Watching Qian Renlin with concern, ready to rush to his aid at the slightest sign of trouble. As for what Qian Renlin said about the Holy Son not being a biological descendant of the Qian family, everyone automatically ignored it. In their hearts, not to mention that Qian Renlin's martial soul was the angel martial soul, far stronger than that newly ascended angel god. Even if Qian Renlin really wasn't of the Qian bloodline, they didn't care about his bloodline given his current prestige among the people of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 259, Breaking the Title Master, please accept my condolences. I know the Grand Offering's death has dealt you a heavy blow, but you must be strong. The Grand Offering Wuhun Hall want to see you like this. Moreover, you still have His Holiness the Pope, the Holy Maiden, and Yen'er. No matter what happens, I will always be with you. Seeing Qian Renlin's painful expression, Dugian also felt very uncomfortable. After struggling for a long time, she finally mustered the courage to approach Qian Renlin, crouching down and gently hugging him. She had never seen her master like this before. No matter what happened, in her eyes, he had always been unshaken, as if he had everything he needed. Qian Renlin's heart gradually calmed down. He slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes revealing a hint of determination. Yes, I still have my mother. There is still someone in this world who loves me. I am not alone. I cannot let Grandpa down. Moreover, Qian Renlin's eyes grew colder, his handsome face more resolute, clenching his fists and saying one sentence after another. Moreover, I still have hope. I can still bring Grandpa back to life. I will establish the Spirit Empire, and I will become a god. With his heart returning to calm, Qian Renlin thought carefully. He was not without hope. He remembered what the sea god said to Tang San in the original work. When Poseidon sacrificed herself for Tang San, the sea god had said that although her body died, her soul still existed. That place is the world where gods go after death. Since Poseidon had a way to send Poseidon's soul to that world, then the angel god, also a first-level deity, might also have a way to send Qian Daolu's soul there. Although even gods did not know what that place truly was, at least Grandpa's soul would exist there in an alternative form of immortality. As long as I am strong enough, I can go to that world and bring Grandpa back to life. Having come to this conclusion, Qian Renlin immediately decided to quickly cultivate his soul power and increase his strength. He would start from the Douluo Forest, looking toward the eastern direction. Qian Renlin whispered, his figure gradually becoming transparent until he completely disappeared. Seeing her master regain his spirits, Dugu Yin let out a sigh of relief, her inner worries gradually dissipating. After glancing at the ruins of the back mountain, she went to arrange for people to rebuild the area. Douluo Forest, core area. Qian Renlin returned to this place with a calm heart. In his eyes, all life on the Douluo Continent was merely nourishment to provide him with strength. Although he did not know the reason, he was temporarily unable to use the enslavement skill on the entire soul beast group, but that didn't matter. As long as he was strong enough, no existence would be able to stop him from doing whatever he wanted. Damn humans, why are you back in my Douluo Forest again? Boom! As soon as Qian Renlin's figure appeared in the core area of the Douluo Forest, he immediately sensed several powerful auras rushing toward him from all directions. At this moment, Bai Ji was hesitant. She certainly recognized the aura of that figure, but she didn't understand why, after the person had disappeared with the beast god. This human appeared, while their beast god had yet to show up. Could it be that even the beast god? Impossible. As soon as Bai Ji had such a ridiculous thought, she immediately shook her head to dismiss it. The beast god was an 800,000-year-old fierce beast, completely invincible on the current Douluo Continent. Even in the endless sea, there were hardly any fierce beasts that could match the beast god. Although this human was powerful, she simply couldn't believe that the beast god would be defeated by him. Human, where's the beast god? Why did only you appear? In just a few breaths, all the soul beasts over 10,000 years old in the Douluo Forest had gathered, standing 300 meters away from him, cautiously watching the figure. They are aware of this person's strength. With the beast god not present, there is no creature in the entire forest that can match him. Moreover, this person exudes an aura of mystery, with various techniques emerging one after another. So out of caution, they dare not get too close. Silently, facing the doubts from the surrounding spirit beasts, QianRenlin showed no interest in responding. He glanced around, and, upon confirming that all the fierce beasts had gathered, a powerful devouring force and mental power immediately enveloped the core area of the forest. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, and within 100 miles, all living things with life force and soul power were uncontrollably drawn toward QianRenlin. Ah, damn it, what kind of skill is this? Why is this soul power within me uncontrollably draining away? Roar! Boom! Countless anxious roars of beasts echoed from the surroundings. Even spirit beasts over 10,000 years old, who had begun to awaken their intelligence, felt the crisis of death at that moment. And even those simple-minded spirit beasts of 1,000 or 100 years realized that something bad was about to happen. Human, what do you intend to do? Do you plan to destroy the entire son.A forest? Aren't you afraid that all the soul masters on the continent will unite to hunt you down? Bibi, straining to suppress the soul power draining from her body, widened her eyes and shouted at QianRenlin, who seemed to be in a black hole. With her intelligence, how could she not sense the other party's intentions? QianRenlin was trying to devour the soul power of all the spirit beasts in the son.A forest. But she couldn't understand how he managed to do this or how he dared to undertake such an act that harms the interests of all the soul masters on the continent. Does he really want to stand against all the soul masters on the continent by himself? Is he not afraid of retribution? Such an act that goes against the will of heaven. Is he not afraid of being hunted down by the deities of the divine realm? Heh, now, the entire Douluo Continent is completely under my control. As long as I devour you all, my soul power will reach the level of a title Dalu. At that time, what does it matter if the divine realm comes? Not to mention, they cannot descend to interfere with the affairs of the continent. Even if they could, I can slaughter gods before them. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of QianRenlin's mouth. The death of Dalu had caused him great psychological burden, and his hatred for the angel god was about to break through the skies. He decided that once he condensed the divine core and ascended to the divine realm, the first thing he would do is to slay the angel god in honor of Dalu's spirit in heaven. Come on. Let the energy come even more fiercely. Boom. The devouring power emanating from QianRenlin suddenly became more than 10 times stronger than before. In just a moment, all spirit beasts with 1,000 years of age or less within the range of this devouring power were instantly turned into dried corpses. Even those forest overlords over 100,000 years old could not hold on for long under this devouring power. Damn, I can't hold on much longer. I can feel that not only is my soul power about to be drained, but even my life force cannot escape this disaster. Led by Bibi, several fierce beasts felt both worried and helpless as they watched the soul power and life force draining from their bodies, all heading toward QianRenlin. They could only anxiously watch the countdown of their lives, powerless to do anything. Chapter 260, Purple Dragon Evolution completed to become the nourishment for my ascension to godhood. This is the honor of you livestock. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. QianRenlin looked at the ground covered in the bones of spirit beasts, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation, and his heart remained unwavering. These spirit beast corpses were from the core area of the son.A forest and all the surrounding spirit beasts. The amount of soul power and life he had devoured this time reached an astonishing 300,000. Everywhere he looked, there were dried corpses that had lost their essence. Only a layer of fur wrapping the bones. As for the soul rings produced after the spirit beasts died, they were naturally absorbed along with the soul power and life essence when QianRenlin devoured them. Even the soul bones produced by some spirit beasts turned into pure energy and fused into his body. However, fortunately, after devouring so many spirit beasts, my soul power finally reached level 90. Closing his eyes and feeling the vast soul power within him, he was finally one step closer to becoming a god. Originally, QianRenlin did not want to use this destructive method that went against the heavens and his own interests. After all, in his previous thoughts, these spirit beasts would eventually become his followers, providing him with belief power. But now his beloved grandfather had just died before his eyes. In order to condense the divine core and ascend to godhood as quickly as possible, he no longer cared about anything else. If he were to rely solely on devouring the soul power of the world for cultivation, even with all the people on the continent providing him belief power to speed up his cultivation, with his current vast sea of soul power, it would still take nearly 10 years to reach level 90. If it were before, he wouldn't mind waiting an extra 10 years. But now his grandfather was waiting for him to revive him in the underworld, and he couldn't afford to wait that long. He didn't want to waste even a second more. While feeling the powerful force within him, QianRenlin suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. He sensed that the transformation of the purple dragon had reached a critical moment. With a movement, he turned and vanished into the void, heading toward the illusory realm he had created. What he did not know was that just as he left the son.A forest, a strong sucking force suddenly emanated from the bottom of a huge life lake at the deepest part of the forest. In an instant, the corpses of the spirit beasts that had been turned into dried corpses by QianRenlin began to slowly move toward this location. How terrifying! Is this his true strength? Even with my current divine power, I feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Just how strong has he become? In the sky above the outer area of the Star-Do forest, Qian Renlin, who had witnessed everything, thought about the place where QianRenlin had left. Moreover, he had unknowingly gained control over everyone on the entire Douluo Continent. How did he accomplish this? After handing the envelope left by Dalu to QianRenlin, she intended to head to the eastern region to find Bibi Dong. However, she did not expect that as she traveled, observing everything with her mental power, it would be so terrifying. With her divine physique, she naturally sensed the strands of golden energy drifting through the air. She didn't know what these were, but she saw that these threads were all heading toward QianRenlin's body. Originally planning to first see the current situation of the continent, Qian Renlin suddenly sensed QianRenlin's aura approaching. And then she concealed her form and aura, retreating into the clouds, quietly observing what he intended to do. Then she witnessed this scene that would shock everyone. He actually relied on devouring the power of hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts to enhance his own strength. This was something she had never expected, and she felt that the current QianRenlin was so unfamiliar. She could no longer understand this brother who had always comforted her in her childhood. After Liner becomes a god, with his personality, one can only wonder how chaotic the divine realm will become. I just hope he doesn't self-destruct. Shaking her head and no longer thinking about it, she shifted her gaze to the forest below. She could sense that deep within the life-filled lake, a powerful life force was slowly awakening. Let's wait and see. After all, I still have 100 years to stay in Douluo Continent. Once Liner poses no threat below, it won't be too late for me to leave. Besides, with me around, I might be able to support him a bit. In the dark and endless void, Qian Renlin calmly watched the enormous dragon egg at the center. The endless brilliance emanating from the dragon egg was slowly retracting, and judging by the situation, it wouldn't be long before the purple dragon completed its metamorphosis. He simply sat cross-legged, familiarizing himself with the vast soul power within him, waiting for the purple dragon's transformation to finish. His next step would be to head to the endless sea, and upon returning, he would establish the Spirit Empire, waiting for the successful research of soul-engineered battleships before launching an attack on the Sun and Moon continent. Suddenly, there was a sound of shattering glass, and Qian Renlin opened his eyes to see the surface of the purple-black dragon egg engraved with unknown patterns, cracking with tiny fissures, accompanied by faint purple-black light. Qian Renlin focused his gaze, feeling the vigorous life force within. He knew the purple dragon had completed its metamorphosis. At the same time, he was very curious about what kind of situation would arise after this transformation. Bang! Boom! A blinding light suddenly erupted, and the cracks on the surface of the dragon egg rapidly spread. Qian Renlin squinted his eyes and saw a claw breaking through the shell. A powerful dragon roar echoed, followed by a strong breath bursting forth, causing the entire dragon egg to explode apart. Before Qian Renlin could see the figure clearly, another strong suction force emerged, instantly devouring the shattered dragon egg. The void space he had personally created began to shake violently, with all the energy rushing towards the metamorphosing purple dragon. Boom, boom! Finally, this small void could not withstand the overwhelming swallowing force and shattered, forcing Qian Renlin and his puppet to be exposed to the outside world. It was only at this moment that Qian Renlin finally saw the dragon's appearance. An almost 80-meter-long black body, covered in purple scales the size of a baby's fist. A black dragon head adorned with a pair of ice-blue ram horns, and two fiery red whiskers resembling snakes. Its 4 tiger-like claws were also fiery red, and its 2 copper bell-sized eyes were surprisingly one red and one blue. The entire creature looked so peculiar, its colorful soul body resembling an unknown hybrid species. Qian Renlin looked at it expressionlessly. If it weren't for the fact that this dragon was created by him, he would have doubted what kind of species it was. The black-purple dragon, named by Qian Renlin as a divine dragon, revealed a human-like affectionate intent upon seeing him, roaring to the sky before immediately twisting its massive body towards him. Although Qian Renlin appeared as small as an ant in its eyes, it truly regarded him as its own parent. It understood that its existence today depended entirely on his creation. Qian Renlin's calm expression revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth when he saw this dragon. He felt a sense of warmth from it, as if the loneliness in his heart had dissipated somewhat. Let's go to the endless sea. Qian Renlin leaped onto the purple dragon's back, which was covered in purple scales, standing tall with his hands behind his back. The dragon's consciousness was derived from a fragment of Qian Renlin's soul, completely in sync with his thoughts. It understood him without needing any commands. Chapter 261. News from the Sun and Moon Continent. The Western Sea has always been a forbidden area for soul masters since ancient times. It is not only vast in territory, but also filled with countless dangers. Powerful soul beasts are everywhere, and it is as deep as an abyssal monster. Even title-level experts dare not venture deep alone, not to mention whether their soul power can support them through the sea. Just the powerful soul beasts within can easily drag them underwater, and once land soul masters fall into the sea, the only outcome is to be devoured by the soul beasts within. Therefore, soul masters usually do not approach the sea too closely, as no one can guarantee that a piranha won't suddenly leap out of the water and drag them down. Who? Roar. Qian Renlin stood on the back of the purple dragon, looking at the waves below and occasionally hearing terrifying beast roars. Although there seemed to be no visible changes, his mind remained alert to the surroundings, ready for any unexpected events. To be safe, Qian Renlin took out the vast sea shield, a palm-sized blue three-dimensional triangular gem, which quietly hovered beside his shoulder. Although his strength in Douluo Continent was already invincible, he was still just a mortal body, even with abundant soul power. He did not dare to be careless. After all, even he was filled with mystery regarding this vast sea. The original text only briefly mentioned that this place was home to countless powerful soul beasts, but did not provide detailed descriptions. Where could the deep-sea demon whale king, which had been a soul beast for nearly 1,000,000 years, be? Even with his current spiritual power sensing, he could not detect even a trace of its aura. Was it simply not in this area? While Qian Renlin remained vigilant of his surroundings, he released his immense spiritual power to sense the area. However, after 2 hours had passed since he arrived at the sea, and being several thousand kilometers away from the continent, he still had not found any sign of the deep-sea demon whale king. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renlin decided to head to Sea God Island first, settle matters there, and then search for the deep-sea demon whale king. Having made up his mind, he sent a message to the 6 remaining offerings at Sea God Island, along with his coordinates. Roar. Suddenly, the purple dragon beneath Qian Renlin let out an angry dragon roar. Its body tensed as it fixed its serious gaze on a distant location. Qian Renlin was interrupted from his thoughts by the dragon's roar and immediately turned to look in the direction it was staring. However, with just his eyes, he could see nothing but the occasional splashing waves on the sea surface. Yet, through his spiritual power sensing, he discovered that about 10 kilometers away, a large group of sharks was swimming towards them at a high speed. At first glance, the number was at least 10,000, with the smallest ones being green giant sharks at least 10 meters long, while the largest at the forefront reached several tens of meters in length. However, upon realizing that they were merely a small group of thousand-year soul beasts, Qian Renlin paid little attention, only noting the large green shark, as it had reached the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. The bloodthirsty greenhead shark. At the first sight of the opponent, QianRenlin immediately confirmed the type of soul beast. Clearly, this was a type of soul beast that had not appeared in the original work. However, wasn't it said that they had been exterminated 10,000 years ago? How could they appear in this deep sea now? This was what puzzled QianRenlin. The bloodthirsty greenhead shark is an extremely ferocious soul beast, whether human or soul beast. As long as the opponent carries even a hint of fishy smell, they would be hunted and devoured by them. Moreover, their strength increases extremely quickly, averaging just 3 similar level sharks consumed to rise a level. Thus, they were eliminated by the priests of Sea God Island long ago. Because the bloodthirsty greenhead shark is very sensitive to fishy smells. As long as a human has eaten a fish, even if it has been 10 years since digestion, they can still smell the fishy scent on you, leading to countless sea soul masters who relied on fishing to live falling under their massive jaws. Fortunately, the reproductive speed of these soul beast groups is extremely slow, still manageable by humans. However, the appearance of 10,000 bloodthirsty greenhead sharks here caught QianRenlin's attention. His instinct told him this was very unusual. Just as my mantis martial soul still needs 7 soul rings, you can become my second martial soul's 3rd soul ring. The terrifying jaws of the greenhead shark did not frighten QianRenlin in the slightest. He had already made up his mind to obtain the soul ring from the opponent. Purple Dragon, you just completed your metamorphosis. Why not have a feast on this group of bloodthirsty greenhead sharks? QianRenlin nodded, and immediately, the purple dragon let out a joyful dragon roar, circling the air before swiftly charging towards the group of greenhead sharks. The powerful momentum stirred the entire sea area, causing waves to surge. Roar. In an instant, the purple dragon had arrived in front of the shark group. After letting out a roar, it opened its massive jaws, and suddenly, a violent swallowing force emanated from its mouth. Before the greenhead shark group could stabilize themselves, thousands of weaker sharks were consumed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, QianRenlin also released his mantis martial soul, opening his left hand, a strong swallowing force emanating from it. The large greenhead shark barely had time to let out a painful cry before its soul was forcibly pulled out. After closing his eyes to digest for a few moments, QianRenlin slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flashing in them. It turns out they accidentally wandered over from the Sun-Moon continent. No wonder I wondered how such soul beasts could appear in the sea area of Douluo. QianRenlin's eyes flickered as he pondered. So, am I too clever for my own good? QianRenlin's strange face showed a hint of speechlessness. In the memory of this bloodthirsty greenhead shark, the distance between Douluo Continent and Sun-Moon Continent is actually not as far as he thought. It's just that both sides are currently in a stable state, and the continents have not yet attracted each other to collide. I originally thought it was because the two continents were too far apart that they would attract and collide after 10,000 years. If that's the case with my speed, I could reach it in less than 100 years. Just as this thought emerged, it was immediately interrupted. 100 years is too long, and he can't wait that long. It seems he still needs to urgently see to speed up the research and production of soul-guided devices. Once QianRenlin stopped thinking about this issue, under his guidance, the red soul ring formed from the death of a 100,000-year greenhead shark began to float towards him. With his current strength, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is naturally not a problem. Before long, this soul ring was successfully absorbed, and, on the other side, the purple dragon had already devoured the group of 1,000 and 10,000-year greenhead sharks, and was currently chewing on the corpse of the 100,000-year greenhead shark. Chapter 262, Ouyang Mu Yin. A joyful sound echoed across the endless sea. QianRenlin stood quietly in the void, his starry eyes calmly watching the purple dragon, who was playing in the water like a greedy child. Occasionally, a powerful suction force emanated from its mouth. Every time it finished consuming a soul beast, it would raise its massive body, hundreds of meters long, and let out a roar towards the sky. QianRenlin's calm eyes watched this scene, but deep within, where no one could see, he felt a hint of envy at this moment. Since crossing into this world, he had never felt as carefree and joyful as the purple dragon, even though he knew he was the holy son of the continent's top power, possessing endless authority above millions. Yet he had never relaxed even a little, living in a constant busyness of becoming stronger and developing his power since birth. A low, joyful dragon roar sounded in his ears, and QianRenlin's deep gaze cleared, looking at the expectant eyes of the purple dragon before him. QianRenlin's stiff face involuntarily broke into a smile. Seeing the deep-sea seal it was holding in its mouth, QianRenlin knew it wanted to present it to him. In a daze, QianRenlin suddenly remembered that he hadn't personally made barbecue for a few years. He then laughed heartily, waving his hand to conjure a sea of fire. The purple dragon let out a joyous howl, tossing the seal it was holding into the flames, its eyes several times larger than a human's, showing a hint of human-like joy. As if sensing its master's previously low mood had improved, it became happy too. Just as the man and dragon were enjoying the seal barbecue, several powerful auras suddenly approached rapidly from a distance. Soon, several figures knelt on one knee, bowing their heads and floating in midair. They did not speak or offer greetings, just quietly kneeling 100 meters away from QianRenlin, not disturbing anyone. Before long, the seal, nearly 100 meters in size, had completely entered the stomachs of QianRenlin and the purple dragon. Slowly, it stood on top of the purple dragon's head, its gaze returning to its usual indifference and unfathomable depth. Let us go. Respect. Only at this moment did the several priests of Sea God Island finally dare to speak, respectfully acknowledging and rising to lead the way to Sea God Island. Recently, Ouyang Mu had been feeling a bit restless. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but ever since the 8 priests of Sea God Island returned from Douluo Continent, leading thousands of sea soul masters to resist the beast tide, he felt that these people seemed different from before. Friends he had grown up with and shared everything with suddenly became somewhat taciturn. Although every time he went to see them, they acted as if nothing had changed. Still chatting and laughing, occasionally even going out to fish together, he just felt something was off. They no longer actively sought his help, nor did they come to him for training. Even those who used to compete fiercely with him for the top position on the talent ranking suddenly seemed to have lost interest in it. And every time he went to challenge them, he found only a closed door. What happened to them? What did they go through on Douluo Continent? Even that guy Jin Xiao no longer sought me for sparring. He used to want to fight for 3 days and nights every time he saw me. Just now, when I went to find him, I was actually turned away. It's really strange. Ouyang muttered gloomily to himself. He was now going to find a girl named Mushin to see what she was up to. She was the girl who liked him the most, always following him around and calling him Ouyang Gij. But ever since Ludi returned to the Sea God Island, she, like those guys, stopped coming to find him. Before long, the frustrated Ouyang Mu arrived in front of a stone house. Looking at the tightly closed stone door, he murmured a few words and was about to knock. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped his raised hand, unsure of what to think. This time, I want to see what you've been doing all day in there. Taking a deep breath to calm his slightly nervous heart, this was his first time entering Mushin's home, and he was doing it in such a sneaky way. He suppressed all his presence, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then moved to the side of the stone wall. With a push from his toes, he leaped into the courtyard. Once inside, he quickly held his breath, maintaining a half-squat position, not daring to move, as if afraid of being discovered. His eyes darted around, and when he saw no one, he finally took a deep breath and slowly stood up, patting his racing heart. After feeling his heartbeat slow down, Ouyang Mu quietly moved his feet toward the back. This was a courtyard resembling a traditional 3-entry courtyard, and the place he was in was the front yard. To find Mushin's room, he still needed to pass through a doorway. However, it was clearly not the right time to knock now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain how he got in. He also didn't dare to climb the wall again. Not to mention that Mushin's strength was not too far from his own, and he didn't know if her parents were home. If I had known, I wouldn't have sneaked in like this. At this moment, Ouyang Mu suddenly felt a bit regretful. He had always been straightforward and never imagined he would one day sneak into a girl's house. But regret aside, since he was already here, he was unwilling to leave so easily. Supporting his chin with his hand, he looked at the doorway ahead, contemplating how to get in. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes. Got it. Ouyang Mu looked at the walls on either side of the doorway, then hurriedly went to the corner of the wall, climbed up, and checked to see if he had been discovered. After confirming he wasn't, he grabbed the roof over the wall and quietly leaped onto the roof, searching one room at a time for Mushin's location. Ouyang Mu paused. At that moment, he suddenly felt a very strange energy. This energy was neither the sea soul power cultivated by their sea soul masters, nor the elemental soul power and beast soul power practiced by the mainland soul masters. What kind of energy is this? Why is it appearing in Mushin's house? Ouyang Mu thought, puzzled, and slowly approached the source of the energy fluctuations. As he peered through the sea crystal on the roof, the scene before him made his eyes widen. What is this? In the dimly lit, eerie room, there were 2 women and 1 man sitting cross-legged on a mat in the center, their eyes fervently and devoutly fixed on a palm-sized jade statue placed at the head of the room. Surrounding Mushin and her parents were strands of a mysterious, shimmering energy. Strangely, this inexplicable energy appeared to be a light gray color to the eye, resembling smoke at first glance. But the memory that surfaced in Ouyang Mu's mind clearly showed that this mysterious energy was of multiple colors. At one moment, it appeared green in Ouyang Mu's mind, but the next moment it shifted to blue, red, black. And with the supply of these energies, the originally pure, white jade statue was gradually depicting the form of a humanoid creature. Ouyang Mu was internally shocked. He did not recognize the figure being carved on the statue. However, he recognized that the material of the statue was the belief stone specifically used for worshipping the sea god on Sea God Island. What shocked him even more was that this belief stone was extremely rare on the mainland, and even the most famous Sea God Island had very few reserves of it. Only those very prestigious families would have such a piece at home, while ordinary soul masters from Sea God Island needed to go to the Sea God Temple to pay their respects. Ouyang Mu was not surprised that Mushin's family had a belief stone, as her parents were from the older generation of soul saints, which indeed made them powerful on Sea God Island. What shocked Ouyang Mu was what was carved on this belief stone. If I'm not mistaken, the figure previously depicted on Mushin's family belief stone was the sea god, but now the symbol of the sea god was gone, replaced by a vague embryo. Moreover, the warm aura of the sea god had vanished, and what he sensed from the belief stone was a very domineering, aggressive, and cold presence. Ouyang Mu's eyes were bright as he stared at the statue worshipped by Mushin's family, his mind racing. From the appearance and aura of the figure on the statue, it was clear that Mushin had been worshipping, or that the person on the belief statue had been worshipped for some time. No wonder you all stopped coming to play with me. It turns out you've been busy with the belief statue. Previously, Mu didn't understand why those people had changed so much after returning from the mainland, but now that he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he could connect the dots with the fact that they had returned to Sea God Island 2 months ago. What shocked and terrified him was that the number of Sea Soul Masters who went to the mainland was as high as several thousand, accounting for 2/3 of the entire Sea God Island. Now he was told that 2/3 of the Sea Soul Masters had betrayed Sea God Island and allied themselves with a mysterious figure of unknown origin. The thought was chilling. No, I must quickly inform the priests. No, the priests also went to the mainland. I don't know if their title Do-Ah strength can resist the other party's temptations, but since the Sea Soul Masters returned with them, even though I don't understand why the priests didn't raise an alarm or stop the others, Mu felt a mix of shock and urgency in his heart. He desperately wanted someone to know this news, but upon careful thought, it seemed he had no one he could trust. Boom, at that moment, the statue that Mushin's family was offering their belief power to suddenly erupted with a strong blue-green light. As Mu stood there in a daze, and Mushin's face was filled with fervent excitement, the blue-green light surged out of the room in a powerful wave, instantly spreading throughout Sea God Island. The holy brilliance was blinding, and everyone seemed to be enveloped in a world of light. In that moment, whether it was the Sea Soul Masters who had never been to the Ice and Snow City or the residents who had lived on Sea God Island for generations, they were all shrouded in confusion, illuminated by this wave of light that shone deep into their hearts. Even some lucky spirit beasts nearby were illuminated by this wave of light. As a result, everyone broke through, whether they were human or spirit beasts, when the light wave shone upon them and into their minds. They found that their soul power, which had been difficult to advance in the past, suddenly surged through their bodies, making 49 complete circuits in an instant. Thus, they collectively broke through. It was at this moment that all the sea spirit masters on Sea God Island who had not been enslaved by Qian Renlin, along with the spirit beasts within the light wave, did not realize that their sea of consciousness underwent significant changes under the illumination of this light wave. At this moment, not only was their mental power several times stronger than before, but also at the deepest part of their sea of consciousness, a slightly blurry tall figure was gradually revealing itself in the light. As time passed, and this figure gradually manifested, their minds would also undergo gradual changes. However, among the crowd accepting the baptism of this light wave, there was a slightly thin and frail figure who looked around in disbelief. Mu stared wide-eyed, as if his eyes were about to burst from the intense fear inside him. He looked in horror at the dark and grayish world around him and saw, reflected in his pupils, that whether it was his close friends or spirit masters he had never seen before, they all transformed into the most primitive forms of their martial spirits at this moment. He casually glanced in one direction and saw all kinds of monsters. Octopuses, blue cats, green dogs, mice. All sorts of monsters were everywhere. He quickly looked towards Mushan and the others, only to find that they were no longer as beautiful as before. Mu sorrowfully realized that he stood out so starkly in this world. He was different from everyone else. He was the only dual martial spirit owner in the history of Sea God Island, and his talent was believed to be at the top of the continent, surpassing 99.9% of spirit masters. Thus, everything he could see was vastly different from others. The reason he could see things that others could not was not only because he was a dual martial spirit owner, but also because his second martial spirit was his pair of eyes, Heavenly Eye. Synopsis: kneel down. A cold voice comes. A certain female supporting character is stunned. A rich second-generation heir suffers from depression and jumps off a building to commit suicide, transforming into a shooting star descending upon Douluo Continent, becoming the son of Bibi Dong. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renlin, how will he deal with the major powers? Facing the precognitive Qian Renlin, how will Tang San proceed? Are the Shrek 7 monsters still monsters?